Some say that only those who enter the Dragon Shadow unit can be called the strongest. Yet, when you step through the gates of the Dragon Shadow unit with excitement, the instructors there will still call you a rookie, because in that place, only one type of person is worthy of being revered as the strongest, those known as the Dragon Thorn. Your master was a powerhouse who had been awarded the Dragon Thorn medal, and after relentless effort, you were the one most likely to earn it. But a file about your background led to your expulsion from the Dragon Shadow unit. Your background should have been classified as top secret, yet somehow, it was exposed, a mystery you still haven't unraveled. The son of a traitor joining the military's most mysterious special forces, what a bitter irony. On a subway train heading toward Donghai City International Airport, you stare blankly at the military dog tag wrapped around your right wrist. Engraved on the tag are the words Mad Dragon, the call sign you used in the Dragon Shadow unit. This dog tag is the only thing you could take with you when you left. Just as you're lost in memories, a cacophony of eerie wails erupts in the carriage, and a white figure suddenly appears in front of you. Instinctively, you look up and are met with a face of breathtaking, icy beauty. Cold yet alluring, two traits that most easily ignite a man's desire to conquer, are embodied in this woman in the most perfect form. Even with your self-control, you can't help but steal a few extra glances. You've seen beautiful women before, but one as flawless as this is a first. If you had to describe her in one word, it would be stunning. Noticing your reaction, a flicker of displeasure flashes in her eyes, but it doesn't escape your notice. The next second, you turn your head away, refusing to look at her any longer. Three young troublemakers who've just squeezed into the carriage spot the woman, and their eyes instantly light up. Better to die under a peony than live a dull life. This woman is leagues above anyone they've ever seen. If they could have even a moment with her, it'd be worth it. The one with a streak of yellow-dyed hair in his fringe exchanges a glance with his two accomplices before shoving through the crowd to stand behind the woman in the white dress. The woman has a slight aversion to filth, and the presence of this greasy-haired creep behind her fills her with disgust. As the yellow-streaked punk's actions grow increasingly brazen, she can't help but cast a pleading glance in your direction. Normally, you'd ignore such situations, but faced with this stunningly beautiful woman, even your cold heart can't help but waver. A man's defenses against a woman's plea for help are practically non-existent, especially when that woman is a peerless beauty capable of toppling cities. You snapped your fingers at the white-dressed woman in front of you. Take my seat. Seeing that you had ruined his plans, the man with a tuft of hair glared at you angrily. Kid, you've got guts. You ignored his warning tone completely. A threat? You smirked disdainfully. Since childhood, you were the one who threatened others, never the other way around. When there were still 3 stops left to the terminal, the white-dressed woman stood up with her handbag and got off. As she passed by you, she thanked you softly. Seeing her leave, the tuft-haired man quickly signaled his 2 lackeys with a glance. Watching the trio follow the woman off the train, the corner of your mouth curled slightly. These guys clearly weren't giving up. In for a penny, in for a pound. You thought, might as well see what tricks these 3 lowlifes had up their sleeves today. From the moment she stepped out of the subway station, the white-dressed woman sensed she was being followed. The road leading to her residential area had been under construction these past few days, leaving only a narrow path beside the station as the sole access. Standing at the entrance of the path, she hesitated briefly before stepping into the dark alley. Watching from behind, you couldn't help but twitch your lips in exasperation. What was wrong with this woman's head? Willingly walking into the wolf's den? Looks like tonight would inevitably involve some action. You reached into your jeans pocket, feeling the butterfly knife, then quietly followed. Noticing the tuft-haired man and his lackeys closing in, the woman quickened her pace but silently mused, Quan Long, let's see if you're as cold and heartless as the rumors say. When she reached the middle of the alley, the tuft-haired man blocked her path. Her narrow, beautiful eyes glared coldly at the 2 thugs in front of her. What do you want? Move. Even her anger was icy. Feisty, I like it. The tuft-haired man barked at his lackeys. Grab her. Watching the 2 thugs approach, the woman glanced toward the alley's entrance. Seeing you standing there with your hands in your pockets, showing no intention of intervening, she fumed, Quan Long, you really are as cold as they say. I misjudged you. She hurled her handbag at the tuft-haired man, its contents scattering across the ground. Among them, a Donghai University student ID landed at your feet. You bent down and picked it up. The first page listed its owner's details, Yunxi, Computer Science Department, Donghai University. Staring at the stunningly beautiful face in the ID photo, you muttered, pretty face, pretty name, Yunxi, I'll remember that. Tucking the ID into your pocket, you strode toward the tuft-haired trio. Disarmed of the only equipment in Yunxi's hand, the tuft-haired man's lecherous paw reached for her fair wrist. At that moment, a hidden weapon the size of a brick struck the tuft-haired man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Wincing in pain, he glared furiously at the object that had ruined his fun. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a domestic knockoff phone lying on the ground. Such a beautiful woman, I quite fancy her too. How about we discuss this? You shoved your hands into your pockets, a wicked smirk playing at the corner of your lips. Kid, it's you again. Recognizing the newcomer, the tuft-haired man flew into a rage. With a furious shout, he threw the first punch straight at you. You didn't dodge or flinch, your lips curling into a faint, mocking smile as you watched his fist hurtle toward your face. Just as his knuckles were about to make intimate contact with your nose, your hand shot out like a vice, clamping down on his wrist. The moment the tuft-haired man realized something was wrong, you drove your foot into his knee. His stance crumbled instantly, sending him tumbling toward the ground. You then jerked your knee upward, slamming it mercilessly into his chin. Dazed and disoriented, the tuft-haired man was sent flying backward, skidding across the ground in a long, ragged trail. The two lackeys trailing behind the tuft-haired man were stunned to see their boss effortlessly knocked aside. Blinded by lust and devoid of reason, they each grabbed a brick from the ground and charged at Luohao with wild, incoherent shouts. Looking at the two people rushing toward him, Luohao still didn't even dodge, and after lifting up his foot and kicking one of them down on the pile of construction garbage next to him, he reached out and grabbed the clothes of the second gangster and pulled them in front of him, and his knee was violently lifted up and crashed into his abdomen, and when the other person bowed down to avoid it, he bent his right hand and spread his 5 fingers wide open, and then leaned back his palm, and bent the elbow and went toward the other person's jaw from the bottom to the top. Bear paw? Yunshi's eyes flinched when she saw Luohao's means of attack. Bear paw was a fighting-killing move unique to the special forces, the dragon hidden force to be exact, simple and vicious. If the force of the attack was strong enough, the shockwave formed by the attack could directly kill the opponent by damaging the cervical vertebrae or the base of the skull. According to the regulations, it was absolutely forbidden to make killing moves on civilians, and even though he had already been expelled from the dragon hidden unit, Luohao still clearly remembered the master's admonition to him when he left the base: if one day you use what you have learned on civilians, I will clean up the door with my own hands. Whoever students stand against society will be personally cleaned up by himself. This is the rule of the special forces, and the rule of the dragon hidden forces. So Luohao didn't strike with a deadly hand, and even though he controlled the power in his hand, he still hit the other party with a single blow, making him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Motherer, I'll kill you. A handful of hairs wiped off the nosebleed and felt out a spring knife in his hand. But before he could do anything, he was again kicked down by Luohao rushing forward, his Nike sneaker-clad paw stepping on his chest. Between the swaying of his wrist, a silver butterfly knife danced like a silver butterfly in Luohao's hand. The cold blade of the knife was set on the aorta of a handful of hair string, and he coldly spat out a word: "Get lost." A handful of hairs was still ready to mouth a few words, but when he felt the strength of Luohao's wrist gradually increasing, and the blade of the butterfly knife had already sliced into his own skin, he wisely swallowed back his threatening words. The two henchmen helped each other to walk to a handful of hairs, pulling their boss out from under Luohao's feet. After a handful of hair stood still, behind him, he touched the small cut on his neck that was cut out by Luohao, stared at Luohao resentfully, and greeted his two men: "Let's go." Watching a handful of hairs as the three of them left the path, Luohao bent down to pick up the things that fell out of Yunshi's handbag again and put them back into the handbag before returning the handbag to her. "Your things. Thank you so much for today." Yunshi took the handbag in her hands and didn't bother to see if there was anything missing inside, but this also happened to help hide the fact that Luohao was hiding her student ID. "If you really want to thank me, be practical and compensate me for a cell phone." Luohao picked up his own big brick. Simple operation, can still be used, just a few cracks in the screen hindered the beauty. "Then give me your contact information." Yunshi opened her handbag fussily, ready to take out her cell phone to record it. However, this came to the Luohao startled. If she found out that the little master private stashed her student ID card, that would be embarrassing. Even waved his hand and said, No, I'm still in the warranty period of this cell phone." Turned back to the boss to get it down on the right. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. "Hey, what's your name then?" Yunshi behind him shouted at him. "Little master's name is Red Scarf." Luohao waved his hand at Yunshi behind him without looking back. "Red Scarf? Really thanks to you to think of it. The dragon hidden's mad dragon is not ironclad either, but this young lady's student ID card is not something that anyone can take." Yunshi looked at Luohao's far away back. The corner of her mouth drew a nice arc. Chapter 3, A Visit from the Capital. Saying goodbye to Yunshi, Luohao was alone with his hands in his pockets, wandering towards his rented place. He was not afraid that a handful of hairs would still find someone to take revenge on him. What he was afraid of was that he wouldn't come. Putting aside the father he never met, Luohao only had two relatives. One was his grandfather, Luo Lin, who adopted him and gave him his name. The other one is his master, who brought him up from a young age, followed him into the army at the age of 13, and joined the Dragon Hidden at the age of 15, completing all the basic subjects of the Dragon Hidden unit with excellent grades, and then being expelled from the Dragon Hidden Hellfire training program after being exposed as the son of a traitor. After leaving the Dragon Hidden Force, Luohao came to Donghai City, living here for 3 years but always feeling that he didn't belong to this city, because every month money would be credited into his bank account for him to live, so he didn't have to run around for a living. And he also mingled in the city's places of sound and color with the attitude of having a drink today and getting drunk today. He couldn't and wouldn't go back to the Dragon Hidden Force, because Luo Hao didn't want his former brothers to look at him with colored glasses. Where are we going to play again tomorrow? Is it the Golden Years, or Heaven on Earth? Luo Hao stretched his waist and casually pulled out Yinxi's student ID card in his pants pocket, reading the brief information about its owner on it again, and when he saw the words Department of Computer Science, East China Sea University on it, he immediately had an idea. Although he has never been to school, Luo Hao is fluent in 4 languages, knows the best ratios for making explosives, knows how to survive in the wilderness with a lack of food and fresh water, and masters hacking and invasion techniques that are higher than the average person's, so he is not worried about inferiority complexes in his studies after he enters the East China Sea University, and what he is thinking about is how he can enter the East China Sea University in a proper manner, and he may not be able to resist the need to ask his masters to help him with his maneuvers. The colder the woman is, the easier it is to stir up a man's desire to conquer. Yunxi, you should be very happy that you have succeeded in arousing the interest of the little master. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth curved upward slightly, and he stuffed the student ID card back into his pants pocket to continue walking towards his rented place. Yunxi didn't know that her curiosity when she saw Luo Hao's information had attracted the attention of wolves to herself. The place where Luo Hao rented was a private 2-story small yard. The owner of the house followed his son and daughter out of the country, because it was in the middle of nowhere, and it was far away from the bus and subway station to rent out the price, so the owner of that house rented it to Luo Hao at the price of $1,500 a month, and Luo Hao was very quick to pay the rent in the form of annual payment. Although the small courtyard was remote, it was better than clean and cheap. Luo Hao would go to the chemical store to buy some chemical materials to make small IEDs with little power to relieve his boredom when his hands were itching, and living in this place did bring him a lot of convenience. Luo Hao had just taken out the key and put it in front of the keyhole of the iron gate of the small courtyard when he noticed something strange about the door handle. Every time he went out, he would tie a thin black thread to the door handle, and as long as someone opened the door without authorization, the thread would be ripped off. This was one of the basic subjects of the Dragon Hidden Troops, in order to prevent others from placing bombs inside their suitcases. Now this black thin thread had only half of it wrapped around the door handle. Someone had entered this yard. After making a quick judgment, Luo Hao took the butterfly knife in his hand and gently opened the iron door with the key. He wouldn't think that this trespasser was visiting his family, not to mention that he didn't have any acquaintances in Donghai City at all. After confirming that there was no abnormality in the yard, Luo Hao bit the butterfly knife in his mouth, bowed his waist and sprinted quickly, stepped on the edge of the pool with one foot. The whole person used the momentum to leap, grasped the edge of the second-floor balcony with both hands, exerted force on his waist and belly, and flipped over to cross the railing. Taking the knife in his hand, he eased his footsteps towards the room on the second floor. Luo Hao just stood in the doorway. The door of the room was suddenly opened from inside. A young man walked out from the room. Luo Hao quickly leaped out from the edge of the wall corner. The butterfly knife in his hand was lightning fast on his neck. "What are you doing? Want to murder?" Before Luo Hao even opened his mouth, the other party yelled at him with a hint of annoyance. Shock? After recognizing the other party's appearance, Luo Hao obviously flashed a trace of displeasure, put away the knife in his hand, and asked, "What are you doing in Donghai City if you don't stay well in the capital?" "What for?" "To see you, of course." Xiaoko didn't have a good mood and said, "I came all the way from the capital to here. As a result you were still not here. I waited for most of the day and managed to wait for you to come back, but as a result, you welcome me so much." Saying that, he also reached out and touched his neck, confirming that there was no wound left on it by Luo Hao's knife. Xiaoko was around 180 centimeters tall, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his clean face, looking gentle and elegant. He was Luo Lin's secretary, a graduate student of National Defense University, a serious talent. Although the relationship between Luo Hao and Luo Lin was extraordinary, but Xiaoko, a talent with high eyes, was very unfavorable to him, and the two people were not so friendly every time they met. "Did Grandpa send you here?" Luo Hao walked into the room and sat his butt into the recliner, casually taking a polishing stone on the table next to him and polishing the blade of the butterfly knife back and forth. If not for the chief personally asking, a ghost would be willing to come to a place like this. Xiaoko muttered in dissatisfaction as he surveyed the surroundings. Luo Hao didn't care about Xiaoko's dissatisfaction. He didn't have the intention to keep him here for the night. "What did Grandpa ask you to come for?" "If it's for you to convince me to go back to see him, you can go. Turn right out the door and go 3 intersections ahead to take a taxi. It's time to go to the airport and you should still be able to catch the last flight back to the capital." Although Xiaoko hadn't even opened his mouth yet, Luo Hao already knew his intention and directly gave him an expulsion order. In the past 3 years, this was the 3rd time Xiaoko had come to East Sea City to look for him, each time with the same purpose, for which Luo Hao had moved 3 times, not realizing that he had still been found even after moving here. "You can see it or not if you like, but I've brought the word anyway." Originally let him come to find Luo Hao, Xiaoko has been very unhappy. Now Luo Hao's words are even more so that his heart is on fire. Throw down a sentence and turn around. His mouth also can't help muttering, "With that stinky master of yours is simply a demeanor, tugging with the 250-80,000 like, their own identity is not clean, who can blame?" "Do you have the ing balls to say what you just said again?" Before Xiaoke's feet could step out of the room, Luohao's man had already catapulted out of the chair and blocked the other's way, the silver glittering butterfly knife pointing at Xiaoke's throat once again. Xiaoko, you less ing cat crying rats fake mercy, you do not think I do not know, when the grandfather in my that determination report signed you cannot be on the side of the less blowing wind, I do not to you hands is not I do not dare to, just to see in the face of the grandfather is old man just, understand? Luohao narrowed his eyes and said to Xiaoko in a cold voice, also, it's okay for you to gab with me, but if you dare to say one more word against master, believe it or not, I'll take your life with a knife right now? Chapter 4. Xiaoke's height was comparable to Luohao's, but the compelling aura radiating from Luohao's body still made him unconsciously feel that he was a step shorter than him. Luohao's hand gently passed forward, and the sharp tip of the butterfly knife pierced Xiaoke's skin, and crimson blood gushed outward along the tiny slit, soon staining his collar red. This time Xiaoko was afraid, he was really afraid. From the time he became Luo Lin's secretary, he traveled all over the world and saw many high-ranking officials and celebrities with status and position. Even if he faced those people, Xiaoko could cope with them calmly, without the slightest bit of timidity. But in the face of Luohao, this master of communication was a bit of a two-stranded war, and for the guy in front of him who didn't play by the book, he couldn't pinpoint his thoughts at all. Because when Luohao was in the Hidden Dragon Force, besides the operational codename Crazy Dragon, he also had a nickname, Crazy. Did you hear what I said just now clearly? Luohao stared coldly at Xiaoko, forcing him to ask. Hear clearly. Xiaoke's voice couldn't help but tremble a little. He knew that if he didn't give in now, Luohao was really likely to take his life with a knife. He still had a great future ahead of him and he couldn't afford to sulk with this madman. He might be warned and sentenced if he killed himself, but he would never pay for his life, because he had a protective master behind him. To put it bluntly, his crazy master's influence in the army is even higher than Luo Lin's, not for any other reason, just because his master is the Dragon Stinger. Luohao put back the butterfly knife in his hand, coldly glared at Xiaoko, and said, "Get lost." Xiaoko's back was already in a cold sweat at this moment, not willing to continue staying here for half a second more. Hearing Luohao's words, he pulled his legs out and walked towards the outside of the room, but before he could take 2 steps, his cell phone rang. Taking out his cell phone and looking at the caller ID on it, he connected the call, and Xiaoko hadn't spoken a few sentences before he took the phone and folded it back again, reluctantly handing the phone in his hand to Luohao, saying, "The chief's call." "Grandpa?" Luohao was instantly shocked at his words. When he was dismissed from the Dragon Hidden Force, it was Luo Lin's handwriting that signed on his determination report, although there was some resentment towards the old man at the beginning, but it faded after a long time. After all, the situation at that time was a bit complicated, and Luo Lin's kind of windy situation was very sensitive. Even if he wanted to show favoritism, there was no way to do so, even though he was in the position of a head of the army, but the army was a country's, not his Luo's family's. Taking the cell phone, Luohao calmed his inner fluctuations and picked up the call. "Grandpa." You brat still knows you have me as a grandfather." The old man on the other end of the phone snorted in dissatisfaction. "Howard, are you still blaming Grandpa for what happened when he signed your determination report? You should know that back then, Grandpa was also. Grandson knows that many people were staring at Grandpa at that time, you couldn't help it." Luohao's voice was a bit hoarse, although there was no direct blood relationship between him and Luo Lin, but Luo Lin had raised him after all, and he was now surnamed Luo, called Luohao. "It's good if you don't blame, it's good if you don't blame." The old man who had lived a long life in the military was very relieved to hear Luohao's understanding and said, "Since you don't blame Grandpa, why don't you want to meet with him? I have a grandson who will return to the capital after a while. Don't bother, just get the hell out of that doghouse of yours now, I'll be downstairs." Luohao held his cell phone for a while. "Grandpa, he came to Donghai City?" Rushing out of the room and looking downstairs, he really saw a black Audi S6 with a red-colored military license plate outside the iron gate. "Grandpa has also arrived in East Sea City?" Luohao looked back at Xiaoko and asked. Obviously he was a bit dissatisfied with Xiaoko hiding the news of Luo Lin's arrival from him. Xiaoko just nodded and didn't answer. He was afraid if this crazy person would still draw some kind of madness and put a knife on his neck. Ridiculous. Luohao glared at him with a disgruntled look, and then quickly ran downstairs. Inside the Audi, Luohao and Luo Lin were sitting in the back row, Xiaoko was sitting on the co-pilot, and several people were silent. The whole car was a bit dull. In the end, it was Luohao who broke the silence. "Grandpa, why did you personally run to Donghai City? You brat refused to condescend to come to the capital, so old man I can only come to East Sea City myself." The old man looked kindly at this grandson who was not related to him by blood and couldn't help but snicker. "Grandpa, Luo Lin waved his hand, stopping Luohao's later words. "I just happened to have some business to talk with Chief Rong of the Donghai City Police District this time, so I came over to see you on the way." "Howard, are you still refusing to go back to the capital with Grandpa?" Luohao nodded slowly. The old man sighed softly. "Howard, you should know the importance the country attaches to the Dragon Hidden Force. The country has spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to train you all for the sake of one day you will be able to respond to the country's call at critical moments, instead of huddling in a corner of the city and waiting for death for the rest of your life. Go back, this is your master's idea, and also my old man's wish." Luo Lin said as he patted Luo Hao's shoulder in a serious tone. Go back? I'm still waiting to die, aren't I? Will Dragon Hidden still accept me? Instead of going back to be ridiculed by those prince and princess parties, I'd rather stay in this East Sea city where no one knows me. A trace of hopelessness flashed through Luo Hao's eyes. How do you know that going back to the Dragon Hidden unit won't take you back? The old man's sudden words caused Luo Hao to widen his eyes and look at Luo Lin beside him with incomparable surprise. That incident back then, not only me, even your master was incredibly surprised. Your father's file was classified as absolutely confidential, was never likely to leak to the outside world. The only explanation is that someone deliberately did it, and that person must have known your father's business like the back of his hand. As a result, your master along with the other instructors and I secretly conducted a line of investigation until half a year ago, when we finally found the culprit of the matter. Who is it? Luo Hao asked in a cold voice as his eyes flashed. Jiang Wei. Him? Why would he deliberately set me up? Luo Lin's answer made Luo Hao a bit surprised. Jiang Wei's age was 3 years older than his, but the two of them joined the Dragon Hidden Army in the same batch, and there were only 2 people in the Dragon Hidden Army who had the qualification to compete with him for the Medal of Dragon Spur. One of them was Qi Fan, and the other one was Jiang Wei. Because he's Jiang Qiu's son. The old man sighed and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the grudge entanglements of the previous generation would have to be carried over to your generation. It's really fate. Jiang Qiu, your master, and your father were all special operations elites of the Dragon Hidden Unit back then. Chapter 5 Fourth Privilege. This was the first time Luo Hao heard his grandfather talk about his father. What he didn't expect was that his father had actually served in the Dragon Hidden Army, and was also a comrade in arms with his own master, only that Jiang Qiu was what? Jiang Qiu, your master, and your father's batch of Dragon Hidden Force members were known as the Golden Generation of the Dragon Hidden Force, and the 3 of them were the best of the Golden Generation, just like you, Qi Fan, and Jiang Wei. At that time, everyone thought that they would be the country's most elite special operations elite, but during an operation outside the country, Jiang Qiu accidentally defected. Later, after layers of investigation, we found that the owner of Hydra was Jiang Qiu, who had accidentally disappeared during the operation a year ago. In order to be able to destroy Hydra from the source, we planned another defection operation, and this time the target of the defection was your father, who used the identity of an insider to penetrate Jiang Qiu's armed group to provide us with operational intelligence, but not long after, your father's identity was exposed and he was silenced. Then my father was actually an undercover agent of the military, and he didn't really betray the country? Luo Hao asked, full of hope, his voice trembling a bit. Once as a member of the country's most elite special forces, to say that he had no qualms about the stigma of being the son of a traitor on his body was obviously impossible. Hearing Luo Hao's inquiry, Luo Lin's eyes quickly flashed with a hint of hesitation before nodding heavily, but because of the dim light in the carriage, Luo Hao didn't notice the strangeness in his grandfather's eyes. Phew! Receiving Luo Lin's affirmative answer, Luo Hao heaved a sigh of relief. The boulder that had been weighing on his heart for 3 years was finally put down. Since Jiang Qiu has so much power, why did he risk so much to send his son into the Dragon Hidden Force? Luo Hao asked with some puzzlement. For the Dragon Spike? Just for a medal? Even if that medal is made of pure gold, Jiang Wei doesn't need to risk his life to return to the country. With his old man's wealth, he can totally open a silver building for him to mass produce. Because the Order of the Dragon Spur is not only a symbol of strength, it also involves a major secret, the legendary Fourth Privilege. Fourth Privilege? Luo Hao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Jiang Wei is for the Fourth Privilege of the Order of the Dragon Spike? Luo Lin nodded. Imagine if Jiang Wei were to get the Fourth Privilege, the consequences it would produce would be unimaginable for everyone. But luckily he was discovered by you guys before he got it, and Jiang Wei's plan went bankrupt. Luo Hao said with a shrug. That's what I came to see you about this time. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao's face changed, and he didn't answer, quietly waiting for the old general's answer later. Part of the entire Dragon Hidden B team defected with Jiang Wei during the 4th phase of the Hellfire Assassination course because his identity was revealed. Part of Team B defected together? Luo Hao slammed the leather seat under his butt hard. In addition to the instructor group composed of instructors, the other members of the Dragon Hidden Unit's action team are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. Groups A and B are the tactical action groups, each with 6 members, and are in a state of combat readiness 24 hours a day, while Group C is the special duty group, the exact number of which is unknown, and the members are distributed all over the world, with the main task of collecting intelligence and cooperating with the tactical group's actions. Jiang Wei took away the entire Dragon Hidden B group means he took away an entire special warfare elite squad, although the players inside have not completed all the courses, but their combat power has not to be underestimated. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of such a team has been not weaker than the Navy SEALs tactical team is enough to be able to handle all kinds of special warfare missions in the world. In addition to this, a bitter smile crossed Luo Lin's face. Jiang Wei also took away the person who was originally the target of his assassination course, Takanaka Yatsuo. Takanaka Yatsuo is a biovirus expert. His father was a zookeeper in the army, and at the time he was taken away by Jiang Qiu, he was conducting research on the smallpox virus type 2 based on the notes left behind by his father. Did that bastard Jiang Wei want to use biochemical weapons? His purpose for capturing Takanaka Yatsuo is unclear for now, but we can't rule out the possibility that he'll use a biochemical weapon. Luo Lin looked at Luo Hao's angry face and said, Jiang Wei took away all the members of Group B. The strength of the Dragon Hidden Force has been seriously weakened, and Shifan's Group A is already tired of dealing with it, so… You want me to go back and rebuild Dragon Hidden Team B? Lorraine nodded. I refuse. You should know that even if there is no more Group B, there is still the Instructor Group, and their strength is completely comparable to the 3 Group Bs. Luo Hao rejected Luo Lin's request without hesitation. But the Instructor Group is the last card of the Dragon Hidden Unit, and they won't easily go out until the most critical time. Luo Lin said helplessly. I'm sorry Grandpa, I'm not ready to go back yet. One day when I figure it out, I'll definitely report back to the Dragon Hidden Unit. Seeing the disappointment flashing across the old man's face, Luo Hao still gave him a promise. I hope that day won't come too late. The current Dragon Hidden Force needs your return very much. The old man patted Luo Hao's shoulder and took out a small black suitcase from his side and handed it to him. This is what your master asked me to give you before I came. Master? Luo Hao frowned slightly at the words and opened the clasps on both sides of the suitcase. The suitcase was filled with a black, foam-like, fireproof material, and in the center of the filling a groove had been cut out, in which a saber, a true fighting saber, was supplied. Is this dragon's teeth? Luo Hao recognized the origin of the saber at a glance and exclaimed in shock. Chapter 6 Enrollment. The Dragon Tooth Fighting Saber is a special fighting saber for members of the Dragon Hidden Army. Each Dragon Tooth Saber uses high-quality steel containing 15% chromium and is handcrafted by a famous knife-casting master, so it is sharper, more wear-resistant, and harder than ordinary fighting sabers. The back of the saber is shark-serrated, and the handle is hollow, with a pistol magazine-sized storage box mounted inside, which can store emergency life-saving medication, as well as poisons that can kill within seconds, poisons that can be chosen to be used to kill people, or used to commit suicide when caught in a desperate situation, as even the world's most elite special forces soldiers struggle to fight off the enemy's torture when confronted with it. Luo Hao carefully took the saber out of the box and pulled a knife flower in his hand, his thumb belly gently scraped from the sharp blade of the saber, feeling the cold touch of the blade. Luo Hao will use the knife and love the knife, so his eyes when looking at the Dragon Tooth Saber were like looking at a naked body of a world-class beauty. When he flipped the saber over, he couldn't help but freeze when he saw the words Wild Dragon engraved on the other side of the blade. Having the owner's operational code engraved on the saber was a qualification that only members of the Dragon Hidden Tactical Operations Group could enjoy. Grandpa, this. Luo Hao looked at Luo Lin beside himself with some hesitation. This saber was personally polished by your master on the lathe when I left the capital. The mad dragon on it was also engraved by his hand. He asked me to tell you that in his heart you have always been the best team member of the Dragon Hidden Unit, and that he hopes to see you return to the Dragon Hidden Unit with this saber someday. Hearing Luo Lin's words, Luo Hao couldn't help but feel his nose a bit sour. Grandpa, say sorry to master for me. I'm really not ready to go back right now, but I think I'll go back someday, and I'll walk into the door of the Dragon Hidden Army with the pride belonging to Wild Dragon. Grandpa, when are you going to return to the capital? Luo Hao asked after taking the saber back into the suitcase. Things over here have been taken care of, and if there's nothing else, I'm going to return to the capital tomorrow. Luo Lin rubbed his temples, a hard-to-conceal fatigue on his face. Grandpa, before you go back, grandchild wants to ask you for one more thing. I want to go to East Sea University to study. What made you think of going to college all of a sudden? Is there a girl you like? The old man gave him a curious look, then asked in a very gossipy manner. No. Luo Hao's face slightly reddened, and he was busy shaking his head. When I was in the Dragon Hidden Army I kept listening to that guy Morong Fei bragging about his life in the university, and now that I have the time I want to go and feel it too. Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Your grandfather still has this thin face. So what do you want to major in? If I'm going to study, I'm going to study the best. I'm going to go to the computer science department of Tunghai University. Bastard, you have a big mouth. That's the ace major of Donghai University. Are you sure it's okay? Don't forget, your grandson is the mad dragon. How can he not be a bit mad? As for your other worries are completely unnecessary. When I was in the Dragon Hidden Army, in addition to receiving information courses I also made a special trip to find Ziwu to ask for advice on a few moves. Do you think those professors and experts can be stronger than Ziwu? Ziwu, real name Wan Zhao, the Dragon Hidden Army Network Confrontation Course instructor. Before joining the Dragon Hidden Army, he has a loud name in the network industry called Ghost, the world's top hacker. After bidding farewell to Luo Lin and watching his Audi go away, Luo Hao returned to his room with the suitcase containing the Dragon Tooth Saber. Looking at the word Wild Dragon on the saber, Luo Hao hesitated a bit. Did he really want to go back to the Dragon Hidden Army? By Luo Lin's Deputy Chief of General Staff, the efficiency of Luo Hao's East China Sea University acceptance notice processing was fast and unparalleled, and after only 3 days, the notice was delivered to Luo Hao's hands through SF Express. Looking at the words Department of Computer Science on the top of the notification, and taking out Yunxi's student ID card, Luo Hao's mouth crossed a hint of the hunter's smile when he saw the prey. Yunxi, the little master is here. With Yunxi's student ID card, he mingled for another week or so, and finally waited for the day when the freshmen of Donghai University would enroll. The entrance to the school was crowded, and most of the new students, accompanied by their parents and carrying large bags of luggage, were looking for the reception desk of their corresponding majors according to the names of the majors on their admission letters. Early morning came, I picked up my bag of dynamite. The birds said early, why are you carrying a bag of dynamite? I went to blow up the school. The principal didn't know. As soon as I pulled the string I ran, and boom, the school was gone. Luo Hao's singing voice, which definitely could not be called harmonious, instantly attracted the attention of those around him. With a tight black t-shirt on his upper body, a pair of desert-colored tactical pants underneath, and the Longyin Troops military plate engraved with his operation code still wrapped around his right wrist. Handsome face plus clean short hair coupled with a pair of black super sunglasses, so that his whole person, in addition to very eye-catching, but also exudes a kind of only military personnel have a killing temperament. In order to be convenient, Luo Hao also changed his usual Nike sneakers into a pair of black Blackhawk combat boots. After the new students reported to the college students' military training, he didn't want to wear the kind of stuffy to the point of needing to put a small quilt in his shoes to barely use the leather shoes that were uniformly issued by the school. He didn't have much stuff. The saber patrol bag on his back was enough to do the job. With his hands in his pockets, he just walked to the entrance of the school, and a boy wearing the uniform of Donghai University, dressed like a creamy boy from the country of the sticks, came to him. That boy for today's new student report can also dress up a little, intends to give the future of the schoolgirls to leave a deep impression. Originally his kind of dress should be very popular at the moment in front of the Luo Hao but seemed to be eclipsed. This student, what is your major? The greasy-headed creamy man opened his mouth and asked. See for yourself. Luo Hao fished out the crumpled acceptance letter from his pants pocket and handed it to him, but his eyes were looking around for Yunxi's figure. An outstanding girl like her was the living signboard of Donghai University. There was no reason why she wouldn't show up at the freshman check-in. So you're in the computer science department. When the cream man saw Luo Hao's major on the notification letter, he was shocked. Ace major plus such appearance, this guy in front of him completely abused himself. But soon, the cream man showed the posture of a senior again and said to Luo Hao, the reporting place of the computer department is over here, please follow me. By the way, is there a Yunxi in the computer department? Where is she? Luo Hao asked the creamy man leading the way in front while walking. Hearing Luo Hao's words, the cream man was stunned again, but Yunxi's reputation in the computer department and even the whole East China Sea University was not ordinary, so there was nothing strange for this freshman to know about it. And then he said, President Yun has something to do today, and she'll come over later. Here, speak of the devil, she's here. Following the direction of the cream man's finger, Luo Hao then saw a cold figure walking from the school entrance. She was still as cold as ever, refusing people. Flavorful enough, surely a woman worthy of my challenge. Luo Hao said as he cupped his chin. Hey, keep your voice down, if that guy Wu Yun hears you, you'll be finished. The cream man was startled when he heard Luo Hao's words and hurriedly reminded from the side. Wu Yun? Who the hell is he? Luo Hao raised his eyebrows and said in an unusually domineering manner. Your sister, that's a bold statement, I like it. As soon as Luo Hao's words fell, another voice with some ruffled tone came to mind beside him. Chapter 7 Su Sudong. When you made an alternative statement, and there also happened to be someone next to you to echo it, that person would easily catch your attention, so the owner of that voice just now also naturally caught Luo Hao's attention. Luo Hao turned his head to look at this man who was around 175 centimeters tall, wearing a white Nike short sleeve and blue jeans, with a pair of Converse canvas shoes on his feet, his hair with simple chestnut-colored picked dye, and a hint of gangsterism on his face. Appearing at the computer science department's check-in area and carrying a black computer bag that obviously contained a laptop, it goes without saying that he must be a freshman in the computer science department as well. Dude, that was a domineering remark just now, I like it. The guy walked to Luo Hao in front of himself, extended his hand to him, and said, Su Sudong, freshman of the computer department. Luo Hao, also from the computer department. Stretching his hand, not to mention that Luo Hao's first feeling towards him was not bad, he stretched out his hand and shook his hand. Just at this time, Yunxi, who was dressed in the uniform of East China Sea University, walked over towards the computer department's check-in location, and when she approached, Luo Hao took off the black super sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and grinned at Yunxi, we meet again. Why are you here? Obviously, Yunxi was very surprised by Luo Hao's appearance. Come to school. Luo Hao shrugged indifferently. You come here for school? Yunshi stared with eyes wide open. Her expression was like seeing a ghost. She really couldn't understand why the trainee who was known as the most potential of the Dragon Hidden Army would suddenly go crazy and run into the university campus. She wanted to ask Luo Hao if he had taken the college entrance exams, but thinking of the relationship behind him, she wisely swallowed her words back. A master with the medal of the Dragon Spur, ahead of the grandpa, such a character would have to be put into the East Sea University. East China Sea University is not as simple as eating and drinking water? Figuring out the key of it, Yunshi also stopped talking and walked straight towards the table of the report office, but when she was halfway there, she stopped again and said to Luo Hao behind her, "Wait for me at the pavilion next to the landscape lake after dinner." "Is this a date?" Luo Hao deliberately raised his voice and asked. Yunshi paused and finally nodded. Seeing Yunshi nodding her head and admitting it, Luo Hao had some small satisfaction in his heart, while the students next to him were astonished. Yunshi, the snow lotus on the iceberg with countless suitors, when did she ever agree to date someone else? Some people are up in arms for Luo Hao's good luck, and some people are sad for his recklessness. What is happening now is believed to be known by Wu Yun in no time. Wu Yun declared to the public a long time ago that Yunshi is his woman, regarded as his forbidden domain. Many male students who tried to pursue Yunshi were either warned or beaten by Wu Yun. So this freshman who just entered the school gate and still didn't know the situation clearly was subjected to the lessons of Wu Yun is inevitable. This on the sidelines unthinkable things. In fact, Yunshi Hart has other plans. Since entering the East China Sea University to her beauty and temperament naturally attracted a large number of suitors, some in the face of her icy temperament initiative to choose to give up, some of them are repeatedly defeat, which is the most typical of the Wu Yun. From the first time he saw Yun, she began to start the pursuit of offensive. 2 years of time Yunshi has been his endless gimmicks means harassment annoying, want to find a shield, but no one dares to call the board with Wu Yun, since Luo Hao sent himself to the door and there is no reason not to make good use of some. After hiding this young lady's student ID card for more than a month, it's time for you to pay some interest. Thinking of this, the corner of Yunshi's mouth curved up into a nice-looking arc, but this thrilling beauty was quietly hidden from her before anyone could appreciate it. While Luo Hao was still admiring Yunshi's back, Su Sudong, who was standing beside him, bumped him with his arm and said in an exaggerated tone, "Buddy, you're in trouble this time, you're in trouble. Maybe when you've just entered the dormitory and haven't even warmed up your ass, Wu Yun's war letter will be delivered to your door." Who the hell is Wu Yun? How come all those people seem to be afraid of him? Luo Hao asked with some curiosity and disbelief as he looked at the students around himself. "One look tells me that you haven't done your homework." Su Sudong shook his head and said, "You've heard of Wu's Pharmaceutical in Donghai City, right? Wu Yun is the only son of Wu Changqi, the chairman of Wu's Pharmaceuticals, and can be said to have his hands full in Donghai City. I thought it was so remarkable, so it's just the son of a drugstore owner." Hearing Su Sudong's words, Luo Hao acted calmly, and there was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. Although that disdainful look was just a flash, it still didn't escape Su Sudong's eyes. "Don't underestimate this Wu's Pharmaceutical. I heard that their family has some relationship with the military." Seeing that Luo Hao was unmoved, the creamy man who received him before threw out another heavy bomb at the right time. "So what?" Luo Hao glanced at him and walked directly to the table at the reception to start the enrollment procedures. This time, Yunshi personally gave Luo Hao the formalities. After confirming the authenticity of the admission notice in Luo Hao's hand and his identity information, Yunshi explained some notes to him. Because of the special nature of the computer science department in East China Sea University, the dormitory of the students is a 2-person suite, and you can freely choose the person to share the room with, and the accommodation supplies can be carried by yourself or purchased at the logistics office. Is there anything else unclear? Yunshi handed a key to Luo Hao. Luo Hao took the key, thought about it and asked, "Can I apply to live alone?" "Yes, but you need to fill out a separate application form and double the fee." Yunshi handed him another application form. Su Sudong looked at Luo Hao's face that remained unperturbed after he threw a heavy bomb, and had some new thoughts in his mind. Not even afraid of being connected to the military, could it be that he also had a relationship with the military, and his relationship was obviously deeper than Wu Changqi's? With a thought in his mind, he walked up and hooked Luo Hao's shoulder, took the application form that Luo Hao was about to fill out and kneaded it into a ball, and said to Yunshi with a smile, "Don't bother, senior sister, I'll live with him." Then he said to Luo Hao, "You're not a pussy, what are you doing living alone?" Luo Hao put down the pen in his hand, looked at Su Sudong and said, "I'm already feuding with that Wu Yun that I haven't even met yet. Aren't you afraid of suffering from a pool of fish if you live with me?" "Damn it, it's just a Wu Yun, what's there to be afraid of? If you really want to fight, buddies can give you a hand too, no?" Luo Hao couldn't help but nod his head as he listened to Su Sudong's words that at least so far seemed to him to be quite sincere. No matter if he had spoken to help at the beginning, or if he was now clearly standing on his own line, in Luo Hao's opinion, this guy was a friend worth making friends with. Just like when he was in the Dragon Hidden Force and befriended with Chi Fan and Murong Fei and the rest of them, Luo Hao never doubted his own vision. Chapter 8, Trouble at the Door Above. The moment they opened the dormitory door, Luo Hao and Su Sudong's eyes widened violently, and their open mouths could be stuffed into a duck egg. Showed in front of the two of them is an area of about 50 square meters in accordance with the hotel room layout of the dormitory. Into the door on the left-hand side is an independent bathroom. Inside the bed is not the traditional university dormitory bunk beds but the hotel-style single bed. In addition to this, there is a coffee table inside the room. The top of the juices can be used to squeeze the juice of the juicer. Directly opposite the bed on the snow-white wall and even hung an LCD TV. There was even an LCD TV hanging on the snow-white wall facing the bed. A floor-to-ceiling window separates the room from the balcony, which pulls back and allows you to stand on the balcony and see the school's landscape lake. Su Sudong pushed Luo Hao beside him and asked somewhat incredulously, Luo Hao, are you sure we didn't come to the wrong place? This is a school dormitory, not a hotel? Seeing such a dormitory that completely subverted his imagination, even Luo Hao was a bit unbelievable. A university dormitory could still be luxurious like this. He took 2 steps back and recompared the door number hanging on the key before he nodded to Su Sudong with certainty. That's right, this is our dormitory. Yeehaw, we're rich this time. Su Sudong rushed into the room with a strange cry, threw the backpack on his body on the bed with white sheets. The whole person leaped, rolled a few times on the bed to ravage the bed, suddenly thought of an important thing, fiercely rolled over and sat up and pulled open his computer bag, took out the alien laptop inside and put it on the writing desk to connect to the internet connection, checking the room's network situation. Holy! No network? Luo Hao, who had just finished draining the water, walked out of the bathroom with his pants, looked at Su Sudong who was staring at the computer as if he had seen a ghost, and said, no network is normal. Wait, go out and ask where to sell network cards, buy a network card and you can use it. Although Luo Hao had never been to college, when he was in the Dragon Hidden Army, he always listened to Morong Fei bragging about how he played small tricks when he was studying, stealing the network of the next dormitory to play games, so he knew a little bit about the university's use of the internet. It's not the network card that's the problem, it's the network speed. What's being pulled here is actually 100 megabytes of fiber optic. Su Sudong said as he pointed to the network speedometer on the computer screen. 100 megabit fiber optics? Even Luo Hao was a bit moved this time. This is simply a heavenly level of enjoyment. 100 megabit fiber optic. Brother, this next time can control 20 broilers at the same time. Broiler? Hearing Su Sudong's words, Luo Hao's brows slightly frowned and said, are you a hacker? Red or blue? The so-called red and blue refers to the hacker community in accordance with the different areas for individuals to specialize in, artificially differentiated between the red and blue domains, the red domain main offense, blue domain main defense. The art of specialization, generally people are only good at the red domain and blue domain one of them, but there are also in the red and blue double domain have high attainments. This kind of people in the hacker world are legendary characters. The dragon hidden forces of the network against the instructor Ziwu is such a legend level hacker. Yo, connoisseur? Su Sudong raised his eyebrows and said, I master the red domain, how about you? Me? Both red and blue are involved, but neither is good at it. Luo Hao took his daily necessities and change of clothes out of his backpack, and after thinking about it and putting the butterfly knife into his pocket, he stuffed the saber patrol bag, which had shrunk in size by half, into the locker. Turning to Su Sudong, who was still excited by the internet speed, he asked, I'm going to the supermarket outside the school to buy something. Are you going? Buy me a drink and I'll go. Su Sudong said without looking back as his hands tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Let's go then. Okay. Su Sudong excitedly closed the computer, put in the cell phone and went out. Looking at Su Sudong, who was as excited as a child, Luo Hao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. From the contact between the two people in just a few hours, from the computer, cell phone, wallet, and so on he used, he knew that Su Sudong was the kind of person who wasn't poor in money, and it was the kind of person who wasn't very poor in money. And as for why he would be so happy, because he promised a bottle of drink which only cost a few dollars in price, maybe he really did treat himself as a friend. What an interesting guy, Luo Hao secretly muttered in his heart and quickly followed him. In another dormitory building of Donghai University, also a dormitory with the same arrangement as Luo Hao's in their rooms, Wu Yun was leaning on the bed, playing a game with the LCD TV on the wall, when the cell phone beside him rang, and he answered the call without looking at it. The person on the other end of the phone only said a few short sentences, and Wu Yun's face became completely gloomy, pressed pause on the gamepad, got up and walked to the balcony, and asked the person on the other end of the phone, did you find out where that guy came from? I think it's just a freshman who just checked in today. Freshman? Freshmen are not afraid of tigers. It seems that the newcomer still does not know the law of survival here. Find a few people to teach him the rules. As long as no one dies, I will carry the burden if something happens. Wu Yun said grimly. Got it, Jun Xiao. Wu Yun hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, then exhaled the light blue smoke slowly. Newcomer, when you come here you have to abide by the rules of this place. There are some people you are not allowed to touch, even hitting on them is not allowed. After shopping in the hypermarket for most of the day, feeding his stomach, when the sky turned dark, Luo Hao walked out from the supermarket with a bag of things. Originally thought that a few dollars of a bottle of Coke could put Su Sudong in his place, who knows that this goods actually refused on the grounds of unhealthy, and then chose a bottle of Evian mineral water in a big bottle, which cost Luo Hao 30 dayens, which made him slightly feel some meat pains. The two men, loaded with their belongings, had just walked into the woods and were still some distance from the dormitory building when they were stopped in their tracks by 5 men. "See, I told you that Kid Woo-yun isn't a good bird, trouble has come to the door." Su Sudong skimmed his lips and said, but there was no fear in his tone. He pointed to the leader, a boy with a height of around 170 centimeters and a medium build, and said, "This guy is called Su Genua, he's Woo-yun's head horse. Usually things like this kind of teaching people a lesson are all handled by him, and as long as there are no deaths, Woo-yun can take care of it for him." Luo Hao didn't know whether he had listened to Su Sudong's words or not, his eyes just kept glancing around, and he didn't even clip his eyelids on the 5 people in front of him. It was at this time that Su Genua on the opposite side started to lash out. He arrogantly pointed at Su Sudong and said, "Get out of the way, today's matter has nothing to do with you, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." Young Master Su, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to Su Genua's warning and said with a playful smile, "Abandoning my brother to flee with his tail between his legs is something I will not do and do not care to do, and if there's anything that happens, we'll bear it together as brothers." "Good, you can't blame your brothers if you seek your own death." Su Genua sneered, and was about to give orders to Luo Hao, but he realized that his eyes had been glancing around since a while ago, which made Su Genua feel disgraced. "Hey, that freshman, what are you looking at?" Luo Hao turned his head sideways and asked Su Sudong next to him, "There doesn't seem to be any surveillance here. This is the dead center of the school, otherwise Su Genua wouldn't have dared to make a move here." "That's just right." "What do you mean?" Hearing Luo Hao's words, Su Sudong was violently shocked. "Dark moon and windy night, time to kill and set fire." The corner of Luo Hao's mouth flicked upwards, revealing a hint of evil smile towards Su Genua, who was standing opposite him. Chapter 9: Trouble at the Door. Next. Luo Hao's plain words fell into Su Genua's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt. The next second Luo Hao disappeared on the spot. Almost in an instant he rushed to Su Genua's front, and hit him in the abdomen with a short straight punch without any tricks. Su Genua, who had been arrogant to the point of being unbeatable just a moment ago, had his body bowed into a shrimp due to the spasms in his abdomen, but the attack against him had not yet ended. The moment Su Genua arched his body, his jaw was completely exposed to the attack range of Luo Hao's knee, and Luo Hao, who had been educated by his master since he was a child to be ruthless in the face of the enemy, naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity to attack, so he raised his knee, and in the sound of Su Genua's upper and lower teeth clattering, he drew a short and not graceful arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. In the sound of Su Genua's teeth hitting up and down, his whole body drew a short and not so beautiful arc in the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. Luo Hao's 2 attacks against Su Genua arrived instantly, and before the 4 boys who followed Su Genua's side, all of whom had an average height of 180 centimeters, had time to react, Su Genua's whole body had already been sent flying out. Now they were mad, dumb, and frozen. In the past, when they gave freshmen lessons, which one was not scared less? Crying father and mother seemed to kneel and beg for forgiveness? But today before the class, teacher has been students lifted off the podium. "Mother, are you all pigs? What are you waiting for? Give me a fight." The one sitting on the ground yelled furiously at the 5 big men. The one that Luo Hao's knee hit on his jaw just now was really not light, and now as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, his upper and lower teeth were in a soreness as soon as they came into contact with each other. Hearing Su Genua's roar, the 4 guys who had slowed down all roared and lunged towards Luo Hao. One of the boys who was closest to Luo Hao raised his foot and greeted Luo Hao's lower third. "Shrink your dog legs back." The boy's foot was just lifted up. Luo Hao's big foot wearing black tactical boots had already kicked on his calf. The intense pain made his face change dramatically. He was trying to dodge backward with his foot upside down, and Luo Hao's fist had already had a very close contact with his white and tender face, and at that moment, spit mixed with blood and then mixed with a tooth sprayed out from the other's mouth. Generally it was said that hitting people did not hit their faces, but Luo Hao preferred to greet people's faces. His left hand grabbed the collar of a boy of his own height and dragged him to his front, raised his right hand and slapped him on the face. When a dozen or 20 slaps finished, that originally clean face can be comparable to the Korean Oba's face, has been beaten into a pig's head that even his parents can't recognize. "Your sister, do you still want to be shameless when you fight 4-1? Watching Luo Hao fighting alone, Su Sudong yelled, threw down the water bottle held in his hand, and entered the battle group. Su Sudong rushed to a boy who was 5 centimeters taller than himself with a single pad step, leaped up in the air, his left leg drew an almost perfect arc in the air, and with an attacking and powerful aerial sidekick, he fiercely threw himself at the opponent's chest. The boy subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab, but Su Sudong's attack speed was too fast. His hand just stretched out, his chest was like being hit by a hammer. The whole person uncontrollably hit the trunk of a tree. A muffled grunt, the person withered. "Taekwondo?" Seeing Su Sudong's offensive moves, Luo Hao was slightly stunned. He, it's only a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo, it's far worse than you." Su Sudong's vision was vicious. Naturally he could see the actual hidden power of Luo Hao's few moves just now. For example, when he attacked Su Genua, if he had not chosen to hit his jaw with his knee the moment he bowed and exposed his back, but had instead used his elbow to pummel the nerve center of his cervical vertebrae, then Su Genua would probably be a corpse that could not speak right now. Then again, when he struck the second boy's cheek with his fist, if he had moved his fist up 2 inches to attack his temple and increased the force by 3 more, that punch would have at least knocked the other guy out, not simply lost a tooth alone. That is to say, Luo Hao's attacking methods just now were all killing moves that could instantly take a person's life, only that he had withdrawn his strength and stayed his hand when attacking. Most importantly, these harsh and vicious killing moves were something that only the special forces possessed. Luo Hao, what exactly are you from? Su Sudong narrowed his eyes and swept over Luo Hao's body. Taekwondo black belt 3rd degree. Only? Su Sudong's light sentence, but let Su Genoa and the 4 people acting as fighters mouth a burst of bitterness. Just Luo Hao alone let them difficult to fight, and now out of nowhere burst out of a Taekwondo black belt 3rd degree master, the still play off. From the moment Su Sudong joined the fray, the roles of prey and prey were swapped. No, to be precise, the roles of hunter and prey never switched because from the beginning Su Genoa's group was the prey. The 4 people brought by Su Genoa now stood intact in front of Luo Hao and Su Sudong with only one left, and the only remaining one had sprouted a strong fear in his heart at the moment, saying with a trembling voice, Don't hit me, I was forced to do it too. This sentence stay back to go with your boss to say, today if it is not our brother and sister a little means, now crying father and mother on their knees begging for forgiveness is the 2 of us. Su Sudong used his fingers to pick at his ear, obviously without the intention of letting the other party off the hook. Will you do this last one or should I? Luo Hao glanced at Su Sudong and asked. I'll do it, you've already hit 3. Su Sudong's body was about to rush forward, but he was pulled by Luo Hao. No, this is still my little masters. Brothers. Su Sudong couldn't help but raise his voice. Whoever's faster is faster. Just as the last fighter took advantage of Su Sudong and Luo Hao's argument and prepared to escape in confusion, Luo Hao had already leaped out with a movement of his body. Your sister, Luo Hao, do you still want to be shameless? Looking at Luo Hao, who had already exceeded himself by 1 position, Su Sudong couldn't help cursing on his mouth, and his speed didn't decrease to catch up with him. The last fighter was the worst of the 5, having his nose crooked by Luo Hao's punch and flying 5 meters backwards by Su Sudong's kick, fainting on the spot. Luo Hao and Su Sudong walked up to Su Genoa. Luo Hao coldly stared at him with a condescending and overlooking look, and said, Go back and tell Wu Yun, that mongrel bird, to remember to shoot a few capable fighters over next time, and get lost. Hearing Luo Hao's words, Su Genoa was like an amnesty, and a few of them who could still move, lifted up the guy who had been kicked unconscious by Su Sudong, and hurriedly fled. Your taekwondo is good, but it's not practical. Luo Hao said to Su Sudong on his way to the dormitory building carrying his stuff. Su Sudong knew that the impracticality in his mouth referred to the impracticality in killing people, and could not help but smile bitterly. That was something I learned when I was in high school, how can I compare it to you? When will you have the chance to pass on a few moves? There's a chance. Luo Hao ambiguously replied back, the close combat killing moves of the Dragon Hidden Unit could not be taught just by saying so. Looking up at the dim sky, he asked Su Sudong next to him, What time is it now? 6:30. Luo Hao let out a strange cry at his words, Oh no. Chapter 10, Dating. Luo Hao handed the shopping bag in his hand to Su Sudong, took out the speed of his armed cross-country when he was in the Dragon Hidden Army, and ran as fast as he could to the pavilion next to the school's landscape lake. It was only until this time that he remembered what Jinshi said to him when he reported in the morning, to wait for her at the pavilion beside the landscape lake after dinner. Donghai University cafeteria's dinner time is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if Yunshi eats more elegantly, half an hour is already enough, plus the inherent reserve of a girl will arrive half an hour later at the pavilion they agreed upon, that has now also made Yunshi wait for half an hour in the pavilion next to the landscape lake for a full half an hour. Luo Hao no longer dared to imagine what the consequences of triggering public anger would be like if he let the boys of Donghai University know that he had actually stood their goddess up for half an hour. All he could do now was to accelerate again, and then arrive at that small pavilion in the shortest possible time. Yunshi raised her hand to look at her white porcelain wristwatch. This has been her to this pavilion after the 5th time to see the watch, since childhood, because of their own beauty, invited countless, but their own initiative to invite her unprecedented first, if replaced by other people may have long been holding roses dressed up in the waiting for the oil, but Luo Hao this damned bastard actually dare to put their own pigeon, so that they are stupidly waiting for half an hour in the pavilion. This pavilion has been waiting for half an hour. In this half hour there have been no less than a dozen couples holding hands from the front of the pavilion passed by, and from time to time pointing at her, which is even more so that she felt ashamed. Yunshi bit her silver teeth, in her mind secretly told herself, 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes, Luo Hao, if you don't show up again, you'll be dead. When Yunshi lifted her own wrist for the 6th time and watched the hands on her watch reach the final time limit, and Luo Hao still didn't show up as she expected, she stomped her own jade feet, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the pavilion. At this time, a silhouette suddenly leapt out from the grove next to the pavilion and stopped in front of Yunshi. The sudden roadblocker really startled Yunshi, and only when she saw the appearance of the visitor clearly did she stroke her high chest and heaved a sigh of relief. But then her willow eyebrows rose and she said in her unique icy voice, Luo Hao, you've gone too far. Yeah, sorry I'm late. From the forest where Su Genua made trouble to him to the middle of this pavilion, there is still a forest in between. Luo Hao is depressed and wants to curse his mother. Is the principal's brain caught in the door? Is it okay to plant so many trees? Isn't this a chance for those dry and hungry men and women to create a wild fight? In order to get to the pavilion with the fastest speed, Luo Hao even used the Dragon Hidden Unit's jungle cross-country watch skills. Looking at Luo Hao's chest, which was still undulating to adjust his breathing, and the layer of shiny sweat on his head, Yunshi knew that he must have experienced a strenuous run in the process of rushing here, and the resentment in his heart dissipated quite a bit, but he still couldn't help but chide. Do you still have any sense of time that should be expected of you as a military man? Something happened on the way, and I was delayed. In no time, Luo Hao had calmed his breathing. Special forces combat, especially behind enemy lines to infiltrate, sometimes need to carry equipment and weapons and ammunition on foot dozens of kilometers, so in the conditions of good physical strength, but also need to cooperate with scientific breathing and exhaling methods, in order to maximize the conservation of physical strength to ensure combat effectiveness. Luo Hao had been following his master since he was 10 years old, training his physical strength and endurance according to the U.S. Navy SEALs weight-bearing cross-country training regimen. By the time he was 15 years old for the Dragon Hidden Army's examination, his physical strength could already support him to carry 20 kilograms of weight and 40 kilometers of cross-country in the limit, which was far more than the limit of the other examiners. Did Wu Yun trouble you? As smart as Yun Shi'er, he instantly guessed the key to Luo Hao's late arrival. No, I went to the big box store with Su Sudong and got delayed a bit. Luo Hao shook his head and denied. Trouble? It wasn't really trouble in Luo Hao's opinion. It could only be considered a human sandbag that Wu Yun gave him for free to relieve his boredom. Although she knew that Luo Hao must be talking nonsense, but since he didn't want to say it, Yunshi naturally wouldn't force him to do so. She didn't think that those juniors under Wu Yun could not stand up to the Dragon Hidden Army's berserk dragon. The two people re-stepped into the pavilion beside the landscape lake. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. If they didn't get close, they couldn't see who was standing in the pavilion at all, which also saved Luo Hao and Yunshi a lot of trouble. Yunshi turned to look at Luo Hao's handsome face and suddenly stretched out her white jade hand to him and said coldly, "Bring it." What? Luo Hao was a bit baffled by Yunshi's sudden move. Oh, my student ID, how long are you going to hide it? You know all about this. Luo Hao's face was a bit embarrassed and smiled sarcastically. Gee whiz, that's all I had in my handbag, and if I was in an encounter with a thief, it doesn't make sense that I wouldn't want my wallet and cell phone with cash in it, and instead chose to ask for a student ID card that had no value whatsoever. And to top it off, you were the one who helped me retrieve my stuff back into my handbag that night. Looking at Yunshi, who was like Sherlock Holmes possessed at the moment, Luo Hao, who knew about jungle combat, mind design and sniping techniques, could only touch his short hair like a silly boy and heave a giggle. Seeing that he couldn't hide it either, he could only touch the student ID that he had hidden privately from one of the pockets of his tactical pants and hand it back to her. Holding the student ID card that still has Luo Hao's body temperature, and thinking that he has been keeping his student ID card close to him, Yunshi's face slightly reddened, and secretly muttered in her heart, "This mad dragon is not a training fanatic like in the legend." Stuffing the student ID back into the pocket of his jeans, he handed Luo Hao a beautifully packaged white cardboard box that he had been holding in his hand and said, "Last time, your cell phone broke, and this is a temporary purchase in the afternoon, so you can make do with what you've got." The rotten fruit on the cardboard box that had been bitten by someone already indicated the pedigree of this cell phone in the box, which was much, much better than his own Shanjai with a shattered screen, not to mention that Luo Hao himself was the kind of person who didn't have too many requirements for a cell phone. Not bad, little master likes it a lot. Luo Hao said with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Even when facing Luo Hao, Yunshi still maintained her usual icy coldness. Turning around and just walking out of the pavilion, he suddenly thought of something, stopped and turned his back to Luo Hao. In a few days, it's the new student military training, I'll attend it then. Hey Yunshi, why don't you smile more when you're so pretty? Why do you have a cold face all day long? Luo Hao said at her back. Laughing? There's no need for that. Although Yunshi said absolutely on her mouth, with her back to Luo Hao, at an angle he couldn't see, the corner of her mouth still unconsciously curved upwards in a nice arc. There will be a day when I want you to willingly smile to me. Looking at Yunshi's faraway back, Luo Hao said secretly in his heart. As for military training? He disdainfully skimmed his mouth. That's a game to amuse children, but what's up with Yunshi saying that she will also participate? Isn't she already a sophomore? Why would she still participate in the freshman military training? Chapter 11, Hacker Masters. When Luo Hao returned to the dormitory, Su Sudong was jerking on the laptop, his eyes staring at the screen, and his mouth was not bursting into a few foul language. Damn it, I'm really ing back, I'm at the elementary school party again. Looking at his base's crystal being blasted into a pile of rubble by the opposite team, Su Sudong couldn't help but curse and grab the Evian mineral water bottle by his feet and pour a mouthful into his mouth. Just now, Su Sudong was too involved in playing the game and didn't notice Luo Hao entering the room at all, and it was only until the battle ended at this moment that he found Luo Hao sitting on the bed and fiddling with the Apple phone in his hand. Yo Haozi, when did you get back? While you were just greeting your teammate's entire female family. Luo Hao said without lifting his head. As a product of the crystallization of the high-tech era, no matter in the function or appearance, this Apple phone and his original $300 to buy the big brick are different. The original cell phone card into the machine, a simple setup, the phone can be officially used. It's an Apple phone, where did it come from? Su Sudong stared at the delicately shaped white cell phone in Luo Hao's hand, his eyes flashed with gossipy light and asked, "Goddess sent it?" Luo Hao nodded. God is unfair, brother will never believe in love again in this life. Su Sudong clutched his head and wailed in mock grief. She insisted on giving it to me, and I was too embarrassed to refuse, so I took it by hand. Luo Hao skimmed his mouth and said, in his heart, this cell phone was far less collectible than that student ID, at least there was a photo on it. Photos? Luo Hao glanced at Su Sudong's laptop on the table and said, "Lend me your computer." Su Sudong, who has already lost confidence in love, is lying on the bed pretending to be dead, feel free to use it. The photo, at most, I will get it back from your computer. Luo Hao turned out a memory stick from the saber bag and inserted it into the laptop, which stored all the hacking software personally written by Ziwu, that is, the former master hacker Ghost, which Luo Hao secretly copied when he was still in the Dragon Hidden Army, and did not expect to use it today. I didn't expect to really use it today. But if Ghost knew that the software he wrote was used by Luo Hao to hack women's photos, he would probably spray a mouthful of blood in his chest. Copy the software in the memory stick to Su Sudong's laptop, the market price of more than 20,000 pieces of alien laptop, although it does not have the military laptop waterproof, built-in satellite signal reception and some other special features, but it is in terms of hardware, enough to throw off other similar laptops 10,086 streets. Luo Hao's fingers danced on the keyboard like a pianist, one after another command input windows were opened by him on the desktop, and with the string of commands input, the software began to search for its attack target. The networks used by the students of Donghai University were all campus networks, which saved Luo Hao a lot of time, and after a few minutes, the software sought the target. Hey, the good show has begun. A bad smile crossed the corner of Luo Hao's mouth, and his fingers once again tapped rapidly on the keyboard. The command window on the desktop switched rapidly, and one attack command after another was birthed at his fingertips. Yunshi's dormitory layout and arrangement was exactly the same as Luo Hao's, the only difference was that her room was only used by her alone. Just after the bath, Yunshi was more than the daytime, more than a point of the lotus flower of the clear beauty. The body of the white nightgown cannot hide her proud body, towering breasts and the white nightgown outlined a touch of the art. The inside of the nightgown is a vacuum. Yunshi lay on her back on the bed, looking at the milky white ceiling light on the roof, remembering Luo Hao's awkward appearance in the gazebo just now. The corner of her mouth unconsciously curved upwards in an arc. Although she had only met him a few times, and could not say that she understood him, but from the current contact, Yunshi could not compare this Luo Hao with a rogue temperament with the one who, according to the data, dared to fight with heavily armed drug traffickers at the age of 15, went deeper into the drug den and fought with the drug lord eight-faced Buddha Barong, stabbed the other side in one eye and forced him to escape in a hasty manner. The cold-blooded teenager who forced him to escape in a hurry, Luo Hao or Crazy Dragon, what kind of person are you? Why do they all like to call you crazy? Tic-tac-toe. Yunshi put on the writing desk laptop computer, put out a burst of urgent alarm sound, walked to the table and sat down, looked at the screen computer firewall as being hack prompt. Yunshi coldly smiled, must be which suitors try to attack their own computers, presumptuous attempts to find some such as private photographs and so on for them, very valuable things. Yunshi was ready to get up and leave after typing a string of defense commands on her keyboard. For this kind of endless harassment she didn't even bother to pay attention to it, and she believed that there was no one in the entire East China Sea University who was able to completely break through her computer's firewall. But she had just gotten up from her chair when the firewall sounded another alarm that the other side had begun to break through the perimeter defenses and start intruding. Yunshi's face changed and she sat back on the chair again. Her 10 slender jade fingers began to dance on the keyboard with a unique beauty, and the speed of her inputting commands was even faster than Luo Hao's. Yunshi was using a laptop computer without any trademark. The black body looked plain and ordinary, but if Luo Hao was present, he would definitely stare in shock. Because Yunshi's laptop, not only was it completely Linux system and open source program, but also had a built-in satellite signal receiving device and waterproof function. Such a computer would only appear in the military elite special forces. Luo Hao pounded out the commotion on the keyboard caused Su Sudong, who was lying on the bed pretending to be dead, to pay attention, climbed up and sat behind Luo Hao and watched him skillfully inputting commands to launch hacking attacks, and was a bit surprised at once, and he didn't put it in his mind when he first heard Luo Hao say that he was involved in the red and blue dual domains. There are specialties. Su Sudong does not think that Luo Hao, who has dabbled in both red and blue domains, can have much powerful skills, but from his current level, it seems that his red domain offense is not below himself. The red domain already has such a level, and what kind of defense can he do in the blue domain? Is this a DDoS attack? Watching Luo Hao mobilizing the controlled broiler to launch a flood-like impact on the other party's firewall, Su Sudong played Luo Hao against his own technology in his mind, but soon Su Sudong's eyes changed, because he found out that the attacking technique used by Luo Hao wasn't an ordinary DDoS attack, it was red flood? The famous technique of the patriarchal hacker ghost. Su Sudong heard his old man say, the reason why Ghost suddenly disappeared is because it has been drowned by the military's secret force. Su Sudong stared at Luo Hao's back, the doubt in his eyes became more and more intense, the close combat skills of the special forces, Ghost's famous stunt Red Flood. Luo Hao, you must be from the military, but which special forces are you from? Snow Wolf? Tigers of the Night? Southwest Falcon? Or the legendary Dragon Hidden? Chapter 12, You're Not Even Close. Watching Luo Hao use Ghost's famous skill Red Flood to completely break through his firewall, and looking at the familiar data stream attack, Yunshi's mouth once again curved up in a nice arc. Red Flood? I think I know who you are, the Dragon Hidden Unit's Mad Dragon, Luo Hao. I didn't expect you to do such a boring thing, so I'll just play with you. Saying that, Yunshi's fingers danced once again. This time she completely gave up on her defense and turned defense into offense. Looking at Luo Hao's strong attack with Red Torrent, breaking down the opponent's firewall with a destructive force, Su Sudong couldn't help but smack his lips. Ghost's famous skill is really famous, I must let him teach me when I have the chance. Finding that Yunshi's firewall had been breached by himself, Luo Hao licked his lips excitedly. Come and let me see what good things are hidden in your computer. Just as Luo Hao was about to browse recklessly in Yunshi's computer, the firewall on his own computer sounded a sharp alarm that he was also being attacked. Unable to continue to taunt in Yunshi's computer, Luo Hao hurriedly organized his own defense. Although the defense was organized in time, Luo Hao's computer's firewall was still being weakened by the other side, and after checking the source of the attack in the gap of defense, he found that the data that launched the attack on himself came from dozens of different IPs from all over the world, and tracing the source controlling these dozens of IPs was actually Yunshi, who had attacked himself earlier. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey switched. The intensity of Yunshi's attack was far beyond Luo Hao's imagination, and according to his speculation, at most 5 minutes, the other party would be able to completely break through his firewall and control the administrative privileges of this computer in his hand. Damn it! Luo Hao cursed, and after entering a string of defense commands in a command window, he gave up on reinforcing the firewall and turned to run another software on the computer desktop. Is this wanting to give up? Mad Dragon, your attainments in the field of computers can't compare to your level of special operations. Yunshi lightly laughed and accelerated the attack in her hands. In an instant Luo Hao's computer's firewall collapsed, but when she was ready to take over the control of Luo Hao's computer she encountered a layer of invisible barrier, which wasn't a firewall, but the defense power was far superior to any of the known firewalls on the market at the moment. Absolute defense? This was Ghost's absolute defense? The method Luo Hao showed surprised Su Sudong again. If Red Torrent was Ghost's famous technique in the red domain, then Absolute Defense was his unique technique in the blue domain, which was as representative as a business card. Absolute Defense in the hacker blue field is known as the Absolute Impenetrable Barrier. Under the protection of Absolute Defense, Luo Hao's face became calm once again, but his calm expression didn't remain for long, because the protective barrier of Absolute Defense actually appeared to be breached under Yunshi's attack. Absolute Defense is indeed an unbreakable barrier in the eyes of others, but there are no true absolutes in the world. As Yunshi's fingers tapped on the keyboard, her face always carried the confidence of a strong person. This is the Holy Sword? Luo Hao's expression at this moment was like seeing a ghost. Yunshi's words are not wrong, there is no real absolute in the world, absolute defense is not unbreakable, the only thing that can break the absolute defense is the Holy Sword created by Ghost. However, as far as Luo Hao knew, Ziwu, who was the instructor of network confrontation of the Dragon Hidden Army, would teach all the hacking techniques he knew in his classroom, with the exception of Holy Sword. Since the introduction of the Holy Sword, in addition to his own only his disciple Moxia mastered, but the former Dragon Hidden Army team member Moxia has been sacrificed in a mission many years ago, and since then I have not heard of the Ghost has been accepted by the disciples. Yunshi, what is your relationship with Ziwu, or rather with the Dragon Hidden Force? Since the other party had already used the Holy Sword, Luo Hao knew that there was no longer a need to continue resisting, so he chose to admit defeat in a very honorable way. 5 minutes later, the absolute defense was broken by Yunshi, the computer management was taken over. 10 minutes later, a powerful data flow came. Under the staring eyes of Luo Hao and Su Sudong, the alien laptop worth 20,000 yuan emitted a blue smoke, and the motherboard was burned. Luo Hao somewhat apologetic look at Su Sudong, but the guy said his computer lifetime warranty, back to make a phone call to the customer service store for a motherboard on the line, do not have to care too much. Hao Zi, who was the one who fought with you just now? What Su Sudong really cared about was the expert who was able to break through the absolute defense. Was there a hidden dragon and crouching tiger in the computer science department of Donghai University to such an extent? Yunshi. Luo Hao's mouth was a bit bitter. That woman is so strong? Luo Hao nodded bitterly. At this time, Luo Hao's cell phone on the table gave out a slight vibration, a text message from an unfamiliar number. Attacking my computer just now, was it a good attack? Yunshi? Luo Hao quickly replied, how do you know my number? I can break into your computer, how hard is it to find your cell phone number? When it comes to playing with computers, you're not even close to me. What do you want to do with my computer? You took your student ID, you have to replace the photo as compensation. Why go through all the trouble of hacking my computer? If you want pictures, just ask me for them. Ask for it, do you give it? If you don't want it, how do you know I won't give it? Now I want it, do you give it? Looking at the last 2 text messages on her cell phone that could easily cause other reveries, Yunshi's cold face couldn't help but redden and cursed in her heart, this damn bastard. Originally, Luoha was going to ask about her relationship with Ziwu, but after thinking about it, he still suppressed the idea. Like himself, everyone has their own secrets. After molesting Yunshi with a text message and avenging his earlier mistake, Luoha was so happy in his heart that he threw his phone aside and was about to go into the bathroom when his phone once again sent out a slight vibration. It was still a text message from Yunshi, but unlike before, this time it was sent as an MMS, with a photo attached, a selfie of Yunshi leaning on the bed in a white nightgown, her flawless face with a hint of laziness, such a stunning color that Luoha couldn't help but feel a heat in his heart. What are you looking at, smiling so lewdly? Su Sudong suddenly probed his head and asked. Seeing this, Luoha hurriedly turned off the album and opened an app he had just downloaded, Baozu Comics. After saying that, he put his phone aside and took his clothes into the bathroom. If someone knew that he held such a private photo of Yunshi in his hand, Luoha could guarantee that he would definitely become the target of all the boys of Donghai University who were after him. Obviously looking at the private photos of Yunde goddess, but also say what storm cartoons, brother's eyes are sharp, Su Sudong cannot help but skimmed his mouth, secretly muttered in his heart. Chapter 13 Situ Kong. In the midst of some pleasant vignettes, Luoha spent the first college campus life of his life in East China Sea University. At 5 in the morning, under the effect of the biological clock, Luoha woke up on time, went to the bathroom to wash up briefly and then changed into a sportswear, tied 5 kilograms of sandbags on each of his legs, and started a day of morning exercise. No matter in the Dragon Hidden Army or in the 3 years of urban life after leaving the Dragon Hidden Army, the habit of morning exercise has never been deserted. Perhaps in Luoha's subconscious mind has always hoped that one day when he rejoins the Dragon Hidden Army, he won't be pulled too far away from the gap by those brothers in the past, and now the opportunity to go back is right in front of his eyes, but he can't cross the hurdle of his heart yet. Shaking his head, he put aside his thoughts and walked into the playground. At this time, the sky had already brightened up, the air was filled with a light mist, and there were almost no people in the empty playground. After jogging 2 laps to warm up, Luoha walked to a corner of the playground and started boxing. Luoha's boxing style is different from ordinary military boxing, and the boxing style he plays is called Falcon, which is designed by Lieutenant General Zhao Guobang, who is known as the godfather of special warfare, based on Muay Thai, and the whole set of boxing style is harsh and vicious, and it is a set of boxing style that is created for killing the enemy in the battlefield. The Fist of Killing. Although there was no enemy in front of Luoha, but between the dance of his fists and feet, he vaguely carried an aura of depression and killing, which was overwhelming. About 200 meters away from the corner where Luoha was practicing boxing, there were 2 figures, one taller and one shorter, looking towards Luoha's direction. The taller man was 190 centimeters, and the shorter one was almost 175 centimeters, but both of them vaguely honored the shorter boy. A man who can make a scandal with Yunshi is really extraordinary. That idiot Su Genoa actually wanted to go and teach him a lesson. He's lucky he didn't get killed. The short boy watched Luoha boxing, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You think he's strong? The taller boy asked with some surprise. If I were to fight him, in a normal match, I could beat him in 50 moves, and in a fight for my life, he could take my life in 20 moves. How can it be? The taller boy couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Situ Kong is the Situ family's centuries-old martial arts prodigy. A hand of continuous arrows is even more unpredictable. How could? You want to say how I will grow others' ambition and destroy my own, right? Situ family's martial arts are based on strengthening the body, while Luoha's boxing is based on killing. This is the most fundamental difference between the two. Even the ghostly and mysterious Lianzhu arrow can't compare to a sniper rifle, Situ Chi. In fact, we all know that in this era of hot weapons, the traditional martial arts have already fallen. Situ Kong's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of gloom. While Situ Kong and Situ Chi were talking, Luoha had already punched Falcon completely from beginning to end. Putting the fist stance away and picking up his jacket which was still on the side, Luoha walked towards the direction of his dormitory building. The time was still allowed for him to take a shower before the breakfast started. At the exit place of the playground, Luoha met 2 people, Situ Kong and Situ Chi. Situ Kong nodded his head in a friendly way to Luoha, and Luoha returned the greeting in the same way. Although the 2 of them just brushed past each other, Luoha had already kept a piece of his mind on this imposing and introverted alumnus. This is definitely a dangerous guy, don't mess with him if nothing else. Situ Kong looked at Luoha's back and reminded Situ Chi beside him. Situ Chi nodded at his words and said, yesterday, someone saw him and Yunshi on a date at the pavilion next to the landscape lake, so with Wu Yun's character, he shouldn't be able to let it go. Wu Yun. Situ Kong couldn't help but snort. Let him be if he wants to find death, this time he is destined to kick the bucket. Yunshi has found a good shield this time. This woman isn't simple either, but it's hard to say who will conquer who in the end. Luoha isn't an oil light. Hey, there's a good show to watch this time. Situ Chi quietly listened to Situ Kong's self-talk. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Situ Chi understood that the meaning of Situ Kong's words might not only be not to offend Luo Hao, but I'm afraid that he also had to befriend him appropriately. By the way, it's about to be freshman military training, right? Situ Kong suddenly asked. A week from now. Go take care of it, I'm going to this year's freshman military training. When you first entered the school last year, weren't you not interested in this kind of thing? Why are you now? Situ Chi asked in confusion. Because there's an extra Luo Hao this year, I can sense that this year's freshman military training will be interesting. You know, my hunches are never wrong. In the morning, an urgent cell phone ringing woke up Wu Yun, who was still sleeping in bed, looked at the caller ID on the screen and put the call through. Why are you calling now? How are things going? Xiao Yun, things have gone wrong. Su Genhua on the other end of the phone said with a crying voice. What's going on? Wu Yun's sleepiness woke up all of a sudden, and he got up from the bed and took his cell phone and went to the balcony. The spots were a bit hard this time. The four tigers and I were both injured a bit. Lao San's nose was broken, and Lao Si's calf was kicked to the bone, and we're all still in the hospital. Don't worry about the money, let the brothers heal their injuries without fear. Wu Yun said indifferently. Then I'll thank Xiao Yun first. By the way, Xiao Yun, yesterday old Five's girlfriend saw her sister-in-law and Luo Hao dating in the gazebo next to the landscape lake, you see. I will take care of this matter, you don't have to worry about it. Wu Yun's tone was as bland as ever, but those who knew him knew that this was something that only he would show when he was extremely angry. Hanging up Su Genhua's phone, Wu Yun dialed another number. Master Ba, it's me Xiao Yun. I'm really sorry to bother you so early, I have something I need to trouble you. Only after getting an affirmative reply from the other party did Wu Yun put down his cell phone with peace of mind, a cold smile crossing the corners of his mouth. Yunshi, you stinking, since you're giving your face away, you can't blame me for it. And Luo Hao, I want you to know who really counts in Donghai University. The food standard of Donghai University had essentially subverted Luo Hao and Su Sudong's understanding of the university cafeteria. Not only was there a buffet to choose from, but there were also free fruits to give away after the meal. Even though the food in the cafeteria was very good, Luo Hao and Su Sudong decided not to go to the cafeteria anymore after entering the cafeteria to eat dinner once. The news of Luo Hao and Yinshi's date in the gazebo was already well known in the whole campus of Donghai University after only one day, and many people even came to the cafeteria to eat specially just for the sake of seeing the hero in the gazebo date, which made Luo Hao feel that he had become a panda in the zoo for people to watch. That night, when Luo Hao and Su Sudong had just decided to go to the barbecue stand in the snack street outside the school to solve the dinner problem, Yinshi's phone call came to Luo Hao's cell phone. Chapter 14 General Staff Order. Dragon Hidden Unit Operations Conference Room. A height of about 185 centimeters, wearing camouflage training uniforms, straight body full of explosive power of the military stood on the podium, his shoulders hung with 2 golden stars. He is the current supreme commander of the Dragon Hidden Army, known as the Godfather of Special Warfare, Lieutenant General Zhao Guobang. Zhao Guobang glanced around at the Dragon Hidden Force instructor group sitting below the podium, raised a document in his hand that was stamped with a red expedited seal, and said with a serious expression, General Counselor's order. The higher-ups have requested us to select members from the Special Operations Brigades of all the major military districts in the country, and to complete the formation of the Dragon Hidden 2nd Tactical Operations Group as quickly as possible. You all have my list in your hands, so let's see if there's anything to add. Selecting members from the Special Operations Brigade? Regarding this order from Zhao Guobang or the General Staff, all the members of the instructor group were somewhat clamoring. Finally, Wen Dong, the instructor in charge of directional blasting, trick mine design, and explosives production for the Dragon Hidden Unit, raised his hand to voice his objections to Zhao Guobang. Wild Wolf, isn't it a bit hasty to select team members from each Special Operations Brigade? Wen Dong's query was recognized by the other instructors below. Generally speaking, the members of the Dragon Hidden Force are provided with selection by the Dragon Hidden Training Camp. Trainees generally enter the training camp at the age of 7 to receive basic training, and at the age of 18 to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Force, and those who excel in the selection enter the Tactical Operations Group, while the rest enter the Special Services Group. Of course, the source of the Dragon Hidden Army team members are not simply selected from the training camp. There are some special talents directly joined the Dragon Hidden Army precedent, such as the Tactical Action Group A sniper Morong Fei. He joined the Dragon Hidden Army before as an ordinary college student, but because of his right and left eye vision difference and in the firearms show the talent of the Dragon Hidden Army to be exceptionally selected. After all, people like Morong Fei were only a very small number, like now to massively select a tactical action team from the Special Operations Brigades of the major military regions was still the first time since the creation of the Dragon Hidden Forces. Can be sent by the major military regions to participate in the Dragon Stealth Force selection is bound to be some elite, but also precisely, their potential has almost been squeezed out. It is very difficult to have a breakthrough. These people are very difficult to reach the near harsh selection standards of these instructors in front of them. These words were already raised to the top when I received this order, and the top had no choice but to do so. Zhao Guobang said somewhat helplessly, we don't have time to reselect the members of a tactical action team from those trainees in the training camp. Jiang Wei and Takanake Fu, who was taken away by him, are time bombs. No one knows when they will explode. What's more, there is also a Jiang Qiu behind Jiang Wei. Almost everyone here has dealt with Jiang Qiu and knows what kind of person he is. We can't afford to wait. Hearing Zhao Guobang's words, all the instructors fell silent because they had to admit that Zhao Guobang was telling the truth. Do you guys have any more questions? If not, start preparing. Although Jiang Wei took away Team B and Ifu Takeuchi, but Team B is not really considered to be out. In order to be useful, there may still be some preparations to be made, so we still have some time, but it won't be too long. We still have 2 years at the most, and 2 years to rebuild a tactical action team is not a small challenge for you guys. Zhao Guobang looked at the elite of the instructor group below and said in a serious tone. Wild Wolf, I have a question. Zhao Shuai, who was in charge of teaching sport assault warfare on Zhao Guobang's left-hand side, raised his hand and snapped, how come there's another university in this list? The other instructors sniffed and picked up the list in their own hands and looked downward, and sure enough, they saw a name of East Sea University at the end of the list. Zhao Guobang's gaze fell on the young soldier who had been sitting in the last row of the conference room since he entered the room, who was about 30 years old and also wearing camouflage training uniforms. The most striking thing about this soldier compared to the other instructors was the 4 silver, 1 gold, and 5 medals that he pinned on his collar. After Zhao Guobang's eyes lingered on him for a moment, he said, there's only one reason why this Donghai University was added to the list, because the Mad Dragon is there. Hearing the codename Wild Dragon, the bodies of the young soldiers in the back row of the conference room slightly trembled, and the faces of the other instructors were also a bit shaken, because almost all of them were involved in that operation against Luo Hao's father back then. If Luo Hao's father is not mentioned, Luo Hao is really the most promising player they have ever seen, not only in his personal strength, but also in his influence. Because of Luo Hao's dismissal, Qi Fan, the leader of Team A, gave up the selection of Dragon Spurs, although the selection process is long and harsh, but giving up means no chance at all. If that kid Berserk Dragon can come back, there is hope that he can create a tactical action team in the shortest possible time that is no less than the one Jiang Wei took away. Wendong couldn't help but nod his head and said, and his words were similarly recognized by the others. Then how are you going to conduct the selection in East Sea University? The young soldier sitting in the last row finally couldn't help but ask. It's simple, the Gate of Souls. Zhao Guobang said in a flat tone, the military training for the freshmen of East Sea University will begin soon. I'm going to add the Soul Gate test at the end of the military training, so as long as you pass the test, you'll be able to take part in the selection. This matter still needs Song Wolf to operate it, because the one who is conducting the freshman military training for Donghai University this time is your old troop from before, the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade. It's more appropriate for you, a local snake, to operate than any of us. Zhao Guobang said as he looked at Zhao Shuai, who had just raised a question. Don't worry, I'll personally supervise this matter. Maybe that kid, Mad Dragon, will even bring back some surprises for us as well. Zhao Shuai patted his chest and packed his bags. Zhao Guobang nodded with satisfaction and said, the code name for this selection is named Bathing Fire. I hope that a strong tactical action team can pass the test and bathe in fire. Luo Hao put down his cell phone and said to Su Sudong, there's one good news and one bad news, which one do you want to hear? Whatever. The bad news is that someone's coming to rub it in later and you're going to have to add an expense. The good news is that the person who's coming to rub it in is Yunxi. Big Goddess Yun wants to have dinner with us? Su Sudong was instantly happy when he heard that. Being able to have dinner with Yunxi is definitely a doubly honorable thing in Donghai University. He was busy pulling Luo Hao and asked, are you confirming that she will come? Very much confirmed, you just have to be ready to pay the bill. After saying that, Luo Hao stuck his hands in his pockets and walked towards the outside. That's not right, Yunxi coming to dinner is good news for him, what am I so excited about? And you want me to pay for it? You're Luo Hao, screwing me again. Su Sudong shouted and chased after Luo Hao towards the stairway. Luo Hao is now in the East China Sea University, is definitely a man of the moment. Just into the school was rumored with iceberg schoolgirl Yunxi dating gossip, not a few days and then broke out he will sue Genoa and the 5-4 Tigers into a crippled fierce news, in the people Yun. Almost all of them will be a myth of him into a great Luo god generals descended from the earth. So as soon as Luo Hao and Su Sudong stood at the intersection of the snack street, a lot of students coming and going recognized the legendary character, and a few of them even exaggeratedly wanted to take a picture with him, which made Luo Hao laugh bitterly. What do you think their reaction will be when they see Yunxi eating with you later? Su Sudong beside him asked with a bad smile on his face. I am now deeply regretting this bad decision. Just when the two people were discussing whether they should change the place, Yunxi appeared. When Yunxi, dressed in white short sleeves and aqua blue jeans, appeared at the intersection of the snack street, she immediately caused a wolf howl, and when Yunxi walked next to Luo Hao, she caused another sigh of relief, and if her eyes were able to kill people, Luo Hao was afraid that he would have already been cut into pieces. Chapter 15, Preparing to Strike. Luo Hao and Su Sudong took Yunxi to the barbecue stall they usually frequented. This barbecue not only used more sophisticated materials than others, the price was also fair, and the identity of the stall owner, Lao Gua, who was a retired military man, added to Luo Hao's good feelings. Old Gua, is there any more seats? Luo Hao greeted towards the stall owner who was busy. Old Gua, who was busy making barbecue on the grill, looked up and saw that it was Luo Hao and the others, and immediately greeted them with a smile. Yes, there's a place inside for you guys. Tell my kid what you want to eat, and I'll get it for you after this batch is done. Yunxi followed Luo Hao and Su Sudong into the barbecue store stall. The barbecue stall using red, blue, and white plastic raincoats built a dozen square meters in the area of 10 wooden folding tables, although slightly crowded, but the old Gua organized a very clean. Each table is covered with pink disposable plastic tablecloths. There is not the slightest bit of the general barbecue store that kind of greasy feeling. Stall owner Lao Gua's son called Gua Tianming, just this year, the second year of junior high school, very understanding, usually after class will come to the barbecue stall to help. Seeing Luo Hao walking from afar, Gua Tianming, who was busy greeting customers in the awning, hurriedly walked over and greeted him with a smile. Brother Luo Hao, you're here. Luo Hao rubbed Gua Tianming's head. What about the place your dad reserved for us? There it is. Gua Tianming pointed to an empty folding table at the innermost part of the awning, looked back at Yunxi, who was following Luo Hao, and asked thievishly, Brother Luo Hao, is she a girlfriend? It's so pretty looking. No, she's just my classmate. Luo Hao denied. Usually the ones who are girlfriends say they are their classmates. Gua Tianming disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Brat, do you know what it means to have a girlfriend? Su Sudong asked as he knocked Gua Tianming on the head. Why don't I know? Gua Tianming covered his head and first looked in his father's direction before glaring at Su Sudong with a disgruntled face. When my cousin was in love at the university, when they went out and met my mom, they said that they were ordinary classmates. Man-child. Luo Hao knocked Gua Tianming on the head again. After sitting down and ordering a few things that he usually ate often, and asking Yunxi if she had any special needs, he handed the order form to Gua Tianming. When Lao Gua, the stall owner, was making barbecue for them according to Luo Hao's ordering menu, on a Chang'an van about 200 meters away from the barbecue stall, a gangster with dyed blue hair said to a gangster leader wearing an army green tighten camouflage pants, with 5 or 6 ear piercings on the left ear, Brother Ma, I've probed it clearly, and there are 3 of them, including that pussy. Are eating barbecue at Lao Gua's barbecue stand, U.S. The leader of the gangsters called Ma by blue hair was originally called Ma Jian, a master who can fight and dare to play with his life. Inform the brethren to plunge in and get ready to work, Master Ba said, dead or alive, he'll take the blame if anything happens. Ma Jian said as he grabbed the guy at his feet. He used a homemade saber, a machete welded to a water pipe. This weapon is easier to power than a normal machete, the range of attack is also larger, is a must-have for the gangsters' street fights and brawls. Ma Jian gave an order. From the 3 Chang'an van down a total of more than 20 people, each person's hands are holding a guy, including the most common street fights and brawls of steel pipes, bats, slice knife, but also the kind of homemade saber in the hands of Ma Jian. Lao Gua was very fast at making barbecue, and in no time at all, he brought up a big plate of colorful and fragrant kebabs. Su Sudong asked for a bottle of beer, while Luo Hao and Yunxi each asked for a drink. Yunxi gracefully allowed a sip of the drink through the straw and asked at Luo Hao, it's really rare for boys to eat barbecue without drinking. No. The members of the Tactical Action Group of the Dragon Hidden Army were required to be in a state of combat readiness 24 hours a day, so such things as smoking and drinking were forbidden in the Dragon Hidden Army. Even though Luo Hao had been constantly mixing in various places of sound and color for 3 years, he also did not touch alcohol. Put. Luo Hao's reply, however, made Su Sudong slap the table and laugh so hard that his stomach hurt. You actually don't know how to drink? Ha, Luo Hao, are you still a man? Luo Hao blared at this unscrupulous roommate and grabbed a skewer and bit into it fiercely. When his eyes glanced toward the snack street corner, his face changed violently, patting Su Sudong, who was still covering his stomach and laughing next to him, and said, don't giggle, there's a situation. Su Sudong lifted his head to look at the 20 or so social gangsters who had copied their weapons in their hands and were walking towards the barbecue stand in a vast manner, and asked with some disbelief, are they rushing at us? If I'm not wrong, they should be found by Wu Yun. A cold light flashed in Luo Hao's eyes and said faintly, Wu Yun? Is he crazy? To actually find these punks? She couldn't help but say in shock. Nothing is impossible, he dared to teach the freshmen directly in the school. There is nothing impossible to find people in the society. And even if something goes wrong, he can just shrug it off and deny it, and with his family's power in Donghai City it should be easy to set things right. Luo Hao reached out and touched the butterfly knife in his pants pocket and said. After signaling Su Sudong and Yunxi to stay put and not move, he lifted his steps towards Lao Gua by the barbecue grill. Lao Gua, there might be something going on later, so you should let the guests leave now. When Ma Jian appeared at the street corner with his men, Lao Gua had already noticed it, and after persuading the guests who were still dining away, Lao Gua said to Luo Hao, they're the people of the South City Baron, how did you kid provoke them? It's not me who provoked them, it's them who came to my door. Luo Hao pulled the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old Gua has caused you trouble this time. Later on, you also take Tianming and leave first. I'll count the losses on the stall back to you. What are you talking about? Old Gua waved his hand violently, patted his chest and said, Xiao Luo, from the way you walk, I can tell that your kid has been in the military, but I, Old Gua, am not a wimp. I'll take the blame with you if anything happens. Lao Guo drew a knife with a grayish-white blade, a three-pronged military spike used by the Chinese special forces, from under the grill and held it in his hand. Lao Guo, what are you doing here? Luo Hao looked at the contraband in Lao Guo's hand and asked in surprise. Hey, when I was in the army, I met the Special Operations Brigade to the company to select people, and I saw that they were all wearing this thing, so after I got out of the army, I found someone to secretly build one. You don't want to expose my old brother to this. Old Guo scratched his head and laughed. Chapter 16 Fierce Luo Hao. Luo Hao looked at this veteran in front of him, and finally nodded. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to get you a real one later on, it's guaranteed to be better than this cottage you've got. That's enough. Lao Guo slapped Luo Hao's shoulder hard and smiled nervously. Lao Guo, when we do it later, you are responsible for taking care of my two classmates, and leave the rest to me to come out. If you really want to make a move, you just greet them where there is more meat. The three-pronged military spikes are not as godly as the legend says, as long as they don't poke through the organs and arteries, they can't kill anyone. Luo Hao instructed Lao Guo again. Success! Old Guo answered cheerfully, and after leaving his son to the care of the boss of the stall next to him, he followed Luo Hao into the rain shelter. Luo Hao walked to Su Sudong and Yun Shi and said to them, Sudong, you know Taekwondo, it shouldn't be a problem for you to defend yourself later, fight if you can, and run if you can't fight. Yun Shi, you will follow Lao Guo in a while, he will protect you. Luo Hao, you're not really going to do it here, are you? This place is so close to the school, if it's reported as a mass brawl, that's enough for us brothers to drink a pot of water. Su Sudong said with a serious expression. Now we're being forced into a corner. Luo Hao looked back at the 24 punks who were already less than 100 meters away from the barbecue stand, glanced at Su Sudong again, and said, Your kid isn't afraid, is he? Scared? His sister, since childhood, in addition to my old man I'm afraid of who? Su Sudong glared, stalked his neck and said, To do it okay, but I'm going to give my old man a phone call first. When things go wrong, it's going to be good for us to cover the point. After seeing Luo Hao nodding, Su Sudong took out his cell phone and walked to the side to start dialing, but looking at his expression it seemed that the communication with his dad wasn't very pleasant, and his eyes looked at Luo Hao's direction from time to time. Luo Hao saw that Ma Jian and his men were getting closer and closer to the barbecue stall, and was about to ask Su Sudong to take Yun Shi to leave first, when Su Sudong had already finished his phone call and came towards him, and made an okay gesture to him. Are you alright? If you can't, don't force yourself, I'll stop them later, you take Yun Shi and leave first. Between Luo Hao's wrist shaking, the silver butterfly knife had transformed into a silver butterfly dancing in his palm. Steady, my old man said, as long as no one dies, he'll cover us if something happens. Su Sudong patted his chest and said domineeringly. I didn't expect your family to have some energy. Luo Hao glanced at him and said. Born and bred in this city, if even this thing cannot be smooth or embarrassed to say that they are East China Sea people. Su Sudong responded with this on his lips, but in his heart he had some other thoughts. When he called his old man just now, at first, when he heard that he was going to fight with someone in the street, the old man immediately scolded him, but when he unintentionally said Luo Hao's name, the attitude on the other end of the phone immediately shifted 180 degrees, and even became fully supportive. With his old man's current position to understand the things, and see people and see things naturally much more far-reaching than him, since the old man did not have an opinion, Su Sudong naturally have no opinion, he now only determined one thing in his mind, that is, to follow Luo Hao to mix will not be wrong. Scared? Luo Hao looked at the crowd that was less than 50 meters away from him and opened his mouth to ask Su Sudong. It's always a bit hairy without a weapon in your hand. We are not outsiders, so Su Sudong also told the truth. Luo Hao handed the butterfly knife in his hand to Su Sudong and said, You'll use this one in a while, it's made of Sanmei cold steel, the cost is not below that computer of yours, when I compensate you for that burnt-out computer motherboard. Butterfly dance? Su Sudong looked at the butterfly blade in his hand, his eyes glowing, this is a good thing that even money may not be able to buy. You can use it? Luo Hao looked at Su Sudong's skillful sword technique, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Sudong snorted, his palms fluttering up and down, the butterfly knife dancing in his hands with a unique rhythm. I didn't watch a lot of Michael when I was in middle school. Jerich's instructional videos. Waste the male, take the female back for a round, go. Ma Jianli waved the saber in his hand, and behind him, more than 24 horsemen waved their bats, steel pipes, and katana knives and rushed towards Luo Hao and the others. Take care of yourselves and protect Yun Shi. Luo Hao instructed Lao Guo and Su Sudong behind him once more, and took the lead to meet a horseman holding a steel pipe. At the time when the other party just raised the steel pipe in his hand before he had time to fall, Luo Hao had already entered in front of him, and at the same time when his right elbow struck his cheek, his left hand violently probed out to grab his wrist holding the steel pipe, and twisted it with force, and the horseman couldn't pinch it with pain, and the steel pipe in his hand had already come to Luo Hao's hand. Snatching the weapon of the other party into his hand, Luo Hao lifted up his big foot and kicked the punk whose nose had been distorted in the chest, sending him flying out. With a guy in his hand, Luo Hao's whole aura suddenly changed, and the whole person was like a tiger out of the gate, rushing towards the group of street punks who only had the advantage in numbers. Luo Hao's body shape changed to meet a gangster holding a katana on the left side. When the steel pipe in his hand hacked with the other party's knife, wiping out a spark, and after restraining the other party's knife in his hand, Luo Hao kicked the other party's knee with the outside of his right foot. After a hit, Luo Hao used the outside of his foot to scrape downward along the shin of the other party and stomped the back of his foot. The horseman let out a miserable scream, long lost sight of Luo Hao in front of him, and the katana in his hand was flung to one side, curled up holding his right foot and rolling back and forth on the ground. Although the tactical boots on Luo Hao's feet didn't have steel plates added to them, he didn't control the power of the foot that stomped on the horseman's instep just now, and even if that foot couldn't stomp his paw to pieces, but stomping him into a fracture to lie on a hospital bed for 10 days and half a month, it wasn't in any suspense. Lying on the ground in pain and wailing on the horseman's stomach and added a kick, kicked him to the side, Luo Hao waved the steel pipe stride forward, the steel pipe in his hand and a horseman's cheeks to have a brief and intimate contact, a mouthful of spit mixed with a few teeth and a mixture of blood spewed from the other side of the mouth. The horseman's half of the cheeks were swollen with freshly steamed buns, wobbling and sitting down to the side, losing the ability to continue to be violent. Every time Luo Hao danced the steel pipe, there was always a pony boy who fell to the ground in response, and they were hit either on the cheeks, armpits, or joints, which could incapacitate a person in a short period of time, but were not fatal. Luo Hao's body was also more or less stained by the blood spattered by the horseman, making his whole body look even more horrible. Chapter 17, Wasting Your Arm. A man fighting alone against an opponent 10 times bigger than himself without even rubbing off a piece of oilskin, the combat strength Luo Hao displayed had far exceeded Ma Jian's imagination. Watching his men fall to the ground one after another, Ma Jian was already showing his eyes, and his anger was eroding his sanity. Some of the horsemen also began to beat a retreat in their hearts, and their feet unconsciously began to move backward. "What the hell are you all running for? Give it to me!" Ma Jian kicked a horseman's ass, waved the saber in his hand and yelled, "Those who run away from the battle will be dealt with by the gang rules." Under Ma Jian's threat, the horsemen who were about to retreat once again screamed and rushed forward, but this time their momentum was much worse compared to before. Facing the ferocious Luo Hao, the vast majority of them held the mentality of catching fish in troubled waters. The commotion made by Luo Hao's side had more or less affected some of the night market stalls next to him, and some of the stall owners who had been scared away from their customers were so angry that they couldn't help but explode, but of course their protests were limited to that. Situ Kong and Situ Chi were sitting in front of a stall selling spicy hot pots, one of them holding a bowl of freshly cooked spicy hot pots and eating it with great relish, during which they also raised their heads from time to time to look in the direction of Luo Hao and Su Sudong. "Are we going to help?" Situ Chi asked Situ Kong beside him. "No need, if Luo Hao can't even manage this, then consider me wrong about him." Situ Kong sent a piece of tenderloin into his mouth. In the end, Luo Hao still stayed his hand, otherwise Ma Jian and these people would have gotten down long ago. "That guy is a sword, once he sheathes it, he will definitely splash blood. I just hope that stupid bastard Ma Jian won't do anything stupid. Phew, damn, it burns me. Damn, a bunch of rice bucket." Looking at his men in front of his face in the muck, Ma Jian was so angry that he greeted their whole family of women one after another and yelled, "Don't care about that guy, go catch that woman. Whoever catches the old man first will let him fire the first shot. Charge with me." The death of a peony is like a ghost. Ma Jian's yell was like a stimulant injected into the veins of those ponies. Their adrenaline began to secrete dramatically. 5 ponies joined hands to block Luo Hao, and the rest rushed towards Yunxi, who was being protected by Lao Gua, under the leadership of Ma Jian. "That stupid bastard Ma Jian, something is going to happen now." Situ Kong, who was busy eliminating the spicy hot pot, saw Ma Jian's move and stood up abruptly, his eyes staring at Luo Hao's direction with a deadly stare, and said to Situ Kong beside him, "Wait and watch my eyes, we can't let Ma Jian get his hands on him. If we allow Luo Hao to go on a killing spree, then things will get serious." Situ Chi nodded with a cautious face. Sure enough, when Luo Hao saw Ma Jian leading his men towards Yunxi, his whole aura immediately changed. If what those men of Ma Jian encountered before was a tiger out of the gate, then what stood in front of them now was an impermanent from hell. Luo Hao looked back at Su Sudong's direction, who was temporarily unable to get away from the 3 ponies he was swimming with. "Lao Gua, stop them!" Luo Hao yelled at Lao Gua, who had been protecting Yunxi's side since the beginning. "Old thing, I think you're tired of living, even dare to meddle in the affairs of the southern city hegemony master, get lost." Ma Jian cursed angrily, carrying his saber towards Old Gua, who was holding a 3-pronged military spike. Luo Hao threw the steel pipe in his hand at the face of a horseman, knocking the other party unconscious on the ground with a bloody nose, and then turned his right hand into a knife with his palm, and chopped on the right forearm of a machete-carrying horseman with a broken blade. Click, a light sound of bone breaking. That horseman only felt a sharp pain in his forearm, his hand unconsciously loosened, and the machete with 50-60 centimeters fell into Luo Hao's hand, who flipped the blade of the machete in his hand, and the back of the knife chopped on the other party's carotid aorta, and chopped him unconscious. "Get the outta here!" Luo Hao took the machete and made a horizontal cut, forcing the 4 remaining horsemen surrounding himself back, tearing open a gap, and snatching steps in the direction of the rain shed. When Ma Jian and Lao Gua were entangled together, a handful of hares that had crooked thoughts about Yunxi on the subway took the opportunity to reach out and grab Yunxi's white wrist. When he was about to get his hands on Yunxi, an ice-cold voice appeared in his ears. The biggest mistake you ever made in your life was not touching her. A silver light flashed in front of a handful of Hare's eyes, followed by a heartbreaking pain coming from his palm. 3 fingers of his right hand were chopped off by the C in Luohao's hand, 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the severe pain produced by the broken fingers made a handful of Hares almost pass out from the pain. Yunshi's face and clothes were also stained with blood splattered from a handful of Hare's broken finger, but she didn't lose her voice in fear like a normal girl would. A handful of Hares knelt on the ground and picked up his 3 broken fingers, desperately pressing down on his blood-soaked left hand as he begged for help toward Jianma. "Brother Ma, save me." Seeing his most capable man was chopped off his finger, Ma Jian immediately also launched a ruthless, the saber in his hand violently swung out at Laogua. An inch long, an inch strong, an inch short, an inch dangerous, Laogua's 3-pronged military spikes is indeed a close combat weapon, but the face of Ma Jian's hands of 70 to 80 centimeters of clay saber is a bit of chicken ribs. Although he tried his best to use the spikes to block the danger of arm breakage, but his arm was still cut open a slit. Tiger's mouth was also because of the impact of the force was shocked cracked, blood flowed straight. "Laogua, how are you?" Luohao asked as he held Laogua, who was backing up continuously. "In the end, I'm still old." Oldgua took a clean cotton cloth to wrap the wound on his hand and reminded Luohao, "Xiao Luo, the power on Ma Jian's hand is not weak, you be careful yourself." Luohao nodded, walked up and put his sword across, and said to Ma Jian, "I'll take your 2 moves and try it." "Seek death." Ma Jian kicked over a folding wooden table, holding his saber with both hands in a circle above his head, and rushed toward Luohao. The saber with a whistling sound generated by cutting air rushed toward Luohao from top to bottom. The saber came with a strong force. Luohao raised his sword and blocked it horizontally. When the 2 knives hacked at each other, Luohao's machete had its tip cut off, and Ma Jian's saber also burst out a gap. Both knives became scrap metal at once. This guy's arm strength was really not weak. Luohao rotated his aching wrist and pondered in his heart. "Kid, a bit of ability." Ma Jian dropped the saber in his hand and removed the spring knife hanging on his belt. Although he said easily on his mouth, he had other thoughts in his heart. In the whole South City, there were less than a handful of people who could receive a frontal blow from himself. Luohao's combat power in front of him had already exceeded his imagination. If such a person couldn't be a friend, he could only be wasted. With a decision in his heart, Ma Jian held the spring knife and made a mistake in his footsteps to charge towards Luohao again. Facing the frontal attack of the spring knife in Ma Jian's hand, which was about 6 inches in length, Luohao didn't dodge but met it face to face. The body slightly sidestepped to the side, dodging Ma Jian's jab. His right hand violently hooked Ma Jian's neck, his right foot tripped his heel and kicked backward, and his right hand pressed downward in the same trend, and in an instant, the physically strong Ma Jian was put down on the ground by Luohao. Pulling Ma Jian's right hand that was holding the knife, he unloaded the spring-loaded knife in his hand and raised his right foot to step on Ma Jian's neck. If this foot is solidly stepped on, Ma Jian will definitely die. Not good, Luohao is going to kill. Seeing that Luohao was going to kill Ma Jian all of a sudden, Situ Kong's face changed drastically, and he was about to step forward to stop it when an icy voice suddenly rang out. "Luohao, don't kill him. It's not worth it for this kind of person." Luohao looked up at Yunshi who was standing beside him. The killing intent in his eyes gradually faded, and a trace of his signature evil smile reappeared on his face as he said to Ma Jian who was lying on the ground, "Deadly sins can be avoided and living sins cannot be escaped, so today, I'll just waste one of your arms for the time being." Chapter 18, Freshman Military Training. Ma Jian, who had just turned around at the door of hell and hadn't had time to celebrate, his heart fell to the bottom again because of Luohao's icy tone. He was able to get a foothold in the South City because of the kung fu in his 2 hands. If one of his arms was ruined, not to mention that his former enemies would come to his door, he might even lose his capital to survive in Donghai City. Please, don't. This is the first time Ma Jian has begged for mercy from someone after so many years of hanging out in Donghai City, and it's still a student who hasn't left the ivory tower that is the university. Isn't it a bit late to beg for mercy now? Luohao smiled coldly and stomped down on the outside of Ma Jian's right arm. In the teeth-crushing sound of bones breaking and Ma Jian's wail of pain, the part of his right arm from the elbow was stepped on by Luohao and folded outward. The white bones pierced through the skin and exposed in the air, and there were even a few strands of flesh hanging on the uneven cross-section of the bones. At this moment, Ma Jian had long since lost the viciousness and dominance of a moment ago. At this moment he was more like a boiled shrimp curled up, lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Everyone beside him understood that even if Ma Jian's arm was cured, it was already ruined. Now you understand what I told you back then, right? Luohao was definitely a dangerous character. Situ Kong didn't have the playful smile that usually hung on his face at this moment. Squinting his eyes and looking ahead, his face was serious as he said to Situ Chi beside him. Situ Chi nodded numbly. The murderous aura emanating from Luohao just now was by no means something he should have at his age, something that only warriors who had truly experienced the test of death would possess. I originally thought that Ma Jian would be dead this time, but I didn't expect Luohao would actually listen to Yunshi's words and put down the killing intent in his heart. If Yunshi and Luohao can really come together, it may not be a good thing. At least she can be transformed into a scabbard to hide Luohao's sharp sword that is too discreet. But a strong man like Luohao would willingly cover up his own light for a woman. Situ Chi seemed to disagree somewhat with Situ Kong's opinion. The gentle land is also a hero's mound. Whether Yin Shi can become that scabbard or not will be answered later. Let's go, there's nothing more to see here, it's time for Wu Yun's headache to follow. Situ Kong greeted Situ Chi and turned around to leave in the other direction of the snack street. Wu Yun has been in the dormitory room waiting for a reply from the bully master. South City Wang Tianba, Master Ba, in the East China Sea City Road is also a resounding figure, under the fierce generals such as Clouds, compared to Su Genoa and the Four Useless Waste is the difference between the mud. By Wang Tianba, Wu Yun believes that Luo Hao into a crippled simply with the pinch death of an ant is simple. Tic-tac-toe. Wu Yun's cell phone placed on the table emitted an old-fashioned phone ringtone. Looking at the caller ID on it, Wu Yun excitedly picked up the phone. Master Ba, things. Mud horse little than cub, UING dig a hole for me to jump is not it? Wu Yun's words were blocked by Wang Tianba's head-splitting scolding before he could open his mouth, and he forced down the nameless fire in his heart, and asked Wang Tianba on the other end of the phone, Master Ba, in the end, what's wrong to make you so angry? You still have the nerve to ask me what happened? Wang Tianba snorted coldly. What did you tell me at first? Said that he was just a freshman and knew a little bit of boxing and kicking, but as a result, more than 20 of my men came back with injuries, a handful of hairs had 3 fingers cut off, and Ma Jian directly had an arm wasted. Do you know how Ken Ma's arm was broken? He stomped on it from the outside in. Listening to my little brother who came back, if it wasn't for that bull woman you said begged for mercy, Ma Jian would be dead by now. You, Wu Dishao, explain to me how a freshman can have such a ruthless tactic? Master Bully, you heard me. Still talking. Wu Yun, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a week's time, you call $4 million in cash to my bank account, and we'll settle this matter. Wang Tianba, don't go too far, $4 million? Your appetite is also too big. Hearing Wang Tianba's lion's share of the money, Wu Yun's fire immediately bubbled up as well. Wu Yun, Wu Dishao, I'll call you Wu Dishao again for the sake of your old man Wu Changqi, but don't think I don't dare to do anything to you. When I, Wang Tianba, came out to mix and mingle, your kid was still ing wearing open pants. I don't care if you sell your car, your house or your kidney for $1 million a week, not a single point less. Wang Tianba hung up the phone with a bark when he finished speaking. Wu Yun took the phone and sat on his butt on the sofa thinking about how he should raise the money. He didn't doubt Wang Tianba's threat to him on the phone in the slightest. Although he was the future heir of Wu's Pharmaceuticals, he was currently not qualified to call such a large sum of money directly from the company, and the only way at the moment could only be to discount a house and a car in the city center under his name. Tic-tac-toe. The cell phone's old-fashioned telephone bell rang again. Wu Yun directly connected the phone, roared in a bad mood. What's the rush? The money I will call you a penny at a time. I say old brother, you're on gunpowder, so much fire. A young male voice on the other end of the phone said with a slightly disgruntled voice. Wu Yun was a bit puzzled as he took open his cell phone, and after taking a closer look at the caller ID on it, he immediately said in surprise, Cousin, how did you think of calling me? Didn't you always say that the Special Operations Brigade has strict requirements not to communicate with the outside world? I'm going back to Donghai City in a couple days, so I'm giving you a call in advance. Why do you suddenly want to return to Donghai City? Wu Yun asked with some hesitation. Isn't your school about to start the new student military training? This time to your military training instructor by me personally lead the team, back to East China Sea City after remember to treat me to a good meal, the army's food ate me almost vomit. By the way, Xia Yun, just listen to you talk as if you are a bit angry someone messed with you? It's better to wait for you to come before we go into details on this matter, maybe we need you to do a favor this time. Wu Yun said. Don't worry, which ungrateful one dares to mess with my brother, I'll directly cut him to death. On the other end of the phone, Wu Yun's cousin patted his chest and packed his bags. The moment Wu Yun heard that his cousin was coming to Donghai University to give them military training, a new calculation was made in his mind. His cousin Su Weicheng is a serious Special Forces soldier of Yanjing Military Region Special Warfare Brigade. The kung fu under his hand is by no means comparable to Wang Tianba's group of men, and this time he is the leader of the team, and the people in the army are the most protective of the shortcomings, and then as long as his cousin says hello, he is still afraid that no one will give him a head start? Luo Hao, aren't you a good fighter? I don't believe you can still beat the Special Forces. Wu Yun picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Su Genoa, help me prepare, I'm going to participate in the freshman military training 2 days later. 2 days flashed by, and the freshman's military training finally kicked off with the intervention of multiple forces, and there was no doubt that this year's freshman's military training was going to be the most exciting one since the founding of Donghai University. Chapter 19, The Conspiracy. Inside a restaurant box outside Donghai University, Wu Yun, Su Weicheng and a few of his comrades were sitting around clinking glasses. In this kind of weather, where the average temperature is still around 30 degrees, blowing the air conditioner, a glass of cold beer is not to mention how refreshing it is. Su Weicheng put a piece of marinated beef into his mouth and greeted his comrades as he ate. Damn, it's still refreshing to go home, although there is meat to eat in the army, but where is this delicious? Everyone eat, today my oldest brother is treating all, don't give me politeness. Su Weicheng was 185 centimeters in height, with a plate-inch haircut and a face 3 times similar to Wu Yun's, but his skin color was a bit darker than Wu Yun's due to his years of training, and his eyes carried a hint of yin and yang that was similar to Wu Yun. He and a few of his comrades were wearing civilian clothes. Right, Xiao Yun, last time I called you didn't seem to be in a good mood. What happened? Su Weicheng asked after picking up his wineglass and pouring down another mouthful of beer. When Su Weicheng pressed him, Wu Yun told him in detail about the conflict between himself and Luo Hao. Damn, that kid is too deceitful. A special forces soldier sitting on Su Weicheng's left-hand side heard Wu Yun's narrative and fiercely slammed the table and cursed. The soldiers were most protective. Su Weicheng was their captain, so Su Weicheng's cousin was their cousin, and Wu Yun's bravado in throwing away money just now had won their favor. Wang Yang, don't be impulsive. Su Weicheng glared at the special forces soldier, fiddled with his chin and asked Wu Yun, are you sure that kid doesn't have much of a background? Compared to his own men, Su Weicheng was undoubtedly much more sophisticated. No. I looked for my father's friend in the Public Security Bureau to investigate his file. He came to Donghai City 3 years ago, an ordinary working-class background, nothing special. Wu Yun replied. Then according to you, what reason does Yunshi have to favor that Luo Hao? I don't know about that, who knows what strings that got wrong. Meerkat, what are you hesitating for? It's just a student, turn around and give him some fun during the military training, getting him killed is just like playing. Wang Yang, who had just spoken up for Wu Yun, said without a care in the world, their methods of fixing people were all the same. Just as Su Weicheng was about to slap a decision, a soldier sitting across from him said, Meerkat, I think this matter should be a bit more prudent. This time, it's not just us that came to the East University, there's also Jobo. You and him are competing for a spot to enter the Lightning Commando team. I'm afraid that it would be a bad influence if anything goes wrong with the whole thing. And this time Li Yifeng also followed Jobo along. Li Yifeng? He's a thing of the past, he's only worthy of peeling potatoes in the cooking class now. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow with disdain in his tone, but then said to Su Weicheng, but that Jobo's family seems to have a bit of background, are we afraid of an egg? Su Weicheng slammed the table, lousy got a student and Jobo have no half a penny relationship, will he still stand up for a college student? You guys listen to me, when the time comes we sow. According to the school's requirements to participate in military training needed a uniform dress code, so Luo Hao and Su Sudong each received a set of camouflage uniform and a pair of black leather shoes. Luo Hao couldn't help but bristle as he looked at the uniform clothes and shoes purchased by the school. The material of the camouflage clothes in his hand couldn't even compare to the usual training clothes of the Dragon Hidden Army, let alone comparing it with the official combat clothes of the Dragon Hidden Army. As for the camouflage on the clothes, in the eyes of a professional soldier like Luo Hao, it was completely something to bluff children. Every temperature zone and every terrain in the world has its own special textures and natural colors, and only by making full and rational use of the textures and colors of the region where you are can you camouflage yourself effectively. In temperate, deciduous and polar regions you should choose spot camouflage, in coniferous forests, jungles, deserts, grasslands, or open spaces you should choose /camouflage. If using plant camouflage, it is even more important to keep an eye on it to see if it is wilting and needs to be replaced by a new plant. But now, after all, it was just military training instead of field combat, so Luo Hao, after briefly complaining about it, still changed that set of camouflage uniform into it by looking at the mirror, and as for that pair of leather shoes, which had been regarded by Luo Hao as a ground floor product from the very beginning, naturally, it was thrown to the side by him without even a proper look at it. As the elite of the armed forces of any country in the world, the special forces are undoubtedly equipped with the most advanced equipment, not only the weapons used in combat, but also the clothing and footwear. The U.S. Special Forces will invest a lot of human and financial resources every year to develop the most ergonomic tactical boots, only for their soldiers in combat around the world can get the best protection and combat power to enhance. As for the military leather shoes uniformly issued by the school, except for some similarity in appearance, the whole pair of shoes and technology are completely unrelated. In Luo Hao's opinion, when trekking long distance in the field, wearing this kind of leather shoes with 99% possibility of running away from the warrior's feet is not as practical as a pair of liberated running shoes. Hearing Su Sudong say that the soldier who guided the military training this time was not a small one, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Luo Hao took off the military license plate of the Dragon Hidden Troops, which had been wrapped around his wrist before, and put it into his backpack. Yo, can't see Ahausi, the way you wear camouflage clothes now can be much more handsome than you usually are. Just when you stand in front of the district like this, you are definitely a competent security guard. Su Sudong, who finished changing clothes in the bathroom, looked at Luo Hao standing in front of the mirror and couldn't help but joke. Off. You're the security guard, your whole family is security. What time did the previous cell phone text say to gather in the small auditorium? 9 o'clock. Oh no, the time is almost up. Su Sudong glanced at his watch and said to Luo Hao in a fiery voice. Luo Hao and Su Sudong had just gone downstairs when they met Yin Shi, who had also changed into a camouflage uniform, on the way to the small auditorium. The wide camouflage uniform didn't hide her proud figure, and her stunning face was cold with a hint of flirtation. Schoolgirls are really schoolgirls, they look good in everything. After the last battle at the barbecue stand, Su Sudong and Yunxi were considered friends and would occasionally crack a few jokes. You guys aren't bad in camouflage, especially Luo Hao, you really look like a soldier when you dress like this. Yunxi's narrow beautiful eyes glanced at Luo Hao and said, "Let's go, we're running out of time." Luo Hao didn't want to dwell on the topic of whether he was a soldier or not for too long, greeting Yunxi and Su Sudong before heading towards the auditorium. "Mad Dragon, you are really a born soldier as they said, but are you really no longer willing to go back to the Dragon Hidden Unit?" Yunxi looked at Luo Hao's back and muttered secretly in her heart. Chapter 20 Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade. When Luo Hao's trio arrived at the cafeteria, the seats were basically already occupied, and the three of them could only choose to sit down by the corridor. Right in front of the auditorium, there stood a dozen of soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Their standing posture and the aura emanating from their bodies were telling everyone present that they were the real powerhouses in the army, and the only thing that didn't match with other people's aura was the soldier who stood in the leftmost corner, a soldier who stood around 175 centimeters tall, and whose appearance was not so much handsome as well described more accurately. Looking at the armbands embroidered with white snowy mountains and wolf heads on their arms, Luo Hao's eyes couldn't help but widen. This is the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade? Hello everyone, I'm Su Weicheng from the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade. You can call me instructor, or you can call me meerkat like in the Special Forces. In the next half a month, there will be me and my comrades in charge of everyone's military training tasks. Su Weicheng, who carried a bar of 3-star captain rank on his shoulder, stepped out of the team and made his opening remarks. His eyes as sharp as a falcon scanned the freshmen in the auditorium, and when his gaze landed on Yunxi, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. And when his gaze swept over Luo Hao and Su Sudong, a trace of sinister venom swept through his eyes. "Haozi, do you think they will be real special forces?" Su Sudong asked Luo Hao beside him. There was a police reserve in Donghai City, but there were only conventional combat troops and no special forces in it. They are indeed the special soldiers of the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, but they are not the strongest among the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade. Luo Hao said indifferently. The Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, which belonged to Yinjing military region, was also quite famous in the military world, and those who could enter it were all strong hands. Outsiders might not know it, but Luo Hao knew that there was also a lightning commando team in the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, and they were considered the real elites. The Dragon Hidden Force's selection of talents was not limited to the Dragon Hidden Training Camp, sometimes it would also absorb talents from other ways, but the number was extremely small. Taking the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade as an example, if the dozen or so Special Forces soldiers in front of them wanted to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Forces, then entering the Lightning Commando Squad was the first condition. The sports assault warfare instructor of the Dragon Hidden Army, Sun Wolf Jiao Shui, was the captain of the Lightning Assault Team before joining the Dragon Hidden Army, and the sniper instructor Persian Cat Baifan was also a member of the Lightning Assault Team before, but Luo Hao's master once said that they were able to join the Dragon Hidden Army not only because of their own strength, but also because of some special reasons at that time. However, Luo Hao's master once said that they were able to join the Dragon Hidden Army because of some special reasons at that time, in addition to their own strength. Luo Hao had just carefully observed the armbands of everyone, including Su Weicheng, and there wasn't an extra added yellow lightning mark on their armbands besides the snowy mountain and wolf head, so they weren't members of the Lightning Commandos. Now announced the list of instructors leading training for each specialized class. While Luo Hao was still out of his mind, Su Weicheng had already started announcing the class lead training instructors: Electrical Automation Class 1, Lia Feng; Electrical Automation Class 2, Zhou Bai; History Department, Lu Sun; Computer Department, Wang Yang. Please ask each instructor to bring their class to the playground to gather. Let's go, I guess after the assembly, those instructors' dismounts should come down. Luo Hao patted Su Sudong's shoulder and followed Wang Yang, the instructor of the computer department, towards the playground. Su Sudong nodded his head at the side to Luo Hao's statement, and said with a bitter face, "Usually, they are trained by others, and now that it's hard for them to be able to train people, they won't be able to put us to death." "Are you scared?" Luo Hao asked with a teasing smile. "Damn, except for my old man. Other than your family's old man, you've never been afraid of anyone else, right?" This sentence had almost become Su Sudong's mantra now, so much so that as soon as he opened his mouth Luo Hao knew what he was going to say later. Luo Hao turned around and realized that Yunxi, who was supposed to be following beside them, had actually disappeared, so he opened his mouth and asked Su Sudong beside him, "Have you seen Yunxi? There was an instructor looking for her just now, and she seemed to have followed her over there." Su Sudong pointed to the place around the corner of the auditorium. "Yunxi knew someone from the Snow Wolf Special Combat Brigade?" Luo Hao's brows frowned slightly and said to Su Sudong, "I'll go over and take a look. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that the instructor who was looking for Yunxi just now is quite handsome." Su Sudong smiled cheaply at Luo Hao and followed the others out of the auditorium. Luo Hao searched along the direction Su Sudong pointed out, and sure enough, he saw Yun Shi, and a special forces soldier wearing camouflage uniform, wearing the armband of the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, with a height comparable to his own, who had a 1-bar and 3-star epaulet on his shoulder just like Su Weicheng, and he was a captain. Luo Hao remembered him, and his name was Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo was talking to Yun Shi about something, but Yun Shi didn't seem to be willing to talk to him too much, and there was even some impatience on his face. Hey, there's actually someone harassing the woman that little master has his eye on. Luo Hao let out a sneer in his heart and walked towards the two. Yun Shi, everyone has gone to gather, why are you still here? I'm on my way. Yun Shi answered and turned around, ready to leave, but Zhou Bo didn't seem to want to give up just like that and chased after him again with a quick step, but Luo Hao suddenly stopped in front of him. This instructor, pestering a female trainee in private, it seems to go against your troop's discipline to do so. Who are you? This is my personal matter that has nothing to do with you, get out of the way. Zhou Bo frowned and snapped. Sorry, this personal matter of yours is kinda related to me. Luo Hao picked his ears with his fingers, and as he pulled Yun Shi over, he said, my name is Luo Hao, and she's my girlfriend. Ha! Hearing Luo Hao's words, Zhou Bo's mouth opened wide, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. You said Yun Shi is your girlfriend? Luo Hao nodded and smoothly wrapped his arms around Yun Shi's willow waist. Hearing Luo Hao suddenly give himself the title of his girlfriend, Yun Shi glanced at him with some dissatisfaction, but Yun Shi's action became a petulant, pouting action between a boyfriend and girlfriend in Zhou Bo's eyes. For the name Luo Hao he seemed to feel some familiarity, but he forgot where he had heard it before, and in the end he could only attribute it to being too popular. Zhou Bo's eyes stared at Luo Hao with a deadly stare, and Luo Hao was no different in meeting his gaze. The gazes of the two collided with a few invisible sparks in the air. This was an extremely dangerous guy. Zhou Bai made a preliminary definition of Luo Hao in his mind, because just now when he was stared at with his eyes, it made Zhou Bai feel his backbone shiver. Hurry up and go to the assembly, your lead training instructor Wang Yang is not a generous person. With Luo Hao's sudden intervention, Zhou Bo knew that there was no point for him to continue to dwell on it. When Luo Hao and Yun Shi arrived at the playground, the other students of the computer department had basically already gathered, and Wang Yang was in a position to start making a fuss at both Luo Hao and Yun Shi. Chapter 21, Small Punishments, Big Punishments. When he fell asleep, someone sent him a pillow. Wang Yang was still wondering how he could fix Luo Hao without any trace, and now he sent him to the door himself. Wang Yang pressed down the excitement in his heart and walked to Luo Hao and Yun Shi with a serious face, his eyes scanning back and forth on their faces. Although he had long heard about Yun Shi's beauty from Wu Yun's mouth, when Wang Yang came face to face with Yun Shi at a close distance, his heart still involuntarily trembled fiercely because of her slightly flirtatious and cold appearance. However, a few years of military service had already honed Wang Yang's mind, and he would never want to jump on a beautiful woman like a street gangster. Do you know that you guys are late? Wang Yang slammed his face and glared as he reprimanded, regardless of what grandiose reasons you have, I must tell you that late students are absolutely not allowed in my ranks. If you're on the battlefield, that's delaying the war, it's a court-martial, it's being shot. Wang Yang carried out almost the original words of the company commander's reprimand when he was a new recruit. Facing Wang Yang's lesson, Luo Hao's heart was very disdainful, but he still made a teachable face on the surface. I'm a person who does things with clear-cut rewards and punishments. You guys have to be punished for your mistakes, remembering that you're just first-time offenders. I'll give you a small punishment. Wang Yang pointed his finger towards the plastic runway of the playground and said, you two run 10 laps around the playground. The playground of East China Sea University was a standard playground with a circle of 400 meters, and 10 laps was 4,000 meters, so the intensity of such punishment was nothing for Luo Hao, who had been trained according to the U.S. Navy SEAL's physical fitness and endurance training methods since he was 10 years old, and had been honed by his master. What he was worried about was Yun Shi. Physical fitness was a woman's innate weakness. I'll slow down later and you'll run behind me, which will save you some energy. Remember, run with my rhythm. Luo Hao softly cared for Yun Shi. Yun Shi nodded with her cherry lips tightly bitten. In the process of running, people need to overcome the resistance generated by moving forward, and if they encounter a headwind while running, then they have to consume more physical strength for the same distance. Luo Hao intentionally slowed down his speed and ran in front of Yun Shi to resist part of the resistance for her, while she herself followed his rhythm according to Luo Hao's instruction, saving a lot of energy consumption. However, Luo Hao knew that such a method was only treating the symptoms but not the root cause, and as time went by, Yun Shi's weakness in physical strength would still be shown, and Luo Hao only hoped that she could hold on until the end. The movement of the playground quickly attracted the attention of the other students around. Military training just started. The cold and beautiful iceberg schoolgirl and her scandalous boyfriend were punished to run laps around the playground. This absolutely explosive news, I believe that it won't be long before it will be on the front page of the school's forum. Yun Shi had never hated her proud figure so much. Under the force of gravity, because of running, although it had a 3/4 cup package, it was still uncontrollable, which made Yun Shi's pretty face blush so much that it was almost dripping blood. She even felt that those students around her were staring at her breasts. Now you know the pain of big boobs. Although Luo Hao's back was facing Yun Shi, it was like he had eyes behind him. Luo Hao, you. Yin Shi, who was already ashamed beyond words, could no longer hold back the shyness in her heart, and was about to rebuke, but was blocked by Luo Hao's sentence, talking will only make you even more tired, adjust your breathing to follow my rhythm and run. Even though Luo Hao used all feasible methods to help Yin Shi, when she ran to the sixth lap, Yin Shi's physical strength reached the limit and panted to Luo Hao in front of her, Luo Hao, I can't run anymore, stop and take a rest. No way. Luo Hao refused Yin Shi's request without any hesitation. Resting during a long-distance run will only increase your body's exhaustion, and in the end you won't even have the strength to walk. Plop. Yin Shi, after gritting her teeth and holding on for another half a lap, her feet went limp and eventually fell to her knees on the track, moisture heavy in her eyes. Put your tears away, you know how many people are waiting to see the joke of you, the iceberg schoolgirl, right now. Luo Hao stared at Yin Shi, who was sitting on her knees on the runway, and scolded her with a serious tone he had never seen before, stand up. Looking at the runway is quite a mess. Yin Shi, standing in the crowd of Wu Yunmouth corner, crossed a cold smile. Yin Shi, this is your offending this big young end. Reaching out and wiping away the tears that had yet to trickle down from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, Yin Shi tried to stand up, but the pain coming from the palms of her feet made her choose to give up helplessly after several attempts. Stand up. Luo Hao grabbed Yin Shi's white wrist and pulled her up from the runway, looking at her slightly pale face and asked, can you still run? Yin Shi gritted her teeth and nodded, but as soon as she moved her feet, her body slumped forward. Luo Hao held her up, and when he looked down and saw the military leather shoes uniformly issued by the school on her feet, he understood the reason at once. You can't run anymore. If you run anymore, your feet will be ruined. After helping Yin Shi walk to the shade of a tree aside and signaling her to sit down, Luo Hao helped her untie her shoelace and said, it will hurt a little bit, bear with it. Despite the mental preparation, Yin Shi's feet couldn't help but flinch back when Luo Hao peeled her leather shoes off her feet. The soles of Yin Shi's feet had been worn out by the leather shoes, and blood stuck her paws and socks together. Looking at this pair of disfigured jade feet, Luo Hao couldn't help frowning. You two haven't finished running yet, who allowed you to take a private rest? Wang Yang suddenly appeared behind Luo Hao and said in a cruel voice to the two sitting in the shade. Scram! Luo Hao coldly spat out a word to Wang Yang behind him. Hearing Luo Hao's words, Wang Yang was immediately exasperated and laughed. Even in the Special Operations Brigade no one dared to casually say this word in front of him, and now he was actually scolded by a freshman to roll in front of him? Good, you guys are good. Wang Yang was infuriated and laughed angrily. Dongzi! Luo Hao yelled at the team of students behind him. Haozi, what is it? Su Sudong didn't care about Wang Yang's reaction and rushed to Luo Hao's side to ask. Get water, and remember, it has to be clean. Get another knife and bring the first aid kit from my backpack. After Su Sudong wrote down Luo Hao's requirements one by one, he folded his body and ran towards the direction of his dormitory. In less than 5 minutes, he brought all the things Luo Hao asked for. The water was the mineral water he bought at the school supermarket, and the knife was the butterfly knife Luo Hao gave him. Luo Hao coldly glanced at Wang Yang, who was standing aside, and said to Su Sudong, Dongzi, keep an eye on it for me. Whoever messes up, slap him with a big ear, and I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Hearing Luo Hao's domineering words, Yin Shi felt that the mad dragon who had disappeared for 3 years seemed to have returned. Chapter 22, Rascals. The commotion made by Luo Hao's sight attracted more and more people's attention. The other computer science majors moved their feet and wanted to get closer to the shade of the tree. After all, such a good opportunity to get so close to the iceberg goddess was rare, but when they were faced with Su Sudong's ferocious eyes, they thought of Luo Hao's warning just now, and then they immediately shrunk back again. Students from the other major classes also paused their training and looked out towards the field where the computer science majors were located, and pointed from time to time. Being threatened by Luo Hao in front of all the students made Wang Yang feel that he had suffered an unprecedented and strange shame. Striding up to Su Sudong and snapping, now I order you, get out of the way. Wang Yang's aura was sufficient, but Su Sudong didn't buy him. Since I was a child, the only one who can order me around is my old man. You, a third-grade sergeant major, aren't worthy yet. Wang Yang, who had been sprayed by Su Sudong, rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move when Luo Hao suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Wang Yang, the butterfly knife in his hand pointing at his neck. If you move one of them to show me, I guarantee you that my knife will be sent into your neck first before your hand touches his body. Luo Hao dared to use his sword against Xiaoko, and naturally, he also dared to use his sword against Wang Yang, a third-grade sergeant. The face of Wang Yang, who was on top of the bar, was green and white for a while, and he was embarrassed as his hand was raised or lowered. On the roof of the teaching building, Joshua was holding a high-magnification telescope, his mouth grinning as he looked towards the direction of the playground. TSK, it's really not wrong to come this time. I didn't expect to be able to see such a good show. Captain, do you want me to handle it? This Wang Yang is doing things without a brain. Standing beside Zhao Shui, a soldier wearing the Lightning Commando armband with the rank of major with 2 bars and 1 star and in his 30s, asked Zhao Shui for his opinion. Don't, you mustn't go and mess things up for me. Zhao Shui waved his hand repeatedly at the young soldier. I haven't seen that kid this crazy in a long time. This is the ING style of the Mad Dragon. Zhou Bo, who was originally training the basic formation for his class, saw the accident on Yin Shi's side, and while cursing Wang Yang's idiocy in his mind, he rushed over at a fast pace. Stop! Zhou Bo was about to go forward to check the injury, but he was also droned by Luo Hao. I'll take care of her injury, you don't need to worry about it. If he hadn't pestered Yunxi before the gathering, Yunxi wouldn't have been punished for being late, so Luo Hao naturally included Zhou Bo in the dislike list. Being ostracized by Yunxi's real boyfriend makes Zhou Bo somewhat helpless, because he is the rightful one, so he can only take out his anger on Wang Yang. Sparrow, what have you done? They were late, so I gave them a small punishment. Minor punishment? Being punished to run 10 laps is called a small punishment if a big punishment is not ready to let both of them run waste lying in the hospital? You know they are students, who is responsible for what happened? Zhou Bo glared at Wang Yang and asked. The sky collapsed with a high top. Su Weicheng said that he was responsible for what happened, so Wang Yang was indifferent to Zhou Bo's warning. From the time they put on this camouflage uniform they are a soldier, the vocation of a soldier is to obey orders. Wang Yang tugged at his clothes and said, the current situation can only say that they are too delicate and lack exercise. When I first entered the army I was pulled out by the recruit company commander for 10 kilometers of cross-country, and my feet were swollen the next day or training as usual. Also, this is my class, everything is up to me. While Zhou Bo and Wang Yang were arguing, Luo Hao grabbed Yunxi's jade feet and unscrewed a bottle of mineral water to drench her feet all over, conveniently peeling off the socks that were stuck to the soles of her feet by the blood. Resting Yunxi's foot on his thigh, he took the knife and said to her, it might hurt a bit later, so bear with it. Yunxi nodded. Luo Hao used the knife to cut open the sock along the direction of Yunxi's heel, the blade of the knife sticking to the center of her foot and slowly moving in the direction of her toes. Although she had already moistened the sock with water, Yunxi's foot couldn't help trembling slightly when dealing with some places where the blood had already scabbed over, but she clenched her silver teeth throughout the process without uttering a cry of pain. After removing the socks and looking at Yunxi's bloody paw, Luo Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, took a deep breath to calm down the fluctuation in his heart, washed the wound again with water, dried it with clean and sterilized gauze, sprinkled it with medicinal powder, and then wrapped the wound with a bandage. You can't continue training anymore. Luo Hao tied Yunxi's 2 leather shoes together with shoelaces and walked over to Wang Yang. Report, Yunxi can't continue training with her current physical condition and must go back to rest. Okay, I approve it. Before Wang Yang had a chance to speak, Zhou Bo jumped the gun and said. Although Wang Yang just affirmed that this is his class and everything is up to him, but to put it bluntly, Zhou Bo's rank is higher than his and is his superior, so he can't get any better if he really makes a mess. Zhou Bo took the initiative to approve Yunxi's 2 days of vacation, making Luo Hao's opinion of him somewhat better. Hanging both shoes around his neck, he bent down and was about to hug Yunxi, who was sitting on the ground. Yunxi was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden move. What are you doing? Can you still walk by yourself now? Luo Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, not waiting for her to answer, and in the midst of Yunxi's exclamation of surprise, a princess hug lifted her up horizontally, returning to the dormitory with the goddess and the hearts of all the boys of Donghai University in his arms in full view of the public. The Yama downstairs in the dormitory gave Luo Hao the green light, letting him carry Yunxi into the girls' dormitory building. At the door of Yunxi's room, Luo Hao put her down and let her take out the key to open the door, took out a bottle of medicinal powder and a circle of gauze from the first aid kit and gave it to her, instructing, the wound can't get into the water, and the medicinal powder will be changed once a day. Yunxi nodded her head and took note of it, holding the wall on her tiptoes and was about to walk towards the room when Luo Hao suddenly called her back, took out another white cloth band used to fix the splint when breaking a bone from the first aid kit and handed it to her, pointing to her chest again, tie it on with this before the next training session, it's better than a cup. Yunxi's pretty face turned blood red for a moment, glaring fiercely at Luo Hao, slamming the door of the room heavily shut with a bang and cursing, rascal. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Gather all those guys down there in a few days, I have some things to set up. Zhao Shuai instructed the young soldier. Yes. The major saluted Zhao Shuai, pursed his lips or didn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked, Son Wolf, do you think Luo Hao would have stabbed down if Wang Yang had really made a move on that student just now? Will. What? The young major looked at Zhao Shuai with some surprise. A student dared to kill a professional soldier in public? He's not an ordinary student, he's that pervert's disciple. Zhao Shuai seemed to have seen the doubts in the major's mind and answered for him. Pervert? The major frowned in thought, then his eyes snapped open. That pervert you're talking about wouldn't be him, would it? Besides him, who else in this world can I call a pervert? Go get 2 pairs of better leather boots for that girl and the boy beside Luo Hao. The stuff uniformly issued by the school is really bad. Zhao Shuai threw his hand and threw the binoculars to the major, heading towards the stairway. Yes. But I didn't expect this kid, Mad Dragon, to actually be able to get together with the princess. It's almost exactly like that master of his. This is a princess, he. If this is spread back to the Dragon Hidden Unit it's guaranteed to leave them all with stunned jaws. Zhao Shuai grinned as he walked away. Chapter 23 I'll play with you. The military training was not suspended because Luo Hao and Yunxi were punished for running, and Wang Yang, who was suffocated in the morning, gave his class extra exercises in the afternoon training on the grounds that the students were too lazy and needed more training, and as for Luo Hao and Su Sudong, the pair of hard-to-reach brothers and sisters, they were especially cared for by Wang Yang. The queue stood under the sun for half an hour more than others, and the front step kicked 10 times more than others. Although Wang Yang admitted that Luo Hao's completion of military posture in front step was more standard than his own, he would still look for bones in the egg. To everyone's surprise, no matter how Wang Yang fixes him, Luo Hao no longer has the arrogance and dominance of the morning, completely like a different person, for Wang Yang's every order is seriously implemented. So the surrounding students from time to time can see under the cool sun an upright human image like a javelin nailed to the ground motionless. In the rest of the others, he is still on the sidelines kicking more than the instructor's standard front step. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, by these special forces instructors tortured a day of freshmen, dragging has been some of the body to return to the dormitory. At this moment they want to do is definitely not holding a cell phone chatting microblogging, but to hurry to take a shower and then take advantage of the cafeteria to open before the meal to take a good rest. As soon as Su Sudong returned to the room, he flung the black military boots on his feet to the side. Looking at the palms of his feet that were somewhat white because of the stifling heat and lack of air permeability, he couldn't help but complain. What kind of Thai military boots are these? Wearing them on your feet is just like wrapping a layer of cling film, it's almost simmering. Haozi, why are you okay? My shoes are different from yours. Luo Hao took off the tactical boots on his feet and replaced them with slippers, and started to treat Jinshi, asking about her situation. Su Sudong took a somewhat smoky military boot in his bare feet and compared it with Luo Hao's tactical boots, and found that apart from a slight resemblance in color and shape, the pattern of the soles and the material of the uppers were not the same thing at all. Haozi, so you were prepared for this? Nonsense. If you let the staff corps of the U.S. Kennedy Special Operations Center know that the kind of shoes on your hand that sells for no more than $100 at most can also be called military boots, I guess they'll have to laugh their asses off. Luo Hao said lazily while lying on the bed. Haozi, let me discuss something with you. Su Sudong's eyes rolled in calculation. Everything else is fine, except this matter. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Luo Hao directly refused Su Sudong's request to change his shoes. Haozi, then where did you buy these shoes? Get me a pair as well. How much money is not a problem? Su Sudong retreated and asked. Luo Hao sat up from the bed with a bone, looked at Su Sudong and asked seriously, do you really want to buy it? The price of my shoes can be worth your new pair of Nike basketball shoes. What can be solved with money is not a problem. Money is not a problem. It's not impossible for you to buy it, but it'll take a couple days. Ha? 2 more days? Then what will I do tomorrow? Su Sudong's face immediately became bitter. Nonsense, where do you want me to buy you shoes overnight? Luo Hao cupped his approach and thought about it. I have a way to relieve the airless and stuffy shoes. There was the door. Su Sudong's eyes lit up with misery. Do you have a girl in this school that you're closer to? Luo Hao asked. Su Sudong thought carefully, then shook his head. That can't be helped. Luo Hao shrugged, leaning back and collapsing back onto the bed. Your approach has something to do with women? Su Sudong was still not ready to give up. The problem of sweltering heat and humidity in shoes can be alleviated if the shoes are padded with a woman's closest little companion, which is the most common and effective method used by special forces for missions in the rainforest region. A woman's closest little companion? Su Sudong thought for a moment, his eyes snapped open and asked, You're not talking about that thing, are you? It's the same thing you're thinking of, or you can buy it at the school supermarket if you're cheeky enough. There's a wide variety to choose from. Do not go. Su Sudong immediately shook his head like a rattlesnake. This is an issue involving a man's dignity cannot be easily compromised. His eyeballs kept messing around, and he soon had a new idea. Haozi, brother Hao, your old man has a close relationship with the great goddess Yun, you see. No way. In the morning when she sent Yunxi back to her room, out of good intention to send her a chest wrap, not only was scolded as a rascal but also slammed the sliding door. If she went to ask her for that thing now, she would not be kicked down from upstairs with the whole person? Just as Su Sudong was still pestering Luo Hao with requests, there was a sudden knock at the door. Su Sudong opened the door to his room and found a soldier in camouflage uniform standing at the door, but not one of those instructors he had already met during the day, and his rank was much higher than theirs, a major. Excuse me, does Luo Hao live here? The major asked politely. Su Sudong nodded and called out Luo Hao, who was lying on the bed pretending to be dead. Luo Hao walked out of the room and sized up the soldier in front of him, not having seen him before in his impression. However, Luo Hao knew that this was an expert. His body hidden under the camouflage uniform contained explosive power. This kind of power was by no means comparable to that of a special forces soldier like Wang Yang. His eyes fell to his armband. When he saw the lightning bolt that crossed the top of the snowy mountain, a trace of gravity flashed in Luo Hao's eyes. Lightning Commando. Luo Hao gently closed the door behind him and stood face to face with him in the hallway. Lightning Commando? The major nodded and handed Luo Hao the paper bag in his hand. The captain asked me to give this to your classmate. Instructor Coyote? He's here too? Luo Hao was stunned when he heard the major's words. The major nodded. Zhao Shuai was the captain of the Lightning Commandos before he entered the Dragon Hidden Unit, and even though he had left his post long ago and the captain of the Lightning Commandos had changed, every member of the Lightning Commandos still habitually addressed Zhao Shuai as captain when they saw him. The captain also told me to tell you that he says the family misses you and that it's time to come home when you've had enough fun out there. Hearing the major's words, Luo Hao only felt his nose a little sour. There were masters and instructors and brothers there, and that was his home. Luo Hao carried the paper bag back to his room, opened it, and inside was a pair of black military boots, a pair of real Special Forces training military boots. Throwing the shoes to Su Sudong, your problem is solved. Su Sudong held the pair of black military boots that still smelled of leather and thanked Luo Hao profusely, almost kneeling down and singing conquest to him. Yunqi, after 2 days of rest to return to the playground to participate in military training, Luo Hao found that 2 days do not see, her bus seems to be some shrinkage, it seems to send their own things are not in vain. Luo Hao originally thought that Wang Yang would still carry out regular training like formation and kicking steps, but out of his expectation, Wang Yang actually wanted to teach these students the close combat techniques of the Special Forces. This immediately mobilized the interest of these students. Luo Hao patiently watched Wang Yang's demonstration for a while and then lost his interest. What Wang Yang demonstrated was indeed the fighting technique in the army, but this kind of basic fighting moves that could barely be considered as introductory were the same as a small child who had just learned to toddle around in Luo Hao's eyes. Did everyone memorize the fighting techniques I practiced just now? Wang Yang asked as he looked at the students who were making small recalled gestures. Remember. The voice that answered was weak. It was still a bit difficult for these pampered students to memorize the not-so-complex fighting technique in a short period of time. Louder. Remember. This time the reply was earth-shattering. Very good. Wang Yang nodded, surveying these students in front of him and said, since all of them have memorized it, let's ask one of the students to rehearse it in conjunction with the movements I just made. Wang Yang's gaze fell on Yunqi and said, you come and cooperate with me to demonstrate to the students again. Dogs can't change their ways. Luo Hao laughed in his heart, pushed aside the classmates who blocked in front of him, walked out of the team with great strides, and stood in front of Wang Yang and said contemptuously, since you want to play, then I'll practice with you. Chapter 24 Completion. Wang Yang looked at Luo Hao, who stood in front of him, the one who seemed to be relaxed and unsuspecting, but he believed that as long as he made a move the other party would be able to react in the first time. Could this kid really be a deeply hidden expert? However, this thought was quickly erased by Wang Yang just as soon as it popped up. The other party did not look more than 20 years old. Unless he had started practicing martial arts since his mother's womb, he would never be a match for himself as a special warfare elite. With an intention in mind, Wang Yang said loudly, this student's spirit of learning is worthy of everyone's study. Since he took the initiative to come forward, I naturally can't shy away from being an instructor, but we said in advance that the fists and feet in the course of the test have no eyes, and if you accidentally bumped or bruised, you can never use this as an excuse to cause trouble again afterward. It turned out that he was looking for an excuse for his own black hand. Luo Hao, who saw through Wang Yang's little plan, didn't make too many emotional fluctuations on the surface and nodded his head calmly to respond, of course, all the students present can testify. Earlier, when Wang Yang was teaching the computer class fighting techniques, he had already attracted the attention of the other majors on the basketball court and immediately complained secretly in his heart, the treatment of ace majors is not the same, not only the conditions of accommodation but also the training subjects are treated differently, others have already begun to practice fighting, and they are still kicking in the right direction. When they saw that Luo Hao and Wang Yang were going to compete and spar, these college students, who were still in adolescent commotion, couldn't help themselves at once and asked to watch and learn. Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng, who taught 2 classes of electrical majors respectively, agreed to these students' request after discussing it for a while. Moreover, Zhou Bo also had some interest in Luo Hao, who claimed to be Yunqi's boyfriend, and the look in his eyes when he was staring at himself did indeed make him feel dangerous. Seeing more and more students around, it made Wang Yang, who had succeeded in his scheme, secretly happy in his heart that the more people he saw, the more embarrassment Luo Hao would make later. He clenched his hands into fists and set out the standard fighting starting stance, please teach me. Wang Yang's feet in military boots rubbed on the ground, making a snorting sound, and suddenly his eyes flinched, his right foot stomped on the ground, and the whole person ejected, and under the package of harsh fist wind, Wang Yang's fist swung towards Luo Hao's cheek. Looking at Wang Yang's fist that was coming towards his left cheek, wanting to directly flip himself to the ground, Luo Hao twisted his waist to the right and tilted his head slightly backward, while his left hand transformed into a palm into a sword, and chopped Wang Yang's right forearm with a hand knife. Wang Yang felt a pain and a short-lived paralysis coming from his right arm and felt bad in his heart. This attack method of chopping the forearm with a hand blade could cause the opponent's arm to experience a short-lived paralyzing symptom, although this paralyzing symptom that caused people to lose their mobility was so short that it could be described as a fleeting moment, but it was already enough for Luo Hao. He quickly raised his right hand into a palm and launched it forward with the bottom of his palm, striking at Wang Yang's heart. Wang Yang, who received a heavy blow on his chest, stumbled for a while, and his whole body took several steps backward uncontrollably before he could stabilize his body. Being attacked by Luo Hao with one move and forced back with another, this made Wang Yang, who fancied himself as a special combat elite, feel very humiliated. His chest rose and fell dramatically, and his anger had begun to burn his sanity. Fox, what do you think of the two of them? Zhou Bo asked the handsome-looking Li Yifeng who was standing beside him. Li Yifeng thought about it and pursed his lips. This Luo Hao is calm and collected when he responds to the enemy, and he goes in and out in an orderly manner when attacking. Sparrow is not his opponent. Li Yifeng's high appraisal of Luo Hao made Zhou Bo a little surprised, but he believed in Li Yifeng's vision, this man who was once considered the most likely to enter the dragon hidden army. Zhou Bo's lips pursed slightly as he continued to watch the game in the field. Wang Yang, who had been cut down in face, was determined to get back his honor, and with a cushion step under his feet and a turn of his waist, his right leg drew a circular arc in the air, and swept toward Luo Hao with a move that was close to the side spinning kick in Taekwondo. The students who had read too many YA novels such as Special Soldiers Mixing with the City immediately applauded Wang Yang's magnificent attack, and Wang Yang himself was confident that as long as this kick hit he would definitely knock Luo Hao to the ground. Ideal is full, the reality is bone. Wang Yang's attack although gorgeous but not practical. In the real special operations, especially in the exhaustion of the need to face the enemy unarmed, a combat-experienced special forces will never use like Wang Yang's sidekick to attack the enemy. Unarmed combat is simple, fast, effective, in the shortest possible time with the simplest way to the most effective way to knock out the enemy. This is the special forces unarmed combat. This is the true meaning of the special forces unarmed combat, one strike to kill. Facing the side kick of Wang Yang's right leg, Luo Hao quickly took a step forward, stuck his right leg under Wang Yang's right leg, hit his right thigh with his waist and crotch, and in the process, he wrapped his hand around the sweeping right leg from the outside to the inside, and slid his right foot slightly forward to stop Wang Yang's left foot standing on the ground and hooked it outward. When Wang Yang's right leg was restrained, his left foot lost balance, and the whole person was dropped to the ground by Luo Hao. This is the U.S. Navy SEALs MCMAP Marine Corps combat system. Looking at his skillful movements, it is obvious that he didn't learn it on his own by looking at the instructional videos and materials, but rather through the hand-to-hand guidance of professionals. Who the hell is this guy? Zhou Bo frowned slightly, secretly pondering in his heart. Wang Yang, who was dropped by Luo Hao, had a close contact between the whole side of his face and the earth, which had been scorched by the sun for half a day, and his face with sweat was suddenly covered with dusty grayness, which made him look unusually wretched. Originally, Luo Hao just wanted to tease Wang Yang to take a breath for Yin Shi, and didn't have the intention to kill him, so he no longer intended to do anything after repelling Wang Yang twice, and shrugged his shoulders at Wang Yang, who climbed up from the ground. Instructor, let's call it a day. The idea of wanting to ravage Luo Hao was not only mercilessly crushed, but having made such a big embarrassment to himself, it instantly made Wang Yang feel that he had lost himself to his grandmother's house, and roared at Luo Hao, by the look of you, you should have practiced in the army, and you wouldn't be dismissed from the army because of committing something, right? Hearing Wang Yang's words, Yin Shi, who had been paying attention to the two people from the side, secretly cried out in her heart that it was not good. Wang Yang's unintentional sentence had crookedly poked the biggest pain in Luo Hao's heart, and sure enough, in the next second, Luo Hao's whole face and eyes had changed. He violently turned around, his feet pace wrong, blood-red eyes rushed to Wang Yang in front of, palm down, wrist upward tilt, fingers slightly hook flex, the whole hand into a tiger claw hand shape to Wang Yang's eyes. Wang Yang only felt a chill on his back. This sudden attack made him a bit panicked, and his hands subconsciously went to resist Luo Hao's tiger claw. He didn't know that Luo Hao's tiger claw attack was just a false move. When Wang Yang raised his hand to block and exposed his throat, Luo Hao's tiger claw suddenly changed its move, and his big hand was like a pincer that stuck Wang Yang's throat. Chapter 25. Luo Hao, don't. Just when Luo Hao's wrist was hard and ready to twist off Wang Yang's windpipe in one fell swoop, Yin Shi's trademark cool voice rang in his ears. Turning his head, he realized that Yin Shi, who was standing in the crowd, was holding the hem of his clothes and shaking her head slightly at him. The blood color in Luo Hao's eyes gradually receded, and the hand stuck at Wang Yang's throat slowly relaxed. Wang Yang seized the opportunity and hurriedly retreated a few steps back from Luo Hao's attack range. Wang Yang covered his neck and kept coughing to relieve the discomfort at his throat, and he realized that his back had been drenched in cold sweat. Just now, Luo Hao's hostile eyes were clearly the eyes that were going to kill him, and a trace of fear lingered in his heart. Yin Shi was really the scabbard that could hide the sharpness from Luo Hao's body, said Situ Kong, who was also observing the dynamics on the court from the crowd, secretly in his heart. I didn't expect that East Sea University is really a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A freshman who just entered the university can actually defeat an instructor. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and we waves of the past might be slapped to death on the beach at some point. Zhou Bo out of the crowd to both sides of the circle, although usually in Wang Yang, Su Weicheng these people do not see eye to eye, but the army is the most important thing about the team. In the end, we are all from the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade out of. Cannot stand by and watch Wang Yang's face was an outsider a jerk in the end, not to mention that the person is still their own love rivals. Zhou Bo's words drew a burst of laughter from the students. For those of them who were purely amateurs watching the action, today's events would at most be the talk of the day or tomorrow's dinner table, and in a few days it would be washed away by the latest explosive gossip. However, what happened today also sounded an alarm in some people's hearts, that is, Luo Hao this person can't be messed with. In the multimedia conference room of Donghai University, including Su Weicheng and Zhou Bo, all the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade members who came to Donghai University this time to take charge of the military training were gathered here, and a dozen of them were sitting around the conference table, with their eyes staring at the two people right in front of the conference room. These two people here all know which hangs the rank of major wearing a lightning commando armband is the current lightning commando captain, Wang Qi. The other, Zhao Shuai, was wearing a camouflage training uniform. Although Zhao Shuai's shoulders do not have any military rank shoulder insignia, but none of the people present will underestimate him, not for anything else, just for his arm that sword and skull combination, the hilt of the sword with a pair of wings of the Dragon Hidden Army armband, just for his last name is Zhao, is the son of the godfather of special warfare, Zhao Guobang. The capital's water is very deep, casually down from the bus, wearing a tie, wearing a white shirt with glasses of middle-aged people, maybe a division leader, so not a little background in the family can be called the prince-princess party. For example, Zhou Bo's family in the military sector is also considered a bit of power. He himself can be considered to be the red generation, but from the real princeling party there is still some distance. But Zhao Shuai was different, not only because of his own identity as an instructor of the Dragon Hidden Army, but also because he was the son of the Zhao family. Casually stomping his foot, the entire country would have to shake a little bit, ranked as the second family of the capital, the Zhao family. This is the real Crown Prince party. I purposely brought everyone here today for one thing only. The Dragon Concealment Unit has received a military order directly from the General Staff to select members of the Dragon Concealment Unit's 2nd Tactical Action Team throughout the country. Zhao Shuai's sharp gaze swept over the dozen or so special warriors sitting in the conference room and said right to the point. The Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade has received orders to push the selectors, but to put it politely, I don't think everyone here is qualified to be pushed to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Unit. Zhao Shuai's words were hurtful, but everyone here had to admit that he was telling the truth, because there was an unwritten hard and fast rule in the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade that in order to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Unit, one had to enter the Lightning Commando team first. However, Zhao Shuai swept his eyes over the crowd that had fallen into silence, and said with a sudden turn of words, right now there is a chance to directly participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Force in front of all of you. The eyes of the dozen or so special warriors instantly lit up, even that Li Yifeng, who usually kept peeling potatoes in the cooking class, a burning light flashed in his eyes. Because of a number of reasons, Donghai University has also been included in the push list for the Dragon Hidden Force selection this time around, and in response to the lack of clear assessment standards for college students, we have decided to add the Soul's Door test at the end of this freshman military training and set up 2 additional selection slots, so that any student who passes the test as well as their leading instructors will be able to obtain the qualification to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Troops. What a nuisance. On the night stall outside the south campus of Donghai University, Wang Yang, who was holding a beer bottle in his hand, after pouring a mouthful of wine into his own mouth, put the bottle in his hand onto the table. The beer in the bottle suddenly splashed all over the table, and the wooden table, which was only supported by 2 brackets, was also a bit shaky because it could not withstand such gravity. Losing that you are still a special operations officer, so impatient, how can you still go out on missions like this? Su Weicheng glared at Wang Yang in dissatisfaction. Meerkat, you don't know how humiliated I was at that time, in front of so many people being overturned by a student. I was so ashamed that I really wanted to dig a crack in the ground and directly drill into it. Wang Yang slapped his cheeks, spraying wine foam from his mouth. That brat, I must get back at him. Ignorant fool. Su Weicheng slammed the chopsticks in his hand onto the table, pointing at Wang Yang's nose and cursing. Do you know what the most important thing at hand right now is? It's the Soul Gate. It's the selection qualification to enter the Dragon Hidden Army. Do you know what the Dragon Hidden Army is? It's a special operation unit directly under the General Staff. As long as you can enter there, a small Luo Hao is still at your mercy. So we just let it go? Wu Yun's heart was obviously still a bit upset because Luo Hao was out of the limelight, but the other party was able to easily defeat an expert like Wang Yang, and at his own level, going up was probably just a matter of getting beaten up. That's not necessarily true. Su Weicheng picked up a chopstick of cold shredded seaweed and brought it into his mouth to chew slowly, the fingers of his left hand rhythmically tapping on the tabletop. This Soul Gate might be a good opportunity. This time, the location for Soul Gate is in the primitive jungle at the southwest border. Lu Sun, who acted as the think tank of Su Weicheng's squad, interfaced at this time and said, the primitive jungle is not only full of all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts, but also has foreign drug traffickers operating there from time to time. There are drug dealers from outside the country operating there. If we make a slight maneuver and let Luo Hao get lost in the vast primitive jungle, death is his only ending. Chapter 26. Su Weicheng saw that Lu Sun coincided with his own ideas. The two looked at each other and smiled. It is comfortable to speak with smart people. Lu Sun's words also let Wang Yang and Wu two people immediately feel bright. If you can let Luo Hao completely lost in the primitive jungle to become the fruit of poisonous insects and beasts, not only can out of the heart of the evil, the most important thing is that it can be exempted from the blame. He was not careful to be bitten by poisonous snakes, by the wolf's nod, and who can blame for his death in the jungle? There is absolutely no better idea in the world than this way of killing people invisibly. But this time it's so many people entering the primitive jungle together, how can we make Luo Hao get lost in it? Li Xian, a tall and thin special forces soldier beside the small table, asked. This matter, I think we can be like this. Lu soon beckoned to all of them, and several people gathered around for a burst of muttering. After discussing the details of how to design Luohao, Su Weicheng suddenly raised the bottle in his hand and looked at these brothers of his, saying, "Brothers, now there is a chance to soar to the sky in one go in front of our eyes, but we all know that not every one of us here can pass the door of soul and then enter the selection of the Dragon Hidden Unit, so I have a very selfish request. I want to give my cousin Wu Yun a chance." Su Weicheng's words silenced everyone here except Wu Yun, although these special forces felt that this man was bold and upbeat and had a good friendship with them after these few days of interaction with Wu Yun. But good friendship was good friendship. After all, no one would be willing to give away such a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. After a long time, it was Li Xian who raised his own bottle and gently touched it with Su Weicheng. Meerkat is right, not all of us here are able to enter the Dragon Hidden Forces selection. I have the weakest natural talent here, and I'm willing to take a team of students and give up my chances of competing. I do too. I do too. With someone taking the lead, there were immediately others to follow, and in no time there were two more people willing to give up the chance to compete. Su Weicheng and Wu Yun took the bottles and bumped hard against them, and after pouring a mouthful of wine into their mouths, Su Weicheng said, "Brothers, thank you. If Meerkat gets into the Dragon Hidden Army, our brothers and sisters will also be honored, won't they? At that time, when we have someone on the inside, we'll be able to take care of each other when we participate in the selection process." Li Xian smiled and said to several other comrades who had given up the competition, "Yes, that's the reasoning." In this way, in this night stall outside the East China Sea University, Su Weicheng and his gang reached an agreement. Wu Yun, Su Weicheng, Wang Yang plus a few of Wu Yun's friends from school formed a group. Lu Sun alone with Su Zhenhua and the Four Tigers as a group. Su Weicheng and Lu Sun agreed to enter the primitive jungle after the two groups of people take care of each other to take the qualification to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Army. As for Zhou Bo, Li Yifeng, and the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade members, they have been automatically ignored. One day later, the training instructors of each class conveyed the news of adding the soul gate at the end of the military training to each student, but they didn't explain to the students that this was for the purpose of selecting the personnel who could take part in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Army, and the training instructors only explained to each student that this was for the purpose of increasing the college students' abilities of surviving in the wild and adapting to nature. The training instructors only explained to each student that this was to increase the ability of college students to survive in the wild and adapt to nature. In the current situation of this kind of field self-guided tours' widespread popularity, the school and the military training at the end of the additional programs to stimulate the spirit of adventure of these students, and when they heard that the students can be free to team up, the boys are more as excited as at chicken blood general excitement. In there kind of is in the adolescence throbbing age, in the heart there is always so a make their heartbeat shadow, if can and that make their heartbeat girl team into the primitive jungle, and during the period of good performance maybe when they come out of the jungle, has even solved the big problem of life. The requirements of the team is very simple, between 4 to 20 people free to choose the team object, can be with the training instructor with the team, can also be only among the students' team, can be male and male combination, can also be male and female matching. Some hope that in the jungle a little more protection of the students chose to team up with the instructor, some rich in the spirit of adventure students choose their own team object, this time those who have had a self-help experience of the male students have become the sought-after meat and potatoes for a time. Luohao naturally teamed up with Su Sudong, but at Yunxi's request, she also joined Luohao's team. Seeing Yunxi join Luohao's team, out of intolerance, Wu Yun still walked to Yunxi's side to try to pull her into his team. "Yunxi, you team up with us, the inside of the primitive jungle is full of crises, there are 2 experienced special forces on my side very much to get the maximum protection, and this one is my cousin, he's very good. He can take us to successfully complete this soul gate test." Yunxi's narrow beautiful eyes glanced at Su Weicheng, who was standing beside Wu Yun, then slowly shook her head and stood firmly beside Luohao. 2 special soldiers from the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade was indeed a good lineup at first glance, but for Yunxi, who knew the past experience of Luohao, the most promising trainee of the Dragon Hidden Unit, the chip was a bit small, and as long as she didn't have a brain problem, she naturally knew how she should make a choice. Even if there was no Luohao today, she would rather quit than choose to dance with wolves. "Yunxi, you." Seeing Yunxi stubbornly choosing to team up with Luohao, Wu Yun was anxious. Such an extremely beautiful woman accompanying Luohao to become the jungle beast's food, more or less let a person feel some pity. "Little Yun, since others are unwilling, why should we force ourselves on them?" Su Weicheng pulled away Wu Yun, who still wanted to persuade Yunxi, and said to Luohao, "I heard about your sparring session with Wang Yang, it was very good, there aren't many people I know who can defeat Wang Yang in just a few moves. That's because your circle of people you know is too small." Luohao skimmed his mouth and said without mercy, "You." Being snatched by Luohao made Su Weicheng's face a bit ugly, but he didn't snap on the spot. Instead, he said to Luohao with a calm face, "It's a good thing for young people to have vigor. I hope to see you and your squad at the place where the soul gate ends." "As you wish, for sure." Luohao spread his hands at Su Weicheng. "Brother, why did you pull me just now?" Wu Yun, who had left the playground, couldn't help but complain to Su Weicheng, clearly still upset about Su Weicheng's action of stopping himself from lobbying Yunxi just now. Su Weicheng glared at him and said with hatred, "Can't you see that Yunxi is not at all interested in you? Since she wants to accompany Luohao to die, she has her, why would a man have no wife? As long as you can enter the dragon hidden army, what kind of women won't you have by then? Chapter 27 Soulgate, Open. Wherever there was a beautiful woman, she would be the center of attention, and Luo Hao's team, which only had 3 people at the moment but had Yunxi, the iceberg school flower, was undoubtedly the brightest on the playground. Seeing that Luo Hao's team was sparsely staffed, some boys had a brainstorm. Although the gossip about Luo Hao and Yunxi inside the school has been spreading all over the place, but gossip is gossip after all, and both sides have never taken the initiative to admit a romantic relationship. Furthermore, gossip is not reliable. The gossip of those stars is known all over the city, and in the end, how many of them came to fruition? If he could enter Luo Hao's team, and then after the thrilling adventure in the primitive jungle, maybe the goddess would fall in love with him because of his own performance, and it was not impossible to hold a beautiful woman at that time. A few boys, who became more and more excited and reliable the more they thought about it, walked to Luo Hao with proud steps and sent him a request to join the team. However, Luo Hao's eyelids didn't even clip them a bit, and icily rejected their request. This immediately made these adrenaline-charged boys red-eyed, and their necks were about to start a fight with Luo Hao. Su Sudong, who had been standing beside Luo Hao, walked up, took out the butterfly knife in his pants pocket, and between the shaking of his wrist the butterfly knife with a unique rhythmic sound transformed into a silver butterfly and started to dance, and with a flash of the blade, the butterfly knife swiped through the bangs in front of a boy's forehead, and a strand of hair then floated down. Su Sudong nodded with satisfaction. It really is a blowout. Which one of you still wants to try? A bland remark instantly scattered the boys who had just been high and mighty and clamoring to join the team. After dismissing the 2 groups of people who dug their heels in, when Luo Hao intended to go back to the dormitory to prepare some necessities for entering the primitive jungle, there came a 3rd group of people who asked to join the team, but this time the people who came were a bit special. One of them was Zhou Bo, who had had a short contact before the military training, and the other one was Li Feng, who had attracted Luo Hao's attention right in the auditorium, and who was overly handsome in his looks as a man. The 2 of us also want to join your team. Do you as the captain want to consider it? Zhou Bo opened the door and said to Luo Hao. Luo Hao's lips moved and he was ready to refuse, but Zhou Bo continued, don't be too busy to refuse, listen to the chips I can give first. Su Weicheng is right, it's good to have vigor, but too much confidence will become arrogance. The difficulty of the Gate of Souls test is very high, and the 2 of us are considered to have experience in wilderness survival no matter what. Letting us join the team is definitely a win-win situation for you and me. Are you sure that you're joining my team just to pass the Soul Gate test, and not with any other ideas? Luo Hao glanced at Yunxi beside himself and asked if he had a point. Zhou Bo asked to join Luo Hao's team, and being close to Yunxi was one of the reasons. In addition, he wanted to get the qualification to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Army. The primitive jungle is full of unknown dangers, and in order to successfully pass the test of Soulgate, there must be a strong team. Forming a team by these special soldiers from the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade had the highest success rate, but this was not realistic because Zhao Shuai clearly stated that the number of instructors in each group should not be more than 2. Choosing team members among the students, based on the current performance, Luo Hao, who had the strongest strength, was his best choice. Of course. Zhou Bai nodded with great certainty. What do you guys think? Luo Hao asked Su Sudong and Yunxi beside him. Zhou Bo was right. Although he himself was sure that he could survive in the jungle, he was not fully sure that he could take care of Su Sudong and Yunxi, who had absolutely no experience in wilderness survival, and if he had Zhou Bo and Li Feng joining him, he would naturally have one more guarantee. You're the captain, you call the shots. Su Sudong shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. I'll listen to you. Yunxi also put the decision in Luo Hao's hands. Luo Hao extended his hand to Zhou Bo and Li Feng, grinned and said, welcome to the team. So you can laugh too. I thought you would only keep a stern face and act cool all day long. Zhou Bo stretched out his hand and shook Luo Hao's, jokingly saying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus me exactly 6. Luo Hao and Zhou Bo's side had just reached an agreement to form a team when another voice popped up. Situ Kong, who had his hands in his pants pockets, waddled up to Luo Hao and grinned at him. Captain Luo Hao, why don't you take me in as well? Situ Kong, why are you here too? After seeing the visitor clearly, Yunxi couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her tone appearing very surprised. I'll come if it's fun. Situ empty for Yunxi, such a beautiful woman does not seem to be interested in. Casually perfunctory sentence, continue to Luo Hao Wangu sell melon like self-recommendation. Luo Hao captain, I tell you, accept me into the team that is absolutely a package of crispy package of sweet, no, absolutely will be your life to make the most correct decision, absolutely will not regret it, and I dare to solemnly promise you that the fake one compensates for 10. Listening to Situ Kong's recommendation that was like a TV commercial, everyone present couldn't help but laugh a little. Captain Luo Hao, how about it, consider it. Situ Kong rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile. Just when Luo Hao was still hesitating, Yunxi used her slender and slightly cool jade finger to write down one word in Luo Hao's hand behind his back, collect. Luo Hao looked at Yunxi with some surprise, and the latter gave him a slight, unseen nod. Although he didn't know what Yunxi's reason for doing so was, Luo Hao still chose to believe her. With a decision in his heart, Luo Hao extended his hand to Situ Kong and said, welcome. Situ Kong wasn't wrong. In the days to come, Luo Hao not only didn't regret this decision now, but even celebrated a bit. After Situ Kong joined the team, Luo Hao didn't continue to collect more people. For him, these people were already enough, and 6 people were exactly the staffing of a tactical action team. Yunxi, just now, why did you insist on letting me take Situ Kong into the team? On the way back to the dormitory, Luo Hao asked with some puzzlement. It's because he is the president of the East Sea University Martial Arts Association, and when he first entered the school last year, he single-handedly challenged the entire Martial Arts Association with the power of one person. Yunxi paused and continued, and he's also the Situ family's once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Ancient martial arts family, Situ family? Luo Hao asked out of breath. This message given by Yunxi was just too powerful for him. Yunxi nodded, having him around should help a lot. 2 Snow Wolf special warriors and a martial arts prodigy. Luo Hao suddenly realized that within the entire East China Sea University, his 6-member compiled squad was perhaps the strongest. After a long week of waiting, the freshmen of Tunghai University finally waited for the opening of the Seoul door. Chapter 28, Departure. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the freshmen of Donghai University who had just gone through half a month of military training and were still wearing camouflage uniforms were already in the playground, starting to gather according to the team that had already been determined earlier. This time, Zhao Shuai didn't follow the rules of the special forces to limit the items these students carried. Instead, he even relaxed the requirements. As long as you can carry it on your back, it's not a problem for you to bring everything in the entire big box store. These students also carry a variety of bags. The vast majority of people's backpacks are Nike or Adidas sports bag. This kind of bag volume is generally in the range of 15 to 30 liters, carrying a limited number of things. Some students with outdoor travel experience chose mountaineering bags such as Columbus and the North Face, which have a volume of 40 to 55 liters, which can basically meet the requirements for survival in the wilderness, and the final decision is the supplies they carry. In the backpacks of those who are experienced in wilderness survival, 2 things are bound to exist: a life-saving treasure box as well as a first aid kit. These include compass, windproof lighter, surgical blades, which are essential for survival in the wilderness. A sharp machete was also a necessity when walking in the jungle, so Zhao Shuai prepared 2 Paran machetes with a blade length of 30 centimeters and a weight of less than 750 grams for each team, which was the most ideal choice for life in the wilderness. In addition, Zhao Shuai also prepared a bag of 500 grams of soy sauce beef, a piece of high-calorie dark chocolate, and a signaling stick for distress for each person. Luo Hao was still carrying his 80-liter saber bag, Su Sudong was carrying a khaki-colored Columbus mountaineering bag, and the things he was carrying were determined after discussing with Luo Hao. Basically there would not be any mistakes, and Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng had experienced the wilderness survival training, so Luo Hao didn't need to worry about them either. The only ones he had to worry about were Yunxi and Situ Kong. Yunxi was the only girl in the team, and it was inevitable that girls would have some private things to bring, so it was not convenient for Luo Hao to interfere too much. As for Situ Kong, the living treasure, he disappeared after joining Luo Hao's team from that day. No one knew where he went, so Luo Hao couldn't do anything even if he wanted to help. After about 10 more minutes, Zhou Bo, Li Yifeng, and Yunxi appeared. Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng were carrying a camouflage-colored backpack, and Yunxi was carrying a black mountaineering bag. This let Luo Hao's hanging heart down a bit. If Yunxi's backpack was a kawaii white rabbit backpack like a girl just now, then Luo Hao would probably have to cry without tears. Now only Situ Kong was missing in the team. Looks like you're quite well prepared, Zhou Bo said with a smile as he looked at the saber bag Luo Hao was carrying behind his back. Since I'm the captain, I'm responsible for the whole team. Luo Hao was well prepared this time, considering the problem of the team members' accommodation in the jungle at night, so in addition to the necessary things, he and Su Sudong also carried a roll of tarpaulin on one person's back to make it convenient to set up a shelter for camping in the jungle. Zhou Bo and Luo Hao were still discussing some details of this soul gate when their last team member Situ Kong arrived late, and his appearance really surprised everyone present. This bastard's backpack is exaggerated even if it is not. He, in addition to tying 2 stainless steel pots on the bag strap, in the neck actually hangs 2 already plucked and processed chickens? From a distance, he looked like a refugee fleeing the famine. I say, little empty, you're going to go to the primitive jungle to set up camp and carve out a mountain as the king's rhythm? Su Sudong asked as he looked at Situ Kong with amusement. You think I'm willing? Situ Kong collapsed a face, very helplessly said, these are all prepared by my mom for me. Saying something about going to the jungle and not eating well, must be well prepared. If not for the fact that I ran fast, she wanted me to bring along a pair of liquefied gas stoves. Listening to Situ Kong's narration, Luo Hao knew that this guy's living treasure personality was by no means obtained out of thin air, but was inherited from his mother, who could definitely be described as a superb one. Although Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng had joined Luo Hao's team, they still had this instructor's identity on them, and they needed to concentrate separately before departure. Before leaving, Zhou Bo pointed at Luo Hao's dragon tooth saber hanging on the outside of his thigh and said, your saber, it's good. I think so. This dragon tooth saber was handcrafted for him by Luo Hao's master, and it is of extraordinary significance to him, the only one in the world, never a different number. Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng had just left when Wu Yun and his cousin Su Weiqing's group appeared on the playground. Wang Yang slowly walked to Luo Hao with his bag on his back. For this boy who had made himself look bad several times, the narrow-minded Wang Yang had a kind of bone-deep hatred. Wang Yang looked up and down at Luo Hao, who stood like a javelin in front of him, and when his eyes glanced at Luo Hao's dragon tooth saber hanging on the outer side of his thigh, his eyes lit up. Men have a bone-deep love for knives and guns, and there are many people who embark on the military journey for their dream of holding a gun. Therefore, when Wang Yang saw Luo Hao's dragon tooth saber, his heart became greedy. He just wanted to reach out to grab the dragon tooth saber when Luo Hao reached out to block it. "What are you doing?" This saber meant a lot to Luo Hao, even Su Sudong had never touched it. "Where did you kid get this knife?" Wang Yang said with a cold smile, "In our country knives are strictly regulated, this knife of yours can't be smuggled, found illegal knives our military is qualified to confiscate them. From this fighting saber combined with your stance, I suspect that you are a mercenary lurking in the country. Now I order you, hand over your saber." Luo Hao narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Yang. Anger began to burn in his heart, and just when he was still hesitating in his mind whether to teach Wang Yang a lesson or not, a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind Wang Yang. "If I were you, I wouldn't make up such a lame excuse to hit him with that knife, because right now, you're not even qualified to touch it." Seeing Zhao Shuai who appeared behind Wang Yang, Luo Hao's right hand moved slightly, and subconsciously he was ready to salute the other party, but in the end he held back. Zhao Shuai's rebuke made Wang Yang incomparably embarrassed, and there was no place to send the fire in his heart. When he encountered a character of Zhao Shuai's level, no matter whether it was now or in the future, his only choice was to walk around the road. At Zhao Shuai's gesture, Luo Hao walked alone with him to a side corner with few people. Zhao Shuai reached out and pulled out Luo Hao's dragon tooth saber, pulled a blade flower in his hand, and said with a grin, "The dragon tooth handcrafted by Chang Ying is really different, not to mention him even I am a little bit red-eyed. If instructor Song Wolf likes it, then take it." Luo Hao said jokingly with Zhao Shuai. "This can't be done." Zhao Shuai waved his hand repeatedly, returning the saber to Luo Hao. "If this is known to Cheng Ying, I won't be screwed by him and lose my skin. You also know that I can't beat him even if I practice for another 10 years. Instructor Song Wolf, are they, and master, all right?" Luo Hao asked as he inserted his sword back into the sheath and looked at Zhao Shuai in front of him. "They're all fine, they just all miss you quite a bit. I think you should also guess why you joined the Soul Gate test at the end of the military training, and why I appeared here." Zhao Shuai patted Luo Hao's shoulder and said, "It's been 3 years, it's time for you to have enough fun, no matter how good it is outside that's not your home." Chapter 29, The 100,000 Mountains. Luo Hao pursed his lips and remained silent for a while before he said to Zhao Shuai, "I will give you an answer when I come out from the door of Solda. I hope your answer won't disappoint me." Zhao Shuai reached out and punched Luo Hao on the shoulder. 8 crisp golden dragon buses carried these students southwest, where they would spend 2 days or more on the road before reaching their destination. The bus Luo Hao took was at the end of the fleet, and the ones with him were Su Genoa and the 4 Tigers, who wanted to give him a lesson when he entered East China Sea University, but were beaten up by the others. When enemies meet, Su Genoa and the 4 Tigers can't beat each other, and a hard fist is the hard way. On the bus, the students who had a rare opportunity to go out like this all looked very excited, pointing out of the window from time to time to talk to the scenery that was constantly receding. Some boys even raised their voices and began to talk loudly, trying to attract the attention of the goddess of their hearts through their insights. "This is the map of the Soul Gate this time, do you keep it or I do?" Jobo took out a waterproof map and asked Luo Hao, who was sitting in the back row. "It's the same for whoever keeps it. The most important thing for a squad is trust. If the team members don't even have the minimum trust between them, then the so-called team is just an empty shell." Luo Hao didn't reach out to pick up the map in Jobo's hand. Luo Hao didn't accept it, and Jobo didn't make any pretense, putting the map into his personal pocket. Luo Hao's sentence, "The most important thing for a team is trust," won Jobo some good feelings. The bus continued on its way, taking a short break at a spot on the highway at noon, and then getting on the bus after lunch to continue on its way. In the car, Yun Shi, who was sitting next to Luo Hao, had a somewhat ugly face. At noon during the midday meal, Luo Hao noticed that Yun Shi was not in a good state, but at that time, everyone's attention was attracted by Situ Kong, the living treasure, so Luo Hao didn't pay too much attention to it, but now Yun Shi's face looked even worse than at noon, which made Luo Hao start to worry a little bit. "You're not feeling well?" Luo Hao asked as he looked at Yun Shi, who was covering her stomach. "It's probably because I caught a cold while sleeping last night, and my stomach is a bit uncomfortable," Yun Shi said softly through clenched silver teeth. Luo Hao reached out and touched Yun Shi's forehead, confirming that she didn't have a fever or cold before putting down his heart. In the jungle, a small cold or headache could be fatal. "You'd better get some rest. Looking at this, it could be a long time before we reach our destination, and before that, it's important to make sure you're in good shape." Yun Shi nodded, closed his eyes and began to take a nap. As the car continued to sway on the road, last night was tortured by stomach pains all night. Yun Shi gradually flooded with drowsiness, eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. Luo Hao only felt a sudden sinking of his shoulder, and turned his head to find Yun Shi, who was leaning on his shoulder breathing softly and had fallen asleep, a smile pulling out from the corner of his mouth. Reaching out, he gently pulled the curtains closed, blocking out the sunlight that was blazing outside the car window for her. Captain and schoolgirl are so sweet, Luanjia also wants it. Situated in the seat behind Luo Hao, Situ Kong played a live treasure again, pandering to Su Sudong next to him. Your sister, brother is straight and only likes girls. Su Sudong immediately protested. Brother Dong, you're too unemotional, Luanjia is ignoring you la. A chill ran through the crowd. The bus driver seems to be intent on letting these students on the bus enjoy the scenery along the way, so the speed of the convoy is not fast. Even on the highway, the hourly speed is not more than 80 kilometers, and every 2 rest stops will rest. Once the sky is dark, enter the rest stop and turn off the engine and no longer advance. The next morning, when the day dawns, continue to move forward. At the beginning of these are in the adolescent hormone burst of young boys and girls are still high interest, but a long time, their high interest is no longer, and even become a little impatient. Some hot-tempered students began to complain about the driver driving too slow. However, the bus driver appeared unusually calm. No matter how you quarrel, how to scold, he always maintained a constant speed driving the car forward. Because of boredom, Su Sudong simply chose to doze off. No one to accompany the nonsense, so to empty this living treasure actually took out a PSV to play the game. Luo Hao, who's but hurt from sitting on the chair, also thought of finding something to do. He didn't have the foresight to go out and stuff a PSV in his bag like Situ Kong, so he set his eyes on a book wrapped in craft paper in the cloth bag behind the front seat, picked up the book and casually flipped through it, and when he saw the line Special Forces Field Survival Handbook in bold letters on the title page of the book, the whole person was jolted, and he realized that why the bus would deliberately slow down along the way, this was done on purpose. Luo Hao woke up Su Sudong, who was leaving a halo and sleeping soundly. Wake up, don't sleep and don't play around. Arrived? Su Sudong wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked with sleepy eyes. To your sister. After staying with Su Sudong for a long time, Luo Hao also learned Su Sudong's habit of always greeting other people's sisters first when talking. Luo Hao drew out the Special Forces Wilderness Survival Manual from the cloth bag behind his seat and threw it to Su Sudong. Before getting off the car, remember as much as you can. If you really can't, you and Situ will remember a part of it. Luo Hao had wanted to ask Yunxi to help memorize part of it as well. She was an expert hacker and her memory wouldn't be bad, but considering that she wasn't feeling well, he didn't ask her. Letting Su Sudong and Situ Kong memorize the books was just to let them have a clear concept of wilderness survival, so that they wouldn't bump around like flies after entering the jungle. Yunxi, as long as she didn't mind, she could protect her personally. Looking at the still noisy students in the compartment, Luo Hao shook his head. Maybe they didn't even pay attention to this unobtrusive booklet that had existed under their noses for 2 days, or they didn't bother to flip through it even if they did notice it. In this case, it was very likely that half of them would choose to give up on the first day of entering the jungle. The car traveled on the road for 2 days, and on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Luo Hao finally arrived at their destination. Stepping down from the car in front of them was a primitive jungle that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Once deep in it, if there was no correct map or local guide's help, they would be completely lost in the sea of forests, and at night, there would be wolves or other wild beasts infesting in the jungle. Looking at this endless sea of forest, a term popped up in Luo Hao's mind: 100,000 mountains. Are the personnel all in place? Zhao Shuai looked at the group of students with excited expressions and asked Wang Qi beside him. The Lightning Commandos, except for the first and second groups that are still out on a mission, and the fourth group that stayed at the base as backup, everyone else came out with me. I also borrowed 2 helicopters, a guard company and a medical team from the Chengdu Military Region Land Aviation Regiment, so once someone sends out a distress signal, we can rescue them immediately. Chapter 30, Entering the Forest. At Zhao Shuai's gesture, Wang Qi and a few other Special Forces soldiers wearing Lightning Commando armbands carried down a dozen large steamers from an AS-532 modified Cougar transport helicopter. I know that you all haven't had a very comfortable time on the bus, so I've made a special effort to prepare a feast for you all before you enter this pristine jungle. Hearing that they could also eat a big meal, the salivary glands of these college students began to secrete dramatically, and the days spent at the highway rest stops and on the bus were all depressing except for the excitement at the beginning. In addition to the car driving slowly, there are people who have to spit out the food, but when it comes to food but cannot say Zhao Shuai stingy, because every meal is the standard 3 dishes and 1 soup. The dish is indeed a dish, the key is that there is no meat in the dish. In the words of Su Sudong, it's all faded out. Some students couldn't help but put the bag of soy sauce beef into their mouths to quench their cravings in the end, and originally Su Sudong had the same intention, but in the end, he was stopped by Luo Hao. Looking at these excited-looking students, Zhao Shuai grinned a hefty smile and lifted his chin at Wang Qi, who was standing beside him. Serve. Dozens of soldiers wearing red armbands opened steaming steamers and began the students serving their food. Cheese H lobster didn't show up, garlic eel shreds didn't show up, steamed 8 treasures duck didn't show up, and even kung pao chicken didn't show up. All that was sent to them was a bowl of noodles, a bowl of steamed noodles and lard in an enameled rice bowl. was cut to varying lengths. Uneven thickness of the noodles plus a few pieces of fingers can be counted. Fat meat accounted for 99% of the overall area. The top of the lean meat porta can only be described as shredded meat, sprinkled with a few dark green scallions, and then finally picked up a pile of white lard, which became Joshuai's mouth, a delicious meal. Looking at this bowl of steamed noodles with lard in their hands, these college students who had been treated as treasures in the palm of their family's hands since they were young suddenly had their eyes glazed over. Many of them put the enameled bowls in their hands aside and rummaged through their backpacks to fill up on cookies, bread, and the like. Luo Hao glanced at the three of them, Su Sudong, Situ Kong, and Yun Shi, who were also a bit hesitant, and ordered without any further ado, eat. Eat them all. But this is so oily. Yun Shi looked at Luo Hao with the enameled bowl in some difficulty. Eat even if it's greasy. If you really can't eat it, just hold your nose and swallow as much as you can. This was the first time Luo Hao spoke to Yunshi in such a harsh tone. Yunshi's heart was a bit aggravated, but stubbornly she still pouted, took her chopsticks and started eating the noodles. When she brought the first bite of steamed noodles with a lot of lard into her mouth, the greasy feeling made her retch, and she reached for the water in her backpack. Luo Hao picked up Yunshi's backpack and put it to one side, saying, "Water is for drinking after entering the forest, and drinking water will only make you more and more nauseous when you eat such greasy steamed noodles. Keep eating." In the face of Luo Hao's strong order, Su Sudong closed his eyes, picked up a chopstick of steamed noodles and said, "Damn it, just think of it as eating rat poison. Then I'll take it as a dose of dichlorvos." Situ Kong said, "Dichlorvos is drinking. All the same." Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng didn't need Luo Hao to worry about them. They consciously started to move when they got the steamed noodles, and that large piece of fat meat in Li Yifeng's eyes was just like the world's best flavor, chewing with gusto, and muttering while eating, "It would be even better if there were some more legamma." After Su Sudong swallowed the first mouthful of steamed noodles with difficulty, he gave a thumbs up in the direction of Li Yifeng. "Buddy, you're bull." Half an hour later. "Is everyone full?" Joshua asked loudly as if he had pulled out a high-pitched electric trumpet in a trick, but all that answered him were the sounds of dry heaving and disgruntled grumbling that rose and fell. However, Zhao Shuai didn't care about this and still shouted with the electric loudspeaker, "Since everyone has eaten enough, let's hit the road. As long as you follow the instructions on the map to find the token marked on it and get out of the forest successfully, you will have passed the test. Any team that passes the test will each have a mysterious prize, and I'll be waiting for you at the end of the Gate of Souls." When Zhao Shuai said this, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally flicked to the direction where Luo Hao's team was, and there was only one person he really had to wait for, and that was Luo Hao. There was nothing wrong with the saying that there was strength in numbers, but it was not universal. Although Luo Hao's team only had 6 people, they were small but easy to deploy. The two of them, he and Zhou Bo, were holding Piran machetes in the front to open up the road. Li Yifeng was in charge of the left flank, Situ Kong was in charge of the right flank, Su Sudong was at the end of the group, and the only woman in the group was surrounded by 5 men in the very center. When he just entered the jungle, Luo Hao used a machete to sharpen 2 branches and handed them over to Li Yifeng and Situ Kong. Poisonous snakes were everywhere in the primitive jungle. They hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to move. If you were not careful to get a bite from a poisonous snake, it would be really cool. Not only that, Luo Hao also requested that everyone had to move along the path that he and Zhou Bo had taken, and couldn't go to unknown areas without authorization. However, this slowed down their speed, and by the time the sky darkened in the evening, Luo Hao's team was still a long way away from the first location of the relic marked on the map. But Luo Hao wasn't in a hurry, because Zhao Shuai didn't set a time for completing the soul door, and he himself also needed time to make a final decision. Luo Hao and Zhou Bo decided to move forward tentatively after discussion. The jungle at night was very dangerous. Even the local experienced hunters didn't dare to move forward in the jungle at night. They chose to set up a tent and camp under a large tree that was at least 100 years old, burying pots and pans to cook. Li Yifeng, who had experience in wilderness survival, was in charge of finding a flowing stream to get water, while the rest of them cut down tree branches to set up the tent. After framing the outline of the tent with branches and covering it with a raincloth, the tent was completed. Luo Hao didn't know how many treasures this living treasure Situ Kong had brought with him. First, he didn't know where to find a big handful of dry weeds and spread them on the ground. Then he turned out a bedsheet from his backpack and spread it on the weeds. And finally he lay down on the top and tried the comfort before he nodded satisfactorily and got up to help with the cooking. The main course of the evening was the 2 chickens that Sito had brought with him that had already been plucked. The 2 chickens had been counted for 3 days from the time they had been slaughtered, and even though they had allowed Sito to blow the chickens against the car's air conditioner along the way, some parts of them had begun to deteriorate. Li Yifeng, who was mixed up in the cooking class, was not ambiguous at all when it came to cooking. Numbly washed the chicken and removed the spoiled parts, then dug 2 holes in the ground and stuffed the chicken into the hole in the ground after wrapping it in dirt to make a cold chicken. Just as Luo Hao and the others were still busy, a red distress signal suddenly rose from a corner of the jungle. Having just entered the jungle for less than 5 hours, someone had already chosen to give up. Luo Hao knew that this was just the beginning. Chapter 31: Flowering Fire in the Night Sky. Li Yifeng's level of cooking was very high. The 2 squawking chickens were made fragrant and tantalizingly appetizing, but 5 adults sharing 2 incomplete chickens obviously wasn't enough, but it was hard to beat Situ Kong. Because he even rummaged out 2 vacuum-packed ducks from his backpack. Situ, you really think you're out for a wild trip? How much food did you bring in your bag? You can take out anything in that bag of yours. I think I'll call you Robot Cat from now on. Su Sudong said as he took a bite of the duck leg in his hand. I still prefer Totoro over that blue robot cat that's afraid of mice. Situ Kong, who was leaning on his backpack, was a little dissatisfied with Su Sudong obtaining a nickname for himself. Chinchillas aren't just as afraid of mice. You're the one who's afraid of rats. Your whole family is afraid of rats. Regardless of how much food Situ still has in his bag, after this meal, we still have to figure out the food problem ourselves starting tomorrow. We can't just rely on the food that Situ carries to complete the soul door, not to mention, we have to be prepared for some sudden situations that might come up. Luo Hao interrupted the quarrel between Situ Kong and Su Sudong and proposed. His proposal was also recognized by Zhou Bo. Phew! To the northeast of Luo Hao's team, a flare trailed a small tail and flew high into the sky, then bloomed into a pink fire in the air, and another person pulled the distress signal stick and chose to give up. I didn't expect another team to choose to give up so soon. Seemingly feeling sorry for those 2 teams that chose to give up just after entering the jungle, Zhou Bo said with some sentimentality. This is the survival of the fittest in nature, whether it's plants, animals, or people, they are all equal in this primitive jungle. This is their own choice, we have no right to interfere. Luo Hao stood beside Zhou Bo and said with a calm face, let's still discuss the issue of guard rotation at night. The jungle at night is full of crises. Not only do they have to guard against wild beasts that go out to forage for food, but also against the sneak attacks of poisonous snakes and insects. Yunxi was the only female in the team, needing special care and not having to participate in the night watch, and there were 5 men in the team, according to Luo Hao's opinion, rotating 1 person in every 2 hours, which was also enough to support them until the next day's dawn. There was only 1 tent, and it was obviously a bit inappropriate to let Yunxi sleep crammed together with a group of men, so Luo Hao used 2 backpacks to separate a relatively independent place for Yunxi to rest. Zhou Bo took out a bottle of lime powder from his backpack and evenly sprinkled it around the tent. Looks like we've thought of a piece. Luo Hao held up a bag of andrographis powder in a sealed bag in his hand and said to Zhou Bo. When I first entered the army, there was a comrade who was bitten by a snake while camping in the wilderness because he was inexperienced, and was later forced to have one of his legs amputated after delaying medical treatment, and went home with a discharge payment. Learning from one's mistakes, the same mistake cannot be made a second time. Zhou Bo stuffed the bottle back into his backpack and smiled at Luo Hao. Although our methods have the same effect, mine is safer than yours. Although andrographis works wonders for repelling snakes, it is poisonous. It has a low melting point, and when heated over a charcoal fire it will emit white smoke of arsenic trioxide, or arsenic, that smells like garlic. Andrographis is not easy to obtain. Even if you carry it, the quantity is limited, so the simplest and most effective way to prevent snakes in the wild is to sprinkle grass ash around the tent. I'll take the first shift at night, the rest of you go and rest first. Luo Hao said to Zhou Bo and the others. Zhou Bo they nodded as ready to drill into the tent when the southeast direction of the jungle rose a flare in the night sky blossomed a brilliant flower fire. This flare has just fallen, there is a flare rose, 2, 3. Just 10 minutes, in the sky above this jungle has risen no less than 50 flares. What a beautiful night sky flare. Yunxi said as she tilted her head to look at the pink flare shining in the inky blue night sky. After Yunxi and the others entered the tent, another dozen or so flares rose into the night sky, but the frequency wasn't as dense as during dinner. Luo Hao roughly estimated that within less than 8 hours of entering the jungle, nearly 100 people had already chosen to give up, accounting for a quarter of the total number of people, an almost crazy elimination rate. Beasts were afraid of firelight, so leaving a fire when they slept at night could effectively prevent them from attacking. Luo Hao sat on a piece of tree trunk, fiddling with the fire in front of him with a branch in his hand, and a slight beep boop sound popped out from time to time in the fire. While Luo Hao was staring blankly at the fire, the tent behind him was lifted by a slit, and Zhou Bo came out from it. Luo Hao glanced at the time on his watch and said toward Zhou Bo, it's not time for you to be on duty yet. Can we talk? Zhou Bo asked as he made it to a section of tree trunk next to Luo Hao and threw a piece of firewood into the fire. What do you want to talk about? You. Chat about me? What do I have to chat about? Luo Hao snorted, continuing to fiddle with the fire with the branch in his hand. If I'm not wrong, you should have been a soldier, and a special forces soldier at that. Zhou Bo looked at the tugging corner of Luo Hao's mouth and continued, the content of tonight's conversation is limited between the two of us, so you don't need to deny it in a hurry. Know what kind of feeling you brought to me when you stared at me the first time we met? A wild beast. A beast that was poised and ready to tear its prey to shreds. That feeling of danger gave me palpitations, so I secretly told myself that this was an extremely dangerous fellow. One look doesn't mean anything. Basketball players also deliberately train their eyes to force their eyes in normal times, which is convenient for intimidating their opponents in head-to-head confrontations. Luo Hao shook his head and denied. Then how should I explain your rich wilderness survival experience? Also, the fighting technique you used to defeat Wang Yang should be the US Navy SEALs MCMAP, right? Zhou Bo said with a tight step. You may say that this is self-taught based on the information on the market, but I can see that to utilize MCMAP as skillfully as you do, ordinary people can't do it. At least I don't think I can do it that way, so I'm sure you've received strict and systematic training. Rich field survival experience, strict and systematic MCMAP training, only the elite special forces can do these two things. What unit are you from, Southwest Falcons? The Tigers of Darkness? Sword of South China? It's a shame you didn't become a detective. Luo Hao changed his mind and acknowledged Zhou Bo's inference, saying, I did serve in the army, as for which army I served in I can't tell you now, maybe you'll know in the near future. Zhou Bo nodded and did not look deeper. After all, everyone has their own secrets that they cannot say. After me, it's time to talk about you too. Luo Hao looked at Zhou Bo and asked, you like Yinshi, right? Chapter 32, Night Talks. Zhou Bo glanced at Luo Hao, then firmly and definitely replied, yes, I like her, I've liked her from the first moment I saw her. Yinshi is the kind of woman that people will fall for after one look. This is also the reason why I would value this soul gate test so much. Luo Hao looked at Zhou Bo somewhat inexplicably. He didn't know what direct connection Zhou Bo had between valuing the soul gate test and liking Yinshi. Do you know about the Dragon Hidden Unit? Zhou Bo asked. Luo Hao nodded. The Special Operations Unit directly under the General Staff. It's a place that almost every soldier dreams of wanting to enter. Entering the Dragon Hidden Force is the ultimate pursuit of almost every soldier. Zhou Bo's eyes flickered with a hint of yearning. Originally, with my current caliber, I wasn't good enough to take part in the Dragon Hidden Army selection, but the Soul Gate has given me a chance. As long as I can pass this test, I can obtain the qualification to participate in the Dragon Hidden Army selection. As long as I can join the Dragon Concealment Force, I will be able to close the distance between me and Yunshi. Zhou Bo withdrew the blazing heat in his eyes and looked at Luo Hao. It's a blessing of several lifetimes for you to get Yunshi's favor, but because of that, there's one thing you must know. Yunshi's background is huge, so big that you can't imagine it. Luo Hao knew that Yunshi's background was not simple. He wouldn't believe that someone who had mastered the Dragon Hidden Army's network confrontation instructor Ziwu's unique skill Holy Sword was just an ordinary college student. Our family is a military family. My grandfather enlisted in the army at the age of 15 and fought against the Japanese and Ed Chiang Kai-shek. My father is the division commander of a certain mechanical infantry division in the Southeast Military Region. In other people's eyes I am also considered to have a distinguished family, but compared to Yunshi, the distance between me and her is still far from being the same. Luo Hao, let me ask you a question solemnly, do you like Yunshi? Love it. Luo Hao nodded heavily. Since you like her, then try your best to pass the Soul Gate test, obtain the selection qualification of the Dragon Hidden Force, then join the Dragon Hidden Force. Only then will you have the qualification to favor Yunshi. Otherwise, no matter how much Yunshi favors you, you won't be able to get her family's approval. Was he really going to rejoin the Dragon Hidden Unit? Luo Hao looked at the flames dancing on the ground, dazed. He likes me, but do I like him? In the tent, listening to the conversation between Luo Hao and Zhou Bo outside, Yunshi asked herself in her heart. When she approached Luo Hao, she was only curious about him after seeing his profile, and the chance encounter on the subway was not their first meeting. Their first encounter was 3 years ago when Luo Hao was ordered to leave the Dragon Hidden Force. When she watched this big boy tearfully kneeling down at the entrance of the base of the Dragon Hidden Force from afar, her heart trembled fiercely, and at that time Luo Hao left a faint shadow in her heart. The Soul Gate test is difficult, and I can't complete it with me alone, so I need your help. Zhou Bo sincerely sent an invitation to Luo Hao. We are still rivals after leaving this jungle, but before that I think we should cooperate to pass the test of Soul Gate. Don't worry, we're teammates now. Backstabbing is something I won't do and can't do. It's almost time for the changing of the guard, so go get some rest. Zhou Bo looked at his watch and said to Luo Hao, you're the captain of our team, the spiritual pillar, so you mustn't fall down. Luo Hao handed the branch in his hand to Zhou Bo and got up to drill into the tent. Noticing someone approaching towards him, Yunshi hurriedly reclosed his eyes. Luo Hao helped Yunshi organize the blanket covering him before lying down to rest with his arm under his pillow. According to last night's arrangement, the last one in charge of duty was Situ Kong, but when Luo Hao woke up and walked out of the tent, he found that there was no Situ Kong's shadow at all, except for a pile of charcoal and wood ashes that were still smoldering with wisps of smoke outside. Could it be that it was carried away by wolves? However, after surveying the surrounding ground and finding no traces of fighting or blood, Luo Hao ruled out the possibility of being carried away by wolves. While he was wondering, Situ Kong, who was holding a black longbow in his hand, wandered out from the depths of the dense forest. You actually hunt and have a bow and arrow? At this time even Luo Hao had to wonder if this Situ Kong was really shaken out of that blue robot cat. How could he take out anything? Of course. Situ Kong plucked off the 2 hairs that were stuck on the bow and threw them on the ground, rinsing the blood from the bow with water. I've been practicing archery with my dad since I was a kid, and within 100 paces, no arrows can miss. Situ Kong pulled the bowstring a little and said with a proud face. Arrows within 100 paces? This is the reincarnation of Little Li Guang Hua Rong. Luo Hao's mouth opened slightly, and his heart was secretly happy. This time he could be considered to have picked up a treasure. Originally, Luo Hao was still wondering how Situ Kong had stuffed the black longbow in his hand into his bag, and after bringing that bow for a closer look, he had the answer. Situ empty uses a folding composite bow. This kind of bow handle ends have two steel mounting pins. When not in use, as long as the removal of the mounting pins, the bow handle can be folded to reduce the volume, easy to carry. Situ Kong put his bow and arrows into his backpack and said to Luo Hao with a playful smile, I can be in charge of hunting, but not cooking. That job is too advanced. I don't know how to do it. No problem, you only need to be responsible for hunting and eating, leave cooking to the others. Luo Hao walked to one side and used his dragon tooth saber to open the two hairs on the ground, cleaning and processing them. After a brief breakfast, the 6 men continued to follow the route on the map and began to move forward, their speed picking up considerably from yesterday. The strategic approach of caution above all else, step by step, was not universal, at least in the primitive jungle. Acting in the primitive jungle with too high temperature and humidity, they would sweat a lot every day, and if they did not do a good job of body cleaning, they would suffer from skin disease, and the salt lost with sweat could not be replenished, which would affect their physical strength, reaction ability, and judgment. Although they had made sufficient preparation beforehand, the supplies would always be consumed, and when they met the changing climate of the primitive jungle, they would fall into a dead end, and at that time, pulling the distress signal stick was the only choice for Luo Hao and them. Chapter 33 The Eight-Faced Buddha, Baron. Inside a concrete structure hut deep in the dense forest where China and Myanmar met, a Cyclops man aged around 40 years old, wearing a tight black undershirt on top and a pair of American jungle camouflage combat pants underneath, with a black eye patch over his left eye and a ferocious look on his face, sat on a dark green bullet box with a golden blade, carefully polishing the 32-centimeter long fighting saber in his hand with a whetstone. The man's left arm was tattooed with a Buddha statue, but that statue had 8 heads. Fong, how are the things I explained to you going? The one-eyed dragon man looked up and asked the henchman standing in front of him. It's all been counted, the number of goods is exactly correct. The horseman known as Fong replied respectfully. Yes. The Cyclops man with a quarter of European blood stood up from the bullet box. His height of 210 centimeters stood in front of Feng's body like a giant tower, causing Fong to feel a darkness in front of his eyes at once. With a dough sound, he plunged the fighting saber in his hand into a section of wood sawed off the trunk of a tree to be used as a stool, and laughed loudly. Right now the entire Southeast Asia is in a state of shortage, and the gang of grandsons down there have already been starving and screaming for a long time. In addition to my 8-faced Buddha Barong, who can still get the purity of more than 90% of the goods. Right now, I'm just asking Blind Chen and the others to kneel down and call their grandpa, and they'll have to be obedient. 8th Master, in the near future you will be Kun Sa. No, it's even more bullish than Kun Sa. Looking at the excited Barong, Fong timely patted his ass. Thousands wear 10,000 where only the horse's S does not wear. Fong words let Barong is very used. Haha smile on the 4 or 5 men standing in the house, including Fong said, Barong is not the kind of eat-alone villain. Brothers willing to give their lives to me. Barong followed me into death, that has trusted me. In the future, as long as I have meat to eat, will never let the brothers to drink soup. Thank you, 8th Master. Scar. Barong waved at a man in a jungle digital camouflage combat uniform with a scar on the right half of his face and asked, hasn't anyone from the Hydra side arrived yet? I was just contacted 2 hours ago and said I was still dealing with a bit of business and would be arriving a few days later than previously agreed. No one knew what Scar's original name was, but anyway, everyone around Barong knew that he was Barang's most trusted henchman, and the 10-centimeter long scar on his face was left when he covered Barang's escape back then. The scar that was 10 centimeters long extended from the right side of his forehead all the way to his cheeks. That year that knife did not kill his eyes, but it still damaged the right half of his facial nerves. As long as he spoke, the muscles on the right side of his face would involuntarily tug and pull. Along with that scar, it was like a centipede slowly crawling on his face, making people's bones creepy. Barang's palm on the table slammed fiercely, angrily cursed, Jiang Qiu, that dog day is now more and more. Do not put me in the eyes. When it is not lousy, help him. He can have today? Ungrateful dog thing, he does not come just right. Let's share old me a mouthful of meat. Scar, notify the brothers, with all the guys ready to go. Yes. Scar agreed and was about to leave when Fong, who was standing next to him, suddenly stepped forward, glanced at Barong, and said cautiously, 8th Master, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you here. Along, who went out to spy in front of him, came back to say that a lot of silhouettes dressed in camouflage uniforms have entered the forest to the north. Special forces are coming? Barong was instantly alert. According to Aaron, those people don't have a weapon in their hands, they don't look like soldiers, but like students out camping. Fong replied. Since you're a student, then you're still scared less. Notify downstairs to prepare for shipment. 8th Master, you must not be impulsive. Fong stepped forward to stop Barong and persuaded, 8th Master, if this is a trap laid by the Chinese military, it's pushing the brothers into the fire pit alive. A trap? Barong muttered darkly, and suddenly his right eye revealed a ferocious light as he raised his big foot wearing sand-colored Oakley military boots and kicked Fong in the chest. Feng's chest was suddenly struck by a heavy blow. The whole person like a broken kite flew out backwards, ruthlessly hit the wall, rubbing down a large piece of mud and dust. Feng's mouth opened and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath withered as he fell to the ground. Barang took a big step forward, stepped on Feng's chest, pulled out the outside of his thigh in the fast-draw holster, the large-caliber Desert Eagle pistol produced by the Israeli arsenal against his forehead, and forced him to ask in a ferocious tone, "Say, are you an undercover agent sent by the Chinese military?" Ever since Barang was ambushed by design and blinded in one of his left eyes a few years ago, he's been a bit paranoid and looks at everyone as if he's an undercover agent. This sudden situation scared Feng so much that he almost urinated. "Eighth Master, I dare not say this nonsense." Feng kowtowed to Barang and begged for forgiveness with a handful of tears and a snotty nose, pointing to the sky and swearing to the sun, heaven, and earth are kind. "I, Feng, am loyal to the Eighth Master. If I have any second thoughts, I'll be struck by heavenly thunder and lightning." Scar beside the ice turned, first full of contempt to kneel on the ground of the wind looked, then said to Barang, "Eighth Master, you calm down. If you really want to say that we have an undercover agent here, I'm still a little more reliable." On the Afong that wimpy and then lend him a few guts would not dare to go back to the water. He said that also for the sake of the brothers. "Brother, what are you talking about? You Scar's heart for me. I Barang know very well, whoever dares to say that you are an undercover agent, I will be the first one to crash him." Barang shook the Desert Eagle in his hand and said, "That's right, brother knife that has blocked knives for Master 8, how could he be an undercover agent?" Several other henchmen in the room who were carrying AK automatic rifles responded in agreement. "Scar, what do you think about this?" Barang put away the Desert Eagle and turned his head to ask. Scar's opinions were generally more pertinent, and he was still willing to take them on board. "Eighth Master, I think it's better to be careful." Scar pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Aaron is just observing from afar, and his initial judgment is that it's students out on a camping trip, but it's possible that it's a smokescreen laid down by the military. Think about it, Eighth Master, why would students camping come to such a remote primitive jungle that in itself is questionable, and even if those are really students, they couldn't possibly go into the primitive jungle known as Death God's territory unprepared. There's a high probability that there will be military escort around them, so it's better for us to be careful. Eighth Master, the shipment is very crucial to us, we can't afford to lose it." Barang is not a reckless man with no strategy. Listen to the analysis of the Scar into the situation. The heart also has some thoughts. The Scar commanded, "You let Alando take a few people to check the reality. To really special forces we will retreat first. If just students continue to act according to the original plan, as for those who escort the soldier cubs." Barang patted the AK-74 short assault rifle in his hand and said in a cold voice, Barang, have someone with a gun to do it directly. I never forgot the revenge of blindness back then." Barang covered his left eye, which wore a black eye patch, and his right eye glinted with a murderous light. Chapter 34, Dangerous Bridge. When Luo Hao and the others came to the edge of a cliff according to the instructions on the map, they were all dumbfounded at once, because what was in front of them was a gully with a width of about 30 meters. The fog was heavier in the mountain in the early morning, and when they probed down, it was a white blanket, so it was impossible to probe clearly how deep the gully was underneath. "Are you sure we're not going the wrong way?" Su Sudong looked at Jobo, who was in charge of giving directions, with a puzzled expression. Jobo carefully studied the map in his hand again and nodded. "There's no mistake, the map shows that the location of the first token is in the jungle over the cliff." Situ Empty at this time began to play a treasure, imitating Spider-Man's hand shape. Mouth issued a hiss, spitting silk sound toward the opposite side of the cliff, waving his arm. "You now hurry back to the forest in the back to find if there is an osprey round spider, and then let it take a bite to shake into Spider-Man is also more practical than you blindly YY here." Su Sudong, who had to fight with Situ Kong from time to time, couldn't help but strike a blow. No love interest, any woman who marries you in the future will absolutely have to die of boredom." Situ Kong muttered and sat cross-legged on the ground. Su Sudong circled around Situ Kong, who was sitting on the ground 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. He was looking at Situ Kong at this moment as if he had met a stunning beauty. His gaze was becoming more and more glittering. Spinning, are you spinning to death? Spinning makes me dizzy." Situ Kong impatiently waved his hand at Su Sudong. Su Sudong rushed forward and grabbed Situ Kong's hand, his eyes burning as he stared at him and asked, "Situ, I heard that you practiced martial arts since you were a child and are a martial arts prodigy, is there such a thing?" Situ Kong was creeped out by his stare and nodded woodenly. "I started practicing my family's martial arts at the age of 3, and no one amongst my peers can walk under me for more than 30 moves. That's it." Su Sudong slammed his palms together and said excitedly, "You come from a martial arts family and have been practicing martial arts since you were a child, so you must be able to do such profound martial arts as Lingbo Weibo and Ladder Cloud Zone, and this mountain gully is only 30 meters wide, so you'll just labor a couple of times to pick us all up and get us over there." Su Sudong's words immediately aroused everyone's interest, coincidentally turning their heads to look at Situ Kong. They all thought that this was a wonderful idea. Those martial arts masters on TV could leap dozens of feet with a single breath, so a mere 30 meters was nothing. Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, Situ Kong couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth and spread his hands with some difficulty. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Inside martial arts, there is indeed a method of practicing chi and lightness, but that and the lightness in the TV series are two different things. I now lift a breath and scamper up to the height of a 2-story building at the most. In the end, the reason why I chose to practice martial arts when I was a child was because of the damned TV series. The fantasy was shattered by Situ Empty's own hands, and the crowd could only find another way. Luo Hao had thought about the method of using a bow and arrow to build a bridge, but what Situ Kong had in his hand was just a compound bow, not a professional bridge-building crossbow, and he simply couldn't shoot the arrow into the hard rock wall under insufficient tension. Zhou Bo, isn't there any other route labeled on the map? Luo Hao asked Zhou Bo, who was holding the map. Zhou Bo shook his head and handed the map in his hand to Luo Hao. The map only had a red dotted line with arrows running through the 2 jungles on top, with no other feasible routes labeled around it. Could it be that these people of their own had just died before their birth? Luo Hao frowned tightly. Although he hadn't decided whether or not he wanted to return to the Dragon Hidden Unit, he had never thought of giving up just like that. There's a bridge over there. While the crowd was still discussing the way to cross the rift, the sharp-eyed Yunshi pointed to the shadow of a bridge shrouded in mist to her right and said in surprise. But when the group approached the bridge with high hopes, they were once again dumbfounded. What appeared in front of them was indeed a bridge, but it was an old and dilapidated rope bridge. 2 tied to the stakes on the hemp rope because of the relationship between sun and rain, has appeared to rot broken silk phenomenon, laid on the bridge deck boards have several places have been broken, as long as the wind blowing on the left and right swaying, rickety. How Z, are we really going to cross over this tofu dregs of a dangerous bridge? Su Sudong, who was in the group, had already begun to beat a retreat. It's more prudent for us to look for other alternative paths. I agree. Looking at the way this bridge doesn't even bear all the students crossing it, the fact that we're the only team that has arrived here so far means that there must be other paths around that lead to the opposite jungle. Situ Kong, who had been fighting with Su Sudong all the way from the moment he got on the bus, very rarely supported his proposal. Time is running out. Zhou Bo put away the map and said, the time now is 7:55 in the morning. If we go back to look for another road it will delay quite a bit of time, and we may take a lot of detours and waste more time without clear map directions. Zhou Bo valued this soul gate test, because it was his only chance to enter the Dragon Hidden Army in a short period of time. Jia Shui had made it clear that there were only 2 spots available for selection, and if they wasted too much time finding their way, they would fall behind the other teams, which Shobai didn't want to happen. I agree with Chopper. Luo Hao nodded and said, going back to find the road will not only waste a lot of time, even if we find the road, with the deviation from the map indication in our hands, we are likely to get lost in the jungle, knowing that getting lost in the jungle is fatal. But even if we get lost, it's still better than just falling to death here. Su Sudong was still a little hesitant about taking this dangerous bridge. I was just observing this bridge, and although this bridge is in disrepair and it can't hold the weight of all 6 of us in 6 backpacks at the same time, it should still be doable if a single person passes through. Luo Hao instructed everyone in the team, later, we'll cross the bridge one by one, remember, keep your body balanced as much as possible when crossing the bridge, don't run or shake, so as not to add extra burden to the bridge. I'll go first. Zhou Bo said as he tightened the ties on his backpack and took the lead. Remember where Zhou Bo walked just now, and don't step on the boards that have been broken. While Zhou Bo was crossing the bridge, Luo Hao urged the others around him to take precautions. Zhou Bo passed through smoothly. Arriving on the other side of the mountain stream, he shouted at the others, everyone follow the method I just did, there's no problem. The second one, I'll do it. Situ Kong, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, was also relatively bold and volunteered. He stepped forward on the place where Zhou Bo had stepped before, and the process of passing was very smooth. With 2 successful demonstrations, the people behind were much bolder, and after Li Yifeng and Su Sudong passed, the only 2 people left at the end were Luo Hao and Yun Shi. Chapter 35, Falling Off a Cliff. Looking at the dangerous bridge that was constantly swaying in the wind, with the wooden planks on the bridge being blown and clicking, Yun Shi's eyes were filled with hesitation, hesitant and not daring to move forward. Don't be afraid, carefully recall the route they took just now, keep your body balanced, and you will definitely be able to walk through it smoothly. Luo Hao kept encouraging the hesitant Yun Shi. Yun Shi took a deep breath, looked up to meet Luo Hao's eyes full of encouragement, and asked, you'll be watching me all the way from behind, right? Don't worry, I'll be watching your back all the time, you'll never be okay with me. Yun Shi nodded, and after glancing at her 4 teammates who were shouting encouragement for her across the cliff, she took the first difficult step and began to try to cross the bridge. Well done, that's it, keep going. Luo Hao stood on the edge of the cliff and continuously cheered Yun Shi on. The sound of his feet crunching on the wooden planks laid on the bridge caused Yun Shi's heart to palpitate, fearing that the planks under his feet would suddenly break. Phew, a gust of mountain wind blew by, and the entire bridge was like a lone boat in a raging storm, swaying from side to side. The wind blew away the fog below the dangerous bridge. Yun Shi subconsciously glanced down, and the deep, bottomless mountain stream instantly made her feel a little dizzy. Keep your eyes straight ahead, don't look down, and keep your body balanced. Luo Hao, standing at the edge of the cliff, shouted at Yun Shi's back. Yun Shi took a deep breath and took a step to continue moving forward. Suddenly a slight sound of a suspected rope breaking came, causing Yunxi, who had already calmed her fears, to panic again and hesitate to move forward. Luo Hao, is this bridge going to break? Yunxi asked Luo Hao behind her with a slightly trembling voice. Luo Hao glanced at the two hemp ropes tied to the cliff stakes, and his face became a little worse. The weight of an average adult man was between 130 and 140 pounds, and with the weight of the backpack, Jobo's total weight of them rose to between 150 and 160 pounds. Although Luo Hao had already used the way of crossing the bridge single-handedly to reduce the load of this dangerous bridge as much as possible, the degree of dilapidation of the dangerous bridge had already exceeded Luo Hao's expectation, and the consecutive passage of the four adult men had already made the bridge show signs of being overwhelmed by the load. Not only did the twine appear to have broken wires, but even the stakes had already been a bit loosened. Even if Yunxi could successfully pass through this dangerous bridge and reach the other side of the mountain stream, this bridge should still be difficult to withstand the total load of a grown man with a height of 180 centimeters and the weight of the backpack behind him combined. Fortunately, at this moment, Yunxi's back was facing Luo Hao, so she couldn't see the change of expression on his face. Luo Hao also said to Yunxi in a calm tone as much as possible, "No, there is no problem with the bridge. It might be a hallucination caused by your fear. Keep your body balance and keep walking forward. It doesn't matter how long this bridge can last, but at least please hold on until Yunxi passes through," Luo Hao said secretly in his heart. Yunxi straightened her own chest and looked ahead, following the route that she remembered the four people in front of her had taken. Snapping, a rope snapping sound clearly appeared in Yunxi's ears. She subconsciously twisted her head to look and realized that the rope on her left-hand side was ripped off because it couldn't withstand the load of weight. Yunxi couldn't bear the fear in her heart and screamed in shock. The pace of her feet, which was still quite smooth at this moment, also became chaotic as she stepped on the bridge haphazardly. Click! Fortunes don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come singly. Yunxi stepped on a board that had rotted internally due to panic, and the board snapped with a loud crack, jamming Yunxi's foot to death. Yunxi tugged on the ropes on both sides of the perilous bridge with both hands in an attempt to free her stuck feet, but no matter how hard she tried, there was never any sign of her feet breaking free. Instead, because of her body swaying, the dangerous bridge swayed even more from side to side. The extent of the rope's broken wires widened further, and the wooden stakes on the cliffs were shaky. "Stay calm, don't move," Luo Hao shouted at Yunxi. "I'll come over to save you now." In fact, Luo Hao's heart is clearer than anyone else. This bridge has been difficult to withstand the weight of two people. Yunxi alone on the top of the dangerous bridge may still be able to hold on for a while longer to break. His own walk up to it now is likely to break right away, but let him watch Yunxi waiting for death on the top of the bridge is impossible, so he decided to take a gamble. Crunch! When Luo Hao's big feet in combat boots stepped on the wooden planks of the bridge, the whole bridge let out an unbearable groan. "Damn you, hold on." Luo Hao took every step very gently and carefully, afraid that the bridge would suddenly break if he wasn't careful, so he moved very slowly, and when he reached Yunxi's side, he realized that his back was already sweaty. He slowly crouched down and scrutinized the place where Yunxi's feet had fallen in. The entire structure of the bridge was constructed with ropes, and underneath the wooden planks was a bridge body woven with arm-thick hemp ropes. Yunxi had just exerted too much force with her foot, and after stepping off the wooden planks, her foot was directly stuck in the gap between the ropes and the ropes. The ropes were elastic, and after Yunxi's foot got caught in the gap between the ropes, the two hemp ropes strangled her ankles, so no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull her foot out. Luo Hao lifted off the board that had been stepped off, and with both hands pulled the hemp rope strangling Yunxi's ankle away. "Now gently pull your foot out of it, slowly, don't rush." After Yunxi followed Luo Hao's instructions and successfully freed her feet, she heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at him. "Luo Hao, I really thank you this time." "You're welcome." Just as Luo Hao was about to tell Yunxi to hurry up and cross the bridge, he saw that the rope behind Yunxi, which had begun to break just now, was rapidly drawing and breaking, and the expression on Luo Hao's face instantly froze, his eyes narrowing into the most dangerous pinprick shape. "Run!" There was a snap. The dangerous bridge, which had already taken on too much load, finally snapped beyond its capacity. Luo Hao and Yunxi's bodies fell downward uncontrollably amidst the others' exclamations of surprise. Just in the nick of time when Yunxi was about to fall, Luo Hao quickly grabbed her wrist, and with his other hand pulled the hemp rope behind himself, which had remained intact so far, and the falling planks under the feet of both of them became shattered in an instant when they impacted on the hard and raised rocks. With a huff, under the effect of gravity, Luo Hao and Yunxi both involuntarily slid downward for another distance. Because he didn't wear anti-cutting gloves on his hands, the gravity of two people falling at the same time made Luo Hao's palms that were in direct contact with the sisal rope instantly abraded, and blood oozing out of his palms slid down along his arms. Chapter 36, The Bottom of the Cliff. Luo Hao wrapped the rope around his own arm and shouted to Yunxi, who was also hanging in mid-air, "Hold on, don't let go." Spinning around at the entrance of hell, Yunxi, who had escaped death, was already scared out of her wits and grabbed Luo Hao's arm with both hands. Luo Hao bellowed, gritting his teeth and lifting her upwards. "Jobo, get us up there." Luo Hao flushed red and tilted his head to ask for help from the 14 members who were still in a state of disorientation on the edge of the cliff. The total weight of Luo Hao and Yun Shi plus the 2 backpacks was around 270 pounds, but it wasn't too difficult for the strength of 4 adult men to pull them up together with their bags. Under Jobo's command, Luo Hao and Yun Shi's bodies went up little by little. Just when Luo Hao was ready to send a sigh of relief, the subtle sound of rope breaking once again sounded above his head. Raising his head to look upward, Luo Hao instantly turned into a bitter melon face. Holy, the luck is not that bad, right? The only remaining hemp rope in his hand was gradually breaking. Yun Shi, throw the backpack on you. Luo Hao ordered Yun Shi with his head down. At the moment, he could only manage to lighten the load on the 2 people and delay the time when the rope broke. It wasn't convenient for him to lift the backpack on his back at this moment, so letting Yun Shi throw the backpack was the best option at the moment. No! Out of Luo Hao's expectation, Yun Shi directly refused his request. Is this stupid woman's brain thickened by starch? Why is she still nervous about that stupid bag? Just as he was about to persuade her a few more times, Yun Shi suddenly opened her mouth to him. Luo Hao, let go of me, this rope can't bear the weight of both of us plus the backpack, if you let go of me, you can at least live. Saying this, she actually went to break Luo Hao's fingers. What's wrong with you, you stupid woman? Seeing Yun Shi's crazy behavior, Luo Hao couldn't help but burst out in front of her, come up here. Luo Hao stepped on a protruding rock on the rock wall and shouted, his arm strength skyrocketed, hard pulling Yun Shi, who was originally hanging in midair, up, wrapping his arms around her willow waist, glaring at her, and said with a tigerish face, I really don't want to understand what kind of things are going on inside the head of this stupid woman of yours, who is willing to die herself for the sake of a backpack. Also, I don't need a woman to keep me alive by giving up her own life, I don't care and won't do such a despicable thing. With the efforts of Jobo and the others, Luo Hao and Yun Shi were getting closer and closer to the cliff. Luo Hao loosened the hemp rope wrapped around his arm, used his bloodied right hand to clasp the gap of the stone on the cliff wall, and said to Yun Shi, you step on my shoulder to go up first. Yun Shi didn't refuse this time, after all, no one would like to will to die when they can live. With Luo Hao's help, Yun Shi was stepping on a raised stone and preparing to climb up to Luo Hao's shoulder when the stone under her feet suddenly broke, scaring Yun Shi pale once again. It's okay, find the right position and keep climbing up, you can do it. Except for when Luo Hao had angrily rebuked her just now because she disobeyed his order and was about to try to lighten her life. Along the way, Luo Hao never stopped encouraging her. Encouragement is very important to someone who is trying to move forward. When Luo Hao fell down during training when he was a child, his master's wife would always encourage him to keep going while rubbing him with medicine. Yun Shi stood up tremblingly from Luo Hao's shoulder and was about to reach out and grab the survival rope thrown out by Jobo when Luo Hao's right hand, which was clasped in a rock crevice, suddenly felt a bit loose, followed by a crunching sound of snapping, and a crack spreading on the rock in his hand at a speed visible to Luo Hao's naked eye. It won't be so unlucky, right? Luo Hao's heart thumped, and before he could take effective measures, the stone in his hand completely shattered, his body falling downward uncontrollably. Yun Shi, whose fingers had just touched the escape rope, didn't have time to be happy when she suddenly felt her body sinking, and the distance between her fingertips and the escape rope was getting farther and farther. With an of shock, she followed Luo Hao down the cliff. In the process of falling, Luo Hao held Yun Shi tightly in his arms, and used his hands to protect the vitals of his head, using his back to contact the cliff wall to slow down the force of his body's fall, and the spattered debris cut a blood scar on his bare arm. The ravine was almost 200 meters deep, and the rock wall on both sides was in the form of 60-degree slope. Originally Luo Hao thought that he could reach the bottom of the cliff smoothly by using the way of sliding and shoveling with both feet, but a section of old stumps poking out from the cracks of the rocks tore Luo Hao's good wishes apart without mercy. As his foot kicked the old tree stump, his whole body lost balance with it, and Yun Shi, who was originally held in his arms, was also thrown out by his mistake and fell into a bush. Luo Hao himself hit a rock in the process of rolling down, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Luo Hao, who was knocked out by the stone, opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was as sore and painful as if he was falling apart. Gritting his teeth and struggling to sit up on the ground, he nervously touched towards his waistband, and when he found that the dragon tooth saber was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Piran machete had been left on the edge of the cliff when he had gone to the rope bridge to attend to Yun Shi, and this dragon tooth saber was the only weapon he had left. The palm that had been abraded by the rope had a dark red scab of blood and was no longer bleeding, and his arm had a dozen or so tiny cuts from the debris, but it was no big deal. Only the back was at the position where it had made direct contact with the stone wall when falling just now, and now it was hot and painful. It should have been rubbed through large chunks of skin, even the camouflage uniform on his body was sticking to it. Dragging over the backpack that fell aside, carefully checking the supplies, except for losing the roll of raincloth that was trapped on the backpack, the other supplies, including the things within the first aid kit, were all there, which made Luo Hao heave a sigh of relief again. Looking around at the bottom of the cliff, the surrounding lush green vegetation, bushes from time to time there are rabbits cautiously poking out their little heads, a few fruit trees in the distance on the top of the green and yellow fruits are still hanging, listen carefully and even around the sound of the water flow. Rabbits, wild fruits, streams, food and water problems have also been solved. Oh no, Yun Shi. After checking the surroundings, Luo Hao suddenly remembered Yun Shi, who had fallen to the bottom of the cliff with him, and according to his memories before he fell unconscious, Luo Hao walked towards the bushes where Yun Shi had fallen. Pushing aside the bushes, the scene in front of him made Luo Hao shocked. Yun Shi's pretty face was pale as she lay in the bushes, her left shoulder was pierced by a sharp branch, her chest clothes were crimson, even the surrounding vegetation was dotted with red from the spilled blood. Chapter 37, Treating Wounds Above. Yun Shi, wake up. Luo Hao patted Yun Shi's cheek, waking her up from her unconscious state. Luo Hao. We're still alive? After seeing the person in front of her clearly, Yun Shi asked in a surprised tone. Ta-da. Luo Hao flexed his finger and lightly snapped it on her glossy forehead, saying, "What are you stupid woman thinking about? Of course we're still alive. With little master here, Yama wouldn't dare to take it in casually. What's more, have you seen such a bird speaking in flower-scented Yama temple? Where's my bag?" Knowing she was still alive, Yun Shi became anxious to find her bag. Here it is. Luo Hao carried her black hiking bag to her, and couldn't help muttering, "I really don't understand whether this bag hides real money or diamonds. Why are you so nervous?" "You don't understand." "Yes, I do. I don't get it. I don't get that there are actually people who would even risk their lives for a bag." Yun Shi struggled to get up to check the contents of her bag, but as soon as she moved her arm, she pulled the wound on her shoulder, causing her to suck in cold air in pain. "Serves you right." Luo Hao drew out his dragon tooth saber and said to Yun Shi, "You'd better take care of yourself first, your bag won't grow a pair of wings and then fly by itself. Bear with it might hurt a bit if you involve the wound." Luo Hao swung the dragon tooth saber in his hand and slashed at the branch that pierced Yun Shi's shoulder. It directly made her climb up from the bush and harden that branch from her shoulder. Such pain might be bearable for Luo Hao, as for Yun Shi, he didn't think so. By pulling a branch of a shrub with barbs out of Yun Shi's shoulder so hard, Luo Hao estimated that this girl would have to pass out from the pain. This dragon tooth saber, which was personally polished by Master Luo Hao, was exceptionally sharp, easily cutting off 2-finger-thick branches with a single slash, with a smooth and even cut surface, something that ordinary sabers could not do. Yun Shi also didn't suffer extra pain more because of this. Luo Hao raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky that was still clear in the morning was now gray and cloudy, a sign that it was going to rain. The changeable climate was the biggest feature of the jungle. "It's going to rain soon. We must find a place out of the rain right away and help you get your wound treated. If the wound gets infected because of the rain, big things will happen." Hiss. Yun Shi just stood up from the bushes and sucked in cold air. Her feet stumbled for a while. Luckily Luo Hao was beside her to hold her up, so that she didn't fall down again. "What's wrong?" Luo Hao asked as he looked at Yun Shi, whose eyebrows were knitted tightly, a hint of pain on her pretty face. "Feet, my feet hurt." Luo Hao let her hold her shoulder, squatted down to unlock her military boots. The location of her ankle showed obvious signs of redness and swelling. It should just be an ordinary sprain and no fracture. "I'll hold you up, walk slower." The raincloth was lost, and it was impossible to set up a tent again, so they could only look for a cave nearby that could provide shelter from the rain, or an indentation in the stone wall. Luo Hao and Yun Shi's luck was good. They didn't go far before they found a cave, which was dark inside and couldn't see the distance situation inside clearly. Looking at the dark sky outside, Yun Shi was about to raise his steps towards the cave, but he was stopped by Luo Hao, who picked up a branch and probed into the cave. Hiss. A cobra suddenly leaped out from the rock crevice next to the cave, erected the front half of its body at Luo Hao and Yun Shi, who were standing at the entrance of the cave, puffed up its iconic neck, and made hoo-hoo warning noises from time to time, being very dissatisfied that someone had disturbed its habitat. "Although I know that you found this place first, I'm sorry to say that I want this place now." Luo Hao signaled Yun Shi to step back, drew out his dragon tooth saber, and pulled a knife flower in his hand. The cobra that stopped at the hole seemed to sense the danger from Luo Hao, and the warning sound of hoo-hoo became louder and louder, and the 2-meter-long body of the snake coiled and shrunk into a ball, ready to launch a fatal blow to Luo Hao. Hiss! The black-brown cobra suddenly ejected, its mouth opening at 180 degrees to reveal 2 sharp fangs, biting fiercely towards Luo Hao. Luo Hao quickly jumped a step backward, and while he did so, his right hand flashed with a cold light, and the dragon tooth saber, which had been stored in his hand, was thrown out by him. The dragon tooth saber rotated and chopped the cobra that was still in mid-air into 2 pieces. The cobra that had been decapitated rolled its body over and over on the ground, and the snake's eyes flashed with a cold and ferocious light. In the first class of the Longing Troops Field Survival, Luo Hao's instructor had told him that he should never pluck the head of the freshly decapitated cobra with his hands, because the venom glands of the cobra were located on both sides of the head above the corners of the mouth, and would still bite people to poison them under the effect of conditioned reflexes. "I know you're upset, but I'm sorry, it's really over this time." Luo Hao picked up a stone by his feet and smashed it down towards the location of the cobra's head, instantly smashing the snake's head to pieces. Luo Hao walked into the cave and picked up the dragon tooth saber that fell on the ground, returned to the cave entrance, chopped off the snake's head that had been smashed into a mass of broken meat by the stones, and walked into the cave with 2 bloody cobra corpses. Soldiers who have received field survival training all love this kind of nutritious duck neck. Taking out the flashlight from his backpack, he screwed it on and helped Yun Shi into the dark cave. This cave should be a temporary place for local hunters to live when they went into the mountains for hunting, and the hay and firewood inside were all readily available. Not only that, Luo Hao also found chili peppers and coarse salt in the cave. Luo Hao also found a rice jar in one of the corners of the cave, but unfortunately, there was no more rice in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to worry about food during the time he was trapped. Setting up the firewood and using the hay as a pilot, the fire was raised, and the originally dark cave became bright at once. Luo Hao helped Yunxi sit down on the haystack, took out the first aid kit from his own backpack, and sterilized the dragon tooth saber with alcohol. With difficulty, Yunxi raised her hand and took off the bloodstained camouflage uniform she was wearing. "You do it yourself, or I'll do it," Luo Hao asked as he handed Yunxi the dragon tooth saber. "It's better if you do it." Yunxi hesitated and decided to let Luo Hao do it, but at the same time, she warned Luo Hao, "Watch your eyes, don't look at what you shouldn't. Although you're pretty, I'm not the kind of person who thinks with the lower half of my body." Luo Hao skimmed his lips and said, "If it wasn't for you, a stupid woman, holding onto your precious backpack and not letting go, we wouldn't have fallen into this place. This backpack should never be lost," Yunxi said obstinately. "Nuts," Luo Hao muttered in a small voice. "Why is such a pretty girl so stubborn?" Chapter 38, Treating Wounds Below. Ka-ching, a blue-purple lightning bolt fell in front of the cave, and the deafening sound of explosive thunder made the two people in the cave, Yunxi and Luo Hao, feel that the whole cave seemed to be shaking. As soon as the lightning ended, the sound of frying bean-like raindrops came from outside the cave, and the sky outside was dense with wu clouds, making the cave even dimmer. Are you moving or not?" Yunxi covered her chest with her hand and questioned Luo Hao with a hint of shyness. "Ha? Oh." Under the dim firelight, Luo Hao handed Yunxi a circle of hemostatic bandage with a slightly red face. "Nod your head when you're ready in a while, then bite this in your mouth." Taking the bandage handed over by Luo Hao and biting it in her mouth, Yunxi took a deep breath, one hand still covering the dress that had already broken one side of the shoulder strap to prevent it from being exposed, while the other hand held the camouflage uniform she had placed on her knees in a death grip, and nodded at Luo Hao. "Bear with me." As soon as Luo Hao's words fell, he swung the dragon tooth saber in his hand, and while cutting the part of the branch that pierced through Yunxi's shoulder with one slash, his left hand grabbed the end of the branch and quickly yanked it outward. Luo Hao's set of actions were flowing and swift. Hesitation would only cause Yunxi additional pain. Snort! Blood splashed out from Yunxi's shoulder wound and landed on Luo Hao's face, but he just lifted his sleeve and wiped it casually, dipping a cotton ball in medical alcohol and started to disinfect Yunxi's wound. The climate in the jungle was not only humid but also stuffy, and without proper disinfection of the wound, it would easily get infected or even cause ulcers. Woo! The pain generated when the tree branch was pulled out of the body was only for a moment, so he could get through it by gritting his teeth, but during the sterilization process, the kind of persistent fiery pain generated by the alcohol around the wound made Yunxi unable to hold back his shivering, and a cold sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. However, her performance of biting the hemostatic bandage in her mouth and not saying a word also made Luo Hao think highly of this stupid woman. 95% concentration of medical alcohol directly sterilized the bleeding wound, and even some men couldn't endure such pain. Putting down the cotton ball in his hand, which was already red with blood, Luo Hao took out another small metal box from the first aid kit, which contained a jelly-like transparent gel, which had a good effect on stopping bleeding and healing wounds. Luo Hao picked out a small piece of gel from the box with his fingertips and carefully smeared it on the bloody hole of Yunxi's shoulder. Originally, Luo Hao was going to help Yunxi apply the hemostatic gel on the front wound as well, but immediately, he shoved the box in his hand directly into Yunxi's hand and turned his head. "It's better for you to do the front one yourself." Yunxi applied a hemostatic gel to her wound while muttering softly under her breath, "You guys really don't know if you were owed this. First you touched your feet, now you touched your shoulder. The tofu was almost eaten all over by you." And at this moment, when Luo Hao faced Yunxi's complaint, he wisely chose to play deaf and dumb, cut off a section of sterilized and treated hemostatic bandage, applied medicinal powder on it, and said to Yunxi, "Your wound needs to be bandaged. Do you do it by yourself or let me help you?" "I'll do it myself." Yunxi gouged him out and took the bandage from him, attempting to bandage the wound herself. Watching Yunxi flinging the bandage behind her again and again with awkward movements, and sliding it down again and again, Luo Hao shook his head helplessly. "Don't try to be brave, don't expect me to treat you a second time if you make the wound burst open later." After passing the bandage through Yunxi's armpit and wrapping the wounds at the front and back, he tied a live knot at her back. "Turn around, I need to change my clothes." It was raining heavily outside, and Yunxi was too embarrassed to kick Luo Hao out of the cave, so she only ordered him to turn around and turn his back to herself. In order to avoid embarrassment, Luo Hao directly was getting up and walking to the entrance of the cave. It was raining heavily outside, and if they hadn't found such a cave, it would have been a problem to encounter such heavy rain with this stupid woman injured. Thinking about it this way, Luo Hao felt that his luck seemed to be pretty good. This time, Yunxi changed into a black short-sleeved one with a much higher neckline than her original stretchy tank top. After dealing with Yunshi's wound, Luo Hao immediately disinfected and bandaged himself. In fact, the injuries he suffered were not lighter than Yunshi's, excluding the palms that were abraded by the ropes. The abrasions on the outer side of his left arm were very serious. At this time, his camouflage uniform had been completely stuck to his arm by the dried and knotted blood. Originally, Yunshi was still secretly blaming Luo Hao in her heart for not knowing how to take pity on her when she treated her wounds, and her hand was too heavy, but she realized what it meant to be ruthless when she saw Luo Hao treating her own wounds. Using the water in the kettle to directly wash away the dried and knotted blood on her palm, then directly pouring medical alcohol on it, thinking of the kind of fiery pain she just endured, Yunshi couldn't help but frown straight away. Directly pouring alcohol on top of the wound, how much it should hurt. After medicating his palms, Luo Hao tried to bandage himself with a combination of hand and mouth, but after a few attempts, the bandage was either too loose or too tight, and it didn't satisfy him. Put. Looking at Luo Hao's clumsy appearance, Yunshi couldn't help but laugh out softly. Luo Hao, I thought you went to heaven and earth and could do anything, but it turns out there are still things you can't do. Leave it to me. Yunshi's hands were very skillful and soon wrapped Luo Hao's palm with a bandage and tied it with a beautiful bow. There's still a little cut on my arm that I'm going to have to trouble you to take care of as well. Luo Hao said and turned around to take off his camouflage uniform and the tight undershirt he wore inside, because he was directly tearing the clothes off the wound hard, so the wound that had a layer of blood scabs was once again oozing out with fresh blood, and there were a few abrasions on Luo Hao's back, but none of them were as serious as the ones on his left arm. Just like men like women with a good figure, women also appreciate men with a good figure. Years of super routine militarized training had practiced Luo Hao's good body. He wasn't fat, but the muscles on his body were very strong, and the muscles on his body were different from the block muscles of the gym trainer. The muscles on Luo Hao's body were in the shape of stripes. Such a muscular structure would be easier to explode a strong attack power when facing the enemy. However, Yunshi didn't have the heart to appreciate Luo Hao's figure, because her eyes instantly reddened when she saw the bloody arm. The shocking wound touched the softest place in her heart. When she was falling from the cliff, Yunshi still remembered clearly that it was Luo Hao who protected her tightly in his arms, which made her suffer less injuries. Yunshi asked with a sobbing tone, "You hurt yourself like this to protect me, why did you suffer?" "It's simple, because you're a woman and it's a man's duty to protect women." Chapter 39, The Wolf is Coming. Protecting women is a man's responsibility. A few numbers say simple, but when it comes down to it, how many of them can really do it? Husband and wife are birds of the same feather, each flying separately in the face of great difficulties. The married couple is still so, not to mention that Yunshi thinks he and Luo Hao are just at the level of friends, classmates. Even men and women are not counted as friends. If the one who fell off the cliff today wasn't me, but Su Sudong, Zhou Bo, or even Lia Feng, would you also fight so hard to save them? Yunshi casually asked as she dipped a cotton ball in alcohol while sterilizing Luo Hao's arm. Will. Since I was a child, my master told me that the accusation God gave to a man's hands is to protect his family, to protect his country, to protect his friends, to protect his brothers, to protect what he sees and wants to protect. Luo Hao raised his bandaged right hand and said, "We're a team, I'm your captain, so I'm responsible for your safety, and no matter what, I won't choose to abandon my brothers." Although Mad Dragon's character is a bit unruly and his way of dealing with things is hard to recognize sometimes, but he can play with the enemy for the sake of his own brother, no matter what others think of Mad Dragon. Even if he's being called a traitor now, in my heart he's my big brother, because he saved my life. That will never change. This was what Chi Fan, the leader of the first tactical team of the Dragon Hidden Unit, once commented to Luo Hao in front of Yunshi. "I can't see that your personality charm is not small," Yunshi muttered secretly in her heart as she looked at Luo Hao's side face. During the process of sterilizing him, Yunshi slowed down her hand movements as much as possible, but inevitably there would still be alcohol dripping down from the cotton ball to the still bleeding wounds on his arm, to which Luo Hao had no reaction at all, which made Yunshi wonder in her heart if it was because his nerves were too slow to feel the pain. After Yunshi made a good bandage for himself, Luo Hao tried to move his arm, and the looseness and tightness didn't affect his activities at all, which made him have to admit that there are some aspects in which a woman with a delicate mind has more advantages than a man. Outside the cave, the thunder and rain has stopped. The dark clouds in the sky also gradually disperse, signs of clearing. The changing jungle climate is so, the rainstorms come and go quickly. Falling off the cliff, avoiding rain, killing snakes, healing, a morning almost all in the thrill of passing. At this time has passed the time of lunch. The cave of two people's 5 temples have revolutionized. Luo Hao took out the 2 cleaned rabbits in his backpack, inserted 2 Y-shaped branches on the ground, and put the rabbits wearing the branches on the top to make a roasted rabbit. Under the baking of the charcoal fire, the roasted rabbit in Luo Hao's hand made beep boop popping sounds from time to time. The surface of the rabbit meat exploded with cracks, the animal fat dripped down in the fire and made a snorting sound, and the unique aroma of the roasted rabbit began to spread in the cave. Ow! Suddenly, a beastly howl that made Luo Hao's scalp numb came from outside the cave. In the jungle, only wolves would make this very iconic howl. A wolf's sense of smell was extremely sensitive. Even after the rain, it could still sniff out the smell of blood that permeated the air and determine the direction of where the prey was. It must have been Yunshi's bloodstains left in the bushes earlier that gave the wolf clues to track down its prey. Wolves are animals that live in extremely high packs, usually several or even a dozen wolves are out at the same time, but wolves belong to the daytime and nighttime hunters. As to why they would come out of the lair during the daytime, I'm afraid that there is only one answer: it's hungry, and it's already hungry and starting to get antsy. It was really just going down the mountain of swords and into the sea of fire, just retrieved alive from under the cliff, and then surrounded by wolves. Really unlucky. Luohao's heart couldn't help but feel bitter. Except for a dragon tooth saber in his hand, he didn't have any other hot weapons. Facing the hungry and green-eyed wolves, his chance of winning was almost zero. Not long after, a wolf about half a man tall appeared at the entrance of the cave. Its nose sniffed vigorously, and then ignored the dragon tooth saber glittering with cold light in Luohao's hand, striding towards the cave. This wolf was different from ordinary gray wolves. Its entire body's fur was snow white, its head was high and appraising when it walked into the cave, and its tail was raised upwards and slightly curled, as if it was patrolling its territory, making it look divine and steely. The breasts under its belly showed signs of sagging, so it should have given birth not long ago, and there were no wolves following behind it. After walking into the cave, the wolf didn't make an attacking move towards Yunxi and Luohao. Its eyes glittering with ghostly green light stared straight at the hare meat on the fire. "Are you hungry?" Yunxi, who had a delicate mind, tiptoed down the haystack and picked up another rabbit that hadn't been barbecued yet and carefully handed it to the wolf. After stretching its neck and sniffing the hare meat in Yunxi's hand, which still carried a hint of blood odor, the wolf lost interest and turned its head to continue staring at the rabbit on the fire, which had already been roasted golden and crispy. "You want this?" After seeing that the wolf didn't have any malicious intent, Luohao put the knife away, picked up the already roasted hare skewered on a tree branch, and asked, "Woo?" The white wolf's throat seemed to answer with a low growl, then opened its mouth to bite the roasted rabbit in Luohao's hand and walked towards the outside of the cave, and when it walked to the entrance of the cave, it suddenly turned back to Yunxi and Luohao, who stood in the cave, and bent down to thank them, and then disappeared into a white lightning in the sea of forests. "Since when do wolves like to eat cooked food too?" Luohao looked at Yunxi beside him in a bewildered manner, and the latter also shook her head with a blank expression. Obviously what had just happened had completely exceeded the scope of what their common sense could comprehend. After the white wolf took away a rabbit, Luohao only had a rabbit and 2 ends of duck neck left in his hand. As for the beef paste, chocolate, and dry food in his backpack, they were for emergency use, and it was not the time to use them now. Luohao roasted the other rabbit and sprinkled it with a few coarse salts and handed it to Yunxi. "This one is for you to eat." "What about you?" "I'll eat this." Luohao picked up 2 segments of snake meat, peeled off the skin with a knife, and put it on the fire to roast slowly. "This thing has high calorie and nutritional value. If you can eat a segment of snake meat every meal in the wild, you can burn incense and thank Buddha. Some parts of the jungle are snake-free zones, where you may not see a snake for half a day, while others are snake-rich zones, where you may be able to see venomous and non-venomous snakes dangling from branches and coiled in bushes within a couple of steps. In the Wilderness Survival Handbook's chapter on food access, there is a bolded reminder that the value of snakes as food is far less important than avoiding snake bites, and that venturing into snake-rich terrain, especially areas infested with venomous snakes, in order to obtain food is inadvisable. So, in the search for food, snakes can become unattainable. Yunxi elegantly tore off a piece of rabbit meat and put it into her mouth, looking at Luohao's skillful barbecuing action, and suddenly said, "Don't the dragon-hidden troops always eat raw food in the process of surviving in the wilderness, in order to avoid leaving tracing clues for the enemy? Why are you still grilling with fire?" Chapter 40, Honesty. "Now and not in the jungle combat, there is a fire, do not need me stupid ah." Luohao words halfway, eyes flashed a trace of vigilance, hand slowly to the belt of the dragon teeth saber to touch, eyes staring at sitting on the haystacks. Yunxi asked, "Who the hell are you? How do you know about the Dragon Hidden Unit?" "Not only do I know that you came from the Dragon Hidden Unit, I also know that your operational codename when you were in the Dragon Hidden Unit was Wild Dragon, and that you were once known as the man most likely to receive the Dragon Spur Medal, but during the first phase of the Hellfire Jungle course was accidentally exposed as the son of the traitor Zheng Tian, and was ordered to be dismissed from the force. After leaving the Dragon Hidden Force you hung around in Donghai City for 3 years, am I right? Who the hell are you?" Luohao's figure flashed and scurried to Yunxi's side, the dragon tooth saber in his hand resting on her white neck. "You want to kill me?" Yunxi glanced at him, her narrow beautiful eyes flashing with a flirtatious color as she asked in a delicate voice, "You're willing to kill a beautiful woman like me? In my eyes, the enemy has no gender. The dragon hidden troops mad dragon is righteous to his brothers and ruthless to his enemies, he really isn't wrong." Yunxi pursed her lips and said, "But you can't kill me, or else my master will fight you." "Your master? Legendary hacker ghost is my master. Instructor Meridian? You're from the Dragon Hidden Unit?" Luohao retrieved the dragon tooth saber in his hand and laughed mockingly. "No wonder some people say that when a man is faced with a beautiful woman, his IQ will plummet, and since you know Instructor Meridian's unique skill Holy Sword that he doesn't spread out to the public, I should have guessed your identity a long time ago." Effortlessly, he searched for information about Yunxi in his mind, but he soon realized that he had no impression of Yunxi as a person. "I did my best to hide the traces when I used the Holy Sword, but I didn't expect to be discovered by you anyway. I once coveted the holy sword in soft-pedaled instructor Ziwu for a long time, but he refused to teach me. That's why I'm more familiar and knowledgeable about the holy sword than the average person. Luo Hao sat back on the stone next to the fire and continued roasting his snake meat. Seeing that the color of the meat was almost done, Luo Hao couldn't wait to tear off a piece of snake meat and throw it into his mouth, hissing and sucking in cold air while vaguely recommending it to Yunxi. This is really good, do you want to have a section? This kind of thing can't be eaten normally. I'm not going to eat such disgusting things. Yunxi couldn't help but skim his lips as he remembered the killing look of the cobra. Are you from the Dragon Hidden Forces Special Task Force? Luo Hao asked, gnawing on the duck neck in his hand. Well, a member of the Dragon Hidden Forces Special Task Force, Operation Codename Princess. Yunxi saluted Luo Hao and said, the special duty group is to provide operational support for the tactical group. In the end, I'm still your subordinate. I'm not a member of the tactical team anymore. Luo Hao waved his hand at Yunxi and asked jokingly, all the people in the Special Task Force are selected from the Dragon Hidden Force training camp and should have gone through specialized military training, but it seems to me that you don't have a little bit of experience in wilderness survival, opening the back door? Like the tactical unit, although most of the members of the Special Intelligence Unit are selected from the training camps, there are also special talents recruited from outside. I was recruited by the Dragon Hidden Unit's Special Intelligence Unit because of my special computer talents, and when I entered the Dragon Hidden Unit, my IQ test result was 160, and I am currently responsible for the Dragon Hidden Unit's data collection and deciphering work. Yunxi said with pride in her voice. 106 IQ? Your sister is still called a human being? Luo Hao looked at Yunxi, who was elegantly nibbling on the rabbit meat, with some dismay. This was too hurtful to his self-esteem. Yunxi took out her laptop from her own backpack and said, haven't you been wondering why you've been reluctant to throw away my backpack since the beginning? The reason is this, there is a piece of military information in it that I deciphered just before I left, and I have to keep it safe. Luo Hao gave Yunxi a thumbs up. Luo Hao gave a thumbs up to Yunxi, who even brought a laptop with him when he participated in the Soul Gate. But for people like Yunxi who did intelligence work, the value of intelligence was better than their lives, and Luo Hao could now fully understand Yunxi's persistence at the edge of the cliff at that time. Luo Hao, you should know what this Soul Gate test means. Yunxi looked at this boy who had saved himself from danger many times with a serious expression and asked, are you really unwilling to return to the Dragon Hidden Unit again? Want the truth? Yunxi nodded. The truth is that I don't know myself. Luo Hao threw down the snake bone in his hand that had been chewed cleanly, stood up and walked to his backpack, took out a windproof hoodie from it and wore it on his body. So far I'm still hesitant and confused. I don't know how to go back to face those brothers and instructors in the past. I've spent 3 years muddling around in East China Sea City. I haven't found the feeling of home. For me, the Dragon Hidden Army is my home. Since you consider the Dragon Hidden Unit your home, you should go back. The instructors and those brothers of yours won't look at you with colored glasses. Yunxi tried to persuade Luo Hao. Here. Luo Hao pointed to the location of his heart. It's myself who still has a hurdle here that I haven't stepped over. The reason why I came to the Soul Gate is because I hope to find an opportunity to overcome myself. Hey, you stupid woman lied to me for so long, shouldn't you be punished? What do you want? Yunxi looked at Luo Hao with a wary face. Luo Hao shook the 2 square aluminum bags in his hands and said with a bad smile, what do you think? When Yunxi saw clearly the English logo of Durex on the bag, her pretty face was shocked. Not to mention that she was injured. Even if she wasn't, she wouldn't be Luo Hao's opponent at all. Her body kept shrinking back. Don't mess around. If you dare to mess around, I'll bite my tongue and die for you. Bite your tongue and kill yourself? That's heard to be full of blood and very painful. Perform one for me. Luo Hao walked towards the haystack with a teasing face. Ah. Don't. Yunxi was on the verge of being forced to cry, her eyes reddening as she let out a loud scream. The ultrasonic attack shook Luo Hao's ears. Wang wang. My auntie, stop screaming instead. Luo Hao covered Yunxi's mouth and threatened, scream again, believe it or not I'll really OXX you? What are you doing? Luo Hao retracted his lightning-fast hand and looked at the teeth marks on his fingers and asked, you belong to a dog? Why are you biting people indiscriminately? You're the one who belongs to a dog, your whole family belongs to a dog. Yunxi gasped, who let you bully me? It's a fact that he bullied her, and there's nothing to say if he was bitten. Luo Hao turned around and walked towards the outside of the cave. I'll go out to get some food for the night. Stay here by yourself and don't run around. If you're taken by any colorful wolf, don't say that I didn't come to save you. Chapter 41, The Oasis. Access to drinking water is more important than food for survival in the jungle. In times of starvation, the body can consume energy stored in fat and maintain physiological functions, but in a state of dehydration, the body cannot hydrate itself. In hot areas, without water, the normal functioning of the human body can be sustained for a very short period of time, as the constant sweating causes one to lose a lot of water. Even in colder regions, it is necessary to consume at least 2 liters of water per day in order to maintain normal physiological functions. There are many ways of obtaining water. You can tie a grass ring or cloth around your ankle and walk into the grass to suck the dew from the blades, and in this way you can obtain a full liter of water per hour. You can also look for streams running down from the mountains, but streams are often overloaded with microorganisms and parasites, so be sure to boil the water or disinfect it with potassium permanganate tablets before using it. So the most direct and effective way is to look for plant tubers that can be consumed directly, or a source of water stored inside the plant. Fan palms, nipa palms, and squash vines are all palms that contain a high amount of water, and by breaking the leaves of these plants near the ground, fresh water that can be consumed directly will ooze out of the fissure. However, Luo Hao didn't go through all the trouble of deliberately searching for these palm plants, because he had a better target, the lush green bamboo forest. The diameter of this kind of green bamboo was around 10 centimeters, and when it rained these beads would absorb a lot of water and store it into their own bamboo joints. This water stored in the bamboo joints not only could avoid sterilization and filtration for direct drinking, but this water also carried the distinctive fragrance of the green bamboo. In the eyes of the border guards, this is the purest gift given to them by nature. Luo Hao chose a few green bamboos without bug eyes, and used the shark saw teeth on the back of his dragon tooth saber to saw off the bamboo joints and load them into the backpack behind himself. In the morning when he was searching for Yunxi, Luo Hao had heard the sound of water flowing around the valley, so he decided that there must be a flowing stream around. Special soldiers with wilderness survival experience would carry a few condoms with them when surviving in the jungle, just like Luo Hao, but of course it was not for a thrilling wild battle in the silent dark night, but for water. A condom of good quality can hold 1 liter of water. After solving the problem of water source, the next thing Luo Hao faced was food. He didn't have a bow and arrow, and he didn't have Situ Kong's ability to shoot arrows within 100 paces, but he knew how to survive in the jungle, and could get food in other ways. When looking for wild vegetables in the bushes, several mushrooms that had been gnawed by ants and determined to be non-toxic were nonchalantly put into the backpack by Luo Hao when passing by a fruit tree. The green and yellow wild fruits growing on it were also smiled at by Luo Hao, and a snake coiled on a branch, regardless of whether it was poisonous or not, was directly chopped into a few sections of duck neck and stuffed into the backpack. When Luo Hao came out from the woods, his backpack was already bulging. Just when he was full and ready to return to the cave, the fish swimming in the waist-deep water pool attracted his attention. Fish is rich in unsaturated fats and proteins and is one of the important food sources when it comes to survival in the wild. There are many ways to catch fish, and you can choose to make simple fishing poles for fishing, or you can make spearfishing. Luo Hao didn't have the heart to make a fishing rod to guard the waterhole to potter around, so he chose to use a harpoon directly to catch fish. Cutting down a branch, sharpening one section of it, and then tying his dragon tooth saber to it, Luo Hao had a sharp harpoon in his book. In the water, because of the light refraction, when you fork a fish, you have to aim at the lower part of the fish and stab it hard. It wasn't the first time Luo Hao dared this kind of thing. He was very experienced in doing it, and in just 10 minutes, he caught 5 or 6 half-foot-long fish. When leaving the cave, in order to prevent any wild beasts from causing an attack on Yunxi in the cave, so Luo Hao purposely blocked the cave entrance with stones. Back in front of the cave, Luo Hao, who was about to move away the stones, suddenly realized that there were actually 2 hares that had already broken their breaths in the bushes next to them, and there were obvious teeth marks of the wild beasts left on the neck of the hares, and judging from the bloodstains on the rabbits' bodies that were still not dry, the time when these 2 rabbits had been captured and died was not more than 1 hour. Luo Hao of course didn't believe that these 2 plump hares fell from the sky because of his own human outburst. His eyes looked around, and finally found a familiar white shadow among the woods, the white wolf that took a whole roasted rabbit from Luo Hao at noon. This wolf was actually so humane, and knew to return the favor. Since the hares were sent by the white wolf, Luo Hao wasn't polite, picking up the 2 rabbits then arching his hand in the white wolf's direction to show his gratitude. Only after seeing Luo Hao bring the hares back to the cave did the white wolf, which had been guarding the woods, let out a low growl and turned around to disappear into the dense forest. Luo Hao, I'm thirsty. Seeing Luo Hao's return, Yunxi, who was sitting on a haystack, said to him with a straight face. Luo Hao took out the condom filled with water from his backpack and handed it to her. Drink it. You actually put water in this kind of thing. It's too disgusting, I don't want it. Yunxi skimmed her head and refused the water capsule handed over by Luo Hao. What are you afraid of? It's all unused. How can you get pregnant if you drink it? Love to drink it or not? Although Luo Hao said so verbally, he still took out a section of green bamboo joints from his backpack, drilled a small hole in the joints with a knife, then inserted a thin bamboo tube and handed it to Yunxi. Here, it's purely natural, it's guaranteed to be no worse than Evian. Yunxi will be skeptical to take over the bamboo, biting the thin bamboo tube to inhale a mouthful. When the kind of bamboo with a unique fragrance tastes sweetie yun into their mouths, Yunxi immediately liked this flavor. The dinner was also prepared by Luo Hao, sawing the finished bamboo joints into 2 sections, setting them on the fire as a pot, pouring water, throwing in wild fish and mushrooms to make a pot of fragrant fish soup. The section of the green bamboo section with a knife to open a small mouth, pour into the departure of the preparation of rice, salt, and cut into small pieces of rabbit meat, with a cotton ball dipped in water into the mouth into the fire to throw the end of the barbecue, half a child. The discoloration of the bamboo section out of the fire, with a knife to split, is the Dai's special snacks bamboo tube rice. When it was time to sleep, the only haystack in the cave was naturally occupied by the injured Yunxi, while Luohao was wrapped in a blanket and rested against the stone wall. Originally, Yunxi asked Luohao to sleep on the haystack as well, but Luohao said that he wasn't Lu Xiaohui and didn't have such a good stamina to reject Yunxi's good intention. Luohao didn't have a map in his hands, and Yunxi's injuries needed time to recover, so while the other students were busy searching for the tokens marked on the map, Luohao was living a paradise-like life with their goddess. Chapter 42 Gunshot Wounds. The White Wolf would send some prey to the cave entrance every day, and every time when Luohao prepared food, it would also appear on time to take some roasted prey. Gradually, Luohao and Yunxi's dinner table had a new member like the White Wolf. After getting familiar with the White Wolf, when Yunxi caressed its snow-white fur with her hand, not only would it not, but it would use its pink tongue to lick Yunxi's palm. Such a life went on for 3 days. On this night, Luohao prepared food as usual and waited for the White Wolf to appear. The White Wolf, which was never on time, was late, and didn't show up until the day the White Wolf was black. Just when Luohao thought that the White Wolf wouldn't show up again, it walked into the cave with hobbling steps. Although it was still the familiar White Wolf shadow, it did not have the divine steed posture of the past. Its footsteps were a bit weak, its whole body's white fur was stained with specks of blood, and a long trail of blood was left on the ground. It was injured, and it was a very serious injury. Seeing Luohao and Yunxi in the cave, the White Wolf dispersed the viciousness in its eyes and fell to the ground with a thud, and the coyote, which had been held in its mouth, was also flung aside. The coyote was covered in white fur just like its mother. It was probably only a month or so old, and its furry appearance looked like a white ball of wool from a distance. The coyote looked almost exactly like its mother. The only difference was that it had a dark gray crescent-shaped patch of fur on its forehead, and although it was still very young, there was already a bit of condescension and steed similar to the White Wolf between its eyebrows. While being thrown out by his own mother, the little wolf's mouth was still biting a piece of roasted rabbit meat, which the White Wolf had taken from Luohao's side yesterday. It turned out that the White Wolf took the roasted prey every day as food for his own child. Perhaps sensing the abnormality of the situation, the little wolf that climbed up from the ground could not care about the food in its mouth, and went to its mother's side, sticking out its pink tongue and licking the White Wolf's cheeks over and over again, with a low whimpering sound coming out of its mouth from time to time, and even with tears flashing in its eyes. Luohao, what happened to it? After a few days of recuperation, Yunxi's sprained ankle recovered well and she could already move freely. The few days together had made her love this humane White Wolf, so she was anxious to see it injured. Wounded, a gunshot wound, probably by poachers. The country has always explicitly prohibited poaching and poaching behavior, and the poachers are also severely punished, but under the temptation of huge benefits, there will always be people who are desperate to take risks, and Luohao is not surprised that the white fur on the White Wolves will attract the covetousness of poachers. Luohao ruffled the hair on the White Wolf's body, checking the wounds on its body. There were 2 gunshot wounds, both in the abdomen. The 2 bullets' points of impact were very close to each other. This poacher should be a continuous shooter, and the speed of his gun was very fast. He was an expert. The gunshot wound on the White Wolf's body was still bleeding. If it did not receive timely treatment, it was bound to die. Bring the first aid kit and alcohol. Luohao ordered Yunxi behind him without looking back. After sterilizing the dragon tooth saber with alcohol, Luohao patted the White Wolf and said, "It's going to hurt, bear with it." The White Wolf humanely stretched out its tongue and flicked it at Luohao. "Help me shine the flashlight." After handing Yunxi the strong flashlight on his body, Luohao proceeded to start the surgery for White Wolf. After shaving off the hair around the White Wolf's gunshot wound and sterilizing it with alcohol, Luohao used a knife to cut open the wound, searching for the sinful bullet that had been shot into the White Wolf's body. But out of Luohao's expectation, the bullet was shot into very deep, and with the reason of insufficient light, he actually couldn't remove the bullet smoothly for a while. Seeing that the White Wolf's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Luohao inevitably started to get a little anxious, and the coyote was also running around for its mom, letting out low growls filled with anxiety from time to time. Finally, when the tweezers in Luohao's hand touched a hard object and let out a slight metallic sound, his face revealed an ecstatic look. He had finally found it. Looking at the bullet that was taken out from the White Wolf's body, Luohao's face changed slightly, but he didn't stop for that. There was still a bullet waiting to be taken out from the White Wolf's body. When Luohao was ready to proceed to the second surgery for the White Wolf, he realized that the White Wolf's pupils had begun to gradually dilate, and he slowly put down the tweezers in his hand and took out the needle and thread from the first aid box to sew up the knife wound on the White Wolf's abdomen. "Luohao, what are you doing? This bullet hasn't been removed yet. Why are you sewing up the wound?" Yunxi, who was giving Luohao a flashlight on the side, stomped her foot anxiously when she saw the action on Luohao's hand. Luohao sat on his butt on the ground and shook his head somewhat disheveled. "It's too injured, and after a long distance run, it's too late. Don't let it suffer any more extra pain, let it go quietly." "No." Yunxi covered her mouth and shook her head incredulously, stepping backward in disorientation. A few days together had created a friendship between them. The White Wolf picked up the coyote with great effort, moved its front paws and climbed to Luohao's body, placing the coyote in front of him, and let out a weak and low cry from its mouth, which seemed to be explaining something to Luohao. "You want me to take care of your child?" Luohao asked as he looked at White Wolf, who was already dying. Ow! Was a low growl in reply. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, it's my brother. Luo Hao made a promise to the white wolf. Luo Hao tried to extend his hand to the coyote, but the other party opened his mouth and bit his finger, a hint of distrust showing in his eyes. Ow! After the white wolf stretched out in its front paw and patted on its own child, seemingly blaming it for its recklessness, the coyote let go of Luo Hao's finger that had already been bitten and bled. The coyote wanted to run back to its mother, but every time it was caught by the mother wolf and then flung to Luo Hao's feet. Once, twice, 3 times. Until the coyote got up from the ground for the 5th time and walked back to the white wolf, who did not refuse to let him come nearer, for he had no strength left to throw the coyote out again. The white wolf stretched out its tongue and licked over its own child's face one last time before slowly closing its eyes, tears still running from the corners of its eyes. Ow! The coyote looked up to the sky and howled, and the wolf's howl was filled with sadness and misery. Ouch! Ouch! As the coyote let out a long howl, the woods outside the cave actually resounded with the sound of wolves howling in response. The sound of wolves howling from near to far lasted for almost 5 minutes before slowly stopping. From now on, I'll take care of you instead of your mom, and you'll be my Luo Hao's brother. Luo Hao once again extended his hand to the little wolf. This time, the coyote didn't refuse, letting Luo Hao's palm fall on his head, stretching out its pink tongue to gently lick the finger it had bitten for Luo Hao. These poachers are truly heartless. Yunxi walked over to the white wolf's corpse and gently took the coyote into her arms, speaking with anger. Poachers? Luo Hao suddenly sneered and said, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Chapter 43, Coyote, Teeth. The white wolf wasn't injured by poachers? Upon hearing this, Yunxi looked at Luo Hao with some surprise. Luo Hao picked up the bullet in his palm that was stained with the white wolf's blood and said, This is a 7.62mm M118LR special rifle bullet, which is usually equipped in M24 or M40, such military sniper rifles derived from the civilian version of Remington 700 rifles. The weapons used by ordinary jungle poachers are homemade iron sand gunpowder guns. Some poaching gangs with better weapons are also equipped with AK automatic rifles. No matter whether they are poachers or poaching gangs, generally will not or rarely equipped with military sniper rifles. Even if they are equipped with the ammo they use will only be the Chongqing Arsenal's production of the 7.62mm rifle rounds, and not this M118LR special rifle bullet that costs more than 50 RMB each. Hunting with this kind of bullet would drive them crazy. So, what do you mean? Yunxi's narrow beautiful eyes looked at Luo Hao. The answer to who had injured the white wolf was already crying out. A well-equipped jungle sniper who probably belongs to some private armed force outside the country, or possibly a mercenary who sneaked into the country. It's impossible. Yunxi categorically denied Luo Hao's deduction and said, China is known as the world's forbidden land for mercenaries. Basically no mercenary would be willing to set foot here. Money makes the devil work. Mercenaries are a profession that hangs their heads on the waistband of their pants, and all they are after is money. As long as the employer's bid is high enough, not to mention the mercenary forbidden land, even if it's the Morrow hell, they would dare to break into it. You take care of it first, I'll go out to do some errands. Luo Hao stroked the coyote's head and picked up the white wolf's corpse and walked towards the outside of the cave. Seeing Luo Hao carrying his mom's corpse outside, the little wolf scampered down from Yunxi's arms and followed Luo Hao out of the cave. Luo Hao chose to bury the white wolf under a wild fruit tree. He didn't have a shovel, so he could only use his dragon tooth saber to slowly dig a rectangular earth pit on the ground, and the coyote also used its short paw to plow the earth beside it. Because he didn't have any competent tools in his hand, it took Luo Hao a full hour to dig the earth pit. Just when Luo Hao was about to put the white wolf into the earth pit and bury it, a burst of wolf howls suddenly came from the surrounding woods, and when Luo Hao looked up, a cold sweat immediately soaked the torn camouflage uniform on him. The surrounding woods were filled with pairs of green eyes full of fierce light. Roughly estimated that there were about more than 20 wolves hidden in the woods, and he had completely fallen into the surroundings of the wolves at this moment. Although Luo Hao could fight, he didn't even have a chance to escape from the siege of more than 20 wolves. It couldn't be that these thought that they had killed the white wolf, so they came to find themselves to take revenge, right? This time this black pot has taken a big one. Luo Hao had a burst of bitterness in his heart. Those wolves slowly walked out of the woods, their eyes staring at Luo Hao with death, revealing their sharp canine teeth, and letting out bursts of growls in their throats, ready to launch a fatal strike at Luo Hao. Ow! The coyote by Luo Hao's feet suddenly stepped forward, its head high, its tail curled slightly upward, and let out a low growl full of warning to the wolves surrounding Luo Hao. After hearing the low growl of the coyote, the wolves actually curled up their bodies, with their tails on the sides of their crotches, burying their heads into their front paws, showing submissiveness to the coyote. After showing their submissive behavior, the wolves slowly retreated into the woods under Luo Hao's unbelievable gaze. After watching the wolves retreat, the coyote twisted its head to look at Luo Hao and scurried into the woods after it. Luo Hao guarded the white wolf's corpse and waited for several minutes, still not seeing the coyote come out from the woods, thinking that the coyote was lost when the little guy came back. Together with it, there was also an adult gray wolf. The gray wolf walked right up to the white wolf's corpse, and after giving it a submissive salute, bit down on it and dragged it in the direction of the woods. Do you want to bring it back? Let me help you. Luohao walked to the gray wolf and picked up the white wolf's body and put it on its back. It would be better to let the gray wolf bring the white wolf back to their lair for burial. If it was buried here, it would inevitably be found by the local hunters who might bring it back to be disemboweled and sell its fur cheaply to those fur traders. The gray wolf carrying the white wolf's corpse didn't leave immediately, but let out a gurgling low growl at the coyote behind Luohao, seemingly wanting it to go back with him, but the coyote stood behind Luohao unmoved. Luohao looked at the half-human tall adult gray wolf and said, "Its mother entrusted it to me to take care of before she died. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to its mother to take care of it." The gray wolf stared at Luohao with full of vigilance, and only after a while did he rub his body slightly against Luohao's thigh, carrying the white wolf towards the woods, and at the end of the day he turned back to look at Luohao and the coyote behind him before disappearing completely in the woods. "Little guy, I can't see that you're quite high up." Luohao picked up the little wolf and put it on his shoulder, scratching its chin with his hand. "Ow!" The coyote howled in triumph, sticking out its little pink tongue and licking at the side of Luohao's face. Seeing that Luohao came back safely with the coyote, Yunshi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and she heard the wolf howling outside just now. Taking out the packet of soy sauce beef from her own backpack, she shook it at the coyote lying on Luohao's shoulder. "Little guy, come here." In front of the food, the coyote abandoned Luohao in a very unrighteous manner, scampering down from Luohao's shoulder with a mischievous click and throwing itself into Yunshi's embrace. "You stupid woman aren't making a mistake, are you? Actually giving it beef and sauce?" Luohao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "What does it matter who made me like this, little guy?" Yunshi tore off a piece of soy sauce beef and brought it to the little wolf's mouth. A woman's immunity to small furry animals was completely zero, even a cold and noble woman like Yunshi was no exception. Maybe it was Yunshi who felt the warmth of motherhood. The little wolf had no defense against her, opening its mouth and swallowing the beef into its mouth, then pleasingly rubbing on Yunshi's high chest, making Luohao cast a contemptuous look at it. The guy who forgets his own righteousness at the sight of sex will surely be a colorful wolf when he grows up in the future. Luohao walked over to the haystack, looked at the little wolf lying in Yunshi's arms, and said to Yunshi, "I think I should give it a name. I can't keep calling it by little guy." Yunshi thought with her head sideways and said, "Look at its entire body snow white, how about calling it Little White?" Hearing Yunshi's creativity, Luohao couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. This IQ of 106 came up with such an idiotic name? After carefully sizing up the coyote, Luohao said, "It's snow white all over, except for a crescent-shaped birthmark between its eyebrows, so I think it's better to call it Tooth. Thus, Luohao had a new partner in his team, the white coyote, Tooth. Chapter 44, Mercenaries. Luohao opened his eyes in the early morning when it was just dawn, collected the blanket covering his body, glanced at Yunshi, who was still sleeping on the haystack, and softly lifted his backpack towards the outside of the cave. The food he had collected earlier was already finished, and he needed to go prepare new food. The wolf's senses were very sharp, sensing that there was a movement in the cave. Tooth, who was originally lying beside Yunshi, immediately stood up from the haystack, and when he found that the silhouette walking in the cave was Luohao, who was carrying a backpack and was preparing to go out, Tooth removed the alertness in his eyes, and leapt down from the haystack to walk to Luohao's feet, rubbing his head against the leg of his pants. "Do you want to go out together too?" Luohao picked up Tooth and put it on his shoulder, patted its little head, and said, "But say yes, don't run around after you go out." "Ooh." Tooth rubbed his head against Luohao's cheek, urging him to hurry up and get going. The place where Luohao searched for food wasn't far from the cave, so that if Yunshi encountered anything, he would be able to return in the shortest possible time. Wolves usually go out hunting with their mothers when they are 3 to 4 months old, so Tooth, who is only more than a month old, has never gone out hunting with a white wolf before this. The first time he followed Luohao to go out hunting, Tooth looked very excited, full of curiosity about everything. Even the wild fruits growing on the trees would be touched with his paws. The wolf was a typical meat eater, but Tooth was not the same as other wolves. It preferred to eat roasted hare than raw meat. Luohao tried to pick a wild fruit for it from the fruit tree, and it would actually nibble on it with its 2 front paws holding it. This made Luohao couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. He meowed, "Is this still the wolf known as the king of the jungle?" At this time a gray hare poked its head out of the grass, staring at the surrounding situation with wide eyes. The appearance of the hare immediately attracted Tooth's attention, letting go of the half-chewed wild fruit and scattering his legs to chase after the hare hiding in the grass. Tooth has no experience in hunting and does not know that when hunting, one should first lurk close to and then strike swiftly, and its hasty pursuit makes the frightened hare directly run away. The hares in the mountains are very cunning. They will not only run in a straight line, but will also jump left and right, running suddenly to a lateral drift, scurrying into the bushes next to the disappearance of the trail. So those experienced hunters in the mountains when hunting, will not be too hard to chase the hare jumping everywhere. They will make a simple trap, put a wild fruit as bait, waiting for the hare on the hook. "You naughty little guy." Luohao cursed and hurriedly followed. When it grew up, Tooth would inevitably be the king of the jungle, but it was still small now, so it wouldn't be good if it encountered a trap left by poachers. The hare ran very fast, but the tooth that had inherited its mother's excellent bloodline was not weak either, although it was still only at the young wolf stage, and its limbs were relatively short. The speed at which it ran was not slow, and it even had a tendency to catch up with the hare when it ran in a straight line. In front of the wild rabbit all the way to run wildly, she cannot shake off the teeth of the back in hot pursuit, suddenly body shape a beat, staged a wonderful instant drift, toward the side of the bushes scurrying. Seeing the prey in hand just ran away, the teeth immediately anxious, to the hare howled a voice. The hare just escaped from a disaster has not had time to be happy, behind a wolf howl full of wildness suddenly scared it out of its wits, panicked, bam a head on a large tree trunk, broken neck bone directly hiccups. Seeing the hare that originally ran happily with its legs spread out, suddenly crashed to death on the tree trunk alright, as the originator of the matter, Tooth himself was also dumbfounded, ran over and sniffed the hare with his nose first, and then fiddled the hare's corpse back and forth with his paw for a few times to make sure that the hare was already dead before he bumped up to Luohao's feet, and rubbed against his trouser leg to ask for credit from him. Luohao, who had been chasing after Tooth and watching this dramatic scene, was also dumbfounded. Couldn't it be that the idiom of waiting for a rabbit by guarding a tree came from this? Luohao squatted down and picked up Tooth onto his shoulder, patting its furry little head with his hand. I told you not to run around, but you actually disobeyed. You're punished for not having meat today. Ow. Tooth gave a pitiful low howl, rubbing his head against Luohao's cheek to show him weakness. But for the sake of your merits, let's forget about it this time, and the next time, you'll be a good boy and gnaw on the wild fruits. Luohao took out a small piece of beef and sauce and sent it to Tooth's mouth. After eating the soy sauce beef, Tooth immediately lay on Luohao's shoulder and didn't dare to run around anymore, for it, although the wild fruits were new, in the end, they couldn't be compared with the delicious soy sauce beef. Luohao put the dead rabbit into his backpack, and continued to look for other food, his eyes constantly measuring the position of the tree trunks and treetops, counting on harvesting a 3 to 4 feet long duck neck, or discovering a bird's nest, and pulling out a few bird eggs from it to go back. Just after loading a few non-toxic wild mushrooms into his backpack, Luohao had a keen sense that someone was coming in his direction. Although he didn't know how big an area Zhao Shuai had divided due to the Soul Gate test, Luohao was sure that the valley he and Yun Shi accidentally fell into was definitely not within the scope of the Soul Gate test. So the only ones coming towards him now could be poachers or local hunters, but whichever of the two it wasn't something Luohao wanted to mess with, and the teeth on his shoulder were enough to arouse their greed. Luohao bowed his body and slowly retreated to a bush, lying on the ground without moving, although the camouflage clothes on his body were not the combat camouflage clothes used in jungle combat, but a drill into the bush could still play a basic camouflage effect. As for the snow-white teeth, Luohao casually pulled some green branches and leaves to cover it, and signaled it to obediently lie on the ground and not move. What appeared in Luohao and Tooth's line of sight was an Asian man who was around 175 centimeters tall and one who was around 180 centimeters tall, with obvious East Asian features. They were wearing ATAC's FG camouflage uniforms newly developed by the US Army for jungle combat, black 511 combat boots on their feet, a baseball cap with 4-color jungle camouflage on their heads, and white air conduit headsets on their ears. The man walking in front of him was holding an M4A1 fully automatic rifle retrofitted with a Picatinny rail, holographic scope, M203 grenade launcher, foregrip, tactical flashlight, and silencer, a full-length 32cm, 1.2 kg fighting saber fixed diagonally at a 45-degree angle to his tactical undershirt, and he was even carrying 3 American-made M68 grenades and a smoke grenade on his tactical belt. This kind of equipment that was so advanced that it could throw off the poaching syndicate 10,086 blocks would definitely not be ordinary poachers, but there were no armbands on their arms for identification, so were they mercenaries who had sneaked across the border? Chapter 45, The Spooky Thunder. When Luohao's sight shifted to the weapon in the hands of the mercenary behind the residence, his eyes suddenly became stern, because what was held in his hands was exactly an M40 military sniper rifle painted in jungle camouflage color. But Luohao didn't notice that the tooth lying beside him was burning with the flame of anger in its eyes. It knew this person, it was him who killed its mother with that gun in his hand. Vulture, we've been off the team for over 12 hours, are you sure you want to keep looking? The military division will get angry. The mercenary with the M4A1 said to the sniper codenamed Vulture behind him, and he spoke in perfect Chinese. That goes without saying, of course I'll keep looking. Fire ant, let me tell you, this is the prettiest wolf I've ever spoken of, use its white fur to make a scarf, how pulling. As for the military master. The vulture coldly grunted, a 20-something years old little than cubs want to tell me what to do, Iba, old me holding a gun in the jungle to play life, he is still playing with a slingshot. Master of the army? You're the only ones who take him seriously, shit. But I've heard that the military master, like Cobra Boss, came out of the Dragon Hidden Unit. That Dragon Hidden Unit is said to be the most elite and mysterious special forces of the Chinese military. Fire Ant, who was holding an M4A1 in his hand, said with some scorn. So what if he's from the Dragon Hidden Force? Vulture glared at Fire Ant, even if he and Cobra Boss are also from the Dragon Concealment Unit, can he be compared to Cobra Boss? Cobra Boss's position was piled up with the corpses and blood of countless people, it's a symbol of strength, so I trust him. Only those who have truly experienced blood and fire are worthy of being called warriors. That little Thane who hasn't even grown his hair is still far from it. Dragon hidden troops? It turned out that they were the people of Hydra, no wonder their equipment was so advanced. The military advisor they mentioned should be one of the 6 people in Group B, but they didn't know which one it would be, Li Ran, Wang Mo, or someone else? Luo Hao muttered in his heart, his eyes still staring at the direction of fire ants and vultures. Are you sure that the white wolf is in this direction? Fire Ant, who was unwilling to continue arguing with Vulture on the topic of military division, changed the topic and asked. Vulture squatted down and grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and put it under his nose to smell it. His eyes flashed a brilliant light and said, "Just now I heard the sound of wolves howling. It should be that this direction can't be wrong. There is also the smell of blood in the mud, but it is covered by man. There must be experts who are proficient in jungle combat here. Pay attention to the alert. That white wolf is still really able to run. It didn't fall to the ground even after receiving 2 shots." The vulture cursed hatefully and pulled the bolt of the sniper rifle in his hand with a clatter. After observing his surroundings with his eyes pressed against the holographic scope, Fire Ant hemmed and hawed at Vulture. "Vulture, it couldn't be that you missed those 2 shots yesterday, could it?" Bull. Seeing his marksmanship being questioned, Vulture couldn't help but curse. "Just based on my marksmanship, in our squad, if I call myself second, who dares to call me first?" Last night, after sending away the body of the white wolf, Luo Hao deliberately cleared the bloodstains on the ground and covered the smell of blood, just to prevent the mysterious poacher from tracking down the bloodstains, but he didn't expect that even though he had done it himself, the vulture still smelled the smell of blood hidden in the soil, and he was an expert. Cobra's men have no mediocre soldiers, the Hydra group is well known. Now that they have been alerted, there is no way to linger here, and they must even notify Yunshi immediately and pack up their things to leave immediately. This forest and the cave were not far apart. If they followed the smell of blood left on the ground, it would only be a matter of time before they found the cave. No matter how much Luo Hao could fight, it would be hard for him to challenge 2 Hydra members who had rich experience in jungle combat and were armed to the teeth with only a dragon tooth saber, not to mention that once they found the cave and threatened to hold Yunshi as a hostage, Luo Hao's situation would become even more passive. From their conversation, they knew that those who entered the jungle should be a whole operation squad, although they didn't know what they were entering the country for. Luo Hao didn't want to have a head-on conflict with them for the time being. With a plan in mind, Luo Hao, who was lying in the bushes, moved his body and quietly retreated backward, his eyes still staring at the front, paying attention to the movements of the 2 Hydra members. When Luo Hao's whole person exited the bush and was ready to leave, he suddenly realized that the tooth that had been following him around was gone. Fixing his eyes, he realized that the guy was still lying on his back in the same position just now. Suddenly, Tooth shook off the camouflage covering his body bowed slightly, his ears stretched out flat, and the white hairs on his back stood up like needles, revealing his still slightly tender incisors. Oh no, looking at Tooth's angry look, Luo Hao's heart immediately hung in his throat. This little guy must have recognized his enemy and wanted to take revenge on its mother. Ow! Before Luo Hao could return to the bush and take Tooth out of it, Tooth had already let out an angry wolf howl towards the vulture. "Tooth, come back quickly!" At this moment, Luo Hao couldn't care about hiding his whereabouts, quickly standing up from the ground and rushing back to the bushes, picking up Tooth, who was about to rush up and fight with the vulture, and turning around to run. There! Vulture, who had already discovered Luo Hao and Tooth's traces, yelled at the fire ants around him, raised the M40 sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at Luo Hao's back, and after locking Luo Hao's body with the sniper's scope, Vulture pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The M40 sniper rifle spewed out a yellow rifling flame, an AM-118LR special rifle bullet accelerated by 6 right-handed rifling lines shot fiercely at Luo Hao's undershirt. Luo Hao in the world of Vulture Cross fell to the ground with a sound. "You hit him?" Fire Ant asked as he lowered the M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand. "I don't know." Vulture knitted his brows tightly and shook his head. Obviously, he had already seen the other party get shot and fall to the ground in the sniper scope, but why was there still a wave of uneasiness in his own heart? That's right, there was no blood splattered out after he was shot. Whoa! Vulture pulled the bolt to push a bullet back in and said to the fire ants around him, "Things are getting a little weird, be on guard." Fire Ant nodded, bowed his body, holding his M4A1 flat and alertly approaching towards Luo Hao's collapsed position. Vulture used the sniper scope on his M40 sniper rifle to survey the movement in the surrounding woods, confirming that there was no sniper waiting in ambush to take a cold shot at their party. When he and the fire ants arrived at the location where Luo Hao had collapsed, they found that there was nothing on the ground at all except for the weeds that had been overwhelmed by the heavy weight, not to mention the fact that not even a trace of blood could be seen on Luo Hao's body. "Vulture, there he is." Fire Ant suddenly pointed in the direction of their 2 o'clock and said loudly. There a young man with a white coyote in his arms and wearing camouflage clothing was running furiously. "Let's go after them." "Wait." Vulture pulled back on Fire Ant, who had just put his feet up, and pointed to a thin wire hidden in the blades of grass under his feet. "There's a trick mine." Chapter 46 Yuan Shi's Change of Heart. The trick mine, known as the crystallization of the wisdom of special operations, known to challenge the psychological limits of people so that people cannot be defended against the trick mine, is the infantry soldier's lingering nightmare. Looking at the tripwire under his feet, Fire Ant couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What is this young man that he hasn't met yet? Not only is he familiar with anti-sniper tactics, but he also knows how to design a trick mine. Although just joke that the vulture's marksmanship is not allowed, but the fire ants are actually very clear, as the squad's first sniper vulture in the sniper rifle attainments are actually very high. He is used to using the traditional manually loaded sniper rifles. He used the M40 sniper rifle in the distance of 800 meters on the first shot. Hit rate can reach 90%. But it is such a sniper master, in 2 minutes ago lost his target. Vulture drew out the fighting saber on his tactical undershirt, squatted down, and scrutinized the tripwire under the fire ant's feet. Judging from the material, this tripwire should have been intercepted from the escape rope. Perhaps the trick mine was set up in a hurry, so the tripwire didn't make a clever camouflage, just pulled out some blades of grass and sprinkled them on it. Based on the tripwire, the vulture locked the location of the trick mine in the grass under the roots of a large tree to his left, but his face changed slightly when he slowly plucked away the grass and realized that what was tied with the tripwire was just a small 5-centimeter wooden stick. Out of caution, the vulture still used his saber to probe in the dirt underneath the wooden stick, and after confirming that there were no traces of digging in the dirt underneath the tree branch, his face became incredibly ugly. Damn, screwed. No wonder the tripwire is simply camouflaged with blades of grass. He simply wants to let himself discover the existence of trick mine. The vulture pulled out the stick, which was shallowly stuck in the soil, and snapped it into 2 ends. Being played by the same person twice in a row made the vulture, who had always had a high opinion of himself, furious. Fire ants looked at the vulture holding in the hands of the trick mine, although in the face did not have any expression, but in the heart is already incomparable shock. Facing the pursuit of 2 special operations experts, not only did he not think of escaping quickly, but also calmly laid down such a guile thunder, which was really a guile thunder of the word guile played to the fullest. I really don't know what kind of person taught such a master. Little than pup, if I don't whip you into shape, I'll take your last name. The vulture threw the branch in his hand on the ground fiercely, looked at the direction Luo Hao disappeared, and said grimly, "Chase." Luo Hao's master was good at sniping, and he once tried to make Luo Hao a sniper likewise, but gave up on the idea after trying many times to fail to meet his requirements. So although Luo Hao wasn't a sniper, he was still familiar with sniping and counter-sniping tactics. As soon as the vulture's sniper scope locked onto him, Luo Hao felt like an awn on his back. He almost subconsciously lunged forward, and at the moment he lunged, his legs kicked fiercely on the ground, and the muscles of his whole body that contained explosive power instantly provided him with a powerful sprinting force. His whole body with such a sprinting force moved 5 meters forward quickly with a snake-like movement while holding his teeth. This kind of tactical action, which is not beautiful like a snake, but can be very effective in avoiding enemy snipers sniping, is called snake line, and this anti-sniping tactical action is a must-learn subject for every member of the Dragon Hidden Army. Luo Hao can leap forward 5 meters with snake line, while his master can leap 8 meters, although there is only a 3-meter gap, but at the critical moment, the distance between life and death is this 3-meter gap. The stick mine he had set up was completely improvised, only hoping to delay his escape for as long as possible. His technique was also taught by his master, who was under the tutelage of Zhao Guobang, the godfather of special warfare. His master had said to him, "The essence of the sly thunder is in a sly word, real is false, false is real. Sly thunder really kill the enemy is not the power of its own, but the psychological deterrent, and then the powerful enemy as long as the psychological was crushed, he is from the real death is only 1 step away." Luo Hao clutched his teeth and quickly weaved through the forest, but he didn't run straight towards the cave. Instead, he spared a lot of detours, using this to confuse the 2 special operations experts behind him. The vulture crouched down and scrutinized a herb with a broken branch at his feet. The broken branch of the plant was fresh, it should have been snapped off not long ago. His eyes narrowed slightly and he waved his hand in a direction of the forest, this way. In the cave, Yanxi was pacing back and forth anxiously. Just now she clearly heard the sound of gunshots coming from the forest, and the first reaction in her mind was that Luo Hao had met the jungle sniper who wounded the white wolf last night. Yanxi realized that she had learned to worry about Luo Hao since some time. Although she knew that Luo Hao was the disciple of the Dragon Spurs instructor Cheng Ying, and knew that he was well versed in the law of survival in the field, she still worried about him, worrying about whether he would run into the traps left by poachers when hunting, worrying about whether he would run into the poisonous snakes hidden inside the birds' nests when pulling out the eggs. As for when Luo Hao broke into her heart, Yanxi wasn't very clear. Maybe it was when she was interested in him as a person after going through his data, maybe it was when he stood up for herself during the military training, maybe it was when he fought to save himself on the dangerous bridge, maybe it was 3 years ago, when she saw him kneeling down at the entrance of the Dragon Hidden Army in tears. Luo Hao as a person had already left a shadow in her heart. Yanxi still remembered the question she asked herself in her mind after eavesdropping on Luo Hao and Zhoubo's conversation on the first night of entering the jungle. He likes me, but do I like him? Now she has an answer. She likes Luo Hao. She likes that big boy who is sometimes overbearing, sometimes rogue, likes to call himself stupid woman, likes to call himself little master. The anxiety in her heart was getting heavier and heavier, and just when Yinshi decided not to continue to wait foolishly and to go out to look for Luohao, who was holding his teeth in his arms, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Luohao appearing at the entrance of the cave, Yinshi could no longer care about her usual reserve and innocence, and directly jumped into his arms. Luohao was startled by the sudden gentleness, not only him but also Tooth, who was cuddled in his hands. The hug came so suddenly that it nearly smothered the poor little guy. I heard the sound of gunshots, I am so scared. Yunshi spoke, vaguely brought a sobbing voice. Don't worry, it'll be fine. If little master wants to run, who can catch me? Luohao patted Yunshi's back lightly and comforted him. He enjoyed this feeling of Yunshi taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but he knew that now was not the time for warmth. Pushing away Yunshi, who was pouncing on his arms, he said with a serious expression, we can't stay here. I'll explain the detailed reasons to you on the way. Now pack up our things, we have to leave right away. Although she wasn't sure of the exact reason, Yunshi obediently put her things into her backpack and followed Luohao out of the cave. Just as the two people stepped out of the cave with their backpacks, an incredibly cold voice came from behind them. Why are you in such a hurry to leave, kid? Chapter 47, Hand to Hand Above. That cold to emotionless voice made Luohao's heart thump violently, not expecting that after he had laid so many mazes, they still found the location of the cave in such a short period of time. Today, this battle was unavoidable. Kid, aren't you a good runner? Show me if you run one more time, believe it or not I'll break your legs with one shot. The vulture stared at Luohao with icy eyes, threw the sniper rifle behind him, drew his self-defense pistol and pointed it at Luohao, saying, Gentlemen, we're only meeting for the first time, why are you clinging to me? Facing the black holes of gun muzzles in the hands of the vultures, although Luohao's face was unmoved, in his heart, he had already started to calculate the order of launching the attack in a while. The only weapon he had in his hand was the dragon tooth saber, so he had to knock one of them down in a swift and thunderous manner and snatch the weapon in his hand before he would stand a chance of winning. It wasn't related, but it was when you adopted that white wolf. The vulture snorted coldly. After realizing that the person who had fooled himself twice was actually a teenager less than 20 years old, the vulture's anger in his heart grew even more. Less than 20 years of age but already have such a body, to say that he is not the Chinese military's secret cultivation of talent, killed vulture will not believe, his heart has a new calculation. Zhang Qiu's name still hangs high on the Special Forces beheading list, but also every Hydra members know. Since this young man is the Chinese military's secret training talent, that must be very important to him. In the future he is bound to become the organization's head of the big problem. If he can remove him now, Cobra Boss will be very happy, then promotion is the nail in the coffin. Vulture was a man with ambition. As the first sniper of the squad and the captain of the squad, he liked the feeling of controlling the whole situation, but that airborne military division took his place, which made him very unhappy. The vulture, who originally thought that he had no hope of getting out, suddenly realized that God was still in love with him, and gave him such a great opportunity, so his heart had already been flooded with strong killing intent towards Luohao. What do you want then? Luohao's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand already on the hilt of his dragon tooth saber. Leave that white wolf and woman behind, and you can leave if you waste one of your own arms. Fire Ant, who was carrying an M4A1, suddenly walked up and pointed at Tooth, who was lying on Luohao's shoulder, and Yunshi, who was standing behind Luohao, his eyes glittering with greed and lechery. Vultures are greedy for power, fire ants are greedy for color. In the moment Yunshi turned around, Fire Ant was overwhelmed by this woman's beauty. He hadn't seen a beautiful woman, but this kind of set of cold and charming in front of him was the first time he had ever seen. At this time in Fire Ant's heart there was only one voice left to shout, possess her. Possess her. You think I'll agree? Luohao snorted and asked. So you think you'll have a choice? Fire Ant's finger squeezed the trigger of his M4A1 assault rifle, a grim gleam in his viper-like triangular eyes. Little one, when the fight starts later, you rush up and pester the bad guy who hit your mom with the gun. Remember, don't confront him head-on, just pester him and don't let him get close to Yunshi. Luohao patted the Tooth on his shoulder and instructed softly. Ow! Tooth let out a low howl and leapt off Luohao's shoulder with a stab, landing on the ground and staring at the vulture with angry flames burning in his eyes. I accidentally overheard your conversation in the forest just now, and it seemed like you guys were looking down on the dragon hidden troops a little bit? So what if it is? Fire Ant couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although he was obedient to the military division on the surface, he ultimately had some contempt in his heart, or else he wouldn't have followed the vulture to break away from the group and come out to hunt the white wolves. Then I'll let you see the killing machine cultivated by the dragon hidden unit. Luohao's whole body's aura skyrocketed, a sluggish and murderous aura coming straight to the Fire Ant's face. Remember to tell Oxhead and Horseface after you go down that it's the crazy dragon from the dragon hidden unit who sent you down. As soon as Luohao's words fell, his entire body leaped out like a cheetah. Immovable as a mountain, aggressive as fire. At this moment, Luohao played the characteristic of aggression like fire, which was emphasized in Sun Tzu's art of war for offense, to the extreme. When Luo Hao suddenly launched an attack, the fire ants did have a short moment, being shocked by the toughness that erupted from his body, but after all, the fire ants had experienced the test of blood and fire, and the shocking effect brought by Luo Hao was only limited to that short moment, and in the next second, he lifted up the M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand and pulled the trigger. Ta-ta! Rhythmically firing 2 consecutive point-blank shots, 2 5.56mm rifle bullets were fired at Luo Hao, who was running towards him. At the moment when the fire ant raised the automatic rifle in his hand, Luo Hao's body bent downward, and his whole body slid toward the fire ant with the force of his forward rush. Plop, 2 muffled sounds, the bullets flew over Luo Hao's body and shot into the dirt behind him, splashing 2 wisps of dust. Missed? Fire Ant's heart beeped and felt bad, so he hurriedly turned the gun around and was about to pull the trigger again when Luo Hao, who was holding a dragon tooth saber, had already approached his body in a skidding manner. A cold light flashed in Luo Hao's hand, accompanied by a snorting soft sound. The cold blade of the dragon tooth saber cut across the knee joint of the fire ant's right leg, bringing out a flash of bright red. Sharp pain came from his knee joint, and fire ant's right leg bent downward almost uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Hao braced his palms on the ground, his whole body bounced up from the ground like a leather ball, quickly circled around behind the fire ant, kicked him in the slash of his right leg, forcing him to fall to the ground in a half-kneeling stance, and the dragon tooth saber spun in his hand, rushing to zap at the location of the fire ant's heart. The M4A1 automatic rifle decorated like a Christmas tree in the hand of the fire ant had been completely reduced to a burning stick at the moment, which was used to resist the dragon tooth saber in Luo Hao's hand, which was glittering with cold light in the air. Before I left the Dragon Hidden Force to go to Donghai City, I had sworn to my master that I would never use killing moves on civilians and never kill without reason. Luo Hao looked down at Fire Ant, who was half kneeling on the ground and was trying his best to resist the dragon tooth saber stabbing into his chest, and said in an ice-cold tone, "But unfortunately, you are not civilians. So you, obediently bear the killings from the mad dragon." The power on Luo Hao's arm skyrocketed, and the dragon tooth saber slowly approached the Fire Ant's chest. While the Fire Ant was still resisting desperately, his face turned red and his teeth gnashed loudly. Looking at the Fire Ant who was still dying, Luo Hao was furious in his heart, lifting his foot and ruthlessly stepping on the Fire Ant's right leg. The click. The crunching sound of bones breaking. The Fire Ant's right leg was actually stomped off hard by Luo Hao. The pain of the broken bones caused the Fire Ant to let out a heartbreaking scream. His eyes reddened as he looked in the direction of the vulture and shouted, "Vulture, save me." Chapter 48 Hand-to-Hand Below. What makes a qualified sniper? This was the question that Luo Hao asked him when he was 13 years old, when his master was preparing to make him a sniper. At that time, Luo Hao almost didn't even think about it, and answered offhandedly, "Accurate marksmanship." Instead, his master just tapped his finger on the side of his head and shook his head with a smile. A qualified sniper is inevitably a master of using a gun with precise marksmanship, but conversely, this proposition does not hold true. As a sniper, especially an excellent sniper, in addition to accurate marksmanship, you also need to have the stoicism of a lone wolf and the cunning of a fox. Lone wolves are so stoic that sometimes they need to lurk in extremely hostile environments all day, or even all week, in order to snipe their targets, biting on straws and sucking fresh water from their water pouches, and gulping down high-calorie compressed food that tastes just like soap. Fox's cunning. Snipers are a relatively special type of soldiers, and more often than not, snipers are not followed by the troops together, but independently wandering in all corners of the battlefield, to complete the hunting, lurking, destruction of these special tasks, so they are more likely to fall into isolation and unsupported. Once surrounded by the enemy, snipers have to be as cunning as the fox, trying to find a way to escape the hunter's traps. Vulture is a qualified sniper, but also an unscrupulous sniper. In his Luo Hao in a few moves between the Fire Ants into a desperate situation, he knew that close combat he has no chance of victory. To defeat this young man, to achieve victory, to add an important bargaining chip for their own career, he must find another way. "Fire Ant, hold on for now, I'll come to save you when I catch this woman." The vulture snorted coldly and rushed towards Yin Shi's direction. As long as he had that woman under his control, he would have the leverage to restrain the other party. "Tooth, stop him." Luo Hao yelled at Tooth, who had already jumped into action. The power in his hand grew again. Squeak! The dragon's tooth saber rubbed against the burning stick in the Fire Ant's hand, making a piercing friction sound. Listening to the vulture's promise, the Fire Ants were like injecting high-purity drugs, completely forgetting the pain of the broken bones on his feet, and the strength on his arms not only did not weaken but had a tendency to grow. The dragon tooth saber that was already against his chest was actually pushed away by him. "Oh no!" Luo Hao said something bad in his heart. The adult Tooth might be able to fight against an expert like Vulture, but the only thing the Tooth, which was still in its juvenile stage, could do now was just to obstruct it, and it might be broken through by Vulture soon. Therefore, he had to fight quickly and draw back to stop the Vulture that wanted to make a move against Yinshi. What to do? What should he do? The way to use an army is to attack the heart, and to cut down the body. The 12 words crossed Luo Hao's mind like a bolt of lightning, glancing at the Vulture that was still tangling with Tooth. "You idiot, do you really think your companions will come to your rescue? Wake up, don't dream." He can't even protect himself right now, how could he still spare time to save you? Luo Hao said in a cold voice as he looked down at the fire ant that was still gritting its teeth. No way. Fire ant retorted offhandedly, Vulture and I are brothers who share the same life and death, don't you dare try to sow discord. Whether it's me stirring up trouble or you deceiving yourself, you know it in your own heart. Luo Hao snorted and said to the fire ant, if you don't believe me, you can ask your brother for help again, and see if he will come to save you or not. Vulture, save me. Fire ant was a suspicious person, Luo Hao's words made him have doubts in his mind, so he would believe it and ask the vulture for help for the second time. Don't argue. I'll come to save you after I'm done with this side of things. The vulture had been scampering around with his teeth at this point, causing his liver fire to rub off on him, and his tone of voice when he spoke seemed very impatient. How about that, now you should believe my words. You treat him like a life and death brother and you treat you like brothers? Maybe not as important as that white wolf and that woman in his eyes. Luo Hao's words hit the fire ant's chest as heavily as a hammer, his face suddenly changed, and the power in his hand used to resist the dragon tooth saber abruptly disappeared. Plop! The dragon tooth saber didn't enter the fire ant's chest. Luo Hao turned the hilt of the saber, and used the rows of shark serrated teeth on the back of the saber to strangle the heart of the fire ant completely. The fire ant slowly collapsed with his eyes wide open in anger, he could not rest in peace, he could not understand why the vulture would betray him at the most critical moment. Although Tooth was still at a young age, he scampered up and down, ran left and right, and moved with surprising agility. Whenever the vulture attempted to charge at Yunxi, the white cub would pounce at him with a low howl, but did not engage in combat, withdrawing each time before he could counterattack. The endless harassment caused the vulture to put away his intention of trying to capture Tooth alive, and violently raised the self-defense pistol in his hand at Tooth. Tooth, be careful! Seeing the gun in the vulture's hand, Yunxi, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Bang! 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 The vulture pulled the trigger frantically at Tooth on the ground, and the bullets landed on the rocky blocks that Tooth had jumped over, splattering flakes of gravel. The vultures kept firing and Tooth kept dodging. Despite Tooth's agility, a bullet grazed his left hind leg, and the limping Tooth slowed down. Seeing Yunxi and Tooth's critical situation, Luo Hao leaned down and drew out the dragon tooth saber stuck in the fire ant's chest, as well as the pistol in the quick-draw holster on the outer side of his thigh, and flung the dragon tooth saber gripped in his left hand at the murderous-faced vulture. Feeling a cracking sound coming from his ear, the vulture quickly took a step backward as the saber with a strong smell of blood flew past his nose and plunged into the trunk of the tree to his right. Looking at the dragon tooth saber whose half of the blade hadn't entered the tree trunk and had been completely dyed red by the fire ant's blood, the vulture's breathing became steeply heavy, and he showed his eyes as he roared at Luo Hao, "You killed the fire ants." "Yes, I killed him, and I'll send you down to meet him soon. I'll kill you." The vulture, who was occupied by anger, no longer cared about the injured Tooth and Yunxi, and turned his gun towards Luo Hao and pulled the trigger. Although the vulture was greedy for power, he valued righteousness, which was also the reason why the fire ants were disillusioned after realizing that they had been betrayed. Bang! 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 Revenge bullets rushed at Luo Hao. Luo Hao's body lunged forward, using his shoulder as a pivot point the moment he touched the ground, and made himself stand up again by twisting his waist. When the second wave of bullets from the vultures came, he fell to the ground and then stood up again with the same movement. Luo Hao was like a small stone piece bouncing on the water surface standing less than 20 meters away from the vulture after 2 consecutive bouncing rolls on the ground. The vulture blitzed and pointed the pistol at Luo Hao, then pulled the trigger. Ka! The pistol sleeve retreated backward, and a sound that made the vulture despair as the firing pin struck empty came from the chamber. Chapter 49, Departure. "You're out of bullets, I counted them." Luo Hao pointed to his head and said to the vulture. The vulture narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing restlessly around to his left and right, looking for an opportunity to reverse the counterattack. "Keep your eyes away, I'm sure I can make your head explode before you make a small move." Luo Hao's mouth held an evil smile. "Yeah? Are you so sure?" As soon as the vulture's words fell, he suddenly flung the already emptied pistol in his hand at Luo Hao, drew out the fighting saber on his tactical undershirt and flung it at Yunxi, who stood on the side, while his people retreated sharply in the opposite direction. Looking at the fighting saber that flew at his face and flashed with a cold light in the air, Yunxi unexpectedly stood frozen in place, forgetting to execute even the most basic evasive maneuvers. Bang! When? Luo Hao threw out his hand and knocked the fighting saber that was stabbing Yunxi to the ground with the pistol in his hand. Looking at the vulture that was escaping in the direction of the woods, a glint of icy coldness filled with killing intent flashed in his eyes. The right hand holding the gun pointed smoothly at his back, then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shiny shells flew out from the throwing window of the pistol in Luo Hao's hand, traced 2 nice arcs in the air, and fell to the ground spinning. The vulture, who had been running with unparalleled joy, fell headfirst to the ground like a kite whose strings had been snapped. His eyes opened angrily, and there was a dark red bullet hole in the center of his eyebrow, with red and white mixtures scrambling to pour out of that tiny bullet hole. Phew! Yunxi exhaled heavily, only to feel her legs go limp and sit on her butt on the ground. "Are you all right?" Luo Hao pulled Yunxi up from the grass and said with a serious expression, "You don't even know there's a snake behind you, aren't you afraid that it will eat your tofu?" Yunxi let out a scream of awe and scurried behind Luo Hao, staring with wide eyes to scrutinize the place where she had just sat. "Stupid woman, do you really have an IQ of 106? You would believe such words that even an idiot wouldn't believe?" Luo Hao reached out and snapped his hand on her forehead. "You." Yunxi glared at the man in front of her with a furious glare and stomped on the back of his foot. "You tricked me." Still knows how to be angry, it seems there's nothing wrong. Luo Hao sucked in cold air and picked up Tooth and put him on his shoulder, turning towards the direction of the fire ants and vulture's corpse, muttering in his heart that this woman was really hard on her feet. Yunxi suddenly assisted Luo Hao from behind and asked, "Did you just deliberately lie to me that there are snakes behind you? I just wanted to see your reaction." Luo Hao didn't deny Yunxi's guess, pulled out the dragon tooth saber stuck in the trunk, wiped the blood on it, and said, "Many people have never seen this kind of scene in their life today, and there are people who have seen it, but they directly went crazy or left shadows because of their psychological inability to withstand it, and I don't want you to turn out like this too." When Yunxi heard this, she only felt a slight sweetness in her heart, and the hand that was originally holding Luo Hao's arm gradually slid down, gently clasping his palm, saying quietly, "When I first read your information, I didn't believe it, but I didn't think that you really dared to kill. It's just killing, just get used to it, and they deserve to die." Luo Hao crouched down and tore open the clothes on the fire ant's left arm, revealing a weird tattoo of 9 snake heads. "Hydra?" Yunxi, who saw the tattoo, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Hydra, a world-renowned private-owned organization founded by Jiang Qiu, a former member of the Dragon Hidden Unit. After he defected from the country, Hydra is not only powerful in its own right, but also has links with some terrorist organizations and arms dealers in the world, so it can be said that Hydra is the representative term of the dark world. For Hydra, Luo Hao had a special hatred, and it was by the design of Jiang Wei, Jiang Qiu's son, that he was expelled from the Dragon Hidden Unit, carrying the stigma of the son of a traitor. Moreover, who dared to say that there was no shadow of Jiang Qiu behind the whole thing, that Jiang Wei had designed Luo Hao with all his heart and soul? Luo Hao's eyes gradually glowed with a hint of blood color, and his hand holding the dragon tooth saber trembled slightly. Yunxi, who noticed Luo Hao's difference, reached out to encircle his neck and whispered in his ear, "It's all in the past, don't think too much." "I'm fine." Luo Hao took a deep breath and calmed down, patting the back of Yunxi's hand and said, "What's this?" Just as Luo Hao was about to get up, his eyes fell on a constantly flickering red dot under the tattoo on the fire ant's left arm. The flickering light of the red dot was very weak, and if Luo Hao's body hadn't blocked the sunlight behind him, he wouldn't have discovered this hidden red dot. "Take it out and take a look." Yunxi's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she already had a guess in her mind. Luo Hao slashed the skin of the fire ant with his knife, picking a signal transmitter the size of a small fingernail cap on the tip of the knife and handing it to Yunxi. "What's this?" "Locator." Yunxi instantly recognized the equipment on the tip of the knife. This was the equipment most used by agent spies. Luo Hao's face changed drastically, throwing the locator on the tip of the knife to the ground and crushing it with his foot. He said to Yunxi, "We can't stay here, pack up, and get ready to leave." "But we don't have a map, how are we going to go?" Yunxi looked at Luo Hao and asked. "Check their backpacks, since they fought deep into the jungle, they should have carried a single PDA, Luo Hao said and dragged the vulture's body into the cave. "What are you doing? Changing clothes, you want to watch?" 10 minutes later, Luo Hao, who had changed into Attack's FG jungle combat suit, took the stripped vulture and carried it back out of the cave. Yunxi found a single PDA from the fire ant's backpack with a map labeled with the route, and after asking Luo Hao's opinion, they decided to follow the route on the map. The Hydra definitely came across the border for some purpose, and no matter what their purpose was, they could not be allowed to have their way even if they came to pay their last respects. Since he followed the route on the PDA, it was very likely that he would meet other Hydra members in the middle of the way, so what Luo Hao needed most right now was a weapon. In the vulture's hand was an M40A3 sniper rifle. The Nuttall 10X scope on the Capitini rail had been replaced with a Schmidt-Bender 312X varioscope, and Luo Hao, after checking the vulture's backpack, also found one inside, and an PVS 10 Type 8.5X night vision scope suitable for night combat. The self-defense pistols used by vultures and fire ants were both USB tactical pistols made by HK, using 9mm caliber Belam pistol rounds, 15-round capacity magazines, belonging to the late model. The groove at the front of the sleeve seat could install a visible infrared light laser transmitter, and silencer would be able to be used as an offensive weapon. The two pistols were strapped to the outside of their thighs by Luo Hao along with the holsters. The guns were good, just the spare magazines were a bit less, only 3. As for the M4A1 automatic rifle decorated like a Christmas tree in the hands of the fire ants, Luo Hao naturally wouldn't give it up, along with the 4 spare magazines and 2 grenades, all of which were laughed at by him unceremoniously. Chapter 50, Demon Pupil. When he and Yunxi left, Luo Hao's body was already equipped with an M40A3 sniper rifle, an M4A1 automatic rifle, 2 USB tactical pistols, 30 rounds of sniper rifle bullets, 120 rounds of automatic rifle bullets, 45 rounds of pistol bullets, 5 US-made M57 grenades, 2 smoke bombs and 2 grenades. Although I don't know who you are, the breakfast I prepared for you should be to your liking. Lu Ohao finally looked at the two corpses in front of the cave, and a cold smile crossed the corner of his mouth. 5 kilometers away from the cave, in the dense forest, a dozen or so Hydra team members in the same costume as the vultures and fire ants were comparing the route of the map stored in the PDA and advancing slowly. Demon pupil, the vultures and fire ants have already left the team for more than 13 hours, do you think we are not? A 185 centimeters tall, burly, not outstanding looking Hydra member put down the M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand, looked at the watch on his wrist, and said to a man whose height and looks could be comparable to that of Professor Dews, with obvious dissatisfaction in his tone. Demon Hitomi reached out to stop what the other party wanted to say later, glanced at him and said, Firefox, you were quick-tempered when you were in the Dragon Hidden Troop, and you're still like this when you're out of the Dragon Hidden Troop. It's time to change your fiery temper. Although these people seem to obey me for the sake of Jiang Wei and Jiang Qiu, but in reality they are all obedient in face and not in heart, I know all this, especially that vulture. Originally sitting comfortably in the captain's position, suddenly being kicked down by such an airborne soldier like me, put you in a position where you can feel good? Then we're just going to let him fool around so recklessly? Although she acknowledged Demon Hitomi's statement in her heart, there was always that lump in Firefox's heart. That's not certain. Demon Hitomi snorted coldly, a cold smile crossing the corner of her mouth. This is our first mission after entering Hydra. It must be completed properly, and when this mission is over, I'll properly settle things with those two guys. I told you, the Demon Hitomi I know shouldn't be generous enough to let someone ride his head in on him. Firefox grasped the gun in his hand and grinned. Instruct the scout group to stay alert and keep moving. Demon Hitomi ordered with a wave of her hand. The dozen or so people had gone forward less than 500 meters, when the communicator carrying a high-powered walkie-talkie by the side of Demon Hitomi handed him a tablet computer and said, Warlord, the coordinates of the vultures and fire ants have stayed at this location for more than an hour. Demon Hitomi took the tablet with the constantly flashing red dots on it, glared at that correspondent and scolded, What did I tell you before we left? Anyone whose coordinates stay in the same location for more than 30 minutes has to report to me. Why are you telling me now after an hour? Are they all treating my words as a whisper, going in the left ear and out the right ear more often than not? Mal Gobi. Firefox's fiery temper came back, kicking the correspondent to the ground. Don't think that if I don't get angry, that means I don't have a temper. If I'm pissed off, I'll still shoot you dead. As soon as Firefox's voice fell, the Hydra members standing around him raised their weapons and surrounded Firefox in the center. What? You want to play hardball with me, don't you? Then come on, if I concede today, I'm your little mother's child. Faced with 10 times the number of people, Firefox didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Both sides were at a stalemate for a while. All put down your guns. Demon Hitomi pressed the muzzle of the M4A1 automatic rifle in Firefox's hand and said to a man wearing Attack's FG camouflage uniform with a bandana wrapped around his head and an August assault rifle in his hand, Crow, tell your men to put their guns down as well. Put all the guns down. Raven raised his hand, causing everyone on his side to lower their raised guns back down. Demon Hitomi helped the correspondent who was kicked to the ground by Firefox up and personally apologized to him, that brother of mine, he doesn't have a good temper, don't take it to heart. The correspondent grunted, slapping the dirt on his body and glancing at Firefox, obviously still very upset about his actions earlier. You said the vultures and fire ants have been in this location for over an hour, did you contact them halfway through? Demon Hitomi asked, pointing at the tablet. The correspondent shook his head. Contact them right now and confirm their status. The communicator turned on his walkie-talkie and started contacting the vultures and fire ants, and after several attempts, he once again shook his head at Demon Hitomi, can't reach them. When Demon Hitomi heard this, her brows furrowed into a chuan as she slowly said, if I'm not wrong, something has happened to the vultures and fire ants. The words of the demon pupil were like a thunderbolt exploding above everyone's head, shaking their heads. Demon pupil's words were like a thunderbolt exploding above everyone's head, causing their heads to shake. Firefox and Demon Hitomi might not be aware of it, but people such as Crow and Knowing, who had been following Vulture since he joined Hydra, knew very well what level their captain Vulture was at, and that Vulture would actually be killed by someone? This news was unbelievable to them. Impossible. I'm well aware of the Vulture's single-armed ability, it's difficult for ordinary people to even get close to him, not to mention taking him out. Raven immediately denied Demon Hitomi's speculation and said, moreover, the Vulture has fire ants following him around, it's even more unlikely that he can be easily taken care of. It's pointless to argue here whether my guess is correct or not. Demon Hitomi looked at the coordinates on the tablet. The vultures and fire ants are currently located less than 5 kilometers away from us. Let's go over and take a look to see if something has really happened to them. Raven nodded, recognizing Demon Hitomi's statement. The scout group will lead the way in front based on the coordinates position, and the distance from the following team should not exceed 200 meters. Demon pupil, who do you think killed the vultures and fire ants? Firefox, who knew all about Demon Hitomi, definitely wouldn't doubt his guess, but Demon Hitomi was called a ghost genius by the instructors of the Dragon Hidden Army. However, this time, Demon Hitomi shook her head in a rare manner. It's not clear. The crow is right, the vultures and fire ants are not weak and have a lot of experience in jungle combat. It's not an easy task to take out both of them at the same time. Do you think it could be special forces coming in? Firefox speculated. The possibility of special forces coming in is not high. Demon Pupil pursed her lips and shook her head. If the special forces had entered this jungle, they would have gone straight to Barang's location. But the location where the vultures and fire ants stayed is far away from Barang's location, and even if it was for the sake of covering their ears and avoiding the early exposure of their tracks, they wouldn't have made such a big detour. Perhaps he. Chapter 51, Poisonous Traps. Not long after Demon Hitomi and those Hydra members left, another team of 12 armed personnel wearing German-spotted jungle camouflage combat uniforms appeared at the place Demon Hitomi and the others had just passed through. Unlike the relatively uniform weapons of Hydra, they had a variety of firearms in their hands, including American-style, German and British-made. Although the equipment is not uniform, but these powerful guys, none of them are a number of well-known firearms, no one will doubt that such a well-equipped special operations team's combat power. A black man carrying an M134 green machine gun, definitely over 2 meters tall, belonging to the fire support in the team, grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground and sniffed it, and said to the handsome-looking man behind him, holding an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle in his hand, "Boss, someone passed by here almost 30 minutes ago, the number is around 15, and judging from the footprint step, they should be carrying heavy weapons." A cold aura flashed in the man's eyes, and he said to a sniper beside him who wore a ghillie suit and couldn't see his face, and held a TAC-50 anti-material sniper rifle in his hand, "Nighthawk, you, as the scout of the squad, scout ahead, and pay attention not to expose the target." Nighthawk nodded and quickly disappeared into the jungle. "Brat, if my sister rubs some skin, I'll skin you alive," the man's muttered. This special warfare squad wearing Durban camouflage uniforms just left in less than 10 minutes, less than 200 meters from where they were located. Just now the bushes shook. Another sniper wearing a ghillie suit holding a G22 sniper rifle drilled out of the bushes, looking at the direction of the two teams disappeared. The corner of his mouth crossed a smile. TSK, just this brat of yours can toss, and even the Arctic wolves were lured out by you. Arctic wolves have been lured out by you. The scene is really not ordinary. This next time this jungle should be lively. Less than 100 meters from the cave, the scout group in charge of scouting ahead made a gesture to the Hydra team behind to stop advancing. Firefox arched his back and quickly moved forward, walking up to one of the scout members and asking, "No, what's the situation up ahead?" "It smells like blood." Firefox sniffed his nose hard, and really smelled a trace of blood odor spreading in the air, opened the safety of the M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand, and pressed the headset to the other team members and ordered, "Level 1 alert." Wow. The sound of a bolt being pulled rang out all around them. Firefox patted Nowhere's shoulder and said, "Keep moving in a 4:1:1 formation and be on guard." Knowing nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 3 more team members quickly stepped forward to take charge of guarding the left and right flanks, and the 6 people slowly advanced in a 4:1:1 formation. When they arrived at the clearing in front of the cave, they had been completely stunned by the scene that appeared in front of them. In front of them lay the bodies of the vulture and the fire ant that had already begun to gradually turn cold, and the 2 men were dead with their eyes wide open in anger. The vulture's entire body had been stripped down to just a pair of underwear, while the fire ant had had his entire face slashed with a knife in a gruesome manner. Fire ant. Knowing that his best brother was being tortured so miserably, he yelled and ran towards Fire Ant's corpse. Looking at the Robin who rushed towards the Fire Ant corpse, Demon Hitomi, who was standing in the team, suddenly had his heart beeping and a strong sense of crisis spreading in his heart as he opened his mouth and shouted, "Robin, come back. Don't touch the corpse." However, Knowles turned a deaf ear to this and ran straight to Fire Ant's body, which had been slashed with a knife, and dragged him up from the ground with one hand. As Fire Ant's body was dragged, an American-made M68 grenade that had already had its safety pin pulled out and had been pressed underneath Fire Ant's body rolled out. Ding! The pressure plate on the grenade popped open automatically. Looking at the giggling, white-smoking grenade rolling on the ground, the Robin's eyes snapped open with a look of fear in them. Boom! In the place where Jichi stood rushed up a cloud of smoke more than 2 meters high. Broken shrapnel blew Jichi into a bloody gourd. The shockwave generated by the explosion directly shattered his internal organs. He turned around to look at the team members behind him, opened his mouth to say something, but his mouth couldn't produce any sound, and all that gushed out of his mouth was the blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The Robin staggered forward for a few steps, then planted his head directly on the ground, and the blood that gushed out from his body instantly stained the patch of dirt underneath his body red. Someone had actually used the body of a fire ant to set up a human body mine. The scene in front of us was completely unexpected by the Hydra members. Mockingbird. Crow roared and was about to run in the direction of Nowhere, but was pulled back by Firefox. "Don't you want to die?" As soon as Raven broke away from Firefox's palm, he said fiercely, "Lying over there is my brother, a brother who can block bullets for in the battlefield. You newbie don't know anything." Firefox was about to say something, but Demon Hitomi pressed his shoulder and shook her head at him, saying, "Let him go. When Crow picked up the bloodied Robin, he was already not breathing, his eyes were wide open like those of the fire ants, his eyes full of resignation. Crow slowly used his hand to close Ji's eyes, his body was trembling because of anger. That mysterious enemy, they have not even contacted the front and already lost 3 generals. This is for the Crow where the Flame Special Operations team is an unparalleled shame. With the experience of the fire ants, Crow and the others didn't rush to drag the vulture's body directly when moving it, but chose to use a rope tied to the vulture's wrist and then used the rope to drive the vulture's body, but this time there wasn't any more grenade explosions. After placing the corpses of the fire ants, robins, and vultures side by side in a neat row, Crow, who was the squad's vice captain, organized his manpower and began to survey the scene, hoping to find some clues left behind by the murderer in the surrounding area. They entered the cave where Luo Hao and Yunxi had stayed, and found obvious traces that someone had lived there, and from the ashes of the fire and animal skeletons left in the cave, they could deduce that the people who had killed the fire ants and vultures had lived in this cave for not a short period of time, and from the tourniquet bandages with bloodstains left at the scene, they could know that someone among them had been injured, and the injuries they had sustained weren't light. A member of the team squatted down and was about to twist the pile of charcoal and wood ashes on the ground with his hand, hoping to judge the time the murderer left from the residual temperature of the ashes, when Demon Hitomi, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, suddenly opened her mouth to stop. If you don't want to die, don't touch that pile of charcoal and wood ashes with your hand. In the face of Demon Hitomi's warning, that member of the team appeared to be dismissive. Gee whiz, what a fuss. Are you trying to say that there's a grenade with the safety pin removed hidden in this pair of charcoal wood ashes? With that, he reached out to the charcoal wood ashes on the ground. Bang! Demon Hitomi suddenly drew her own pistol and fired a shot at the ground around the charcoal ash, stopping that team member's forward-reaching hand, and said fatally, I don't know if there are any grenades hidden in this pile of charcoal ash, but I do know that this pile of charcoal ash is definitely poisonous. Chapter 52 Traces of the Dragon Hidden Above. Poisonous? Hearing Demon Hitomi's words, that team member was even more disdainful and said with a cold snort, Who are you bluffing? How can charcoal ash be poisonous? Then tell me if it's harboring anthrax or smallpox? After a period of contact, some understanding of the demon pupil of this person, the crows know that this was Jiang Wei parachuted into their flame squad of the military division, is not the kind of people without a target. He walked up to the team members still squatting on the ground to pull to one side, to the demon pupil, said, How do you prove that this pile of charcoal and wood ash is poisonous? Demon Hitomi smiled faintly and instructed Firefox, who was standing by her side, go outside and catch a hare and come back. Firefox nodded and turned around to leave the cave. After Firefox left, Demon Hitomi walked over to the charcoal wood ash, drew out her own dragon tooth saber and picked up a small cluster of charcoal wood ash, gently blew out a breath, and upon revealing the tree thorns hidden in the charcoal wood ash, Demon Hitomi's face revealed a look that was surely so. This is a length of about 5 millimeters, and has a certain degree of hardness of the sharp tree thorns, in the mountains on the branches of shrubs everywhere. These are originally dark brown tree thorns mixed in the charcoal ash is difficult to be detected. Demon Pupil took a section of bamboo joints and poured a little water inside, then poured the tree thorns on the tip of the knife into it and gently stirred it, and soon the originally clear water turned mauve. 10 minutes later, the Firefox returned to the cave carrying a live hare in his hand. Looking at the section of bamboo joints holding water in Demon Hitomi's hand, his face suddenly changed. Demon Hitomi, this is. Demon Pupil just nodded but did not speak, reached out and grabbed the hare in Firefox's hand, pinched open the hare's mouth, and poured as much of the lavender water from the bamboo joints into the hare's mouth. Then let go of the hare and watched it change. Regained freedom of the hare, busy jumping towards the cave entrance, but did not jump. A few steps will be a head planted on the ground, its mouth and eyes and the black blood constantly seeped out, the rabbit's limbs to make a few convulsions, lying on the ground of the hare lost its vitality. Looking at the obviously poisoned dead hare, whether it is the crows or that 10 minutes ago insisted on going to touch the charcoal ash Hydra team members, all face suddenly changed, so overbearing and fierce poison. See, if you insisted on touching those charcoal wood ashes with your hands just now, this rabbit is your downfall. Demon Hitomi glanced at that team member and said coldly. Gulp. That team member who had just been dismissive of Demon Hitomi's reminder swallowed hard. His back was completely drenched in cold sweat at this point, and he didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to him if Raven hadn't stopped him in time. Arms Master, how did you know that this pair of charcoal and wood ashes hid such a defensible killing move? If Crow had only held a submissive attitude towards Demon Hitomi in the past, he was now completely convinced by Demon Hitomi, the man whom Jiang Wei had called a ghost genius. If it wasn't for Jiqi's impulsive behavior, Crow believed that he wouldn't have been blown up by the grenade that was pressed under the fire ants' corpses. Feelings? Feelings? Raven asked, somewhat unsure. Demon Hitomi pursed her lips and said in a flat tone, whether it's the human trick mine designed with the corpses of fire ants or this highly poisonous trap set in charcoal ash, it all gives me a familiar feeling of the dragon hidden troops. The dragon hidden army? Hearing Demon Hitomi's words, all the Hydra members present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Are you saying that the people who killed the vultures and fire ants came from the dragon hidden unit? Raven asked towards Demon Hitomi. It may or may not be. Demon Hitomi's plausible answer caused Raven to be a bit puzzled. This method of designing trick mines and traps was once on one of the instructors of the Dragon Hidden unit that I came into contact with, but I can't rule out the fact that other special forces also have the same training courses. Demon Hitomi turned around and walked out of the cave. If the people who killed the vultures and fire ants really came from the Dragon Hidden force, then we're in trouble this time. While turning his back on those Hydra members in the cave, Demon Hitomi gave a wink to Firefox, who nodded knowingly. The traces left at the scene indicated that they had found the person they were looking for, which was much faster than they expected. Demon Pupil walked straight to the place where Luo Hao confronted the fire ants at the beginning, stepped on the footprints Luo Hao left on the ground, closed her eyes, and simulated the process of Luo Hao's attack on the fire ants in her mind. Swift, stern, and vicious. The demon pupil opened her eyes and slowly exhaled, giving Luo Hao an extremely high evaluation for that aggression-like fire attack. To be able to suppress the fire ants and kill them in a few moves, such a ruthless and swift means of attack was very much in line with the person he remembered. Demon Hitomi walked over to the corpse of the vulture whose entire body was left with only a pair of underwear, looked at the bullet hole in the center of his brow, beckoned to Firefox, who had been following her side, and asked, by the means he used to kill the vulture, what do you think of the strength he retained? Firefox crouched down and turned over the vulture's body, scrutinizing the point of entry of the bullet in the back of his head, and slowly nodded, still ruthless. The bullet entered from the back of the vulture's head and exited from the reflex area between his eyebrows, killing him with a single shot. Based on marksmanship alone, his strength hasn't changed much from when he left 3 years ago. This guy is really a pervert. I didn't expect that after 3 years, his marksmanship is still so accurate. One shot? Demon Hitomi muttered softly, and under Firefox's uncomprehending gaze, she walked over to the stone block with 2 bullet holes left in it, and used her saber to pick out the 2 Belarum pistol bullet slugs embedded in the stone, and handed them over to Firefox in her hand. 2 bullets, 1 bullet hole, what does that tell you? Double tap, snapped Firefox, his face dramatically changing. Double tap, double shot rapid fire, is the practice of aiming a gun only once and then pulling the trigger twice so quickly that 2 bullets pass through a bullet hole at very short intervals, causing damage to the same area twice. No matter how precise the firearms are, they will more or less produce recoil when shooting, causing deviation in aiming, so double tap has a very high requirement for hand control of the firearms user. Among the names known to Firefox, there was only one person who could accomplish double tap, one of the main instructors of the Dragon Hidden Unit, Dragon Stinger, Chang'ing. Are you saying that the person who killed both Vulture and Fire Ant was not him, but Instructor Shadowbearing? When the words Shadowbearing Instructor were uttered, Firefox's face showed a very surprised expression. Other people may not be clear, but for people like Firefox, who came out from the Dragon Hidden Army, they really know the meaning behind the name Dragon Stinger too well. Someone who can use double tap, a shooting technique, may not necessarily be an instructor Sung Jin. Chapter 53 Traces of the Dragons Hidden Below. Among the people I know, besides Instructor Chang Shadow, there is another person who has also mastered double tap, said Demon Hitomi as she rubbed the 2 bullet heads in her hand. Who? Firefox's voice trembled slightly as he had vaguely guessed the answer behind Demon Hitomi. The person we're looking for this time, Mad Dragon Luo Hao. The demon pupil slowly spat out the name that had once brought them countless shocks, and no matter how much time washed over them, it would only fade away but could not be erased. Is it really true that he took out the vulture with a double tap? But that's impossible. Although there was a guess about this answer in his mind, but really when Demon Hitomi announced it, Firefox denied Demon Hitomi's statement almost subconsciously while his heart was shaken fiercely. How could he possibly know this kind of shooting skill that only Chang Shadow instructors know? That's not easy, Instructor Sung Jin taught me that. Demon Pupil glanced at Firefox and continued, he grew up following Chang'ing to learn special combat skills, and Chang'ing even taught him everything. It's no exaggeration to say that the combat skills that Instructor Chang'ing would know, he basically knows them as well. Including double tap? Including double tap. I once saw him use it once with my own eyes at the shooting training range of the Dragon Hidden Base. Demon Hitomi replied. I really envy his luck. Firefox sighed, his tone filled with emotion, but his strength really isn't something to sneeze at. I really didn't expect that after leaving the Dragon Hidden Unit for 3 years, he'd still be able to play with his gun so well and hit double tap in battle. Muscle memory can't be erased that easily, not to mention that Luo Hao has been trained by Chang'ing as his successor since he was a child, and his familiarity with firearms definitely far exceeds that of ordinary people. Demon Pupil couldn't help but sigh. Every member of the tactical group of the Dragon Hidden Army has been taught by all the instructor's skills, but like Luo Hao's individual instruction from a certain instructor, it's the treatment that only those who are selected by the instructor can enjoy, and this kind of player is a rare one, let alone being taught by the Dragon Spur Chang'ing himself, as the same Firefox said. Luo Hao's luck is really so good that people's eyes redden with envy. Determining through double tap that this person who made the move was Luo Hao, that's one. Secondly, have you noticed that the weapons and ammunition on the vultures and fire ants have all disappeared? From this point, we can basically conclude that it won't be Instructor Chang'ing who made the move here. If it was Instructor Chang'ing who made the move to take out the vultures and fire ants, then he definitely came prepared and wouldn't have taken their weapons and equipment. The vultures and fire ants' weaponry would only have been set up as an even more terrifying trap. After Firefox nodded convincingly, some doubts arose again, and he asked towards Demon Hitomi, but I'd been in contact with him for so long, and I've never seen him use double tap, and he didn't even use it when he was ambushing the 8-faced Buddha Barong, and was heavily surrounded by Barong. The answer is simple. There isn't a single person in this world who would put all their cards on the table. Demon Hitomi raised her eyebrows and looked at Firefox and asked, Firefox, I seem to recall that you and he still have an unfinished battle? Firefox nodded. It was originally agreed to have a close combat match with that guy after the Hellfire training was completed, but I didn't expect that he left the Dragon Hidden unit in the middle of the day because of that incident. If there's a chance, you might be able to use this meeting to fulfill the agreement you made back then. Of course. Firefox rubbed his dragon tooth saber, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. I'm also curious to know how much of this guy's stature from back then remains after 3 years of being away from the Dragon Hidden unit, aside from his marksmanship and trap setting. This is also considered a part of this grinding stone mission. While Demon Pupil and Firefox were analyzing the mysterious opponent, Crow, as the vice captain, had already begun to deploy his manpower, searching for clues all over the place to determine Luo Hao's escape location. Through the residual footprints on the ground to determine the direction and location of the departure is the best choice. Some professionally trained special operations personnel, and even according to the residual footprints on the ground to obtain the number of people leaving, gender, and the time of departure and other important information. In the Crow team there is such a codename Bobcat team members. He was born in a family of meow hunters, grew up in the jungle, his sense of smell is extremely sharp, comparable to hounds. No matter what kind of camouflage the enemy has made, Bobcat can use his nose to sniff out the traces hidden in it. While looking around with his eyes, the Bobcat sniffed his nose from time to time, trying to smell something from the surrounding air filled with the smell of grass and trees. He came to a path leading deeper into the jungle based on some broken plant branches and leaves, and looking at the few shoe prints on the dirt path that were unusually clear even in the lines of the soles, the Bobcat's heart fluttered with excitement. He contacted Raven through his headset. Raven, I found a couple shoe prints on this side of the trail. Raven, who got the news, quickly rushed to Bobcat's location with a few people, and a few members of the team were trying to get closer to the footprints to get a clearer look, but they were stopped by Bobcat's loud voice, stay where you are. Half of Bobcat's face was almost pressed to the ground, and after measuring the size of the shoe prints with his index finger and thumb, he said to Crow, who was standing behind himself, 2 people, a man and a woman. Judging from the sole lines, the man should be wearing a pair of size 43 Blackhawk combat boots, and the woman a pair of size 39 511 tactical boots. According to the projection that a person's height is 7 times the size of a shoe, the man's height is around 182 centimeters and the woman's height is around 170 centimeters. And the man's footprints are slightly deeper than the woman's, indicating that the man was carrying a heavy load, which is also consistent with the disappearance of weapons and ammunition from the vultures and fire ants. You mean these two are the ones who killed the vultures and the fire ants? Raven's left hand, gripped on the foregrip of his August assault rifle, involuntarily tightened, his eyes flickering with anger. The crouching Bobcat nodded, shouldn't be wrong. Can you tell how much time they've been gone? Raven continued to ask. Bobcat grabbed a handful of dirt around the boot prints and put it under his nose to sniff them, then laughed disdainfully, that's an easy one, they're probably in. Halfway through his sentence, the Bobcat suddenly felt a wet and hot sensation coming from his nose, and rubbed the back of his hand under his own nose, and a strange dark red color appeared on the back of his hand. Barring that, a bead of blood dripped out of his nose, splashing a wisp of dust around his feet, and gradually the Bobcat felt that his eyes were also covered in a deep red color. He turned his head to look at the Crow behind himself. He saw shock and fear in the Crow's eyes. The Bobcat's body swayed slightly and fell to the ground, gradually losing its life. Black blood continuously oozed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and his death was generally the same as that hair that was used by Demon Hitomi as an experiment. Chapter 54, Old Friends. Bobcat. Looking at the corpse that had black blood constantly flowing out from the mouth, nose, and ears, and even oozing out from the pores of the skin, Crow showed his eyes. In just 1 hour, 2 team members lost their lives under his eyes, with an interval of no more than 30 minutes, and the most important thing was that he hadn't even investigated the identity of his opponents. Traps, trick mines, poisoning. Although Crow had to admit that the other party's assassination methods were exceptionally bizarre and defensible, this feeling of being secretly shot with cold arrows still made him feel incomparably stifled. The compound toxin is surprisingly overbearing like this, it's really unexpected. Demon Hitomi slowly walked behind Crow, looking at the corpse on the ground that was stained with black blood. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Do you know what kind of poison the Bobcat is suffering from? Raven asked, looking at Demon Hitomi. Not only do I know what kind of poison he has been given, I know who it came from. Demon Pupil glanced at Crow and continued, this is a compound toxin with complex composition. The toxicity is 1,000 times that of cyanide. The powder state can be absorbed by the mucous membrane of the nasal cavity. The process from poisoning to eruption only takes 30 seconds, and there is no medicine to solve it. And the person who designed this series of traps and trick mines is called Luo Hao, and like me, he used to be a member of the Dragon Hidden unit. Luo Hao. Crow cupped his chin and recited this name over and over again a few times. His eyes snapped wide and looked at Demon Hitomi. The Luoha you're talking about, could it be the Luoha who was expelled from the Dragon Hidden Force? You actually know him? Raven's words caused Demon Hitomi to be a bit surprised. I just heard the ghost of the Phantom mention him once by chance. Crow shook his head and said somewhat unbelievably, 3 years after leaving the Dragon Hidden Force, this Luoha still has such means. It's really surprising. What's so strange about that? Mad Dragon is the trainee with all the best training grades in our class. Firefox said with a cold snort from the side. Although he and Luoha currently belonged to different camps, Firefox couldn't help but bring a hint of pride in his tone when mentioning his name. So what do we do now? Crow looked at Demon Hitomi and asked. The abilities Demon Hitomi had displayed had completely put away any contempt for this young warlord. Connect with the eight-faced Buddha as originally planned. Demon Hitomi pursed her lips and said. Demon Pupil's words once again made Crow's heart on fire. Blood-red eyes grabbed Demon Pupil's collar and asked in a fierce voice, what did you say? Connecting with the eight-faced Buddha? Then what about my brothers? Just die for nothing? Facing Raven's questioning, Demon Hitomi acted unperturbed, breaking his hand that was gripping on his collar, and said in a flat tone, originally, our mission this time out is to help eight-faced Buddha escort the goods, and the team members being assassinated is an unexpected situation. Although the power of Hydra does not need to be concerned about the eight-faced Buddha, but business is about integrity. If we let the eight-faced Buddha off the hook this time, it is bound to affect the reputation of Hydra. In the long run, who will still do business with us? I don't think you'll be able to explain this kind of thing to the Phantom Ghost, right? Demon Pupil glanced at Crow, who lowered his head and fell into silence, smoothed his own clothes, and continued, if you insist on going after Luoha, I won't stop you, but I have to remind you that doing that will only cause you to lose more brothers, and that the most promising cadet of the Dragon Hidden Unit is by no means a waste of time. So we're just going to let it go? Raven's tone was marked by obvious reluctance. Demon Pupil stretched out his right index finger and waved it at him. As long as he's still in this jungle, we'll still have the chance to meet each other, and I think maybe he'll even take the initiative to find us. Don't forget that he and the nine-headed serpent have irreconcilable conflicts. Eight-faced Buddha has blind hatred with Luoha, and he has quite a few elite soldiers under him. Contacting him can still help us. Raven nodded to comply with the views of the Demon Pupil. For bodies buried on the spot, let the communications officer contact the eight-faced Buddha. 14 Hydra members continue on the road. Concrete structure of the two-story small building room, sitting on the bullet box of the barong holding a cup of red wine in his hands, gently shaking twice, tilted his head back to pour the cup of red wine like blood into the mouth, closed his eyes and recalled the sour wine in the flow of taste buds after the residual between the tongue and teeth, the faint fruity flavor. At this time the door to the room was pushed open from the outside and Scar, wearing jungle digital camouflage and carrying an AK automatic rifle, came in from the outside and bowed slightly to Barong, who was sitting on the bullet box. Boss. You saved my life, you're my brother. So there's usually no need to be so formal when no one is around. I don't like that. Barang stood up, walked to the table and poured himself a glass of red wine before pouring another glass and handing it to Scar. Taste it. This wine is expensive but it is really good. After this batch of goods, I'll go and buy a dozen or 20 cases of it and set it up at home and drink it slowly. Scar didn't make a fuss and took the tall glass and drank it down. Scar, you're good at everything, but you're just not affectionate. No wonder you're still a loner to this day. Looking at Scar, who drank red wine like plain water, Barong couldn't help but frown and said in a feigned heartbreaking manner, they say that red wine has to be tasted, and for you to drink red wine like a donkey chewing on peonies, you're simply spoiling my good wine. I'm not good at that. Sitting at the table with a glass of wine half a day, people who know what they're doing know that they're tasting wine, but those who don't know what they're doing think they don't want to drink it. A big man should eat a lot of meat and drink a lot of wine. Wine tasting is for sissies. Ha ha. Barang laughed and patted Scar's shoulder and said, you're still to my liking. Just now I sat there and learned from the online tutorials and tasted half a day. I got tired of half a day. Or you're right, a big piece of meat and a big mouth to drink, that is what men do. When this is over, we'll have a box of wine each, and we'll blow mouth to mouth. Why are you looking for me so urgently? Scar wiped the red wine from the corner of his mouth and said, 20 minutes ago, word came in from Hydra. What did they say? They said they would meet us as originally planned. Scar pursed his lips and said, also Hydra brought a message. What news? Word has come from there that there is an old friend of yours in this jungle. Who? Mad Dragon Luoha. Snap. Barong crushed the goblet in his hand directly with the force of his fingers when he heard the name. His hand stroked up to his left eye, which was wearing an eye patch, and a flame of anger flashed in his right eye. For several years, he never forgot the revenge of his own blindness, and the events of that year were still fresh in his mind today. Where is he now? I don't know. Scar shook his head. Hydra sent word that Luoha escaped into the jungle after killing 4 of them, so he hopes he can cooperate with us to find him out. Barang's fist squeezed and crunched, not even caring that his palms were stabbed with blood by the shards of the wineglass, and said to Scar in an icy tone, you go and tell the person who sends the message from Hydra that cooperation isn't a problem, but there is a prerequisite. I want a pair of Luoha's eyes. Chapter 55, Night, Slightly Cold. Yunxi didn't know how long Luo Hao had been leading her through the jungle, only knowing that her 2 legs were sore and painful as if they didn't belong to her. After walking forward for about 200 meters again, Yunxi, who really couldn't move her legs, asked Luo Hao for a rest. Luo Hao looked at his watch. They had been walking in the jungle without a moment's pause since the morning, and except for a half-hour pause at lunchtime, they had walked for almost 10 hours on foot. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and considering that Yunxi's body was still carrying injuries, she did need to rest, so she agreed to her request to rest. The two walked to a tree, removed the backpack Yunxi was carrying on her back and placed it on the ground, helped her sit down on it, and took out a single ration from his own backpack. It was a special U.S. Army man-rated ration retrieved from the fire ants and vultures' backpacks, a man-rated ration with flame less heating the size of a Chinese dictionary, which contained a serving of spaghetti bolognese, a bag of black pepper steak, a bag of corn tortillas, 2 small packets of peanut butter, a bag of dried fruits, a bag of colorful sugar snap peas, a bag of instant coffee, a bag of dried mangoes, a bag of heaters, and a variety of seasonings such as salt, pepper, and sugar. And a set of disposable utensils. In order not to be exposed, we won't make a fire tonight, so make do. Luo Hao handed Yunxi the heated single soldier ration, and took out the soy sauce beef from his backpack and cut off a piece and handed it to Tooth, who was looking at him blearily, before sitting down next to her. Aha! Yunxi answered softly, rattling the pasta in her lunchbox with her fork. She ate slowly, maintaining her usual elegance even in this primitive jungle of crisis. Luo Hao, on the other hand, took out a piece of bloody duck neck and slowly gnawed on it. Luo Hao, why don't you eat this from me? Looking at Luo Hao, who was eating snake meat raw, Yunxi said softly. No, it's quite good, pure wild flavor, no worse than the rations your American soldiers eat. Tossing a section of cleanly gnawed snakebone aside, he picked up another section and proceeded to gnaw on it. Looking at the way he was enjoying himself, Yunxi felt like he was really eating a delicious meal. Yunxi picked up the bag of heated black pepper steak and handed it to Luo Hao. This is for you to eat. No, it's fine for me to just eat this. Luo Hao pushed the bag back from Yunxi's hand. The two men played Tai Chi push hands with a bag of black pepper steaks. While lying on his side, Wolfram and Hart stared at the bag of steaks and let out a low howl. Are you going to eat it or not? Yunxi said as she shoved the steak into Luo Hao's hands and glared at him. Looking at Yunxi, who was a bit angry, Luo Hao snapped and put back the vacuum bag that was raised in midair, slapping Tooth's little head. Just know how to eat, you foodie. Ow. Tooth gave a low howl of great aggravation and stepped aside to continue lying down. Pust. Looking at Luo Hao, who was messing around with the coyote, Yunxi couldn't help but laugh out softly. When she smiled, she wanted to be a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, not demonic, but stunningly beautiful. Realizing that Luo Hao's eyes turned to her side, Yunxi immediately put the smile on her face away again. She put the finished lunchbox aside, took off her military boots and rubbed her sore feet. Luo Hao ate half of the steak and threw the remaining half to Tooth, the glutton, who would have to be relied on to disperse the stupid beasts at night when there was no fire. Teeth had an innate deterrent effect on ordinary beasts, which Luo Hao had seen with his own eyes. Looking at Yunxi, who was frowning slightly, Luo Hao caught her off guard and copied her feet, placing them on his own thighs, pressing the acupoints on the soles of her feet, relieving the soreness of her feet for her. Looking at her somewhat reddened feet, Luo Hao felt a bit intolerant in his heart. Continuous rushing was indeed a bit too much for this princess, who was specially recruited into the Dragon Hidden Army because of her talent, to force her. Luo Hao, you've also been walking for almost 10 hours in a row. Why do I see that you don't seem to be tired? Finally, Yunxi, who felt uncomfortable, couldn't help but exit to break the silence between the two. Tired? Luo Hao massaged Yunxi's feet, looked up at the dark night sky, and said slowly, I've long forgotten what it feels like to be tired. I've been weight training since I was 10 years old. I remember starting out with a 3-kilogram backpack and running 5 kilometers a day, and it took all my strength to finish each run, and I pretty much crawled back to bed every day to rest. As I got older, my backpack got heavier and I ran longer distances. When I joined the Dragon Hidden troops at the age of 15, my daily load course was to carry 20 kilograms and run 15 kilometers. 5 years you never stopped? Yunxi asked with some surprise. Rain or shine, as long as it's not raining nails from the sky. This was the first time Luo Hao had ever told someone about his childhood training. Yunxi somewhat sighed Luo Hao's childhood experience, in the most promising students behind this halo as others do not understand the hardships. No one cannot put in the effort in the case of casual success, even if he is talented again. Yunxi, it's actually really nice to smile. Why do you always like to keep a cold face? After finishing his own business, Luo Hao recalled the smile that made him unable to stop his heart from fluttering just now. Get used to it. Yunxi sighed slowly, especially that kind of disgusting desire that men hide under false smiles and poise when they see your beauty. So you chose to turn people away with your icy coldness. It's such a pity that such a beautiful smile can't be appreciated. Luo Hao couldn't help but sigh. Then I'll only smile at you from now on, okay? Yunxi unconsciously blurted out. Luo Hao was frozen in place by Yunxi's question. Even the movement of his hands helping Yunxi press the acupoints on her feet stopped, staring blankly at the person in front of him. Gosh, one must be out of one's mind as to why one would say such a thing. Thinking about what she had just blurted out, Yunshi's pretty face flushed scarlet. It was definitely the boldest statement he had ever made in his long life. The night breeze, slightly cool. Luo Hao also sensed the awkwardness of the atmosphere between the two, and only took the PDA and studied the map on it, saying to Yunshi after a while, "Rest early, you have to catch the road early tomorrow morning." If Yunshi's computer hadn't malfunctioned, they could have a better choice, but when they fell off the cliff, the built-in satellite receiving device of Yunshi's computer malfunctioned, and it couldn't link to the satellite signal, so without being able to check the map with the computer, the only thing that Luo Hao could rely on was this PDA that he found out from the vulture's backpack. As for where that standard route above led to, Luo Hao didn't know. He always felt that it was a road to unknown dangers, and could, no matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he would definitely protect the safety of the women around him with his own hands. Chapter 56, Luo Hao's Childhood. Luo Hao moved his backpack to the side of the big tree, so that he could conveniently lean on the trunk in a more comfortable position. Leaning on the tree trunk, Luo Hao glanced at Yunshi, who was sitting or lying on the side, and reached out to take her into his arms. "What are you doing?" Yunshi glared at him angrily, squirming as she tried to break away from his embrace. Looking at Yunshi, who was blushing slightly and looked a bit rushed, Luo Hao grinned, revealing his white teeth, kissed all of them. "What else is there to be embarrassed about?" That doesn't count," Yunshi said with a hint of shame. "This has already happened, how can it not be counted?" Hearing Yunshi's words, Luo Hao immediately stammered, "This is my first kiss, you can't deny it." First kiss? The corner of Yunshi's mouth couldn't help but twitch, really wanting to go up and bite him. "You're the first kiss, isn't this girl's? Besides, how much is a man's first kiss worth? It's just like rolling in bed, climbing down from the bed and wiping it clean or the first time." Yunshi stretched out her fingers to pinch the soft flesh of Luo Hao's waist and twisted it smoothly. Although it didn't hurt, Luo Hao was very cooperative in showing a grimace in pain, which made Yunshi giggle. "Not serious." Yunshi lightly patted on Luo Hao's body, quietly leaned in Luo Hao's embrace, and said softly, "When I first looked at your file, I saw your unsmiling appearance on the photo, and thought that it was really a cold-faced god of killing and iron plate, but it turned out that it was still the same as those men with flowery mouths, and men are really not a good thing." Luo Hao laughed and kissed Yunshi's glossy forehead. "If you didn't act so cold and heartless, how could you attract the attention of you, a little princess, and pick you, an iceberg snow lotus? Bad egg." Yunshi gave Luo Hao another light slap on his body, but then said shyly, "But I like being tricked by you." Yunshi's words made Luo Hao even more pleased, holding her pretty face and kissing on it several times in a row, until Yunshi could not stand it a little bit and glared at him with her narrow beautiful eyes, before he stopped and took her into his arms again, assuring her, "I swear to you that I will definitely not lie to you again from now on." "Aha!" Yunshi gently nodded, quietly leaning in Luo Hao's arms. She realized that she seemed to like this feeling of being protected by him. After a long time, she asked quietly, "Luo Hao, aren't you curious about what my family does? Since you were able to be specially recruited into the Dragon Hidden Army, I definitely wouldn't believe it if I were to say that your family is just ordinary working class, so I don't think your family background will be simple. No matter what your family does, it won't stop me from liking you. What if my family doesn't agree with what's going on between us?" She lifted her head and looked at Luo Hao, saying somewhat helplessly, "Since you guessed that my family's background is not simple, then you should also know that the future of a child who comes from that kind of family is out of his or her control." Luo Hao hugged Yunshi's hand slightly harder, and the words in his voice revealed a sense of firmness. "I'll make them agree. I believe you." Holding the M4A1 automatic rifle with one hand, Luo Hao leaned against the tree trunk, looking at Yunshi, who had her eyes closed in her arms and was breathing lightly, seeming to have already fallen asleep, and slowly let out a breath, making a choice in his heart. Even if it's for Yunshi's sake, shouldn't he go back to the Dragon Hidden Unit? Although he didn't know yet, Luo Hao could feel that the question would soon be answered. "Luo Hao, when was the first time you killed someone?" After a long time, Yunshi, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Luo Hao said with great certainty, "The other party is a vicious death row inmate, and Master found a lot of connections to let me execute that death row inmate. Before I left, Master personally made me a bowl of bean curd brain, white tender bean curd dotted with red chili oil. Looking at it makes me salivate." Hearing Luo Hao's words, Junshi could already roughly guess what would happen and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you really eat it?" "I ate, and had 2 bowls. Eat and drink enough to follow the master to the execution ground. The master gave me the gun as a domestic 56-1 double-folding assault rifle. I was only 160 centimeters tall at that time. Holding the gun looks very out of tune. In order to pretend to be cool, I even secretly wore the master's sunglasses. That look, now think about it, is really very ridiculous." Luo Hao didn't care about the strange expression on Yunshi's face, and continued with a light laugh. "The gun that master gave me only had 1 bullet inside, a bullet that I didn't know what was called a dum-dum bullet at that time." "You're saying that the gun given to you by instructor Sun Yang was loaded with dum-dum bullets that are banned internationally?" At this point, Yunshi's face had completely changed, and she felt her stomach flipping uncontrollably. "It's one of those dum-dum bullets that hits everywhere and blooms everywhere. I pointed the gun at the back of that death row inmate's head, and when it was time for the execution, I pulled the trigger. The moment the gun went off, my whole body froze, that death row inmate's entire head was directly shot out by the gun, and that red and white hot paste all over my face, just like the 2 bowls of tofu brains I drank before I left. Wow, Junshi suddenly broke away from Luo Hao's embrace and turned her head to vomit at a side of grass, until she emptied her stomach, still dry heaving. Luo Hao took out a bamboo joint from his backpack, drilled an opening with a knife, and handed it to her. Drink some water and rinse your mouth. Pale-faced Yunshi took the bamboo joints and just drank the water with the bamboo fragrance, and immediately spat it out again, and tossed it several times in a row before she barely drank the water down. Luo Hao stroked her back and said with an apology, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you." Yunshi waved her hand at him. "I'm fine, at that time, it must have been harder for you than it is for me now. I didn't throw up." Luo Hao said unexpectedly to Yunshi, "My whole soul felt like it didn't belong to me at that time, completely stupid. I don't know how I went back, and I don't know who changed my clothes, all I know is that I laid in bed for a long time. Just when the master was about to give up on letting me enter the Dragon Hidden Army and was about to find a psychiatrist to give me long-term treatment, I got up from the bed and ran to the master, and the first thing I said was, 'Is there any more tofu blossoms? Give me a few more bowls, I'm starving.'" At this time, Master suddenly laughed. That was the first time I saw Master laugh so happily. Yunshi leaned into his arms and rubbed her hand over his cheeks that had grown fine stubble. "Your childhood was filled with so much bitterness." Luo Hao tightened his arms around Yunshi. "If I didn't have that kind of childhood, nowadays I might just be an ordinary college student, and what qualifications can I have to gain your favor?" Chapter 57. The jungle under the dark night was the world of wild beasts, and in the bushes around Luo Hao and Yunshi, from time to time, there were wild beasts with an eerie green light flashing in their eyes, but whenever these beasts were ready to get close, the tooth that was originally lying on the side and pretending to sleep would always suddenly appear, and let out a low growl full of intimidating power to the beasts that were intending to get close. Although Tooth was young, his noble bloodline predestined him to be a born king. In the face of the future king of the jungle's warning, although his eyes were full of desire for prey, no beast dared to take a step forward. Since he was a child, Luo Hao's master had taught him to stay awake for 3 minutes while sleeping, and absolutely not to sleep to death. Especially in the jungle, once you sleep to death it is very likely that you will be bitten by a wild beast and break your neck without realizing it. Therefore, even with the guard of his teeth, Luo Hao still didn't discard the habit he had developed since childhood. In the early hours of the morning, Luo Hao, who was leaning against a tree and sleeping lightly, felt a sizzling sound coming from his ears. He opened his eyes vigilantly and listened carefully with his ears. The sizzling sound came from far away and approached. Judging from the slightly heavy footsteps, the visitor should not be a wild beast, and with several warnings from Tooth in a row, the passing wild beasts all chose to go around, and would not continue to approach. So there is someone is approaching. Through the sound of footsteps can be judged, there is more than one person to come. Is the Hydra chase to come? The ever-alert Tooth was also staring at the direction of the sound with an arched body at that moment, and it grinned to reveal its tiny canine teeth, with a vigilant gleam in its eyes. Luo Hao sat up straight and shook Yunshi, who was sleeping soundly against his arms, covered her mouth with his hand, made a silencing gesture to her, and said softly, "Shh, don't make a sound, someone is coming." Hearing Luo Hao's words, Junshi, who was originally sleepy, was suddenly jolted, her sleepiness completely gone, looking at Luo Hao with wide eyes, and asked softly, "They're chasing after them?" "It's possible." A trace of gravity flashed in Luo Hao's eyes. As soon as he grabbed the tooth on the ground and put it into Yunshi's arms, he stroked its little head and said, "In a while, you behave yourself and don't run around." The humane Tooth sensed the abnormal atmosphere and obediently didn't move around, sticking out its little pink tongue and licking the palm of Luo Hao's hand. Luo Hao took off a grenade from his belt and handed it to Yunshi. "In a while, if I hang up, you'll pull this. You should know better than me what kind of organization Hydra is. Facing them to death is sometimes more like a relief." Looking at the American M57 grenade in Luo Hao's hand, which was 126mm in length, with the safety pulled off and the fuse popped out, it only took 3 to 7 seconds to cause a 15-meter effective lethal radius. Yunshi stubbornly shook her head, reached out her hand and gently pushed it back, tiptoed on her tiptoes to give Luo Hao a gentle kiss on the cheek, and said in an unusually certain tone, "I believe that you can protect me. It's because you're the Dragon Hidden Forces Mad Dragon, the one who has the best chance to become the Dragon Spike powerhouse." Luo Hao gently brushed Yunshi's cheek, pinned the grenade back to his waist, and solemnly instructed, "Then promise me, no matter what happens later you have to obediently hide in the bushes over there, and you can't come out until I confirm it's safe." Yunshi nodded obediently and walked into the bushes to hide with his teeth in his arms. Luo Hao drew out his dragon tooth saber and gripped it in his hand, and in case the other party was equipped with a thermal imager, he stood with his whole body against the trunk of the tree, not letting his body be exposed outside the trunk as much as possible. Luo Hao silently calculated the distance between the other party and himself in his mind, and when he counted to 1 in his mind, his body violently flashed out from behind the tree trunk, and the dragon tooth saber in his hand slashed at the first person. The visitor was also prepared, and while Luo Hao swung his sword at him, he also swung his sword in defense. When the two sabers intersected, rubbing out a little yellow spark in the darkness. Luo Hao clenched his left fist and swung it at his opponent's cheek, while the figure in the darkness avoided it with a skillful figure. Just when Luo Hao was about to rub his body and go up again, a sharp sound of a sharp weapon suddenly came from the darkness. Luo Hao's immediately made an iron plank bridge, his body fell backward, and a four-pronged crossbow arrow flew over his body and stuck into the tree trunk behind him. Sniper crossbow? Looking at the crossbow that was stuck into the tree trunk, with the feather still shaking, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Luo Hao's back. Just now, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have been pierced through the body by this crossbow by now. Luo Hao stood up, observing the surroundings with full alertness, lifting and lowering the crossbowman hidden in the darkness. In today's world of hot weapons, cold weapons like bows and crossbows were gradually forgotten, but in special operations, the role of sniper crossbows was not weaker than sniper rifles, especially when performing decapitation assassination missions. Replace the ordinary crossbow arrow with a glass tube as the body of the crossbow arrow, and in which injected easy to volatile poison, in 200 or 300 meters away, shot into the enemy commander's camp, can effectively destroy the enemy's command system. Whoosh! Another cracking sound came, and a four-pronged crossbow arrow, the same as the one just now, shot towards Luo Hao's heart. Luo Hao moved a step to the right, avoiding a body position, and when the crossbow arrow was on its own, the saber in his hand swung out violently, cutting that crossbow arrow at the waist. And when Luo Hao dodged and swung his sword to cut the arrow, the silhouette that retreated into the darkness leaped out again, the saber in his hand slashing towards the position of Luo Hao's throat. Facing the saber that was aiming straight at his throat, the dragon tooth saber Luo Hao held in his hand suddenly came off and flew towards the silhouette in the darkness, forcing him to raise his saber back to defense. While forcing the silhouette back again, Luo Hao had already bowed and rushed forward, making 2 consecutive military movements in the middle to avoid the crossbow arrows that were shot at him, rushed to the silhouette's side, and drew the USB tactical pistol in the quick-draw holster and pressed it against the other party's chin before he made a stabbing movement with the knife. "Don't move!" Luo Hao threatened in a cold voice, "Throw the knife away." The silhouette in the darkness looked at the black pistol with the hammer wide open against his chin, and wisely chose to give up resisting. His hand loosened, and the saber in his hand fell to the ground. Luo Hao kicked the local saber behind himself with his heel. Luo Hao pulled the man to one side and leaned his own back against the tree trunk, blocking him in front of his body to prevent the crossbowman from shooting cold arrows before asking him, "Are you the military master that the vultures and the others talked about? Warlord? What army division? I don't understand what you're talking about." The silhouette replied in a cold voice. "HM?" Hearing the other party speak, Luo Hao suddenly felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and with a hint of suspicion, he looked towards the side face of the silhouette through the moonlight. "Zhou Bo?" After confirming the identity of the man who had just fought for his life, Luo Hao put back the pistol against his chin. Chapter 58, Being Pitted. Luo Hao. Zhou Bo's originally tense body immediately relaxed, turning around to look at him with a surprised face. "You're fine?" "The Great Tribulation. How's he?" Luo Hao just took his gun back to the holster. Su Sudong scurried out from the darkness, hugged him, and patted his back vigorously, almost didn't shake out Luo Hao's half-digested dinner. "Your sister, if you didn't die you didn't squeak out. Do you know how much I'm worried about you?" "I'm not a woman, why are you worried about me?" Luo Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes, but when he saw Su Sudong's somewhat reddened eyes, a trace of emotion welled up in his heart, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Alright, so grown up and still dropping golden beans, shy or not." Luo Hao looked at Situ Kong, who was carrying a composite bow in his hand, and said, "Situ, you shot those arrows just now, didn't you, and it almost killed me." Situ Kong grinned and heatedly smiled. "Wasn't that a missed shot? Especially the way you dodged my last 2 arrows was simply handsome, almost like a Hollywood blockbuster. Like it? I'll teach you someday. Success." However, Situ Kong wasn't happy for a long time, but immediately cried with a sad face again, picking up the arrow on the ground that had been cut by Luo Hao with his saber, and complaining to him, "You're so good, can't you use a dodge? You have to use the sword to cut. 100 yang yang is gone." Lia Feng, who had always been quiet, was still as shy as gold, and made a simple hug with Luo Hao, saying, "It's good to be fine." Zhou Bo looked around and realized that Luo Hao was the only one. His heart thumped, looking at Luo Hao and asking, "Luo Hao, how come you're alone? Where's Yinshi?" "She shouldn't." "What are you thinking about?" Luo Hao laughed and punched him on the shoulder. "Even if I die, I can't let anything happen to her." Luo Hao greeted in the direction of the bush, and Yinshi, who was holding her teeth in her arms, drilled out from it. Seeing that the Yiren, who was on his mind, was safe and sound, Zhou Bo heaved a sigh of relief. "Hao Zi, where did you get the samoyed? It's too similar to the one I raised at home." Su Sudong immediately called out in curiosity when he saw Tooth, who was being held in Yunshi's arms, with that snow-white and furry appearance all over his body. "Don't Zi, don't." Luo Hao has not had time to remind. Su Sudong has stretched out his finger to tease the Tooth. The result is predictable. Su Sudong's finger just reached the mouth of the Tooth. It was open mouth bite. Hiss, pain pain pain, loose mouth loose mouth. Su Sudong instantly cried out in a ghostly manner. Regardless of how Su Sudong struggled, Tooth was just biting his finger to death and wouldn't let go, and in the end it was Yunshi who patted Tooth's little head twice before Tooth reluctantly let go of his mouth. How's he? I say, why is this samoyed of yours not gentle at all, biting at such a young age? Su Sudong couldn't help but complain with his mouth as he blew on his index finger that was bleeding from the bite. Luohao smiled and picked Tooth up from Yinshi's arms and put it on his shoulder, teasing its chin with his fingers and said, Tooth is not a samoyed, it's a wolf, a real wolf. Don't look at it as small, other beasts have to give way to it when they see it. And don't say anything bad about it, Tooth is very humane, it understands everything you say. Really? Su Sudong was full of skepticism as he looked at Tooth lying on Luohao's shoulder. Is such a little guy as magical as you said? Listening to Su Sudong's questioning tone, the Tooth was very arrogant and twisted its head. If the Tooth could speak, it would have scolded Su Sudong. You're the one who was a samoyed, your whole family is a samoyed. Jobai looked at the heavily armed Luohao, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the pistol Luohao just put on his chin was the real one. What did he and Yunshi go through in the end? Jobo flashed a trace of doubt in his heart, and looked at Luohao and asked, Luohao, your clothes. Something happened after we fell off the cliff that can't be explained in a sentence or two. It's better to tell us first, how did you guys end up here? Luohao looked at the four people standing in front of him and asked with some curiosity. We've been punked. Su Sudong sighed and said helplessly. Pitted, what's going on? Yunshi frowned and asked in a cool voice. That day, after Luohao and Yunshi fell down the cliff, Jobo immediately decided to get them back no matter if they were alive or dead, but they didn't have the tools to rope down to the bottom of the cliff, so they could only look for the way to the bottom of the cliff, and on the way, they passed by the location of the first token marked on the map. They searched all over the radius of 20 meters with the marked point as the center, not to mention the token, even the shadow of the token was not seen. From that moment on, they realized that something was wrong with the map. Moreover, the only dangerous bridge connecting the cliffs on both sides was broken, so Jobo and the others, who had no way back, could only walk forward, and kept walking for several days before they met Luohao and Yunshi. How could the map go wrong? Luohao frowned in some confusion. With his understanding of Zhao Shuai, he would not make this kind of mistake, and his ultimate goal of organizing this soul door was to get himself back into the Dragon Hidden Army, so knowing that he and Jobo were in the same group, he would not take a fake map to fool people. It was the three bastards, Su Weicheng, Wu Yun, and Wang Yang, who did this. Su Sudong cursed viciously. It's them? Why are they doing this? Yunshi asked. What else could it be for? For the sake of the Dragon Hidden Force and to get back at you. Situ Kong interjected. Jobo, you. Luohao was a bit surprised to look at Jobo, who was sitting on the side. Jobai nodded and frankly admitted, at this point, there's no need for me to hide it, so I just told them the truth of the matter. Luohao scratched his teeth's chin with his hand and nodded his head to show his understanding. Things would always be told one day anyway, and there was no difference between saying it earlier and later. When did they tamper with it? Such an important map should be strictly kept, even Su Weicheng shouldn't have access to it. Luohao looked at Jobo and asked. Jobo's face reddened and he said with some embarrassment, before departure. The maps were distributed by Wang Qi starting before departure, and my copy was given to me by Lu San. Normally, Lu San and I are on pretty good terms, so I didn't pay attention to it, and at that time, if I could have kept an eye on it, this wouldn't have happened. Lu San? That's the tall skinny guy with glasses? Luohao vaguely had some impression of that Lu Sun that Jobo was talking about. Yes, it's that four-eyed frog, damn it. Su Sudong couldn't help but burst out, snapping a branch in his hand into two ends. Chapter 59, Just Because I'm Luohao. I had heard before that he was Su Weicheng's wise counselor, but usually he wasn't really close to Su Weicheng, so I had always thought that it was a rumor, but now it seems that the claim is true. It was me who was too negligent. Jobo whacked his head in chagrin. You don't have to blame yourself, since you had the intention to design you, it must have been done under your negligent defense. Luohao comforted. Jobo's words made him unable to help but recall again the fact that he had been dismissed from the Dragon Hidden Unit by design, and his body trembled a little. Yunshi, who was sitting next to him, sensed his abnormality and gently patted his shoulder with her hand as a sign of comfort. Then why don't you guys use the distress signal stick, report such a situation to the top and it will definitely be done for you? Yunshi asked with some puzzlement. A distress signaling stick? Su Sudong hemmed and hawed, and said towards both Luohao and Yunshi, just take your own out and try it. Hearing Su Sudong's words, Luohao was a bit puzzled and found out the signaling stick used to call for help in times of emergency from his backpack, and twisted it to the sky. There was a muffled boing sound from the signal stick, but no red flare shot out from it. Luohao looked at Yunshi on the side, and she also hurriedly found out the signaling stick from her own backpack to try it, and without a doubt, the result was the same as the signaling stick in Luohao's hand, except for a muffled sound, nothing happened. Looks like I was right, our maps have been switched, even the signaling rods. Damn it, it's so poisonous. Su Sudong spat out the grass root he had bitten in his mouth and cursed harshly. What a great Jedi scheme. Yinshi snorted coldly and said, using a fake map to get us trapped in a dense forest, and then give us a distress signaling stick that we can't even pull to cut off our back road, so that even if we find the situation abnormal, we won't be able to call for help in time, and by the time others find out that we've gone missing, and then come back to look for us, I'm afraid that we've long since turned into beasts in the belly of the beasts. It's a pity that they are destined to not get their way. Luohao's mouth drew a cold smile of moroseness, causing several people sitting beside him to be unable to hold back a chill behind their backs. Zhoubo looked at Luohao, who was dressed like a frog, and once again asked the doubt in his heart, what exactly happened after the two of you fell down? And those guys on your body are real, right? It's not much, it's just that after strolling around in front of the ghost gate twice, the king of hell didn't dare to take it in, so it came back again. And Yinshi looked at each other and smiled, continued, as for these guys of course they are all real, more real than pearls. You were our captain, now you are back, we still listen to you, what do you think we should do? Zhoubo returned the command of the team back to Luohao. His tone had a hard to conceal despondency. Originally he participated in the Soul Gate in order to join the Dragon Hidden Army, and now that this idea has been shattered, to say that he doesn't mind in his heart is obviously impossible. Luohao's eyes scanned the four people sitting around him and asked, do you all want to join the Dragon Hidden Unit? Want to, especially this guy. Su Sudong pointed at Zhoubo and said, this guy dreams of being able to enter the Dragon Hidden Army. As for me, if I could also enter a place as wild and cool as the Dragon Hidden Army, my family's old man would be so happy that he would grin from ear to ear. What about you guys? Luohao looked at Situ Kong and Li Feng, who didn't say a word. If it's possible, it's fine with me. The Situ family has been silent for too many years, I don't mind having it reawaken the light it once had in my hands. Situ Kong, who had always left everyone with the image of a living treasure since they met, said with a rare serious expression. So do I. Li Feng nodded. In that case, I have an idea. Luohao, could it be that you want to? Yunshi, who already knew Luohao somewhat after a few days together, looked at him with wide eyes. Two special warriors from the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, a Taekwondo third-degree black belt expert, and a martial arts genius from the Situ family, don't you think that my team is the strongest team in Donghai University? Luohao nodded his head for a change, the corner of his mouth curling upwards. If you can accomplish this, even if you don't complete the test of the Soul Door, the Dragon Hidden Force will definitely give you a chance to participate in the selection, or even break the rules for you. What is it? Zhoubo suppressed his excitement and asked. After Luohao briefly recounted what he and Yinshi had experienced, he handed the choice back to Zhoubo and the others. Do or don't do it, you guys decide for yourselves, but this is your only chance. How many of them are there? What kind of equipment do they have? Zhoubo asked with a frown. A dozen, maybe more. In addition to the vultures and fire ants that had already been killed, if all those traps he had set around the cave had worked, at least another 3 to 5 of them could be attenuated. After Luohao made a simple calculation in his mind, he said, as for the weaponry, it can only be described as excellent. Didn't you ask me where I got it from? It's what I snatched from the 2 Hydra members. He had already killed 2 of the Hydra members who were armed to the teeth. Zhoubo slightly opened his mouth, his heart somewhat shocked. From some known information, Zhoubo still had some understanding of this team called Hydra, most of which were retired special forces and mercenaries with actual combat experience, with extraordinary strength. And Luohao alone, in the case of protecting Yinshi, killed 2 people. It seems that he still underestimated his strength. What else do you want? Dry. Just as Zhoubo was still frowning and making a choice, Su Sudong had already taken a stance. Right now, we are grasshoppers tied to a rope and are already lost in this primitive jungle. Haozi has already killed 2 of them, so even if we have the intention to avoid them, they will still find us. What's more, they're so well equipped that we might even be able to find a way out from them. Hearing Su Sudong's words, Luohao gently nodded. To this, the first real friend who had lived in Donghai City for 3 years, Luohao still had some understanding. Although Su Sudong often acted like he didn't care about anything and didn't have a proper behavior, he was actually very smart. If he wasn't smart, how could he enter the computer department that was known as the Ace Major of Donghai University? Even if we do take out this Hydra squad, what makes you certain that the Dragon Hidden Unit will definitely give us a chance? Unlike Su Sudong, Zhoubo was obviously much more cautious in his actions. Just because I'm Luohao. Didn't you want to know which special force I used to serve in? Luohao took out the Dragon Hidden Force's military medal from his pocket and hung it around his neck. Looking at Zhoubo, he said, the special force I used to serve in is the Dragon Hidden Force that you aspire to the most, and the codename of the operation I used to work for was Wild Dragon. Chapter 60, Dude, you're out of luck. Dragon Hidden Troop? Zhoubo half opened his mouth with a surprised face. Mad Dragon Luohao? You're the team member who was expelled from the Dragon Hidden Force 3 years ago. Yes, I'm the Luohao who was expelled from the Dragon Hidden Army. Luohao nodded his head and admitted. When Zhoubo first heard the name Luohao for the first time, he felt somewhat familiar, but how could he not think that the 2 Luohao were simply the same person? Su Sudong swept back and forth on Luo Hao and Yunxi a few times. Although they didn't express it clearly, he could feel that after not seeing them for a few days, the two of them had gotten even closer to each other, and there was also a possibility that they had already broken through the last layer of their relationship. And these things were believed to be something that both Zhou Bo and Situ Kong were able to see. He glanced at Zhou Bo, who buried his head in silence, and although there was a bit of intolerance in his heart, he gently patted his shoulder and said, "Dude, give up, you don't have a chance. God, you are still good at playing with people." At this moment, Zhou Bo only felt that his mouth was full of bitterness. Originally he still thought that he could join the Dragon Hidden Unit, could close the distance between himself and Yunxi, and he could challenge Luo Hao, but now he realized that his love rival had left himself behind by a big margin when he was at the starting line, and that distance was impossible to catch up with, even if he was running until he was vomiting blood. Although he could only be friends between him and Yunxi in this life, this did not make Zhou Bo give up on the idea of entering the Dragon Hidden Army. So after rubbing his face vigorously with his hands and calming down, he made the most correct decision in his life. "This matter, I'll do it. What about you guys?" Luo Hao looked at Situ Kong and Li Yifeng. "It's all about the heartbeat, and I like to take risks." Situ Empty shrugged his shoulders and also made a choice, while Li Yifeng opened his mouth to say something, but directly Zhou Bo pulled to the side. Two people muttered something, no one knows. Two people came back. Li Yifeng also made a choice, dry. Looking at the team in front of him, which had already reached a consensus, Luo Hao revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This feeling reminded him again of his life back when he was in the Dragon Hidden Unit. Now that we have reached a consensus, there are some issues that we must consider thoroughly. First, we are facing armed forces with ferocious firepower. Where do we get our weapons and what do we use to confront them? It's not as if we're going to shake our fists and fight against automatic rifles or even sniper rifles, right? Compared to a few others, Zhou Bo was the most thoughtful in this team besides Luo Hao. Luo Hao took out the M4A1 automatic rifle and M40A3 sniper rifle hidden in the grass, and drew out the two USB tactical pistols he had on him, placing them on the ground, removing the fighting sabers of Zhou Bo and I, and Situ's bow and arrows. These are all the guys we have so far. When Li Yifeng saw the M40A3 sniper rifle on the ground, a burning light emitted from his eyes, but it was only a fleeting moment, so much so that no one other than Zhou Bo noticed it. I go, M4A1, M40A3, USP are all real ones. Looking at these weapons in the world are counted. Su Sudong suddenly eyes shine, pick up the M4A1 automatic rifle placed on the ground, skillfully make a shooting action, finally touch the real thing. Not we pander to foreign countries, bragging about the old US things, just our domestic 95 type can't really compare with it. You are familiar with firearms? Luo Hao looked at Su Sudong with some surprise. With get along with so long, only know that he plays well with computers, didn't think that he is also so familiar with firearms. Must Su Sudong threw his head proudly, touching the M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand, and said, "When I played wargames in Donghai City, I was used to using the M4A1. I have one at home as well, but mine is a gas dog and can't compare to this one." You can play wargames even in China? Zhou Bo looked at Su Sudong with some surprise. Su Sudong glanced at Zhou Bo with the eyes of a turtle and said with great contempt, "What do you mean you can also play wargames? There are several clubs specializing in wargames games in China now. As long as one spends money, one can play, but props are strictly regulated. The gas dog in my collection was brought back from abroad after many relationships, and the effective range can also reach 300 to 400 meters away. Wargames in China first started in Hong Kong and Taiwan, where electric dogs and air dogs are legal products that can be sold openly. In China, only in the last few years have there been a few clubs specializing in wargames, but as Su Sudong said, the simulated firearms used in the games are strictly controlled." Zhou Bo dry coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Toward Su Sudong said, "I remember this private possession of electric dogs. Gas dogs are illegal. This if you report." "Brother Zhou, there is something to discuss. We are all our own people, why bother?" Su Sudong immediately changed into a doggy face. Looking at the speed of his change of face faster than turning over a book, Situ Kong coldly grunted with great contempt, but Su Sudong simply ignored this. Put down the M4A1 automatic rifle, and picked up a USB tactical pistol, withdrew the magazine and looked at it, said, "HK's USB tactical pistol, the muzzle velocity of the bullet is 285 meters per second, the early model of the USB pistol uses .40 caliber Smith-Wesson pistol rounds, and the later models can use .45 caliber ACP pistol rounds and 9mm Barabellum pistol rounds, and this one is a late model. The rifling is still new and it shouldn't have fired more than 200 rounds. Alright, Su Sudong, I can't see that you are really quite familiar with guns." To say that Luo Hao and Zhou Bo were familiar with weapons, Yunxi wouldn't be surprised at all, but the fact that Su Sudong could be so knowledgeable about guns really surprised her. Su Sudong placed the gun back on the floor and scratched his head with a hefty smile. "There's one in the drawer of my old man's study. I'll sneak it out to play with it when he's not around." "Donzi, what exactly does your old man do? How come he still has a gun? If it was issued by the police, it should also be a Type 92 pistol." Luo Hao asked the question that had always existed in his heart. "My father is from the Donghai City Police District. His name is Su Guowei." "Don't tell me that your dad is Su Guowei, the chief of staff of Donghai City Police District?" Luo Hao asked with some hesitation. As far as I can remember, there isn't a second person with the name Su Guowei in the Donghai City Police District other than my father. Su Sudong cupped his chin and pretended to say, Prince Party ah. Situ Kong hugged Su Sudong's thigh as he said pitifully, Brother Dong, begging for adoption. Scram! Su Sudong was instantly struck with a vicious chill. Luo Hao grinned bitterly at Yin Shi. What did I say? My team is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Who says otherwise? Yin Shi graciously held Luo Hao's hand and tickled his palm with her fingers. Chapter 61 The Cane in Li Yifeng's Heart. When Luo Hao started to distribute the weapons and handed over that M4A1 automatic rifle with 4 spare magazines to Zhou Bo, Su Sudong protested at the first opportunity. I don't deny that you're familiar with weapons, but what we're going to face later is actual combat, real actual combat, not the wargames you usually play. So I have to give the weapons to the most reliable people. Luo Hao said with a serious expression, Zhou Bo has received systematic training, he's more reliable than you when facing a real battle. Su Sudong skimmed his mouth, although he didn't want to admit it on his lips, he also knew that Luo Hao was telling the truth. Then what do I use? Luo Hao bent down and picked up a stone, handing it to him. At least I live in a dormitory with you. When you just entered the school gate and molested our Yimda goddess, it was also me who stood firmly behind you. How can you fool me with a stone? Can we still play happily together? Su Sudong dropped the stone in Luo Hao's hand and coldly snorted. Su Sudong, make it clear to me, what do you mean by molesting me as soon as you enter the school gate? Before Luo Hao could even open his mouth, Yun Shi directly snapped. What did I just say? I said show of affection, definitely didn't say molestation, you must have misheard me. Su Sudong shook his head like a rattlesnake, denying what he had just said, and even looked at Situ Kong, Luo Hao, and the others beside him, trying to get them to testify for him. But those 4 people tacitly turned their heads to the side. Just kidding, the wrath of the great goddess Yun, is it not something that ordinary people can withstand? Junshi stepped on Su Sudong's instep and crushed it with great force, asking with a cold smile, still saying that I misheard you just now? You didn't hear me wrong. Sister, please also raise your jade feet. Su Sudong cried out, begging for forgiveness. She let go of her foot with a cold snort and used her hand to make a scissor shape in front of Su Sudong. Her meaning was obvious, there is a next time, directly clicked you. Frightened Su Sudong immediately tightened his chrysanthemums. Luo Hao handed Su Sudong a USP tactical pistol with a quick-draw holster. And Su Sudong was still a bit upset because Luo Hao handed Zhou Bo the M4A1, skimming his mouth, just give a short one. What's the matter? Still dislike it? Luo Hao put the gun back, if you don't want it, pick up rocks on the ground and play with them yourself. When Su Sudong heard this, he hurriedly snatched the gun into his own hands and tied it to his thigh. Even shorter, it is still a gun, and it is an extremely practical gun. Situ, I won't give you a weapon for now. Luo Hao said to Situ Kong. Shang. Situ Kong pulled the bowstring of the composite bow in his hand. This guy in my hand is no worse than yours. Luo Hao nodded, he believed in what Situ Kong said. He had just learned Situ Kong's archery an hour ago, and if he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have become a hedgehog long ago. He took the M40A3 sniper rifle on the ground in his hand, installed the night vision scope and carried it on his back. You used to be a sniper when you were in the Dragon Hidden Unit? Zhou Bo looked at Luo Hao and asked. Luo Hao shook his head. Then you. Zhou Bo looked to the side of Li Yifeng, who twisted his head away the moment he came into contact with Zhou Bo's gaze. This time, the eye contact between Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng didn't hide from Luo Hao, unloading the sniper rifle hanging on his shoulder, walking to Li Yifeng and saying, "You're a sniper? That's just right for you to use, I'm not good at sniper tactics anyway. Sports assault is my strong point." Li Yifeng didn't go to pick up the gun, instead, he took 2 steps backward and stammered, "I'm just a logistics soldier doing odd jobs in the kitchen, not in a combat unit, so how could I possibly use this kind of sophisticated sniper rifle?" Luo Hao nodded and carried the gun back to himself again. Although Li Yifeng and Zhou Bo both came from the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, it didn't mean that Li Yifeng and Zhou Bo were as good at shooting and fighting. Just like the Dragon Hidden Troop, not everyone in the Dragon Hidden Troop was a Special Warfare elite, there were also soldiers in charge of logistics and management, and they accounted for the vast majority of the personnel ratio. Looking at Li Yifeng's reaction, Zhou Bo sighed in his heart with some disappointment. You still can't cross that hurdle in your heart. Since everyone is ready, let's seize the time to rest and we'll move at first light. The opponent's personnel and equipment are better than ours, and in a head-on confrontation, the ones who will suffer will only be us. The only way is to utilize the guerrilla warfare with them in the jungle. For Luo Hao's proposal, no one had any objection, and each of them looked for a place to rest. The task of night watch naturally still fell on Tooth. Luo Hao and Yinshi were still sitting on the backpack against the tree. Luo Hao reached out and hugged Yinshi tightly in his arms again. Because of the presence of bystanders, Yinshi was a bit embarrassed and wanted to struggle away. "What are you afraid of? They're not cuties, already knew it long ago." Luo Hao whispered in Yinshi's ear. Yinshi sniffed and looked around, noticing that the 4 men turned their heads away after glancing in their direction, pretending not to see them. Yinshi immediately felt greatly ashamed, patting Luo Hao lightly on his body and complaining, "I blame you. Then she buried her head in Luo Hao's chest, unwilling to lift it up. Zhou Bo, who had his back turned to the two, forced himself to turn a blind eye to the scene, but a tinge of bitterness still flooded his heart. At the dawn, Luo Hao woke up everyone, and after cleaning up the traces left around, he got up and went on his way. Luo Hao, have you also decided to rejoin the Dragon Hidden Unit? Yun Shi, who was walking beside Luo Hao at the end of the team, asked softly with a hint of excitement in her tone. Luo Hao gently shook his head. I can see that a few of them really want to join the Dragon Hidden Unit, so I want to help them out, and I, for one, haven't decided yet. Maybe when it's time to send them to the entrance of the Dragon Hidden Force, I'll turn around and leave. After saying that, Luo Hao quickened his pace and walked forward. Looking at Luo Hao's back, Yun Shi clenched her own hands. Luo Hao, you are a natural strong man, you shouldn't be buried like this. I will definitely convince you to rejoin the Dragon Hidden Unit, because that's where you should be. Soon after Luo Hao and the others left, Demon Hitomi appeared with his men at the place where they camped last night, and after he crouched down and carefully checked the environment, he said, there are traces of artificial cleanup at the scene, and this is the place where they camped last night. My thoughts are correct, they are traveling according to the route on the Fire Ant PDA map. Hearing Demon Hitomi's words, Crow forced down the anger in his heart and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's chase after them and finish them off. Demon Hitomi, on the other hand, shook her head and said, have you forgotten how the robin and bobcat died? Impulsiveness can get people killed, and haven't you noticed that there are a few more fresh footprints on the ground? He pointed to a few shoe prints on the ground to one side that hadn't been cleaned off. Chapter 62 The Joint. There are reinforcements to pick up Mad Dragon? Firefox's expression was a bit serious as he asked in a deep voice, could it be someone from Group A? If Luo Hao really still had contact with the Dragon Hidden Unit, and also had the Tactical A-Team as a supporting force, then their situation would not be too good. Facing a tactical action team made up of 6 people handpicked from hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it would be difficult to fight even if they doubled the number of Firefox and their eyes. The person who receives Luo Hao is not from the Dragon Hidden Unit. Demon Hitomi picked up the sweet grass root that had been bitten at one end and spat aside by Su Sudong, and said, a Dragon Hidden Unit's Special Operations Elite would not commit such a low-level mistake as leaving behind evidence on the battlefield that could be analyzed by others for character and detailed habits. A piece of sweet grass root is just a piece of sweet grass root, what can it mean? A man holding a saw-like machine gun, belonging to the fire support and suppression in the team, with a clear European white blood in his appearance, said in a pretense of disdain. Tiger, shut your mouth. Crow blared fiercely at the man and asked the demon pupil for advice. Warlord, from such a section of grassroots, could you tell anything? A few encounters had made Raven, who was the squad's vice-captain, already have some respect for the young warlord, even using honorifics when speaking. Every member of the Dragon Hidden Troop will also receive psychological, on-site criminal investigation and a series of other courses that don't seem to be related to war when they receive professional military training, in order to analyze the enemy's character traits through some trace clues left at the scene, and to do targeted strikes. Demon Hitomi raised the sweet grass root in her hand and said, from this piece of grass root, I have gotten these information. First, the person who left this piece of grassroot is a person with a big personality who doesn't take any dangers to heart and has good mental qualities. Second, he should normally be an impulsive person who enjoys bungee jumping, wargames, and other such adventurous activities. And third, he's a newcomer who hasn't received any professional special warfare training. Listening to the clues analyzed by the demon pupil like a famous detective, all the Hydra team members, including Crow, were already mesmerized. Crow half-open mouth, only half a minute from the mouth to stifle a sentence. Dragon Hidden Force is worthy of being China's most elite special forces. Since the people who receive Luo Hao are not the elites of the Dragon Hidden Unit, should we change our strategy of joining hands with the 8-faced Buddha and directly pursue them? Looking at the traces at the scene, they shouldn't have left for long. Crow solicited Demon Hitomi's opinion. No, still follow the original strategy to connect with 8-faced Buddha. Demon Pupil shook her head decisively. Let's take a small path instead, avoid Luo Hao and the people around him, and get in touch with 8-faced Buddha's people in the shortest possible time. Why? Wouldn't it be more direct for us to just catch up with them? Raven looked at Demon Hitomi with some confusion. Although it was ruled out that the people who met with Luo Hao were from the Dragon Hidden Unit, it can't be guaranteed that he doesn't have any experts around him. 8-faced Buddha is the local snake here, and although those people under him are just rabble, they are familiar with the jungle, and their fighting ability in the jungle is not weak. Why do we need to do it ourselves when we can kill with a borrowed knife? Those at the top cut down the strategy and fight for their lives. That's what the people at the bottom do. Demon Hitomi patted Crow's shoulder and walked forward. Hi Stick, awesome. Crow gave a thumbs up to Demon Hitomi's back, and now he was thoroughly impressed by Demon Hitomi's talent. Demon Pupil knows a lot more. Follow him and mix well, you won't lose out. Firefox walked to Crow's side and said with a hefty smile, do you know how a few of us escaped from the Dragon Hidden Unit in the first place? Crow pointed to Demon Hitomi's back, unusually surprised and astonished. You're not going to say that the defection of several of you is also all planned by him, right? Firefox hammed and hawed again, sidestepping his gun to catch up with Demon Hitomi, who was walking ahead of him. Although he didn't say anything, Raven already knew the answer from his reaction. At this time, the crow felt pity for the dead fire ants and vulture. If the vulture was not so keen on the command of the squad, if he could recognize the ability of the military division earlier, if he could obey the orders of the cobra boss before he set off, he might not have died, and the fire ants would not have followed him into trouble. But unfortunately, this world has all the fruits of everything, only there are no ifs. Did you just go fool the crows again? Demon Hitomi asked a firefox who was walking next to him as he split a branch with his machete. I didn't fool him, what I said is the truth. Firefox bit the water pipe pulled out of his backpack, drank a mouthful of water to wash away the bloody flavor left by the raw snake meat he had eaten earlier in his mouth, and said, in the entire dragon hidden troop, except for those instructors, there are only 2.5 people I admire in the same batch as us. Demon Hitomi looked to Firefox, waiting for his words to follow. You're one of them, Luo Hao is the other. I really can't imagine how far Luo Hao will grow if he keeps staying in the dragon hidden army. This guy is just crazy, too scary. So the remaining half is Jiang Wei? Jiang Wei is nothing. Firefox poo-pooed a mouthful towards the ground. My last half is Chi Fan. That guy is the same as Luo Hao. He is also a playful goods when he trains, but unfortunately, his talent is not as good as Luo Hao, and he doesn't have the same chance as Luo Hao. And because of this, there is only one Luo Hao in the dragon hidden force. Demon Pupil pursed her lips and said, also, you should never underestimate Jiang Wei. The fact that he can hide in the dragon hidden force for so many years is enough to show that he is not simple. He is like a poisonous snake hidden in the grass, launching a fatal attack on you when you let your guard down. Cobra's son, wouldn't he be a generalized person? We're about to enter the eight-faced Buddhist territory, so tell your men to be on guard. A sniper wearing a four-color jungle camouflage uniform with a camouflage net covering his body was lurking in the grass. He was using the sniper scope on the SVD sniper rifle wrapped in camouflage cloth in his hand to observe the open field in front of him. His position was the best position to attack. In case of an intruder, he could be the first to launch a fatal strike on the intruder. When Demon Hitomi's group appeared in his sniper scope, he pressed his own headset and said, tell the boss that the Hydra people have appeared. Understood. After taking out her binoculars and surveying the surroundings, Demon Hitomi pointed at the grass where the sniper was hiding and said to Firefox beside her, there should be their sniper there, hit the lighted language and tell him that we've arrived. Firefox nodded and took out a flashlight and flashed it a few times into the high grass. Soon, the same flashlight was used to make a lighted statement in the grass as a reply. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Barong, who looked like a brown bear, appeared in front of Demon Hitomi and his group, but to everyone's surprise, what greeted them was not a warm handshake and hug, but the blackened muzzle of the desert eagle in Barang's hand. Chapter 63 The Third Armed Force Above. This unexpected situation, led all the Hydra face changed greatly, has confirmed that the demon pupil is the center of the Flame Tactical Team, under the leadership of the Crows, Hala, all raised their hands on the gun aimed at the biggest drug lord in Southeast Asia, standing in front of them, the eight-faced Buddha Barong. Raven held his August assault rifle in his hand, the index finger of his right hand inside the trigger guard pressed down on the second fire, and at the first sign of movement from the other side, he would fire at the first sign of movement. Looking at the dozen of automatic rifles and assault rifles that could beat him into a sieve in seconds, Barong was unmoved, coldly glanced at Crow, and coldly grunted, want to compete with me on who has more people? You also don't look at whose territory is here. Brothers, all come out and shine. Barong greeted. The entire Flame Tactical Team was surrounded by 50 to 60 armed drug traffickers, of which there are 4 or 5 snipers alone. Faced with the Desert Eagle against his forehead, the demon pupil faced not only no fear, raised his hand to signal his men, those Hydra team members, to put down their guns. We came here to talk about business, not to fight. All put down their guns. With a faint smile still hanging on her face, Demon Hitomi looked at Barong and said, having guests from afar is not a good idea. Is this the way of hospitality of the Hall of Eight Faces Buddha? Coming as friends, I naturally have my hospitality, but you two are not. Barong looked at Demon Pupil and Firefox standing beside him and said, Demon Pupil Li Ran of the Dragon Hidden Force and Firefox Wangmo, we are really enemies. Demon Pupil, also known as Li Ran, stretched out 2 fingers, removed the Desert Eagle that was pressed against his forehead, and said, Barong, since you were able to find out the names of both of us, it means that you have put in a lot of effort on us, then you should also understand my strength. You can't keep me if I want to leave. Li Ran's tone carried a strong self-confidence. Back then, when the 12 of us were just brats, facing 5 times the number of your men, with personnel and weapons at a disadvantage, you not only didn't keep us, but instead, you were blinded by Luo Hao with an eye. Do you think that now, facing the battle-experienced squad under my command, with the ragtag men under your command, not to mention whether you can take my life or not, how much certainty do you have that you can retreat in one piece? Li Ran paced and walked to Barang's side, whispering in his ear, taking a step back, even if you can get us all killed here today, do you think Cobra will just let it go? As long as we're out of contact with our old home for more than 2 days, the helicopter gunships will blast your factory and lair into flames. To say something you don't like, you Barong are indeed considered a character in Southeast Asia, but compared to Cobra, you're not even close. Barang's teeth gritted, rattling, eyes a few flickers before slowly grasping in the hands of the Desert Eagle retracted. He had to admit, Li Ran said the truth. Although he did the job of hanging his head on the waistband of his pants, he was also a businessman, and what businessmen practiced was the supremacy of interests. There is no eternal enemy, there is no eternal friend, there is only eternal interest. I didn't expect that a member of the Dragon Hidden Unit back then, a national heavyweight, would actually defect to Cobra's men and become his traitor. Barong forced down the anger in his heart and sneered at Li Ran. Li Ran, on the other hand, was unimpressed as he extended his index finger and waved it in front of his eyes. You can't put it that way. Hydra was originally created by the predecessor of the Dragon Hidden Force. We only admired him, so we followed his lead, so there's no such thing as acting as traitors. Boss Barong, what do you think of the suggestion I entrusted to you earlier? After all, the culprit who blinded your eyes back then was not me, but Luo Hao. I've already had the words passed on to you. Joining forces is no problem, but I want a pair of Luo Hao's eyes. Li Ran turned around and looked at Barong, then extended his hand and said, then let's have a good cooperation. Pa, Barang's big hand and Li Ran shook together. The two sides that were supposed to be in enmity had reached a consensus over the extermination of Luo Hao and his team. Luo Hao and his team still followed the route marked on the PDA to move forward slowly. With the existence of Situ Kong, a martial arts master, the whole team didn't have to worry about food anymore, and the food obtained from Situ Kong's hunting was cooked by Li Feng's skillful hands, which allowed Luo Hao to get rid of the life of nibbling on the bloody duck necks completely. And who would like to eat raw food when there is cooked food? Luo Hao looked at the endpoint marked on the PDA and said, we are less than 20 kilometers away from the endpoint of the map. Everyone cheer up and be alert. I always feel that the endpoint of this road hides unknown dangers. Jobo nodded with approval and said, in order to ensure safety, we must prepare more food and drinking water. If there is really a danger at that endpoint, we will undoubtedly become the target of snipers by name if we build a fire to cook. Leave the hunting to me. I'm the most efficient here. Situ Kong picked up the composite bow at his side and said in an imperative manner. While Situ Kong was busy going out hunting, the others were busy roasting the food on hand. Tooth's foot was only grazed by a bullet and didn't hurt its bones, so unable to resist the loneliness, it began to skulk around again. Looking at the hare set up on the fire for grilling, it licked its tongue and let out a low howl, looking at Luo Hao pitifully. Su Sudong picked up a fresh raw rabbit leg and handed it to Tooth. Little one, hungry? This is for you. But to Su Sudong's surprise, Tooth merely sniffed with his nose at the raw rabbit leg in his hand, then skimmed his head and paid no more attention to it, continuing to stare at the rabbit meat on the fire that was roasting golden and frying out a blossom of oil. Luo Hao tore off a rabbit leg from the already roasted rabbit and handed it to Tooth, admonishing, eat slowly, be careful of the heat. Looking at the rabbit leg in his mouth, happily running to Yunshi's feet, gnawing on the teeth, Su Sudong instantly reacted a bit, and asked in a nebulous voice, Hao Zi, do you confirm that this is a wolf, not something else? Wolves also like to eat cooked food? Hearing Su Sudong's questioning of himself, Tooth, who was gnawing on a rabbit leg, raised his head and glared at him, grinding his teeth and letting out a low growl as a warning. At first, Luo Hao and I were also shocked, and it took a long time to get used to its habit of eating cooked food. Yunshi touched Tooth's furry little head and said dotingly, that's the only way to reflect your difference, isn't it, little one? Ow. Tooth rubbed his head against Yunshi's palm and continued to bury his head to eliminate the food on the ground. Just as Su Sudong and the others were still amazed at Tooth's special habits, Situ Kong, who had gone out hunting, came back with a tense face. I saw a few carrying guns in front of us, coming in our direction. Chapter 64 The Third Armed Force Below. Hearing Situ Kong's words, everyone including Luo Hao was shocked. How many of them? How far away are they from us? What kind of equipment? Luo Hao asked 3 questions as soon as he opened his mouth, eagerly needing to know if the armed men Situ Kong saw were Hydra's people. After thinking carefully, Situ Kong said, 4. The lower body is camouflage pants, the upper body is a tight black short sleeve and a dirt-colored tactical undershirt, and the face is wearing a mask that only reveals the eyes and nose. Weapons I don't recognize. I know the weapon one of them is holding is an AK-47. It was no wonder that Situ Kong didn't recognize the weapons. Nowadays, the development of weapons was not only rapid but also diversified, unless it was someone like Jobo and Luo Hao who had close contact with weapons, or a wargames enthusiast like Su Sudong, who was able to know some of the world's weaponry like the back of his hand. As for Situ Kong being able to recognize the AK-47, this was not surprising at all, because the fame of this gun was too loud. According to statistics, since the AK-47 came on the market, more than 50 million AK-47 style rifles had been produced worldwide. This automatic rifle, designed by Kalashnikov, adheres to the characteristics of the old Maoist weapons of leather and durability. Even when fighting in desert areas, the weapon is buried in the yellow sand, digging out and pouring, patting the sand in the barrel and magazine, and then you can continue to use it, an advantage that the American weapons do not have. Luo Hao, what's wrong with you? Jobo looked at Luo Hao, who was frowning, and asked. They're not from Hydra. What did you say? I said, those 4 people that Situ saw were not from Hydra. Luo Hao repeated the words again in an unusually certain tone. Luo Hao is right, Hydra is an armed force with a very high degree of militarization, and their clothes and costumes are very formal. If the 4 people that Situ saw were people from Hydra, then what they were wearing should be the same Attacks FG jungle camouflage combat uniforms as Luo Hao's, instead of camouflage pants with tight black short sleeves, a kind of dress that looks very unorthodox at a glance. Yunxi, who was stroking the white fur on Tooth's body, said in a clear and cold voice. Yunxi's words, so that in addition to Luo Hao, all the people are in a state of brain shutdown, hovering in Zhou Bo and other 4 people's minds only one question, why she will be on the Hydra organization to understand so clearly? Looking at the jaw-dropping 4 people, Yunxi smiled faintly and continued to explain, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm also from the military. Dragon Hidden Force Special Task Force, Intelligence Analyst Yunxi, Operation Codename Princess. Another Dragon Hidden Unit? The 4 of them, Su Sudong, Zhou Bo, Li Feng, and Situ Kong, looked at me and I looked at you, their faces full of dismay. What was wrong with this crazy world? China's most elite special forces, legendary characters, 2 appeared at once. It was really a series of surprises. Su Sudong looked at Zhou Bo with some sympathy, this guy was really tragic. You guys knew each other before? Zhou Bo, who was left with only shock and no joy, looked at Yunxi with a mouth full of bitterness and asked. No. Yunxi shook her head, he had already left when I entered the Dragon Hidden Unit. In the end, he is a senior. Zhou Bo nodded and was about to say something when Luo Hao, sitting opposite him, suddenly made a gesture of silence, and after gazing and listening for a while, he said, pack up and hurry to leave, someone is coming this way. Hearing Luo Hao's words, everyone's face changed. Without any hesitation, they loaded their things into their backpacks, carried their bags and hid into the knee-high grass next to them. Because of the time constraint, Luo Hao was not allowed to set up the poisonous traps such as the one in the cave again calmly, and could only stomp out the fire with his feet, and then take some branches and grass leaves from the ground next to him to cover the ashes that were still smoldering, and prayed in his heart that it wouldn't be discovered by the people who came to the house, and then he took his sniper rifle and ducked into the bushes, using the sniper's scope to observe the direction of the footsteps that were coming from. Not long after 3 men wearing ACU digital camouflage pants, black tight short sleeves, earthy yellow tactical undershirts, and black masks appeared in Luo Hao's field of vision. Zhou Bo on the side slowly raised his M4A1 automatic rifle, his eyes were attached to the holographic scope, and his right index finger was placed inside the trigger guard, in a state of battle readiness. Situ, did you just see people were they? Luo Hao asked Situ Kong, who was lying on his side, asked. Situ Kong plucked away the blades of grass and looked at the 3 people outside who were slowly walking in their direction, shook his head, and said with certainty, no. The number of people and their heights don't match what I saw, and the weapons in their hands are also different. There was only one AK-47 rifle among the 4 people I saw just now, but they have 2. Luo Hao loosened the grass blades in his hand, his brows tightly locked. The development of the situation at the scene had gone beyond his expectation. Now he could confirm that in this jungle, besides the 6 of them and the Hydra team that hadn't shown up so far, there was also a 3rd armed force. Moreover, from their costumes, he knew that these people were definitely not any believing men and women. The other side was equipped with 2 AK-47 rifles and an FNC automatic rifle, and definitely had an advantage over their side in terms of firepower suppression. The 3 people turned around the place where Luo Hao and the others had made a fire before. Seeing that they didn't find anything unusual and were ready to leave, Luo Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Right now was not the time to have a head-on conflict, it was the best if they could not have a firefight. Walking on the left side, a medium-sized, holding an AK-47 armed man suddenly felt his feet stepped on something, stooped down to pick up a look as a still with the residual temperature of the roasted rabbit leg bone. Oh no! Luo Hao's heart thumped violently and looked at Tooth, who was lying on the side. The little guy also realized that he had made a mistake and buried his head in his front paws, not daring to meet Luo Hao's eyes. The armed man who had found the roasted rabbit leg bone greeted his 2 companions, and the 3 of them drew their rifles, keeping a wary eye on the wind around them. The thinnest armed man in the middle of the team spotted Luo Hao's buried fire, pushed aside the tree branches and grass leaves covering it with the muzzle of his gun, crouched down and ran his fingers over the charcoal ash with his hands, and said to the taller bandit who was clutching an AK-47 in his hand, a new one, just left not long ago, or maybe not yet, hiding somewhere around. The tall man, who should be in a leadership position in that squad of theirs, instructed the other 2, go and search the bushes next to them. If we can find them out, the brothers will get a big credit. Find out? Find who? Was it looking for himself and these people? The tall bandit's words fell into Luo Hao's ears without a single word, and countless thoughts quickly turned in his mind. Chapter 65 Encounter Above. The small armed man with an FNC automatic rifle in his hand slowly walked towards the grass where Luo Hao's men were hiding, and suddenly he noticed a footprint left on the ground. It was left behind by Su Sudong when he walked by just now, but Luo Hao didn't blame him. After all, he hadn't received any formal special warfare training, and it was inevitable that he left some traces behind. The armed man with the FNC automatic rifle crouched down and ran his fingers over the footprints, and after confirming that the footprints were freshly made, a flash of ecstasy flashed through his heart and he continued in the direction of the grass. Looking at the militant who was gradually approaching him, Zhou Bo's finger latched on the trigger to press down the second fire, ready to launch a fatal strike on him at any time, but Luo Hao suppressed his gun and shook his head at him. Then Luo Hao slowly drew out his own dragon tooth saber, his body slightly raised, calculating in his mind the attack distance between himself and the small armed man. When the small armed man with the FNC automatic rifle took the 10th step, Luo Hao, who was lurking in the grass, sprang out. Although the small armed man had long realized that there was someone hidden in the bushes, but really when Luo Hao suddenly leapt out of the bushes and appeared in front of him, he still showed consternation, although the pause in his body due to the consternation was very short, so short that it was only for a second. It was this 1 second pause that made the small armed man lose the chance to pull the trigger of the weapon in his hand forever. Thumbs down. The dragon tooth saber in Luo Hao's hand carried a hint of air-breaking sound and slashed across the other's throat. A blood scar appeared on the neck of the small armed man and instantly enlarged, a blood arrow soared out from his neck. Luo Hao's power and position of the knife were very accurate, and while the knife cut the other person's carotid artery, it also destroyed his vocal cords. So no matter how the small armed man tried his last strength and opened his mouth to sound the alarm for his two companions, he could not make any sound after his vocal cords were cut by the knife, and could only fall on the ground with unwillingness, staring at the sky above his head with his eyes wide open as it became blurred in front of his eyes, and then gradually disappeared. Although Luo Hao's attack was launched very suddenly, and the effect achieved was also very good, the small militant was killed by a knife almost without any resistance, but the commotion generated when the small militant fell to the ground still attracted the attention of his companions. The medium-sized armed man turned his head and looked at Luo Hao, who was holding a bloodied saber in his hand, and quickly raised the AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand, which had already been pressurized with bullets, and snapped, "Who is it?" But Luo Hao turned a deaf ear to his warning. The dragon tooth saber in his hand came out and flew towards his heart. Plop, half of the saber didn't enter his heart. Luo Hao stomped his feet hard, and the whole person ejected, approaching the militant who had been stabbed through the heart by the saber, reaching out and grabbing the hilt of the saber, turning it around, and then pulling it out upward at an oblique 45-degree angle. While the saber was pulled out, it left a deep cut mark on the chest of that militant. Another shot was not fired. Everyone hiding in the grass, except Yun Shi, was shocked by Luo Hao's almost cold killing, especially Zhou Bo, who had been speaking about Luo Hao as an imaginary enemy. After calculating in his mind for many times, he shook his head helplessly, because he thought that he could be able to cleanly kill two armed men holding heavy firepower in just a few breaths, just like Luo Hao did. Was this the strength of the Longyin troopers? While losing his mind, Zhou Bo had a higher expectation of entering the Longyin troop. Luo Hao's lightning raid was launched quickly and swiftly, nevertheless, he still attracted the attention of the last tallest and smallest leader among the three armed men. 8. Number 12. Looking at the two henchmen who had already collapsed in a pool of blood and lost their lives, the little leader showed his eyes. Yelling, he copied the AK-47 in his hand and started strafing at Luo Hao. Since this tall armed bandit can be competent as the commander among the three, his own military quality must be very hard, which is evident from the fact that he took counterattack extremely quickly after seeing Luo Hao, but when he used AK-47 to make a counterattack, he made a mistake that should never be made during the process of using automatic rifles' continuous shooting. AK-47, although adhering to the old Maoist weapon solid and durable fine tradition, but AK-47 has a well-known and cannot be ignored shortcomings. Firearms recoil is large, automatic shooting muzzles serious uplift, resulting in shooting accuracy is low. So don't look at the film and television movies those robbers holding AK-47 burst lively. In fact, in automatic fire mode, a large part of the bullet because of the muzzle of the reason, early don't know which corner of the Java country to go. In fact, not only the AK-47, but almost all automatic rifles in the world will experience muzzle jumping and reduced shooting accuracy when shooting continuously. That's why when a well-trained Special Operations elite uses an automatic rifle, they usually choose to use the more accurate 3-round or 2-round point shooting instead of automatic continuous shooting. Luo Hao didn't think that this small leader with an AK-47 automatic rifle would not be aware of the shortcomings of the weapon in his hand. He was just suffering from the tragic death of his men, causing his anger to erode his sanity. Luo Hao kept doing military maneuvers that could be completely described as cool in the eyes of Su Sudong and the others, attracting the opponent's firepower. At this moment, Luo Hao's position had long since moved away from the grass where he had hidden at the very beginning, and if the stray bullets caused his companions hiding in the grass to be injured or die, he would feel guilty about it for the rest of his life. Bullets were whistling in Luo Hao's ears with searing heat, shooting into the jungle behind him and splintering on the trees. Copper-yellow bullet shells, continuously ejected from the shell-throwing window, soon landed in a layer on the muddy ground at the feet of the little leader. Click! There was a sound of a firing pin striking empty from the chamber of the AK-47 in the young leader's hand, and he looked at the weapon in his hand, whose muzzle had burned red and was emitting wisps of smoke, and, with barely a moment's pause, felt toward the spare magazine that was inserted in his tactical undershirt. But Luo Hao wouldn't give him time to change the second magazine at all. His body lunged forward and rolled, grabbed the AK-47 automatic rifle that fell on the ground, put the butt of the rifle on the position of his right shoulder blade, and used his right hand, which was obviously thicker and stronger than normal people, to form a triangular support with the automatic rifle, and then decisively pulled the trigger. Ta, ta. Accompanied by the crisp rifle pointing sound, two copper-yellow bullet shells popped out from the throwing window of the weapon in Luo Hao's hand. Before the little leader could even pull the spare magazine out of the magazine slot of his tactical undershirt, he had already been hit by two 7.62mm rifle bullets in the throat and heart respectively. Chapter 66 Encounter Center. Good shot. Jobo in the grass couldn't help but let out a cheer in his heart. During the shooting training course, his instructor had once told him that as a well-trained Special Forces member, one must understand that the most deadly thing about a human being was not his heart, but the nerve reflex area between his eyebrows. So once you launch an attack on an enemy, you must shoot 2 shots at him before he reacts, the first one at his eyebrows or throat, and the second one at his chest. This shooting requirement was the ticket to enter the Lightning Commando team, and the difficulty of completing it was very high, and the reason why Jobo still stopped outside the Lightning Commando team's gate until now was precisely because he couldn't meet such a shooting requirement. Those who come out of the Dragon Hidden troops are really all perverts. The air between the mountains and forests was filled with a thick smell of blood that made people want to vomit. Su Sudong's face was a little pale as he forcefully pressed down on his stomach, letting out a burst of dry heaves every now and then. Looking at Su Sudong's somewhat unbearable performance, Luo Hao didn't mean to belittle him, but just smiled slightly and said, "If you want to vomit, vomit, no need to force yourself to endure it. In order to enter the Dragon Hidden Army, this is a necessary hurdle to go through." Hearing Luo Hao's words, Su Sudong no longer forced himself to hold back the churning in his stomach, ran to the side, and vomited with a wow. Situ Kong, who had been standing next to Su Sudong and had originally been able to hold on, ultimately failed to hold back when he heard that grinding vomiting sound. "Your sister Su Sudong, I hate you, I'm telling you, we're kind of knotting this beam." After saying this, he also ran to the side and held the tree trunk with his hand to spit out what he just ate along with the water he drank into his stomach. "Spit it out, you'll get used to it when you spit it out, there's still a long way to go if you want to enter the Dragon Hidden Unit." Luo Hao glanced at Li Feng, who had been following beside Zhou Bo, and what surprised him a little was that Li Feng, who was a logistics soldier, only had some uncontrollable trembling in his body, and didn't vomit like Su Sudong and Situ Kong. "You're okay?" Luo Hao asked, looking at him. "It's fine." Li Feng shook his head, the corner of his mouth pulling out a smile. "No matter what, I'm also a soldier, I can still endure this point." "You're very good, many soldiers from combat units can't act as calm as you when they see such a scene for the first time." Luo Hao patted Li Feng's shoulder and started to check the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Uncovering their masks, black hair, yellow skin, black eyes, standard East Asian features. Their equipment was much worse than the 2 Hydra members they had killed earlier. Each of the 3 automatic rifles was equipped with 3 spare magazines, and the magazines of the FNC and the M4A1 automatic rifle in Zhou Bai's hands were common, so he handed over the entire FNC automatic rifle together with the magazines to Zhou Bai to deal with. In addition, 2 domestic 86 all-plastic grenades for offense and defense were also found from the tall little leader, and a domestic 5.4 pistol. The pistol was loaded. Luo Hao unloaded the magazine, pulled the sleeve to exit the bullet in the chamber, and checked the rifling of the pistol. The pistol's rifling had almost been smoothed out, which would seriously affect the shooting accuracy when used. This kind of guy that already belonged to scrap obviously could not enter Luo Hao's eyes, simply dismantled the gun into parts, straightened the spring in the chamber, and threw it into the bushes separately. Puking up all the contents of their stomachs and vomiting only bile, Situ Kong and Su Sudong wobbled back to the group. "It's all your fault, stupid as Su Sudong, you're still the prince party of the military realm, you can't even hold back this, causing me to vomit along with you." Situ Kong couldn't help but complain at Su Sudong. You have the ability to endure it." Su Sudong glanced at him with disdain. "Aren't you known as the Situ family's once-in-a-century martial arts genius? Aren't you a divine archer? A handful of streak arrows are ghostly and mysterious, blowing it up like it's real. Damn you, can hunting be the same as hunting? You dare to kill chickens, but do you dare to kill people?" Looking at Su Sudong and Situ Kong who were fighting, the others returned smiles. They had gotten used to it along the way. "Anything? What are these people?" Jobo leaned down and asked Luo Hao, who was crouching on the ground. Luo Hao was about to shake his head, when suddenly his eyes were attracted by a cut on the tall militant's left temple, which was small and old, buried in his hair temples, and could not have been discovered if he had not looked closely. Luo Hao's looked at the slash and his eyes changed violently. He immediately checked the other 2 corpses and found slashes of the same size in the same location. He slowly raised his head to look at Zhou Bo and asked, "Do you still remember how he called his 2 dead men just now?" Chuper tried to remember and said, 8 and 12. "I'm not sure about other places, but in Southeast Asia, there's only one person who uses numbers to name his men." Yun Shi suddenly spoke. "Who?" "Eight-faced Buddha, Barong." Yun Shi and Luo Hao said in unison. "The biggest drug lord in Southeast Asia, eight-faced Buddha Barong?" Zhou Bo asked out of breath. "That's him." Luo Hao pointed at the slash at the tall man's temple position and said, "See this slash? Every one of Barang's men has a slash like this. It was left by him for those men when they first joined his command. A 2 to 3 centimeter long cut was made at the temple, and then they were coated with heroin so that the drug would act directly on their brains and get them addicted in the shortest possible time, and this was the method Barong used to control his men to sell their lives to him. So cruel." Jobo couldn't help but frown and said with some confusion, but didn't the outside world say that the eight-faced Buddha had been exterminated by Interpol? How could it appear again? Eliminate? Luohao snorted, it's not easy to eliminate the eight-faced Buddha, this guy is as slippery as a snake, 9 times out of 10, the ones eliminated by Interpol are the doubles he left behind. It's really lively, Hydra and eight-faced Buddha are together. Howsy, it's time to give me a big guy this time, right? Su Sudong rubbed his hands together and walked over to Luohao's side and asked. Luohao changed a magazine for the AK-47 in the tall man's book and tossed it to him, can you use it? The real gun was much heavier than the electric and air dogs, so despite Su Sudong's preparation, he almost failed to catch it. Puking your hands and feet are soft, how can you still shoot a gun? Go ahead and shoot a flying airplane. Situ Kong did not miss any opportunity to mock Su Sudong. Su Sudong glanced at him, taking the gun and skillfully pulling the bolt and checking the sights. Not bad, the movement is quite standardized. Luohao praised and handed the remaining AK-47 to Lia Feng. Lia Feng waved his hands repeatedly, I really don't know how. It's okay, I'll teach you if you don't know how. Luohao demonstrated it briefly and encouraged him, it's okay if you can't hit it, it's good to make some noise out of it. Lia Feng hesitated for a while, and in Luohao's eyes full of encouragement, he finally took that gun into his own hands, pulled the bolt, put the butt of the gun against his shoulder blade, put his face against the side of the butt, and closed his left eye. The action was skillful and unparalleled, all in one go, not at all like what he himself said, that he didn't know how to use a gun. Lia Feng, you really haven't used a gun before? Luohao looked at him with some doubts, judging from his movements, he was clearly a veteran with a gun. Lia Feng also knew that his subconscious action made Luohao see something, and hurriedly explained, the squad leader of the cooking class is a veteran who fought in the war, and usually taught me a little bit. Luohao nodded, and wanted to say something else before 2 crisp gunshots suddenly sounded in his ears. Su Sudong, you idiot, what's the point of firing a gun when you have nothing to do? Situ Kong asked as he glared at him. I didn't fire it, my safety isn't even on. Su Sudong innocently raised his gun. Luohao raised his head and looked toward the direction where the gunshots came from. There were a dozen of people staggering between the jungles, the costumes on them were exactly the same as the 3 corpses on the ground, they were also the people of the 8-faced Buddha Barong. It's those 4 people I saw just now. Situ Kong said as he pointed at the leading 4. It must have been the sound of gunfire just now that drew them here, and instead of acting recklessly and immediately, those 4 people went to rush the surrounding companions, wanting to wipe out those of their own in one fell swoop. Damn, negligence. Ta-ta. Luohao, who was carrying an M40A3 sniper rifle on his body, took the lead in firing, and 2 7.62mm rifle bullets were accelerated by the rifling, spinning, and drilling into the chest of a drug dealer in the lead. Facing the fall of their companions, those drug dealers with heavy firepower didn't have the slightest intention to stop, yelling catch them. The weapons in their hands were gulping tongues of fire, desperately pouncing towards Luohao's direction. Ta-da, ta-da. Jobo removed the silencer on the muzzle of his M4A1 and fired 2 two-shot point-blank shots at the 2 drug dealers. Biting off the grenade's safety with his teeth, he flung it in the direction of the drug dealer. Boom! 86 full plastic grenade exploded at 2-meter-high smoke, along with the rising smoke, 1,600 steel balls with a diameter of 3 mm burst outward in a radial shape, to a radius of 8 meters for an undifferentiated fire coverage. The steel balls hit the tree trunks and the branches and leaves of the plants with a crackling sound, and those fearless drug dealers were instantly blown down. Several drug dealers who were closest to the grenade's explosion point were instantly blown into bloody gourds by the steel balls and fragments. But the suppression effect of the grenade didn't last long. When the smoke cleared, those drug dealers who were not injured and only slightly injured charged at Luohao and them again, and the firepower was even more fierce than before. Luohao gritted his teeth and ordered his companions around him, retreat. Jobo is in charge of the right flank, Situ and Dongzi are in charge of the left flank, Yifeng protect Yunqi, and grab the time to retreat to the forest. We have to establish a defense line in the woods, staying here can only wait for death. Withdraw. Jobo used another point-blank shot to shoot down a drug dealer before executing Luohao's order to retreat. As he passed by Li Yifeng, he said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, protect her. If anything happens to her, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Li Yifeng looked at Jobo's serious eyes and nodded heavily. Chapter 67 Encounter below. Feeling the bullets whistling in his ears, Su Sudong was secretly a little alarmed. Although he was familiar with firearms and liked to play war games, but a game was a game after all, and the electric dog air dog could not be compared to a real gun no matter how realistically it was made. Being hit by the former would only leave a white spot on the body, and in severe cases it might leave a little bruise, but being hit by the latter would bleed and die. It was not the first time he played with a real gun, but it was the first time he participated in a real battle with a real gun. In the indoor range, he used the 56-1 submachine gun can also shoot more than 90 rings of good results, but in the face of this group of vicious, with the same as the blood of the drug traffickers, Su Sudong did not have the stable play of the past in the shooting range. A moment is 2 consecutive point-blank shots, a moment is 3 consecutive point-blank shots. Sometimes the trigger is pulled heavily, cannot control it to shoot out a string of bullets, and this string of bullets in addition to the beginning of the 2 rounds to maintain the accuracy, the rest of them flew into the air. Are you good or not? Looking at Su Sudong, who had shot half a magazine but had not even taken down a single person, Situ Kong questioned with a look of contempt. Su Sudong, who was not happy because he was not allowed to play, was despised by Situ Kong. He was even more depressed and immediately said with his neck stretched out, "If you can afford it, you come on." Situ Kong skimmed his lips, drew out a 4-pronged crossbow arrow on the bowstring, drew the bow to full strength, and shot straight at one of the drug dealers. Shoo! The 4-pronged crossbow arrow, whose arrowhead was hollowed out, carried a characteristic clear whistling sound and shot straight through the drug dealer's throat. When the first arrow was fired, Situ Kong drew out 2 more arrows and shot them at the 2 drug dealers on his left-hand side, less than 100 meters away from him. 3 arrows, 3 clear whistles, 3 drug dealers were shot through the throat and fell to the ground. Good archery. Although Luo Hao wanted to applaud loudly for Situ Kong's marvelous streak of arrows, he also knew that now was not the time, and shouted at both Situ Kong and Su Sudong, "There are more and more of them, don't dawdle, seize the time and retreat quickly." As soon as Situ Kong pulled up Su Sudong, who was still fighting with the automatic rifle in his hand, he started to retreat deeper into the forest as Luo Hao had instructed at the beginning. Watching Su Sudong and the others had already withdrawn into the dense forest, Luo Hao took out a spare magazine and knocked the already empty one off his gun, inserted the magazine into his rifle, pulled the bolt, and after putting down the 2 drug dealers with 2 point-blank shots, threw out a grenade to suppress the opponent's ferocious firepower for the time being, and then pulled out his legs and ran towards the depths of the dense forest, with bullets from behind chasing after his military boots and splattering a wisp of dust and soil. Luo Hao propped his hand on a tree trunk lying on the road, as thick as 2 people together, and leapt over it, braced his gun on the trunk, and started to shoot point blank at the drug traffickers who were following closely behind him, and every time a shell flew out of the shell-throwing window, a drug trafficker would fall to the ground, bullet-free. What are they all stopping for, waiting to be dumplings? Retreat! Luo Hao yelled at Zhou Bo and the others who surrounded behind him without looking back. We've been dumplings. Zhou Bo's mouth was a little bitter as he pointed in the direction they were originally scheduled to retreat. Judging from the staggering silhouettes, it was feared that no less than 10 people were closing in on their direction. Luo Hao frowned. He didn't expect the situation to develop to a somewhat uncontrollable point. To be precise, the appearance of the 8-faced Buddha Barong was a situation he didn't expect. From the current situation, it could be determined that Hydra should have been invited by Barong to enter this jungle, and some of them knew that they had a grudge against Barong, so both sides reached an agreement to kill themselves and these people. Luo Hao pursed his lips and ordered, "Retreat inside the earthen ditch and establish a defense line, don't let them get close. Pay attention to conserving bullets, and fight when you put them close. Once they run out of bullets, we'll be even more passive." At Luo Hao's command, all of them immediately relied on the terrain and launched counterattacks. Su Sudong, who had been emptying his magazines and still hadn't succeeded in taking down an enemy, directly threw the automatic rifle in his hand to the side, drew out the USP tactical pistol in the quick-draw holster, aimed it at the 2 drug dealers who were closing in on him and Situ Kong because of the lack of suppressive firepower, and pulled the trigger. RR. The recoil of a pistol was much smaller than that of an automatic rifle, so it was easier to control for someone with a basic shooting skill like Su Sudong. After 4 gunshots, the 2 drug dealers each had 2 more bloody holes in their chests. See, brother's shot is still very accurate. Su Sudong, who had been despised since the beginning of the battle, finally spat out the bad anger in his heart and danced with excitement. You don't want to die? Zhou Bo, who was next to him, pressed Su Sudong to the ground. Su Sudong's head just lowered. A string of bullets from the top of his head above the position of less than 10 centimeters swept through. If Zhou Bo late so a second to drag him down, the consequences can be imagined. Sprawled on the ground, Su Sudong burst of fear. Cold sweat unconsciously penetrated his back shirt. Ta-da! Luo Hao had just shot a drug dealer holding a FAL automatic rifle in the head with a precise 2-round point-blank shot when his eyes snapped open. My ex! Luo Hao couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. He saw a drug dealer staring at him coldly. Get down! Just as Luo Hao hissed a loud warning to his teammates around him. The several people in the dirt ditch used an almost unanimous movement to fall down on the ground, and Li Yifeng, who was in charge of protecting Yun Shi, even pressed her underneath himself with one hand. Boom! A large tree with a diameter of more than 1 meter and exploded. The tree was blown off at the waist, lying horizontally on top of the earth ditch. The airwaves generated by the explosion swept towards the people lying on the ground. A few people were instantly blown to the ground. Su Sudong relied on grabbing a large tree root that drilled out of the soil to not be blown out of the ditch by the airwave, but his face was still grazed by the debris mixed in the explosion airwave. Bah, these rabbits are really ruthless. Zhou Bo spat out the dirt blown into his mouth and cursed fiercely. Chopper, cover me. Luohao put down the AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand, took off the M40A3 sniper rifle that he had been carrying on his back before, pulled the bolt and pushed the bullet into the chamber, picked a blade of grass and bit it in his mouth, held the rifle flat, his eyes aiming at the blade of grass that was held in his mouth, and projected the current wind speed in direction. Wind direction southwest, wind resistance 2 meters per second. After Luohao's sniper scope did its calibration, his finger squeezed the trigger, spitting out the blades of grass in his mouth, a cold smile crossing the corner of his mouth. Go to hell, damn it. Chapter 68 Out of Control Li Feng. Bang! Because of the recoil, Luohao's shoulder against the butt of the rifle trembled slightly, and the muzzle of the sniper rifle spewed out an orange-red rifled flame, the bullet spinning through the crowd in the jungle, and piercing headlong into the drug dealer's brow. When the drug dealer, who had been shot in the eyebrow, stared wide-eyed and fell straight back, smashing a dent in his face. With a crash, after killing the main shooter with a single shot, Luohao pulled the bolt to exit the cartridge, pushed the second bullet into the chamber in the process, and set the sniper scope on the deputy shooter next to the main shooter's corpse. When the deputy shooter just picked up the rocket launcher that fell on the ground, Luohao snapped the sniper rifle in his hand again. Bang! Another millimeter-accurate bullet shot straight through the deputy shooter's heart, who fell on his back, and as he fell, with his remaining consciousness, pressed the fire button. They have snipers, take cover. An afterthought drug dealer stopped his charging edge and hissed as he retreated towards the back. They rely on the advantage of the number of people, seemingly ferocious, but such an advantage in the face of the snipers known as infantry death will be gone, blindly charging forward, only to be named one by one. Although the eight-faced Buddha promised them incomparably generous rewards, but in the generous rewards, but also to have the life to enjoy it. Looking at the retreating drug dealers, Luohao didn't give up this chance to beat up a falling dog. Pulling the trigger of the sniper rifle for the third time, the third bullet was shot into the back of the head of a drug dealer who was trying to retreat, exposing his back to Luohao's muzzle, and because of the close distance, the bullet didn't even explode his skull, it was shot directly out of his forehead, and the warhead, which was kept flying under the effect of the kinetic energy, was once again lodged into the back of the second drug dealer, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Luohao's fourth bullet was shot at a fire support hand holding a saw light machine gun, and the bullet entered from the drug dealer's left temple and exited from his right temple, bursting into a cloud of blood mist in the air. The last bullet in the sniper rifle was left to a drug dealer holding a grenade in his hand. A bullet in the center of his eyebrow killed the drug dealer on the spot. The grenade in his hand, the safety had been removed, fell to the ground. With the detonator popping out of the grenade, the drug dealers surrounding the area screamed strangely and fled in all directions. Boom! Rolled down on the ground of the grenade blew up more than 2 meters high fire mass, the mass of 0.10.2 grams of grenade fragments to 1,500-1,800 meters per second speed to the surrounding splash. Some of the grenade explosion point closer to the drug traffickers directly by more than a dozen pieces of such a light quality, high speed, high penetration of the fragments nailed full of the back, the spot dead. The 5 o'clock direction has the least number of drug dealers. Prepare to break out in that direction. If they launch another wave of charge, we might really be wrapped up in a dumpling. Luohao pulled open the shell-throwing window of the sniper rifle in his hand, stuffed in 5 bullets, and said with a serious expression. Old rules, I'll be responsible for clearing the right flank, Situ and Dongzi the left flank. Luohao, I'll leave the task of opening the road in front to you. Zhou looked at Luohao and said. Don't worry. Luohao threw the sniper rifle behind him, gripping the AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand and solemnly instructed Li Feng, I'll leave Yunqi's safety to you. Li Yifeng gently flicked over the weapon in his hand, which had been in a closed state since the beginning of the battle. Hesitation flickered in his eyes, and finally used his finger to put the safety to the AB continuous firing position without any trace, and then nodded. Break out! Luohao yelled, flinging out a grenade to suppress the opponent's firepower before taking the lead and rushing out. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. The crisp automatic rifle point-blank fire sounded, and the accurate and powerful fire suppression made those drug dealers can only bury their heads and hide. Quick, get after them! They're running! The drug dealers behind them, who realized Luohao and the others' intention, hissed loudly, Catch them, boss. Eight-faced Buddha said, Catch them, money, women, white powder, whatever you want. The stimulated drug dealers had long left behind the shock Luohao had just brought to them with the sniper rifle, and with bloodshot eyes, they screamed strangely and rushed toward the team that was breaking through. Suppress them! Zhou yelled, the M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand spat out a tongue of fire, and instantly several drug dealers who rushed to the front drank bullets and fell to the ground. At the same time, the AK-47 automatic rifle in Su Sudong's hand also rang. After a period of fumbling just now Su Sudong has basically been able to control the weapon in his hand. The shooting accuracy of the AK-47 rifle is on the low side, but it has a strong advantage in the suppression of firepower at close range. A string of bullets passed, immediately put several drug dealers who surrounded from the left side knocked over on the ground. Your sister, let you all know how powerful I am as the king of guns. Su Sudong wiped his nose in triumph. It's bucking again, be careful not to hang up, hurry up. Situ Kong beside him said as he slapped on his shoulder. These people under Baron were not completely brainless, and after determining the direction of Luo Hao and the others' breakout, someone immediately came in a roundabout way, and the breakout speed of Luo Hao's squad immediately slowed down a lot. Luo Hao, what should we do now? After Jobo finished replacing a magazine, he somewhat anxiously asked Luo Hao for advice. Although there were still only a dozen or so people left in that group of drug dealers, a large part of those dozen or so people blocked their path to break out, leaving them in a state of no cover. Luo Hao hid behind a tree, dodging a few bullets shot at him, probing at the dozen or so drug dealers blocking the front, turning his head to look at the 3 or 4 behind the team, which were clearly unequal in terms of numbers, and a disdainful sneer crossed the corners of his mouth. This group of idiots, they really do care about the head but not the tail. Commanding to the rest of the squad, the left and right flanks stay in their original positions, the rear team becomes the front team, let's fall back. With Luo Hao's order, the front line instantly fell on Li Feng, who had been protecting Yin Shi, but Li Feng, who was holding a gun, hesitated. Li Feng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Luo Hao, who noticed that the team didn't move, yelled towards Li Feng. Hearing Luo Hao's urging, Li Feng squeezed the handle of his gun to a crunch, gritted his teeth, and said to Yin Shi, who was following him, go. Looking at the drug dealer who was getting closer and closer to him, Li Feng violently raised the AK-47 rifle in his hand, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, the young girl's pale, innocent, lifeless cheeks appeared in front of his eyes once again, and that nightmare that had haunted him for many years appeared again. No! Li Feng suddenly felt the rifle in his hand transform into a colorful viper, and in a panic, he threw the weapon in his hand on the ground in a panic, and also stomped on it with his foot, muttering, "Don't come over." Chapter 69, Quick Draw. Li Feng's sudden loss of control had taken everyone, including Yin Shi, by surprise, as it happened so suddenly that it was too late to take any effective countermeasures, thus giving the drug traffickers a chance to take advantage of the situation. A drug dealer wearing a black hood and holding an FNC automatic rifle, seeing an opportunity, used the butt of his gun to directly lift the emotionally out of control Li Feng to the ground, grabbed Yin Shi's hand and pulled it in front of him, drew his pistol against her temple, and yelled, "Don't move at all, or else I'll kill her." The drug dealer's threatening voice was like a thunderbolt exploding in Luo Hao and the others' ears, shocking them into unconsciously lowering the muzzles in their hands and stopping their resistance. The drug dealers surrounding them took the opportunity to swarm up and surrounded the 5 people. "Put down your weapons. Or else don't blame me for being rude," the drug dealer threatened viciously. As he spoke, his heart pounded. He would never have thought that such a big piece of pie would suddenly hit his head. "Don't be impulsive, let's just put down our weapons." Jobo was the first to take off the automatic rifle hanging on his body and slowly put it on the ground, while at the same time, he turned to Situ Kong and Su Sudong who were still hesitating, and commanded, "Put down all your weapons." Situ Kong and Su Sudong looked at each other and helplessly took off their own weapons and put them on the ground. The 5 people surrounded had all been disarmed except Luo Hao. "Luo Hao, what are you doing? Put the gun down." Jobo looked at the motionless Luo Hao and urged somewhat anxiously. Luo Hao ignored Jobo's urging and turned toward the drug dealer who was controlling Yin Shi. "The person the 8-faced Buddha wants is me, release her and I'll go with you." "You're Luo Hao." The drug dealer glanced at Luo Hao and said, "The boss did name us to take you back, but he didn't say to spare the others." The drug dealer sniffed his nose vigorously, his eyes exposed to the air flashed with a hint of lechery. "I don't want to miss out on such a superb woman, you killed so many of us, you should give some interest first, right? Then let's start with this woman first, as for the rest of those people, I will let them completely sleep in this jungle for a long time." As soon as the drug dealer's words fell, there was a chorus of lewd responses from all around. Luo Hao's face was a bit ugly and said in a threatening tone, "Don't go too far. I'm sorry, the word is now with me not you, everything is up to me." The drug dealer snorted coldly and ordered, "Now I'm telling you to put the gun down. So it looks like we have nothing to talk about." Luo Hao not only didn't put the gun down, but instead raised the muzzle an inch. "Don't you want her life anymore?" The drug dealer shouted out angrily. "I want her life, I want my brother's life too, since they trusted me as their captain, I can't fail them." Luo Hao slowly raised his gun up. "It's still the same thing, release the people and I'll go with you." "Impossible." The drug dealer smashed the handle of the pistol in his hand hard on Yin Shi's forehead, then poked the muzzle of the pistol on her temple and yelled, "I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't put the robbery down, I'll let you watch this woman perish with your own eyes. 1, 2. Looking at the blinding bright red at the corner of Yin Shi's forehead, Luo Hao only felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, gritting his teeth or choosing to compromise with the drug dealer for the time being, taking off the gun belt hanging on his neck and slowly putting the gun on the ground. "You will pay the price for what you just did, for what you did. Now you're not qualified to talk to me about the price, come on." The drug dealer arrogantly laughed. Before they set off, the 8-faced Buddha repeatedly emphasized Luo Hao's power to them, but now it seemed that he was also an ordinary person who would be threatened, and wasn't as scary as he had imagined, provided of course that the previous scene of Luo Hao leading those people to frantically resist was completely thrown out of their minds. Luo Hao stood up and raised his own hands to the drug dealer, signaling that he was disarmed before saying to the dealer, "I've already put my gun down, now you can rest assured. And your knife and pistol, throw them all away too." The drug dealer ordered at Luo Hao. Are you sure you want me to take out the knife and pistol and throw them away? Waste no words. If I tell you to drop it, you drop it. The drug dealer poked the pistol at Yunshi's temple once again. After reaching out and signaling the other party not to be impulsive, Luohao slowly pulled out the dragon tooth saber fixed diagonally on the tactical undershirt with his left hand, while his right hand touched towards the pistol in the quick-draw holster on the outside of his thigh. When he touched the saber, his eyes glanced at the sun above his head, and his feet moved 2 steps to the left without any trace. Luohao slowly pulled the saber out of its sheath, straightened his arm in front of his body, smiled wryly at the drug dealer, turned his hand gently and then released it, and the dragon tooth saber spun and crashed towards the ground under the effect of gravity. During the descent, the direct sunlight shone on the surface of the shiny saber, and the angle of refraction formed by the deflected saber reflected this ray of sunlight to the drug dealer who stood behind Yunshi with a gun. The blinding glare shone, and the drug dealer subconsciously used his hand to cover it. Luohao seized the moment the muzzle of the gun left Yunshi's temple, and kicked the hilt of the saber when it was about to touch the ground, and the saber, which was originally falling downwards, immediately changed its direction and shot straight towards the drug dealer. When the drug dealer let go of the hand in front of his eyes, the only thing that came into his eyes was a saber with a cold light. The saber directly pierced through his wrist, and the pistol that was originally held in his hand also fell to the ground. After the saber stabbed the drug dealer's wrist and knocked his pistol to the ground, relieving Yunshi of the crisis, his right hand, which had been in front of the quick-draw holster since he drew the saber a moment ago, swung downward and backward in a circular arc, skimming over the holster position. While his fingers ripped the USP tactical pistol out of its holster, he quickly gripped the pistol into his palm, drew the pistol out of its holster and pointed it at the drug dealer who was covering his arm, calmly pulling the trigger. Bang! A deep bullet hole was added to the drug dealer's brow. This gunshot was not the end of the battle, but the beginning of Luohao's counterattack. Bang 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 bang! A series of gunshots, golden bullet casings jumped, spun, and tumbled merrily in the air. 15 bullets, 15 drug dealers fell to the ground. As for the remaining one drug dealer, he was subdued by the combined efforts of the two people, Situ Kong and Su Sudong, who were afterward aware of the situation. Jobo picked up the local M4A1 automatic rifle and rehung it on himself, looking at Luohao, whose muzzle was still billowing blue smoke, and asked with some surprise, "Did you just use a quick draw?" Circular quick draw can overcome the delay caused by the traditional quick draw. This is a mandatory shooting course for the Dragon Hidden Troop. The requirement is that the team member's first hit rate is at 97% to be considered as a pass. Luohao pulled the trigger to reset the receding holster and walked towards Yunshi, who was crouching on the ground. "So what's your first hit?" Behind him, Chopper trailed off. "Me?" Luohao's footsteps lurched. 100%. 100%. Chapter 70, The Jade Fox Above. Although there has been a long time ago, I guess, but really when Luohao personally admitted this answer, Jobo's heart still can't suppress the shock. There was no lack of masters with guns in the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, and their first hit rate when using a pistol could be kept at 90% even if it was a good result. 100% of the first hit rate. Jobai looked up at the sky, full of bitterness. Just this one, he may not want to catch up in his life. This is the so-called gap? The tooth, which had followed Yunshi since the beginning of the battle, was currently lying on her shoulder, lightly licking the blood that flowed down from the corner of Yunshi's forehead with its little pink tongue, and its mouth let out a low growl that seemed to be expressing the anger in its heart. "I'm fine, little one." Yunshi rubbed Tooth's little head and said softly, "Ow." Tooth let out a low howl and rubbed his head against Yunshi's face, continuing to use his tongue to lick the blood that continued to seep out from the wound at the corner of his forehead. "Leave the rest to me, little one." Luohao carried Tooth onto his shoulder and helped Yunshi to sit on a tree trunk aside. Looking at the gash on the corner of her forehead smashed by the gun handle, he said with both anger and heartache, "Damned bastards, you hit her pretty hard. But you have also killed him and avenged me, haven't you?" Yunshi said with a light smile. "I can't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts." Luohao cleaned Yunshi's wound with a cotton ball dipped in alcohol, and the slight sting from the alcohol seeping into the wound at the corner of her forehead made Yunshi couldn't help but suck in cold air. "I'm sorry, just now I didn't listen to that guy and put my weapon down in time, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to do it," Luohao said with an apology. Yunshi shook her head at him, put her hand over his mouth and said, "As a commander of one, you shouldn't only care about my safety alone, you're responsible for the entire squad, so you're doing the right thing." While Luohao was busy treating Yunshi's wounds, Tooth suddenly leaped off Luohao's shoulder and walked to the drug dealer with a dragon tooth saber stuck in his wrist, wide-eyed and long out of breath, stomped on his head with his forepaws, and opened his mouth about to bite towards his neck. "Tooth, don't!" Yunshi, who saw Tooth's move, exclaimed in shock and shook her head at the little guy. The little guy twisted his head to look at Yunshi, then at the drug dealer's corpse under his feet, and after letting out a low growl, he put away his fangs that were exposed to the air, bit down on the hilt of the dragon tooth saber, and pulled the saber out of the drug dealer's wrist, walking to Luohao with the saber in his mouth. Luohao took the saber out of Tooth's mouth, glared at it and threatened, "Eat wild fruits tonight." "Ow." Tooth lay on the ground, covering his head with his two front paws in a pleading manner. For Tooth, although the wild fruit is sweet and sour and very novel, but no matter how novel it is, it can't be compared to the delicious roasted rabbit. Yunshi held Tooth onto her lap, pinched one of its ears, and warned, "I'll spare you this time, there'll be a next time I'll make you look good." Hearing Yunshi's words, Tooth, who was still downcast, his eyes suddenly lit up again, his head rubbing against her chest. "Little pervert." Luo Hao blared fiercely at the teeth in Yunshi's arms. "Eat wild fruits at night." Ow. Tooth moved his head away from Yunshi's chest as if he was electrocuted. Yunshi flexed her fingers and lightly snapped at Luo Hao's forehead, saying in a good-natured and amused manner, "Such a big man, still jealous of the little one." While Luo Hao was helping Yunshi treat her wounds, Zhou Bo walked over to Li Yifeng, who was crouching on the ground, and grabbed him up from the ground, staring at him with a stern look in his eyes as he questioned, "During the breakout, how did you promise me? This is the performance of honoring your promise? Do you know what would have happened to us or even Yunshi today if not for Luo Hao? Did you think about us brothers when you threw your gun away?" Zhou Bo stared at the silent Li Yifeng and yelled, "Speak the up." Zhou Bo's questioning full of anger attracted everyone's attention. Su Sudong wanted to go forward to persuade him, but the other side of the hand right away said fiercely, "This matter has nothing to do with you, don't blindly participate in it. I just wanted to persuade the two of them, is that even wrong?" Su Sudong asked as he looked at Situ Kong beside him. "That's right, it's just that you chose the wrong time." Situ Kong pointed in the direction of Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng and said, "Don't you see that Zhou Bo is like a powder keg right now, blowing up whoever gets close, and you're still foolishly moving up? Just wait, things will be made clear. I'm also curious as to what exactly happened to Li Yifeng." Knowing Zhou Bo for so long, this is the first time Yunshi has seen him get so angry. Holding his teeth and walking over to Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng, he looked at Li Yifeng and asked softly, "Tell me, what exactly happened to you? Why did you lose control of your emotions so much?" Of all the people present, other than Zhou Bo who knew what happened from the beginning, Yunshi who was closest to Li Yifeng was the most aware of what had happened. However, what Li Yifeng answered her was still silence. "What are you asking him for? He's a complete coward." Zhou Bo said angrily. "Yes, I am a coward." Li Yifeng, who had never spoken, suddenly said, a rueful smile crossing his face, "I'm timid and afraid. I don't dare to shoot. I'm afraid and hesitant when I encounter the enemy. I'm a coward. I don't deserve to be your teammate. I don't deserve to be a special forces member. I don't even deserve to wear this uniform on my body." Li Yifeng said that he was going to take off his camouflage uniform. "You asshole." Zhou Bai will punch on Li Yifeng's face, after a punch lifted him to the ground, gasping for air and pulled him up from the ground again, looking at Li Yifeng's colorless eyes, disappointedly said, "Fox, you really let me down too much. Originally I thought that after a long period of time, you would be able to step over that hurdle. In front of me, I saw that you were willing to pick up the gun again. You don't know how happy I was at that time, and I thought that you finally overcame yourself, but I didn't think. I also tried to overcome myself. When I was in the base, I had more than once entered the weapon storehouse at night and tried to pick up the weapons again, but..." Li Yifeng raised his own hands and said in a trembling voice, "But whenever I picked up the weapon, I saw that my hands were covered in blood, and I couldn't wipe them clean no matter how I wiped them. I wanted to defeat myself, but I really couldn't do it." "It's not that you can't do it, you don't dare to go that far." Zhou Bo said in a cold voice, "Don't forget, you are the fox, the jade-faced fox that can make your enemies scared." "Wait, who did you say he was?" "He is the genius sniper who suddenly died out 2 years ago, the Jade Fox?" Before the others could open their mouths, Yunshi had already taken the lead and asked in surprise, pointing at Li Yifeng. "That's right, he is the genius sniper who could have had the chance, no, was sure to enter the Dragon Hidden Unit, the Jade Fox, Li Yifeng." Zhou Bai said word by word. Chapter 71, The Jade Fox Below. Genius sniper, jade-faced fox? Luo Hao thought back carefully, but didn't find anything that had any information about Li Yifeng. "You don't have to think about it, he only entered the Dragon Hidden Unit to be tested the year after you left." Yunshi saw Luo Hao's thoughts and said in her usual cool voice, "After you left the Dragon Hidden Unit, Jiang Wei took over the position of your original 2nd Tactical Action Team leader, but because of your departure, the 2nd Tactical Action Team has been in an understaffed state, so the upper echelons of the Dragon Hidden Unit wanted to find a suitable team member before the Hellfire Calendar training begins before finding a suitable team member. So the instructor group picked him?" Yunshi nodded and said, "That's right. It was sniper instructor Persian Cat who was personally in charge of his test, and other than the two of them, no one knew what they tested. After the test was completed, Persian Cat only said, 'This kid is a genius.' Originally, Persian Cat wanted to have instructor Cheng Shadow personally review the test, and if he could, he would be the one to take him in as a student, but at that time, instructor Cheng Shadow was away from the base because he had something to do, so he told him to go back and wait for the news, but since then he has lost all the news about this genius sniper." Upon hearing this, Luo Hao looked at Li Yifeng with some surprise, the man who was handsome and almost became his senior brother. Thinking of his skillful handling after taking the weapon he handed him, he frowned and said to Li Yifeng, "Undo your top." Li Yifeng ignored Luo Hao's words, still standing dumbfounded and motionless. "I told you to undo your blouse, that's an order." Luo Hao raised his voice and repeated what he had just said. Li Feng raised his eyes to look at Luo Hao's expression and slowly undid the camouflage uniform on his upper body. Then everyone could clearly see that at the position of Li Feng's right shoulder blade, there was an indentation full of calluses that would not cause any pain even when stabbed down with a needle. Seeing this dent, Luo Hao smiled with satisfaction and looked at Zhou Bo and asked, "What happened after that? Why would a sniper who could be called a genius by the Persian cat instructor become a logistics soldier in the cooking class?" The day after we were tested by the Dragon Hidden Unit, we were given a mission. Zhenghai City, downstairs of a business company, was surrounded by many vehicles with special license plates, among which there were red, blue and white police cars, as well as all black SWAT explosion-proof cars. Where are the special forces? Why haven't the special forces arrived yet? Wearing a black riot head and goggles, Wang Anghua, the special police captain, said in a rough voice towards Cheng Weiming, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, "If they don't arrive again, I'll bring my men up. A kidnapper, I don't believe he can still turn against the sky." "Don't be impulsive, we've already contacted them just now, the special forces are already on their way and will arrive soon. With the security of their snipers, the operation is more likely to succeed." Cheng Weiming patiently persuaded his SWAT team leader. "They have snipers, I also have snipers, and my snipers are no worse than theirs. I don't think there's a need to wait, let's directly have our SWAT team on." Wang Anghua copied the Type 03 assault rifle that was behind his back and greeted the people and prepared to enter the building. "Lao Wan, you." Cheng Weiming was about to say something else when an ambulance entered the scene guided by the peripheral police officers. Cheng Weiming's face was instantly happy, "They're here." The door of the ambulance opened, and 6 soldiers wearing masks and ACU camouflage came down from inside. The first one, an officer wearing a beret with the rank of major with 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder, saluted at Cheng Weiming. "I'm the leader of the assault team, Gao Weigua." "Captain Gao, we were waiting for you to come," Cheng Weiming said back. "What's the situation at the scene?" Gao Weigua asked as he looked at the business building with his binoculars. "The suspect's name is Yao Shang. He was originally an employee of this company. After he was fired for stealing, he had a grudge and broke into the building, seriously injuring 2 and kidnapping one of the employees, demanding a ransom of $5 million and asking us to send him out of the country. 5 minutes ago, news came from the hospital that one of the employees was pronounced dead due to his injuries." Cheng Weiming pointed to an office on the top floor of the building with the curtains drawn. "The suspect and the hostage are inside that office, and according to witnesses, the suspect is in possession of explosives." "I need the floor plan." Gao Weigua turned to Li Feng, who was holding the 88 sniper in his arms and wearing a hood, and said, "Fox, find a suitable sniper position on your own. I'll allow you the option to shoot the kidnapper down. He's already crazy, we can't let him continue and cause more damage." "Yes." Li Feng saluted Gao Weigua and Cheng Weiming and turned around to leave the crowd, looking for a suitable sniping position. Located on the roof of a high-rise residential building across the road from where the business building is located, Li Feng opened the bracket on the front end of the sniper rifle and propped it up on the cement guardrail at the edge of the rooftop, pressing his headset and said, "Fox in place." "Fox, do you have any certainty there that you can directly hit the kidnappers?" Gao Weigua's inquiry came from Li Feng's headset. "The curtains leave a gap. I can observe the kidnapper and the hostage in the room. In order to hit the kidnapper, I have to lure him to the window in order to do so." Li Feng replied truthfully. "Understood, I'll find a way to lure the kidnappers to the window." Gao Weigua let go of his headset and asked towards Cheng Weiming, "Bureau Chang, I need information on the kidnapper, his family, his social connections, everything about the kidnapper, I need it." Cheng Weiming handed over a pile of long-prepared information in his hand to Gao Weigua. "Yao Shang has a girlfriend, who is also an employee of this company. Yao Shang loves her very much. Originally the two have planned to get married, and then Yao Shang had an accident, and the marriage of the two was not settled. Get that woman here, the sooner the better." Gao Weigua placed the information in his hand on the hood of a police car. 10 minutes later, a fashionably dressed white female was brought to Gao Weigua. Gao Weigua looked at her and asked, "Are you Yao Shang's girlfriend?" "Who is that thief's girlfriend? We've already broken up." The female white-collar denied with a disdainful face. Gao Weigua stretched his hand holding the high-pitched electric trumpet in front of the white female and said in a commanding tone, "Now you shout to Yao Shang and tell him to walk to the window to create an opportunity for us to act later." I don't want to will any more words with that person." The white-collar woman nonchalantly refused Gao Weigua's request. "I'm not consulting you, I'm ordering you." The iron-blooded aura emanating from Gao Weigua's body scared the female white-collar woman to the point of shivering, and trembling, she took the electric loudspeaker in his hand and began to shout to Yao Shang upstairs. Hearing the voice of his once-girlfriend, Yao Shang emotionally pulls open the curtains and walks over to the window. When Yao Shang's head was exposed in Li Feng's sniper scope, Li Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, did not hesitate to pull the trigger of the weapon in his hand. Chapter 72. The pawn crosses the river above. "The gun went off, but you missed?" Luo Hao asked as he looked at Li Feng, who had a grim facial expression. "Yeah, I missed." Li Yifeng pounded his head in incomparable pain. I don't know why this happened, I really don't know. I was clearly aiming at the kidnapper's head, but when I pulled the trigger, that young girl suddenly struggled. She used her head to hit the kidnapper's chin, and with my own eyes I thus watched the bullet shoot into the center of that girl's eyebrow. She just graduated from college, still at the age of a flower, and died in my hands just like this. Li Yifeng trembled as he stretched out his hands. I don't know how I walked off the rooftop. I only remember the sad and angry eyes of the girl's parents when I walked out of the building, as well as the despicable stares of those police officers and SWAT officers. From that moment on, I decided that I would not pick up the weapon that brought me guilt. Then what happened afterward? Yin, she looked at Li Yifeng with a bit more softness and sympathy in her eyes. According to the rules of the special forces, a special operator who accidentally kills a hostage cannot continue to serve. Zhou answered for Li Yifeng. Fox, who was originally supposed to be forcibly discharged from the army, eventually stayed in the army at the insistence of the captain, but the captain lost his future over this and went to work as a custodian in a logistic warehouse. The captain has always believed that Fox will one day overcome himself and come out from the shadows. It's me who's bad, it's me who's useless, it's me who's letting the captain down. I really tried hard to get over myself, but I really couldn't. Li Yifeng's tone of voice unconsciously brought on a crying tone as he spoke. Because you can't defeat yourself, so you force yourself to forget the past, to forget that you were once a sniper? Luo Hao looked at Li Yifeng, who was crouching on the ground with his head buried, and asked. Li Yifeng nodded speechlessly. Luo Hao pulled him up from the ground, pointing at the dent on his shoulder, and said, You tried hard to make yourself forget the past, and it looks like you did it, succeeding in deceiving yourself and even the people around you, but you can't deceive your body. Your muscles still keep the memory of you being a sniper for you. Tell me, how did you feel when you took the gun from me? It was familiar and scary, familiar like a part of my body that had been missing for a long time. But when I wanted to pull the trigger and try to reintegrate it into my body, it turned into a colorful poisonous snake that bared its fangs at me, and I was so scared that I didn't dare to get close to it. Li Yifeng answered truthfully. My master, the main instructor of the Dragon Hidden Unit, Cheng Ying, once told me that a qualified sniper has to treat the gun as a part of his body and integrate the gun with himself. Know why I master sniper tactics but can't become a sniper? Luo Hao looked at Li Yifeng and asked. Because I can't think of a gun as a part of my body like you do in my eyes. A gun is a weapon, a tool used to destroy an enemy. You're afraid of it because it has done wrong before, and people make mistakes themselves, let alone a part of their body. When you make a mistake you have to correct it, and the only one who can do that is you. None of us can help you. Luo Hao picked up the AK-47 rifle that Li Yifeng had thrown on the ground and carefully inspected it, realizing that the weapon was loaded and the safety was in the open state, but the number of bullets was still in the full magazine state. Shoving the weapon into Li Yifeng's hands, he pulled him to the drug dealer who was tied to the ground with his backhand by Situ Kong and said, There has always been a saying in Chinese chess that a pawn that crosses a river is used as a rook, and if you can't take that step, you can only ever be a pawn. Now it's time for the pawn to try to cross the river. Li Yifeng trembled as he raised the automatic rifle in his book and aimed it at the forehead of the drug dealer. As his finger pulled the trigger, he felt the weapon in his hand once again transform into a colorful viper that wrapped itself around his hand, but this time, he forced himself to resist the urge to throw the gun away, and after taking a deep breath, his finger that was pulling on the trigger slowly began to increase in strength. But when his eyes met the eyes of the drug dealer, he saw in the other's eyes unwillingness, anger, and resentment, as if the figure of the young girl from back then had been reunited with the drug dealer in front of him. No! Don't come over, I didn't mean it. In the end, Li Yifeng still didn't pull the trigger of the weapon in his hand and threw it to the ground in a panic, his entire body retreating back and forth. Ha ha! What genius sniper, I bah! He's just a coward, ha ha! The drug dealer kneeling on the ground laughed arrogantly. Watching Li Yifeng ultimately choose to abandon the weapon in his hand, Zhou and Luo Hao, who had grown up accepting that the gun was the second life of a soldier, could not help but flash a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Even Su Sudong, who was standing by the side, skimmed his own head with some contempt. Although Li Yifeng chose to back down once again when facing his own heart demon, Luo Hao wasn't ready to give up just like that. Picking the gun up from the ground, he sent it to Li Yifeng and said in a commanding tone, Take it. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yifeng still took the AK-47 in Luo Hao's hand, and he still couldn't stop his hand from trembling a little. Luo Hao walked to that drug dealer, pinched his chin and asked, Do you especially hate me now? Especially want to kill me? I don't just want to kill you, you killed so many of my brothers, I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The drug dealer stared at Luo Hao and said with incomparable resentment. Okay, I'll give you that. Under the crowd's astonished gazes, Luo Hao drew out his own USP tactical pistol and put it in front of the drug dealer and inserted the dragon tooth saber by his back-bound hands, saying, In a moment, I'll be standing next to that tree, you'll break free from the bindings by yourself, and then pick up this pistol and pull the trigger on me, so that you'll be able to avenge those brothers of yours who died. Luo Hao disarmed all the equipment on his body in front of everyone, walked to Li Yifeng and said, If you don't want to watch him kill me, stop him with the weapon in your hand. Remember, you don't have much time to think about it. After saying that, he also commanded Zhou and the others, If I'm unfortunate enough to be killed by this brat, you guys just let him go, that's what I deserve. Luo Hao, don't. Yunshi's eyes were dense with tears, shaking her head repeatedly at him. Luo Hao. Haozi, don't be impulsive. The surrounding people came forward to dissuade them, but Luo Hao stubbornly shook his head at them. Ow! The tooth in Yunshi's arms also let out a low whine to Luo Hao, discouraging him. Don't worry, little one, I'll be fine. After touching Tooth's little head, Luo Hao stood by the big tree that was only 50 meters away from the drug dealer and Li Feng. Chapter 73. The pawn crosses the river below. Luo Hao, who was standing by the big tree, looked at the drug dealer who had already been hit by the Dragon Fang's saber and started to break free from the ropes of his hands, and then looked at Li Feng, who was still standing in the same place, holding a gun in his hand still a bit trembling, and said aloud, Li Feng, do you want to enter the Dragon Hidden Army? Do you want to become a strong man? Do you want to prove to that Captain Gao, who can give a great future for you, that his original choice was not wrong? If you want to, then treat you like a pawn who was going to cross the river, bravely raise the gun in your hand and blow that bastard's head off. On the road of the strong, I am willing to be a pawn, and though advancing is difficult, who has ever seen me take half a step back? After a few sharp, deep breaths, Li Feng raised the gun up, his cheek pressed against the wooden stock, restraining the fear of the weapon in his heart. His finger just gently rested on the trigger, but he never dared to pull the trigger down. Feeling that the ropes binding his hands were showing signs of loosening, the drug dealer accelerated the speed of his own hands, grinding and cutting on the saber, not caring even if he was accidentally cut open by the blade. As long as he killed Luo Hao, he would be able to get a rich reward from the side of the eight-faced Buddha. There was fire in his eyes as he looked at the USP pistol on the ground, and he seemed to have seen bills with a pair of wings fluttering in front of his eyes, and beautiful women in sexy clothes running towards him. Fox, do you want to watch the second person die because of you? Zhou Bo couldn't help but shout anxiously from the side, but Li Yifeng always stood still with his gun raised without any movement. Snap! With a small snapping sound, the rope binding his wrists was finally cut by him. The drug dealer shook off the broken rope on his hand, grabbed the pistol on the ground with his blood-soaked hand, and quickly raised it. A hideous smile hung on the corner of the drug dealer's mouth as he pulled the trigger of his pistol. Luo Hao, go to hell. The people standing around couldn't help but close their eyes because they couldn't bear to see Luo Hao's blood splattered on the spot. Bang! The gun went off, but what went off was not the USP tactical pistol in the drug dealer's hand, but the AK-47 automatic rifle in Li Feng's hand. Shooting at close range, the powerful kinetic energy of the 7.62mm rifle bullet directly lifted off the drug dealer's canopy, and the red and white mixture, just like tofu brain, splattered out and smeared everywhere. Li Feng held his gun in place, the muzzle of the AK-47 in his hand smoldering with wisps of smoke, and by his feet, a golden bullet casing was still spinning. Who? Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, raising his hands in amazement. Had he really done it? Although there is some disbelief, but the barrel of the gun that is still warm and the sound of the gun that is still echoing in his ears are telling him that this is the truth. Congratulations, pawn, you've crossed the river. Luo Hao walked over to Li Feng and reached out his hand to him, who was still sitting on the ground, and pulled him up from the ground. I did it, I really did it. Luo Hao bent down to pick up the bullet shell that fell by Li Feng's feet, sent it under his nose, and asked, tell me, what do you smell? The smell of gunpowder. Li Feng replied. Luo Hao put the bullet shell into his hand and said with a smile, remember this flavor, remember this bullet shell, it witnessed the moment you crossed the river. Li Feng clenched his own fists and nodded heavily, then carefully stowed the bullet shell of special significance into his personal pocket. Luo Hao, are you alright? Yinshi rushed to Luo Hao, and only after seeing that he didn't have any injuries on his body, she heaved a sigh of relief. The little wolf's teeth also rubbed next to his pants leg. Luo Hao spoiled it by picking it up and putting it on his shoulder, stroking its little head. Little guy, I really didn't hurt you for nothing. Ow. Tooth skimmed its head and let out a low howl, seemingly voicing its dissatisfaction with Luo Hao's statement, but soon it licked Luo Hao's cheek intimately with its own tongue, making Luo Hao laugh. How dare you laugh? Do you know how worried I am about you? Yunshi glared at Luo Hao fiercely, complaining with strong dissatisfaction. How can you do such a dangerous thing? If Li Feng didn't shoot in time, if that drug dealer really killed you, if, said Yunshi, unconsciously bringing on a crying voice, yelling at Luo Hao, you if you die, let us people do? Looking at Yunshi who was sobbing uncontrollably, Luo Hao's heart moved, and ignoring the surrounding people's eyes and her struggle, he directly hugged the beautiful person in front of him into his own embrace, with his chin resting on her glossy forehead, and said, silly girl, where are the ifs and wheres? I've long since told you that I'll be fine, and do you see that I'm the kind of person that does things without using his brain? Because of the result of considering that Li Yifeng won't even shoot at the last minute, so I have long been prepared. Luo Hao let go of Yunshi, picked up the USP tactical pistol in the eyes of everyone who didn't understand, and then, in the midst of their panicked and dissuasive voices, turned the muzzle of the gun to his own temple and pulled the trigger. Click! There was a sound of a firing pin striking empty in the chamber. No bullets inside the gun? Zhou Bo asked, looking at Luo Hao. Of course. Luo Hao unloaded the long-emptied magazine in his pistol, and after replacing it with a spare one, he said, I won't put all the soup dumplings in one bowl, I can risk my own life, but I'll never joke about my brother's life. Luo Hao inserted the pistol back into the holster, looked at Li Yifeng with a serious expression, and said, "If you didn't pull the trigger until the very end, even if we get out of this jungle, I won't recommend you into the Dragon Hidden Unit, which doesn't need a team member who can't even protect his own brother well. But fortunately, you passed the test. Fox, congratulations." Zhou hugged Li Yifeng and patted his back with force, tears glistening in his eyes. "You won. That jade fox who can make the enemy scared is back. If the captain knows, he will be proud of you. I've decided, I must enter the Dragon Hidden Force. Let those who look down on me and the captain take a good look. The title Jade Fox isn't called for nothing." Li Yifeng said with an incomparably firm expression. "Su Weicheng, Lu Sun, Wang Yang, Li Xian, what these guys have done and said to me and the captain, I'm a penny clear all in a hurry." "Good point. I think the Persian cat instructor will be very happy when he sees you now." Luo Hao took that M40A3 sniper rifle, handed it to Li Yifeng and said, "It's yours now." Li Yifeng took the sniper rifle, his hands tenderly flicked over the body of the rifle as if caressing his lover. "I've been eyeing this high-precision sniper rifle for a long time, and now I can feel the real thing." Chapter 70 for the hidden sniper above. Looking at the tactical action team that had already taken shape in front of him, Luo Hao grinned straight. Thinking of the moment when he just formed the team, that kid Wu Yun came over to dig his own corner, saying something about his team being the strongest team. If he still dared to say such a sentence to himself now, Luo Hao guaranteed that he would slap him to death directly. A team that only knew how to trip and play dirty tricks was destined to go not far. "What can make you so happy?" Yun Shi asked, looking at Luo Hao with a smile on her back. "If such a tactical action team is introduced into the Dragon Hidden Unit, do you think the instructors will be happy?" Luo Hao asked, looking at the few people who were cleaning up the battlefield. "If it's brought back by you, the leader of the group, personally, the instructors will definitely be more pleased." Yun Shi said with a serious expression. "Keep an eye on the tooth, don't let it run around, I'll go see what goodies they've found." After Luo Hao handed the tooth, which was lying on his shoulder and doing nothing, into Yun Shi's hands, he walked towards Su Sudong and the others. "Since you can help Li Yifeng out of the shadow in his heart, why can't you take that step yourself?" Looking at Luo Hao's back, Yun Shi shook her head somewhat helplessly. "Looks like all of them have found the right guys for them," Luo Hao said as he looked at the modified M16 rifle that Su Sudong was carrying behind his back. "That is a must-ah. This group of drug dealers are really rich, the equipment is not generally good, all foreign goods, the rifling is also basically 80% new." Su Sudong touched the weapon in his hand, the corners of his mouth were grinning to his earlobes. "Nonsense, do you think that Eight-Faced Buddha's reputation as the biggest drug lord in Southeast Asia is for nothing? These guys equipped under him are totally comparable to special forces." Luo Hao took the M16 rifle Su Sudong carried behind his back and checked it. This is a modified M16A4 automatic rifle, not only has a holographic scope installed on the body of the gun, but also has a front grip installed on the front. The M16A4 uses a 3-shot point fire instead of full automatic continuous fire, which is more convenient for newbies like Su Sudong, who are just getting in touch with this guy, to control the recoil generated by the shooting. "Howsy, here's something good for you." Su Sudong mysteriously pulled Luo Hao to one side, returned the USP pistol that Luo Hao had given him before, and put his hand into his pocket to pull out a handful of things into Luo Hao's hand. Looking at the golden 9mm Barabellum pistol bullet in his hand, Luo Hao said with some surprise, "Where did you get so many pistol bullets?" He searched all over those drug dealers, whether they were already loaded into the pistols or in the magazines, he dug them out. "If it wasn't for my quick hands and feet, these two treasures of mine would also be gone," Li Yifeng said as he patted the two P228 pistols that were pinned in the quick-draw holsters on both sides of his thighs. Luo Hao surveyed the equipment Li Yifeng got from the corpses of those drug dealers and praised, "Indeed, he is an expert, with a good vision." Li Yifeng's main weapon is still the M40A3 sniper rifle. The secondary weapon is a choice of optical scope to replace the traditional mechanical sights. Magazines are made of high-strength transparent composite material made of G36K short assault rifle. G36K installed as a folding skeletonized buttstock, so that the weight of the entire weapon is greatly reduced, only 3.3 kilograms, easy to carry. In addition to these two firepower weapons, he also has 4 American-made M57 fragmentation grenades on his belt, which can effectively suppress enemy fire in close combat. In the past, I saw in magazines that foreign special forces were all equipped like this, and it made my eyes glaze over. Now that it's not easy to have the opportunity, of course I have to fulfill it. After crossing the hurdle that had been lying in his heart for more than 2 years, Li Yifeng's whole person had become much more cheerful. If you like weapons, try to enter the Dragon Hidden Force, and no matter what kind of weapons, as long as you report the name, you can take them out, and there are enough bullets. Luo Hao patted Li Yifeng's shoulder and said, "Then let's make a deal, we must survive, and then enter the Dragon Hidden Army together. At that time, with this senior of yours to cover us, the days will be comfortable just thinking about it," Li Yifeng said with a smile. Luo Hao sniffed and looked at the sincere expression on Li Yifeng's face, then nodded. Shouldn't he himself try to cross the river like him? "Ha? Where did you get this?" When Li Yifeng was about to turn around and leave, Luo Hao caught a glimpse of the Alaskan whaling fork survival knife that he hung on the other side of his belt, with a total length of 84 centimeters and a blade length of 17.1 centimeters, made of 1095 high carbon steel, with the surface of the blade done with a matte finish. Looking at Luo Hao taking away the treasure that he had snatched from Jobo with great difficulty, Li Yifeng was like a child who was robbed of his beloved toy, and instantly became anxious. Luo Hao, I'm telling you, you can take everything else except this knife, or else the brothers won't be able to do anything. Luo Hao took the knife in his hand and tried the feel of it, then returned it to Li Yifeng, patting his own dragon tooth saber and said, "It's a good knife, but mine is better than yours. If you want, I'll trade you 10 Alaskan whaling forks for your dragon's tooth saber. Key, will you? You recognize this knife? Don't forget that I'm also someone who has been in the Dragon Hidden Unit." Li Yifeng was about to insert his knife back into the sheath when he suddenly felt a flash of light used at the corner of his eyes. He quickly copied the sniper rifle behind his back and observed the surrounding jungle through the sniper scope. "What's wrong?" Seeing Li Yifeng's sudden action, Luo Hao asked with some confusion. "I seem to have just seen the reflection of the sniper scope in the sunlight," Li Yifeng said with his eyes close to the sniper scope. Hearing his words, Luo Hao was also immediately alerted. A sniper who was good at camouflage could fool most people, but it was hard to fool the intuition of an excellent sniper. Li Yifeng was an excellent sniper, Luo Hao had no doubt about that, so he believed Li Yifeng's words. Turning to Su Sudong, who was hiding at the side, he said, "Dongzi, give me your gun." Luo Hao took the M16 rifle handed over by Su Sudong and observed the surroundings with the full system scope mounted on the gun. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he put down the gun in his hand and asked towards Li Yifeng, "Did you see it wrong?" Li Yifeng again moved towards the place where there seemed to be light flickering before, observing for a while before slowly putting down the sniper rifle in his hand and said with some uncertainty, "Maybe. But that light is like the reflection of a sniper scope in the sunlight. Maybe it's because you haven't held a gun for a long time, your nerves are too tense, relax." Luo Hao patted Li Yifeng's shoulder and returned the weapon in his hand to Su Sudong. Although Li Yifeng still has doubts in his heart, but the flickering of the light is only a short moment, before he can see it completely disappears, and in the end, he can only attribute it to his own overly nervousness and misreading. Chapter 75, Hidden Sniper Below. Less than 200 meters away from Luo Hao and others in a highland grass, two Hydra snipers wearing ghillie suits with camouflage paint on their faces were lurking in it, and in front of each of them there was an AWM sniper rifle, with a long silencer on the muzzle and a camouflage cloth wrapped around the body of the rifle to be used as a camouflage. The sniper on the right side covered the front end of the sniper scope on the sniper rifle of the team member beside him with his hand, and the two people lay on their backs in the half-human high grass and did not move at all until Li Yifeng and Luo Hao lifted the guard below and turned their backs, and only then did the two snipers heave a sigh of relief. The sniper on the right side gently closed the lid of the sniper scope that was covering his hand, and gently reprimanded his teammate beside him, "Toad, are you an idiot? Have you forgotten what the military division warned us before we left? Do you want them to give us both a fire coverage and completely go up in smoke? I really didn't realize they were so vigilant." Toad smiled sarcastically and replied. Originally, when he looked at the few below him with their backs turned to him, he wanted to take a sharp shot to make them all accounted for, but he didn't realize that he had just opened the sniper scope and was discovered. "Jackal, go back and you mustn't tell Armsmaster," Toad said curtly. "I will definitely truthfully tell the warlord the truth, I almost spoiled it because of your haste." Jackal looked at Toad and asked, "Well, is it all recorded?" Toad tapped the DSLR camera he kept at his side. "Don't worry, it's clearly recorded." "Then we withdraw," Jackal said decisively. "If they don't feel comfortable to do a carpet search, we'll be all finished. As you can see, that Luo Hao's marksmanship is weird, and that sniper isn't simple, these people are not easy to deal with." Toad nodded, storing the camera into his backpack, collecting the bracket on the front end of the sniper rifle, and following Jackal as he slowly exited the sniper position, his eyes constantly aware of the movements in front of him. The scene just now had really made him break out in a cold sweat. Luo Hao didn't have any special requirements for weapons, so he didn't pick his preferred weapon like Su Sudong and the others, because in his hands, no matter if it was an automatic rifle, submachine gun, sniper rifle, or a pistol, all of them were able to utilize the weapon's maximum power. So he just repressurized the depleted magazines with bullets, replenished a few grenades, and then wandered around trying to find a few magazines that could match the pistol he had on him. His luck was very good. He found a USP pistol and 2 spare magazines each on the corpses of the 2 drug dealers. Checked the chambers of the 2 pistols. Because of the lack of maintenance, the chambers were already showing signs of rust, and the rifling was worn out more than his original 2. So Luo Hao directly unloaded the magazines in the pistols and then dismantled the guns, scattering them and throwing them into the jungle. Besides the 2 pistols, he also found 2 infrared light laser pointers that could be mounted in the grooves on the front end of the USP pistols in the pants pockets of these 2 drug dealers, and such a windfall made Luo Hao very happy. Luo Hao took 6 pairs of laryngeal vibration air conduit headsets from the drug dealers' corpses and handed them over to Yun Shi. "Can you find a way to create an independent communication channel on it? It can be done, but it will take a bit of time." Yunshi nodded and took out the computer and a small package of transistors in a Ziploc bag from his backpack and began to start modifying it for the 6 pairs of communication devices. When Luo Hao gathered the other team members and was about to make a simple deployment for the operation behind, he noticed Li Yifeng's eyes flickering from time to time toward the place where he had just seen the sniper scope flashing, and asked, "Are you still uneasy?" Li Yifeng nodded. "I confirm that I should not have misread just now." He pointed to the patch of grass on higher ground and said, "If a sniper wanted to control the entire field, that would be the ideal position to attack from, and if it were me, I'd make that my preferred sniping position as well. In that case, let's go up and take a look. After all, seeing is believing." Luo Hao clapped his hands and stood up from the ground, and after asking Jobo and the others to stay in place and keep a lookout, the two of them, he and Li Yifeng, headed to the heights to check it out. Soon Li Yifeng realized that the grass and leaves on the ground had been pressed again, and there was also a mark left by the sniper rifle's front support on the ground at the forefront of the high ground. Sure enough, the flash he saw was not an illusion. There was indeed a sniper lurking here just now. Snipers did lurk here, and 2 of them at that. Judging from the traces left at the scene, they hadn't been gone for long. Luo Hao picked up a broken blade of grass and said, looking at the fresh creases on it, "Judging from the traces at the scene, they haven't been lurking here for a short period of time. If they suddenly sneak attacked when we were exchanging fire with the drug dealers, at least half of our side would die under their guns," Li Yifeng said with some fear. Maybe the mission they received wasn't sniping but surveillance, and someone wanted to figure out our exact strength. Luo Hao cupped his chin and said slowly, "Such a cautious approach is in line with someone I know." "Who?" "An old friend who used to be in the Dragon Hidden Unit." Inside Eight-Faced Buddha's small building, Li Ran sat on the bullet box, poured a small half-cup of red wine for the goblet in his hand, held it in his hand and gently shook it, waving out the unique flavor of red wine with the temperature of his palm, put it under his nose and smelled it, sipped gently, and said, "Eight-Faced Buddha is Eight-Faced Buddha, and he can still get such a good red wine in this kind of environment." Barang looked at Li Ran with a smirk and grunted coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I'll poison the wine?" Li Ran put the wineglass down and pointed at the wineglass on the table that still had a little red wine remaining at the bottom of the glass and said, "I drank the same bottle of wine with you. If I was poisoned you would also die, and you didn't know beforehand that it was me who was the one who had the meeting with you, so you wouldn't be so unpredictable as to put poison in the wine. Furthermore, although you, Eight-Faced Buddha, have a reputation for being ruthless, you are not so bad as to use such underhanded means as poisoning to kill people." Slap. The Eight-Faced Buddha on the side couldn't help but applaud and said loudly, "Ghost talent Li Ran truly lives up to his name. I think our cooperation this time will be very pleasant." Barang took the bottle and poured himself a glass of wine and raised it toward Li Ran. Li Ran took his wine glass and lightly touched it with Barang. "That's natural." At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Toad and Jackal in ghillie suits walked into the room. Toad took out the DSLR camera from his backpack and handed it to Li Ran. "The stuff is all in there." Li Ran nodded and took out the memory card from the camera and inserted it into the laptop on the table, checking the photos as he asked, "You guys weren't caught, were you?" Chapter 76 Weaknesses. "I don't think so." Jackal opened his mouth and replied cautiously. "Should?" Li Ran's hand, which was operating the laptop, stopped, turned his head to look at Jackal and Toad, who were standing in front of him, and asked in a cold voice, "Which one of you two can tell me what is meant by should not?" Under Li Ran's forced questioning, the Jackal had to tell the truth about the situation, as it was. "Nonsense." Li Ran slammed the table fiercely, stood up and walked to Toad, loudly reprimanding, "Are you filled within your head? I told you guys before we left that your mission was to scout and not snipe. Are you trying to follow in the footsteps of the vultures and the others?" Under Li Ran's direct gaze, Toad found himself in a fit of weakness, not daring to meet his eyes at all, only to keep apologizing and admitting his mistake. Luckily Jackal reacted fast, otherwise you would have been a corpse by now. So don't underestimate Luo Hao. Although he's not a sniper, he has received the best sniper and counter-sniper training in this world. This guy is a pervert. Li Ran sat back at the table and continued to look at the photos on the computer. "Warlord, it wasn't Luo Hao who first discovered Toad and I." Jackal suddenly spoke up. "Not him?" Li Ran snapped, turning his head to look at Jackal with some confusion. Jackal pointed at the computer screen, carrying a sniper rifle, Li Yifeng, and said, "He was the first one to notice the clues, and almost the moment Toad opened the mirror, he made a discovery." Li Ran stared at Li Yifeng's picture on the computer for a while, but after not finding any information about him, he waved at Wang Mo who was standing by the side. "Firefox, have you seen this person?" Wang Mo also stared at the photo for a while, before turning over the information about Li Yifeng, which wasn't much in number, from the corners of his memory. "His name is Li Yifeng, he is a sniper of the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade, codenamed Fox. Because of his handsome looks, he is also known as Jade Fox, and after Luo Hao left, he once went to the Dragon Hidden Unit to undergo a test, wanting him to replenish the vacant position in the 2nd Tactical Action Team." "Is he that strong?" Li Ran asked, filled with doubt. Wang Mo nodded and continued, "At that time, it was the Persian cat who personally helped him with the test, who knows exactly what he did, and gave him a very high evaluation afterward. Originally, Persian Cat intended to let him worship under Chang'ing, but then something happened to him, and not only did he fail to worship Chang'ing as his master, he was almost forced to retire. What is it? Accidentally killing a hostage during an operation. Wang Mo said word for word. But I don't know what happened afterward. He wasn't dismissed from the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, but left the combat unit to go to the cooking class. It is said that after that incident, Li Yifeng was completely wasted. It doesn't make sense that he would pick up a gun again. Wang Mo scratched his head with a puzzled face. Luo Hao, it was Luo Hao who helped him get back on his feet. Li Ran said with incomparable certainty, you and I both know him, he does have that ability to a sniper who has completely given up on himself to get back on his feet. Back then, Qi Fan, Chen Yingtian, and Zhou Li almost all received his help to overcome their weaknesses. The military division is absolutely right, it's because of Luo Hao that he regained his confidence as a sniper. Toad, who had been silent since being reprimanded by Li Ran, suddenly opened his mouth at this time, and recounted what happened at that time word for word. I really doubt if that Luo Hao was high on drugs, a pistol dried up a dozen people, all of them killed cleanly with one shot. Li Ran listened to Toad's narration, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop, and when he heard that Luo Hao used a pistol to shoot down the drug dealers who surrounded him, his fingers that were originally tapping on the desktop suddenly stopped, and he raised his hand to indicate to Toad, you said that Luo Hao used a pistol to shoot down the drug dealers who surrounded him, instead of the AK-47 he's holding in his hand in the photo? Toad nodded affirmatively and said, at that time, a member of their squad was taken hostage and blackmailed. Luo Hao put down the AK-47 in his hand. He put down the weapon in his hand? Li Ran and Wang Mo both said in unison as if they had heard something most unbelievable and couldn't help but raise their voices. Li Ran, the always calm and collected military advisor, even stood up from the edge of the table in shock. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Wang Mo once again confirmed the situation to Toad. My eyes aren't blurry, how could I be wrong? Toad picked out a photo from the computer, pointed at the AK-47 Luo Hao put at his feet, and said, look, even if my eyes might be wrong, the camera won't be wrong. And the Jackal saw the situation at that time, he can also prove it. Jackal nodded. Luo Hao wasn't willing to compromise at first, and it wasn't until the end that he was forced to put his gun down. Wang Mo rubbed his eyes to stare at the photo on the computer again, and rubbed his eyes again after looking at it for a while, until he almost rubbed his eyes into rabbit eyes, and the AK-47 in the photo that was placed on the ground did not return to Luo Hao's hands, and only then did he believe that Luo Hao had disarmed himself. There were actually people in this world who could make Luo Hao, who would rather die than submit, voluntarily put down the weapons in his hands. Wang Mo looked at Li Ran beside him with strong surprise, but he only saw the same incomprehension as himself in Li Ran's eyes. Li Ran carefully looked at the photos in the computer. Because of the problem of the shooting angle at that time, the drug dealer who took the hostage happened to block the lens of Toad's camera, so he could not even see who the hostage who was taken was. Did you get a picture of that hostage taker? Li Ran asked towards Toad. Got it, I took pictures of all 6 people in their squad. Toad said while flipping through the photos in the computer, not to mention anything else, just by the looks of that woman, she is definitely a first-class beauty. No wonder even someone like Luo Hao would put down his weapon for her. Toad from zoomed in on a photo, pointed to Yunxi on the photo, and said, the hostage taken at that time was her. It's her? The 2 people, Li Ran and Wang Mo, once again exclaimed out with surprised faces. Li Ran sat back on his chair with his fingers habitually tapping on the desktop, muttering, I really didn't expect that the hostage would actually be her. Wang Mo looked at Li Ran, who was in a state of thought, and asked hesitantly, Demon pupil, you don't think you want to make a move on her, do you? Li Ran nodded. Are you crazy? Wang Mo exclaimed in shock, do you know how powerful the forces behind her are? I know. Don't forget, from the day we broke away from the Dragon Hidden Unit, we have already stood on the opposite side of the country, so I will definitely make a move on her, and with her in hand, even if we encounter any danger, we will have the leverage to save our lives. Li Ran said in a deep voice, not only that, she is also the only weak point that I know about Luo Hao. Chapter 77, Dragon Hidden Group B. I've retuned these 6 pairs of headphones to set the encryption band. Yunxi handed 6 pairs of communication headsets with completed settings in his hand to Luo Hao and said, as long as we use the encrypted waveband I set for communication, the other side can't listen to our communication content. On the contrary, if we choose the communication band they are using, we can listen to their conversation content and understand their action movements. Good stuff. Luo Hao excitedly took the communicator handed over by Yunxi, fixed the microphone at the position of his throat, stuffed the earphone into his own ear, randomly chose a channel, and indeed heard the tumultuous calls of those underlings of the 8-faced Buddha from inside. Hydra should have its own independent communication band, so there is no way to hear the news about Hydra in here. Luo Hao now somewhat regretted that he didn't bring the communication equipment on the Vulture and Fire Ants at first. Luo Hao distributed the remaining 5 laryngeal vibration air conduit headsets to everyone, and said with a serious expression, what is the current situation? I believe that everyone is already very clear about it. Not only do we have to face the Hydra with elite strength, but we also have to deal with drug traffickers who are armed to the teeth. And it's obvious that the forces of Hydra and Eight-Faced Buddha have reached an agreement and joined together. With 20 kilometers to go before the end of the map, we've already encountered such a fierce battle, so we can imagine that the situation will only get more and more treacherous as we go further in. As captain, I regret putting everyone in this situation. It's not your fault, it's all Wu Yun, Su Weicheng, and Wang Yang's 3 trips. Zhou Bo said indignantly. Damn it, if I make it out alive, let's see if I don't skin that bastard Wu Yun. Su Sudong couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth as well. But becoming like this now may not be all bad, especially for someone. Yin, she said with a smile as she looked at Li Yifeng, who was sitting across from her. That's right, if I hadn't met Luo Hao, I might still be giving up on myself, and might not really pick up my beloved sniper rifle again, but instead peel potatoes for the rest of my life in the kitchen of the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade. Li Yifeng stretched out his hand towards Luo Hao and said, Luo Hao, thank you. Luo Hao stretched out his hand and shook Li Yifeng's, smiling, I should, instead, I got a talented sniper, in the end, I earned it. Since our team establishment has taken shape and we are all heading for the Dragon Hidden Unit, we can no longer call each other by their first names in the later operations, but rather use operation codes in accordance with the rules of the Special Forces. Luo Hao looked at a few of his teammates and said, Yunqi and I are still extending our previous codenames, Mad Dragon and Princess. After all, the codename Berserk Dragon is my mark. Berserk Dragon does suit you well, as you are indeed quite berserk. Zhou Bo joked, in that case, Li Yifeng and I will also still use our codenames from when we were in the Snow Wolf Special Combat Brigade, Owl and Fox. What about you two? Luo Hao looked at Su Sudong and Situ Kong and asked. I'll call Totoro, I like this cute little guy. Situ Kong said after thinking about it. Luo Hao nodded in recognition, then looked at Su Sudong waiting for his answer. But he had been waiting for almost 10 minutes without seeing him open his mouth to speak, and his whole person was sitting motionless on the tree trunk as if he was an old monk in meditation. I said, are you asleep? Do you need to be so torn up thinking of names? Situ Kong said as he pinched Su Sudong's nose. What do you know? Su Sudong slapped off Situ Kong's hand, glanced at him and said, since I'm thinking of a codename, I must think of one that is wildly cool and dazzling, so that it is worthy of my identity as Su De Xiao, and this codename is going to be brought into the Dragon Hidden Force in the future, so I must be careful. You're really thinking far ahead. Situ Kong couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. It's still a question of whether or not we can talk our way out of here, and you're already thinking about entering the Dragon Hidden Unit. I call this optimism, what do you know, Su Sudong couldn't help but to mix it up with Situ Kong again. Alright, I'll stop arguing. Luo Hao couldn't help but interrupt the two people's argument with a voice, looking at Su Sudong and asking, my Su Dazhou, have you thought of any wildly chasing, dazzling, cool and hanging codenames yet? Hush, be quiet, it's almost time. The 5 people waited for roughly another 5 minutes before Su Sudong, who was sitting on the trunk of a tree, slammed his hands together and shouted excitedly, got it. Called it Devouring Bee. 5 people stared blankly at each other, looking at each other's facial expressions. I do not know who first issued a flight laughter. A group of people immediately fell over laughing. Situ empty is even more exaggerated on the ground rolling straight. Even the teeth have been lying on the ground cannot help but use 2 front paws to cover their eyes. Looking at everyone's reactions, Su Sudong instantly became anxious and said sharply, what kind of reactions are you all having? Devouring Bee, choosing people to devour, killing invisibly, what a cool codename, no class. So that's what bee eating means. I thought it was stone bees, bees flying out of rocks, joyful, can't do it, can't breathe from laughing. Not giving Su Sudong the slightest bit of face, Situ Kong still covered his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. Alright, I'll stop. Looking at Su Sudong's furious face, Luo Hao, as the captain, had to speak up, forcing a smile and saying, since it's the result of Dongzi's meditations, let's all respect his idea, and Devouring Bee will be Devouring Bee. As soon as Luo Hao gave the word, everyone immediately stopped making a scene. Even Situ Kong, who was originally still laughing, said he'd put it away and stuck out his thumb at Su Sudong, who was sitting beside him, choosing people to devour, killing people invisibly. Good name, it's really wildly chasing, dazzling, cool, and hanging out. That's for sure. I'd be the first to sting you silly chinchilla to death if the situation didn't allow it. Under Luo Hao's coordination, everyone also accepted Su Sudong's codename, except for the tooth lying on the side that let out a low howl and arrogantly turned its head away, expressing disdain for it. Perhaps in its heart, it still held a grudge that Su Sudong recognized himself as a Samoyed. Each special operations detachment will be subdivided into sniper, command, assault, fire support, and demolition groups depending on the duties of each member. However, we haven't gone through any systematic training yet, so I don't know what your main duties will be in the future, so I'll just divide the team into 3 groups for now. Luo Hao pointed at Li Yifeng and Situ Kong, Fox, Totoro Sniper Group. Devouring Bee, Owl Fire Support Group, Princess, and I belong to the same command group, and I'm the one who doubles as the assault group. Is it all clear? Clear. Everyone is going for the Dragon Hidden Force, and if you are indeed fortunate enough to enter it, then this team will be Dragon Hidden Group B, so we'll name our squad after Dragon Hidden Group B for the time being. Luohao stretched out a fist and said, "The current situation doesn't allow us to fail, so we can only fight with our backs to the water. Backwater, fight or die. Backwater fights for supremacy or die." 6 fists clashed together. Chapter 78, Merchant of Death. Li ran, Wang Mo followed Toad and Jackal back to the place where Luohao used a pistol to launch a reverse counterattack, accompanied by a few Hydra team members. In addition to Barong, the largest drug lord in Southeast Asia, also came along. In his words, he wanted to see if the kid who blinded his own eyes back then was still so powerful. Just stepped on this battlefield, a strong to pungent smell of blood on the face, even Hydra such as hanging his head on the waistband of his pants, only recognize the money and not people. All day long in the rain of bullets, and the mercenary cannot help but frown. Scorched black traces left behind by grenade explosions and bullet shells scattered around could be seen everywhere on the ground, and the black jungle combat boots were not as hard as expected when stepped on the ground, but a wet and soft feeling. Of course, this wetness and softness was by no means due to the fact that it had just rained in the sky, but it was the result of a long time of being soaked in human blood. Vom! Suddenly there was a vomiting sound in the crowd. One of the men who followed Barong as his bodyguard, because he really couldn't stand the stimulation from the sight, smell, and even the touch on the feet, covered his mouth and ran to the side to vomit. Useless waste. Glancing at his men who were holding onto the tree trunks and vomiting, Barong cursed with a disgruntled cold snort. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied, as well as angry, with this kind of henchman behavior of making unbearable vomit in front of outsiders, especially in front of Li Ran and Wang Mo, his 2 former enemies, who had severely cut down his own face. Li Ran walked to that encirclement surrounded by 15 corpses, looked at the bullet holes located between the eyebrows of the dozen or so drug dealers, and glanced at the ground preservation is still intact bullet shell scattered location. Li Ran stooped down to pick up a bullet shell placed under the nose and smelled, threw it to the side of the Wang Mo, and asked, "See what? Circular quick draw, mandatory for the dragon hidden troops. 1 pistol, circular quick draw, 15 bullets, all hit in the center of the eyebrow, 100% hit rate. If it's you, how far can you go?" Li Ran asked. 90%. Wang Mo pursed his lips and gave a conservative answer. So, Mad Dragon is Mad Dragon. Even after leaving the Dragon Hidden Unit for 3 years, he can still play with a gun so well. Cheng Ying's disciple really lives up to his name. Li Ran couldn't help but sigh. Li Ran left Wang Mo, who was simulating Luohao's situation against the enemy at that time, alone with a pistol, and wandered around casually, trying to find some messages about other members of Luohao's team, knowing oneself and the enemy, in order to be unscathed in 100 battles. Li Ran walked to Barang's side, looked at the section of spring held in his hand that was supposed to have been removed from an AK automatic rifle, and asked, "Since when has Boss Barang been interested in armaments other than white noodle as well?" I'm not going to be interested in this iron lump that smells like motor oil. If I want to make money, it's still my white flour that comes fast. Playing with arms these days, unless you can sell nuclear submarine and nuclear missile level arms like that crazy man Bugle, it's hopeless." Barang casually threw away the AK automatic rifle spring in his hand and said with a grimace, "I really admire that guy Bugle, occupying the first place of Interpol's most wanted red list for almost 20 years, just didn't move his ass. The one who sells nuclear missiles is not the same. You know who the biggest arms dealer in the world is? America." Li Ran looked at Barang and said, "The reason why Bugle can hang high on the Interpol's wanted red list for 20 years and still be safe and sound is entirely because the Americans are behind it, and he has something in his hands that the Americans can only dream of." Li Ran and Barang's mouth of the crazy Bugier dare to sell nuclear weapons. Full name Bugier? Vengert, no matter what is flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the sea, as long as you can afford the money, he can get it for you, so in the arms world also known as the Merchant of Death. As for Bugle? Vengert Y can hang high Interpol wanted red list for 20 years still peacefully, as Li Ran said, is the United States behind the back of the Dark Force. The US itself is a superpower that started by making war money. It is the world's largest arms dealer, and every year it makes enough weapons to blow up the earth 2 or 3 times and more. And what else do you need as an arms dealer besides enough goods on hand? Sales network. Without a sales network, what's the use of just having the goods in hand? Although every year there will be countries to the United States to buy arms, but those orders cannot meet the United States of America this big appetite, so it is aimed at the world's other urgent need for arms forces, which naturally includes some mercenary corps, as well as to their competitors to create some trouble to the terrorist forces. Americans do not care whether you are evil or righteous, as long as you can buy his arms as God. In World War II, he sold airplanes to the Allies and tanks to Hitler, and if the Japanese hadn't had the brainwave to bomb Pearl Harbor, the Americans would have been safe and sound until the end of the World War, and he would have made his war fortune. Bugier? Vengert's arms business belongs to the family industry. Several generations of accumulated relationships to the hands of Bugier has been a very large and perfect sales network. Even if he is now detained in a NATO military base in prison, he can still remote control of arms sales. The vast majority of the Hydra arms are purchased from Bugiel. Such a marvelous arms sales network was exactly what the Americans desperately needed, so the Americans would never click off Bugier without fully grasping the sales network in Wingate's hands, and who would dare to touch a single finger of him without the Americans' nod? Since you're not interested in the arms business, you were just looking at a spring that fell out of a gun, you don't know which one. I'm just thinking, Luo, how this kid is really underhanded. In addition to the ones he can take away, the ones he can't take away are all dismantled by him, dismantled even if it's not, but also separated still. Barong said through gritted teeth. That's the style of the dragon hidden troopers. Since I can't use it myself to destroy the enemy, I won't leave it for the enemy to use against themselves or their own brothers. Li Ran glanced at the stinking Barong and said, could it be that Boss Bosworth is still heartbroken over these guns, these bullets? Bull, I have nothing else but more guns, more men, more bullets, and more white flour. Barong slammed his chest and said with a pretense of not caring, consider these guns as a meet and greet gift from me to him. Listening to Barang's bravado, Li Ran smiled slightly but did not break him down. His eyes continued to search the surrounding ground like a pair of radar detectors. When he saw the throat-shocking air conduit earphone hanging in the ear of a drug dealer, his face changed, and he hurriedly called Barong to his side and asked with a serious expression, Boss Barong, are all of your men equipped with this kind of communication headsets? Chapter 79 The Three Ghosts of Dragon Hidden. Hearing Li Ran's question, Barong hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and admitted in a very meaty manner, in order to make sure that this shipment goes smoothly, I have equipped a pair of these for each of my men, and it cost me a good amount of money to purchase these things. As a businessman, Barong had the essence of a businessman, shrewdness. He would never spend a penny more on what he could reduce, so just now, when he looked at those weapons that Luo Hao had dismantled, his atmosphere was just a superficial effort to show Li Ran. Then please get someone to confirm that the communication devices on these people are all still there. Although he wasn't very clear on what exactly Li Ran wanted to do, Barong still followed his request and got someone to confirm it. A few minutes later, Barang's men came back to tell him that of the 35 communication devices, only 29 were currently left. Sure enough. Li Ran pursed her lips and said, Luo Hao took away our communication equipment as a way to listen in on our operational movements. This kid is smart enough. Barang said with some annoyance, old me spent so much money only to give someone else the boot. Barong was no cutie pie. Although the fire rubbed up at first when he heard that Luo Hao had taken his own things to listen to his movements, but then he thought, since he could use his own things to listen to himself, why couldn't he use the same method to look for Luo Hao? If you want to use the same method to find Luo Hao, I still advise to give up the idea. Before Barong even opened his mouth, Li Ran had already guessed what was in his mind and said, he has experts around him who can block your listening. That woman? Right. Li Ran nodded, and said, she's from the Dragon Hidden Army Special Task Force, an expert in the hacking world, and a super genius with an IQ of over 160. With her by Luo Hao's side, Luo Hao has a way to block your eavesdropping. Grass, what kind of people are around that Luo Hao kid? Barong couldn't help but burst out, glaring dryly towards Li Ran, so we're just going to watch him screw? Turning to the man known as the Ghostwriter was the only thing Baron could do, and it was the only thing he could do. Since he wants to listen, then let him listen. Under Barang's almost dumbfounded gaze, Li Ran continued, since he wants to use the radio to listen in on our movements, why can't we use the same method to lure them out? How exhausting would it be to find 6 people out in the middle of a vast expanse of ocean? Using Li Yifeng and Situ Kong's sniper team as outposts, they were scouting the situation in the front. The sniper team contacted with the team behind them every 5 minutes via radio, while Luo Hao listened to the other side's movements every 15 minutes via the other side's communication channel. The 8-faced Buddha has sent another group of people to scatter into the jungle to search for us. The number of people is unknown. Luo Hao pulled out the earphones plugged into his own ears and told the surrounding crowd the news he had just listened in on, and marked the location of the search team on a map he had found from the corpse of the previous drug dealer. Jobo looked at the places circled with a pen on the map and said, according to the markings on it, there is already a squad looking for us right in front of us, I just don't know what the exact number is. Yunshi frowned tightly and said softly, although 8-faced Buddha is a drug lord, he is also a businessman in the end, and I'm surprised that according to Barang's cautious character, why would he send additional manpower after so many people have died? Yunshi looked at the silent Luo Hao and asked, what are you thinking about? That military master that the vultures talk about? Luo Hao nodded, there were only a few people in total who defected out of Group B back then, but I don't think there would be anyone else besides him who could be called a military advisor. Who? Demon Pupil Li Ran. Demon Pupil Li Ran? Who is he? Jobo, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. A former member of the Dragon Hidden Force, one of the enemies we're facing this time. Back then, he was called one of the 3 ghosts of Dragon Hidden by the instructors of the Dragon Hidden Unit, Ghost Talent. Yunshi explained. And who are the remaining 2? Yunshi smiled faintly and pointed at Luo Hao beside himself, saying, Mad Dragon Luo Hao and Phantom Ghost Jiangwei. Yunshi looked at Luo Hao with interest and asked, Luo Hao, in fact, I have always had a question in my mind, who was the most powerful in terms of strength among the 3 Dragon Hidden Ghosts back then? When she entered the Dragon Hidden Army, Luo Hao had already left, and Jiang Wei and Li Ran had gone out for the 2-year Hellfire training, so she had always heard people talk about the name of the 3 ghosts of the Dragon Hidden Army, but she didn't know who was the most powerful of the 3, and now it was hard to get Luo Hao's confirmation, which Yunshi naturally wanted to miss. Now it's hard to get Luo Hao's confirmation. Junshi is naturally not willing to miss it. The three of us specialize in different areas. Jiang Wei is good at attacking, Li Ran is good at scheming. Everyone specializes in different areas, so we can't say who is definitely better than who. Luo Hao said truthfully. Jiang Wei is good at attacking, Li Ran is good at scheming. Then what are you good at? Also is one of the three ghosts of Dragon hidden. Yunshi blinked her pretty eyes and brought the spirit of breaking the pot to its fullest. Attacking is not as good as Jiang Wei, scheming is not as good as Li Ran. If I didn't leave the Dragon Hidden Army, I might still have a 5-point chance of winning when I meet Jiang Wei. But now, Luo Hao laughed self-deprecatingly and said, maybe I'm now the most useless one among the three ghosts. Yunshi looked at Luo Hao, her eyes lingering, staring at Luo Hao all the time looking at Luo Hao's heart hairy, unconsciously touching her cheeks. My face is not flowery. Even if you have a good feeling about me, you don't need to stare at me like this. So many people are so embarrassing. Yunshi slapped a slap on her own forehead. Her heart immediately surged with a sense of powerlessness. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. How can this person be so shameless? But she still forced herself to resist the urge to slap the bastard in front of her and said with a straight face, can you not feel so good about yourself? I'm looking at you because I feel that there's something in you that neither Jiang Wei nor Li Ran have, something that isn't directly related to force and strategy. Oh? Luo Hao put away his own playful smile, wearing a hint of doubt to look at Yunshi. What is it? Aura. A commander's aura. Yunshi said with incomparable seriousness and certainty, although you seem arrogant on the outside, you have a convincing aura. The closer you get to you, the easier it is to be infected by you, making people unconsciously surround you. Although Jiang Wei and Li Ran also have people following them, but those who follow them are more forced by force or the temptation of profit, and because of your aura and willingly surrounded by you there is a world of difference. Yunshi paused and continued, if Jiang Wei is a born warrior and Li Ran is a born schemer, but you, Luo Hao, are a born general. In my opinion, you're the strongest among that dragon hidden three ghosts. Chapter 80. Listening to Yunshi's almost polemical remarks, Su Sudong, who was sitting on the side, suddenly opened his mouth towards Yunshi. Goddess Yun, do you know why I stood firmly by Hao Zi's side in the first place as soon as I entered the school and supported him? Yunshi shook her head in disbelief. At that time, many people scoffed at this almost impulsive approach of Su Sudong, and even at one time looked at Su Sudong with the same eyes. However, the later facts ruthlessly threw those who reported cold-eyed spectators, or even mocking attitudes a loud and clear slap in the face. Because the moment I stepped through the gates of Donghai University, I felt a mysterious attraction drawing me in. When I saw Hao Zi, I instantly felt that there was a force guiding me in the underworld, making me feel relaxed and refreshed, so I stood firmly by Hao Zi's side and showed solidarity with him in practical actions. Su Sudong said and even made a pilgrimage. This weird action made Yunshi cover her mouth and snicker one by one, but Luo Hao, who was watching, was twitching at the corners of his mouth, and had the impulse of wanting to slap this bastard to death. Does he think he is that Li Disien who publicizes Circle Gong? And the body is soothed and refreshed, why doesn't he say he's a super scion? The head can open the sky, the feet can crack the ground. Luo Hao interrupted Su Sudong's pilgrimage and said to Su Sudong in a serious tone, every special warrior is an elite that the country spends a lot of manpower and financial resources to cultivate, so the special forces aren't destined to be put on the battlefield in large quantities like the conventional forces, and use of men tactics to crush the enemy. Therefore, special forces and conventional combat troops are not only different in the nature of the mission, even the formation and combat alignment maintained during combat have great care. Later on, the two of us, Al and I, will demonstrate the most commonly used in special operations, and also a shooting skill that must be mastered as a commando combat sports rapid fire. At Luo Hao's gesture, Zhou Bo stood up in place with his weapon in hand, assuming an offensive posture. The sport combat rapid-fire technique used by Luo Hao was unique to the Dragon Hidden Army, different from what Zhou Bo had mastered, but no matter how it changed, the root of this technique was still the same, and the two could be considered to be able to work together to the extent that they could do so without any obstacles after a simple rubbing. Combat movement rapid-fire can be categorized as two-person combat movement rapid-fire, multi-person combat movement rapid-fire, or even combat movement rapid-fire for an entire squad. This includes not only weapon firing, but also combat positioning, alternating cover, changing magazines, and so on. Dongzi, pay attention to what I do when I move. Luo Hao, after rehearsing once, let Su Sudong and Zhou Bo grind on their own. Practice makes perfect, and more explanations can't compare to the realization he got in the rehearsal. Mad Dragon, Fox calling. Luo Hao's headset suddenly heard Li Yifeng's voice. Fox, what's the situation? There is an enemy, a patrol soldier, at a position 200 meters from me and 700 meters from you. Li Yifeng's clear voice came from the headset. This was the advantage of the laryngeal vibration air conduit headset. The microphone was directly located in the throat position. No matter how noisy the external environment was, it was still possible to communicate clearly. And there was no need to take a communicator and feed it half a day at the top of his voice like in a movie or television, but he still couldn't hear what the other party said clearly. Fox, stay put, we're coming over. After cutting off the connection with Li Yifeng, Luo Hao led Zhou Bo and the others to quickly advance to meet up with Li Yifeng in Situ Kong. When Su Sudong arched his back and just stepped into a patch of half-waist high grass, a hand suddenly pulled his hand and yanked him to the ground. Su Sudong subconsciously struggled to get up, and his free right hand touched towards the P228 pistol in the fast-draw holster on the outside of his thigh. Shoo! The figure that dragged Su Sudong to the ground put his index finger up to his lips and made a silencing gesture at him. "It's me." Suddenly launched an attack on Su Sudong is not someone else. It is wearing a jungle camouflage clothing, body draped in a camouflage net full of plant branches and leaves, face with black charcoal ash made a few simple camouflage Liafeng. Although the camouflage on his body is not a professional ghillie suit, but also enough to confuse those who did not go through the professional sniper tactics training of the drug traffickers, but this collection of plant branches and leaves made out of the camouflage clothing, you need to pay attention to the camouflage net on the state of the plant changes, and in time to replace the fresh branches and leaves, to maintain the effective camouflage. "Fox, what's the situation?" Luo Hao bowed his body and quickly walked to Liafeng's side, tapping his shoulder and asking. Liafeng handed Luo Hao the M40A3 sniper rifle in his hand that covered a piece of camouflage cloth on the front end of the sniper scope to stop reflections from forming, and then carefully cut a small opening on the camouflage cloth with a knife to ensure the sniper scope's field of view, and pointed to his front, located at 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, respectively, the three armed men who were dressed up exactly the same as those drug dealers before. Three drug dealers with three whole black masks on their heads, tight black short sleeves, ACU digital camouflage pants, and AK automatic rifles were swaying back and forth not far from Luo Hao's front, seemingly patrolling and searching for something, and every once in a while, contacting their accomplices who were spread out elsewhere in the surrounding area through the communication devices around them. "What to do?" Liafeng asked, looking at Luo Hao. "What do you think? Directly one shot, one solution to finish the matter." Su Sudong said and raised the M16A4 rifle in his hand, leaping forward and said, "At such a close distance, I can easily hit it too." However, Luo Hao slowly pressed down the gun he had raised in his hand and shook his head at him. "Eight-faced Buddha must have arranged manpower in this neighborhood. As long as the gun goes off from our side, it will surely draw those guys in, and if there are a few more Hydra people mixed among them, the situation won't be too good." Liafeng nodded his head in recognition. Less than 200 meters away, even if he used this sniper rifle in his hand which was operated with a manual trigger, for a sniper of Liafeng's caliber, it would be a breeze to snipe those three drug dealers. The reason why he delayed in doing so was because he was afraid of the sound of the gunshot attracting the other dealers that were hovering around. Luo Hao returned the sniper rifle in his hand back to Liafeng, then drew out the fighting saber pinned to his chest and made a neck-smoothing gesture at Liafeng and Zhou Bo. "Silent battle, silent exit." Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng both nodded in understanding, and each threw their guns behind themselves before drawing their own fighting sabers and gripping them in their hands. For special operations combat, especially for sentry touching, knives are better than guns, Luo Hao said to Su Sudong. Then he brought the two of them, Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng, and split into three directions, quietly sneaking towards the three patrolling drug dealers. Chapter 81, Cold Shots. Feeling the whistle, in special operations is very practical combat skills. Special operations players have mastered the skills of feeling the whistle, can be silent from behind the enemy launched a surprise attack, will quietly subdue or kill, to ensure the successful completion of the task. In the US Navy SEALs, the degree of mastery of whistleblowing skills is a measure of whether a member of the qualified mark. Borrowing the cover of the grass, Luo Hao, Zhou Bo, and Li Yifeng groped toward those three sentry drug dealers. Luo Hao quietly touched the back of the drug dealer who was facing him. His body slowly stood up from the grass. His right hand holding the saber was positioned at his waist. The tip of the saber was erected upward at a 45-degree angle, and his left hand covered the drug dealer's mouth that was exposed outside the mask, pulling it backward. The drug dealer who suddenly lost his balance fell backward, and with the strength of his body when he fell, the saber in Luo Hao's hand effortlessly stabbed into the other's kidney. The drug dealer, whose kidneys had been heavily damaged, immediately reacted with shock, and Luo Hao quickly pulled out the saber that had already half of it not entered the other's body, and utilized the weight of the drug dealer's body when he fell down and rotated, and added a fatal cut to the other's throat, completely cutting off the dealer's aorta and trachea. While Luo Hao killed the drug dealer, Li Yifeng and Zhou Bo also successfully solved the remaining two drug dealers. The two of them came from the same school, so they used the same touching technique, first using the hilt of the knife to slam the right carotid artery of the drug trafficker, making the other party unconscious, then using the saber to stab the drug trafficker's carotid artery. Although groping was also categorized into fatal and non-fatal, when faced with such drug dealers who lived to continue maiming others, Luo Hao, Zhou Bo, and Li Yifeng chose to completely obliterate them without hesitation. Luo Hao turned around and was just about to tell the others behind him that the danger had been cleared and they could move forward, when suddenly a chill ran down his back, as if he was being stared at by the top of a poisonous snake lurking in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to move, and Luo Hao subconsciously lunged forward. R. Just at the moment when Luo Hao's body fell, a sniper rifle bullet brushed against him at a position less than 10 centimeters away from his back heart, breaking a weed and then disappearing into the soil with a muffled sound. "There are snipers, take cover." Luo Hao pressed the microphone at his throat and said quickly and briefly, "I'll go lure him out." Li Yifeng's voice came from the headset. Li Feng, who originally used camouflage and camouflage clothing to blend perfectly with the surroundings, violently lifted the camouflage net covering his body, and the whole person leapt up from the grass. When Li Feng's body was completely exposed in the air, the sniper hidden in the dark once again pulled the trigger of the weapon in his hand. Because after Li Feng jumped out of the cover of the grass, he did not choose to stand or run in place, but the moment he leaped up, just like a diver, he plunged headlong into the grass again. So the bullet shot by the sniper was destined to end up as a basket case. The sniper, who had once again missed his target, cursed. Turning his gun around, he continued to look for Li Feng, who was hiding in the grass. And Li Feng did not let the sniper disappointed. He disappeared in the bushes but a few seconds later, and then jumped out from the other direction, after drawing a beautiful arc in the air, once again did not into the bushes. Li Feng, the whole person is like a piece of stone slice in the water, constantly jumping forward, jumping up, falling, jumping up again, and then falling. The tactical evasive action used by Li Feng was very similar to the snake tactical action used by Luo Hao when he was facing the vulture sniper, only that the action used by Li Feng had a very big limitation if he wanted to have the ideal effect, that is, there must be a half man high grass in front of him, which could cover his body, or else he might be sniped by an experienced sniper the moment his body fell and jumped for the second time. Otherwise, in the moment when his body fell and jumped for the second time, he might be killed by an experienced sniper. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire was constantly coming out from a higher lying forest on the side in front of the grass, and even because the gunman didn't have a silencer installed on his weapon, the orange-colored rifled flames could still be clearly seen. That gunman was shooting blindly because of his inner impatience, completely exposing his position. Yes, from the other party's series of performance just now, Luo Hao had completely eliminated that gunman who had cold shot himself in the beginning from the ranks of snipers. As a qualified sniper, one needs to have the cunning of a fox and the stoicism of a lone wolf, but that gunman who couldn't wait to shoot in the face of Li Feng's provocation couldn't be called a sniper at all, and was at best just a shooter with fair marksmanship. Li Ran, who was always observing the movements on Luo Hao's side with binoculars from afar, threw the binoculars in his hand to Wang Mo. That idiot is finished. The sniper beside Mad Dragon is not simple. Let Toad and Jackal get ready. Let the people who are ambushed around get ready as well, and act after that idiot dies. Understood. Wang Mo looked at Li Ran's back as he left and picked up the binoculars he threw to him to continue observing the fight between Li Feng and the gunman. Li Ran, who had his back turned to Wang Mo, whispered with a voice only he could hear from his mouth, "Mad Dragon, no matter what time of the day it is, you have always managed to surround yourself with such an amazing group of people. And that's why Jiang Wei had to get you out of the dragon hidden unit in the first place, because he knew that if he continued to let you grow, you would be his biggest and most threatening enemy, but he forgot that as long as you're a dragon, you will always have a day to take off." Suddenly the gunfire in the woods stopped. The first reaction in Li Feng's mind was that the other party was out of bullets. Since the bullets in the other party's weapon had been emptied, Li Feng would not give him any more time to replace the second magazine. His body violently stood up from the grass. The M40A3 sniper rifle that had been carried in his hand was violently raised. Seeing the sudden appearance, and with a sniper rifle pointing at his own, Li Feng is still in their hands that SVD sniper rifle to replace the magazine of the gunman pupil. A contraction, quickly threw away the hand just inserted into the spare magazine, did not have time to load the bullets of the SVD sniper rifle, reached out and grabbed on the side of that has been loaded AK automatic rifle, ready to their own in front of this several times provoked their own guys, close range of the new to take off. When the sniper raises the sniper rifle, which is like a part of his body, and locks onto the target, it means that that person's life has come to its final end. Therefore, Li Feng would not leave the gunman the chance to trigger the AK automatic rifle in his hand. Just when the gunman raised his weapon, the sniper rifle in Li Feng's hand spewed out a reddish-orange rifled flame from the muzzle. Chapter 82, Fox vs. Jackal. Looking at the armed drug dealer who launched a suicidal charge towards him, Luo Hao turned around and ran, without the slightest hesitation or procrastination. But just when he was about to rush out of the grass, Luo Hao actually stopped suddenly, smiled wryly at the pursuers behind him, who were already less than 30 meters away from him, and then threw out 2 grenades without removing the safety pins. And when the grenades were less than 10 centimeters away from the heads of those armed drug dealers, Luo Hao raised the AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand. Ta-da! Ta-da! 2 precise point-blank shots hit the 2 grenades that were still in the air in a free-fall motion. Boom! Boom! 2 American-made fragmentation grenades exploded in the air, creating 2 dazzling fireballs above the heads of the drug dealers, and the polygonal prismatic fragments splattered in all directions at a super high speed of more than 1500 meters per second. A drug dealer who was closest to the explosion point of the grenade, his face and body were full of broken pieces of the grenade. His whole body was like a blood funnel. The blood in his body was uncontrollably splashing outward, and the grass underneath his feet was also dyed a little bit of crimson because of his splashing out blood. The drug dealers who had just slowed down from the precise strikes of the rockets were instantly and completely dumbfounded by the 2 grenades that exploded in the air, and gathered in a chaotic mass. A few of the drug dealers who were just shocked to the ground by the shockwaves of the grenade explosions were sent to hell by their own companions' big feet before they had the chance to rejoice in their own resurrection from the dead. After Luo Hao took advantage of the chaos and jacked another round to those armed drug dealers, he turned his head and looked at the woods where Li Yifeng was again, and greeted Zhou Bo, retreat. Li Yifeng held the sniper rifle and hid behind the tree trunk, took off his hat and used a branch to probe out. However, this time, no matter how arrogant Li Yifeng probe looked, the other party did not shoot. Obviously this can only be considered as entry-level deception technology and cannot lure the sniper hidden in the dark to fall for it. A bit capable. Seeing that the other party did not fall for it, not only did Li Yifeng not get discouraged, instead he was vaguely excited. Bringing the hat back to his head, he stretched the branch in his hand towards the gun belt of the SVD sniper rifle that was not far away from him, and after hooking the gun belt with the fork on the branch, he slowly pulled the gun back, but when Li Yifeng had just retracted the branch halfway, the other party's sniper rifle once again opened fire, and the bullet accurately interrupted the branch in Li Yifeng's hand. Throwing away the branch that was only half left in his hand, Li Yifeng was stunned in his heart. Just now that bullet was shot from a different direction, that is to say, that hidden sniper had already changed his sniping position unknowingly when he was hiding just now. Masterful. Li Yifeng stood up straight against the tree trunk, saw the opportunity and rushed towards another tree trunk to his left, and the moment his body was exposed to the air, he rolled on the ground, and his whole body sprawled on the ground like a huge frog. Seeing Li Yifeng suddenly exposing his body, the jackal who was hiding in the dark did not have the slightest hesitation to pull the trigger of the sniper rifle in his hand. However, at the moment when Jackal's bullet was discharged, Li Yifeng, who was originally lying on the ground, kicked hard on the ground with his powerful legs, and the whole person utilized this force to leap forward for some distance, disappearing in Jackal's sniper's scope. The bullet grazed the sole of Li Yifeng's shoe and dug headfirst into the position where his body was lying down just now. Serpentine. The Dragon Hidden Army's anti-sniper tactical maneuver, snake form. This evasive maneuver was originally created by the godfather of special warfare, Zhao Guobang, and was later brought into the Lightning Commando team by Zhao Shuai. Li Yifeng had been trained as a seated participant in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Troopers, so being able to master this set of tactical maneuvers wasn't a strange thing. Being teased by Li Yifeng like this makes Jackal very upset. After cursing softly, he pulls the bolt of the weapon in his hand, withdraws the cartridge and represses the bullets into the chamber. His eyes are attached to the sniper scope and his finger presses down the second fire of the trigger. He swears that if this time, Li Yifeng is exposed to his sniper scope again, he will surely blow his head off. Li Yifeng was lying on the ground. A tree trunk in front of him that had completely died happened to block his body. Li Yifeng took off his own hat and put it backhandedly onto his backpack and deliberately exposed the backpack behind himself to the tree trunk, wanting to test the jackal's reaction once again, but the result was still the same as the first time. The jackal didn't fall for it. Cunning as a fox. Li Yifeng smashed his mouth, slowly took off his own backpack and put it on the ground, and took out from the pouch on the side of the backpack a bag of lime powder used to prevent venomous snakes from attacking at night, as well as a thin and slippery Durex condom that was claimed to be zero distance in advertisements, and which was often used by young men and women, but could be used as a water bladder in the wilderness. Today's sniper warfare has become more and more high-tech. Many snipers in the implementation of the mission not only carry a night vision scope can be sniped at night to kill the target, but also equipped with a thermal imager that can scan the heat source body. In the face of a sniper equipped with a thermal imager, the more realistic camouflage will also be blinded. So for these high-tech snipers armed to the teeth, some special means need to be used. Li Yifeng first blew up the condom as a balloon into an orb about the size of his head, put it on his backpack, and fixed it with 2 twigs on both sides. Then he pinched the lime powder mixed with clay into a ball, and drizzled water on it to make a heat generator used to deceive the other party's thermal imaging camera, if the other party really equipped that kind of thing. In order to achieve the most realistic deception effect, Li Yifeng not only put his hat on the condom, but also took off the camouflage uniform on his body and covered it on the backpack. To this point, Li Yifeng produced a double has taken on a human form. As a sniper, the most important thing is the sniper rifle in his hands, but at present Li Yifeng hands, in addition to the original that M40A3 sniper rifle, no longer have a second sniper rifle. Give up the child to catch the wolf. Li Yifeng gritted his teeth and directly stuffed the M40A3 sniper rifle that was wrapped with camouflage cloth from the sound of the gun to the barrel under the condom balloon. This method is not Li Yifeng's original creation. He is also from a piece of information seen on the method of deception of the enemy thermal imaging camera snipers, felt interesting at the time on the note down. He was once used in a military exercise, achieved good results, but the use of the first time in the actual combat, so in the end cannot deceive that cunning sniper. Li Yifeng did not have complete certainty. But he had to take a gamble, because he had no more time to continue consuming. The team that lacked a sniper was the same as losing an important fire support. Although he believed in Luo Hao's ability, however, there were still 2 laymen in the team, Su Sudong and Situ Kong, and Yunxi, a woman who needed to be protected. After doing all this, Li Yifeng drew out the P228 pistol in his thigh quick-draw holster, slowly climbed into a bush to hide it well, waiting for things to develop. Chapter 83, Extinction. War is the superposition of strength and luck. Half of the victory in war is gambling on luck. Li Yifeng's luck was good. He used this counter-sniper tactic he learned from the information in this sniper duel to gamble and win the jackal's hand equipped with an advanced thermal imager. For Hydra such a rich armed forces, to give the members of the team under the hands of the high price of the single thermal imager is also a reasonable thing. The so-called strength of the war, a large part of it is embodied in the money. The camouflage that Li Yifeng made for the condom balloon was very realistic. Together with the M40A3 sniper rifle with the exposed barrel, it was hard to defend its authenticity from a distance. The jackal in the bushes smiled grimly and took out the man-portable thermal imager from the backpack behind him and put it on his head, and at once, an orange-colored spherical patch like the size of a human head appeared in front of his eyes. High-tech, what a great thing! Jackal excitedly licked some dry lips, moved away from the thermal imager in front of his eyes, put his eyes on the eyepiece, pulled the trigger that had been pressed down to the bottom of the second fire, lowered the shoulder of the butt of the gun, and the bullet went through the processing of the silencer, and fiercely shot at Li Yifeng's head. When the bullet passed through and touched the head, the blown condom along with the fist-sized hot clay ball was instantly shattered, and even the M40A3 sniper rifle, which was used by Li Yifeng as a finishing touch, was pierced through, causing Li Yifeng, who was hiding in the dark, to be heartbroken. 10 rings. Watching the orange heat source point disappear in his thermal imager, like the way a person's head tilted to the side after being shot in the head, gave the jackal an instant sense of accomplishment that even the most cunning fox could not hide from a smart hunter. Unfortunately, he currently did not know that from the time Li Yifeng laid down this double, the roles of the hunter and the prey had completely finished swapping. Jackal, as his codename, he is a cautious and cunning person. After the disappearance of the heat source point, and the use of thermal vision device on his head to observe a period of time, and then quietly from their sniper position to appear, carrying a sniper rifle to check his results. When he picked open the camouflage covering his backpack and looked at the condom that had reverted back to its elongated shape, his heart thumped and a strong sense of uneasiness and crisis surged through him. At this time, if he didn't know he was being tricked, he would have already died in the war-torn Africa. Welcome to my work of art. A cold, emotionless voice rang in Jackal's ears, a voice that was like a thunderbolt that blew him up and froze him on the spot. Looking at the man in front of him who came out of the bushes and possessed a more handsome appearance than Li Ran, Jackal threw away the sniper rifle in his own hand and touched his hand to the self-defense pistol in the fast-draw holster on his left thigh. R. Jackal's gun was only raised halfway, his eyes had not even been attached to the goggles when the P228 self-defense pistol that Li Yifeng held in his hand went off. A golden bullet casing flew out of the throwing window, the bullet drilled into between Jackal's eyebrows, and after completely destroying his brain, it flew out of the back of his head, exploding into a cloud of blood mist at the back of his head. Ahem! The jackal's throat let out a short and strangled sound before his eyes widened and he fell backward on his back. Li Yifeng took off the man-portable thermal imager that Jackal was wearing on his head, looked at the dead Jackal, and said, although technology is good, there are times when it gets the best of people, and this kind of deception results in loss of life. Originally, Li Yifeng was still in some pain for his sniper rifle being broken, but when he saw the AWM sniper rifle that was still on the ground by the Jackal, what pain and depression all vanished in an instant. Good stuff, authentic British original ah. Li Yifeng looked at the hands of this gun body as dark green, using 10 rounds of independent magazine supply and traditional manual pistol operation, retrofitted with silencer and optical sniper scope. The effective range can reach 1,100 meters of the sniper rifle. The eyes cannot restrain the flow of joy. This Arctic Combat Series sniper rifle developed by Precision International of the United Kingdom, compared to the domestic Type 85 sniper rifle, dumping it more than 3 roads. Li Yifeng put his gun aside and went up to the jackal's body and stripped his ghillie suit off and put it on himself before running to the jackal's sniper position and thoroughly searching his backpack from end to end again. In line with the principle of making the best use of things, Li Yifeng did not leave the jackal's body in place to give the coyotes as snacks, but used an umbrella rope to tie his hands, and used a vine with good toughness to hang him on a tree branch. After tying the vine to the trunk, Li Yifeng climbed up the tree, took out a grenade, stuffed it into his hand, tied it to the safety pin with a transparent fishing line and pulled the safety pin out of the tree 3/4 of the way, tied the other end of the line to a tree branch. In order to achieve a good camouflage effect, Li Yifeng even used a layer of camouflage oil paint retrieved from the backpack of the jackal to prevent it from producing air camouflage effects. The other end was tied to the tree branch. In order to achieve a good camouflage effect, Li Yifeng even used the camouflage oil paint that he retrieved from the jackal's backpack and painted a layer on the fishing line to prevent it from reflecting in the air. Jumping down from the tree, picking up the jackal's walkie-talkie and utilizing their communication channel, Li Yifeng disappeared into the depths of the woods after sending a message to his companions that he had captured the target. Whether his companions would believe the news or not, even if they didn't, they would rush to support him out of concern for the jackal's well-being. When they saw the jackal, who was pulled down to a pair of underwear, falling on the tree, out of comradeship, they would definitely cut the vines and put him down. At that time, the safety pin of the grenade would be completely dislodged due to the fall of the corpse. At that time, no matter whether it was the Hydra or the armed forces of Baroness subordinates, the corpse mine set up by Li Yifeng would launch a fatal blow to them. Li Yifeng's carefully set up corpse grenade will launch a fatal blow to them. Li Yifeng's prediction is good. Toad received the message from Jackal, decisively aborted his own mission, regardless of Li Ran's persuasion, immediately turned back to go to the sniper position where Jackal is. All the members of the Flame Action team know that Toad and Jackal are not only partners in battle, but also bedmates, so Toad is very familiar with Jackal's voice, and can tell if it's real or not. Realized that the Jackal accident Toad, heart as anxious as burning. And when he saw his whole body only left a pair of shorts, was hanging in mid-air, has long been dead of gas, the Jackal, is even more bare eyes, drew out his own body fighting saber, a knife will be tied to the trunk of the vine, both hands to catch the Jackal's body. In the process of the Jackal's body fell, the grenade was stuffed in the Jackal's hand safety pin was pulled out smoothly, the Toad looked at the Jackal held in the heart of the grenade is snorting white smoke, there is no panic in the eyes of the eyes, there is a hint of relief. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose up, the fire of the explosion wrapped Jackal and Toad together, these two comrades who were already close, this time it was a complete fusion. Chapter 84 Yun-Shi was robbed. Li Ran, who was still calling Toad with his walkie-talkie, took off the headset he was wearing on his head after hearing that explosion and said to Wang Mo, Jackal and Toad are finished, we have no more snipers now, let the commando team speed up the tempo, and make sure to succeed in getting them before they converge with Luo Hao. Understood. Wang Mo nodded and turned to leave. Damn, are these guys high on drugs? Why are they like assholes, they can't even get rid of them when they get stuck. Zhou Bai looked back at the armed drug dealers who had been chasing him and Luo Hao since they started retreating and couldn't help complaining. You're really right about this one, they are indeed high on drugs, and they're still high on number 4 white noodle, which costs $300 a gram on the market. Even now, Luo Hao still had the mood to joke with Zhou Bo. Holy, I almost forgot, their boss is the biggest drug dealer in Southeast Asia, just a little bit leaking out of their fingers would be enough to get these rabbits high. Zhou Bo used the M203 grenade launcher hanging on his M4A1 automatic rifle to give a shot to those drug dealers behind him, instantly blowing over a piece of them. Not only in Southeast Asia, even internationally, Eight-Faced Buddha can be considered a number 1, but even so, he wouldn't be so rich and generous that he would use number 4 white noodles as white sugar. Luo Hao shot 3 consecutive point-blank shots, putting down 3 armed drug dealers, and after replacing the weapon in his hand with the last spare magazine, he asked towards Zhou Bo, how many bullets do you have left? Counting the one I have in my hand right now, there are still 2 spare magazines. Zhou Bo's face was a bit gloomy, keeping running, there's no time to replenish, if this continues, we'll be exhausted by them sooner or later. Luo Hao pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, conserve bullets, don't make unnecessary waste, let's not shoot first until they fire. Let's run separately, meet up at point C before heading to point B. We definitely can't bring these grandsons to point B. Zhou Bo nodded and scattered with Luo Hao before sprinting in another direction. Looking at the two people running separately, the armed drug dealers chasing after Luo Hao and Zhou Bo couldn't help but all stop in their tracks, and one of the drug dealers with a FAL automatic rifle in his hand uncovered the black mask he wore on his head, revealing his slightly youthful face that was at most 17 or 18 years old. This newly adult drug dealer, gasping for breath, walked up to the lead drug dealer, Lung, and asked, Lung, are we still chasing after him? Chase my ass. Just not chasing after Luo Hao and Zhou Bo, 2 people running, also led a long run up and down, 3 souls ran out of 2.5 souls, hands inserted in the waist, heavy gasping for breath after saying, those 2 brats run faster than a rabbit, I really doubt that they are not 2 legs installed turbocharged engine, which ING even ran for half an hour without a break. Damn, no more chasing, if I chase again, this life of mine will be left here in the wild mountains. Aaron waved his hand, sat on his butt on the ground and ordered, informed the brothers to rest in place. After whisking them away for such a long time, we should have bought enough time for the Hydra Commando team. If we still haven't gotten it done after this, I'll look down on them from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, Aaron spat a mouthful of thick phlegm with a greenish-yellow color on the ground due to his overflowing liver fire. The 2 of them, Situ Kong and Su Sudong, evacuated towards point B with Yun-Shi, and were not treated the same way as Luo Hao, being whisked away by armed drug dealers under Barong, so they were also quite calm. Situ Kong took out a map that was hand-drawn with a pencil, which could not be called beautiful but could only be said to be fairly clear, looked at it, pointed at an open area in front of him, and said, through this open area, we'll walk for another 20 minutes to our destination, can we still walk? No problem, don't worry. Su Sudong made an okay gesture at Situ Kong. Didn't ask you, making a fool of yourself. Situ Kong blankly glanced at him without any good humor and said towards Yun-Shi, grit your teeth and hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. Yun-Shi nodded as she rubbed her somewhat sore calves. There is open ground ahead, it may be dangerous, everyone be vigilant. After storing the map in his pocket, Situ Kong instructed the 2 people, Su Sudong and Yun-Shi. We've come all this way, we haven't even seen the shadow of a drug dealer, what danger could there be? Besides, I still have it if there is danger, this guy is not a vegetarian. Su Sudong patted the M16 rifle in his hand with a look of a lonely expert. Gee whiz, thanks to your old man being the chief of staff of the police district, you don't even know that open fields are prone to ambushes, such a common sense problem. Situ Kong couldn't help but glance at Su Sudong and said, the terrain in front of us is open and there is no cover, if they ambush a team of people for us here and take a sweep with a light machine gun, it's all 3 heads and 6 arms that will be crippled. Su Sudong opened his mouth to argue a few words, but found that he was speechless. Previously, his old man mentioned to him these marching things. He is the left ear into the right ear out, listen to forget, even if it is to play wargames. It is also a small range of close-range firefighting. The fight is who is the firepower fierce, which has so much of the road. Totoro is right, it's never wrong to be careful. Yunshi said. In a moment, I will go out first to check the situation, and you guys will come out after confirming that it is safe. Situ Kong said towards Su Sudong, I'll leave the princess's safety to you. If anything happens to her, Mad Dragon will definitely skin you. Don't worry, even if there really is a light machine gun, that bullet will definitely hit me first. Su Sudong thumped his chest. Situ Kong copied the domestic 56-1 submachine gun that was behind his back, took the lead to walk out of the woods and entered the open area in front of him, carefully checking it out and confirming that it was safe before signaling Yunshi and Su Sudong behind him that they could advance. However, the moment Su Sudong led Yunshi into the open field, several chemical grenades with green smoke were suddenly thrown out from the surrounding woods, and the irritating smoke instantly spread around the three of them and Situ Kong. The tear ducts couldn't stop flowing because of the stimulation, and as soon as they breathed in, there was another fiery pain in their throat and they kept coughing. Longcat, Devouring Bee, give all your headphones to Tooth to take away. We can't let Berserk Dragon and the others get caught in a passive situation again. Yunshi shouted to Su Sudong and Situ Kong with all her might. Su Sudong and Situ Kong decisively removed their own headsets and placed them in front of Tooth. Little guy, whether we can be saved or not depends on you. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Tooth, while the green smoke had not yet affected him, shortened his body, picked up 3 pairs of earphones and hid them deep in the grass, not moving a muscle. After they had almost lost the ability to fight, a dozen or so Hydra members wearing Attack's FG jungle camouflage uniforms and gas masks appeared out of the jungle, with weapons in their hands, walking towards Situ Kong's trio, who had already fallen to their knees on the ground. Situ Kong forced his throat and eyes to endure the irritation, crawling to retrieve his weapon dropped on the ground, but his hand just touched the gun belt, was a Hydra team member's kicked over. Just as the Hydra member was about to shoot Situ Kong, the companion next to him pulled him back and said, Master said we want them alive, take them all away, retreat. Chapter 85, Being Counted. When Luo Hao and Zhou Bo arrived at the rendezvous point, there was no third person around except the two of them. Mad Dragon, what's the situation? Where are Longcat and the others? Zhou Bo asked with some confusion. Luo Hao looked at the open field that had obviously been trampled on not long ago, his brows furrowed, and there was a hint of an unsettling premonition in his heart. When he saw a few chemical grenades on the ground that had already been used, his heart thumped. Tooth, who had been hiding in the grass, suddenly leapt out at this time, pulling Luo Hao toward the direction Yunshi and the others had disappeared by biting Luo Hao's pants leg with his mouth. Little guy, I already know, don't worry, I'll go save them. Luo Hao bent down and picked up Tooth, then picked up the empty shell of a chemical grenade and threw it to Zhou Bo, saying, Longcat and the others have been captured by the Hydra people. Taken? What happened? Zhou Bo asked with a surprised face. We've been counted. From the moment we listened to the other side's movements, we've been in the other side's trap. Luo Hao plucked the feathers and processed the internal organs of the 2 unnamed birds in his hands while looking at Zhou Bo and asked, who is the most capable fighter in our squad? Of course it's you. Zhou Bai replied. Besides me? Fox and I, the 2 of us are active special forces soldiers anyways. Besides you, the 2 of us are the best at single combat. Although Longcat has practiced martial arts since childhood, but in terms of special combat, he is still a little bit short. Zhou Bo continued to reply. Luo Hao put a cleaned bird to Tooth's mouth, eat it. Ow. Tooth let out a low howl with some difficulty as he looked at the still roasted bird in front of him. Luo Hao petted its head, I can't build a fire to make you a cooked one now, so I'll make do with what I've got, and then I'll get you something tasty when I'm out of the jungle. Ow. Tooth picked up the bird, which hadn't even been completely cleaned of blood, and walked to the side to start nibbling on it. Although Tooth liked cooked food, he was a wolf after all, and wolves were not adverse to raw meat. Only after convincing Tooth, Luo Hao continued to ask, that's good, then let me ask you again, what were we doing when the group under Barang surrounded us? Fox is entangled by the other side snipers, you and I are covering the withdrawal. Retreat. Zhou Bo's face changed violently, asked in a shocked voice, what you mean to say? That's right, from the moment we used the radio to listen in on each other's movements, we were counted on. Not only did he succeed in luring us out, he also figured out that once there was a head-on firefight, it would be me and you who would stay behind to break the back. This way not only will their ambush not be seen through by me, but it's also easier to get the job done. Mad Dragon, that he you're talking about wouldn't Beely Ran, right? Zhou Bo asked with some hesitation. Who else could it be but him? You think those junkies under Barong could have made such a calculation? Ghost genius, the name is true. Luo Hao rubbed his head, fighting with ghost talent again after 3 years made him feel incredibly tricky. Luo Hao handed the other wild bird that he had handled hurriedly to Zhou Bo, picked up a wild mushroom himself and threw it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Remember, that sniper position that the fox found? The snipers ambushed there weren't there to snipe us, but to spy for information. Not sniping us? Right. Luo Hao nodded affirmatively. If the instruction they got was to snipe, then they did it when we entered the field of view of their sniper scopes, and at that position of theirs they only need a sharp shot. I dare not say anything else, at least half of us will fall down. This also explains why those two snipers didn't open their lenses until the end when we cleared the battlefield. The answer is simple, they are here to gather intelligence, and at the end suddenly opening their lenses is mostly to grab the credit as well. Plan and move, this is what Li Ran has always done, he won't go for something he's not sure of. Luo Hao sighed softly and said, they must have recorded the footage of me saving Yunxi. With Li Ran's talent it's easy to find out the key to it, this stab is really accurate. So what do we do back there? Chopper asked. Wait. Luo Hao spat out a word indifferently, we're missing half of our personnel now, whatever we want to do, we must wait until after Fox comes back. Responsible for the capture of Yunxi, Hydra members of the Yunxi, still in a coma, carried into the Baron camp to store weapons, ammunition, and white flour. When she was carried into a cabin located next to the weapons depot, a drug trafficker stood inside the cabin, looking at the stretcher on the Sleepy Beauty, couldn't help but reach out his hand. When she was carried into a small hut next to the weapons depot, a drug dealer standing inside the hut looked at the Sleeping Beauty on the stretcher and couldn't help but reach out. But when his hand was still far from Yunxi's face, he was slapped heavily by Li Ran. What are you doing? That drug dealer roared angrily at Li Ran. Save you. Li Ran glanced at him coldly, pointing at his nose and cursing, sperm-addled idiot, as long as you dare to touch her, I can guarantee that not only you, but even your family's ancestral graves will be dug up. You. The drug dealer covered his red, swollen face with a burst of anger. Get him out of here. Li Ran instructed the two Hydra members, and then said to Wang Mo and Crow, you two stay and guard her, never let Barang's people come near this room before you catch Luo Hao, and shoot anyone who comes in. Yes. The two people, Wang Mo and Crow, replied in response. Arms Master, from the very beginning you said that the power behind this woman is terrifying, just how powerful is she? Crow asked with some confusion. Although he had agreed to stay behind to guard Yunxi, it was also out of Li Ran's orders, and in his heart he more or less still thought that Li Ran was making a bit of a fuss. In terms of single combat, 10 of her couldn't beat you. But when it comes to playing with computers, her reputation is much bigger than yours. She is the shut-in disciple of the legendary hacker Ghost, and is listed in all the major intelligence organizations in the world. She has a lot of important information in her hands, and as long as she dumps them out, there will be uncountable armed forces that will give her a hard time, even the special forces of the Americans are no exception. Li Ran made it to the chair next to the bed, looked at Yunxi who was lying on the plank bed, and asked towards Crow, Crow, have you heard of this person, Arctic Wolf? Crow nodded and couldn't help but pick a thumb up, saying, of course I've heard of it. The head of the Dragon Tooth mercenary group, Arctic Wolf, is also a well-known figure in the world of mercenaries, a ruthless character. So what do you think would happen if someone messed with him? According to Arctic Wolf's character, that must have ended in death or immortality, and there was once a rumor in the mercenary world that he had hunted down one of the Italian mafia boss's top executives for a whole year in order to avenge the deaths of his brothers. I can tell you that the matter of chasing down and killing the mafia executives is true. Li Ran stood up and walked towards the house, suddenly stopping when he reached the door. He is still doing this for a brother under him. What do you think would happen if someone touched his own sister? Crow opened his mouth and looked at Yunxi, who was still unconscious, and was dumbfounded. Chapter 86, Night Attack Above. Luo Hao looked at the 3 pairs of laryngeal vibration air conduit headsets on the ground, which had been ordered and made to be taken away and hidden by Yunxi in his teeth when Yunxi and the others were captured, and didn't say a word. Mad Dragon, behind US. Zhou Bo was about to ask Luo Hao what his plans were behind him when Luo Hao suddenly put down the headset he was holding in his hand, drew out the USB pistol in his holster, pointed at a bush in front of him on the right, and shouted, who's there? Come out. Chopper also grabbed the weapon at his side and kept a close eye on the bush where there was movement. The bushes shook for a while, then Li Feng, who was wearing a ghillie suit and holding an AWM sniper rifle in his hand, walked out from the bushes, smilingly walked over to Luo Hao's side and sat down, took a wild fruit from the ground and wiped it on his clothes and threw it into his mouth. Crazy dragon is crazy dragon, I've been so careful, but I'm still discovered by you. Bull, I've at least been trained as a professional sniper, unless your sneak level reaches expert level, you won't be able to hide it from my fiery eyes. Luo Hao threw a green bamboo knuckle to Li Feng and asked, why did you take so long to arrive? Just by your name of Jade-Faced Fox, it shouldn't be difficult to solve the other side sniper even if he is powerful, right? Li Feng drilled a hole in the green bamboo joint with his knife and poured the fresh water stored in the bamboo joint into his own mouth to quench the thirst in his mouth before saying, the thing is like this. When Li Feng rushed to Point B to meet up with Luo Hao and the others after solving the jackals, he encountered a few scattered armed drug dealers on the road. Originally Li Feng wanted to finish them off on the spot, but he realized that they seemed to be gathering at a place. Out of curiosity and caution, Li Feng still trailed those drug dealers and followed them up. In the end, he found that they entered a place similar to a camp, but because the drug dealers there were numerous and heavily guarded, Li Feng did not dare to get too close. You kids seems to have fetched a lot of good stuff, huh? Luo Hao picked up the sniper rifle that Li Yifeng put on the ground and checked the gun carefully. More than 200,000 yen of authentic British original AWM. If this is put aside in the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade, it has to be treated as a treasure. That is, you, the genius sniper, can't even touch it. That's not true, Li Yifeng wiped his mouth and said. Not to mention, the people of Hydra are really rich. Look at this. A one-man thermal imager. Zhou Bo grabbed the instrument that Li Yifeng took out from his backpack, holding it in his hands and looking at it several times. American goods can throw off that old antique in our special operations company more than 10 streets your kid is really going to play the tycoon. Li Yifeng smiled smugly. I have no special merit in this person, it's just that I can't forget my brother in anything much. Pulling out 2 flash shock bombs from his pants pocket, he shoved them into Luo Hao's hand. I knew you'd like this. Looking at the 2 American-made M84 flashbangs in his hands, Luo Hao was not polite and directly hung them onto his belt. Fox, this time, I brought back quite a lot of good stuff, just in time to be useful later. What happened? Li Yifeng keenly sensed that the situation was not right. Looking at Zhou Bo, who had a somewhat gloomy face, his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, how come there are only the 2 of you? Where are Longcat and the others? They were caught in an ambush by Hydra and were captured. Zhou Bai said as he returned the single thermal imager held in his hand to Li Yifeng. How? After Zhou Bo briefly told Li Yifeng what happened, Li Yifeng slammed his fist on the ground. Mad Dragon, we have to go to save them, especially the princess. She is a woman who fell into the hands of Barang Na. I really don't dare to imagine what will happen. Li Yifeng looked at Luo Hao and said. Baron has more men than us, more guns than us, and with the help of Hydra, they are frighteningly powerful. So if we want to save the people, we have to cut down their power first. And we must also capture Tongue and ask where the princess is being held before we can do so. Otherwise, take a look at that campground I found, maybe we'll find a little clue. Li Yifeng proposed. Luo Hao nodded, handing a red and blue pencil and paper to Li Yifeng. Draw the topographic map of that camp you saw, the more detailed the better. The sniper's task is not only to snipe the target, sometimes also responsible for intelligence reconnaissance, fire cover, fire support and a series of tasks, so a qualified sniper is inevitably also a master of surveying and mapping. Soon, Li Yifeng handed over a fairly well-drawn topographic map to Luo Hao, pointing at 2 circles on the map standardized with red pencils, and said, there are 2 light machine guns here that form a crossfire network blocking the entrances and exits, and you have to pass through this fire network if you want to enter this camp. Luo Hao nodded, and after drawing an X with a blue pencil on 2 small red circles representing heavy firepower, he asked, how many of them are there? Li Yifeng shook his head. I'm not sure, I didn't dare to get too close because I was afraid of being discovered, but roughly estimated that there must be at least 20 to 30 people here. Luo Hao's fingers tapped rhythmically on his knees and instructed, now everyone grab some rest, we'll move in the dark. After setting a 3-hour countdown on his wrist's upper watch, Luo Hao lay down headfirst on the grass and stroked Tooth's little head that was lying beside him. Don't worry, I'll definitely get her out. Ouch. After the jungle was completely shrouded by night and immersed in darkness, Luo Hao suddenly opened his eyes while lying on the grass, less than 5 minutes left from the set countdown. After waking up Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng, who were still in light sleep, first calibrated everyone's watches, then after completing the headset audition, the 3 of them set off towards the drug dealer's base that Li Yifeng had discovered. Less than 500 meters away from the destination, Luo Hao raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, signaling the others to stop advancing, then instructed towards Li Yifeng, Fox, you're in charge of remote monitoring and provide us with fire support, and in a while, prioritize taking out the other party's light machine gun team to clear the obstacles for us to enter. Understood. After Li Yifeng received the order, he held the sniper rifle and left first, looking for a suitable sniper position. Luo Hao checked his weapons and ammunition, and said to Zhou Bo, when we go in later, we'll prioritize the need to find hostages, and if there's a frontal firefight, we'll end them all, and definitely not let them run out to look for reinforcements. Understood. Zhou Bo nodded his head in response. It's 23:53 p.m. We do it at 0. Chapter 87, Night Attack Below. Fox, from now on, you can hunt freely and take out all the targets in your sniper scope. Luo Hao pressed the microphone at his throat and ordered Li Yifeng. Understood. I will let these grandchildren know the power of the Jade Fox. Li Yifeng took the sniper rifle and shifted his sniping position to look for a better attack point. Luo Hao, holding a short-barreled 5-round burst, kicked open the wooden door of the wooden house beside himself, and poured out the remaining 4 bullets in the 5-round burst at the drug dealers inside who were hastily grabbing their guns and getting ready to run out. The 12-gauge lead-diameter shrapnel fired by the short-barreled 5th Company, which was extremely advantageous in melee combat, covered the area with a fan-shaped fire. Several drug dealers who were closer to the door were directly beaten into bloody gourds by the iron grit of the shotgun shells. Casually throwing away the 5-round burst that had been emptied in his hand, and not caring if there were any drug dealers inside the house who could still breathe, he took out 2 grenades, bit off the safety pins with his mouth, and threw them into the wooden house. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs, the shockwave generated by the explosion directly shattered the glass around the wooden house, lifting the roof of the wooden house. The fire rose to the sky. Even if there are still drug traffickers inside who survived the 5 consecutive rounds of the short tube, all of them are now dead under the shockwave and shrapnel of the grenade explosion, and there is absolutely no chance for them to survive. It's really fierce. Jobo gave Luo Hao a thumbs up and threw him 2 loaded Scorpion submachine guns. With both guns in hand, Luo Hao's combat power immediately rose in a straight line, transforming into a hellish Shura that blocked God from killing God and Buddha from killing Buddha. A wooden hut on the left side had just been opened from inside, and a drug dealer with a short 5-shot in his hand was just about to go out the door when he was kicked back again by Luo Hao, knocking down several drug dealers who were following him. The Scorpion submachine gun in both hands was violently raised, and the bullets poured out like money towards this wooden house, which was not more than 30 square meters in size. Some of the drug dealers were killed directly by the bullets, while others were killed by the ricocheting bullets formed on the iron rails of the wooden beds, which bounced back. In just 30 seconds, Luo Hao shot all the bullets in the magazines of the 2 Scorpion submachine guns in his hands, took off a grenade and threw it into the house by pulling out the safety pin. With a loud bang, the drug dealers in the house were once again without any suspense, and Luo Hao ended them all in one pot. A drug dealer with an AK automatic rifle in his hand, looking at the tragic death of his brother, suddenly red-eyed. In a situation where there was only a very low probability of wounding or even killing Luo Hao in a head-on fight, that drug dealer chose an approach that could definitely be called heroic if it was in a time of war. Throwing away the AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand, which was sold for $700 and fired 1 bullet for $1, he drew out a domestically made Type 67 wooden-handled grenade from his belt, unscrewed the cap at the end of the wooden handle, hooked the iron ring, and rushed toward Luo Hao with a loud scream. Facing the murderous drug traffickers, the corner of Luo Hao's mouth hooked up an arc. As the former leader of the 2nd Tactical Action Team of the Dragon Hidden Unit, how could he possibly let the drug traffickers carry out such a clumsy suicide attack to the end? His right hand quickly skimmed over his thigh quick-draw holster, taking the USP pistol in his hand with a circular quick-draw. In the instant his right hand reached forward, the bullet had already discharged from the chamber, accurately hitting the grenade cartridge that the drug dealer was holding in his hand. The entire process from discharging the gun to firing it without any aiming, the gun was like a part of his body. Being able to achieve such a high level of fit with the gun made Jobo, who was not far away, have a hot flash. Boom! The grenade in the drug dealer's hand exploded the instant the bullet struck the grenade body. The explosion of the grenade at close range detonated the remaining ammunition on the drug dealer's body, causing a series of explosions. When the smoke cleared, all that was left on the ground was a half-dozen disfigured stumps and a sickening pile of broken flesh. Luo Hao used the back of his hand to rub the cut on his cheek from a piece of shrapnel, holding the other USP pistol in his hand as well, his eyes coldly looking at the few surviving drug dealers around him. Run! A drug dealer took the lead and shouted, throwing away the weapon in his hand and turning around to run, and this dealer's behavior immediately produced a domino effect, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 drug dealers followed his example. On the battlefield, when choosing to face the enemy with your back, you have already chosen death for yourself, because at the moment of turning around, you have already lost your last fighting chance with your own hands. Those drug dealers who threw away their weapons and fled by the road could only end up as living targets for Luo Hao and Li Yifeng. Mad Dragon, you're too unkind, you didn't say you'd leave too for me. After Luo Hao finished solving the last drug dealer, Li Yifeng's dissatisfied complaint came from the headset. The sniper rifle in his hand was a traditional manual gun operation, and every time he pulled the trigger, he had to pull the bolt to retrieve the cartridge case, so no matter how fine Li Yifeng's marksmanship was, and how fast his movements were, in the end, it was not as good as the 2 pistols in Luo Hao's hands with bullets that were automatically loaded. The fun has just begun, you'll be given your chance later. Now you can leave your sniper position, your fire support is no longer needed in the periphery, and the last good show is about to start. Luo Hao pressed the microphone and said to Li Yifeng, "Got it." Li Yifeng shouted excitedly, picked up his sniper rifle and ran in the direction of the camp. Luo Hao and Jobo stood in front of a wooden house just inside, each checking the bullets in the magazine before slowly approaching the wooden house. Just as Jobo put his hand on the handle of the door, Luo Hao suddenly pushed him away. Ta-da-da-da-da. Bullets broke through the door, leaving a bullet hole on the door panel, and the dense bullets forced Luo Hao and Jobo to hide under the window of the wooden house, not daring to show their heads. Luo Hao held a flashbang in his hand after pulling off the safety. He was waiting for the end of the drug dealers strafing inside the house, and then used the cover of the flashbang to make a surprise attack. He was definitely not going to give the dealer a chance to change the second magazine. If uninterrupted strafing was used, the 30-round magazine would soon be exhausted. When the gunfire inside the house stopped, Luo Hao smashed the window glass above his own head with his elbow and threw the flashbang in his hand by hand. Clunk! A blinding white light exploded inside the room and was accompanied by the drug dealer's screams of pain. Jobo kicked open the door of the wooden house and took the lead in rushing inside, using the butt of the M4A1 in his hand to smash the 2 drug dealers inside the house, whose vision had begun to gradually recover, kicked away their weapons with his foot, and shouted, "Freeze!" There were 2 drug dealers in the room, and one of them, the younger one, was Feng, who had been used as an undercover military agent by Barang at the time, and had almost had his head blown off by the Desert Eagle. Luo Hao held his double guns in his hands and walked into the wooden house, and when his eyes landed on Su Sudong and Situ Kong, who were tied up on the chairs in the center of the wooden house, his breathing suddenly became ragged, and a heart-stopping killing aura emerged again. Chapter 88, Time Limit of 36 Hours. Su Sudong and Situ, empty two people head hanging, was tied back on the two chairs. Their upper body camouflage clothing has been forcibly removed, the body also has wounds, judging from the wounds should be the branch of the tree to whip to. Their 2 feet were soaked in 2 iron buckets filled with water, with 2 iron clamps connected to the positive and negative terminals of the battery clamped on the edge of the iron buckets. Obviously, in the almost 10 hours between their capture and Luo Hao's coming to rescue them, they had been tortured. Chopper clenched his fists to a crunch. Soaking their feet in water and then electrocuting them, this kind of interrogation tactic was not uncommon, but Su Sudong and Situ Kong were still just students after all, and they were subjected to the kind of electrocution that was generally used against agents by this group of drug dealers, which caused Zhou Bo to burst into a rage. "I'll kill you." Li Yifeng, who had just rushed into the wooden house, saw the tragic situation of Su Sudong and Situ Kong in front of him. He was also furious, and drew his pistol to finish the 2 drug dealers on the ground on the spot. "Wait, I still have use for these 2, you guys save them first." The moment Li Yifeng was about to pull the trigger, Luo Hao suddenly opened his mouth, temporarily saving the lives of those 2 drug dealers. This made those 2 drug dealers, who originally thought they were certain to die, instantly rejoice a little, but they weren't happy for too long, as Luo Hao's later sentence made them fall back into hell. "It's a waste to use bullets against them." After saying that, he stomped on the calf bone of the older one's drug dealer. "Ka chow." Accompanied by a toothsome bone-breaking sound, the drug dealer let out a heartbreaking scream. "Say, where's the one other female that was captured by you guys?" Luo Hao asked in a cold voice. I don't know." The drug dealer tried to pull his broken leg out from under Luo Hao's foot, but after trying a few times, he could only choose to give up after realizing that doing so would only add extra pain to himself. Luo Hao's big foot that stepped on the drug dealer's broken bone crushed hard. "Is it that you don't know, or you don't want to say?" "I really don't know." The drug dealer clenched his teeth in death, preferring to die rather than confess. "Enough balls." Luo Hao loosened his feet and was about to go find some props to give this tough-talking drug dealer another whole lot of fun when the screen of the laptop placed on the table suddenly lit up. Li Ran, whose looks were as handsome as Li Yifeng's, appeared on the computer screen. He raised his hand and looked at his watch, looking at his wrist and said, 10 hours and 35 minutes, 1 hour and 35 minutes later than I expected. 3 years after leaving the dragon hidden, mad dragon, you've regressed after all. You've been following my actions?" Luo Hao moved over a chair and sat down with a golden blade, looking at Li Ran in the screen and asked, "This is too much for you to lift me up?" Li Ran smiled humbly like a scholar and said, "No matter what, you are also a cadet who passed the first stage of the Hellfire Jungle experience and received an S-rank rating to get the Dragon of Wood badge. The jungle is your own home for you, and no one can possibly find you in the jungle if you intentionally try to hide, so my concern for your actions can only begin when you enter this camp." Upon hearing this, Luo Hao turned back and looked around the cabin, and sure enough, he found 4 working pinhole cameras in the 4 corner positions of the roof. "I didn't expect that I could still make the ghosts pay so much attention to me after leaving the Dragon Hidden unit for so long. It really flatters me." Luo Hao clasped his hands on his chest and said in a good-natured manner, "Regardless of how much time you've been away from the Dragon Hidden unit, you're ultimately the most promising cadet in our class." Li Ran pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled slowly. "Moreover, your performance just now is still so stunning. This makes me want to not be cautious. If I can, I really don't want to be hostile with you. An opponent like you is too scary. Don't get into all this nonsense. I'm only asking you one thing, is the person in your hands?" Luo Hao crossed his fingers and pointed to his chin, staring at Li Ran and asking. Li Ran in the screen snapped his fingers, and the camera moved to Yunxi, who was tied to a chair with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. After seeing that Yunxi didn't have any obvious injuries, Luo Hao's hanging heart finally dropped a little. Yunxi saw Luo Hao through the camera and tried to struggle to get up from the chair, but she was held down by 2 Hydra members, unable to move at all. The camera was quickly moved away and back to Li Ran's face. "Don't worry, I only captured her to lure you out, so I'm not going to hurt her, nor will I let anyone else do so. If anyone dares to touch her, I'll be the first one to shoot him." Li Ran drew his own self-defense pistol, loaded it, and slapped it on the table in front of him. Luo Hao looked at him coldly, and after a while, he suddenly smiled at Li Ran. "I believe you. However, I still have one more question. How did you know that my people would definitely run there and send someone to ambush them there beforehand? Don't forget, we were both taught by the same instructors. I understand everything you know, and you understand everything I understand. Of course, sending someone to ambush there beforehand was just my guess, and luckily, I won the bet." Li Ran said frankly. Hearing Li Ran's words, although there was a screen camera between the 2 people, Luo Hao couldn't help but applaud for him. The name of Ghost Genius is well deserved. If you were born in the 3 kingdoms, I guess there would be no such thing as that Sima Yi in Guijia. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? In 36 hours, find me and you take the person. If you can't find me, the person is mine, and I think Cobra would love it if I took her back. Remember, you come alone. Zhou Bo, full of anger, rushed to the computer and yelled, "If you have the ability to fight for real, what's the point of grabbing a woman? The real deal?" Li Ran couldn't help but snort. "Although that hurts, I still want to say that the current you are not qualified to say that to me." He looked at his wristwatch. "Now you have 35 hours and 59 minutes left, hurry up." After saying that, he directly cut off the video communication. Mad Dragon, what do we do? Zhou Bo looked at Luo Hao and asked somewhat anxiously, "Do we really do what he says? Do you have a better idea?" Luo Hao glanced at him, stood up from his chair, and whispered a few words in his ear. "What do you want this for?" Hearing Luo Hao's command, Zhou Bo couldn't help but be shocked, his face becoming a bit ugly. "Just do as I say, I'm naturally useful." After sending Zhou Bo away, Luo Hao looked at the two drug dealers sitting on the ground with cold eyes. In order to find out where Li Ran was now, it was inevitable that he had to start with these two guys. Chapter 89: The Killing Machine. Dragging those two drug dealers to the chair and tying them up, Luo Hao drew out his dragon tooth saber, the cold blade scraping back and forth on the face of the older drug dealer whose foot he had stomped off. "Tell me, where are your other camps?" "I don't know." From Luo Hao's almost cold-blooded killing just now, this drug dealer knew that this handsome-looking man in front of him was definitely a god of killing. As long as he bites his tongue with the secret, he might still have a chance of survival, and once he gets what he wants, then what awaits him can only be death. "Not bad, a little bit of bravado, but I'll soon make your bull bravado go up in smoke." Luo Hao took out a thin bamboo pipe, sharpened one end of the pipe with a knife, and then under the drug dealer's horrified gaze, after deliberately avoiding the location where his aorta was located, he ruthlessly inserted the pipe into the drug dealer's thigh. Crimson blood instantly gushed out from the pipe. "Keep an eye on the time, call me after 45 minutes. Luo Hao instructed Li Yifeng, who was standing on the side, before walking towards another drug dealer. "Well, do you want to consider telling me?" Luo Hao looked down at the trembling drug dealer and asked. "Feng, we can't tell him, we'll all die if we do." Although blood was flowing out continuously down the bamboo pipe, the older drug dealer tried his best to stop his companion who was about to open his mouth. Snap! A loud slap landed on his face, and a few teeth in his mouth were immediately sent flying out by Luo Hao. "You weren't asked, so what's the point of talking more? Fox, bet his mouth to me, don't let him bite his tongue for me, I still have use for it." Li Yifeng slipped around the wooden house and found a pair of underpants from a corner of the house that he didn't know when he changed, covered with mold spots, and the smoky smell that emanated from it made people want to vomit. Li Yifeng balled up the underwear into a ball, pinched open the drug dealer's mouth and directly stuffed it in. "You're really not going to tell me?" Luo Hao magically took out another thin bamboo pipe and sharpened one end of it in front of the drug dealer in front of him. Looking at Luo Hao's hand movements, the drug dealer named Feng immediately shivered. "Want to consider cooperating with me?" Luo Hao waved the sharpened bamboo pipe in front of Feng. Although Feng was incomparably scared in his heart, he still clenched his teeth and stubbornly shook his head. Luo Hao sighed with hatred, and his hand holding the bamboo pipe raised violently to stab downward. This sudden move scared Feng into a scream, a smoky smell of urine coming from his crotch, and he was scared incontinent. "Do!" The bamboo pipe didn't stick into Feng's thigh, but was thrown into the wooden board at his feet by Luo Hao ruthlessly, patted the standoff phone, and said, "Don't worry, I won't use the same trick for the second time, I know a lot of other things, there are still 5 hours left between now and dawn, these 5 hours, you will surely have a very enjoyable and lifelong unforgettable time." Luo Hao's very light sentence caused everyone, including Li Yifeng, to have their scalps tingling. He first found 10 tiny iron nails from the cabin, then pulled over the storage battery placed on the ground, cut the clamps attached to the positive and negative wires, and cut open the wires, pulling out the thin copper wires inside, and separating the positive and negative terminals into 5 each to tie to the 10 iron nails. Watching Luo Hao's work in hand, the 3 people present had already roughly guessed what he would do later. Luo Hao, after glancing at the chair, Feng, who had just been scared into incontinence and whose legs were constantly trembling, forcibly grabbed his hands and inserted 10 iron nails in turn into the nail slit of his 10 fingers. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. This kind of cone of pain, even Li Yifeng, this kind of active duty special forces, all feel shocked, let alone this kind of half-assed drug dealer? When the 10 iron nails had been inserted, Feng had already been removed for a small part of his life, but his suffering was far from over. "Electrocuting my brother?" Luo Hao snorted coldly, a cruel smile on his face. "Then I'll let you taste this feeling of being electrocuted yourself." Turning on the switch of the battery, the electric current entered Feng's body through the conduction of copper wires and iron nails, and Feng's whole body was like a pendulum, trembling unceasingly, and drool flowed uncontrollably down along the corners of his mouth. "Say, where were the people taken?" Luo Hao asked sternly. "No, I don't know." Feng refused to open his mouth with his teeth clenched in death, and his head tilted as he was directly electrocuted. "So useless and still out to be a drug dealer, the face of Baron is lost to you." Luo Hao disdainfully skimmed his mouth, sat to the side, and waited for Zhou Bo's return. About 20 minutes later, Zhou Bo, who was holding half a bamboo joint in his hand, returned. Zhou Bo handed the bamboo joints to Luo Hao. "That's all I can get for now." Li Yifeng was curious about what Luo Hao had quietly instructed Zhou Bo to do at the beginning, but he couldn't help the curiosity in his heart. He quietly glanced at the bamboo joint in Luo Hao's hand. And it was that glance that made Li Yifeng startled goosebumps, that half of the bamboo joints were loaded with almost more than 20 locusts with green and black bodies. Luo Hao ignored Li Yifeng, whose face was a bit white, and asked, "How much time has passed?" 40 minutes. Pour a bucket of cold water on him, wake him up. Luo Hao instructed Li Yifeng, stood up and walked to the older drug dealer, a puddle of reddish blood at his feet. In 40 minutes' time, this drug dealer had almost 400 milliliters of blood released, which wasn't fatal but it would make a person's spirit appear to be atrophied. When a person was in a state of mental depression, it was the easiest to spit out secrets. "Tell me, where are your other camps?" Luo Hao asked as he used his saber to pick out the underwear that was stuffed in the drug dealer's mouth and had become moldy and smelly. "Don't expect me to betray the boss. I didn't realize how unbreakable this drug dealer's mouth remained even in a situation where blood loss led to mental depression. In that case, it's useless for me to keep you." Luo Hao stepped on the bamboo pipe on the drug dealer's thigh, and the whole bamboo pipe completely missed his thigh. The drug dealer let out a heart-rending scream, but his scream didn't last long. His throat was pinched by Luo Hao's big, iron clamp-like hand, and his wrist was violently pressed, directly breaking his neck. Taking the bamboo joints filled with locusts, he walked over to Feng, who had just turned awake, and said, "If you don't speak up, you'll end up the same as him. Without your intelligence I can still find out where the campsite is, it's just a matter of taking a little more time. But remember, if you decide not to talk, you will definitely end up worse than him." Luo Hao used the knife to cut a slit on Feng's arm, and picked out a few locusts from the bamboo joints and put them on his arm. Feeling the taste of blood, a few leeches fought to crawl towards the cut. The wet and slippery feeling of the leeches crawling over his body made Feng scream out in terror, and his psychological defense was completely shattered. He begged for forgiveness to Luo Hao. I'll say it, I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Luo Hao nodded with satisfaction, used his knife to pick apart the leeches on Feng's arm, threw them to the ground and crushed them with his feet, threw him a map and ordered, "Mark the location." Shivering, Feng used a pencil to make detailed markings on the map, even marking the sniper's ambush position along with it. Luo Hao took the map and nodded with satisfaction, handed the map to Zhou Bo, stood behind Feng, patted his shoulder, held his neck with both hands, and with a klaxon, twisted his neck in a 180-degree angle. "You lied to me. For drug dealers, I never choose to show mercy." Looking at Feng, who fell on the ground, his face full of consternation, his pupils starting to gradually dilate, a cold smile crossed the corner of Luo Hao's mouth. After completely abandoning benevolence, morality and the rules and regulations bound in the Geneva Convention, people like Luo Hao are killing machines piled up by the state with the combat experience and money of a large number of professional soldiers. P.S. I received a notice from the editor that the book will be on the shelves tomorrow, so this is the last chapter of the public chapters, and on the first day of the shelves, Stardust will be 30,000 words burst more. It doesn't matter how many free chapters one write, there will always be a day when the book hits the shelves. I was originally notified of the shelving on this Monday, but it ended up being delayed for a few days after the editor coordinated with the higher-ups. When the shelves, how the shelves, free how many thousands of words after the shelves, these are the site's decision, whether it is as the author of my editor and do not have the ability to change, I can do is just to write a better looking book back to everyone's support, after the shelves, have the ability to friends or please subscribe to buy the original reading, the price is really not expensive, a month is also only a few dollars, so please also ask for more. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to pay for it. Chapter 90, The Single Dagger Above. Su Sudong and Situ Kong's injuries are not that serious, and one is a Taekwondo 3rd Dan expert, and one is the Situ family's martial arts genius. Their physical quality is not bad. After Zhou Bai and Li Yifeng fed each of them some water, it didn't take long for them to be on the line. "Your sister, torturing me, come out and fight with me for 300 rounds, I'll kick you to death." Su Sudong sat up from the ground with a grunt as soon as he woke up, yelling that he wanted to fight 300 rounds with the drug dealer who tortured him. Beside him, Li Yifeng pointed at the 2 drug dealers on the ground who were already out of breath and said, "Save your strength, the people are already dead." The neck bone was heavily damaged and killed instantly. "Who did this?" Situ Kong asked after checking the cause of death of the 2 drug dealers. Li Yifeng pointed at Luo Hao who was washing the blood stains on his hands with water, remembering the torture he used on those 2 drug dealers just now. Li Yifeng was still a bit shocked. At this moment, he had begun to worry a bit about what would happen to Wu Yun, Wang Yang, Su Weicheng, and these people. When Luo Hao went out from the jungle, they would surely pay a heavy price for their behavior, because they absolutely couldn't imagine how horrible the people they had provoked were. Luo Hao grabbed a handful of bullets in his hand and pressed them into the pistol's magazine one by one, stuffed the pressurized magazine into the pistol, inserted it back into the holster, and stood up from the ground, grabbed the time to replenish the ammo. "We don't have a lot of time left." "Owl, what does Mad Dragon's words mean?" Situ Kong asked with some confusion as he pulled Zhou Bo back. Zhou Bo threw a set of clean clothes in his hand to Situ Kong and told him to change into them. Specifically, "I'll explain it to you on the way, for now grab some time to replenish your ammo." Half an hour later, the 5 people looked at the camp behind them, which had been fatally destroyed and was in a state of disrepair, and Jobo sought Luo Hao's opinion. Mad Dragon, what about this place? Let's keep it for now, and hand it over to Instructor Kangwolf and Lightning Commando to deal with when we get out. So many people died, unless we burn this place down straight away, we can't deal with it. Luo Hao, who was carrying an AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand, sighed and said. On the way, after listening to Jobo's brief description, Situ Kong stepped forward and stopped in front of Luo Hao, questioning, do you really want to go? You should know that it's a Hongmen banquet. Even if it's a mountain of swords and fire there, I have to go. Luo Hao replied with incomparable certainty. Then we'll go with you. No. Luo Hao directly refused Situ Kong's request without even thinking about it. You and Devouring Bee haven't recovered yet, so you can't follow me to risk your lives. I'll go in alone, and even if I encounter a situation, I'll have a higher probability of escaping with the princess. If you follow alone, you'll have to take care of the 2 of you when the time comes, and you might be killed by them in one go. We can take care of ourselves. Situ Kong held his own opinion. Not when I say no. Luo Hao violently pulled up his voice. As long as I'm still the captain of this squad, they all have to listen to my arrangements. You and Devouring Bee stay behind to nurse your wounds and carry out your orders. Situ Kong helplessly got out of the way and retreated to the side. Luo Hao took a few steps forward and suddenly turned towards Jobo and Li Yifeng, who were following him, and said, you two also stay here to take care of Situ and the others. Mad Dragon, you. Before Jobo could open his mouth, he was directly interrupted by Luo Hao. I'll not letting you and Fox go is firstly for your safety consideration, secondly, Totoro and Devouring Bee also need to be taken care of, and thirdly, if Princess and I meet with an untimely death, at that time, you are the last hope. When I'm not around, you all listen to Owl's command. Luo Hao looked at his 4 brothers and said, if I go in and don't come back for more than 24 hours, you guys start preparing for the rescue. Yes. Jobo saluted Luo Hao. Luo Hao held Tooth, who was deadening his shoulder clothes with his front paws, down, unclipped his dragon tooth saber, put it in front of him, rubbed his little head. When I'm not around, you'll watch the saber for me, no messing around. Ow. Tooth let out a low whimper, biting the dragon tooth saber with its sheath in his mouth, following Luo Hao closely. Luo Hao took a few steps forward, turned around to look at the tooth that was following him closely, and glared at it fiercely. Go back. Meeting Luo Hao's stern eyes, Tooth couldn't help but shrink his neck. His front foot attempted to take a step forward, but immediately shrunk back when he was glared at by Luo Hao. Mad Dragon, take it with you. Jobo walked forward and said, this jungle is its home, and its familiarity with the jungle far exceeds ours. Besides, we don't know if the map drawn by that drug dealer is right or not. Having it here can also help you. Luo Hao nodded at his words, crouched down and beckoned to Tooth, and the little guy immediately leaped out, jumped onto Luo Hao's knee, then climbed onto his shoulder, rubbing his head against Luo Hao's face. Luo Hao took Tooth and followed the route that Feng had standardized on the map, heading alone to the place where Li Ran was holding Inshi. Although Feng had carefully standardized the locations of the open and dark guards on the map, out of caution, Luo Hao didn't completely take this map at face value, and when he was almost arriving at the campsite, he put Tooth on the ground, relying on Tooth's sharp sense of smell, and letting it lead the way in front of him. As the Attack's FG jungle camouflage, which was newly developed by the US Army and could not even be equipped in large quantities in the troops because of its high cost, it showed its perfect camouflage effect at this time. It was only when Luo Hao touched the back of a sniper hidden in the dark that the other party realized something. The sniper with camouflage net on his body just turned back and was hit by Luo Hao's hand knife in the carotid aorta, temporarily cutting off the oxygen supply to the brain and making the sniper temporarily fall into a coma, and after dismantling the firing pins of the pistol and the sniper rifle on his body, Luo Hao continued to go to the next sniper's lurking point. Half an hour later, when Luo Hao dismantled the last sniper's weapon's firing pin, he put all the body's food, fresh water and dragon tooth saber in front of Tooth's heel, touched its furry little head, and said to it, little guy, you can't follow me in behind. Ow. Tooth made his own protest against Luo Hao's request. You must stay here, and if you and your mother don't make it out, it will be up to you to show the foxes the way. This time, Tooth didn't refuse anymore, using his tongue to lick gently in Luo Hao's hand, and then dragged the fresh water of food on the ground and the dragon tooth saber into the deep jungle with his mouth. Watching Tooth completely disappearing into the jungle depths, Luo Hao let out a sigh of relief. With Tooth's status among the wolves, he didn't have to worry about what accidents the little guy would encounter in the slightest. Luo Hao stepped towards the camp where Yinshi was being held, and before he even stepped into the camp, he was stopped by 2 armed drug dealers. One of the drug dealers shouted, "What for? Tell Bar Aing and Li Ran that Mad Dragon Luo Hao is here." Chapter 91, The Single Dagger Below. Luo Hao's self-reporting made the 2 drug dealers who were pointing their guns at him stagger for a while, and the one who had asked before threw a wink at his companion, who quickly ran towards the camp, obviously going to inform Li Ran and Bar Aing. Facing the drug dealer with a wary face, pointing an AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand at himself, absolutely not hesitating to shoot as long as he made a move, Luo Hao just smiled slightly, not putting it in the least bit. In a few minutes, the drug dealer who went to tip off Barong came back again, followed by him. In addition to Li Ran, Wang Mo, Barong, there are more than a dozen Hydra mercenaries, more than 20 armed drug traffickers, as well as Scar, who has always been with Barong, close protection of Barang's safety. Barong looked at Luo Hao, who was a few meters away from him, with the flame of anger burning in his eyes, while Scar, who stood beside him, had a strange glint in his eyes when he was looking at Luo Hao, but this strange color only flickered, so much so that so many people present didn't have anyone notice him. Demon Pupil Li Ran, Firefox Wang Mo, Eight-Faced Buddha Barong, TSK, this is really not an ordinary row. Luo Hao looked around at the armed drug dealers and Hydra mercenaries surrounding him, still wearing a light smile on his face, without the slightest bit of nervousness or fear. He naturally lowered his hands to the quick-draw holsters on both sides of his thighs. Crow, who was standing beside Li Ran, noticed Luo Hao's action and immediately raised the August assault rifle in his hand, his finger lightly placed on the trigger. Along with Crow's action, the other heavily armed drug dealers and mercenaries around them also raised the weapons in their hands, staring at Luo Hao with wariness in their eyes. All put down your guns, how tiring is it to hold them up like that? Luo Hao glanced at Crow, who led the way in raising his gun, and said lightly, if I want to make a move, just you can't stop me. The confidence of a strong man revealed in this simple sentence made Crow and the others feel a deep sense of danger, and the invisible threat made these self-proclaimed cold-blooded and mercenary drug dealers and mercenaries feel a chill down their backs. Li Ran reached out and pressed down the muzzle of the assault rifle in Crow's hand, and instructed the others around him, all of you put your guns down. He's right, if he tried to make a move, not even half of you would be able to stand here. It's still the demon pupil who understands me, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, shouldn't we hug? Luo Hao stretched out his own hands in a friendly manner to Li Ran, making a hug. Facing Luo Hao's enthusiasm, Li Ran was unmoved and simply shook his head, saying, we're already on complete opposite sides, so false enthusiasm is unnecessary. Who knows, you will not give me a stab while hugging, that would be more than worth it. You're as cautious as ever. Luo Hao withdrew his own hands. How did you get in here? Barong, who had shown hatred towards Luo Hao from the moment they met, suddenly opened his mouth at this moment and asked, what did you do to my people? Barong, you. Li Ran glared angrily at Barong, clearly expressing strong dissatisfaction with his self-assertion. Barong deliberately doubled the number of snipers at the entrance out of fear of Luo Hao, and even secretly ordered to them that they would shoot Luo Hao once they saw him, but they were only allowed to hit his legs, not to take his life, because in the end, the one who would take his life could only be Barong himself. Now, since Luo Hao walked to himself with his hands and feet intact, it means that the snipers he arranged have been killed. You mean those loser snipers? Luo Hao smiled slightly and put his hand to his pants pocket. Seeing Luo Hao's action, the people who surrounded him raised the guns in their hands once again. Facing the dozens of black holes of guns pointing at him, Luo Hao turned a blind eye, pulling out the firing pin in his pocket by himself and still in front of Barong. The snipers you arranged are too watery, I'm not interested in killing them, so I just knocked them unconscious and dismantled their weapons. What is arrogance? This is arrogance. To say, in front of Barong, that his men were too watery and that they were spared only because they were not interested in killing them, such words were undoubtedly slapping Barong in the face in public, and it was a slap in the face. As expected, upon hearing Luo Hao's words, Barang's face became incomparably ugly and gloomy, almost dripping with water. Good, very good. Barong couldn't help but applaud and laughed angrily, suddenly shouting to the few men around him, what are you waiting for? Disarm him for me. The two drug dealers threw the weapons in their hands behind them, splitting into left and right sides, and when their hands were just about to reach for Luo Hao's quick-draw holster, Luo Hao's hands had already swept through the holster in a lightning-like manner, gripping the two USB pistols in his hands, with one of them pointing at the dealer who was closer to him, and the other one pointing at the Baron who was not far away from him, and lifting up his foot to kick the other dealer who had stepped forward to collect his own weapon down to the ground. The speed of Luo Hao pulling out his gun before was so fast that the people around him didn't have time to react for a while, and when they came back to their senses, Luo Hao had already taken the gun in his hand and pointed it at their boss. Nobody move. Luo Hao pulled the hammer of his pistol and shouted, if you want to collect my gun, bring someone up here first, I want to confirm her safety with my own eyes. Do you see whose territory this is and who you're pointing a gun at? Do you think you have room to bargain here? Facing the pistol Luo Hao pointed at his forehead, Barang's face didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and said, now, as long as I give the order, my men will beat you into a hornet's nest. Luo Hao looked around at the armed drug dealers who surrounded himself and gawked, the corner of his mouth slowly curved upwards, dozens of people, dozens of guns, there's no way for me to run out of here even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing Luo Hao's frankness, Barang smiled smugly, but his smugness didn't last long before it was mercilessly shattered by Luo Hao's icy voice. Although I don't have a way to escape, I definitely have a way to pull you before I die. To be faster than a gun, out of the so many people present, if I say second, no one would dare to call me first. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 2 people beside you. Luo Hao raised his chin at the 2 people, Li Ran and Wang Mo. Although he had an absolute advantage both in terms of numbers and weapons, Luo Hao's words still made cold sweat break out behind Barang's back, and he somewhat hesitantly turned his head to Li Ran and Wang Mo, who were standing beside him. Li Ran nodded gently at him and said in a slow voice, "In the Dragon Hidden Unit, there are only two people who are faster than Crazy Dragon in discharging his gun, his master, Cheng Ying, and the current Supreme Commander of the Dragon Hidden Unit, Coyote Zhaguabang. Go and bring the people up. If he really wants to kill you desperately, your people can't stop him," Li Ran said to Barong, who was beside him. Chapter 92, Abandonment of Guns. In times of war, people like Luo Hao, who entered the enemy's base camp alone and was trapped in a heavy siege, even when facing the number of enemies dozens of times higher than his own, could still behave as if they were lightweight, and equalize their disadvantage with their own aura and momentum with just a few words, were generally called generals. Barang swept a few eyes on Luo Hao, then instructed a few words to Scar at his side, who nodded in response and turned to leave. In a few minutes, Scar brought Yunxi out from a wooden house. Her hands were tied behind her back, a piece of cloth was stuffed in her mouth, there were no traces of torn clothes on her body, and there was nothing strange about her face, so Luo Hao was relieved. "Don't worry, the people guarding her are Firefox and Raven, ensuring her absolute safety." Li Ran spoke out from the side to explain. "Firefox, thanks a lot." Luo Hao spoke out in thanks. "It should be." Wang Mo clasped his fist at Luo Hao. "I just didn't expect that there would be someone who could make you, Mad Dragon, so attached." Mad Dragon is also a human being. Luo Hao smiled slightly. Originally he wanted to express his gratitude to Crow, but when he looked at Crow, the other party directly skimmed his head, obviously holding a grudge because he had killed his brother. But for the several Hydra mercenaries who died in his own hands, Luo Hao didn't feel guilty in his heart. In the world of the weak and the strong, everything is spoken with strength. If his own strength is not as good as vultures and fire ants, then he is now a corpse in the jungle that has already begun to rot and stink. Luo Hao. Scar removed the towel stuffed in Yunxi's mouth, and Yunxi, who had regained her freedom of speech, immediately shouted at the top of her voice. "Don't worry, I will bring you out safely." Luo Hao softly comforted Yunxi with a warm smile. "Take her out safely? You'd better mind your own business first." With a cold snort, Barang suddenly drew the large caliber Desert Eagle in his holster and aimed it at Yunxi's forehead, yelling, "Put the gun down." "Barang, do you really want to compete with me on whose gun is faster?" Luo Hao put away the smile he only showed when facing Yunxi, looked at Barong with an icy face, and said, "I guarantee that before your finger pulls the trigger, I will blow your head off with one shot." Scar, who was standing beside Yunxi, reached towards the Glock pistol in his quick-draw holster, but just as his hand touched the handle, Luo Hao had already kicked away the drug dealer, who had his own gun pointed at his head before, and aimed the gun at Scar. "You want to try?" Scar loosened his hand that had just touched the handle of the gun and shrugged at Luo Hao, choosing to give up the attempt, and only Barang always pointed the Desert Eagle at Yunxi's forehead and stalemated with Luo Hao. Time passed by, and the sweat seeping out from Luo Hao's forehead converged along his cheeks to his chin, dripping down to the muddy ground under his feet, splashing up a wisp of dust. The stalemate between him and Barong had lasted for 20 minutes, during which he had always held his hands holding the gun flatly, standing in place without the slightest movement, while the vast majority of the drug dealers surrounding him had quietly lowered their muzzles to ease the soreness of their hands. The stalemate between Luo Hao and Barong lasted for another 10 minutes, and Li Ran, who had been observing the two from the side, suddenly spoke up at this time. "Berserk Dragon, put down your gun. You think I'll lose too?" Luo Hao raised his eyebrows upwards and glanced at Li Ran as he asked. "If you were the same Mad Dragon as before, I naturally don't think you would have lost. No one would dare to underestimate Mad Dragon's quick shots, but 3 years of civilian life has changed you. Not much, but it did have some effect on you." Li Ran walked to Luo Hao's side, pressed down his hands holding the gun, and said, "The moment you walked into the camp gate alone for this woman, you had already lost, because your heart was attached, and you didn't dare to gamble." Luo Hao stared at Li Ran's handsome face, which was definitely comparable to Li Yifeng's, and suddenly laughed, laughing freely without the slightest bit of artifice. "A ghost talent is a ghost talent." Luo Hao moved closer to Li Ran and said to him, "It's really meaningless to be opponents with you, because you can always guess what others are thinking." Luo Hao's grip on the guns loosened, and the muzzles of the two pistols pointed at the ground, hanging on his fingers. He handed the guns to Li Ran. "I don't want to hand over my gun to a drug dealer for the first time in my life when I face the enemy." Li Ran reached out and took the twin guns Luo Hao handed over, turning off the safety of the weapons and holding them in his hands. "I respect you." Luo Hao smiled at Li Ran again, and was about to say something, when Barong, who was pointing his gun at Yunxi just a moment ago, had already rushed to Luo Hao furiously by this time, kicked him in the chest, knocked him to the ground, turned the Desert Eagle in his hand, and smashed the handle of the gun fiercely on Luo Hao's forehead, and fresh blood immediately gushed out along the smashed open opening at the corner of his forehead. "Barong, you!" Seeing Barang's sudden outburst, Wang Mo couldn't help but speak out and was about to accuse. Barang spat towards Wang Mo's feet. "Don't forget, when both of us worked together we had already talked about it. I want a pair of this kid's moves. I died so many of my men so hard to capture him. You want to back out with me?" Li Ran pressed Wang Mo's shoulder and shook his head at him. "Don't be impulsive." Wang Mo closed his mouth resentfully and retreated to the side, kicking a stone on the ground to get out of breath. Luo Hao. Seeing that Luo Hao was suddenly beaten to the head, Yunqi struggled and was about to rush towards Luo Hao. Scar, take that woman down and lock her up. Barong yelled at Scar, grabbing Luo Hao's hair. I'm going to treat this kid well. Yes, boss. Scar nodded in response, shoving the towel back into Yunqi's mouth and forcibly dragging her away. Luo Hao raised a middle finger at Barong. Barong, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to point a gun at her today, I'll surely blow your head off with a gun tomorrow. I, Luo Hao, am true to my word. Then pray you live to see tomorrow first. Barong sneered. Take him to the torture chamber. Barong instructed his men around him and stepped toward a wooden hut within the camp. Demon pupil, if Mad Dragon and Barong really made a move just now, would he really lose? After Luo Hao was taken away by Barang's men, Wang Mo asked with some uncertainty. No way. Li Ran shook his head with certainty. If I didn't say that, and Mad Dragon really fights Barong with his life, there is more than a half chance that Barong will lose. If the two sides continue to stalemate, after another hour at most, the first one to fall will definitely be Barong. My words were the last straw that overwhelmed Berserk Dragon and made him choose to give up his gun. Chapter 93. Who is the mole above? Li Ran glanced at Wang Mo, who was standing beside him, and continued to explain. Actually, before, Mad Dragon had the intention of trying to fight Barong with his life, but I noticed a detail. His hands holding the gun always unconsciously turned on the handle of the gun in small increments, pinching the handle of the gun. In the shooting course, Instructor Chang'ing said that as an elite special combatant, when pointing a gun at the enemy, your hands must be as steady as a mountain, so that the bullets you shoot out will be faster and more accurate than the average person. As a student of Chang'ing, it's even more impossible for Berserk Dragon not to know this, so the appearance of his hand pinching the gun handle can only mean one thing: he's hesitant and afraid. He is not sure that he can save Yunqi the moment he shoots Barong. He dares to take his own life, but he doesn't dare to gamble with Yunqi's life. Yunqi is his weakness. Listening to Li Ran's analysis, Wang Mo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Bull. Inside the torture room, Luo Hao was tied backward to a vertical log, and after Barang's torture, his body had already taken on blood marks. Barong drew out his fighting saber and waved it in front of Luo Hao, smiling morosely. Luo Hao, 3 years ago, also in this jungle, you desperately took a shot and hard blinded one of my eyes, letting me suffer from the pain of one eye, and I've been thinking of revenge since that moment. You blinded me all the way through my eye, and I want your 2 eyes to pay for it. Now I've finally waited. Barang aimed the tip of the knife at Luo Hao's eyes and stabbed straight ahead. When the saber in Barang's hand was less than 10 centimeters away from Luo Hao's eye socket, the sound of glass breaking suddenly rang in Luo Hao and Barang's ears. A bullet swept through Luo Hao's hair with a scorching wave of air, drilling a hole in Barang's fighting saber with a ding. Looking at the bullet holes in the glass window and in his saber, Barang's eyes leapt with angry flames and he yelled, Scar! The door of the wooden house was violently pushed open from outside, and Scar, who was carrying a domestically made 56-1 submachine gun in his hand, stormed into the torture room, looking at the angry Barang and asked in confusion, Big brother, you're looking for me? Scar, you've just been on guard out there? Barang asked. Scar nodded. And have you seen anyone suspicious approaching the area? Scar shook his head again and looked at Barang in confusion and asked, Big brother, what's going on? Barang handed Scar the fighting saber in his hand that had a hole pierced by a bullet, and pointed to the bullet hole left in the window, and said with a palpitated heart, Someone just shot at me outside, and almost killed me. Shooting? Scar's face changed dramatically, walked to the window and carefully observed the bullet holes left on it, pondered and asked towards Barang. The other party should have used a silenced weapon, so none of us heard the gunshots. Special forces? After hearing Scar's analysis, the first thing that jumped into Barang's head was such a term. Only such elite special forces that were armed to the teeth and specialized in small-scale infiltration operations behind enemy lines would be equipped with silencers that were suitable for sneak assassinations. Barang walked up to Luo Hao and looked at him from top to bottom, asking in a harsh voice, Did you bring in special forces? You think I'll tell you? Luo Hao turned his head to the side with a cold snort. Barang lifted his fist and punched Luo Hao violently in the abdomen, spat at him and cursed, Something that doesn't know how to die, how dare you talk tough to me even now, I'll beat you to death. When Barang raised his hand and was about to slap his big ear toward Luo Hao, Scar suddenly spoke up, Big brother, I think our priority now should be to find the person who shot the gun first. Yes, you're right, look at my brain. Barang slapped his own forehead, and instructed Scar, You must find out that thing that let me off the cold shoulder, I'll skin him alive. Big brother, I don't think the people who put out cold shots may be special forces. Under Barang's astonished gaze, Scar drew out his saber to pick out the bullet pinned in the wooden board, put it in his palm and stretched it out in front of Barang. It's a 9mm caliber Barabellum pistol bullet, so it rules out the possibility of it being a sniper shooting from a distance. And if it was really the special forces that this kid brought in, then they would have already fired during the day at the entrance to the camp. There's no need to wait until now. So what do you mean? This person must be in our camp. Scar said decisively, and those equipped with silencers may not necessarily be special forces. I noticed that the self-defense pistols on Li Ran and Wang Mo are the USP tactical pistol and the P226 self-defense pistol respectively, both of which are capable of being fitted with silencers, and the rounds fired are also 9mm Barabellum pistol rounds. You're saying those two pussies did it? Barang scratched his head in some confusion. Don't forget that the two of them and this guy used to be comrades in arms, brothers who could take bullets for each other. Although it is said that they have now joined Hydra, who knows if they are just putting on a show. Big brother, don't forget that what happened back then also had those two guys in it. Scar said in a deep voice. Shine ah. Barang slammed his fist, walked back and forth a few steps in the wooden house, and instructed Scar, you go get those two pussy brats. I want to ask them clearly, don't end up being sold out, and ING help him in counting the money. Scar nodded in response before exiting the cabin. Luo Hao, who was tied to the wooden pillar, frowned slightly at this moment. When the glass made a shattering sound just now, the rest of his eyes glanced at a shadow from the corner of his eyes from flashing past, but because of the dim light outside, he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but he could confirm that there was indeed a person standing on the window when Barong was preparing to dig his eyes out with a knife. Who the hell is that guy? Why did he save himself? Could it really be that Li Ran and Wang Mo were the ones who did it, as Scar said? If it was really the two of them, there was indeed a possibility that they could shoot without Scar realizing it. But since they had already defected from the Dragon Hidden Unit and completely stood against the country, why did they still want to save themselves? If their defection was just for show, then why did they just shoot Barang's saber just now to give him a warning, instead of shooting him directly? All kinds of questions stuffed Luo Hao's brain for a while. If it wasn't Li Ran and Wang Mo who saved themselves in the nick of time just now, then there was another insider in this camp in Baron, and this insider undoubtedly knew himself, only then could he explain why he would risk shooting to save himself. However, who could this person be? Chapter 94. Who is the mole below? About 10 minutes later, Scar brought the heavily armed Li Ran and Wang Mo into the torture room. Remaining in a state of combat readiness even while sleeping was the rule of the Dragon Hidden Unit's Tactical Operations Group, a habit that was practically etched into their bones and would not change with Li Ran and Wang Mo's defection. Li Ran walked into the wooden house very casually, and when his eyes swept over Luo Hao, who was tied to a wooden post with his naked upper body, and saw the wounds on his body that were obviously left behind from the beatings, his brows frowned gently, but he didn't make any comments about it, because this was supposed to be the condition that he and Barong had talked about before they reached a cooperation. Boss Ba had someone find us brothers here so late at night, he didn't invite us for a drink, did he? Li Ran arched his hand at Barong. Drinking is not urgent. Barong waved his hand at Li Ran and said with a straight face, I brought the two of you here at this late hour just to confirm one thing. Seeing Barang's slightly serious expression, Li Ran and Wang Mo exchanged glances and did not intervene, but waited for his next words. Barang's eyes swept back and forth between Li Ran's and Wang Mo's faces a few times, carefully observing the changes in their facial expressions before continuing. 10 minutes ago, someone shot at me outside the window, but that person obviously just wanted to warn me a little bit, so the bullet only hit my knife and didn't blow my head off. I purposely called you here just to ask, where were you 10 minutes ago? Barong, what do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that it was the two of us who shot at you outside the window just now? Hearing Barang's question that clearly carried an interrogative tone, a hot-tempered Wang Mo immediately became furious. I'm just casually asking, after all, we are still partners, so don't let any misunderstandings cause unpleasantness. Although Barang's words said so, but the leathery smile on his face was clearly suspecting both Li Ran and Wang Mo, which made Wang Mo extraordinarily upset and was about to have a seizure, but was blocked by Li Ran. Proof? What proof? The two of us are the proof. Wang Mo said with a terse neck, 10 minutes ago, the two of us were in the room and didn't go anywhere. You guys proved it to yourselves, that seems a bit unreasonable. Barong stood up from the edge of the table and looked at both Wang Mo and Li Ran with a sneer on his face. There is not a single bad person in this world who would admit to what they have done. Even if one day in the future I am caught by Interpol and sent to the court to be judged, I will likewise not admit to what I am doing now. Listening to your words, are you biting on what the two of US brothers did? A cold aura flashed in Wang Mo's eyes as he gripped the M4A1 automatic rifle hanging on his body with both hands. Don't move! Wang Mo had just raised his gun up, and hadn't even had time to aim it at Barong. Scar had already drawn his own Glock 17 pistol and pointed it at Wang Mo's head. If you dare to move and try it out, if you are still a member of the Dragon Hidden Unit, I might not really dare to do anything to you, because behind you is the entire Chinese military. If I provoke the anger of a military powerhouse by killing you, this deal is not worth it. But unfortunately, you're just a mercenary of Hydra now. Even if I shoot you dead today, he, Jiang Qiu, may not dare to do anything to me. Others are afraid of that cobra, but I'm not afraid. Both sides suddenly moved their guns, which made the atmosphere in the cabin very awkward. Looking at the two men, Wang Mo and Scar, who were at swords drawn, Li Ran suddenly opened his mouth and asked, I don't know what Boss Ba's reason for suspecting the two of us brothers is? After briefly describing Scar's deduction, Barong said, although you have left the Dragon Hidden Unit, you and that kid used to be comrades in arms. There are two kinds of love in this world that are the most unforgettable. One is first love, and the other is comradeship that has been tested by blood and fire. Therefore, I don't think it's impossible that you guys will step in to help that kid. I admit that we did come out equipped with silenced weapons this time. Li Ran generously took out the silencer from his own tactical undershirt and placed it on the table, then glanced at Scar, who was standing beside Wang Mo with a wary look on his face, and said, "But I'm afraid that there are more than just two of our brothers who possess silencers in this camp. No, right here in this room. This big brother Scar has a thick layer of calluses on his tiger's muzzle position, and he has the same calluses on his index finger and thumb. Only veterans who use guns often will grow calluses on these three positions. Although his sidearm is a Glock 17, it can be fitted with a silencer with a simple modification to the barrel. Gun modifications shouldn't be difficult for such an expert gun user." Fart. Before Scar could open his mouth to retort, Barang was already the first to start cursing towards Li Ran. "I'm telling you, anyone in this camp could be shooting at me, only this brother of mine won't. You can go out and ask anyone. If there is one person who agrees with you, Barang, will cut off my head and use it as a night pot for you." Li Ran raised his hand to wipe off the saliva Barang sprayed on his face, touching his nose, said, "To prove whether or not there was a shooting just now, there is a way that is the easiest. Dismantle the gun to check the barrel. As long as the gun has been fired, there will be gunpowder residue in the chamber. Even if it has been done to clean it up, it will still have the smell of gunpowder after it has been burned, and this is not possible to remove it in a short period of time." Li Ran took the lead in disassembling his own pistol, and at his gesture, Wang Mo coldly grunted as he also disassembled his self-defense pistol. Looking at the two pistol parts placed on the table, Li Ran asked towards Scar, "Big brother Scar, do you dare to take your own gun apart for us to see as well?" Scar smiled contemptuously, and was about to make a move to dismantle the gun when Barang suddenly reached out and blocked it. "Brother, you and I are lifelong friends, do I still not trust you? Big brother, we mix in the road, the most important thing is a bowl of water. If we do not give them a clear understanding of today, the word will inevitably be gossip, who will still do business with Big brother in the future." With that, Scar disassembled his Glock 17 pistol into parts and placed it on the table, and Barang picked up the three barrels from the table in turn and put them under his nose to smell them, and finally said, "All three guns don't have the smell of gunpowder and smoke, so it seems that it wasn't one of you who shot at me just now." Barang personally loaded Scar's gun and returned it to him, and after patting his shoulder somewhat apologetically, he instructed him, "Scar, you're responsible for finding out that mole hiding in the camp, and don't do anything about it. When you find out, I'm going to cut him alive with my own hands." "Got it, big brother." After Scar nodded his head in response, he looked at Luo Hao, who was still tied to the wooden post, and asked, "What about this kid?" "Lock him up with that woman for now, until we find the mole." Barang snorted coldly and flung his hand towards the house. Chapter 95 Prisoners Above. Li Ran walked over to the table, loaded his pistol back into the quick-draw holster, and said in a voice that only he and Scar could hear, "In fact, the person who shot towards Barang outside just now to stop him from gouging out Luo Hao's eyes was you, wasn't it?" Scar snorted coldly and glanced at Li Ran. "This brother, meals can be eaten casually, but words can't be said casually. Say the wrong thing and your head will be gone. But my intuition tells me that the mole hiding in the shadows is you, and my intuition has never been wrong." Li Ran remained unforgiving. "Yeah? Unfortunately, I never believe in those what intuition, sixth sense and what not. I only believe in my eyes. This kid also troubles you too to send him to be locked up. I have to go check on my big brother. I can't rest assured that there is a mole in this camp." Scar pointed at Luo Hao on the wooden pillar and turned toward the outside of the wooden house. Looking at Scar's back as he left, the corner of Li Ran's mouth slowly curved upwards in an arc. "I'll see how long you can hide. Demon pupil, it really wasn't you who shot to save me just now?" As Luo Hao was about to be pushed into the wooden house, he asked Li Ran. Hearing Luo Hao's question, Li Ran didn't make an answer and just smiled at him. "Looks like I made a fool of myself." Luo Hao shrugged and took a step towards the wooden house. "Wait a minute." Li Ran pressed Luo Hao's shoulder and asked, "Are we still friends?" Luo Hao stared at Li Ran for a while, slowly let out a breath, and said, "The moment you followed Jiang Wei to defect out of the country and stepped into the door of Hydra, it was destined that we wouldn't be friends anymore. If we meet on the battlefield one day in the future, you'll shoot me? If I can get out of here alive and appear on the battlefield again as a Chinese soldier, I will definitely shoot you and show no mercy." Luo Hao said decisively. "If that day does come, I will likewise show no mercy. All you have to do now is to live well and leave this jungle safely. You are a born strong man and should not be buried here." Listening to Li Ran's sincere words, Luo Hao was just about to nod his head when he suddenly felt a sharp stabbing pain coming from his neck, violently pushed Li Ran away, looked at him with a stunned face, and asked drastically, "What have you injected me with?" "Good stuff." Li Ran shook at Luo Hao, hiding the syringe between his fingers. "This is a kind of syringe with a charge of about 3 milliliters, only about the thickness of a pencil, about 3 centimeters in length, and with a very short needle tip, which is easy to hide and easy to use, so it is very much favored by foreign agents." Li Ran lifted his chin to the two Hydra mercenaries following him, and the two mercenaries opened the iron door of the cell, pushed Luo Hao in, and then relocked the iron door. Luo Hao stumbled and was pushed into the captivity room, and he used his hand to hold the wall next to him to keep his balance and didn't let himself fall. The place where Li Ran had just stabbed him with a syringe only left a tiny light red needle eye. Luo Hao. After seeing the visitor clearly, Yun Shi, who was sitting on the only plank bed in the house, stood up and helped him sit on the bed. Looking at the scars left after Luo Hao was whipped all over his body, Yun Shi's eyes couldn't help but redden, gently touching those red marks with her hand that had obviously caused the capillaries under the skin to rupture, and asked in a trembling voice, "They tortured you?" "It's fine, just a small injury, this tactic can't defeat me yet." Luo Hao waved his hand at Yun Shi, struggling to sit up from the bed, but before his feet could stand firmly, he sat back down again with his butt, accidentally involving the wounds on his body, making him unable to stop sucking in cold air. Yun Shi helped him back on the bed to do a good job, very dissatisfied with his willful bravado, pouted and gave him a blank look. "Nothing to move around? Don't you know you're injured? Do you really think you're Superman with his underwear on?" When being supported by Yun Shi, Luo Hao's heart couldn't help but beat wildly for a while, and when being glanced at by her beautiful eyes and rebuked in a delicate voice, it even made Luo Hao's mouth dry up, and his heart surged with a strange impulse. Having been in contact with Yun Shi for so long, even when the two of them had initially established a romantic relationship, Luo Hao had never had this impulse he had now. This abnormal impulse made Luo Hao feel a bit scared, and he ruthlessly pinched himself on his thigh, forcing down this throbbing in his heart before he heaved a sigh of relief. Feeling Luo Hao's abnormal reaction, Yun Shi hurriedly approached him, nervously concerned. "What's wrong with you?" Yun Shi's sudden proximity made Luo Hao's heart rate, which had been calmed down with great difficulty, accelerate violently again, and the closer Yun Shi leaned on himself, the faster Luo Hao felt his heartbeat, and the more layers and layers of goosebumps exploded on Luo Hao's body. Luo Hao, who noticed the difference in his body, pushed Yun Shi away with his own slightly hot hand and curled himself into the corner of the bed, pulling away from Yun Shi as much as possible. "Luo Hao, what's wrong with you? From the moment I came in just now, I felt that something seemed wrong with you." Yun Shi tried to get closer to Luo Hao, who was cowering in the corner of the bed, but he reached out and blocked him, making up an excuse casually and rasping, "Don't get close to me. Let me calm down alone, I'll think of a way to escape from here." Yun Shi opened her mouth, a little bit of aggravation in her heart, but still obediently sat on the edge of the bed and didn't approach Luo Hao anymore, only that her eyes glanced at Luo Hao, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, from time to time. In order to distract himself, Luo Hao surveyed the cell that held himself and Yun Shi. The whole house was cast with reinforced concrete, and it should be the only house built with reinforced concrete in the whole camp. There is no skylight at the top of the confinement room, and there are no windows on the surrounding walls, only two palm-sized ventilation holes at a height of 5 meters from the ground, and such a small ventilation opening cannot be drilled out from there even if one has practiced bone shrinking skills. The only source of light in the room is a 7-watt white energy-saving lamp hanging above the head, and the only furniture is the wooden bed underneath, and this wooden bed is still fixed to the ground. That is to say, those who are detained here do not even have the opportunity to climb to the bed and throw a piece of paper to the outside to ask for help. However, Luo Hao soon realized that this method of distraction was useless. Although he intentionally controlled his attention, he couldn't stop the changes in his body at all, and vaguely he had already guessed what Li Ran had injected into him before he was locked into this confinement room. "Goddamn specter. Luo Hao cursed Li Ran in his heart, actually giving me this damn medicine, asshole." Chapter 96, Captivity Below. As time passed, Luo Hao felt that the lust in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and his control was getting weaker and weaker. He even scratched his thighs, still with little effect. Yun Shi looked at Luo Hao, who seemed to be trying his best to restrain some pain, and couldn't bear to be close to him several times in her heart, but she was ruthlessly forced back by Luo Hao with a stern look. When Luo Hao was just about to be completely engulfed by the burning desire one in his body, he bit the tip of his tongue with a cruel heart. A faint salty flavor instantly filled in his mouth, and Luo Hao also used the stinging pain produced by biting the tip of his tongue to let his brain regain a trace of clarity. However, Luo Hao knew that this was only an emergency measure to treat the symptoms, and he couldn't possibly get through every time by biting his tongue. "Luo Hao, are you alright?" Yun Shi looked at Luo Hao, whose eyes were a bit red, and couldn't help but ask out loud. I'm fine, just rest for a while." Luo Hao's breathing became more and more ragged as he lay down facing the concrete wall. While Luo Hao was still deadening the onslaught of lust desire in his heart, the door of the confinement room was open from outside, and Li Ran, who was dressed in jungle camouflage, walked in. Seeing Li Ran, who suddenly appeared, Luo Hao sat up from the bed in a flash, stared at Li Ran standing in the doorway, and asked, "What the hell did you hit me with? Shouldn't you know better than me what's what?" Li Ran relied on the confinement room that has 5 centimeters thick iron door, said with a light smile, "I believe that you also know, we in the Hellfire the 4th phase of the assassination course on the way to the defection of the time, but also took away the original should be our assassination target, Neon Country's biochemical drug experts, Takanaka Yifu, to give you an injection. The drug called Crazy Mandala is Takanaka Yatsuo idly get out of the toy. This is a medicinal properties very strong spring drug. Li Ran raised his hand to look at the military watch on his wrist, and couldn't help but applaud Luo Hao, praising, "The most promising trainee of the Dragon Hidden Army is really remarkable. After being injected with this kind of drug, the average person can't even hold on for 3 minutes before rushing to it, but you lasted a full 30 minutes, is really a will of steel. You bastard, why are you doing this to me?" Luo Hao asked in a rough voice with crimson eyes. "Why?" Li Ran tilted his head and thought very seriously, then shrugged and said, "You should know that I, Demon Hitomi, never need a reason to do anything. As long as I like it myself, that's enough. I injected you with crazy mandala because I wanted to see how long you could last under the torture of this drug, and now I have satisfied the curiosity in my heart." Luo Hao shouted angrily, gritted his teeth and leapt up from the bed, clenched his right hand and swung at Li Ran, who was standing in the doorway. Facing Luo Hao's attack, Li Ran didn't take any evasion, because he knew that at this moment, Luo Hao, because of the torture of crazy mandala, was already strong and dry, and the attacking power he could exert now was less than 10% of the usual one. Li Ran stretched out his right hand and easily clasped his wrist with one hand, yanking him to him. "Mad dragon, why are you torturing yourself like this, enduring so hard?" He glanced in Yunshi's direction and continued, "Back when the princess was in the Dragon Hidden Unit, there were quite a few people who pursued her, but she didn't even fake color. She was a notorious iceberg snow lotus. At one time I thought that no one would be able to subdue this iceberg snow lotus. I didn't expect to end up with you in the end. I can see that she really likes you and you care about her, otherwise the always killing and decisive Mad Dragon wouldn't have abandoned his gun because of her. Since that's the case, why don't you take this opportunity to do everything that needs to be done? I'm not as mean and nasty as you. You traitor of the Dragon Hidden Army." Luo Hao broke free from Li Ran's grip and gasped. When he heard Luo Hao say the word traitor, Li Ran's eyes slightly shrunk, but then he hid the abnormality in his eyes, snorted, and said, "Since you want to be a gentleman, then continue to endure it." After saying that, Li Ran turned around and walked towards the outside of the house, and when the door was about to be locked again, he said in a voice that both Luo Hao and Yunshi could hear, "By the way, Mad Dragon, don't blame me for not reminding you that this medicine from Takanakaifu was very overbearing, and if you can't get that one within an hour, the medicine will completely destroy your brain, turning you into a vegetable who can't speak and can't move his hands." Bang! The iron door was heavily closed again, and Luo Hao slowly climbed onto the bed, curling up in the corner of the bed once again, his teeth biting his arm in agony. "Luo Hao, if you want, I actually don't mind." Looking at Luo Hao, whose body was trembling a bit because he was holding back, Yunshi said softly. When Yunshi left the Dragon Hidden Army and went to Donghai City, Zhao Guobang told her that the reconstruction of Tactical Group E could not be separated from Luo Hao, and the Demon Hunting Program could not be separated from Luo Hao, and that Luo Hao should be brought back to the Dragon Hidden Army at all costs. Yunshi understood what Zhao Guobang's words "at any cost" meant, meaning that when necessary, she would bring Luo Hao back to the Dragon Hidden Army even at the cost of herself. Yunshi admitted that she had purposefully contacted Luo Hao in the beginning regardless of whether it was because of Zhao Guobang's mission or because of other reasons, but now, if Yunshi was asked, did she still have purpose to contact Luo Hao? The answer was no. Because in many contacts, Yunshi realized that she really fell in love with this man who was smaller than herself, protective of herself in many ways, loyal to her country, righteous to her brothers, ruthless to her enemies, and untamed. "I don't need it." Luo Hao refused in a rough tone. "You'll die." Yunshi also violently pulled up her voice and shouted at Luo Hao. "That asshole Demon Hitomi made it up and you believe it too? Do you stupid woman have any brains at all? I know Demon Hitomi is a person better than you do, so I know exactly what he says is true and what he says is false. I now really doubt that your stupid woman's IQ is really 106? Precisely because Luo Hao understood Li Ran's personality, he knew very well that what Li Ran had just said was definitely not fooling himself. Even though Luo Hao kept giving himself mental hints in his mind that Li Ran's words were a lie, the fact was that it couldn't do anything, and Luo Hao clearly felt that his thinking was getting more and more fuzzy. Luo Hao. Scram. Luo Hao used an incomparably rude tone to spit out a word that was definitely not considered civilized to Yunshi. "I mind as a woman, what do you care?" This time, Yunshi was really angry, her narrow beautiful eyes glaring at Luo Hao, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, constantly pinching his thighs with his hands, and asked really, "I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me?" Luo Hao raised his head, crimson eyes, his right hand, which was bleeding from his own bite, violently probed out and pinched Yunshi's neck. Chapter 97 Commitments. Are you just going to watch yourself being tortured into a vegetable and then watch me fall into the hands of those drug dealers and be miserably humiliated by them? Instead of waiting for you to be insulted by those filthy drug dealers after you become a vegetable, it would be better for you to be strangled to death right now. Yunshi held Luo Hao's hand on her neck, tears flashing in her eyes, and asked softly, "Look at yourself, if you really still have the strength, it should be effortless to crush my throat bone, but what about now? Your hands are trembling, you don't even have the strength to kill me, a woman with no hands, what are you still stubborn about? Is it because of your pathetic machismo? Luo Hao, I love you. I know, but I can't. Just hog you. I can't do it." Luo Hao slowly withdrew his own hand on Yunshi's neck and continued to pinch his thigh with his hand, using this to keep himself awake. Since I've known you, it's always been you saving me, now it's my turn to save you, it's only fair. Yunshi looked at Luo Hao with endless tenderness in her eyes. When Luo Hao's eyes met the tenderness in Yunshi's eyes, the psychological defense that he had so painstakingly held onto collapsed and broke apart in an instant. Luo Hao trembling hands reached out to Yunshi, who was a stone's throw away from him, and the crimson color in his eyes became more and more intense. Yunshi slowly closed her eyes and waited for the moment when the raging wind and rain would come. As Luo Hao got closer, Yunshi could clearly feel the burning manly breath approaching her and spraying on her face. Suddenly she felt a pain in her neck. Luo Hao actually opened his mouth and bit on her neck. His teeth pierced his own skin and blood gushed out along the wound he had bitten open. It's just a matter of dying in his hands, it's better than being killed by that group of drug dealers. Yunshi sat motionless on the plank bed, letting Luo Hao suck his own blood. But it didn't take long for Yunshi to feel the burning breath sprayed on her cheeks and neck disappear, and she opened her eyes to find Luo Hao once again shrunk into the corner of the plank bed, his hands tearing at the dark green blanket on the bed, tearing it so hard, so very hard, that his knuckles were a little whitish from the excessive force. However, under the effect of crazy mandala medicine, the desire in Luo Hao's heart was like a fierce wave devouring his reason. Luo Hao told himself over and over again in his mind, I can't just possess Yunshi, absolutely not. That is something to do. Even if I die, I can't do such a thing. A gentleman does something and does not do anything. This is what Luo Hao was told by his master's mother when he was a child to be a man. Poof. Under the attack of the overbearing medicinal effect of crazy mandala, Luo Hao fell down on the wooden bed because of his blurred consciousness. Luo Hao, Yunshi shed tears and crawled toward Luo Hao, who was curled up on the plank bed. Don't come near. Never come near me, I beg you. Luo Hao's voice was no longer as powerful as it was when he drank back Yunshi just now, and his tone was trembling, his consciousness and body were already at the end of their strength. Rather lying in bed, begging a woman than using her body to save yourself. Mad Dragon, should I applaud your gentlemanly behavior, or should I call you stupid? At this time, the iron door of the confinement room was once again opened, and Li Ran once again appeared at the entrance of the confinement room. Seeing Li Ran appearing at the door of the confinement room, Yunshi's eyes instantly lit up, panicked, got down on the bed, rushed to Li Ran, and asked, You must have a way to save him, don't you? I know you must have a way to save him. Save him, must save him. You're begging me? Li Ran looked at the flustered and helpless, pearly Yunshi and said, The princess of the Dragon Hidden Army would actually beg for someone, and for a son who was expelled from the Dragon Hidden Army, a traitor, like that? Whether he was expelled from the Dragon Hidden Unit or not, and I don't care if he's the son of a traitor, I only know that he saved me. Yunshi wiped away her own tears and said, So, I must save him. But he doesn't need you to save. Li Ran said with a shrug. Although the medicinal properties of the crazy mandala need to be lifted through a male-female affair, I believe that there must be other ways besides this method. Yunshi looked at Li Ran and said decisively, The fact that you appeared here at this time and this behavior says it all. Slap. After listening to Yunshi's words, Li Ran couldn't help but applaud and praised, worthy of being a princess with an IQ as high as 160. Not bad. There are other ways to remove the toxicity of the crazy mandala from Mad Dragon other than performing male and female acts. However, before I tell you the method, let me ask you two questions first. The first question, did you really save Mad Dragon because you love him, or because of something else? I love him. Yunshi replied as she directly interrupted Li then face. Li Ran stared at Yunshi's eyes for a moment and nodded. Second question, if it is necessary to use your life to save Mad Dragon, are you willing to do so? I do. Yunshi replied without hesitation. Great. Li Ran took a cloth bag from Wang Mo behind him and handed it over to Yunshi, saying, In order to remove the toxicity of the crazy mandala, in addition to male-female affairs, there is another way to do it, which is to exchange blood, and use your blood to displace the poisonous blood in his body. The two of you have matching blood types, so you don't have to worry about a transfusion reaction occurring. Li Ran jumped over Yunshi and looked at Luo Hao, who was curled up on the wooden plank bed, and said, One is to use her body to save you, and the other is to use her life to save you. Which one do you choose? No need. Yes? Li Ran smiled faintly and once again turned around with Wang Mo and left the confinement room, and closed the iron door heavily. Yunshi opened the cloth bag that Li Ran had handed to her, and inside were 2 medical rubber skin tubes, 3 needles, a sedative, and a packet of iodine cotton for sterilizing the skin and needles. Let me save you once this time, the man I love. Saying that, Yunshi pressed out the tranquilizer needle to inject the tranquilizer into Luo Hao's body before Luo Hao could react. The strong tranquilizer immediately made Luo Hao completely fall asleep. Yunshi used iodine cotton to decontaminate the veins of her own and Luo Hao's arms, and then stabbed one of the needles into Luo Hao's right arm, and the poisonous blood with the toxicity of crazy mandala flowed out of Luo Hao's body along with the skin tube, and dripped down on the ground. Immediately after that, Yunshi used the 2 needles on the remaining skin tube to pierce her right arm and Luo Hao's left arm respectively, and the blood with her body temperature flowed into Luo Hao's body along the skin tube. Yunshi quietly lay beside Luo Hao, clasping his left hand and resting him gently on his shoulder, with a faint smile on her face. Using her own life on Luo Hao, Yunshi didn't regret it, because he was the first man she fell in love with in her life, and likewise, the last one. Time passed by minute, as the blood in her body was replaced into Luo Hao's body to detoxify him. Yunshi felt her body getting colder and colder, and could only get closer to Luo Hao. Watching the unusual scarlet color on Luo Hao's face due to the poisoning gradually recede, Yunshi struggled to get up from the plank bed and pulled out the blood transfusion tubes on her and Luo Hao's arms. Just when Yunshi wanted to stop the still bleeding pinhole on Luo Hao's arm, because of the loss of blood, Yunshi only felt a dizziness in front of her eyes, and her body went limp and fainted. It was not known that after a long time, the iron door of the confinement room was opened again, and Li Ran once again appeared at the entrance of the confinement room with Wang Mo. Li Ran looked at the two people, Yunshi and Luo Hao, who were sleeping on the bed, as well as the bloodstains on the ground, and quickly walked into the confinement room, opened the first aid kit he was carrying, and asked Wang Mo, "Are the people all asleep?" "All down." After Li Ran first pulled out the rubber tube on Luo Hao's arm and stopped his bleeding, he took out a bag of plasma from the first aid kit and attached it to the blood transfusion tube, and input the plasma into Yunshi, who had a pale face and was unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Wang Mo looked at Li Ran, who was busy, and asked, "Demon pupil, will we go too far with this? The next time Mad Dragon sees us, he'll have to play with us. Haven't we been prepared for this from the moment we left the country? Only he can deal with those crazy people, so he must go back." Li Ran looked at Luo Hao, who was in a coma, and said, "Rather dying yourself than possessing the princess. I, Demon Hitomi, have never admired a few people in my life, and you, Mad Dragon, are considered one." Li Ran did not enter all of the plasma in the blood bag into Yunshi's body because that would cause her suspicion. After transfusing half of the blood plasma in the blood bag into Yunshi's body, Li Ran left the confinement room with Wang Mo. The moment he closed the captivity room behind him, Li Ran twisted his head to look at Luo Hao lying on the bed and said softly, "You're a sharp sword, but it's been dusted off for 3 years. We're now a whetstone in order to make this sword of yours sharper." Chapter 98, Getting Out of the Trap Above. Early in the morning, the sound of birds chirping in the woods outside the captivity room woke Luo Hao up. Luo Hao rubbed his drowsy head and sat up from the bed. The smell of blood that permeated the confinement room and the puddle of blood that had not yet completely dried up by the wooden plank bedside made Luo Hao's heart tighten, and a scene of last night's image appeared in front of his eyes once again. Yun Hui. Luo Hao hurriedly turned back to look for Yun Shi and found her lying beside him. Her face was pale, and on her neck she still had that stinging bite mark. "Silly woman." Luo Hao held Yun Shi's hand, his eyes filled with heartache. Maybe it was Luo Hao's grip that was too hard. The sleeping Yunshi's eyelids gently moved and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the man in front of her, whose face was filled with the color of heartache. The corner of her mouth pulled out a smile. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Do you know that you will die if you do that?" Looking at the woman in front of him, who didn't know whether she really didn't know or was deliberately playing dumb, Luo Hao couldn't help but blame Yunshi for that risky behavior while his heart ached. Luo Hao reclined beside Yunshi, ruffled her hair that had slipped down in front of her cheeks a few rates behind her ear, looked at her stunningly beautiful face, and with a stirring in his heart, he asked, "From today onwards, there is a part of you in my life, so will you be my woman, okay? I can't promise that you can be honored, but I can guarantee that as long as I live, no one will be able to harm you." Yunshi pressed the palm of Luo Hao's hand against her cheek, feeling the warmth of his hand, and nodded obediently. The two just lay quietly facing each other, staring at each other. "What time is it now?" After an unknown period of time, Yunshi, who was gazing deeply at Luo Hao, suddenly asked softly. Luo Hao looked up at the slightly cool glow from the ventilation into the house and said, "It's almost dawn. In a few hours, it would be the 24 hours agreed upon with Zhou Bo and the others. By then they would not see themselves and Yunshi appear and would definitely carry out a rescue plan. Zhou Bo, Li Yifeng, you must be well prepared. Barong has placed heavy troops here. Luo Hao, what are you going to do back there?" Yunshi brushed her fingers over the red marks left on Luo Hao's chest after being whipped. "Kill Barong and get you all safely out of this jungle." "And then what?" "After sending Dongzi and the others into the dragon hidden unit, I will leave again. When the time is right, I'll go to your house and ask your family to propose marriage." "What about you? Aren't you going to go back?" Yunshi asked as she jerked her head up and looked at the man in front of her. Luo Hao slowly shook his head. Yunshi angrily pinched him hard on his arm and asked, "Even for my sake, you're not willing to go back?" Luo Hao looked at Yunshi, whose eyes were full of expectations, reached out and carried her into his arms, looked at the small power energy-saving lamp above his head, and after a long time, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, patted Yunshi's back, and asked, "Must we go back?" Yunshi nodded. "If you really love me and want to create a future with me that belongs to us, then you must go back." "Why?" "Because you don't have the gold standard of the dragon hidden army. My grandfather would never agree to us dating." Yunshi said slowly. "Your grandfather?" "My grandfather is Yun Bowen. Former Defense Minister Admiral Yun Bowen is your grandfather?" Luo Hao sat up straight violently, looked at Yunshi with a stunned face, and said numbly, "You're a member of the capital city's Yun family?" Yunshi wrapped her body with the blanket and nodded. Do you know why Zhou Bo, who obviously has a father who was a division commander and is a military prince sub-party, still tried his best to squeeze into the dragon hidden unit? Because he knows that before he is not good enough on his own, even if I like him, he won't get my grandfather's approval. Yunshi brushed Luohao's hesitant and struggling face with her palm and said softly, your situation is much better than his. Not only do the two of us like each other, but also you are the most promising trainee of the Dragon Hidden Force, and you have a marvelous master. The Dragon Hidden Force is eager to reorganize the Tactical Operations Group too. As long as you nod your head, your rejoining the Dragon Hidden Force is almost a nail in the coffin. Luohao. Luohao reached out to stop Yunshi's later words, slowly climbed down from the wooden bed, sat on the edge of the bed with his hands resting on his chin and plunged into the final decision. Yunshi didn't make any more noise to disturb him, because she knew that if Luohao insisted on refusing to go back to the Dragon Hidden Army, it was useless to say more, and the final decision still needed to be made by him. After rubbing his face fiercely, Luohao twisted his head to look at Yunshi sitting on the bed and said with some apologies, I'm sorry Yunshi, I really can't make a choice in such a short time now. Luohao, you. Hearing Luohao's words, Yunshi was instantly anxious, and there was moisture in her eyes that was rapidly dense. Don't cry. Luohao gently stroked his hand across Yunshi's cheek, promising in an incomparably serious tone, but I can promise you that I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer before I get out of this jungle. Really? Yunshi asked in confirmation. Luohao nodded, sort of making a promise to Yunshi. Yunshi was so happy that she hugged him, her lips pressed to his ear, and said, you were so mean to me last night, and you even bit me. Luohao froze at his words, and before he could react, Yunshi opened her mouth and bit on his neck as well. Pain came, but Luohao didn't make any movement to resist, allowing Yunshi to leave a bite mark on his neck as well. After Yunshi finished her revenge, Luohao stood up from the bed and re-examined the steel-reinforced concrete cell that held him and Yunshi, trying to find a way to get out of it. Although he had already made an observation on this captive room which was obviously designed and built by professionals last night, and got the conclusion that it was impossible to escape, Luohao didn't intend to give up just like that, choosing to give up directly without trying, which was not the attitude that a Dragon Hidden Army Elite Special Operations member should have. He carefully checked every corner of the room that might be neglected. After Luohao circled around the captivity room for 2 whole times, he finally sat back on the edge of the bed helplessly. The whole room could be said to be unbreakable except for those 2 palm-sized air vents, and he had slapped the surrounding walls with his hands. The concrete poured was very sturdy, and if directional blasting were to be used, it would require at least 10 kilograms of TNT explosives or the equivalent amount of C4 plastic explosive, and these were things that Luohao simply couldn't have at the moment. Is there no way? Yunshi, who was sitting on the bed, asked. Luohao shook his head helplessly and said with an apology, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, it's that they were prepared. Yunshi brushed her fingers over the whip marks on Luohao's back. Does it still hurt? Luohao shook his head again, burying his head between his hands to think about the way to get out of the trap. Suddenly he thought of something, looking at Yunshi with a light in his eyes and asked, there's no toilet here, how did you solve that? Personal problem in the past 2 days? Being asked such a private question, Yunshi couldn't help but blush and said in a thin mosquito voice, if you need it, you can ask the guards outside to bring it to the woods outside to solve it, but they are very tightly guarded, and… Yunshi pointed to the top of his head, there are machine gunners above the confinement cell, they have a wide view from above, so it's basically impossible to escape. After listening to Yunshi's words, a cold smile crossed the corner of Luohao's mouth. It's indeed impossible for you to escape alone, but with me around, it's hard to say. You have a solution? Yunshi asked happily. Pretty much. But there's still a little something missing. Luohao's eyes once again scanned the captivity room like radar, looking for what he needed. Luohao, what are you looking for? Luohao made a silent gesture to Yunshi, lifted the mattress on the wooden bed, revealing the wooden board underneath, tried the hardness of the board with his hand, and under Yunshi's astonished gaze, Luohao crouched down, reached out and fumbled underneath the board for a while, and with the click sound, Luohao folded a section of wood of 10 centimeters in length and about 1 centimeter in thickness off the board, sharpened a section of wood on the concrete wall, and held it in his hand. For a while, nodding his head with satisfaction. With a soft sound of click, Luohao folded a 10 centimeter long piece of wood from the bedboard, with a thickness of about 1 centimeter, and after sharpening a piece of it on the concrete wall, he held it in his hand and compared it, nodding his head with satisfaction. Luohao, is this? Yunshi pointed at the wooden piece placed on the bed and asked in confusion. The guy who can help us escape. After saying that, Luohao directly tilted his body to lie down on the bed again, and as he lay down, he grabbed Yunshi's hand and pulled her down in his arms again, gently caressing her back and saying with apologies, Yunshi, I'm sorry. Yunshi pressed against Luohao's chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat, and softly said, Don't say you're sorry, this is what I volunteered for. The sound of Luohao's heartbeat seemed to have a strange magic power, making Yunshi feel at ease, giving her the feeling that as long as Luohao was by her side, no one could hurt her. Yunshi leaned close to Luohao and asked softly, What are we doing back there? How are we going to escape? Wait. Luohao slowly spat out a word. Counting the time, Zhou Bo and the others should be ready to make their move as well. In the dense forest 5 kilometers away from the camp where Barong held Luo Hao and Yunxi, Li Yifeng, who was in a ghillie suit, was sitting on a branch holding an AWM sniper rifle, responsible for guarding, while Zhou Bo, Su Sudong, and Situ Kong were sitting around under the tree. Zhou Bo looked at the military watch on his wrist that was set to count down and said, "There is still 1 hour left before the full 24 hours, there is still no news from Luo Hao, he should have been detained by Baron. Perhaps, he and Yunxi are on their way back, we'd better wait a little longer." Situ Kong spoke up. Zhou Bo nodded and said, "Then we'll wait for another hour, and if they haven't shown up by then, we'll be ready to strike." After Su Sudong and Situ Kong nodded in response, they began to make preparations separately. Situ Kong put together the 10 crossbow arrows left on his body, while Su Sudong pressed all the magazines on his body with bullets, making sure that his weapons were already in a ready-to-use state. "Owl, there is movement in the bushes ahead, be on alert." Li Yifeng's alarm suddenly came from Zhou Bai and the others' earphones. After the three of them glanced at each other, they quickly grabbed the weapons around them and hid in the bushes next to them. Zhou Bo and Su Sudong hid in the bushes on both sides, the M4A1 automatic rifles and M16A4 rifles in their hands formed a crossfire network, while Situ Kong lifted his breath and leaped, easily climbing onto the trunk of a large tree, pulling the bowstring open, forming a second crossfire network with Li Yifeng, who was also hiding on a branch. Longcat's reputation as a martial arts genius really isn't blown, not to mention that this hand is placed in the scout's unarmed rock climbing subject. Even if it's put aside in the lightning commandos, it's enough to blind the eyes of those guys who have their eyes high above the ground. Zhou Bo said with envy. "Coming." At Su Sudong's bellowed reminder, Zhou Bo withdrew his attention, his eyes affixed to the holographic scope, staring dead ahead of himself at the ever-shifting bush, his finger pulling down on the second fire of the trigger. The movement of the bushes was getting bigger and bigger, and the heartbeat of Su Sudong, who was ambushed in the bushes, couldn't help but speed up. Just when everyone thought that someone would come out from inside, a small white furry head poked out from inside, its nose constantly sniffing on the ground, collecting the scent that it was familiar with that remained in the air, and in its mouth it was biting on Luo Hao's dragon tooth saber, which was never far away from his body. Its teeth. Su Sudong let out a cry of alarm and stood up from the bushes, quickly running to Tooth's side and removing the grass blades that were staining its little head. "Little guy, where's Haozi?" "Ow." Tooth loosened the dragon tooth saber that had been biting in its mouth and bit Su Sudong's pants leg, dragging him in the direction of the Baron camp. Chapter 99, Getting Out of the Trap Center. Seeing Tooth's unusual behavior, Su Sudong's heart thumped. A thought quickly swept into his mind: something happened to Luo Hao. "Little fellow, is something wrong with Haozi?" Li Yifeng, who jumped down from the tree, looked at Tooth, who was constantly tugging at Su Sudong's pants leg, and asked. The teeth that could understand human language actually nodded towards Li Yifeng in a very humane manner. "Owl, it looks like we have to take action." Li Yifeng looked at Zhou Bo beside him and said. "All personnel check their respective weaponry. Fox outpost, Totoro left flank, Eating Bee right flank, maintain battle formation and advance." Zhou Bo squatted down and rubbed Tooth's head, saying, "Little guy, I'm counting on you to lead the way." "Oh." "Ow." Tooth let go of Su Sudong's pants leg, turned his head and ran towards the bushes, ran a few steps and then turned back to look at Zhou Bo and the others who were following him, confirming that they had followed him before continuing to rush forward. On the verge of reaching the site of the Baron garrison, Tooth, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped, his body slumped to the ground, his eyes fixed dead on the grass in front of it on the right. Seeing that Tooth stopped, Li Yifeng also extended his right hand to make a fist and erected, signaling the people behind him to stop advancing and take cover on the ground. Li Yifeng, who possessed the ghillie suit camouflage, lay on the ground, opened the sniper rifle's eyepiece and looked towards the direction where Tooth's eyes were staring. There was a piece of knee-high grass, the grass blades were mixed. At first glance there was no abnormality, but when Li Yifeng enlarged the magnification of the sniper scope and carefully observed, he found that there was a place in the grass that was very unnaturally raised. It was a sniper with a camouflage net all over his body that was lurking in it. Li Yifeng touched Tooth's head and gave a thumbs up to this little guy. As a renowned hunter in the jungle, the wolf had a keen sense of smell comparable to that of a hound. "Fox, what's the situation?" Zhou Bo's inquiry came from Li Yifeng's headset. Li Yifeng pressed the microphone attached to his throat and said softly, "There is a sniper at your 2 o'clock direction at a distance of 130 meters. I'll go and finish him off." Su Sudong said eagerly after confirming the sniper's position and taking out the butterfly knife Luo Hao gave him. "Wait a minute. Let me observe again if there are any other hidden snipers. It's impossible for Barong to arrange only one sniper to monitor the security of the camp's periphery." Li Yifeng's voice came from Su Sudong's headset. 10 minutes later, Li Yifeng's reconnaissance results were fed back to everyone's ears through the radio. In the direction of 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and in the direction of 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, there's one sniper each, a total of 4. Zhou Bo pointed at Su Sudong and Situ Kong, then made a roundabout advance and throat-slitting maneuver towards the enemy snipers at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Su Sudong and Situ Kong made an understand gesture to Zhou Bo, and bowed towards the 2 snipers hidden in the grass on their right-hand side. Situ emptied the hands of the composite bow behind his back, put a crossbow in his hands, quietly touched to the 4 o'clock position of the sniper's back, reached out to cover his mouth, the crossbow arrow smoothly inserted into his neck. The action is clean and sharp without the slightest bit of dragging mud and water. At the time when Situ Kong successfully cleared the target, Su Sudong also smoothly touched behind the sniper at the 2 o'clock position. The butterfly knife quickly slashed at his carotid artery, the reddish blood immediately spattered out, and a thick smell of blood drifted into Su Sudong's nose. Compared with the beginning when he saw the bloody scene and couldn't help but vomit, now Su Sudong has no discomfort at all. A few days of time, he got rapid growth. Su Sudong gave a thumbs up to Situ Kong, who was behind his side. Situ Kong nodded and pressed his microphone to inform Jobo of the situation. Longcat and Devouring Bee have cleared the target. Totoro, Devouring Bee, move forward along your current position and we'll meet up on the high ground ahead. Understood. The two of them, Su Sudong and Situ Kong, who had received instructions on Jobo's next move, quickly advanced towards the rendezvous point. Baroness Camp is located in a depression. In the ambush of snipers on both sides of the high ground in the middle of a path can be between the camp leading to the gate, but if you take this road, not to say that will be guarded at the gate of the drug traffickers to intercept, if it is a suspicious person, just stepped into the path, will be on both sides of the high ground in the bushes and the snipers shot dead. Now that the snipers lurking on both sides were cleared away, Jobo and the others could quickly approach Barang's garrison camp along the high ground on both sides, and below the agreed rendezvous point of the 4 of them was the camp gate. Li Yifeng lay on his back in the grass and used his sniper scope to look inside the camp, observing the deployment inside. Inside the camp were 3 large tents suspected to be used by drug dealers, 3 wooden huts and the reinforced concrete cell where Luo Hao and Yunxi were held. Above the 3 huts and the cell there was a fortification made of sandbags, and each fortification was equipped with an MG4 light machine gun, as well as a machine gunner who could suppress the attacker's fire at the first time when the camp was attacked. In order to successfully rescue Luo Hao and Yunxi, these 4 machine gunners had to be taken care of first. Totoro, in a moment, you and I will do it at the same time. Take out those 4 machine gunners, I'll take care of the 2 in the distance, you'll take care of the 2 closer ones. Remember to move fast, once they notice and fire warning shots, we'll be passive. Situ Kong gave a thumbs up to Li Yifeng, biting 1 crossbow arrow in his mouth and 1 crossbow arrow on the bowstring. After pulling the string to full capacity, he waited for Li Yifeng's order to attack. Li Yifeng pulled out a blade of grass from the ground, and after erecting it to observe the current wind direction and speed, he made a simple calibration of the sniper scope. With his eyes attached to the eyepiece and his finger on the trigger, he said softly, 3, 2, 1, do it. When Li Yifeng just spat out the 1 in his mouth, Situ Kong and him pulled the trigger and released the bowstring at almost the same time. When the first arrow came out of his hand, Situ Kong had already put the second one in his mouth on the bowstring and opened the bow to release the arrow. Stuart's streak of arrows reappeared. 2 clear whistles broke through the air, and 2 4-pronged crossbow arrows accurately penetrated the necks of the machine gunners on the roof of the holding cell, as well as on the roof of the wooden hut that Barong used to store his weapons at the main entrance, and the 2 drug dealers fell down with arrows in their mouths without any resistance. Compared to Situ Kong's slightly more magnificent series of arrows, Li Yifeng's shots became a bit more mundane. 2 sharp shots separated by less than a second left a deep bullet hole in each of the remaining 2 machine gunners' heads. Luo Hao, who was lying on the bed in the captivity room, heard the distinctive clear whistling sound of Situ Kong's crossbow coming from outside, as well as the muffled sound of arrows from the machine gun on the roof as they fell to the ground, and the corner of his mouth curled upwards. They had arrived. Chapter 100, Getting Out of the Trap Below. Luo Hao let go of Yunxi, who was held in his arms, and sat up directly from the bed. Yunxi, who was originally held by him and started to flood with a hint of drowsiness again, was suddenly pushed away and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, looking at him with a bewildered face. What's wrong? The man who saved us is coming. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth curled upwards as he climbed up from the bed, grasping the piece of wood that he had briefly polished in his hand, and instructed Yunxi, who was still in a bewildered stage, in a while, you go to the door and tell the guards outside that you want to go out for convenience, and remember, make sure to convince them to open the door. Although she still didn't know exactly what Luo Hao would do in the end, Yunxi nodded obediently. Luo Hao held a piece of wood that was sharpened at one end, his body pressed against the wall on one side of the iron door, signaling Yunxi to attract the guards at the door to open the door. After Yunxi nodded, she slapped her hand hard on the thick iron door and shouted loudly, "Open the door, I want to go out for convenience." There was no response after the first shout. Yunxi looked at Luo Hao with some hesitation. "Go on." In a commanding tone, Luo Hao whispered to Yunxi, "Make sure to attract the guards to open the door for you." It would always be a bit difficult to let a woman shout this kind of privacy request in public, so after shouting twice and still not getting any reaction, Yunxi's face was already red hot, and she looked at Luo Hao with some difficulty. "Go on." Yunxi gave him a fierce blank look, giving vent to her heart's dissatisfaction, and once again shouted loudly, "Is there anyone outside? Open the door quickly, I want to go out for convenience." This time the guards outside finally reacted. A guard walked into the iron door of the confinement cell and complained very impatiently, "Calling for souls? This big brother, please open the door, I want to go out for convenience." Yunxi talked to the guards outside through the iron door. "Just settle up inside." The guard yawned and responded casually, turning around and preparing to leave. There's someone else in the house, how can that be a good idea? Hearing the footsteps gradually away, Yunshi was a bit anxious, put on a soft tone, towards the outside guards pleading, such a tone of voice, even standing next to her Luo Hao heard some bones soft, he could not help but give a thumbs up towards Yunshi, great. This kind of soft tone that can completely turn men's souls upside down and is extremely flattering successfully attracted the attention of the guard who was originally ready to leave, turned around and returned to the iron door, stopped and hesitated before finally inserting the key into the locking eye and opening the iron door. Come out. The guard pushed the door open a crack and stepped back himself to say to Yunshi behind the door. Realizing that the guards were unwilling to approach the iron gate, Yunshi looked at Luo Hao beside herself for help. Luo Hao thought for a moment and used his mouth to compare two words to Yunshi, break a foot. With Yunshi's mind, he easily understood what Luo Hao really meant behind those two words, and after secretly giving him a thumbs up, he took a step towards the outside of the confinement room, but before he could take 2 steps, he let out a cry of pain and crouched down on the ground, covering the position of his ankle with his hand. This big brother, please help me, my foot is broken. With a hint of crying, Yunshi pitifully stretched out her hand to the guards outside the door. In the face of a woman, especially like Yunshi, this level of beauty asked for a helping hand request, is a man basically will not refuse. The guards was deeply attracted by the delicate hand that was as white as lamb's fat shade. The whole person stood still and could no longer move his eyes, until Yunshi once again voiced out to seek help. The guard swallowed hard and busied himself towards the iron door. The guard stretched out his salty piggy hand towards Yunshi with a face of infatuation, and just when he was secretly excited about being able to get a kiss, his wrist was suddenly clasped by a large hand like an iron vice, and his entire body was dragged into the confinement room almost without any resistance. When the guard got a good look at Luo Hao, who had been hiding by the door, he was horrified and wanted to call for help to his companions who were patrolling outside, but his thoughts were doomed to fall through because Luo Hao wouldn't give him such a chance at all. Luo Hao loosened his left hand that was clasped on the guard's wrist and covered his mouth, and the wooden piece that had been grasped in his hand ferociously stabbed into the guard's neck, and the rigid piece of wood effortlessly pierced through the guard's strong artery, and bright red arterial blood immediately gushed out from the wound on the guard's neck. What are you doing? Just when Luo Hao was preparing the dead guard to be dragged into the holding cell to hide, he was discovered by an armed drug dealer who happened to pass by the iron door of the holding cell, and that drug dealer immediately shouted out and raised the AK-47 automatic rifle in his hand. When shooting at close range, it was difficult to block the sharpness of an AK-47 even when wearing a standard No. 5 bulletproof vest. The distance between that drug dealer and Luo Hao was less than 50 meters, and at this distance, once he fired, the bullets would effortlessly shoot through the corpses of the guards around him and hit Luo Hao again. Luo Hao quickly pulled out a Black Star Type 54 pistol pinned on the guard's back waist, and fired 2 bullets in a double-tap manner at the drug dealer who had just raised his muzzle. In addition to blood in the human head is brain pulp, as a container filled with water, and sufficient pressure, when 2 bullets quickly shot into the time, resulting in a huge change in the pressure inside and outside the skull. The brain shell, because it cannot withstand the pressure of the sudden change in the brain shell, instantly burst open, blood in the brain blood vessels instantly spewed out and white brain pulp mixed together, splattered all over the place. Although Luo Hao solved the immediate crisis with a thunderous force, his gunshot undoubtedly drew more enemies to him. Back off! Luo Hao yelled at Yunshi, both hands on the armpit of the guard's corpse, dragging him into the confinement cell. While dragging the corpse into the confinement cell, Luo Hao kicked the iron door. Clang! The thick iron door was closed once again, and as it was closed, a series of bullets struck it with a splintering sound like fried beans. Previously, Luo Hao had calculated that even if he used TNT for directional demolition, he could only blow a big hole in the wall or collapse the iron door, and in order to completely destroy such a strong cell, unless he dropped heavy bombs or used 130mm rockets on the helicopter gunships to carry out uninterrupted coverage bombardment. But when he entered the camp, Luo Hao noticed that there were no helicopter gunships parked in the camp. Such a big killing weapon. Chapter 101. Barang probably never dreamed that the detention room that he had painstakingly designed and originally used to imprison his enemy had become a strong fortress that Luo Hao could defend. Luo Hao took off the guard's weapon and looked at the automatic rifle in his hand, which was almost exactly the same in appearance as the domestic 95 type rifle, and the steel mark of Made in China engraved on the body of the rifle, and smiled a little. Domestic 97 type automatic rifle, good stuff, usually not visible in the country. I can't see it in China. The Type 97 automatic rifle was developed and produced by the North Industries Company in 1997. Although the shape is the same as that of the Type 95 automatic rifle, the Type 97 automatic rifle has made a number of modifications to the original Type 95 rifle, adding the empty magazine that the Type 95 rifle does not have. The improved Type 95 one has added the empty magazine function. Bullets have also been changed from the original 5.8mm caliber to 5.56mm NATO cartridges, and the magazine has been changed from the plastic magazine on the 95 type rifle to the 30-round metal magazine of the M16 assault rifle, which means that the 95 type rifle magazine is too large, leading to the disadvantage of the soldier's shoulder being exposed in the prone position when shooting. However, in addition to a small portion of the 97 gun family is equipped to the military, the vast majority of them are exported to foreign countries as foreign trade type. After Luo Hao took off the tactical undershirt with spare magazines inserted on the guards, he put it on himself directly with his bare naked upper body. If he ignored a few light red hickeys on his neck and tied a cloth belt on his head, Luo Hao's current appearance was very much in the flavor of Rambo. Luo Hao, what should we do now? Listening to the sound of bullets firing on the iron door like fried beans, Yunshi's face changed slightly, fearing that the iron door wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful firepower outside and be shot through a hole. Wait! Luo Hao put the only key to the iron door that he had retrieved from the guard's corpse on his finger and turned it around. His mouth faintly spat out a word, holding up his gun and sitting on the wooden bed facing the iron door with a golden knife. Before I made my move, Jobo and the others had already started to move, and now that I've made such a big commotion on my side, if he's not a fool, he'll surely make a move. Everything was just as Luo Hao expected. Jobo and the others, who originally planned to continue to cut out the drug dealers on the periphery of the camp, suddenly saw a fierce gunfight inside the camp, and knowing that it must have been the commotion made by Luo Hao, they immediately decided to make a surprise attack on Baroness Station camp. Long Cat, Devouring Bee, the three of us will go down. Jobo pointed at the two people, Su Sudong and Situ Kong, and after taking out the paratrooper rope from his backpack and tying it to the tree trunk, he said to Li Feng, "Fox, you provide us with fire support." Understood. Li Feng gave a thumbs up to Jobo and the others. Jobo grabbed the paratrooper rope with his gloved right hand and rappelled down, taking care of the armed drug dealers standing at the entrance of the camp in the process of rappelling, and establishing a defense line in place immediately after landing. Totoro, Devouring Bee, down. The two of them, Su Sudong and Situ Kong, quickly grabbed the rope and roped down inside the camp, and as soon as Situ Kong landed, he drew out 3 arrows, strung them on the bowstring, and shot them at the drug dealers who had already discovered these intruders of theirs. With 3 clear whistles, 3 4-pronged crossbow arrows were fired into the throats of 3 armed drug dealers, killing them instantly. Bull! Jobo gave a thumbs up to Situ Kong, and after killing the drug dealer with a short point-blank shot, he instructed Su Sudong and Situ Kong, "We don't have an advantage in numbers or firepower, so try not to go head-to-head with them. Devouring Bee and I will go to distract them, and Totoro, you take control of the machine gun bastion on the roof of the wooden house over there." Jobo pointed to the wooden house that was about 5 meters high and said to Situ Kong, "Climbing up from the back should be no problem for a martial arts genius like you, right?" Situ Kong took a glance at the back of the wooden hut that didn't even have a window as a landing point, rubbed his nose, and said, "It's small." Stuart Hollow slung his composite bow behind his back and ventured toward the cabin on his right-hand side. "Cover!" Jobo, who had found cover, bellowed, and the two of them, along with Su Sudong, provided fire suppression for Situ Kong, who was weaving in and out of the rain of bullets. The M16A4 in Su Sudong's hand only has 2 firing modes, single shot and 3 round point blank, and doesn't have the full automatic firing mode of the M4A1, but the 3 round point blank mode is just right for Su Sudong's kind of people who are new to the real world. The plopping sound of bullets entering the body, and the wailing sound of drug dealers lying on the ground clutching their broken limbs after their bones were broken by bullets kept ringing in Su Sudong's ears, but he didn't have any sympathy for them. As Luo Hao said, "I will never show any mercy to drug dealers." Su Sudong had the same attitude towards drug dealers. When he was less than 5 meters away from the wooden house, Situ Kong stopped advancing because he was pestered by a drug dealer holding AM-249 light machine gun. The bullets rained down on Situ Kong, forcing him behind a large tree stump and not daring to show his head. "Fox, end that damn machine gunner for me." Situ Kong pressed the microphone to ask for help from Li Yifeng, who was lurking high above. "Roger that." Li Yifeng responded, locking the sniper scope on a drug dealer who was holding AM-249 light machine gun bursting with bustle, and steadily pulling the trigger. The blades of grass in front of his body shook slightly, and the sniper rifle bullet discharged, accurately hitting the machine gunner's temple, bursting a cloud of blood mist in the air, and the firing sound of the M249 light machine gun in his hand came to an abrupt end, and his body shook for a moment as he fell headfirst to the ground. Li Yifeng pulled the bolt to unload the cartridge, reloaded a bullet, locked the sniper scope on a stooping drug dealer who was ready to pick up the light machine gun that fell on the ground, pulled the trigger, and a wave of air sprayed out of the muzzle of the sniper rifle that had been silenced to hide the sound of the shooting and the flames of the muzzle, and the bullet rotated and drilled into the brow of the drug dealer who had just picked up the gun and hadn't yet had time to fire the last shot. "Fox, I really adore you. If I am reincarnated as a female in my next life, I will make sure to marry you." Situ Kong gave a thumbs up to the direction where Li Yifeng was. "Don't wait for the next life, you introduce a few of the Situ family's good-looking beauties to me right now. Remember, it has to be the ones with long flowing hair." Li Yifeng's voice came from Situ Kong's headset. "My ex, Fox, when did you become as lewd as Devouring Bee? This is a disease that needs to be cured. There's no time to lose." Situ Kong's words clearly reached everyone's ears including Su Sudong, who protested and raised his middle finger at Situ Kong, but Situ Kong simply ignored this, bending his waist in a sprint and rushing to the back of the wooden house. 2 steps back, lifting his breath and rushing. His feet became a little slippery because of the growth of moss on the wood for several consecutive feet. His body has scampered up to a height of 3 or 4 meters, stretching out his hands to clasp the edge of the roof of the wooden house, and his feet stomped hard on the wooden house again, flipping over and climbing up to the roof. Just as he went up to the roof, he saw a drug dealer push open the skylight on the roof and climbed up from below. It was obvious that his purpose was the same as Situ Kong's. Both of them were running to that machine gun fortification, but Situ Kong wouldn't give him a chance to touch the fortification. Drawing a pistol at the drug dealer, R2 shots to kill him, rolled over to dodge a series of bullets from under the wooden house, jumped into the machine gun fortification surrounded by sandbags, grabbed the MG3 light machine gun set up on the sandbags. The corner of his mouth crossed a cold smile. Grandsons, your grandpa Situ is here. Chapter 102. Ta-da-da-da-day. Situ empty crazy on the wooden house below the drug traffickers pouring bullets. Those who did not find cover in time, exposed to the muzzle of the drug traffickers, all became Situ empty live targets. Some of the drug traffickers by the special care, at least a dozen bullets into the whole body. The whole person is like a spray kettle, the whole body of the blood through the body of the bullet holes, the crazy outflow of blood. The whole body was like a spraying kettle, the blood of the whole body through the bullet holes on the body, frantically bubbling out. What the, is that idiot on the roof out of his mind? What the is shooting at me? Baron, who was holding a large caliber Desert Eagle in his hand, dodged a string of bullets fired at him and couldn't help but curse. It's not that your people are idiots, but your people have been taken out by Luohao's brothers, who took control of the roof and used your guns to shoot your people. Li Ran, who was holding an M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand, catwalked to Barang's side and said. Barang cursed fiercely and instructed the men around him, Aaron, take a few brothers up there and pull that kid down for me, remember, alive. I want to tear him alive. Damn, dare to bare his teeth in my territory, against him. Aaron nodded and greeted a few minions around him and then prepared to charge at the top of the wooden house, where Situ Kong, who was muttering merrily. Wait. Looking at Aaron, who did not hesitate to carry out Barang's orders and continued to charge forward even though he knew it was death, a trace of appreciation flashed in Li Ran's eyes. You're just a target for him even if you go out now, don't not take your own life seriously. So what do you say? Barang asked, looking at Li Ran. Raven. Li Ran greeted Crow, who was following him, and instructed, prepare smoke bombs, then you take a group of men and use the cover of the smoke to rush behind the sandbag bunker over there, and hold the machine gunner on the rooftop, and definitely don't let him fight so comfortably again. Aye. Smoke grenades. Crow yelled. Several Hydra mercenaries took a smoke bomb from their belts, pulled out the safety pin and threw it out. White smoke quickly spread in the open camp. Because the line of sight was blocked, Situ Empty had to stop his own shooting. When the machine gun fire stopped, Raven yelled to his teammates around him, one group with me. Together with Raven, there were 6 Hydra mercenaries. Using the cover of smoke bombs, the group of people quickly crossed the fire network that Situ Kong might recover at any time, and hid behind the fortifications that were also built with sandbags. Crow, who was holding an August assault rifle in his hand, pointed at the 3 members of the team and instructed, you 3, suppress the fire point at the entrance for a while. The rest of you will follow me to suppress the machine gunners on the roof, do you understand? Remember, the 3 of you alternate firing, as much as possible, don't have a suppression vacuum. Understood. Owl, those grandsons are throwing smoke bombs, I can't see anymore. Situ Kong looked at the white blanket in front of his eyes and complained somewhat helplessly to Zhou Bo. Totoro, get down. Before Zhou Bo could reply, Li Yifeng's voice was the first to come from the headset. The camp was full of shadows. Even Li Yifeng, who was controlling the heights, could not see clearly the crows and others who had rushed behind the sandbag fortifications under the cover of smoke, but the sniper's intuition told him that the other party's smoke bombs were by no means simply for the purpose of interrupting Situ Kong's strafing. Hearing Li Yifeng's serious reminder, Situ Kong did not hesitate for a second and retreated behind the fortification. Just as Situ just hid behind the sandbags, 3 sharp point-blank shots hit the sandbags, emitting a muffled sound, causing a layer of cold sweat to rise on Situ's back. It is not hard to imagine, if Li Yifeng's reminder had been a few seconds too late, there is no doubt that he would have ended up being penetrated by the bullets. Situ Kong leaned against a sandbag and opened the cover of the receiver, replacing a chain of bullets and trying to observe the situation outside, but the uninterrupted point-blank fire from the outside made it impossible for the suppression to even have a chance to probe. Lacking Situ Kong's firepower suppression, the pressure on Barang's side was reduced, and he gave Li Ran a thumbs up, an elite from the Dragon Hidden Unit. It really isn't simple. Taking from others, I'm just doing my part. The one we really need to worry about is the one behind the iron gate. No matter what time, Li Ran, who could always handle things calmly, was looking at the prison cell with the iron door closed, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. Not only Li Ran, even Wang Yimou also had a worried look on his face, because they really knew too much about the horror of that person inside. What's there to worry about, said Barong. Barang said uncaringly, get someone to blow up the iron door, prepare a team of machine gunners to stand by at the door, and shoot inside when the door is blown open. I still don't believe that kid has 3 heads and 6 arms and can fly out. Li Ran frowned for a moment and said, if you can, it's better to catch them alive. That woman, you can't afford to mess with her. Can't afford to mess with her? Barang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, then I really want to mess with her to see. I don't believe she can still eat me up. If your lair is taken over in the future, don't blame me for not reminding you today. Also, if you think you can kill Luo Hao this way, then you are very wrong. Li Ran looked at Barong, who insisted on blowing up the door and had already arranged machine gunners to try to sweep Luo Hao and Yin Shi into a hornet's nest, and made a final persuasion. Don't bother with that one. At Barang's signal, the drug dealer crouched in the doorway of the holding cell and waited for Barang's order to attack. Inside the captivity room, Luo Hao, sitting on the bed, realized that the sound of bullets shooting outside the iron door like fried beans had stopped. His face became serious, and said to Yinshi beside him, they're getting ready to blow up the door, and after the door breaks open, you stay close to me and don't run around. They will definitely shoot at us after blowing the door open. There's no place to hide here. What should we do? Yinshi looked at Luo Hao somewhat nervously, her two hands unconsciously clenched. Then I'll make sure they can't even fire their guns. Luo Hao took out two American-made M68 fragmentation grenades, also scavenged from the guards' corpses, bit off the safety with his mouth, pressed the pressure plate in his hand, and stood against the wall by the door with Yin Shi. Outside the door, Barong winked at the two bazookas and the heavy iron door collapsed. At the same time the iron door was broken open, the two drug traffickers stepped forward to block the doorway, just ready to shoot at the prison room, suddenly realized that he had two more small apple. Looking at the two dark green, still smoking small apple, the two machine gunners' eyes widened violently, threw away the machine gun in their hands, pulling their legs and running back. Chapter 103, Successful Breakout. From the cell suddenly rolled out Little Apple, so that the door of the drug traffickers all messed into a swarm, pushing each other back. Boom! Boom! The grenade exploded, two clouds of smoke full of death in the crowd, the surrounding drug dealers were blown to a piece, and the two drug dealers who originally intended to shoot Luo Hao to death were instantly nailed into a bloody gourd by a dozen pieces of grenade fragments, and the whole body's blood bubbled out. If the drug dealers outside the door thought that their doom was over like this, they were very wrong. Because the bullets that those two machine gunners were still on the ground in their panic sublimated the explosive power of Luo Hao's thrown grenade once again. At the same time as the grenade explosion also detonated the bullet box, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, spinning, detonated bullets with physics cannot explain the trajectory, in the chaos of a swarm of drug traffickers was chaotic. Imagine the magnificent scene of two bullet boxes with 400 rounds of bullets being detonated and then scrambling through the crowd. It was definitely a perfect illustration of violent aesthetics. Some of the drug dealers who had just managed to escape from the grenade explosions were bloodied by a dozen or even dozens of bullets before they had a chance to catch their breath. As soon as Luo Hao threw the grenade out, he covered Yin Shi's ears with both hands and held her in his arms with her back to the doorway, as far as possible, so that she wouldn't be hurt a bit. A bullet, which was doing an irregular movement, hit the iron door and rebounded towards Luo Hao, cutting a slit on his bare arm, and blood instantly gushed out from the not-so-shallow slit. Luo Hao, how are you? Looking at the wound on the man's arm that was bleeding like a river, Yin Shi asked with heartache. Luo Hao sucked on the wound and spat out the dirty blood, grinning, a small injury, can't die. How can you call it a minor injury when you're bleeding like this? In your eyes, isn't it only being disemboweled and having a broken arm or leg that can be considered a major injury? Yin Shi blankly glanced at him, pulled over his arm and took out a white handkerchief from his own pants pocket to wrap him up. Luo Hao probed and glanced towards the door. The drug dealers who were still raging just now, at this moment, the vast majority of them were already lying on the ground, some of them had already died, some of them were covering their wounds and wailing in pain. Luo Hao held the gun in his right hand, pulled Yin Shi with his left hand, took a deep breath, and yelled, "Go!" As the others rushed out of the holding cell, the Type 97 automatic rifle he held in his right hand spat fire at the drug dealers outside the door. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Clamping the butt of the gun between his body and his right arm to keep the gun as smooth as possible, under the control of Luo Hao's strong and powerful right hand, even if he was holding the gun single-handedly, he was able to shoot a rhythmic triple burst of point-blank shots. Eyes up your ing ass? Don't give me a shot. Watching Luo Hao fleeing under his own eyes while his own men did nothing about it, Barang was so angry that he cursed, raised his big foot and kicked one of his men hard, snatched the AK-74 short assault rifle in his hand, and started to strafe at Luo Hao and Yin Shi. Although Luo Hao pulled Yin Shi to lean against the wall on the side of the confinement room and dodged the bullet shot by Barang in time, the concrete debris bouncing up from the bullets hitting the wall still made Luo Hao's cheek vaguely painful. What are you waiting for? Bring those two little brats back to me, dead or alive. Whoever captures the two of them back, I'll reward him with 2 kilograms of white flour. Barang fiercely pushed Aaron and offered an absolutely tantalizing price. Aaron pointed to a few of the armed drug dealers around him, who had already jumped at the tantalizing reward offered by Barang, and said, "You guys are coming with me to get the man back." 6 armed drug dealers, including Aaron himself, rushed towards where Luo Hao and Yin Shi were. "Look, it's Haozi." Su Sudong, who was suppressed behind the tree trunk by the 3 Hydra mercenaries, was overjoyed when he saw Luo Hao and Yin Shi hiding against the wall. Luo Hao let go of Yinshi, leaned against the corner and used 2 point-blank shots to bring down the 2 drug dealers who rushed to the front, and then ran towards the direction where Su Sudong was with Yinshi. "Fox, cover fire!" Chopper yelled into the microphone. However, as Jobo raised his gun up, a pained grunt suddenly came out of his mouth as a bullet hit his right forearm. The drilling pain made him almost unable to hold the M4A1 in his hand, and the grenade he shot lost its aim, landing 3 meters away from the pursuers behind Luo Hao. Except for a couple of drug dealers next to them who were grazed by shrapnel, the rest were just blown down by the shockwave, which didn't do any substantial damage to them. Shit! Seeing that the effect was the opposite of what he expected, Jobo couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. "How are you?" Su Sudong asked as he looked at Jobo's bloodied right hand. Briefly examined his hand gunshot wound. The wound is not shallow and the bullet is still stuck in the muscle, although he knows that the bullet must be removed as soon as possible, but now there is not this time and conditions for Jobo to do this operation. The injury on his right arm affected Jobo's use of the weapon, and after making a simple bandage with a single hemostatic bandage, he took off the M4A1 hanging on his body and threw it to Su Sudong, holding out his hand to him. "Give me your pistol and magazines." Su Sudong did not hesitate to draw his own P228 pistol, loaded the bullets and handed it to Jobo along with 2 spare magazines. Jobo held the pistol in his left hand and said indignantly, "Those brats dare to hit the old man's right hand, then I'll let you understand that my brother uses his left hand to jerk off as usual." "Owl, strong jerks gray fly off." Su Sudong couldn't help but snicker. "Get lost, P228. Owl, how are you doing?" Lia Feng, who was at the high point, clearly saw Jobo being shot in the sniper scope. "Minor thing, pay attention to covering Mad Dragon and the princess to break out." "Understood." Lia Feng turned his gun around, locking onto a drug dealer with an AK-47 aimed at Luo Hao's back, and steadily pulling the trigger. "Sniper!" Aaron shouted in horror as he saw the henchman beside him, who had been shot in the eyebrow and had fallen on his back. For a while, those few drug dealers who were chasing after Luo Hao and Yunshi no longer dared to arrogantly run wildly, and this gave Luo Hao and Yunshi a perfect chance to escape. Luo Hao turned around and emptied the bullets in the magazine of the automatic rifle in his hand, forcing the drug dealers led by Lung back a few more steps before pulling Yunshi and rushing into the cover of Su Sudong and Jobo's fire. Chapter 104, Reinforcements? Waste, a bunch of waste. Watching Luo Hao and Yunshi escaping under his own eyes, Barang was so angry that he cursed, "So many people, so many guys, can't even catch the 2 hairless rabbits, what's the use of my spending so much money to raise you?" History, always strikingly similar. Wang Mo, who had been following Li Ran, snorted softly. "What do you mean?" Barang turned his head to look at Wang Mo questioningly. "It doesn't mean anything, it's just a feeling." Wang Mo shrugged and said to Barang, "Boss Bar, don't you think that this scene today looks familiar? 3 years ago, you also watched him escape under your nose, and it's still the same now." Facing Wang Mo's mockery, Barang snorted coldly and said, "Then I'll show you that history can be changed, and I am the one who will change it. I'm going to make these people, all of them, stay here today." "No need." Li Ran pulled back Barang, who was ready to instruct his men to charge forward again, and said, "With Luo Hao going back, their squad is the same as regaining the core of the team, and letting your men charge up now is just sending them to their deaths for nothing. So just watch them run away?" Barang was disheartened. "They can't run away." Li Ran smiled with an accomplished smile, glanced at the roof of the wooden house that Situ Kong was stubbornly guarding at the moment, and said, "As long as we trap the one up there on the roof, Luo Hao won't leave. He's not the kind of person who would just abandon his brothers." "And?" Li Ran glanced at Barang and said, "The Scar and the group of his men you sent out should be almost back. Really can't hide anything from you." Barang stared at Li Ran for a while, but finally said, "You can only be friends with someone like you, not opponents." At Li Ran's suggestion and Barang's deployment, another pair of armed drug dealers were dispatched to cooperate with Crow's group and hold Situ Kong on top of the wooden house. The intensive bullets completely trapped Situ Kong in the sandbag fortification, without even a chance to raise his head. Luo Hao took Yunshi and hid in the bunker where Jobo and Su Sudong were. "Howzy, are you alright?" Seeing Luo Hao standing in front of him alive again, Su Sudong's eyes couldn't help but be a little moist, and his voice was a little shaky. "It's okay." Tooth, who was biting the dragon's tooth saber in his mouth, suddenly leaped out at this time and directly jumped into Luo Hao's arms, and after placing the saber in his mouth on Luo Hao's body, he had his nose sniffing the wound on Luo Hao's arm that had already dyed the handkerchief red, and then showed his teeth and lowered his voice in the direction of Barong. Luo Hao left Tooth in Yunshi's care, and after reloading his spare magazine for the automatic rifle in his hand, he stroked its little head. "Little guy, I really didn't hurt you for nothing." Looking at the gunshot wound on Chopper's right forearm, he asked, "What happened to the hand?" "Bitten. Jerk with caution." Luo Hao fixed the dragon tooth saber on his tactical undershirt and patted Jobo's shoulder, saying, "Now I finally know why that bee-eater bastard was instantly attracted to you as soon as he entered the school. Both of you are so nasty in your thinking. It's not too late to know." Su Sudong glanced at the bite mark on Yunshi's neck, gently touched him with his hand, and said with a hefty smile, "Howzy, it seems like a lot of things that cannot be told to outsiders seem to have happened when you were locked up with the goddess last night." As soon as Luo Hao heard it, he knew that it was Su Sudong who thought of the wrong thing, but now it was inconvenient to explain, glaring at Su Sudong and saying with a tiger's face, fighting a war, blindly thinking about what? Looking over at Zhou Bo, who was leaning against the cover, he asked, will it work? We're ready to withdraw. We can't withdraw yet. Chopper pointed to the right-hand side, to the machine gun fortification on top of the cabin, and said, Totoro's trapped up there. Luo Hao stuck to the cover and checked the situation, including the Hydra mercenaries at the beginning. There were no less than 10 of them, shooting at the sandbag fortification on the roof of the wooden house. They were shooting alternately to make sure that they wouldn't empty their bullets at the same time, creating a shooting vacuum. Such a tactic could never have been thought up by Barong, it could only have come from the handwriting of a genius like Li Ran. Luo Hao frowned and thought and held out his hand to Zhou Bo, give me your headset. Zhou Bo took out the pair of laryngeal vibration air conduit headsets that originally belonged to Yunxi from his backpack and handed them to Luo Hao. Fixing the microphone at his throat, he shoved the earphones into his ears and pressed the microphone. This is Berserk Dragon, I am now in charge of the team's operational command. Fox, can you provide cover fire for Longcat from your current position and help him retreat? No, the vast majority of them are in my firing blind spot and are hiding behind cover and not showing their heads. Totoro, can you hear me? Hear very clearly. Then listen up and follow the steps I'm going to tell you later. Remove a few bullets from the machine gun's bullet chain and tape or bandage them to the grenade. Situ Kong complied by removing a grenade from the dead machine gunner's body, then pulling 4 bullets from the end of the bullet chain and tying them to the grenade with a piece of tourniquet bandage. I've done as you said, what now? Situ Kong inquired from the headset. The fuse delay of the grenade is usually 3 to 5 seconds. After you pull out the grenade safety, hold the grenade in your hand and delay it for 2 seconds before throwing it out. Remember that you can't be early or late. If it's too early, it won't work, and if it's too late, you'll blow yourself up. Situ empty deep breath, pull open the grenade on the insurance, release the pressure piece, let the tube popped out, looking at the hand-snorting white smoke grenade, in the heart of the silent count of 2 seconds, threw his hand thrown out. The simply modified M57 grenade drew a nice parabola in the air and flew towards the armed drug dealers and Hydra mercenaries behind the bunker. Raven looked at the oval-shaped grenade above his head and the bullet strapped to the outside of the grenade, like the sharp teeth of a shark, glinting coldly in the air, and suddenly his face changed dramatically, and as soon as he pressed down on the 2 mercenaries beside himself, he yelled, "Get down, all of you!" Although the crows reminded very timely, but the grenade was held in the hands of Situ empty delay, and then thrown out, so the grenade has not touched the ground before the explosion in the air. Shrapnel mixed with 4 bullets whizzed around the heads of those drug dealers and Hydra mercenaries. 2 Hydra mercenaries who did not have time to take cover were blown up without a doubt, and the bullets that were flying around swirled and smashed into the chests of several drug dealers, and although they did not kill them on the spot, looking at their reddened chests, anyone would know that they would not live for long. Longcat, fire suppression. Luo Hao's yell came from Situ Kong's headset. Situ Kong stood up violently, holding the gun in his hand and shooting frantically at the drug dealers and Hydra mercenaries below, shell casings and plastic fragments of the bullet chain bouncing merrily around Situ Kong's feet. Withdraw. Under Luo Hao's order to retreat, Situ Kong jumped down directly from the cabin with his gun in his arms, and after meeting up with Luo Hao and the others, he rushed towards the gate of the campground. However, before they could rush out of the gate, they saw no less than 20 people running in the direction of the gate, and from the clothes and weapons on them, they knew that these 20-odd people were also Barang's men. When Barang saw Scar charging through the gate with his men, he shouted excitedly, "Brothers, charge me, I'll skin them alive." Looking at the armed drug dealers who rushed towards his people aggressively before and after, in a closed circle, Luo Hao couldn't hold back the bitterness in his mouth. It's over like this. Sitting and waiting for death is not his style. Just as he was about to order a forced breakout, an anti-material sniper rifle shooting sound suddenly rang out in the jungle. Chapter 105, Strong. Sure enough, it still came. Li Ran and Wang Yamo exchanged glances. Their mouths could not help but feel a little bitter. In fact, if you think about it, you can guess that Yun Bowen's granddaughter, the little princess of the capital city Yun family, how could she be let loose in this primitive jungle full of crises without any safeguards? When he first decided to take action against Yunxi, he also had concerns in his mind, but from planning all the way to taking action, he never saw the forces behind Yunxi appearing, which made Li Ran, who had always boasted of his ability to calculate everything, relax his vigilance. But he never expected, Yun Lingfeng will be such an incomparable domineering appearance, with such a way full of blood to everyone to state a fact, the Arctic wolf, angry. Dragon teeth, angry. Because of the relationship of selling white noodles, Barang also had contact with some mercenary organizations outside the country, and naturally knew that Dragon's Tooth was the 3rd ranked in the mercenary world, belonging to the absolute strongest mercenary group. He once tried to contact the people of Dragon's Tooth to secure a batch of goods for him, but no matter how high a price he offered, the people of Dragon's Tooth were unwilling to accept his order. Boss Yun, what do you mean by that? Barang snorted coldly and questioned, I know that you Dragon Teeth look down on us white noodle sellers, even if you don't take my order, but you don't have to directly bloodwash my camp, do you? Name a price. How much did the other party pay for you to do this? I'll pay double. Barang believed that the reason why Yun Lingfeng had suddenly bloodied his camp was that someone had deliberately hired them to strike at him in addition to the high price. You can't afford this price. Yun Lingfeng let out a cold snort, turned his head to look at Yun Shi, who was standing to the side, and beckoned to her. Girl, don't come over yet. Under the astonished gazes of Luo Hao and the others, Yun Shi slowly walked to Yun Lingfeng holding his teeth and called out in a trembling voice, Brother, why are you here? You silly girl, how could a person dare to run to a place like the primitive jungle? If it wasn't for your uncle Nighthawk, I wouldn't have known. Yun Lingfeng's mouth contained a smile, dotingly rubbed Yun Shi's head. The ice coldness when facing Barong at this moment turned into nothing. The transformation before and after, if not seen with one's own eyes, it was really hard to believe that it was the same person. Hearing Yun Lingfeng's words, Yun Shi's heart was warmed. She knew that her brother traveled around the world all year round, but by her side, Yun Lingfeng had always left someone he trusted to look after him. Yun Lingfeng noticed Tooth, who was being held in Yun Shi's arms, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, What a handsome wolf, girl, did you raise it? It's called Tooth, and it's very well behaved. Yun Shi handed Tooth to Yun Lingfeng. Yun Lingfeng reached out and tried to pet Tooth, but Tooth struggled and flinched backward as it sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the strange man in front of it. What a smart little fellow! Yun Lingfeng exclaimed again and did not force himself, withdrawing his hand. Brother? Sister? Listening to the conversation between Yun Shi and Yun Lingfeng, Barang felt that his brain's memory was instantly insufficient. Had he known that this woman had such a background, killing him would not have messed with Yun Shi. Now do you understand? You can't afford this price. Yun Lingfeng turned his head towards Barong, his face replacing its previous icy coldness. You should be thankful that you weren't stupid enough to hit on my sister's idea, or else you'd end up just like him. Yun Lingfeng pointed to the ground, where his head had been exploded into a pile of broken meat, and he couldn't even distinguish his nose from his eyes, and said, Now I'll give you two choices, either go, or die. You. Facing the strong Yun Lingfeng, although Barong was incomparably angry, but after looking at the one standing behind Yun Lingfeng carrying a gun and the bullet chain hanging on his body, Barong could only helplessly choose to compromise. He pointed at Luo Hao, who was standing to the side, and said, It's fine for me to leave, but I'm going to take that kid away. Luo Hao walked out from the team with his gun in one hand, looked at Barong with cold eyes, and asked with a snort, Do you think you can take me away? Don't let the people from Dragon's Teeth intervene. Come and try to see if I have that power to take you away or not. With a wave of his hand, Barong was ready to let his men do it. Looking at the two sides with swords drawn, Yun Shi pulled Yun Lingfeng's hand with some anxiety. Brother? She knew that although Luo Hao was able to fight, but now that he was injured, his combat power was inevitably discounted. Su Sudong and Situ Kong were not weak, but in the end, they were really newcomers who had just come into contact with actual combat, and Zhou Bo was also injured at this time, so the only one he could rely on was Li Feng, who was a sniper. However, once the two sides clashed head-on, the sniper's deterrent effect would be much weaker in the face of a sea of people. Even if Luo Hao and the others could win in the end, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Yun Lingfeng walked between Luo Hao and Barong and said to Barong, You can't take this person with you. Yun Lingfeng, I respect you as a person and give you 3 points of face, but don't go too far. Barong no longer suppressed the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart at this time and yelled at Yun Lingfeng. Abruptly, Yun Lingfeng suddenly pulled out his Glock 17 pistol loaded with dum-dum bullets and pointed it at Barong and said in a cold voice, You're in no position to bargain with me right now, it's still the same thing, either go or die. Boss Yun, aren't you going a bit overboard with this? While Yun Lingfeng and Barong were at a standstill, Li Ran suddenly interjected. After all, Barong was still his employer so far, so it was against the rules to sit back and do nothing, and just now, when Yun Lingfeng's men were killing, several Hydra members had died under his gun. Yun Lingfeng put away the gun in his hand, glanced at Li Ran, and said, Hydra people? My sister's capture was all from your handiwork, this I know very well. The reason I didn't kill you is just to give you Cobra a face, not to be afraid of him, understand? Take your people away now, it's not too late. Li Ran glanced at Barong, who kept scowling at him, and said to Wang Mo, who was following him, Let's go. Watching Li Ran leave with his men just like that, Barong crunched his fists into a crunching sound, his chest rising and falling violently. He knew that the situation was not in his favor now, and in the end, the one who suffered would only be himself. After a long time, he slowly exhaled a breath and let out a cold snort. Yun Lingfeng, I, eight-faced Buddha, will keep this account. Facing Barang's threat, Yun Lingfeng appeared breezy. If your life is tough enough, you are always welcome to come to the Dragon's Teeth to find me. Barang snorted coldly, gave Luo Hao a grim look, and led the men straight toward the entrance of the campground. Arrogant, incomparably arrogant. And all of this was built on top of Yun Lingfeng's absolute strength. Only the strong have the qualification to be arrogant. Watching Yun Lingfeng force back Li Ran and Barong with a few words, Luo Hao's heart somehow jumped uncontrollably. This kind of strength originating from a strong person made him yearn for it. Chapter 106. After Barong and Li Ran left the camp with their own people respectively, Luo Hao walked up to Yun Lingfeng and extended his hand to him in a friendly manner. Thank you so much just now. However, out of everyone's expectation, including Yunxi, facing Luohao's friendly behavior, the response Yun Lingfeng gave was his fist. A heavy blow that had no reservation in terms of power landed on Luohao's cheek, directly lifting Luohao to the ground. Even the corner of his mouth was cracked and bleeding. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yunxi shrieked and was about to run towards Luohao, who had fallen to the ground, but was yanked by Yun Lingfeng, who retreated to the black man with a gun in his hand, and commanded, "Shark, watch her." "Okay, boss," said Shark as he clasped one arm around Yunxi's shoulder, restricting her movement. Luohao climbed up from the ground, wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Yun Lingfeng and asked, "Brother Yun, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean? Shouldn't you know better than me what I mean?" Yun Lingfeng snorted coldly, pointed at the bite mark on Luohao's neck, and said in a voice so cold that people couldn't help but want to shiver, "Don't tell me which man left this thing on your neck. I didn't make a move just now to save you, but I didn't want you to die in someone else's hands." Luohao reached out and touched the bite mark on his neck, which was left by Yunxi's revenge, knowing that it had caused Yun Lingfeng to have other misunderstandings. However, he didn't open his mouth to explain, because he knew clearly that in the current situation, any explanation was futile, and Yun Lingfeng wouldn't believe it at all. Yun Lingfeng's eyes were like ice as he stared at Luohao in front of him and said, "Originally, according to the things you did to my sister, I should have shot you in the head, but after all, you also saved my sister, and you almost lost your own life. I, Yun Lingfeng, am not the kind of villain who knows kindness and doesn't repay it, so I don't want your life." He drew out the American cavalry blade that was fixed on his backpack and threw it to Luohao. "Remove one of your arms yourself and swear that you won't see my sister again from now on, then this matter is over." Luohao hooked his foot in front of the full-length 36.5 cm, blade length of 24 cm, the body of the machete-type design of the U.S. cavalry blade, toes gently picked. The knife was easily gripped by him in the hand, the wrist shook between, holding the cavalry blade in the hand pulled out a knife flower. "Luohao, don't!" Seeing the movements in Luohao's hands, Junxi, who was controlled by the shark, shouted in terror. "Haozi, don't do anything stupid. Luohao, don't be impulsive, big deal, we'll fight them." Behind them, Su Sudong, Bo, and Situ Kong spoke out to discourage them. Luohao's finger scraped gently over the cavalry blade on the blade, turned to look at the several brothers who were showing their anxiety behind him, and said, "You've known me for so long, do you think I'm someone who compromises so easily?" With that, he flung the cavalry blade in his hand towards a tree beside himself, and the cavalry blade plunged headfirst into the trunk of the tree, the blade trembling continuously in the air. Seeing Luohao throw the knife away, Yunxi and the others couldn't help but all heaved a sigh of relief. As for Yun Lingfeng on the side, his face was already so gloomy that it was about to drip water as he asked in a cold voice, "You're refusing to drink until you're forced to drink. Whether it's a toast or a penalty, I won't drink it because I don't drink at all." The corner of Luohao's mouth once again hung that signature evil smile that only belonged to him. "Boss Yun, seeing as you're Yunxi's brother and you saved my life and my brother's lives, I'll call you Brother Yun, but you're directly asking me to break an arm, and even more so, you're asking me to never see Yunxi again from now on. Don't you think it's too much? Excessive?" Yun Lingfeng snorted and said, "You put my sister in such a big crisis and almost died because of it. I only want an arm from you. You think I'm excessive? Letting Yunxi risk so much to save me, it's me who didn't protect her, but I'm not the kind of person who's unwilling to take responsibility. When we get out of the jungle, I'll personally go up to the Yun family to propose marriage." "Propose marriage?" As if Yun Lingfeng had heard the world's funniest joke, he sneered, and asked rhetorically, "Since you know that Xiaoxi is a member of the Yun family, in what capacity, or what qualifications do you have to set foot in the Yun family's door? Although Vice Chief Luo Lin has always claimed that you are his grandson, who in the capital circle doesn't know that you are just adopted by him? A person who was dismissed from the Dragon Hidden Unit and carries the identity of a traitor's son, do you think you have that qualification to enter the Yun family?" Yun Lingfeng's words undoubtedly uncovered the scar in Luohao's heart in a raw way, and then sprinkled a handful of salt on that blood-soaked wound. Luohao's breathing couldn't help but become ragged, and his eyes became a bit bloodshot when he looked at Yun Lingfeng. But just when everyone would think that he would fight Yun Lingfeng to the death, he suddenly smiled at Yun Lingfeng. "If you think that you can provoke me with such cheap tactics and force me to fight with you, and then you take the opportunity to beat me to death and maim me, then you're wrong. In 3 years' time, I've already heard too many such windy rumors, so much so that my ears are developing calluses." Luohao pointed a finger at Yun Lingfeng and said, "Also you said one thing wrong, in the future, it must be Yunxi marrying me, not me joining the Yun family, so there's no such thing as me entering the Yun family, as you said. Crazy, simply crazy without bounds." The 9 dragon-tooth mercenaries standing beside Yun Lingfeng couldn't help but look at me. I looked at you, and looked at each other as if they had eaten. They had followed Yun Lingfeng for so long, how had they ever seen someone dare to be so crazy in front of the strong Yun Lingfeng? "Ha ha!" Yun Lingfeng suddenly laughed up to the sky and gave Luohao a thumbs up, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Your kid is ballsy and wild enough. Just for your character, I'll give you another chance. Do you dare to bet with me once?" "What's the bet?" "Gambling fight." Yun Lingfeng pointed at the shark who was 2 meters tall and said, "You fight him, win and I will no longer interfere in your affairs with my sister. If you lose, I want one of your arms. Kid, do you dare to bet?" Luo Hao looked at the shark, who was leaping forward and had an advantage over himself in terms of height and strength. His brows wrinkled slightly. Facing such an opponent, the only one who would lose out in a head-on confrontation would be himself, and the only way was to compete with him in terms of speed. Luo Hao, who had a thought in his mind, nodded heavily and said, "I'll take this bet." Luo Hao, don't. Yunxi shook her head straight at Luo Hao. She knew the strength of these people under her brother better than Luo Hao. It wasn't that she didn't trust Luo Hao, but with Luo Hao's current state and the shark's bet, his chances of winning were less than 40%. Luo Hao raised a finger to Yunxi and put it on his lips. "Trust me, I will win." "Gutsy enough." Yun Lingfeng greeted Shark. "Shark, you practice with him." "Okay, boss." Shark grinned, let go of Yunxi, put down the gun in his hand, unloaded the bullet box on his back and put it on the ground, and took off the 2 No. 5 standard bulletproof vests that had been put on his body to walk out of the team, and hooked his finger at Luo Hao. "Come on." Chapter 107, A Small Victory. After Luo Hao pulled out the dragon tooth saber from the tactical undershirt, he took off the tactical undershirt and threw it to the side along with the Type 97 rifle in his hand. Looking at Luo Hao's body covered with wounds, not only Yunxi's eyes were a bit sour, even Zhou Bo and the others behind him were a bit intolerant. There were several open wounds on his body caused by violent beatings, and the wounds even had dark red scabs adhering to them, making them particularly shocking. Luo Hao held the dragon tooth saber in his hand and looked at the shark and asked, "What weapon do you use?" The shark twisted his neck, making a kala kala sound, and replied in hard Chinese, "You're injured, so it's not fair for me to use a weapon on you, so I'll just use my fists." Since the other party didn't want to use weapons, Luo Hao didn't follow his brain to develop a gentlemanly style and force the shark to take a weapon. After all, this was a betting fight with his arm, and the future between him and Yunxi, as the stakes. Luo Hao used the ice pick style backhand grip with the blade rushing down, and this kind of grip was more advantageous than the hammer style forehand grip with the blade rushing up, in terms of the angle and power of the blade. Luo Hao's right foot gently slid on the ground, staggered at a certain angle between the 2 feet, and looked at the shark standing on the opposite side of himself. Unlike Luo Hao's seriousness, Shark looked very relaxed, his hands clenched into fists in front of his chest, his feet jumping in simple small steps, a standard boxing stance, and a color of vigilance flickering vaguely in his eyes. He keenly smelled a dangerous flavor from Luo Hao. The 2 men just stood there in the camp filled with the smell of blood. Before launching their physical attacks, they had already used their eyes to spearhead the contest, the 2 men's eyes hacking at the air, splashing out points of invisible sparks. While Luo Hao was in a stalemate with the shark, Zhou Bo quietly pressed the microphone and said to Li Feng, who was lurking high above, "Fox, shoot at that black guy later and create some trouble for him." "Understood." Zhou Bo's small action did not hide from Yun Lingfeng's eyes, and he similarly used his walkie-talkie to inform his sniper, Nighthawk, "Pester their sniper, don't let him mess up." "Roger that." The sniper, Nighthawk, who had received Yun Lingfeng's order, suddenly appeared from his sniper position, pointed the muzzle of the TAC-50 in his hand at Li Yifeng's direction and pulled the trigger. Bing! The 12.7mm caliber anti-material sniper rifle bullets flew towards Li Yifeng. When the Nighthawk aimed the gun at himself, an unusually strong sense of crisis surged in Li Yifeng's heart, a sense of crisis that was even stronger than the one he felt when facing the jackal. Therefore, Li Yifeng almost when the Nighthawk aimed at himself, he bounced up from the ground and completed a military evasive maneuver with his hands and feet. The powerful force of the anti-material sniper rifle bullets left a crater on the ground that was definitely exaggerated compared to ordinary bullets, and dirt mixed with blades of grass streaked through the air. In order to pursue the maximization of power, the vast majority of the world's anti-material sniper rifles are not equipped with silencers, so once this weapon is fired, especially at night, the rifled flame produced by the shooting will be exceptionally obvious, immediately exposing the sniper's position, and if the retreat is not in time, it will be turned into cannon fodder in the enemy's fire coverage. So when Nighthawk fired the first shot, the rifling flame of his gun exposed his position. He was currently hiding in the grass about 500 meters away from Li Yifeng. After determining the position of the other party, Li Yifeng immediately used the AWM sniper rifle in his hand to give a counterattack. "You have snipers, and I likewise have snipers." Yun Lingfeng revealed his white teeth to Zhou Bo. Over here, Luo Hao and Shark hadn't officially started fighting yet, but over there, Li Yifeng and Nighthawk had already exchanged hands. Realizing that his little plan had been broken by Yun Lingfeng, Zhou Bo shook his teeth in indignation. While Nighthawk and Li Yifeng fought in full swing, the confrontation between Luo Hao and Shark continued, with Luo Hao's expression becoming more and more serious, and Shark slowly putting away the relaxed expression on his face, as if he was facing a great enemy. "Who?" The mountain wind from the forest caught a few leaves and blew them towards the 2 men in the camp. The dust caught in the wind made Shark squint. And the moment the shark narrowed its eyes, Luo Hao moved. The only martial art in the world is speed. Facing a power-type opponent like the shark, he could only rely on his speed and fight quickly. His legs full of explosive power kicked fiercely on the ground, and his whole body smashed towards the giant tower like shark as a discharged cannonball. A lion fights a rabbit with its full strength. When facing an opponent of this level like a shark, Luo Hao didn't make any reservation. When he approached in front of the shark, the sharp and fast dragon tooth saber in his hand, with a seeping cold light, scratched at the shark's neck. As soon as he made a move to kill, Shark's face became more gloomy because of the killing aura on the kid in front of him. His eyes slightly narrowed, his body slightly leaned back, dodging Luohao's knife that sliced towards his artery and windpipe at the same time. His right fist full of explosive power swung towards Luohao. He swore that he would definitely smash this kid, who was so arrogant to the point of no bounds in front of his own boss, to the ground with one punch. Facing the shark's fist coming towards him, Luohao didn't take any dodging. The saber in his hand made a turn in his palm, and changed from the ice pick style backhand grip to the hammer style forehand grip, directly stabbing at the shark's left carotid artery. Luohao's life-for-life fighting style made Shark's face change dramatically, sparing the danger of being stabbed by Luohao's carotid artery and punching him. This kind of losing money to grandma's house, Shark would never do it. Shark changed his fist into a grab, backhandedly grabbing at Luohao's right hand holding the knife. Glancing at the shark's right hand that wanted to clasp his joints and thus subdue himself, the corner of Luohao's mouth suddenly showed a hint of evil smile of successful conspiracy, and the saber that was originally stabbing at the shark's left carotid artery suddenly changed its stance and slashed at the shark's right hand. Looking at the dragon tooth saber that was slashing towards his right thumb, Shark's eyes narrowed into the most dangerous pinprick shape, and the hairs on his entire body suddenly stood up. Faced with that imminent knife that wanted to take his own finger, Shark gritted his teeth and stiffly passed his hand out for a minute. Thumbs up. With the soft sound of the blade cutting through the fabric of the clothes, Luohao's saber left a cut about 10 centimeters long on the camouflage uniform of the shark's right arm, and along with the clothes, the shark's arm was also cut, and a layer of blinding bright red was stained on the blade of the saber in Luohao's hand. The shark, who had suffered a loss just after the contact, had completely put away the contempt for Luohao at the beginning, and the whole person quickly retreated a few steps backward, withdrawing from the attack range of Luohao's saber. Seeing that the shark had suffered a dark loss, the several dragon teeth mercenaries following Yun Lingfeng's side immediately let out a burst of shocked clamor, and a mercenary standing behind Yun Lingfeng even quietly aimed his own self-defense pistol in his hand at Luohao, who was standing in the middle of the field. Chapter 108 Wolf King, Tooth. The mercenary didn't aim his pistol at Luohao flatly, but hid the gun very secretly at his waist. Although almost everyone present was staring at Luohao and the shark in the center of the field, a few companions beside the mercenary still noticed his action, but they turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything to stop him, as they were happy to see that crazy kid get an unforgettable lesson. Although that mercenary's small action was very secretive and covered by his teammates, it still didn't escape the attention of Tooth, who had sharp senses, and sensed that the dragon tooth mercenary had unfavorable actions against Luohao. Tooth immediately grinned and revealed its sharp teeth, struggled and leaped out of Yunshi's embrace, and transformed into a white lightning to pounce on that mercenary. The mercenary, who hid the pistol in his waist, a faint cold smile crossed the corner of his mouth, and when he was about to pull the trigger on Luohao, he suddenly felt a sharp stabbing pain coming from his wrist that was holding the pistol, and the pistol that was in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the white mercenary flung aside the teeth that were biting into his arm, untied his own cuffs, and cursed angrily as he looked at the teeth marks left on his arm. Tooth, who had been thrown to the ground, stabbed himself up from the ground and arched his back as he continued to stare angrily at the white mercenary, a guttural low growl continuously emanating from his throat. The pistol falling to the ground, as well as the commotion created by Tooth's sudden attack, finally caught everyone's attention. Yunshi glared angrily at Yun Lingfeng and walked straight to him, saying in a cold voice, "Brother, you've gone too far in doing this." Being accused so bluntly by his sister in front of his subordinates made Yun Lingfeng a little embarrassed, and on top of that, this subordinate of his own had made small moves that he was simply unaware of. Yun Lingfeng frowned and picked up the USP pistol that had fallen on the ground, with a silencer installed on the barrel, stared at the white mercenary with dissatisfaction on his face, and questioned in fluent English, "Saber, please tell me what's going on?" "Sorry, boss." Before Saber had time to open his mouth to explain, the shark, like a giant tower, was already full of anger and walked to him, grabbed him by the collar and lifted Saber, who was 180 centimeters tall, up from the ground like a small chicken, and stared at him angrily. Looking at the unfriendly-faced shark, Saber instantly panicked and was busy explaining, "Shark, don't misunderstand, I just want to help you." "You," exploded Shark, pushing the saber he was carrying in his hand out hard. "Little sister, I don't know about this matter, I will heavily punish Saber when I go back. And I promise you, for the betting fight between Luohao and Shark later, I will personally monitor them." Yun Lingfeng made a solemn promise to Yunshi, who was full of frosty face. To this sister, who was stubborn to the bone and could freeze to death when she was cold, Yun Lingfeng was somewhat helpless. "You have so many people under you, can you monitor them alone?" Yunshi coldly glanced at her brother and turned her head to Luohao. "Luohao, let's go, we're not going to bet on this bet, they were the first to cheat, it should be counted as a win for us." Hearing Yunshi's words, Luohao gently shook his head and refused. "I don't want your brother to think that I'm a man who needs to rely on her sister's cover in order to stand up straight, and I don't think this Mr. Shark would want me to leave just like that, right?" "Of course." Shark clenched his fists, twisted his head to look at Saber, who was being helped up from the ground, and grunted coldly, "If anyone is meddling in the showdown between Luohao and I'll break his neck with my own hands." "Luohao, in this situation right now, can't you put away your machismo?" Faced with Luohao's stubbornness, Yunshi stomped her feet anxiously. Luo Hao flashed a smile towards Yunxi. This is not my machismo, but a battle I have to face. Master told me since I was young that a man, when facing his opponent, only face him head on and let go of the fight, so that he deserves to be recognized by others. Because from the moment the blade was in my bones, I had to fight head on. Luo Hao's powerful words chiseled into the hearts of everyone present, one word at a time, and Saber couldn't help but feel ashamed of his own foolish actions just now. If Luo Hao insisted on following Yunxi to leave, Yun Lingfeng didn't have the slightest way out. After all, it was their side that cheated, and they were the ones who were at a disadvantage. But then, as Luo Hao said, Yun Lingfeng would look down on him very much. However, now Luo Hao's remarks made Yun Lingfeng have a great change of opinion towards this young kid in front of him, and he couldn't help mountain flash a few appreciation in his eyes when looking at Luo Hao. But what if they still have people who want to lay their hands on you? Yunxi, who knew she couldn't argue with Luo Hao, could only choose to back off. I have my own way for this. Luo Hao glanced at Tooth, who was standing aside with his bowed body, eyeing those mercenaries under Yun Lingfeng intently, and greeted, "Little guy, I'm counting on you this time." With a twist of his head, Tooth jumped onto a tree stump in front of everyone's astonished eyes and howled proudly to the sky. Ow! Ow! One at a time, a small but penetrating wolf howl emanated from Tooth's young body and traveled through the dense jungle into the distance. In a short while, there were wolf howls as a response coming from the distance. Judging from the number of wolf howls, the number of wolves responding to the teeth was not few, and these wolf howls were from far and near, which meant that there was a group of wolves with a considerable number of wolves, which were rushing towards this campsite. In the jungle, the Nighthawk and Fox, who had already evolved from the very beginning of the sniper rifle duel to the current close-range firefight with pistols, simultaneously lowered their hands and looked at the depths of the jungle where the rustling sound was coming from with a wary face. It did not take long for Night Eagle and Li Yifeng to see a scene that would definitely send chills all over their bodies. A wolf pack consisting of dozens of wolves was quickly running in the direction of the camp. The wolves passed by Fox and Li Yifeng. They turned a blind eye to the two living people and darted forward, as if there was something in the camp that could attract them more. Wolves, a large number of wolves are heading towards your position. Nighthawk and Li Yifeng alerted the personnel on their side via radio at almost the same time. Before the people in the camp had time to get prepared, the wolves had already rushed into the camp, and instead of launching an attack on the people, they were led by the gray wolf that had returned to the den carrying the white wolf's corpse, and walked neatly in front of Tooth, their bodies curling up, pinning their tails on either side of their crotches, and burying their heads into their front paws in a submissive gesture. Ow! Tooth, who was just like a king, stood on the tree stump and let out a low howl from his mouth after receiving the salute of the wolves. The wolves that heard Tooth's order immediately scattered under the leadership of the Grey Wolf, and formed a circle with their backs to Luo Hao and the shark in the field. Chapter 109, Tangle. Looking at such a spectacular scene, even Yun Lingfeng and those battle-hardened dragon-tooth mercenaries under him could not help but feel a chill on their backs. Not to mention the threat released by the shark earlier, but with such a formation in front of them, no one dared to make any more small moves. Because once discovered by that white coyote standing majestically on the stump of a tree, at its call, the wolves would absolutely tear that person into pieces that couldn't be glued even with 502 in a matter of moments. Are you still satisfied with such an arena? Luo Hao asked, playing with the blade flower in his hand and looking at the shark. The shark barred his mouth a few times and stuck out his thumb at Luo Hao. Good, very good. He looked at Tooth, who had a kingly demeanor, and said enviously to Luo Hao, "You have an amazing pet." Luo Hao gently shook his head, pointed at Tooth, and said, "He's not my pet, he's my son, my best buddy." Tooth, who understood the meaning of Luo Hao's words, raised his head high and let out a long wolf howl in response. "China is an amazing country, China boy, I admire you. Respect you as an opponent too." Shark walked to Luo Hao with a big stride, stretching out his big hand to him. "My name is Megan Plythoffer, a member of SEAL Team 2 before retiring, codename, Shark." Luo Hao stretched out his hand and shook Shark's, introducing Luo Hao, codename Mad Dragon, a dismissed former member of the Chinese Special Forces. Shark let go of his hand and took a few steps back, stripping off the spotted camouflage suit on his body which had already been cut by Luo Hao's sleeves, revealing his lean and strong body, and Luo Hao by no means suspected how terrifying the explosive power hidden in the lumps of bulging muscles under his dark green tight short sleeves would be. The shark stuck out his tongue and slowly licked over the knife wound on his arm, and as the salty flavor of blood spread out in his mouth, the shark's entire aura changed instantly. A berserk aura surged madly towards Luo Hao. Luo Hao's eyes gently narrowed, and the dragon-tooth saber in his hand turned around, returning to the previous ice pick style of holding the saber with his backhand. Roar! The shark roared. The whole person was like a heavy land battle tank, madly rushing toward Luo Hao. Facing the imposing shark, Luo Hao's whole body's battle spirit also soared to the extreme at this moment, the whole person not retreating but advancing, his foot kicking fiercely on the ground, the whole person transforming into an armor-breaking cannonball to meet that crazy heavy battle tank. The shark's arm span was longer than Luo Hao's, so it had a slight advantage in attack range. The hammer-like fist came straight to Luo Hao's chest with that fist wind that seemed to be able to cut through human skin. Luo Hao, on the other hand, spared the danger of being smashed by the shark to break a few ribs, and the dragon tooth saber in his right hand viciously slashed at the shark's chest from top to bottom. Since you want to break a few of my ribs, I'll also leave a scar on you that you'll never forget. Facing the two people's broken, life-for-life style of sparring, everyone's heart was in their throat. Not only the surrounding bystanders, even Luo Hao and Shark, who were in the center of the exchange, in fact, they all knew that this kind of fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries was not beneficial to anyone. If it was only a competition of strength, undoubtedly the advantage would be Shark, but the sharp dragon tooth saber in Luo Hao's hand made Shark slightly terrified, and that saber, if it was a solid scratch, the openings would be small. So at the moment when his fist was about to hit Luo Hao's heart, there was a short pause in Shark's movement, and he moved his left shoulder backward to avoid the oozing sharpness of the saber in Luo Hao's hand. And Luo Hao also seized this fleeting opportunity and raised his left hand to block Shark's fist. Bang! Thumbs up! Shark's fist struck Luo Hao's left arm, while Luo Hao's saber also left a knife mark on Shark's chest. The two men retreated at the touch of a button and didn't tangle too much, because both of them were not in a good position at this time. Although the power on the shark's fist was withdrawn for a few minutes, being hit by him on his arm still made Luo Hao's left hand numb with pain, almost losing consciousness, and it was hard for him to imagine that if the shark insisted on fighting with himself with his life just now, even if his own saber stabbed him in the heart, wouldn't he die of heart failure from one of the shark's punches? Luo Hao shook his left hand a few times to ease the numbness of his arm, and his dragon tooth saber pulled a blade flower in his right hand, once again forcing his eyes sharply at the shark a few meters away. Shark gasped and wiped his fingers across the slash that was seeping blood from his chest, dipping his fingers into a sliver of his own blood before bringing it to his mouth. Once again he fueled his battle spirit with the taste of his own blood. Kill! This time, it was Luo Hao who launched an attack on the shark, and he charged towards the shark with a loud roar. After having a power collision with the shark, Luo Hao was even more determined to win with the speed advantage, and the dragon tooth saber in his hand, whose blade was glowing with cold light, swung 3 knives at the shark one after another at an extremely fast speed, taking the shark's upper 3 paths directly. Although Shark was known for his strength, it didn't mean that he moved slowly, and with Luo Hao's current physical state, the speed he could exert was only half of what he had in his heyday. So the 3 knives he wielded seemed to be powerful to the extreme, but in fact, their power was limited. The shark just took 2 steps backward to avoid Luo Hao's first 2 knives, and then his body stopped moving, gazing at Luo Hao's third knife that cut across his chest, and his left hand presented a grab and violently probed out, firmly clasping Luo Hao's right hand wrist so that his knife couldn't advance by half a point anymore. Luo Hao's eyes flinched, and his right hand holding the dragon tooth saber suddenly loosened, and under the shark's astonished gaze, the dragon tooth saber fell towards the ground under the effect of gravity. When the saber fell to the position of the shark's pelvis, Luo Hao's left hand explored lightning-like, holding the saber firmly in his hand. Seeing Luo Hao's action, Shark's eyes instantly narrowed into the most dangerous pinpoint shape. He had already guessed what kind of tricks Luo Hao would use against him next. He let go of his own left hand and wanted to back off, but suddenly realized that Luo Hao had already counter-clasped his wrist with his free right hand. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth crossed a smile of ambition, holding the dragon tooth sabers from bottom to top toward the shark. But just as his left arm was lifted, a conical pain came from his arm bone, and Luo Hao's face changed drastically. If he expected well, the hard contact with the shark's fist in front of him had already injured his bones, but the paralyzing sensation caused by the previous blow had prevented him from noticing the difference in his arm in time. Although the pain was congenial, Luo Hao didn't intend to just give up such an excellent opportunity to attack, lifting his arm with a deadly clench of his teeth. Close combats could not afford any hesitation, because that would leave the opponent a chance to reverse the counterattack, and the delay generated by Luo Hao's strong pain lifting his hand to attack gave the shark such a chance. Chapter 110, Self-Hypnosis. Shark's left hand, which was originally ready to retreat, immediately came forward to wrap Luo Hao's right hand, restricting his movement. His right hand probed out to grab the shoulder joint of Luo Hao's left arm, kicked the inside of Luo Hao's right foot, and with a loud roar from his mouth, he stiffly raised Luo Hao from the spot, lifting him over his own head. After turning a circle on the ground, he threw himself towards the outside of the battle circle surrounded by the wolves. After Luo Hao's body made a close contact with the hard ground, driven by inertia, he rushed away from a few wolves that had formed a battle circle before stopping after mounting on the section of stump under Tooth's feet. Those few wolves, which were knocked to the ground by Luo Hao, showed their teeth and stared angrily at Luo Hao, who was lying on the ground, after they climbed up from the ground. Ow! After Tooth let out a low growl full of warnings to the few stupidly moving ones of his kind, he jumped down from the stump and walked over to Luo Hao's side, sticking out his little pink tongue and licking on his arm. Luo Hao! Yunxi exclaimed, looking panicked as she rushed towards Luo Hao, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Luo Hao, who was a bit gas-shut from the shark fall, struggled to sit up from the ground and looked at Yunxi, who was running towards him, and reached out his hand to stop her from coming closer. Don't come over. Whoa! Luo Hao had just opened his mouth to speak when crimson blood sprayed out directly from his mouth, and the sprayed blood caused Tooth's originally snow-white fur to be colored with blinding red spots. Tooth, who had been treating Luo Hao as his father and as his own relative since the death of the White Wolf, was enraged when he saw him suddenly vomiting blood, and bared his teeth as he stared angrily at the shark in the venue. As for Yin Shi, when she saw Luo Hao suddenly spitting out blood, she was shocked to the point that she lost her color and tried to run towards him again. "I told you not to come over." Luo Hao suddenly raised his voice and yelled at Yin Shi. Reaching out to wipe off the blood at the corner of his own mouth, he looked at Yin Shi, whose face was full of concern and whose eyes contained tears, and pulled a smile out of the corners of his mouth in a far-fetched manner, and said, "Women shouldn't intervene in a fight between men. Wipe your tears away, I'm not dead, why are you crying? I don't want to be affected by your crying later." Luo Hao reached out and touched Tooth's head again. "Little one, this is a style between me and him, you can't interfere." But this time, Tooth didn't choose to obey in the face of Luo Hao's order, still showing his teeth and staring at the shark in the field, with a few childish but low growls representing its full of anger in his throat. "Tooth." Luo Hao patted Tooth on the head, "If you don't listen to me, you don't have to follow me anymore in the future." "Ow." Tooth twisted its head to look at Luo Hao with some aggression. But after meeting the unquestionable affirmation in Luo Hao's eyes, Tooth chose to compromise, put away its canine teeth, and stretched out its pink tongue to lick in Luo Hao's palm again and again. Luo Hao picked up Tooth and put it back on the stake, rubbed its head and said, "Be good and stay here, don't mess up for me." Reaching down, he grabbed the dragon tooth saber that had fallen to the ground and struggled to get up from the ground, but before his legs could stand straight, he sat back down on his butt. It hurt, it really hurt. The pain in his whole body made Luo Hao feel that his bones were like falling apart, and he couldn't use half of his strength at all. His left arm couldn't make any strength at this moment. Luo Hao could only bite the saber in his mouth, use his feet to push against the ground, lean his back on the stump, and use his right hand to support himself to stand up from the ground slowly. This short process of standing up from the ground had almost drained the only strength left in his body, and he leaned against the stump and panted heavily for several breaths before revealing a small smile to Yin Shi and those of his own brothers who had anxiety written all over their faces. Looking at the stubbornness on Luo Hao's face that made people's hearts ache to the point of convulsions, Yin Shi's tears were no longer under her control and rushed out of her eyes, but she remembered what Luo Hao said just now, biting her lips to prevent herself from crying out. She pinched her fingernails into her palms and pinched blood out of her palms without even realizing it. At this moment, all her thoughts were on Luo Hao alone. Perhaps infected by the kind of stubbornness in Luo Hao, perhaps unwilling to let his sister torture herself like this again, Yin Lingfeng, who had been coldly watching the betting fight between Luo Hao and Shark, walked out of the team at this moment and said to Luo Hao, "No need to fight anymore, you have already lost. For the stubbornness in you, I don't want that arm of yours, take your people and go." "Lose?" Luo Hao glanced at Yin Lingfeng and asked, "By what standard did you decide that I lost? Or did you hear me personally admit that I admitted defeat?" "Luo Hao, don't try to be strong anymore. If you keep fighting, the one who will suffer is only you. You don't even have the strength to stand still now. Do you think you still have the strength to keep fighting? Sometimes there is no shame in admitting defeat." Yin Lingfeng slowed down his tone and persuaded Luo Hao. Yin Shi's eyes were full of tears, and her speech was out of tune as she urged Luo Hao, don't fight anymore, okay, just take it as me begging you. Whether you win or lose today, you are a hero in your heart. Luo Hao gritted his teeth and straightened himself up, first looking at Yin Shi before looking at Yin Lingfeng. "My master taught me to use a gun, taught me to use a sword, taught me to be a human being, and taught me to kill, but he never taught me to admit defeat. Those who come out of the dragon hidden army never admit defeat to their opponents. What's more, I haven't lost yet." Under everyone's astonished gazes, Luo Hao, who had managed to get up from the ground with great difficulty, sat down again, stuck the dragon tooth saber in his hand on the ground, and slowly closed his own eyes. Looking at Luo Hao's strange behavior, Yin Lingfeng's heart beeped and a strong sense of crisis spread in his mind. Luo Hao's current action made him think of a word: self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis is in fact through hypnosis to let themselves enter a kind of unconscious state. Into this state will completely stimulate their own potential. They cannot feel the pain, cannot hear the outside world. The only thing that is left in their minds is to enter the hypnotic state before they give themselves the instructions given. In the absence of the completion of this instruction before, is absolutely not awake. There are many different methods of hypnosis. Basically, by giving yourself psychological suggestion to achieve hypnotic effect, this method of stimulating your potential through self-hypnosis needs to be extremely specialized and trained for a long time before you can do it. Shark, stop him. Definitely can't let him complete the hypnosis process. At this moment, Yin Lingfeng could no longer care about the fairness of the duel and spoke out to make a reminder to Shark, who was still standing in the field, because he knew that once Luo Hao completed the self-hypnosis, Shark's situation would be bad. Shark, who had always had no doubts about Yin Lingfeng's words, drew his legs and rushed towards Luo Hao, who was sitting outside the battle circle. Although Yin Lingfeng realized the problem and made a reminder to the shark, they were still too late, and as the shark rushed towards Luo Hao, ready to stop him, Luo Hao had already opened his eyes. Chapter 111, The Wind and Rain. The moment Luo Hao, who was sitting on the ground, opened his eyes, his whole body's aura changed, and Luo Hao, who originally had to use his feet to push against the ground, lean his back against the stump, and use his hands to support himself before he could stand up, was able to stand up directly from the ground at this moment. Luo Hao with a dragon tooth saber in his hand was like a sharp sword nailed to the ground, with an aggressive edge. Standing in the venue, Shark looked at Luo Hao's change before and after judgment, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. At this time, he could already feel a strong sense of crisis from Luo Hao. Luo Hao raised the sharp and cold dragon tooth saber in his hand, pointed it at the shark, and spat out one word in a tone so cold that it didn't have any emotional fluctuations: kill. Along with Luo Hao walking in, a thick killing aura swept out in all directions from his body. Wolves were a kind of animal with very high spiritual intelligence, and their perception of danger was far sharper than that of human beings, so after sensing the danger emanating from Luo Hao's body, a few of the wolves that were closest to him clamped their tails between their two strands and retreated far away. Luo Hao. Yunxi tried to get closer to him, but was similarly forced back by a cold, unfeeling look from him. Yan Lingfeng pressed Yunxi's shoulder and shook his head slowly at her. The Luo Hao who entered the hypnotized state is no longer the Luo Hao you used to know. He is now a fighting machine with no thoughts, no feelings, and no knowledge of fatigue or pain. Then can he still recover? Yunxi asked in a trembling voice. Yan Lingfeng looked at his sister who was full of hope. His mouth couldn't help but feel a little bitter, the corners of his mouth pulling out an incomparably ugly smile. There's only one way to make him recover from this hypnotic state, and that's that one of them between him and the sharks must fall for the fight between them to be over. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's words, Yunxi instantly sobbed uncontrollably, flinging herself into his arms and continuously sobbing, "Brother, why is it like this? Little sister, this time, perhaps it really was brother who was wrong." Yan Lingfeng, who had single-handedly caused the scene at hand, gently stroked Yunxi's back and apologized to her. "This kid would rather bend than break. He's a born warrior. He's much stronger than those two softballs, Xiaoku and Zhu Licheng." "You know it all?" Yunxi raised her pearly pretty face and looked at Yan Lingfeng. "Didn't you run away to East Sea City to avoid the two of them? Although your brother has been outside, he still knows about the situation at home." Yan Lingfeng broke over Yunxi's shoulders and ordered her to look at Luo Hao standing in the field. "Watch him fight. Maybe this is his last fight. Xiao Shi, remember, the current him is not only fighting for himself, but also for you." Luo Hao and Shark in the battle circle were still standing face to face as they did at the beginning, but the atmosphere between them was even more condensed than before, and the battle intent on both of them was even higher. The sword finally sheathed. Situ Kong, who was holding the MG4 machine gun in his hand, put away the playful smile that usually hung on his face and said with a grave expression, "Roar! Kill!" The two men in the field let out a roar at the same time and charged at each other. Luo Hao, who had entered the hypnotized state and stimulated his potential, was more than twice as fast as before. The whole person flew towards the shark like a stream of light. Although he already knew that Luo Hao was good at fast attack, the speed he showed at this moment still made Shark secretly shocked. However, the experience of serving in the Navy SEALs, coupled with the combat experience of joining the Dragon Teeth after retirement and running around the battlefields all over the world for years, made the shark force himself to calm down quickly. Luo Hao was fast, and the knife in his hand was even faster. Swish! Between the flashes of cold aura, the dragon tooth saber, which was held in Luo Hao's right hand, was already cutting across the shark's throat. At the moment when the blade was about to slice through his carotid artery, the shark tilted his head backward at a fast angle, avoiding it. Although he dodged this life-threatening knife in time, cold sweat had already soaked the tight short sleeves on the shark. Luo Hao saw that the blow did not hit the dragon tooth saber in the palm of a turn. The way to hold the knife changed to the hammer style after holding the knife in the right direction. The reverse side of the carotid artery on the other side of the shark cut out a knife. This bizarre means of attack instantly made the shark die, holding Luo Hao's arm with his hand in a deadly grip, not allowing his saber to approach him. With his right hand's movement blocked, Luo Hao loosened the dragon tooth saber in his hand, caught the falling saber in his left hand in an underwater stroke, and attacked towards the shark with the attack method that was aborted in the first place due to the injury of his left arm. After entering the hypnotic state, Luo Hao could no longer notice his own injuries, so the dark wound left in his left arm naturally could no longer affect his play, and the saber sliced at the shark's abdomen as fast as lightning. Seeing that he was about to be disemboweled, Shark hurriedly loosened the block on Luo Hao's right hand's action, and jumped away backwards with a small jumping step on his feet. Despite dodging in time and not being disemboweled by the dragon tooth saber, the saber still cut through his abdominal shirt when it scraped across his body, leaving a shallow slash. 3 consecutive knives fell short. Not only did it not make Luo Hao discouraged, but inspired him to fight more fervently. Adding down a wrong pace, his body once again catapulted out, catching up with the retreating shark. The saber in Luo Hao's hand frequently cut through the air, leaving behind silver awns, each blade pointing straight at all the vital points of the shark's body. At this moment, there was only one voice echoing in his mind, and that was the attack command he gave himself before entering the hypnotized state: attack, attack, attack again, until the shark was completely knocked down. For every slash Luo Hao made, the shark was forced by him to take a step back. Luo Hao approached step by step, and the shark retreated step by step, forcing the shark back all the way to the periphery of the battle circle. Seeing Shark, who was forced to step back by Luo Hao, one of the mercenaries in the Dragon Tooth mercenary group drew out the M9 multifunctional saber worn on his body and threw it to Shark. "Shark, take it." Facing the dragon tooth saber that once again slashed at him, vowing to kill him, Shark no longer cared about the previous agreement of not using weapons, and took the M9 multi-purpose saber with a matte finish thrown to him by his teammate, and raised his hand to block. When the two sabers slashed together viciously, splashing out a flash of blinding sparks. Originally, Shark just thought that Luo Hao's attacks were known for their speed, but after meeting him head-on with his sword, he realized that Luo Hao's attacks were not only extremely fast, but also equally impressive in terms of power. With just a short contact, Shark's palm was shocked by the force coming from the hilt of the knife, which made it a bit numb. However, at this moment, Shark couldn't care about his numb palms, and hurriedly swung the M9 multifunctional saber in his hand at Luo Hao, slowing down his furious attack, and then dodged back into the battle circle. Both sides are back on the same page. Chapter 112 Dragon Spike, Zhao Tianyu. Phew! Returning to the battle circle, the Shark exhaled heavily, looking at the 3 stab wounds Luo Hao had left on his body in less than half an hour. If his reaction was fast enough, any one of these 3 stab wounds could have left him either dead or crippled. Shark took off the tight short sleeves on his body, which had already been stained and discolored by his own blood, revealing his hairy chest, looking seriously at Luo Hao standing in front of him, saying, "Chinese kid, I really admire you. If I were to choose again, I would never agree to this damn betting fight. But now we can't go back." Shark brought his sword across his chest and kissed the silver ring that was attached to his right index finger. Victory belongs to the brave. One last charge, let's decide a winner. Luo Hao pointed the dragon tooth saber in his hand at the shark, and the answer to him was still the same monotone kill. Roar! The shark roared, crushing towards Luo Hao like a heavy battle tank. Facing the shark that launched a crazy charge towards him, Luo Hao, who had a high fighting spirit, launched a countercharge against him head-on. Both feet stomped fiercely on the ground. The explosive power contained in the muscles of his legs instantly provided him with a strong thrust, and the whole person was like a sharp arrow shooting towards the shark. The dragon tooth saber in his hand plunged straight into the shark's heart. Looking at Luo Hao's devastating attack, the shark directly gave up defense. The gateway in front of his chest was wide open, and the M9 multifunctional saber held in his right hand stabbed straight into Luo Hao's carotid artery. Luo Hao, don't! Seeing Luo Hao in the shark's jade strike, Yanxi couldn't help but cry out in shock. Although she knew that he couldn't hear her voice at all, Yanxi still went that way. Yanxi's voice was like a thunderbolt exploding in Luo Hao's ears, and when his knife was about to pierce the shark's heart and he was about to be cut by the shark's strength artery, he suddenly turned back to meet Yanxi's disoriented eyes, and showed her a smile that carried a hint of guilt as well as a hint of determination. No! Yanxi, who didn't want to see 2 people splattered in blood, screamed and closed her eyes. And just when Luo Hao and Shark were ready to die together, bang bang, 2 gunshots came from the dense forest. 2 pistol bullets accurately knocked down the sabers in the hands of Luo Hao and Shark, followed by a silhouette leaping out of the dense forest where Li Feng had ambushed him before and jumped into the campsite, rushing towards Luo Hao and Shark in the campsite at an extremely fast speed. During the figure's fast running, he took off the camouflage net he had draped over himself, threw off his backpack, dropped the G22 sniper rifle he held in his hand, like a cheetah running at high speed on the grassland, rushing to the 2 people, Luo Hao and Shark. First, he separated the 2 men who were killing him, then he threw 2 punches and kicked the shark with a speed that was hard for an onlooker to catch. How much did the shark weigh? Just look at his giant tower-like size, but the shark, which was as strong as a brown bear, was easily knocked to the ground by the man who suddenly rushed into the field with 2 punches and a kick, which showed how terrifying the power of the man's attack was. In the middle of knocking the shark down, the man turned to look at Luo Hao who, even though he was covered in wounds and had a burst of hissing roar coming out of his mouth, wanted to break free from the man's handholds and continue to charge the shark. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile full of pity. That's enough, you've already done a good enough job, let's leave the rest to the master. With that, a lightning-fast hand knife sliced Luo Hao's carotid aorta, causing him to temporarily fall into a fainting spell. What are you waiting for? Go over and lend a hand. Zhoubo pushed Su Sudong, who was still lost in thought, and took the lead to run out, followed by Su Sudong and Situ Kong. Until they got close to the soldier who suddenly made a move to stop Luo Hao and the shark from dying together, Zhoubo and the others could really see his appearance. The soldier was in his 30s, wearing a set of A-2 camouflage combat suit which was called Emerald Battle Suit by the people in Jianghu. His height was comparable to that of Yun Lingfeng, his handsome but not lack of calm appearance was enough to cause young girls' screams, and his pair of sword eyebrows revealed a heroic spirit, and he had an aura of killing that was very similar to Luo Hao. He exuded an aura of slowness that was extremely similar to Luo Hao. The armband that was affixed to the soldier's left arm was the same as Zhao Shuai's, telling the people around him that he was similarly from the Dragon Hidden Army. However, the most striking thing was not his appearance or the Dragon Hidden Army armband on his arm, but his collar, on which were pinned 4 silver, 1 gold, and 5 badges. If you look closely at the 4 silver-colored badges of the same size, you will find that each of them has the shapes of a jungle, a desert, a glacier, and a dagger outlined in simple strokes. These 4 badges are proof of the highest S-rank rating achieved at 4 different stages of the 2-year Hellfire experience. As for that last golden badge, both the shape and the pattern were different from the previous 4 badges. That golden badge as a whole was in the shape of a coiled dragon. The coiled dragon was so meticulously engraved that just by standing and looking at it like that, one could feel that it was extraordinary. Looking at the 5 badges on the soldier's collar, especially the golden dragon badge, Jobo's heart beat. He thought of a legend about the strongest person in the dragon hidden army, the dragon spiker. The dragon spiker badge, which, in the eyes of ordinary people, only existed in legends and was difficult to be seen by normal people, was in the shape of this kind of dragon in front of him. Could it be that this soldier is the dragon stinger? After handing Luo Hao over to Jobo and the others to take care of him, the soldier turned towards Yun Lingfeng and Yun Shi, who were standing on the side. The shark, who had been knocked to the ground by him, had also regained his footing from the ground by this time, wiping off the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth, and looking at the soldier with a strong look of wariness in his eyes. When the soldier approached Yun Lingfeng, the dragon-tooth mercenaries behind Yun Lingfeng raised their weapons at him almost at the same time. The mercenaries, known as the wild dogs of war, could sense an aura of blood so strong that it could not be dispersed on the soldier's body, and this aura of blood made them detect danger. The soldier stood still in front of Yun Lingfeng and glanced at those dragon-tooth mercenaries standing behind him, who were on guard, before suddenly revealing a brilliant to the extreme smile at Yun Lingfeng. "What, after not seeing you for a few years, you're so welcoming to me as a friend?" Arctic Wolf, Yun Lingfeng. Yun Lingfeng stared at the soldier's face for a while before waving his hand at the mercenaries behind him, signaling them to put their guns down. "All of you, put your guns down. If he really wanted to make a move to kill you guys, you'd be dead already. Am I right, Dragon Spike, Zhao Tianyu? Or the Arctic Wolf knows me?" Yun Lingfeng flashed a bright smile at Zhao Tianyu as well, opened his hand and hugged him, saying, "Haven't seen you in a few years, you're still as beat up as ever when you smile." Same to each other. Chapter 113, The Covenant Above. Instructor Chang Ying. Yun Shi, who was standing beside Yun Lingfeng, took the initiative to greet Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu stared at Yun Shi for a while, has been her look embarrassed to lower her head, only to withdraw his gaze and said, "Girl more than a year have not seen, fell more water spirit. My stupid disciple vision is good. When you just entered the dragon hidden army, I thought that's such a beautiful girl. If the future to my disciple is a wife that will be praised to Hawaii, but unfortunately at that time, that stupid boy just left. The thought of such a beautiful snow lotus being plucked by someone else makes my heart stuffy." Zhao Tianyu did not have the slightest as a dragon spike, as a dragon hidden force main instructor style, a burst of chest thumping, watching the surrounding people a burst of speechless. But fortunately, after this going around in circles, in the end, this snow lotus flower was still picked by my disciple. Zhao Tianyu looked at Yun Shi and said meaningfully, "Wait, your disciple?" Yun Lingfeng pointed at Luo Hao, who was still in an unconscious state, and opened his mouth to ask, "You're saying that kid is your disciple? Or else?" Zhao Tianyu glanced at Yun Lingfeng and asked rhetorically, "With such an excellent disciple, do you think those other few in the dragon hidden unit can teach them?" Yun Lingfeng slammed his forehead, "This brain of mine, I should have thought of it long ago. Only a pervert like you could teach such a disciple." With that, Yun Lingfeng pointed at Luo Hao, who was being guarded by Zhoubo and the others, and asked, "He had hypnotized himself just now, so you just knocked him out straight away like that, not afraid of leaving any after effects on him? This kid was trained by me, I know his situation better than anyone else." Zhao Tianyu looked at the bruised Luo Hao and said, "Self-hypnosis? This kid is still far from it, he's only just touching a little bit of skin now." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Yunshi's heart, which was originally chosen in mid-air, was finally put down, because she knew that everyone else could possibly harm him, but only Zhao Tianyu wouldn't. When the General Council decided to expel Luo Hao from the Dragon Hidden Force, if Zhao Guobang hadn't personally intervened to stop it, Zhao Tianyu had already directly used the fourth privilege to bail Luo Hao out directly. "Girl, let me ask you, do you like my stupid disciple?" Zhao Tianyu directly jumped over Yun Lingfeng and looked at Yun Shi and asked. "I say Zhao Tianyu, even though my sister was nabbed by your disciple, she's still a girl at least, have you asked that?" Yun Lingfeng, who could be ignored by Zhao Tianyu, couldn't help but interject. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand at Yun Lingfeng and said, "I didn't ask you, why are you interrupting? Stay wherever it's cool." Being asked about her feelings so bluntly by Zhao Tianyu made Yun Shi's face burn with shyness, and her head was almost buried into her chest. In the end, under Zhao Tianyu's forced gaze, she still bit her cherry lips tightly and nodded. "If the groom is in love with the concubine, I think it's settled, and we'll get a license and get married when we get back. I don't think this matter can be decided." Yun Lingfeng snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Tianyu. "Xiao Shi is at least a member of the Yun family, this big life-deciding event, you alone can't count when you say it. What's wrong with the Yun family? My disciple is still a member of the Zhao family. I can tell you, from the day I took this kid as my disciple, I've treated him as half a son. Your Yun family's daughter is still aggrieved by marrying my Zhao family's son?" Zhao Tianyu glanced at Yun Lingfeng and said, "Besides, you, Arctic Wolf Yun Lingfeng, are willing to accept the Yun family's arrangement and use your sister as a tool for the marriage?" Zhao Tianyu's words spoke directly to Yun Lingfeng's heart. Indeed, he would never hand over his own sister to the people of the Yun family as a marriage tool that they would use as a political governmental deal. Even his grandfather would be just as incapable. Without his Yun Lingfeng's nod, no one could hit his sister's idea. "Since you like him so much, why don't you marry those two daughters of yours to him?" Yun Lingfeng couldn't help but tease. If it weren't for the huge age difference between my two daughters and my stupid disciple, there would still be something about your sister? Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but skim his mouth and looked at Yun Lingfeng, changing his tone to a serious one and said, how about my proposal? Marrying Xiao Shi to my disciple won't aggravate your baby sister, and it's also better than you being alone with the pressure from your family. Yun Lingfeng at this time also did not have the same diffidence he had earlier when he and Zhao Tianyu were flirting with each other, pursed his lips and said, seriously, your disciple is indeed good. But if you want to marry my sister, I as a brother still have that much more to ask. Say, how much bride price do you want? Car, house, ticket, you just Leoneize it, for the sake of my stupid disciple, I, as a master, will give him a catch. I don't want a car, a house, or a ticket, I just want one thing. Yun Lingfeng pointed at the dragon spike insignia on Zhao Tianyu's collar and said, I only want this. Holy, you call this a little request? Hearing Yun Lingfeng's words, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. You think this thing is a stall product, just take gold inside a random gold building and hit one on the line? This is the Dragon Stinger badge. Since the establishment of the Dragon Hidden Unit, counting me, there's only been a total of 3. Then I want your disciple to be the 4th. Yun Lingfeng's tone didn't have any room for bargaining. Zhao Tianyu pursed his lips as he made a decision in his mind, knowing that once he nodded his head and agreed to Yun Lingfeng's request, the difficulties Luo Hao was going to face were far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. And just as he was hesitating, behind him suddenly came Luo Hao's somewhat weak, but incomparably firm voice, Master, I'll take his request. Silly boy, are you crazy? Zhao Tianyu turned around and looked at Luo Hao, who needed Su Sudong's assistance to barely stand, and asked somewhat anxiously, do you know what you're facing after you agree? No. What I have to face is not only obtaining an S-class rating in the 4 stages of Hellfire experience, I also have to face countless baptisms of blood and fire. Luo Hao pushed Su Sudong's hand away and took a firm step forward, but I'm the disciple you trained, if you don't believe in me, don't you still believe in yourself? And master, you said, the path of the strong. I will be the pawn. Luo Hao took another step forward and said in an incomparably firm voice, even though advancing is difficult, will I ever take half a step back? Looking at such a persistent Luo Hao and listening to his firm words, everyone present couldn't help but want to applaud him, and Yunxi was in tears as she looked at the wounded Luo Hao. Good, remember what you said today. Yun Lingfeng stared at him and said, Yun Lingfeng, will never go back on my word, and I will personally officiate the wedding for the two of you on the day you obtain the Dragon Spike badge. Chapter 114 The Covenant Below. A Gentleman's Word. Luo Hao stretched out a fist at Yun Lingfeng. Fast horse. Yun Lingfeng gently bumped his fist with Luo Hao and said towards him, now I'm going to take Xiao Shi away for the time being, I don't feel at ease if I let her continue to follow you guys to adventure in this jungle. Luo Hao glanced at Yun Shi, who was standing beside Yun Lingfeng, and nodded, of course, you have the right to do so. Luo Hao had told Baron when he was going solo that as long as he left the camp alive, he would definitely blow his head off with his gun, and now it was time to fulfill his promise. Girl, let's go. Yun Lingfeng doted on Yun Shi. Brother, you go first, I still have something to say to him. Yun Shi pointed at Luo Hao on the side. Then we'll wait for you in the forest in front. Yun Lingfeng took one last look at Luo Hao and turned around to leave with the mercenaries under him. After Yun Lingfeng and the mercenaries under him had left, Yun Shi moved her lotus step slightly and walked to Luo Hao, saying, you're looking for Baron, aren't you? You know? Luo Hao looked at Yun Shi with some surprise. I heard what you said to him at the camp gate the other day. You said that if he dared to put a gun to my head, you would surely blow his brains out. I know you well enough to know that you would never take your word for it. Yun Shi's soft voice came into Luo Hao's ears, making him feel very comfortable. He looked at Yun Shi's bright eyes, opened his mouth to say something, but was gently covered by Yun Shi's hand, and said softly, I didn't come here to try to stop you, I'm more or less already a bit clear about your stubbornness, and you won't change it easily once you've made a decision. Yun Shi reached out and hugged Luo Hao, her face pressed against his neck, exhaling, I just want to say that you must be careful. Luo Hao nodded. Yun Shi let go of Luo Hao, looked at him seriously and said, also, I want to ask you for an answer. The answer? Luo Hao looked at the woman he had already internalized as his wife with some doubt. You said that you would give me a satisfactory answer when you left the jungle, and now that I'm about to leave, haven't you thought about it yet? Yun Shi, who thought Luo Hao was selectively forgetting, was a bit anxious. Luo Hao thought back carefully and suddenly laughed, kissed Yun Shi hard on her forehead and said, I've already given you the answer. Since I promised your brother to get the Dragon Spike badge, I will inevitably return to the Dragon Hidden Unit, otherwise what will I marry you home with? Luo Hao's straightforward words immediately made Yun Shi blush. Just in these few short days, the number of times the iceberg goddess had blushed had already exceeded the total number of times she had blushed since she was a child. Yun Shi raised her head and looked at Luo Hao, extending her right pinky finger to him, saying, then we have a deal, we won't see each other at the selection site of the Dragon Hidden Troops. Don't see it. Luo Hao stretched out his finger and she hooked it. Hey, you two are almost on the same page. Zhao Tianyu, who was behind Luo Hao, walked up and knocked on Luo Hao's head, saying, "It's not like we can't see each other anymore. Do you have to make it look like a parting of life and death? Aren't you afraid that Arctic Wolf will kill back again and flatten you again?" Zhao Tianyu's flirtation made Yinshi draw back her hand lightning fast, lightly biting her cherry lips and glancing at Luo Hao again before trotting towards the camp gate. Zhao Tianyu looked at Yinshi's back and sighed in a somewhat exaggerated manner. "The successor that I have worked so hard to cultivate was just snatched away by the Yin family's girl. Thinking about it makes my chest stuffy. It's all because those two girls in my own family grew too slow, otherwise where would Yin girl be?" The corners of Luo Hao's mouth couldn't stop twitching as he looked at his master and asked, "Master, if you always say that, do the senior Niang and the others know about it?" "They don't need to know, I'm in charge of everything in the family," Zhao Tianyu said in a very hard-headed manner, but his hard-headedness looked like he was faking it to anyone who looked at him. As Yun Lingfeng's dragon-tooth mercenary group left, Li Yifeng also returned to the group. When Zhao Tianyu saw Li Yifeng for the first time, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he looked at him and asked, "Are you the Jade Fox Li Yifeng who was tested 2 years ago by the Dragon Hidden Army and then became depressed because he accidentally killed a hostage during an operation?" Li Yifeng saluted Zhao Tianyu. "Good day, instructor. I've seen your performance in front of you, a good seedling for a sniper, much better than my stupid disciple." Zhao Tianyu returned a salute to him, giving a very rare compliment. Luo Hao and those who were familiar with Zhao Tianyu knew that, don't look at him just now, he was poorly playing with Yun Lingfeng and bargaining without a proper behavior, but how hard it was to get a praise from his mouth. Luo Hao had been brought up by him since he was a child, and the praises he had gotten from him could be counted on his hands. "Instructor, you have just been lurking around me?" Li Yifeng said with some doubt. "It's less than 15 meters from you." In an instant, sweat broke out on Li Yifeng's undershirt. Lurking less than 50 meters away from him, he was actually unaware of it. At such a close distance, he only needed a pistol to blow his head off easily. If this person was not Zhao Tianyu, but a mercenary from Hydra, Li Yifeng could not even dare to imagine what would happen later. Most importantly, while he and Yun Lingfeng were shooting at each other with their sniper rifles, Zhao Tianyu was also lurking in place without moving, knowing that in such a close distance, once a ricochet appeared and hit Zhao Tianyu, it would be fatal. And Zhao Tianyu clearly knew this situation, but still did not take any evasive action, quietly lurking. What kind of determination does this require? Looking at Li Yifeng, who had cold sweat oozing out of his forehead, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "You're talented, but there's still a long way to go. Right now you can only be considered a strategic sniper at best. If you want to go farther down the road of a sniper, you have to become a war sniper, a sniper that can snipe the enemy in any way at any time and any place as soon as it is activated, a killing machine. Go to the Dragon Hidden Unit, that's where you should go," Zhao Tianyu said as he patted Li Yifeng's shoulder. "Yes, instructor. I will definitely go." Li Yifeng saluted Zhao Tianyu again and replied aloud. "After you go, you'll study under Persian Cat. Although I can't help but be jealous of such a good seedling, but after all, he was the one who saw it first, so I can't dig up his corner even if I like it. Persian Cat is a marvelous sniper instructor, follow him and learn well. If you have any questions you can also come to me. After all, in the sniping area, you're much more promising than my stupid apprentice." "Thank you, instructor." Receiving Zhao Tianyu's promise, Li Yifeng couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. Chapter 115. After removing the bullet in Zhoubo's arm and applying medicine, Zhao Tianyu made Luo Hao sit down again and took the medicine to treat his wounds. "That punch from the shark should have only caused a little bit of bruise to you, didn't hurt the bones." Zhao Tianyu threw a can of spray to Luo Hao, once in the morning and once in the evening. "It won't take more than a few days. You're all good in this squad. As the main instructor of the Dragon Hidden Unit, I can make an exception and give all of you a chance to participate in the selection. Now you can follow me out." Getting Zhao Tianyu's promise, everyone except Luo Hao was very excited, but after a short period of excitement, they cast their eyes on Luo Hao again. The final decision still needed to be made by him, as he was the captain of this squad. "I'm sorry, master, we can't leave here with you just yet. You want to go after the eight-faced Buddha?" Zhao Tianyu looked at Luo Hao and asked. Luo Hao nodded. "I have to kill him." "Silly boy, you've actually done well enough." Zhao Tianyu pointed at the several wooden houses around the camp and said, "Do you know how much of eight-faced Buddha's belongings are stored here? If you destroy this place, it's like sticking a knife in eight-faced Buddha's heart, enough to make his flesh hurt. Based on this record, if you take your brothers to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Army, no one will dare to say no." Luo Hao stubbornly shook his head and said, "But in my opinion, as long as eight-faced Buddha isn't dead, things aren't over. I can burn his goods today, and it won't be long before he makes a comeback. At that time, there will be an unknown number of families destroyed by him and those housebreakers again." "Decided?" Luo Hao nodded. "Your kid has the same temperament as me. What you decide can't be pulled back by 9 oxen." Zhao Tianyu took out a map from his own backpack and handed it to Luo Hao. "I won't participate in your actions. After the matter is done, you guys will come back here again, and then act according to the route above, and you will be able to get out of the jungle in less than a day. I'll inform the border guards to block the entry and exit junctions to prevent the eight-faced Buddha from escaping out of the country. Luo Hao nodded again. Originally he didn't intend to let his master participate in the battle, although having his master participate in the battle would be a big help. Their risk was smaller and their success rate was higher, but then, even if he killed the eight-faced Buddha, it couldn't be considered as fulfilling his original promise. Now that his master himself offered not to participate in the battle and provided some extra help, it was already very satisfying for Luo Hao. The jungle is so big, where are you going to find the eight-faced Buddha? Zhao Tianyu looked at Luo Hao with some doubts. Let's look for clues in the campground first. It's really not a good idea, I still have a most excellent guide. Luo Hao beckoned to Tooth, who was standing on the stump. Tooth, come here. Tooth, which was originally covered with snow-white color, followed Luo Hao running around these days, and at this time, its body was also dirty a lot, and the hairs under its stomach had already started to knot. Hearing Luo Hao's greeting, Tooth, which was originally lying on the tree stump with nothing to do, immediately took its short legs and ran towards Luo Hao. As soon as the teeth moved, the wolves immediately followed it towards Luo Hao and them, if not because they knew that they were not hostile to themselves and would never rise up to hurt anyone. This scene in front of them alone would be enough to scare off the vast majority of people. Led by the leading gray wolf, the wolf pack stopped when they were 5 or 6 meters away from Luo Hao and them, and quietly lay down on the spot. Tooth scurried up to Luo Hao's thigh sitting on the ground, his little head rubbed against his palm, and then quietly lay on Luo Hao's leg. It can make all the wolves in the jungle search for the location of the eight-faced Buddha for us, and with their help, I believe it won't be a difficult task to find the eight-faced Buddha. And Tooth seemed to understand the words, stood up and howled lowly to the pack a few times, and the wolves that received Tooth's order immediately ran towards the outside of the camp, and soon disappeared into the jungle. What a handsome, smart wolf. Zhao Tianyu put his hand to Tooth's head. Facing Zhao Tianyu's hand reaching out to him, Tooth was a bit resistant at first, but when the palm was completely close to it, the little guy dispersed his wariness again, and to everyone's surprise, it took the initiative to stick its head into Zhao Tianyu's palm and rubbed against it, and also gently licked at the heart of his palm with its tongue. This unexpected scene made everyone, including Luo Hao, couldn't help but be a bit surprised. It should be known that except for Luo Hao and Yunxi, Tooth had never acted in such a close way to anyone else. Even when Su Sudong fed it food every time, Tooth only reluctantly let him touch it, and wouldn't even give him a hug. As for why Tooth showed such intimacy towards Zhao Tianyu, others might not know, but Luo Hao knew that it had something to do with a special experience when his master was young. Little guy. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu also liked teeth, he directly took out a bag of soy sauce beef from his bag and ripped it open in front of it, tearing off a piece and sending it to its mouth. Smelling the aroma of the soy sauce beef, Tooth's eyes instantly lit up, opening his mouth and swallowing the soy sauce beef and Zhao Tianyu's hand into his mouth in one gulp, and also licking the sauce on his fingers with his tongue uninterestedly. Don't be in a hurry, these are yours. Zhao Tianyu shook the bag in his hand at Tooth. With the temptation of food, Tooth immediately abandoned Luo Hao quite unrighteously and circled around Zhao Tianyu. Eater. Watching Tooth's unrighteous behavior, Luo Hao couldn't help but skim his mouth. It was only until the entire bag of soy sauce beef was all eaten that the little guy yawned in satisfaction, walked to the side and got down on the grass, slowly closing his eyes. Just now, summoning the pack of wolves over to help out had exhausted this little guy. Looking at Tooth who was gradually falling asleep, Zhao Tianyu took out some more food from his own backpack and distributed it to Luo Hao and the others. You guys should be hungry too. After a thrilling battle, the 5 people had long been starving, and the vicious wolves generally divided up the food that Zhao Tianyu had taken out. When are you guys going to move? Looking at the 5 people who had eaten and drunk enough, Zhao Tianyu asked. Leave as soon as you're done with things here. The longer you drag it out, the more variables may happen. After Luo Hao burped very indecently, he asked towards Zhao Tianyu, Master, when are you going to leave? I've been what's left of this place, it's time for me to go. Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands and sat up from the ground, picking up his backpack and carrying it to himself, draping on the camouflage net, picking up the G22 sniper rifle that he had still left on the ground, and walking towards the outside of the camp. As he was about to step out of the camp's gate, he suddenly stopped again and said to the 5 people behind him, Be careful, everything is done to save your life. That's for sure, but I still have to save my life to get the dragon spike badge. How can I die in this unavenged wilderness? Luo Hao grinned at Zhao Tianyu's back. Chapter 116, Differential Treatment. Outside the dense primitive jungle, Zhao Shuai is sitting on the hood of a military jeep while getting high on melon seeds while playing the game on the tablet computer in his hands, and from time to time, also grabbed the hood. The border guards officers and soldiers called the upright fountain of green bamboo knots into the mouth to pour a mouthful. Compared to Zhao Shuai's ease, Wang Qi was not as calm, walking to the entrance of the jungle from time to time to look inside. Spinning, where are you spinning your soul? Zhao Shuai put down the tablet computer in his hand that had run out of power and glared at Wang Qi. Losing you is still the captain of the Lightning Commando team. This point of determination is not there. It's really a disgrace to my old man. Hurry up and see if my mobile power supply is fully charged. The battery of this broken computer is not durable at all. It hasn't finished a few times yet, and it's dead. Captain, do you think something could have happened to him? It's been more than half a month since he went in. Should I send someone in to take a look? Wang Qi looked at Zhao Shuai and asked. But Hearing Wang Chi's words, Zhao Shuai directly sprayed out a mouthful of water that he just drank into his mouth. He'll have an accident there? Are you kidding me? That pervert of his ran into the jungle, even the wild beasts have to retreat when they see him. Will he have an accident? He wouldn't be able to take his turn, so put your heart back in your stomach and go get my mobile power supply. Damn, I haven't saved half of the fight, and the power is gone. Wang Chi helplessly bristled and was about to turn around to get Zhao Shuai a mobile power supply when he suddenly glimpsed Zhao Tianyu, who was wearing AOR-2 camouflage clothing and carrying a G22 sniper rifle, walking out of the jungle. Captain, it's out! Wang Chi shouted excitedly to Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai stopped studying why the tablet in his hand had run out of battery so quickly at this point, and jumped down from the hood to meet Zhao Tianyu, asking, "Seen them?" Zhao Tianyu nodded. "Are they all right?" "Suffered a small injury, nothing major." Zhao Tianyu followed Zhao Shuai towards the AS-532 Cougar transport helicopter that was parked not far away. "I also encountered Arctic wolves in the forest. This guy, I knew he couldn't stay." "The princess was taken away by him?" Zhao Shuai asked. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Zhao Shuai looked behind him and asked, "Why is it just one person? Where are a few of them?" "They still have a few things to take care of, they'll be out in 4 or 5 days at most." Zhao Tianyu greeted Wang Chi, who was following Zhao Shuai. "Wang Chi, have your people prepare for a big gift in a few days." "What gift?" "Just go ahead and get ready, you won't lose anything." Zhao Shuai kicked him in the ass without a good reason. Wang Chi grinned and immediately bumbled off to get ready. "Other than Berserk Dragon and the others, did everyone else come out?" Zhao Tianyu asked as he looked at the students around him. Some of the students who chose to give up at the very beginning, Zhao Shuai had already arranged for them to return to school, and now those who stayed here were less than 1/10 of the total number of students before entering the mountain. Aside from that team from Berserk Dragon, there's another team that hasn't come out either. Zhao Shuai lifted his chin in Su Weicheng's direction. "It's also one of theirs." Zhao Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing as he walked directly towards the transporter. "Hello, instructor." As Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Shuai passed by Su Weicheng and Wang Yang, Su Weicheng and Wang Yang saluted them. Zhao Tianyu returned a salute to them, looked at them and asked, "Are you the team that was the first to pass through the Soul Gate?" "Yes, instructor." Su Weicheng replied busily. He naturally knew how many people would be participating in the selection later on, and being able to leave an impression on Zhao Tianyu and the others now was definitely beneficial to the spleen. "Before you take part in the selection, I'm going to correct you on one issue." Zhao Tianyu raised a finger at Su Weicheng and said, "You're not a member of the Dragon Hidden Unit yet, so you can't address me as an instructor, understand?" "Captain." "Yes." Su Weicheng saluted Zhao Tianyu and answered loudly. In the jungle, when Li Yifeng had called Zhao Tianyu an instructor, he had readily accepted it, whereas when Su Weicheng had similarly called him that, Zhao Tianyu had immediately offered a correction. It was obvious who was more highly regarded. Su Weicheng's hands on Luo Hao's map naturally couldn't be hidden from Zhao Tianyu. The reason why he didn't pick it apart in front of Luo Hao was because he knew that Luo Hao must have his own way of dealing with it, and that his disciple was definitely the same as he was, the kind of person that if you kick me in the ass, I'm going to make you suffer. How does a fall hurt the most? It's definitely to let you climb to the highest place first and then push you down, so that the fall will hurt the most. If Zhao Tianyu's expectation is good, Luo Hao will give Su Weicheng an unforgettable lesson during the selection process of bathing fire. As for their other squad, let's consider it as a snack for Luo Hao and the others. In the camp, Luo Hao and the others rested for a period of time to recover their strength before they started to prepare for the upcoming final battle. Luo Hao retrieved the Attack's FG Jungle camouflage combat uniform and put it on his body, leading Su Sudong and the others to walk into the wooden hut that Barong used to store weapons. When the 5 people walked into the cabin, they were once again stunned by the amount of weapons and ammunition stored inside. If we accidentally set this arsenal off, it's enough to take out the entire camp. The 5 people entered the wooden house and chose their preferred weapons. Su Sudong, Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng were themselves satisfied with the weapons they were currently holding, so they simply replenished a bit of ammunition and grenades. Luo Hao, besides retrieving the 2 USP pistols seized by Barong, he also picked up 2 MP5K miniature submachine guns in Barang's armory, together with 2 underarm quick-draw holsters to hang on himself. Although the MP5K has a short range, it has a fast rate of fire, and the gun's stability is also good when it is fired, which can provide a good suppression of firepower in close-range engagements. In addition to these 2 MP5K miniature submachine guns, Luo Hao also purposely chose a shotgun that was essential for fighting in the jungle, and even the US Navy SEALs would be equipped with it when fighting in the jungle. This kind of melee weapon with one hit is a piece, and the fire coverage is extremely strong, and its survivability in the jungle war is definitely stronger than ordinary automatic rifles. As for Situ Kong, the living treasure, he seemed to have fallen in love with the thrill of blitzing with a machine gun, and just like Zhou Bo and the others, he didn't choose any other weapon after loading more than 2,000 rounds of ammunition in his backpack. Luo Hao, who had brought enough ammunition and held the shotgun in his hands, looked at the few brothers standing beside him and asked aloud, "Brothers, are you all ready?" "Steady." Su Sudong patted his M16 rifle. "Let's go then, and that dog de Buddha of the 8 faces." Chapter 117. After Luo Hao led the 4 people out of the armory, he stood outside the wooden house staring blankly at the room full of arms. Mad Dragon, what about this room full of stuff? Should we just blow it up? Su Sudong solicited Luo Hao's opinion. What a shame to blow it up, keep it and give the lightning raiders a great gift. Barang's people have all withdrawn, in a moment we will also leave. During our departure, if this batch of things accidentally falls into the hands of some poachers it may cause some unnecessary trouble. The thoughtful Li Yifeng opened his mouth and said. After pondering for a while, Luo Hao said, set up a few directional mines around the cabin, and then carve a warning sign on the door, so if someone still insists on entering, it won't be our fault. Li Yifeng nodded and started to lay mines around the cabin. After dealing with the armory, the 5 of them entered the wooden house that Baron used to store the white flour. Because Yun Lingfeng's dragon-tooth mercenary corps appeared very suddenly and Baron left in a hurry, he did not take away even a single gram of the white flour that was originally intended to be sold to the mainland. Su Sudong kicked the door open, looking at the room that as long as taken out to sell, absolutely can make any Pankaboo Blossom Delta Chang into a tycoon white noodles, methamphetamine and ecstasy. Su Sudong cannot help but smack his lips. Meow. These things if they are taken out to sell, this is to be sent off. Situ Kong hemmed and hawed at him, even if you have the life to sell all of these, that money probably won't last you more than a few days before you should be called by Marx for a political science lesson. Devouring bee, divide the supplies in your backpack between owl and fox, then take what's here and fill up your backpack. Luo Hao instructed Su Sudong, who was at each other's throats with Situ Kong. Mad Dragon, you're not really planning to take it out and sell it, are you? Su Sudong asked with his mouth wide open, looking at Luo Hao with incomparable surprise. Sell your sister. Luo Hao hammered Su Sudong on the head without any good humor. Although Master has promised to give us a chance to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Force, it's inevitable that some people will gossip about us. You mean those brats Su Weicheng and Wang Yan? Su Sudong's tone instantly became a bit unkind. Luo Hao walked into the wooden house and took out a packet of white noodles from a box and threw it to Su Sudong, saying, do you think that if we use these things as the answer sheet for this soul door test, it's going to be more valuable than a few broken tokens? Hi! Su Sudong couldn't help but give Luo Hao a thumbs up, divided the supplies in his own backpack to Zhou Bo and Li Yifeng, and then stuffed 10 kilograms of white flour in his own backpack, which was a bulging bag of stuff that, if taken out to sell, was enough to shoot everyone here 10 times. Carrying a backpack full of white flour out of the cabin, he looked at the tens of millions of dollars worth of things inside and said in a flat tone, burn the rest. The power supply in the camp is provided by a diesel generator. The diesel in the generator is pumped out, splashed onto the pile of goods, and then lit afire. Baroness tens of millions of dollars worth of goods immediately turned into gusts of black smoke. Mad Dragon, this knife you stuck in Barang's heart is tough enough. Zhou Bo looked at the burning wooden house and said, it'll hurt again, endure it for a day or two, and he'll be beyond it. The corner of Luo Hao's mouth crossed a smile that was cold to the extreme. When Luo Hao and others left Barong camp, the sky was already getting dark, and the whole camp was not only full of corpses, but also a pile of white noodles that had been turned into a pile of ashes along with the wooden house. Because they were afraid that there would be changes, the 5 people didn't stay too long, and directly followed Tooth, the best guide in the area, and went straight to Barang's possible hiding spot. Along the way, stop and go, speed is not fast, but in the teeth of the lead, Luo Hao and other people's action is very smooth. After walking for about nearly 4 hours, Tooth, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, the pupils of the beast, which glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness, staring at the bushes in front of it. Sensing the difference in the teeth, Luo Hao immediately became alert, raising his right hand, signaling the team behind him to stop advancing. While raising the shotgun in his hand, he signaled to several people around him to detour and encircle. Understanding, Zhou Bo made a wink to Situ Kong and Su Sudong. The 2 of them held weapons and surrounded towards the bushes on the left and right sides, while Li Yifeng spread out to the periphery, observing whether there were any hidden snipers around. Luo Hao put his right hand over his head and made a cover gesture to Zhou Bo, then took out his own strong flashlight and held it in his left hand, then put the shotgun in his right hand on his left arm, and walked slowly towards the bushes where something strange was coming from. While picking apart the bushes with the barrel of his gun, Luo Hao fiercely pressed the bright flashlight in his own hand, and a white dazzling column of light was instantly shot into the depths of the bushes. After human eyes adapted to the dark environment, if they suddenly encountered bright light, the pupils would contract sharply, and in the moment of adapting to the bright light, human movements would become slow. If the person hiding inside was a drug dealer under Baron, or a mercenary of Hydra, Luo Hao could comfortably give him a headshot. Under the flashlight's strong light, Luo Hao realized that the one hiding in the bushes was indeed a drug dealer under Barong, but one who had received a serious gunshot wound and was covered in blood. He had received a shot in his stomach, and judging from the wound it should have been caused by a 7.62mm caliber rifle shot. Luo Hao crouched down and touched his carotid artery with his fingers, and found that this drug dealer's subtle pulse was beating, although it was very weak, but he was indeed still alive. Tell me, what happened? Where is Barong? Luo Hao asked in a low voice as he slapped the drug dealer's face. 9. Hydra killed many of our brothers. The knife, scar big brother ran away with the boss. That dying drug dealer spit out a mouthful of blood foam, head tilted, completely cut off breathing. Mad Dragon, what does this kid's words mean? Aren't Hydra and Eight-Faced Buddha allies with each other? Why would they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Jobo asked with some confusion. First of all, Eight-Faced Buddha and Hydra are not allies with each other, they are just employer and employed, everything is based on profit. Secondly, the reason why both of them joined forces was because they both wanted to kill me, and Yun Lingfeng's sudden appearance broke this cooperative relationship between them. Thirdly, Eight-Faced Buddha's goods were all in that camp, and they've been burnt to ashes by us now. Without the goods, Eight-Faced Buddha doesn't have the money to pay Hydra's commission, so it's very likely that there's a conflict between them because of their interests, and a firefight will happen in the end. Luo Hao calmly analyzed. Jobo nodded with approval, and was about to ask something in the middle of asking, when Li Yifeng's somewhat urgent voice suddenly came from his headset. Mad Dragon, Owl, you'd better come over to my side to check it out. Chapter 118, Infighting. Hearing Li Yifeng's somewhat urgent voice in the headset, Luo Hao and the others couldn't care about this drug dealer's corpse at their feet and hurriedly ran in Li Yifeng's direction. Although it was still unclear what exactly happened on Li Yifeng's side, the strong smell of blood that drifted into their noses had already given Luo Hao and the others an initial guess in their hearts. Li Yifeng used the flashlight in his own hand to shine it on an open space in front of him and said, "Look." What appeared in the eyes of Luo Hao and the others was a dozen of corpses lying on the ground, most of which were drug dealers under Barong from the clothes, but there were also a few mercenaries of Hydra. The death of these people were incomparably tragic. A drug dealer who was still holding his empty AK-47 automatic rifle in his dead hand not only had his head smashed, but also received two 12-gauge lead shotgun shells at close range in his stomach and chest, and was completely beaten into a sieve, bloody and incomparable. Luo Hao, who was oblivious to the scene in front of him, stepped into the pile of dead people and used his flashlight to check the bodies of the Hydra mercenaries one by one. He only wanted to make sure that Li Ran and Wang Mo were not killed in this dog-eat-dog fight, but after confirming that no two of them were among the 5 Hydra mercenaries' corpses left at present, Luo Hao couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. But when it was confirmed that there were no two people's corpses among the 5 Hydra mercenaries' corpses left in the present, Luo Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As for why he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, perhaps it was because he thought that it was too degrading for 2 former members of the Dragon Hidden Unit to die like that at the hands of these unorthodox drug dealers, or perhaps it was because somewhere in the corner of his heart, he still remembered that comradeship from the past. Just as Luo Hao was about to lead his men to continue to move forward in search, a fierce gunshot suddenly came from the southwest direction of the forest. Luo Hao's face changed, and he made a color to the few people around him, and his group quickly penetrated towards the direction where the gunfire came from. Barong and his group of drug dealers were engaged in a fierce firefight with the Hydra mercenaries led by Li Ran. In terms of numbers and firepower, Baroness' side clearly had an advantage over Li Ran's side. Li Ran this time out a total of 18 people. In the valley was Luo Hao directly killed 4, Li Ran designed to capture Yun Shi, Li Yifeng removed Jackal and towed 2 snipers, and then by the Situ air with a modified grenade explosion in the air, killed 2, followed by a few mercenaries died in the hands of the Yun Lingfeng, and finally in the infighting with the Baron dead 5, so now counting Li Ran and Wang Mo 2 people, Hydra's side is only 4 or 5 people left, compared with the Baron's side is completely disproportionate. Wang Mo 2 people, Hydra's side only left 4 or 5 people, and compared to Barong's side, completely out of contrast. Li Ran, Wang Mo, you 2 little than pups, actually doing backstabbing things for me, I shouldn't have trusted you from the beginning. Barong, who was holding a large caliber Desert Eagle, shot 2 bullets in the direction of the hiding woods and roared angrily. Boss Ba, there's something you must be clear about, it's not that we've broken our contract, it's that you can't afford to pay our commission. Hydra is not a charitable organization that does charity work, and since you don't have the money to pay, all the agreements between us are naturally null and void. Li Ran, who was holding an M4A1 automatic rifle in his hand, shouted out after blasting a drug dealer in the head with a short point-blank shot. Bull! I asked you to bring people to follow me back to retrieve that shipment, it was you guys who didn't agree, now you can't get the money, who can you blame? I hired you guys to secure my goods, and now that you haven't accomplished what was in the agreement, you want to ask me for the money, how can it be that easy? Barong retorted, taking the Desert Eagle and shooting continuously at Li Ran in the woods until the magazine was completely empty before he shrunk his head back. Everything was as Luo Hao expected. Barong and Li Ran directly did create irreconcilable conflicts. After both parties were forced out of the camp by Yun Lingfeng forcefully, the more Barong thought about it, the more he felt bad, because there were stored all the goods and large quantities of arms that Barong had traded this time, and those things were close to half of all his family's assets. This batch of things lost in the Baron is like digging out a piece of meat on the body, inevitably injured, even if it is to recover. That is also a few years later, but a few years later in Southeast Asia, is not there a place for him Baron? By then things, who can not say? So Barong then proposed to return to the camp to retrieve their own things, at least have to get back the white flower in that wooden house. But it was vetoed by Li Ran, for Li Ran, who had already lost his troops, turning back again would undoubtedly give Yun Lingfeng an excuse to go on a killing spree, and by that time, these remaining people of his own would probably not have any survivors left, so he asked Barong to settle the commission and then take the people to leave. One insisted on going back and the other refused to cooperate, and as the conflict between the two sides gradually escalated, it eventually evolved into the current situation. A dog biting a dog, a mouthful of hair. Seeing the lively fight between Barong and Hydra, Su Sudong couldn't help but snicker. It's more hilarious when I go up there and give them a pike. Situ Kong, whose fighting factor had been completely ignited in his body, was ready to charge upwards with his gun in his arms, but was directly pulled back by Luo Hao. No hurry, let them fight for a while longer, then we'll go up and collect the heads. But what if Barong Na is killed? Situ Kong looked at Luo Hao and asked somewhat anxiously. He won't die that easily. Luo Hao looked at the two sides that were fighting outside and analyzed with a slight frown. First of all, Barong has an absolute advantage in both people and guns. Secondly, see that concrete building? If I'm not wrong, that's also one of Barang's dens. Even if he can't beat them, as long as he hides there, Li Ran, who lacks heavy firepower, can't do anything about him. To put it bluntly, if this battle continues, the ones who will end up dying will most likely be Li Ran and Wang Mo and the others. But Li Ran and Wang Mo are at least people who came out from the Dragon Hidden Unit, so they aren't that bad, right? Su Sudong could not help but ask. Wang Mo is a tough general but has no brain. To put it bluntly, he is brave but not resourceful, although Li Ran is good at calculating, but a skillful woman can't cook without rice. Sima Yi is capable of calculating again, but there is no one under his hand. As usual, he can't stop Zheng Fei's Zhangba's Hao snake spear. Looking at Luo Hao, who was frowning slightly, Zhou Bo, who hadn't opened his mouth before, suddenly asked at this time, Mad Dragon, what are you thinking about? I'm wondering what exactly Li Ran has planned. Luo Hao's brows tighten more and more. He won't do anything he's not sure of, and with a completely unequal personnel ratio, there's no need for him to be in a dead heat with Barang here. He must have some plans. Support! Luo Hao and Zhou Bo said almost in unison. That's right, the terrain here is open and suitable for helicopters to hover and rappel. Once they retreat into the dense forest and then get entangled by Baroness men, it will be even harder for them to get out. Luo Hao slammed his fist. Demon pupil, why aren't our men here yet? We're almost out of bullets. Wang Mo asked as he rushed to Li Ran's side, braving the dense rain of bullets. Crow. Li Ran greeted Crow, who was defending the right flank, and asked, what's the word from the old family? The old family said that a Gale squad has been dispatched to meet us, so counting the time we should be there soon. As soon as the raven's words fell, in the night sky, the loud noise generated by the helicopter's propellers as they rotated came from far away, and a snow-white illumination light column shone down from the helicopter hovering in mid-air. Chapter 119 The Phantom Ghost. Jiang Wei below. Jiang Wei, I don't care when you want to settle your account with Barong, but the account between us must be settled clearly today. Looking at Jiang Wei sitting on the helicopter and teasing Barong on the ground with a sniper rifle, Luo Hao, who had always been calm, couldn't hold on to the anger in his heart any longer, grabbing the shotgun in his hand and rushing out. Luo Hao's out of control and crazy action was unexpected by everyone around him, and when Zhou Bo tried to pull him back, Luo Hao had already scurried out a few meters away. As soon as Luo Hao acted, the rest of them thought it was impossible for them to stay in the woods, and rushed out after him with their weapons. Seeing Luo Hao and others coming out from the woods, Barang's eyes almost wanted to spit out fire. Because of this kid and his brothers, Barang not only lost a large number of his men, but also lost the goods that were crucial to him, and for this reason he fought with the Hydra, causing his power to shrink drastically. In the next change of power, he faced Buddha whether he can continue to hold the position of the hegemony of Southeast Asia, but it is doubtful. But also because of Luo Hao's sudden appearance, he successfully diverted Jiang Wei's attention that was originally placed on Barong. Barang's men were also no longer continued to be named one by Jiang Wei. Mad Dragon, it's really you. I didn't believe it when Demon Hitomi first told me. Jiang Wei picked up the yellow and white tweeter by his side and caught up with Luo Hao. These are the new team members you found in order to rebuild Team B? No matter how you look at it, they can't even compare to our old Team B. A Mad Dragon, your vision is really getting worse and worse. Jiang Wei held an electric trumpet in his hand and snorted, or is there really no one left in the Dragon Hidden Unit? You traitor are not qualified to mention the name Dragon Hidden Unit. Luo Hao angrily scolded Jiang Wei, who was sitting on the airplane. Traitor? Jiang Wei seemed to have heard the best joke of the 21st century, turning to Luo Hao sarcastically, who exactly is the traitor? You know better than anyone else. Don't forget, you're the son of a traitor, your body has the blood of a traitor who sells his country's dignity for personal interests. You're lying, my father was an undercover agent sent by the military in order to take down Hydra, never a traitor as you claim. Luo Hao roared with a trembling body. It was so hard to ask the real situation of his father from Luo Lin's mouth, but now he was once again labeled as a traitor by Jiang Wei. How could Luo Hao accept this? An undercover agent from the military? Jiang Wei couldn't help but snort and said, they really can make up any story in order to bring you back into the Dragon Hidden Unit. Now I'll tell you what kind of person the heroic father you talk about is. Skywolf Shang Tian, your father, used to be the deputy leader of Hydra. His position in the organization is second only to my father. If he has not been unearthed for his undercover identity even though he is sitting in this position, then you are also underestimating our Hydra too much. You lie. Lying. My dad is not a traitor, no. Luo Hao hissed as he lost control of his emotions. Whether I lied or not, you can personally ask your master Cheng Ying. The decapitation operation against your father back then, the current instructor group basically had a hand in it, and your master was the main person in charge of that operation back then. How dare you slander my master, I'll kill you. Hearing that Jiang Wei, after he had finished ting on his own father, had slandered Zhao Tianyu, whom Luo Hao had always regarded as his second father in his subconscious mind, Luo Hao was instantly enraged, raising the shotgun in his hand, and pouring bullets from his weapon at him frantically. The bullets from the shotgun were actually scattered iron sand, so this weapon was very advantageous in close combat, and once the shooting distance exceeded a certain range, the power would become very limited. Right now, Jiang Wei was sitting on the helicopter, and the strong wind generated by the rotor blades directly dispersed the iron sand in the lead diameter bullets, posing almost no danger to Jiang Wei. As soon as Luo Hao made a move, the Hydra mercenaries on the airplane immediately fired back. Take cover! Seeing the Hydra mercenaries gathered at the hatchway with guns, Zhou Bo yelled. Li Feng and the others immediately searched for the nearest cover to hide, while Su Sudong was running, but he kicked the body of a drug dealer on the ground. His body instantly lost its balance and directly fell to the ground. Finding Su Sudong on the ground, the Hydra mercenary immediately turned his gun excitedly, ready to sweep Su Sudong, who had just climbed up from the ground, into a sieve. When Jiang Wei suddenly reached out to stop him, I'll do it, you stop them. Jiang Wei picked up his MSG-90 military sniper rifle and aimed it at Su Sudong, who was struggling to get up from the ground and preparing to run towards the woods. Noticing Jiang Wei's movements on the helicopter, Luo Hao put down the shotgun in his hand that had been emptied of bullets, picked up the AK-74U short assault rifle that some drug dealer had dropped on the ground, and rushed out. Continuing with several difficult military evasive maneuvers, dodging the bullets that were shot at him, his right foot kicked hard on the ground, catapulting towards Su Sudong, and rolling directly to one side as he hugged Su Sudong, who had just stood up from the ground. The bullet landed on the ground where Su Sudong stood before, splashing a wisp of dust. If Luo Hao's rescue action was a second late, Su Sudong would have been blown up on the spot by Jiang Wei. Mad Dragon is Mad Dragon, I haven't seen you in 3 years, your hands are still as agile as they were back then. Jiang Wei wasn't the least bit disappointed that he didn't hit his target, on the contrary there was a hint of excitement in his tone. Mad Dragon, you'd better form the new tactical B team as soon as possible, I'm really curious to see what will happen when the new B team meets the old B team. Although I don't intend to touch those few brothers of yours right now, but when I, the Phantom Ghost, make a move, I will never come back empty-handed. Jiang Wei glanced at the body of Tooth, who at some point had already followed Luo Hao and appeared in the clearing. This coyote, just take it as the interest for my strike this time. Luo Hao, who sensed Jiang Wei's intention, had his heart thumping and turned his head toward Tooth, who was standing behind him, and yelled loudly, Tooth, run. The spirit-filled Tooth itself also realized the danger that was directed at itself, and turned its head to prepare to escape into the woods, but when it turned around, Jiang Wei on the helicopter had already pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle in his own hand. Bang! The MSG-90's muzzle erupted in an orange-red chambered flame, and a spiked bullet of 7.62mm caliber was fired at Tooth's young body. Just when everyone thought that the young Tooth would have a hard time escaping death, a gray wolf shadow suddenly scurried out of the woods, and after headbutting Tooth, stood up on its own in Tooth's original position. Chapter 120, Chasing and Killing the Eight-Faced Buddha Above. Luo Hao's ears heard a sound of a bullet entering the flesh accompanied by bone breakage, and the sniper rifle bullet pierced through the gray wolf's body straight after breaking its bones. The half-human tall gray wolf wailed and fell to the ground, its limbs twitching continuously, and the reddish blood instantly dyed its gray fur red. Tooth, who had been knocked aside by the gray wolf, rolled on the ground and looked at the dying gray wolf lying on the ground, once again grinned the wolf's mouth, revealing its teeth that had not yet grown to maturity, and bowed its body to let out a burst of roar at Jiang Wei on the plain. Looking at the gray wolf lying on the ground, already dying, Jiang Wei originally hung on the face of the will to win. The smile instantly solidified, the bottom of the eyes surfaced a touch of cold, but that cold look did not last long to be hidden by him. His face was again replaced with a set of interested smirk, once again, the eyes pasted on the sniper scope. And Luo Hao also seized the precious time that this gray wolf had exchanged for his own life, rushing like a madman towards the teeth standing in place, and at the moment when Jiang Wei pulled the trigger, the whole person flew out, rolled on the ground, and the AK-74U short assault rifle that was grasped in his hand was quickly lifted up. Seeing the rifled flame of the weapon in Luo Hao's hand in the sniper's scope, the pupils of Jiang Wei's eyes instantly narrowed into the most dangerous pinpoint shape, and he couldn't care about continuing to snipe the teeth, rolling sideways into the cabin. Jiang Wei reacted quickly and agilely, and directly rolled into the cabin to avoid Luo Hao's fatal blow, but the Hydra mercenary who was bursting with great joy was not that lucky. The small caliber rifle bullets of 5.56mm were affected by the wind of the helicopter's rotor blades, and although there was a deviation in the accuracy, it did not affect the power of the bullets at the distance of less than 100 meters between the helicopter and the ground. 6 bullets entered his body, the muzzle of the gun in the mercenary's hand crooked to the side and stopped roaring, and under the force of gravity, the bloodied mercenary crashed through the hatchway to the ground, falling into a mushy mess, too dead to be seen. Jiang Wei, who had climbed up from the cabin floor, didn't care about the dead mercenary, kneeling on the floor and aiming the muzzle of the sniper rifle at the Grey Wolf, who had been shot in the stomach by him and was lying on the ground with a guttural grunt of pain emanating from his mouth, and pulling the trigger once again. Bang! This time, the bullet directly pierced through the Grey Wolf's skull. Looking at the Grey Wolf, whose skull was shattered and completely cut off from life, Luo Hao showed his eyes, pulling the trigger of the weapon in his hand at Jiang Wei, who was sitting on the helicopter with a kingly attitude. Click! The indisputable AK-74U actually emitted a sound of the firing pin striking empty at this time. The magazine was out of bullets. Luo Hao angrily flung the gun in his hand to the side. Jiang Wei from the sniper's scope to see his own headshot, gasped dead Grey Wolf, satisfied smile. Handing the MSG-90 sniper rifle in his hand to a Hydra mercenary behind him, he stood up and grabbed the handle on the inside of the helicopter's hatch with his left hand, and said to Luo Hao with his right hand holding a high-pitched electric speaker, "I didn't expect that you would be so furious over a mad dragon. You've changed. However, I very much like to see this kind of angry expression of yours, because this kind of expression is just too wonderful, so wonderful that it makes my mood incomparably happy. Today, I will spare the little guy beside you. Next time I won't have such a bodhisattva's heart. At that time, whether it is to lay hands on that little guy, or on your brother, or others, it depends on my mood at that time. Jiang Wei, I swear, one day I will kill you with my own hands." Luo Hao roared loudly towards Jiang Wei on the helicopter. "Then I'll wait for you to kill me." Jiang Wei showed a smile to Luo Hao on the ground and slowly closed the hatch of the helicopter behind him, a smile that carried disdain and cold killing intent. At the moment when the hatch was about to close, Li Yifeng in the woods suddenly raised the AWM sniper rifle in his own hand, and at the moment he raised the rifle, he pulled the trigger without doing much aiming. Previously, the reason why Li Yifeng did not choose to shoot and snipe when Jiang Wei appeared was because he was concerned that these brothers beside him would most likely fall under the muzzle of this kind of killing weapon that was born for war in case they were caught unawares, and among them, the ones who were most likely to be the first to fall were none other than Su Sudong and Situ Kong, who had just come into contact with the actual battle. Therefore, Li Yifeng always controlled his urge to shoot and snipe until the moment when the hatch was about to be closed and the other party was unable to effectively organize a counterattack. The AWM sniper rifle with a silencer installed on the barrel barely made any sound as the bullet shot towards Jiang Wei, who was sitting at the hatch. Jiang Wei had a sharper than normal intuition of danger, so he quickly tilted his head to the side when the bullet flew towards him, and the bullet shattered the electric trumpet in his hand and grazed his cheek, leaving a bloodstain on his right cheek. His cheek being cut made Jiang Wei incomparably angry, but he didn't directly take his gun and shoot at Li Yifeng to return the favor. He just glanced at Li Yifeng grimly, his right hand compared to the shape of a pistol, and said to Li Yifeng with his mouth, "You're dead." After the cabin door closed, the helicopter didn't make too many more stops, turned around and headed southwest towards the woods. Only until that helicopter completely disappeared into the night sky did Luo Hao withdraw his own gaze, looking at the Grey Wolf's corpse on the ground, remembering that he had said in front of it that he would definitely take care of Tooth's promise, and felt a little guilty in his heart, that in the end, it was still it that used its own life as a price to pull Tooth back from the line of death. Tooth licked the Grey Wolf lightly with his tongue, and a wail came out of his mouth. Luo Hao bent down and picked up the Grey Wolf's not-so-light body, and was about to go to the woods to bury it when he suddenly thought of a question, looked at Zhou Bo and Su Sudong beside him, and asked, "Where's Barong?" The crowd looked around, except for them and the bodies left on the ground. Where is the shadow of Barong? Not only him, even Scar and those drug dealers also all disappeared without a trace. Damn, that bastard got away again. Su Sudong slammed his fist hard. He did run away, but not far yet. Luo Hao put down the Grey Wolf's corpse, picked up the shotgun on the ground that had been emptied of bullets, refilled it, and pointed at the concrete building not far away. It's impossible for so many people under their command to escape from the jungle in such a short period of time, so if I guess correctly, he's hiding in the turtle shell over there right now. Chapter 121 Chasing the Eight-Faced Buddha Middle. Luo Hao's deduction was not wrong about where the eight-faced Buddha went. He did hide inside that concrete building with his men and laid layers of guards inside the concrete building. The location Luo Hao and the others were currently in was indeed close to the China-Myanmar borderline, but there was still at least 10 kilometers away from the real exit, and in just less than half an hour's time, no matter how fast Barong ran, it would not be possible for him to run out of 10 kilometers. What's more, under Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, at this time, there were already border guards stationed near the borderline to prevent the eight-faced Buddha's escape, so no matter which way you consider it, the eight-faced Buddha wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape out of the country was a completely impossible thing. Originally, when Luo Hao and Jiang Wei were confronting each other, Barong planned to sneak a shot at him from behind with the Desert Eagle, so that this bastard who had spoiled his good deed would become the soul under his gun. But after careful consideration, Barong finally gave up his intention to put a cold shot behind Luo Hao. Not to mention that Luo Hao's own alertness was very high, his sneak attack might not be able to succeed, and even if he succeeded in sneak attack, if he failed to kill him with one shot, it would attract a stormy retaliation, and then he would inevitably have to lose his troops again. This is not something that Baron, whose power has shrunk drastically, but who always still harbors the dream in his heart of one day being on par with the old international powers, is willing to see. Barong wasn't stupid, or else he wouldn't have been able to live peacefully until now, so when he saw Luo Hao angrily confronting Jiang Wei, he had a new calculation. Since Luo Hao was able to hide in the woods in front of him and sit back and watch the tigers fight, then Barong could naturally do something like that. From the tone of Luo Hao's speech when he confronted Jiang Wei, there was an irreconcilable contradiction between them, and they might start a fight at any time, which was something Barong was very happy to see, waiting until both sides fought to the point of losing, and then he appeared to do the cleanup work, which was simply the most cost-effective deal in the world. At that time, kill Luo Hao, Li Ran and Wang Mo, and then send the seriously injured Jiang Wei back to Hydra, so that even if Jiang Qiu, no matter how much he has a problem with it, he will have to sell himself a face, and then he will have a source of funds for his own resurgence. Inside the concrete building, when Barong, who was waiting for a good show, saw Jiang Wei's helicopter suddenly leave and Luo Hao and the others intact, how could Barong, who suddenly felt that he didn't have enough memory in his brain, guess the kind of game mentality that Jiang Wei was harboring when he left? When he saw on the LCD screen through the monitor hidden in the woods that Luo Hao was coming towards the concrete building with his men, Barong's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that the duel between him and Luo Hao would still inevitably need to be faced by himself personally. Number 4. Barong waved at an armed drug dealer standing in the room and said, "Take the men down there and stall them for as long as you can." "I understand, boss." Number 4, wearing a black mask and carrying an August assault rifle, headed downstairs. After 4 left, Barong asked again toward Scar, "Scar, how are the tunnels cleared?" The tunnels haven't been used for a long time, and after a rainy season, the soil layers are all a bit loose, so it might take some time to completely clear them out. When Scar spoke, the scar on the right half of his face would constantly squirm, resembling a large centipede crawling back and forth across his face, looking hideous. "Let them speed up, they must completely open the tunnel before Luo Hao rushes in. As long as I enter the tunnel and then blow up the entrance to the tunnel, Luo Hao, even if he has heavenly skills, won't be able to find me again." Scar nodded and turned to supervise the cleanup of the escape tunnel. When Scar left, Barong gently caressed the black eye patch hanging over his left eye and gritted his teeth. "When I, eight-faced Buddha, come back next time, I'll make them regret being my enemy in this life." In the woods outside the cement building, Jobo looked at the small 3-story building with a closed door and a somewhat depressing atmosphere, and thought with his toes to know that Barong's heavy troops were ambushed inside. Jobo carefully surveyed the concrete building in front of him, pursed his lips and murmured, "Eight-faced Buddha, the small building is simply like the Japanese artillery buildings during the anti-Japanese war. Not only is there not even a single water pipe around the building, but also plastered all over the face of the tiles, slippery, and the spacing between the windows and the windows is so large that it is unlikely to want to climb with your bare hands. Mad Dragon, what do we do?" Li Yifeng looked at Luo Hao and asked. Luo Hao stood up and looked at the small building in front of him, even the shape of which was similar to that of an artillery building during the war period, and said in a domineering tone, "Since Barong is forcing us to go in through the front door, let's go crazy for once and fight our way in through the front door. Brothers, are you afraid? I've long forgotten what it's like to be afraid when I follow you, Mad Dragon, and since it's the last battle, what's wrong with being crazy?" Looking at the spirited Luo Hao, Zhou Bo was also infected by him and stood up, looking at Xiao Lu with battle intent burning in his eyes. Li Yifeng, Su Sudong, and Situ Kong also stood up one after another, and their eyes were all burning with crazy battle intent. As Yunshi said, Luo Hao's body had a kind of aura that made people unconsciously want to follow. Under the influence of this aura, even if they knew that they were facing a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, they would still charge forward without hesitation. Su Sudong touched his arm to the side of Situ Empty, said, "You say that the old ancestor of this 8-faced Buddha is not back, then a certain escape back to Japan ghost officer? This building with the artillery building is really heck of a lot like, if you then install 2 searchlights on the roof of the building and arrange 2 machine gunners, it is simply." Su Sudong's words came to a screeching halt, and if he saw a ghost, he pointed to the roof of the small building. "My mouth isn't that godly, is it?" 2 snow-white searchlight light columns shot in the direction of Luo Hao and the others, and in an instant, the 5 people who were originally hiding in the woods were completely exposed. "My ex-bee-eater, were you a crow in your last life? What a broken mouth." When Situ Kong looked up and saw the figure of the gunman poking out from the roof of the small building, he couldn't help but break out in curses. Ta-da-da-da-da. On the roof of the small building, the guns in the hands of the 2 drug dealers shot at a rate of 750 rounds per minute, raining bullets on Luo Hao and the others head-on. "Take cover!" Luo Hao shouted and hid behind a tree. The bullets crackled on the tree trunk, and the branches and leaves broken by the bullets fell on Luo Hao's head. Luo Hao dusted off the leaves that fell on his head and yelled at Li Yifeng and Situ Kong, "Long cat, fox, draw them away." Situ Kong and Li Yifeng made an okay gesture to Luo Hao, and then moved to the left and right sides in 2 different directions, dispersing the firepower of the gunmen on the roof. After seeing Li Yifeng and Situ Kong successfully attracted the firepower of the other side, Luo Hao pointed at Zhou Bo, then pointed at Su Sudong, and made an attack gesture towards the direction of the small building's gate. Chapter 122, Chasing and Killing the 8-Faced Buddha below. Li Yifeng lunged forward and rolled, dodging the string of bullets swept towards him by the machine gunner on the right side. Half kneeling and raising the AWM sniper rifle in his hand, he first broke the searchlight with a single shot, and then quickly pulled open the casting window to exit the cartridge case and pushed the bullet back on. When he set off from the camp where Baron stored the white face, Li Yifeng had already replaced the sniper scope on his sniper rifle with a micro light scope, so even if he suddenly lost the light source now, it did not affect the speed of locking the machine gunner on the roof of the building as well as the accuracy of his shooting. The bullet drilled into the machine gunner's brow with great accuracy, completing the task of reaping the other's life. Unlike Li Yifeng's precise to-the-millimeter sniping, Situ Kong's side's offense was much more direct and violent. "You're shooting at me with a machine gun? It doesn't matter, I also have a machine gun, and it's no worse than yours, so let's just sweep at each other and see whose life is harder." Ta-da-da-da-da. Situ Kong used a tree trunk as a cover, with the vast majority of his body hidden behind it, only poking out a small half of his body, setting the MG4 machine gun in his hand on a branch that grew horizontally, and frantically pouring a torrent of metal made of bullets at the machine gunners on the roof of the building. The bullets swept across towards the roof of the small building, not only shattering the blindingly bright searchlight, but likewise knocking the machine gunner, who had been incomparably arrogant just now, into a bloody funnel. The outer surface of the small building was swept by the bullets, and the bricks that were originally pasted on it were also broken into small pieces by Situ Kong, falling towards the ground. Standing in front of the iron door of the small building, Luo Hao, Jobo, and Su Sudong didn't directly break the door. Luo Hao put his ear on the iron door and stopped the movement behind the door, then clenched his right hand with his palm facing upwards, and then opened his 5 fingers, and made a gesture of exploding to Jobo. Jobo nodded understandingly, took off a fragmentation grenade from his own belt, pulled off the safety pin and pressed the pressure plate, holding it in his hand. Luo Hao drew his pistol and pointed it at the location of the lock of the iron door. RR2 shots, smashing the lock. When he shot down the door lock, Luo Hao could clearly hear the sound of the drug dealer raising his gun behind the iron door. After destroying the lock, Luo Hao took back his pistol, held the shotgun flat and stood in front of the iron door, giving his original position to Jobo who was holding the grenade. Jobo pushed the iron door open a slit, loosened the grenade's pressure plate, let the letter tube pop out, and after a short time delayed processing in his hand, he threw this lovely little apple in along with the door slit. The drug dealers who hid behind the door, thinking that when Luo Hao and the others broke into the house, they would give them a random shooting, looked at the little apple on the ground with white smoke, and were suddenly in a mess. Boom! An ear-splitting bang came from behind the iron door, and the high-speed movement of the grenade fragments crackled on the iron door. From Luo Hao's direction, even though the light was dim, he could still see the bumps formed on the front side behind the iron door due to the impact of the grenade fragments. It didn't matter how many casualties the drug dealers behind the door had in the explosion just now, how many were dead and how many were crippled. Luo Hao's big foot wearing Black Hawk assault boots kicked fiercely at the iron door, and the iron door, which had already been shaken by the grenade explosion, completely collapsed under the incomparably domineering kick of Luo Hao. The collapsed iron door heavily pressed on the ground a few drug dealers who had been seriously injured by the grenade but were still hanging on to their breath, directly crushing them to the point that they bled from their mouths and noses, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Luo Hao stepped into the small building with great strides by stepping on the iron door that pressed the drug dealer's body, and the moment he stepped into the interior of the small building, the shotgun in his hand fully showed the advantageous side of the melee weapon, and the dense steel pellets formed a fire net toward the drug dealer who had survived the explosion just now and covered it. Drug traffickers who were hit by the steel ball fire network let out a burst of painful wailing. They were either hit in the body vitals directly dead, or hit in the limbs fell to the ground and lost mobility, but also by the steel ball blinded eyes, like a headless fly around the wheel. And the most miserable one was a drug dealer who appeared in front of Luo Hao's gun when he just entered the small building. The steel balls flying out from the gun barrel almost one by one all hit the drug dealer's body. Saliva, blood, sweat, urine, no matter what kind of water, as long as it was a liquid that could flow in the body of the drug dealer, all of them were through the more than 10 small holes distributed on his all the liquids that could flow in the drug dealer's body. Through the dozen or so small holes distributed on his body, scrambled to be the first to rush outward. That drug dealer who had originally planned to build a career to make a fortune at the hands of Baron, just like that, with his beautiful dream, his eyes were wide open, blood foaming from his mouth and nose, and he collapsed on the ground with a face of unwillingness. But even if it had been cut off from life, the drug dealer's body was still shaking slightly under the effect of the body's nerves, which was indescribably bizarre. Holding the sleeve underneath the barrel and pulling it back, the red plastic shells of the lead diameter bullet were thrown out through the shell-throwing window. Luo Hao glanced around the ground floor. At this moment there were no more armed drug dealers who could still stand on the ground. Those drug dealers who tried to make a fatal impact on him earlier had all fallen on the ground by now. They were either dead or crippled. Just when Luo Hao, who was holding a shotgun in his right hand, was about to step up to the second floor, a corpse, who was originally lying in a pile of dead people with a face full of blood, suddenly stood up, grasping a machete in his hand with a blade length of 40 to 50 centimeters, and screaming, rushed towards Luo Hao, who was less than 2 meters away from him. He was number 4, who was entrusted by Barong to lead people to hold Luo Hao and his brothers back. Number 4 shouted frantically, his eyes glittering with excitement. Because number 4's outburst was too sudden, neither Su Sudong nor Jobo had time to react in a short period of time. When the machete, which was flashing coldly in the air, was about to fall on top of his head, Luo Hao brushed his hand and raised the shotgun in his own hand to aim at number 4. For this shotgun in Luo Hao's hand, which had given them a devastating blow a few minutes ago, at this moment, there was no more fear in the eyes of number 4, who laughed hideously. "There are no more bullets in your gun, you just fired a total of 6 shots, and I counted them." "Yeah? You really think so?" A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Luo Hao's mouth, pulling the trigger under the astonished gaze of number 4. Bang! The muzzle of the shotgun exploded in a cloud of fire. The shotgun that had originally struck in a fan-shaped fire strike was now firing close to number 4's face, causing a visual impact completely different from the previous one, and the dense rain of steel balls directly shattered number 4's entire head. "I hate it so much." With what little will he had left, for spewed blood from his mouth and stuttered out his last words before falling to the ground. Chapter 123, The Secret Passage. The shotgun in Luo Hao's hand is a combat shotgun designed by the Brunelli Company and named M1014 by the US military, which is a military-type shotgun that is not only sturdy and durable, but also has a Picatinny rail above the magazine to install an optical sight or a red dot sight. In addition, the difference between the M1014 combat shotgun and the ordinary 5 rounds is its loading capacity. The M1014's loading capacity can reach 7 rounds, although only 2 more bullets, but as in this case just now, the extra 2 bullets can completely reverse the outcome of a battle. After Luo Hao solved the stubborn element of number 4, Li Feng and Situ Kong, who were responsible for clearing the periphery, also entered the small building. After replacing a bullet chain for the MG4 light machine gun in his hand, Situ Kong looked at Luo Hao and waited for his next instruction. Luo Hao surveyed the luxuriously decorated hall in front of him, as well as the stairs that were divided into left, center and right sides in the hall, pointed at Su Sudong and Jobo, and raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand to point to the stairs on the left side, and then pointed at Situ Kong and Li Feng, and raised the index and middle fingers to point to the stairs on the right side. "Remember, leave me alive when you see Barong." Before separating, Luo Hao commanded towards his 4 brothers. Dropping the M1014 combat shotgun in his hand, which was now completely emptied of bullets and still had a sticky pile of unknown bullpups on the barrel, and taking the 2 MP5K miniature submachine guns hanging in his armpit holsters in his hands, Luo Hao went up the stairs in the center alone. Scar, whose face and pants legs were stained with yellow soil, hurriedly pushed open the door of Barang's room and said to Barong, who was waiting anxiously inside the room, "Big brother, the tunnels have been cleared, so hurry up and withdraw." Hearing Scar's words, Barang's face couldn't help but flash with a hint of joy, rejoicing at his move to spend a lot of manpower and heavy money to leave behind such a secret escape route in the first place. Barang followed Scar out of the monitoring room, climbed to the 3rd floor and walked into the hall at the end of the corridor. Inside the hall stood a dozen drug dealers holding various weapons. These dozen drug dealers looked much leaner than those drug dealers who were killed by Luo Hao before, and this was the last of Barang's personal guards and also his last bottom card. "Boss." Seeing Barong walk into the hall, a dozen armed drug dealers with masks on their faces showing only their eyes, noses, and mouths bowed in greeting to Barong. "Viper." Barong waved at a drug dealer who was 175 centimeters tall, of medium build, with a pair of triangular eyes like vipers, and clearly belonged to the leadership of this pro-guard. Barong handed a bomb detonator to Viper and instructed him, "I've arranged explosives in this building. In a moment, you lead people to stop Luo Hao. You are the most elite force of my 8-faced Buddha, I trust you. If you really can't stop him, detonate the bomb and let him be destroyed along with the small building." "I understand, boss." Viper bowed in response as he turned out the detonator, his triangular eyes glittering with cruelty, bloodlust, and coldness. Barang patted Viper's shoulder and led Scar inside by pushing open the second door, walked over to a wooden shelf piled with goods, pushed the shelf to the left to reveal a small door hidden behind it, pressed the electric light on the wall, walked down the stairs, and greeted Scar, "Scar, let's go." In the face of Barang's hospitality, Scar shook his head and rejected his good intentions. "Big brother, you retreat first, I'll stay and cover you." "There's a Viper in the break, you're coming with me," Barong advised. "Big brother, you know clearly what kind of combat power Luo Hao is. I'm afraid that Viper and the personal guards won't be able to stop him. It's better for me to stay behind to be a bit more stable, and I can buy you a bit more time." Barong, who was known for being cold and ruthless in treating the lives of his men as grass, couldn't help but feel a hint of emotion in his heart at this time, and stepped forward to hug Scar, patting his back hard. "Good brother, Big brother will be waiting for you in the tunnels." Scar pushed Barong into the secret passage and assured him, "Don't worry big brother, my Scar's life is so hard that ordinary people can't take it away." Barong, who walked down the stairs, turned around and pointed at Scar, saying, "Remember, you must come down alive. There's still a great kingdom waiting for us brothers to create together. If you dare to leave me alone, I'll just tear down Hades and pull you back." Scar nodded heavily, and after watching Barang's figure disappear into the tunnel, he restored the wooden frame to its original position, drew out the Glock 17 pistol in his own holster, and looked at the closed door, saying in his heart, "Luo Hao, I'll wait for you here." Luo Hao, holding an MP5K miniature submachine gun in each hand, had just turned the staircase platform between the first and second floors, and had not yet gone up the stairs, when two drug dealers holding AK automatic rifles appeared at the stairway of the second floor. Looking at the two AK automatic rifles pointing at himself condescendingly, Luo Hao's face didn't have the slightest panic, and he smoothly lifted up the two-handed submachine gun, and began to shoot at the two drug dealers. Upstairs, obviously because they usually got high on drugs, resulting in some mental trance, and some slow reaction. Resulting in some mental trance and somewhat slow reaction of the drug dealers upstairs, and started to strafe them. The advantages of the MP5K miniature submachine gun's high rate of fire and high precision, low recoil, and high stability brought Luo Hao the most direct shooting effect that even if he held the gun single-handedly, he could also do precise fire strikes. With the bullet casings bouncing merrily, a string of 9mm Barabellum pistol bullets drilled into the bodies of the two drug dealers at the stairway entrance. As the bullets entered their bodies, the skinny bodies of those two drug dealers, like a pendulum, shook uncontrollably in the air. The two drug dealers, each of whom had been hit with at least 80 to 90 bullets, stared blankly as they fell headfirst to the ground and rolled down the incline of the staircase onto the platform, the blood gushing out from their bodies leaving two bright red to blinding bloodstains on the stair treads. Luo Hao walked up to the second floor, pressed himself against the wall and paid attention to the movement in the corridor, confirming that there was no ambush, and then dodged and leaped to the stairway leading to the third floor from the second floor. At this time, Zhou Bo, Situ Kong, and the others who had gone up from the left and right staircases respectively also appeared in the second floor corridor. Berserk Dragon, we just caught a tongue and asked that Barong is on the third floor. You go straight up to the third floor to find Barong, leave the second floor to us to clean up. Lia Feng's voice came from Luo Hao's headset. Luo Hao nodded, and without the slightest hesitation, directly stepped towards the third floor. Unlike the second floor, the corridor on the third floor didn't extend to both sides, but led singularly to the hall that hid Barong's escaped secret passage, so the only thing that led from the second floor to the third floor was the single staircase under Luo Hao's feet. Luo Hao, who was carrying two MP5K submachine guns in his hands, looked at the closed wooden door. Even if he was separated by a distance, he could feel the dangerous atmosphere hidden behind the wooden door. But these were not enough for Luo Hao's killing machine, which was already completely running. Chapter 124 One-Man Show. Luo Hao's eyes were ice cold as he looked at the wooden door whose surface was carved with wooden flowers and carvings, brushed with a layer of glossy oil that made it look luxurious, and raised his steps towards it. However, Luo Hao didn't directly break into the door, knowing that there were heavy troops waiting for him inside, but still foolishly rushing in. That was purely stupid behavior. So when there was less than a meter distance from the wooden door, Luo Hao stopped, smiled coldly at the closed wooden door, slowly lifted the MP5K in his right and left hands, and pulled the trigger. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. Luo Hao's strong and powerful left and right hands firmly controlled the two weapons that were roaring angrily, and his arms shook uncontrollably and slightly with the shooting of the guns, but the magnitude of the shaking was very small, and it didn't affect the accuracy of his shooting. The golden bullet casings bounced merrily and tinkled on the ground by his feet, like a beautifully played Jiangnan silk bamboo. On the wooden door with wooden flower carving pattern, one round bullet hole appeared, and the white light in the room was speckled through the bullet holes on the wooden door and projected to Luo Hao's feet. If one looked towards the room through the small round holes on that door panel, one would realize that behind the wooden door was already a mess at this moment. Bullet holes were everywhere on the floor behind the wooden door, on the walls, on the table. The floor, which was covered with non-slip tiles, was covered with crimson blood spattered from the bodies of Baroness' own guards. In Luo Hao's undefined target but incomparably frantic strafing, a few of the pro-guard soldiers were hit by several bullets and directly fell to the ground and died, while a few of those who were only wounded in their feet struggled to crawl towards the side, dodging the subsequent bullets. Of course, there were also pro-guards like Viper who reacted faster, crossing the table when Luo Hao just started strafing, and flipped the table directly in front of themselves as a cover, but although their reaction was fast enough, at this moment, they were also crushed by Luo Hao behind their own cover, and didn't dare to show their heads. Click! Click! The two MP5Ks in his hands almost simultaneously emitted the sound of the firing pin striking empty, and looking at the submachine guns with wisps of smoke coming out of their muzzles, Luo Hao barely hesitated, dodging and hiding himself against the wall next to the wooden door. He wouldn't stand at the door and change magazines leisurely after the bullets were empty, and then let the guards inside put on a show of random shooting for himself. Luo Hao didn't think that he had been bullish enough to remain calm without changing his color and heart even when he was faced with random gunfire. Sure enough, after Luo Hao had just taken cover against the wall, the drug dealers behind the door who had already reacted began to return the favor, and the sounds of various weapons firing were intertwined in an unbelievably lively manner. The bullets that penetrated the wooden door whooshed in Luo Hao's ears. 7. 62mm bullet hole, 5. 56mm bullet hole, 9mm bullet hole, and even 5. 8mm bullet hole, a variety of different caliber bullets left behind after shooting bullet hole staggered distribution in the wooden door. The original wood grain carving exquisite wooden door at this time has long become a total disfigurement. The copper door lock was also broken, revealing the lock core. While the drug dealers were raiding behind the door, Luo Hao had already unloaded the already empty magazines on the 2 MP5KS and pulled out 2 spare magazines from his tactical undershirt to replace them, pulling the bolt to load the bullets. Luo Hao inserted the loaded MP5K in his right hand back into the holster under his left armpit, took off the one Li Yifeng had scavenged from the jackal from his belt, the American-made M84 flash shot bullet, and bit the ring on the safety pin with his mouth. As soon as the gunfire behind the door stopped, Luo Hao pulled off the safety pin on the shock bomb, kicked the wooden door open a crack with the outside of his foot, and threw the flash shock bomb in his hand. Slender flash shock bombs exploded among the drug dealers gathered behind the door, a non-lethal weapon that didn't produce shrapnel or shockwaves, and didn't cause permanent damage, but the intense light and loud noise released from the small holes spread across the body of the bomb still gave the dealers a head start. The white glare pierced their eyes to tears, almost unable to open their eyes, and the ear-shattering noise made them fall into temporary deafness, so that no matter how wide their mouths were opened and how loud they shouted, they could not hear a single sound from themselves or from their companions. Outside the door, Luo Hao kicked the wooden door open and rushed into the hall with his gun in both hands. This time he used the MP5K as an assault weapon, and Luo Hao's whole body was like a sharp arrow stabbing into the drug dealer's camp ruthlessly. Rhythmic 2 consecutive point-blank shots fell on the drug dealers who were covering their ears and wiping their tears. Each of the drug dealers who were shot and fell to the ground had 2 bullet holes evenly distributed on their bodies, one in the forehead and one in the chest. Luo Hao's offense was quick and vicious. 5 or 6 drug dealers fell under his gun in just one round of surprise attack. However, he had to admit that these pro-guard troops, which were used by Barang as the last card, were indeed slightly more powerful than those unimpressive rabble in front of them, and it was obvious that they should have all gone through professional military training, so by the time Luo Hao finished the first round of surprise attack, they had already begun to recover from the effect of the shock bombs, grabbing the weapons that were hanging on them and preparing for a counterattack. They're a little bit better than the average drug dealer, but they're really only a little bit better. When he found 5 or 6 drug dealers from all around towards himself, Luo Hao handed over the submachine gun with half magazine left to his left hand, and his right hand drew out the MP5K with full magazine in the holster of his armpit, and unfolded both hands, and opened the bow left and right, and the powerful firepower suppressed those drug dealers who had just detached themselves from the effect of the shocking bombs, and beat them to tears and soul. Looking at the piece of pro-guards that fell on the ground, Luo Hao nodded with satisfaction, then raised his gun to patch up a few drug dealers who were just crippled by bullets, but not killed. If a carelessness was followed by a certain drug dealer who wasn't dead through and through, it wouldn't be really fun. Viper, who had originally planned to fight with Luo Hao for 300 rounds, realized at this moment that things were not developing according to the script he had envisioned at all. He had set up a full position and waited for Luo Hao to come to his door, but this shameless guy, who was sweeping and shooting, shocking bombs, and breaking the door and assaulting the door, had made all the preparations made by Viper become useless. Everything became Luo Hao's one-man show. Not only that, his left hand and left shoulder also received a shot each, if not his hands and feet, dodged fast enough. Now I'm afraid that it has also been the same as those of his brothers, whimpering and wailing. Viper took off the mask on his own head and threw it to one side, fished out that detonator Barang gave him from his pants pocket and grasped it in his hand, stood up from behind that wooden table, and said to Luo Hao, who was replacing the magazines of the 2 MP5K submachine guns, "Luo Hao, I finally understand why the boss took all the efforts to kill you, because you are really powerful, and your tactics are also ruthless enough." Luo Hao pushed the half-inserted magazine to the bottom, pulled the bolt to load the bullets, pointed at Viper and asked, "Tell me, where is Barang?" Chapter 125 Unexpected Gunshots. If I tell you where the boss is going, will you choose to let me go? Viper looked at Luo Hao and asked. It won't. I never show mercy to drug dealers. Luo Hao looked at Viper with cold eyes and said in an emotionless tone, "If you tell me where the 8-faced Buddha is going, I can consider giving you a quicker death." You think I would be afraid of death? Viper asked back in a cold voice. If you're afraid of death, you wouldn't come out to sell white noodles. Luo Hao glanced at Viper and said, I know you're not afraid of death, and I also know that you're loyal to the 8-faced Buddha, but maybe you don't know that there are times when death is also a kind of liberation, and if you want to die but can't, and if you want to live but can't, that is the most horrible thing. Luo Hao's tone was so cold that it almost made Viper feel a chill from his bones. I have 10 ways to let you die without any pain, and I also have 100 ways to make you beg for your life and death. Tell me where Barang went. He pointed his gun at Viper and took a step forward. The step Luo Hao took was like a heavy hammer, hitting the Viper's heart fiercely, causing him to take a small step backward almost uncontrollably, fear slowly lingering in his heart. However, almost as soon as that trace of fear arose, it was immediately driven out of his body again by the Viper. He looked at Luo Hao with some scorn and said, "Scary, just too scary. In just a few words, you can make an originally strong-minded person feel fear and have a retreating mind. I finally understand why Boss 8-faced Buddha tried his best to eradicate you, even at the cost of his own personal guards and this small building." Hearing Viper's words, Luo Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of danger so strong that it couldn't be dispersed began to spread in his heart. Viper raised the detonator he grabbed in his right hand, gently picked open the black cover on the detonator with his fingers, revealing the small red light that was flashing underneath the cover, and lightly rested his index finger on the red button, not caring about his own bloodied left hand, and laughed coldly. Luohao, I believe you have horrible means that can make me beg for my life or death, but God destined that you don't have the chance to use those means on my body. Luohao narrowed his eyes slightly, smoothly holding up the MP5K in his hand and said, then do you believe I can kill you right now? You won't kill me because you need to get the whereabouts of the eight-faced Buddha from my mouth. Viper wasn't afraid of Luohao's intimidation. I can find Barong just as well by killing you, although that will take a bit of time, but I'm not bad with that time. The method in Luohao's mouth was the tooth. If the Viper died, he only needed to call Tooth, who was guarding the grey wolf's corpse in the woods at the moment, and with the little guy's sharp sense of smell, he could likewise find Barang's escape route. Viper's face stared, and when he confirmed that Luohao was indeed not joking with himself, he let out a light laugh again, wanting to shrug his shoulders at Luohao to show his relief, but his left shoulder ripped into the gunshot wound on it with just a slight shake, making him unable to help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you'll lay a deadly hand on me, but are you sure you can kill me with just one shot? I admit that your marksmanship is very good, and you Special Forces members also generally like to shoot bullets into the reflexive nerve zone between the enemy's eyebrows so that you can kill your opponent instantly. But I'm taking precautions against you now, although I can't say 100%, I have at least a half probability of dodging your first round of attack. The bomb placed in the small building has been pre-positioned, I only need to press this detonation button, the bomb will explode, and at that time, no matter whether they are dead or alive in this small building, they will all be buried together with the small building in the ground where they can't see the sun. 50% probability. Luo, how do you dare to gamble with your and your brother's lives? As much as he didn't want to admit it, Luohao had to say that this time, Viper had grabbed his lifeblood. He was a person who valued his brothers more than anything else. If it was just him facing it alone right now, he would have said to Viper, what's wrong with a gamble? But now his four brothers were still in the small building, he didn't dare to take their lives to play such a crazy gamble with himself. The air between him and the Viper became frozen for a moment. After cleaning up the drug dealers on the second floor, the four people, Jobo, Su Sudong, Situ Kong, and Lia Feng, also went up to the third floor at this time, and when they saw Luohao, who was confronting Viper, they also immediately rushed into the hall with their guns and surrounded Viper, who was holding a detonator. Seeing the four people who suddenly appeared in the hall, Luohao suddenly yelled at them, "What are you guys doing up here? All of you get the out." The four people were a bit confused by Luohao's uncharacteristic angry rebuke, and when Jobo noticed the bomb detonator that Viper was holding in his hand, he instantly understood what was going on. "Mad Dragon, you're also too uninteresting, thinking only of yourself for such a fun thing?" Jobo accused with some dissatisfaction. "Since we entered this jungle for more than half a month, we have wandered back and forth between life and death many times, and we have become life and death brothers from the first generalized friendship. Although the princess has left, but we are still here, right? What is there that we can't face together?" Jobo's words were echoed by the other three. Luohao twisted his head to look at Jobo and Su Sudong standing on his left side, and then at Lia Feng and Situ Kong standing on his right side, and when he read the same firmness in their eyes, Luohao's heart was instantly filled with a kind of touching feeling called brotherhood. It had been 3 years after leaving the Dragon Hidden Army, he once again experienced this kind of the most sincere emotion between brothers. Luohao, who stood in the center of the team, took a step forward and looked at the grim-faced Viper, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. "You've heard the words of my brothers just now. What do you think you still have in your hands that can be used as a bargaining chip to threaten me now? Since you want to gamble, then a few of us will accompany you to gamble and see whose life is harder between us." Luohao's words infuriated Viper to the point of trembling. Shivering his lips, he said, "Good, very good, Luohao, you have enough guts to be able to drag a few of you to my back. When I see Boss 8-faced Buddha down there in the future, I, Viper, will be able to stand up to him. See the windows on both sides? After he presses the detonation button in a while, jump out of the windows before the bomb reaches us, remember to be fast." Luohao instructed to the few brothers beside him. Jobo and the others nodded heavily, staggering their feet slightly, ready to escape. "Luohao, let's say goodbye together," hissed Viper with a grimace, frantically at the 5 people standing in front of him. Watching Viper trying to press the detonation button on the detonator, Luohao and the others were ready to rush toward the windows around the hall, wanting to break out of the windows when there was a crisp gunshot from behind Viper. Chapter 126 Scar. Viper, holding the bomb detonator in his hand, fell on his knees. The bullet shot into the back of his head, his forehead collapsed into a crater, and his mouth grew into a perfect O shape, as if he was about to let out a song. The kneeling Viper paused for a second, then flopped down in front of Luohao. His head exploded into a pulp-like substance by the hollow point bullet, splashing onto Luohao's Blackhawk assault boots. As Viper fell to the ground and died, Scar, who stood behind him to give the fatal blow, appeared in the eyes of Luohao and the others. With his black Oakley military boots, jungle digital camouflage combat uniform, and the knife wound on his face that was as iconic as a large centipede, he was the same Scar who had been following Barang as his personal bodyguard. and the black Glock 17 pistol in his hand, which was still smoking lightly, and the brass bullet casing at his feet, told everyone present that it was undoubtedly him who had just fired the gun in the nick of time to stop the Viper from detonating the bomb. Although they didn't understand why Scar, who was clearly supposed to be on the same side as Viper, would suddenly step in to save his people, out of caution, Luo Hao and the others, who had returned to their senses, still raised the weapons in their hands at the man in front of them, who could almost be taken as the spokesman of the eight-faced Buddha, Barong. Luo Hao dual-wielded the MP5K miniature submachine gun and pointed it at Scar, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the man who remained calm and unruffled even when being pointed at gunpoint. Because he had been following Barang's side like a shadow, it appeared that his own presence was very low, and Luo Hao had never paid close attention to this unremarkable-looking man before. But now standing so face to face, Luo Hao felt a dangerous aura from Scar's body. This dangerous aura was not strong, but it was very sharp, so sharp that it could pierce people's heart. "Why did you save us?" Standing so face to face for a few minutes, it was finally Luo Hao who opened his mouth first, knowing that if he didn't take the lead to break the deadlock, there was a high possibility that he and Scar would just keep the silence between them and stand there until dawn. Scar retrieved the Glock pistol in his own hand back to its holster, and spoke a sentence to Luo Hao that sounded completely unknown to Jobo and the others. "When the country will rise, I would like to build it with my blood." This can be said to be brainless words in the ears of Jobo and others, but let Luo Hao like a lightning strike stay on the spot. Cue moving lips, interface, "If the country is in danger, I will spill my blood in all directions." "Who the hell are you? Why do you know these two words?" Luo Hao asked, looking at Scar after putting down the gun in his hand and also signaling the four people around himself to put down their guns. "When the country will rise, I would like to build with blood. If the country is in danger, I will spill blood in all directions." These were the 4 sentences engraved on the wall of the Dragon Hidden Army's combat conference room, an admonition that every member of the Dragon Hidden Army must memorize. But why would this something that only the Dragon Hidden troopers would know come from the mouth of a drug dealer? Facing Luo Hao's question, Scar only smiled slightly and didn't make a reply. "You're from the Dragon Hidden Unit too?" Scar nodded. "Were you also the one who shot Baron outside the torture chamber to stop him from gouging my eyes out?" Scar nodded again. "But it seems like I've never seen you before as far as I can remember." Luo Hao frowned, once again sizing up Scar, who was standing in front of him. The Dragon Hidden Forces Special Task Force has a large number of people, and its personnel are scattered all over the world, so how could you have met everyone? What's more, in terms of age, I completely call myself your senior. When I entered the Dragon Hidden Force, your kid might still be playing with mud somewhere. It's normal that you haven't seen me. The short repartee between Luo Hao and Scar made Li Yifeng and the others suddenly feel incredibly surprised. This man who was protecting Baron, the biggest drug lord in Southeast Asia, as closely as a shadow, was actually from the Dragon Hidden Unit's Special Task Force? The 4 people looked at each other for a while, and immediately felt that this world was crazy. Hearing Scar's words, Luo Hao nodded lightly. Although he always felt that he was hiding something from himself, he was completely unable to figure out what exactly he was hiding. Just as he said, the Dragon Hidden Secret Service team was spread all over the world, engaging in various professions, and it was not uncommon to not recognize them. "Don't you guys want to find Eight-Faced Buddha? If you keep on dawdling, he's going to escape the border." Scar glanced at the tightly frowning Luo Hao, who was still struggling with his identity. "You know where he went?" Luo Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Scar couldn't help but let out a light laugh and asked rhetorically, "What do you think there is about the Eight-Faced Buddha that I don't know?" Luo Hao slapped his forehead lightly, cursing himself for being confused. Barang's trust in Scar had almost reached a point of no return, and he was suspected by Li Ran to be the hidden gunman during the torture room, but Barong had given him the most certain trust even at the expense of flipping out with Li Ran. It's not surprising that someone so deeply trusted by Barong knows where he's going. At critical moments, the one who stabbed the knife the deepest was often the one you used to trust the most. Luo Hao looked at the 4 brothers standing beside him. He firmly believed that such a thing would never happen to him, because he believed in his vision of people. "Senior, I'll trouble you then." Luo Hao unconsciously used honorifics when he spoke to Scar. Because no matter if it was out of politeness to his seniors, or out of respect for him lurking around Barong undercover, Scar deserved the respect Luo Hao gave him. The characteristically silent Scar just nodded and turned towards the small room behind him, and after Luo Hao stomped on the bomb detonator that Viper had dropped on the floor, he followed him into the small room that hid the entrance to the secret passage. Scar pushed the wooden frame away to reveal the staircase hidden behind, flicked the light switch on the wall, and took the lead to walk down. Luo Hao and the others followed Scar and just walked down the narrow staircase. A musty smell hit their noses. The staircase was narrow and could only allow one person to pass through, so the 6 people could only move forward one by one in a straight line, and the slope of the staircase was very steep, so a few people could only advance forward cautiously. Judging from the passage of the stairs, Zhou Bo noticed that his people were heading towards the ground floor hall. "Are we going downstairs here?" Zhou Bai asked out loud to Scar, who was leading the way in front of him. "Without going downstairs, do you think that Barang's escape secret passage was built in the air?" Scar let out a light laugh and introduced, the entrance to the secret passage is directly underneath the hall on the ground floor, and the only thing that can lead to the entrance is the staircase underneath our feet. Barong deliberately built the stairs so narrow and steep in order to limit the number of pursuers behind us in case of a sudden attack. If the attacking party chooses to force a broad demolition, then this section of the staircase will immediately collapse, completely concealing the entrance to the secret passage. Chapter 127. Cunning, treacherous, scheming. Luo Hao used all these adjectives, which were definitely not positive, in his head on Barong, and Luo Hao even had some doubts that Barong was not watching the Divine Eagles when he was building this staircase, and he also happened to see the part that introduced Wang Chongyang's construction of the ancient tomb, so he was inspired to follow the example of the gourd, and built such a section of what could be called a crystallization of wisdom. About 2 or 3 minutes, the front of the team is responsible for leading the way. Scar stopped, pushed open an iron door, because of the heavy moisture underground, the iron door and the lack of necessary maintenance, so Scar pushed the iron door, the door shaft of the place to make people grind their teeth rattling sound. Passing through the iron door, Luo Hao, Zhou Bo and the others, who were suffocating in the narrow hallway, suddenly had a feeling of darkness. What appeared in front of them was an underground floor that was almost as large as the ground floor hall, like an underground garage. There were a dozen cement pillars for load-bearing constructed in the underground floor, and on these cement pillars were arranged military C4 explosives installed with remote-controlled detonation devices, and the red strobe lights on the dark green explosive packages made Luo Hao and others feel incomparably blinding. Understand? Looking at Luo Hao, whose face was gloomy, Scar said, if I had just fired a second later and let Viper detonate the explosives here, the small building that had lost its load-bearing pillars would have collapsed with a bang in an instant, and you guys might have been buried alive before you could jump out of the window. Hearing Scar's words, even if Su Sudong, who had already truly seen the relentlessness of gunfire and had wandered back and forth on the line of life and death several times, still couldn't help but have a cold sweat on his back and a burst of fear in his heart. Scar led Luo Hao and the others onward, and after passing through a few load-bearing pillars that made people sweat coldly behind their backs even just by looking at them, the 6 of them stopped again in front of an iron door. Is that Barang's escaped secret passage behind here? Luo Hao narrowed his eyes at the iron door that was originally supposed to be painted red, but was now also rusty, and asked in an icy tone. Scar nodded, pulling the iron door open. The left rear took out a strong flashlight from the tactical undershirt on his body. Screwed it brightly and held it in his hand. His right hand drew the Glock pistol in the quick-draw holster and set it up on his left hand holding the flashlight. And stepped towards the secret passage. Luo Hao also put the 2 MP5K miniature submachine guns in his hands back into the holsters under his armpits, took out the flashlight and USB pistol and held them in his hands, and opened the infrared light laser transmitter externally mounted in the groove at the front end of the pistol's holster seat in a smooth manner, and a red radium light was shot away toward the front. This escape tunnel, which was completely dug out under the jungle by hand, was much wider than the staircase that suffocated people's chests, and could allow 3 people to pass through at the same time, so Luo Hao's 5 people plus Scar's total of 6 people could just move forward in a single arrow tactical formation. The escape tunnel was very long and without any light. The only source of light for Luo Hao and his men was the torch in their hands, and they didn't know exactly how long they had been walking. Luo Hao, who felt the atmosphere was a bit dull, opened his mouth and asked Scar beside him, saying, "Senior, the secret tunnel is so long, could it lead to beyond the country's borders?" Scar shook his head. There are at least 10 kilometers from Barang's small building to the outskirts of the country. He can't do such a big project even if he is more rich and powerful. The exit of this secret passage is in the dense forest in the southwest, where there is. Scar suddenly stopped advancing with a lull in his body, his face a little stiff as he looked at his feet. What's wrong? Luo Hao, who noticed the abnormality around him, turned his head to look at the motionless Scar beside him and asked. I stepped on a mine. Mines? Luo Hao only felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly exploded above his head. A mine. This was the secret passage Barong had deliberately left behind to escape. How could there be a mine here? If this mine under Scar's feet was really left here intentionally by someone, then the person who laid this mine would only be one person, that is Barong himself. Sure enough, just as this speculation flashed through Luo Hao's mind, Barang's voice came from the corner of the secret passage. Just now when you were unwilling to go down the secret passage with me, I felt that there was something suspicious, but I always hoped that I was wrong, but I didn't expect that it turns out that you were really that mole that Li Ran was talking about. In vain I believed in you so much, Scar, you let me down too much. Barong with a large caliber desert eagle in his hand appeared at the corner of the secret passage. His eyes looking at Scar were almost ready to spit fire. He asked in a cold voice, can you tell me why? Because I haven't forgotten that I myself am a Chinese soldier. Scar said aloud as he straightened his own chest and met Barang's gaze that wanted to kill. Chinese soldier? Barang coldly grunted and emotionally roared at Scar, what a resounding name, but unfortunately, your motherland, your people, your brothers, your comrades in arms, they have long forgotten you. You have to remember that it was me who plucked you out of the rubble in the first place and didn't let you become a meal for wild beasts. It was I, the drug lord whose hands were stained with blood and who started out by selling white flour, who gave you a new life, a new name. Even if everyone has already forgotten me, as long as I myself still remember that I'm a soldier who once swore an oath under the flag, that's enough. Scar pointed to his heart and said, because here, there is still a soldier's fiery blood flowing. All your blazing blood. Barang gritted his teeth to the point of crunching, and said fiercely, Scar, you've been by my side for so many years, you should know that the thing I hate the most is a traitor, an undercover agent, and no matter who it is, as long as he betrays me, then he has to go to hell. R. The muzzle of the large-caliber Desert Eagle in Barang's hand suddenly spewed out a cloud of red-orange rifled flame, and the loud firing sound echoed in the secret passage. Even the earth above the secret passage was shaken and loosened a bit to fall down. Seeing Barang suddenly snapping at Scar, Luohao was shocked. Scar's feet stepped on a landmine, which didn't allow him to do any dodging, and Luohao could only press his shoulder to hold him down, the USB pistol in his hand firing fiercely towards Barang. Lia Feng, who was standing on the left side of Scar, had also put down the Alm sniper rifle in his hand by this time, took off the G36K short assault rifle on the side of his backpack, stuck the stock in that indentation at his right shoulder, and suppressed Barang's fire effectively. Fierce gunfire echoed through the secret passage, and the earth above it began to loosen and fall due to the intense exchange of fire between the two sides. R. Scar fired 2 more bullets in Scar's direction, and looking at the Desert Eagle in his hand, which was already in an empty and hung-up state, he quickly dodged to the corner of the secret passage and rechanged the magazine for the weapon in his hand. Chapter 128 Tae. Barang, who had just poked the Desert Eagle out of his hand after changing the magazine, the laser pointer of the USP pistol in Luohao's hand was already on him, leaving a red dot at his wrist. Snap! Luohao, who was half kneeling his body and aiming his gun on his left hand, decisively pulled the trigger, the bullet instantly hitting Barang's right wrist, and the Desert Eagle fell to the ground. Barang covered his right hand that was bleeding, looked at the pistol that fell on the ground, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and he coldly snorted, Luohao, Scar, I, Eight-Faced Buddha, have written down this account, we will settle it some other day. After putting down a vicious sentence, Barang turned around and ran in the direction of the secret passage exit. I don't think you'll live to see the day of reckoning. Luohao stood up and pulled out his legs to chase towards Eight-Faced Buddha, but before he could run 2 steps, Jobo behind him called out, Mad Dragon, don't chase after him, Scar is injured. Luohao was shocked when he heard this, and immediately folded back, finding that the pale-faced Scar was using his right hand to support Lia Feng's shoulder to keep his balance, while his left hand pressed his abdomen with a deadly grip, and blood was constantly seeping out of his fingers, dripping down to the ground. How are you? Luohao crouched down, pulling away Scar's left hand that was pressing on his abdomen to check his injuries. At a short distance, the power of a large-caliber Desert Eagle pistol hitting a bullet was far beyond that of an ordinary self-defense pistol, so the wound left by the bullet in Scar's abdomen was so deep that the moment his hand was loosened, blood gushed out of the bullet hole like running water. Don't worry, I will definitely save you out. Luohao said and unclasped the backpack he was wearing, busily rummaging through it to find his first aid kit. Luohao, you dismantle the mine first, I'll be responsible for stopping his bleeding. Jobo, who already had the hemostatic bandage and hemostatic gel in his hand, said to Luohao, who was still rummaging through his backpack. Luohao sniffed, and without any ink, as soon as he threw away his own backpack, he shouted at Su Sudong and Situ Kong, devouring bee, Totoro give me a light. Luohao's original dragon tooth saber was left with a bullet hole when Zhao Tianyu shot it down, and when Zhao Tianyu left, he took his dragon tooth saber with him. All he had in his hand now was one that was the same as Li Yifeng's, an Alaskan whaling fork survival knife. He used his knife to carefully chip away the earth around the mine, revealing the black body of the flat circular mine at Scar's feet, a PMA-3 anti-infantry mine produced in the former Yugoslavia. PMA-3 anti-infantry mines are blast-type mines made of polystyrene and phenolic plastics, which are resistant to metal detectors. The mine consists of 2 discs, one with a fixed fuse and the other with 35 grams of tetrarch, the 2 parts of which are sealed by a rubber sleeve, and in order to prevent the 2 parts from moving relative to each other prematurely and causing the mine to explode prematurely, there is also a plastic elastic safety ring fixed between the upper and lower parts of the mine. The depth of emplacement of this type of mine may vary between 20 and 40 millimeters depending on the soil conditions. While Luohao was busy removing the mines, Jobo had already started to stop Scar's bleeding, and he had originally planned to block the bullet hole with hemostatic gel to stop or slow down the bleeding rate before wrapping a hemostatic bandage, and wait until Luohao removed the mines and brought Scar out of the secret passage before removing the bullet and treating him. But when Jobo smeared the hemostatic gel on the bullet hole, he found that the hemostatic gel could not stop the bleeding at all, because the bleeding was too fast, so the gel was washed away by the blood before it could solidify. Jobo had no choice but to apply the hemostatic gel on the hemostatic bandage, then wrapped it around Scar's waist and tightened it with force. Berserk Dragon, there's no way to stop the bleeding on my side, you must speed up to remove the mines. Jobo urged Luohao. I know. Luohao reached out and wiped his forehead with his cuff, preventing the sweat from running down and mesmerizing his eyes. He didn't stop wiping the sweat, but his pores were like open faucets, a steady stream of sweat flowed out, and the more he wiped, the more he got. The soil layer of the secret passage, which was already somewhat loose due to the rainy season and the long period of time without repair, was loosened even more by the impact of the gunfire during the firefight just now, and from time to time large chunks of soil fell from the top of the secret passage. Haven't you two eaten? Hold the flashlight steady. The upset Luo Hao snapped at Su Sudong and Situ Kong beside him. But the two of them didn't get angry because of this, because everyone knew that Luo Hao was now the one with the most pressure out of everyone. Enough Luo Hao, you don't have to waste any more time for me. Scar gently leaned down and pulled Luo Hao's arm, pulled him up, looked at him and said, I know my injuries well, even if you dismantle the thunder, I won't be able to survive for long if I go out. This secret passage is about to collapse, there's no need for you guys to accompany me and risk your lives here, leave me here, you guys go now. No, we have to go together. Luo Hao stubbornly refused Scar's request, and when he crouched down and prepared to continue demoning, he was held up by Scar and shook his head at him. I was supposed to die 13 years ago, and now that I've meticulously lived for so many more years, it's enough. Luo Hao, I have a question for you. Elder, please. Who is your master? Zhao Tianyu. No wonder. Scar couldn't help but sigh and generalized, only he can teach a disciple like you. Sun Yang is Sun Yang, it's just that he himself is excellent, even his disciple can be so excellent, let us old fellows how can we be embarrassed? You know my master? Luo Hao looked at Scar with some surprise. Of course, the Dragon Spike, back then in the Dragon Hidden Army the most famous is him, who does not recognize? Scar laughed. Reaching out, he unhooked a saber inserted in a black sheath from his belt and handed it to Luo Hao. When you go back to the Dragon Hidden Unit, please help me give this saber to Wild Wolf, and tell him that the owner of this saber hasn't disgraced the Dragon Hidden Unit. The moment Luo Hao received the saber in Scar's hand, his heart was shocked. Although he didn't pull the saber out of the sheath, he still recognized the saber in his hand at the very first time. Familiar weight, familiar skeletonized hilt design, and even when he just received the saber, Luo Hao found the button that could open the mechanism inside the hilt. There was no mistake, the saber that Scar handed him was the Dragon Tooth Saber without a doubt. However, as a member of the Special Task Force, why did Scar carry the Dragon Tooth Saber on his body, which was only equipped by the Tactical Group and Instructor Group? With a trace of doubt, Luo Hao drew out the Dragon Tooth Saber in the sheath, and when he saw the word Taie engraved on the bottom of the saber body, his whole body was struck by a thunderbolt, and he froze in place. He raised his head in surprise, looked at the pale-faced Scar, and asked, You're that Taiyao instructor who's been missing for 13 years, Li Jigua? Chapter 129 Dragon Hidden's Pride. What did you just call me? Instructor Tia? I'm sure I didn't hear it wrong? Li Jigua Q moved his lips, looking at Luo Hao incredulously and asked. Because of his emotional excitement, his body was even swaying slightly. If not for Li Feng holding him up at the side, I'm afraid he would have already let go of the mines under his feet and fallen to the ground. You heard it right, just now, Mad Dragon did address you, Instructor Tia. Li Feng, who was closest to him, supported Li Jigua and repeated what Luo Hao had addressed him just now. Zhou Bo, Su Sudong, and Situ Kong also nodded to him affirmatively, telling him that he hadn't heard it wrong. Ha 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 ha. Originally, because of excessive bleeding, the breath has been a bit weak. Li Jigua suddenly laughed uncontrollably. He laughed openly and freely, from the heart. Luo Hao could even see that in the corner of his eyes there were tears flashing. Instructor, I didn't expect that before I die, I would still be able to hear this title that I originally thought I would never be able to hear in my life. Li Jigua raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes, saying, Those brothers of mine haven't forgotten me after all. There is not a single person in the Dragon Hidden Unit who will forget you. Luo Hao said to Li Jigua with full of respect, although I don't know what exactly happened in that operation back then, but whenever Coyote brought up that operation that almost wiped out the entire tactical group back then, the sentence he told us the most was that the most trustworthy thing in the battlefield is your comrades, your brothers, because they will use their bodies to take bullets for you. They will go so far as to detonate the bombs on themselves for their brothers. When I first entered the Dragon Hidden Unit, Master said to me that there was always a vacant position in their instructor group, a position that had been vacant for 10 years, 10 years of people leaving and joining, but that position had been reserved for one person since the beginning of time, and that person was you, Instructor Taya, and Master had said that you were the pride of the Dragon Hidden Unit. After saying that, Luo Hao blushed, raised his own right hand, and gave a solemn military salute to Li Jigua. This time, Li Jigua didn't deliberately suppress his tear ducts anymore, letting the tears ravage his cheeks. Enough, for him this was enough. His own brothers did not forget him, his own country did not forget him, even those juniors who entered the Dragon Hidden Unit behind him remembered him, having received so much recognition. What was there not to be satisfied with? Li Jigua let go of Li Feng's hand, not bothering about the hemostatic bandage on his abdomen that had already been stained red with blood, and used all of his strength to nail his body firmly to the ground. Assemble! At Luo Hao's command, 5 people stood straight in front of Li Jigua. Luo Hao looked at Li Jigua, who wanted to stand in place as a javelin Yang, and yelled, Dragon Hidden Force Tactical Action Group B, salute the instructor, salute. The 5 people stood in front of the blood-covered Scar, no, it should be Li Jigua, and gave a solemn military salute. Although Su Sudong and Situ Kong in the team were not yet considered to be a real soldier, after this recent series of events, they had long since made plans for their future lives, and that was to enlist in the military. Even if they were unfortunate enough to be eliminated in the final selection for the Dragon Hidden, they would still choose to join the military and build on their blood for the rise of their country. Hit by a bullet in the abdomen, blood flowing, life is slowly fading, completely relying on the iron-like will to hold on to the five in front of his eyes in the real sense, cannot be counted as his own students juniors, the hope of the dragon hidden army, trembling raised his right hand stained with fresh blood. To be able to see the tactical operations team of the new generation of dragon hidden troops, I, Taya, will die in peace. You guys go now, about 500 meters further from here is the exit of the secret passage, I will definitely hold on until you guys leave. Li Jigua flashed an easy smile at the five young men and said in a firm tone. Although when Li Jiguk smiled, the right half of his cheek always looked grim with a leathery smile because some of the nerves had been necrotic, although the scar on his cheek still gave the illusion of a centipede crawling on his face when he smiled, although his face was now covered in blood, which would make it feel a bit weird and scary in the dimly lit secret passageway. However, none of the five people present avoided his smile, none of them avoided his gaze, none of them avoided his salute. Because they all knew that they were now dealing with the pride of the dragon hidden unit, an iron-blooded soldier who was truly worthy of everyone's respect. The five people with tears in their eyes slowly lowered their hands. Luo Hao pinned the dragon tooth saber stained with Li Jigua's blood on his tactical undershirt on his chest, lifted up the backpack on the ground and put it on his shoulder, and finally glanced at Li Jigua, who was still maintaining the salute posture, and said to the other four people around him, "Let's go." Five people picked up their own weapons and backpacks, and followed Luo Hao to quickly rush towards the direction of the secret tunnel exit. None of them turned back, because they didn't dare to turn back. They were afraid that when they turned back to see the soldier behind them again, who used his life to pave the way for them to move forward, they couldn't help stopping their own footsteps, so they could only run forward, desperately, still by the tears from the corners of their eyes, which flew and dispersed in the dimly lit tunnels. As Luo Hao passed the corner of the secret passage and saw the desert eagle that fell on the ground, he stopped and held the gun in his own hand. It was with this gun that Barong injured Li Jigua, and Luo Hao wanted to let him taste this feeling of being hit by a bullet himself, because there is a saying, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Turning the corner and running forward for almost another 400 meters or so, Luo Hao saw a faint glimmer of light thrown into the tunnel from outside, and a wooden ladder erected at the exit. Hurry, speed up. Luo Hao yelled as he rushed up the wooden ladder and climbed out of the tunnel, bending down to pull up his brothers below one by one. Deep in the tunnel, Li Jigua, who had reached the limit of his willpower and physical strength, was already shaking, and after gritting his teeth and taking a last look at the time on his watch, he said in his heart, Luo Hao, this is all that I, the incompetent instructor, can do, live well, the hope of the longing troop. A smile of relief appeared on Li Jiguk's face as he fell backwards with his arms open. Boom! After the last Jobo climbed out of the tunnel, a violent shaking suddenly came from under Luo Hao and the others' feet, and immediately after that they saw a very obvious depression in the ground 500 meters away from them. No one shouted a command or took the lead. The five men stood in a neat line and saluted the sunken ground, for there, a soldier called Li Jigua was buried, the pride of Dragon Hidden was buried. Chapter 130 Beheading the Eight-Faced Buddha Up. Tooth, who was originally lying on the ground in the woods watching over the grey wolf's body, suddenly heard the explosion coming from not far away from the small building and the vibration coming from the ground under his body, and was instantly startled, immediately standing up from the ground and twisting his head to look at the direction where the explosion came from. With Tooth's intelligence, he immediately realized that something had happened on Luo Hao's side. Ow! Tooth let out a low howl of some impatience, twisted his head to take one last look at the grey wolf's corpse, and took a short, four-legged, quick run toward the woods where the explosion had occurred. Although the grey wolf saved it with its own life, and it was still its own kind, but in Tooth's realization, Luo Hao was its family member, because it had been Luo Hao taking care of the white wolf after it was shot by the vulture, so in Tooth's eyes, Luo Hao's safety was far more important than guarding the grey wolf's corpse. Luo Hao slowly lowered his right hand, drew out the dragon tooth saber that was attached to his tactical undershirt, with the word Taie engraved on the blade, and pulled out a blade flower in his hand, staring at the depths of the jungle with ice-cold eyes. Mad Dragon, the jungle is so big, how are we going to find the eight-faced Buddha? Su Sudong looked at Luo Hao and asked. Luo Hao crouched down, folded off a blood-stained blade of grass, twisted it gently with his fingers, and the corner of his mouth drew a cold smile that could chill people from the depths of their bones. He can't run away. Barong in the woods was fleeing in a hurry. At this moment, he had long lost his former grandeur, and the whole person appeared to be in an abnormal state of distress. There were several blood scars left by the scraping of tree branches on his bare exposed arms in the air, and his right wrist, which had been pierced by Luo Hao with a bullet, was still bleeding, and the blood that dripped down from the fingers was flung on his camouflage pants, leaving mottled red spots. But at this moment, Barong had long since lost sight of these things. All he wanted to do now was to run, the farther away the better, because he knew that once he was caught up by Luo Hao, he would definitely die, and it was already a do-or-die situation between him and Luo Hao. Snap! The running Barong kicked a tree root that was exposed to the ground and fell heavily on the ground. Not only the back of his hand was cut by a sharp stone, but also his face, clothes, and pants were all covered with mud. Barong cursed fiercely, rubbed his aching knee to get up from the ground, sucked on the cut on the back of his left hand that had been cut by a stone, spat the tainted blood onto the ground, and was about to continue running forward when he looked down and saw the blood coming from his right hand being continuously thrown onto the ground. Damn it! Barong cursed himself for being confused, and in his panic he actually made such a low-level mistake, exposing his escape route. Without hesitation, Barong grabbed a piece of relatively moist soil from under a tree root and plugged the bullet hole in his wrist, then used his knife to cut a piece of fabric from the tight short sleeve on his body, biting it with his teeth at one end, and wrapped it around the gunshot wound on his right wrist to tie it up tightly with the help of his left hand before finally wiping off the blood on the ground with his feet. When Tooth rushed to the woods where the tunnel exit was located, Luo Hao had already led people to chase Barong. Tooth sniffed at the ground with his nose, and when he smelled the bloody odor on the ground, the little guy was anxious. It had a sensitive sense of smell, and even after the rain washed away, it could still smell the residual blood odor, but it couldn't tell whether the blood on the ground belonged to Luo Hao or Barong, so it could only chase along the blood trail all the way forward. Luo Hao, who was in hot pursuit behind Barong, searched the bloodstains on the ground with his flashlight to determine his escape route, but when he chased him to the place where Barong fell, he realized that the bloodstains on the ground had disappeared. Luo Hao grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground and put it under his nose and smelled it, pursed his lips and said, "There's a smell of blood in the dirt. Barong stayed here, but the blood on the ground disappeared, which means that he's already sensed the problem. What do we do?" Su Sudong looked at Luo Hao and asked. Luo Hao was just about to open his mouth to reply, when he suddenly alertly looked behind himself, and a white wolf shadow ran towards him at a very fast speed, and when it was still more than a meter away, it had already pounced out at him, smashing into Luo Hao's arms like a cannonball. Seeing that Luo Hao was fine, Tooth affectionately rubbed his head, whose hair was starting to knot up because it hadn't gotten clean for a long time, on Luo Hao's face. Luo Hao patted his teeth on the head and said to Su Sudong, "Isn't there a way out? The jungle is Tooth's home, and no one can escape Tooth's trail in the jungle." At dawn, Barong was less than 3 kilometers from the China-Burma borderline, but he was in no hurry to leave the country. After making such a big commotion in the jungle, it was inevitable that he would not attract the attention of the Chinese military and lay down heavy troops at the borderline. Even if no heavy troops were placed to block the borderline, with his current state, it was not suitable to leave the country directly. So he didn't go to the borderline to probe the situation, but went directly to a hole in the ground he left in the dense forest. The hole in the ground was the last hiding place of Barong, where he not only left food and drinking water, weapons and ammunition, gold and dollars, but also prepared medicines and a satellite phone. He was going to heal his injuries there, and after getting enough energy, he would use the satellite phone to contact the snakeheads and mercenary organizations outside the country to get himself out of the country. However, while the ideal is plump, the reality is bone dry. Before Barong had time to hide in the hole in the ground he left behind to hide in, and even when he was still 500 or 600 meters away from the hole in the ground, he was intercepted by Luo Hao with his men. Ta-da-da-day. A string of bullets from the MG4 machine gun in Sito's hand landed at Barong's feet. Alarmed, Barong turned around and was about to drill towards the nearby bushes when Su Sudong, armed with a M16A4, intercepted him once again with 2 triple-point blank shots. Looking at the woeful Barong, Su Sudong spat in the direction of Barong's toes and scolded, "Run, your sister is not very capable of running? Run again and show me? Barong, from today onwards, that era that belongs to you is going to end." Luo Hao's voice came from behind Barong. Barong turned around and looked at Luo Hao standing behind him, the flame of anger burning in his eyes, and when he noticed Tooth standing at Luo Hao's feet, he instantly realized why Luo Hao and these people could catch up with him so quickly. "I should have killed the little man when I was in the woods outside the little building." Barong repented and gritted his teeth. "If you had dared to hit it, do you think you'd still have the life to stand here right now and continue talking nonsense to me?" Barong took 2 steps back, pulled out the M9 multifunctional saber on his body, the last weapon he had on him, and charged toward Luo Hao with a loud roar, "I'll fight with you." Pop. Snap. 2 bullet shells popped out of the throwing window of the USP pistol in Luo Hao's hand, and 2 9mm pistol bullets accurately knocked the M9 saber in Barong's hand to the ground after he retrieved the USP pistol back to its holster, drew out the Desert Eagle originally belonging to Barong that was inserted behind his waistband, and pointed it at him. "Now you have no more qualifications to fight with me." Chapter 131, Beheading the 8-Faced Buddha. Next. Looking at the large-caliber Desert Eagle that could beat his head into a rotten watermelon as long as Luo Hao moved his fingers, cold sweat flowed uncontrollably down both sides of Barong's cheeks. The knots in Barong's throat kept rolling up and down. Suddenly a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and he said in a fierce voice, "I, 8-Faced Buddha, have cooperated with many mercenary organizations. If you dare to kill me, they will surely hunt you down and kill you without stopping. If you're sensible, let me go." Facing Barong's threat that didn't have much deterrent power, Luo Hao was unmoved, and coldly grunted, "Then you can try it out, and see if there's that mercenary organization that dares to take this order from you. China is known as the forbidden land of the world's mercenaries, and I really haven't seen any mercenary organization that dares to spread their wildness on the land of China. If there really is such an ungrateful mercenary organization, I can tell you that I'll kill one of them if they come one by one, I'll kill a pair of them if they come one by one, if they come out in force, then I don't mind killing them all." Luo Hao's wild language made Barong feel shocked, but he had no way to refute it, because he knew that Luo Hao was definitely a madman who could do what he said. Seeing that coercion was ineffective, Barong turned to Lure, pointing to the dense forest behind him. He said, "Follow the direction of my finger and go forward 500 meters. There is a hole in the ground where gold, dollars and diamonds are buried. If you let me go, all those things will be yours." Luo Hao glanced at Su Sudong, who was standing beside him, and said, "Dongzi, did you hear everything he said? After you settle things in a while, go to that hole in the ground and take everything out, donate the gold and dollars, and keep the diamonds for you to get your girl later." "Got it." Su Sudong howled in excitement. Compared to Su Sudong's excitement, Barang's face at this moment was as ugly as if he had eaten a turd, and with a slight sweetness in his throat, he almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. "Is there anything more shameless than this? Is there anything more shameless than this? This guy is completely cannibalistic. Luo Hao, don't go too far." Barong gritted his teeth. "What's wrong with me going overboard with someone like you who has other people's blood on his hands?" Luo Hao picked his ears with his fingers and looked at Barong. "Barong, do you remember what I said to you when you pointed a pistol at Yinshi's head in front of your camp? I told you at that time that since you dared to point a gun at her head, you have to be prepared to have your head blown off by me with a gun. However, I've changed my mind now." Luo Hao suddenly changed his tone, put down the Desert Eagle in his hand, and withdrew the magazine in the gun's handle. Seeing Luo Hao's action, Barang's originally suspended in mid-air, apprehensive heart finally put down a little bit, but before he had time to be happy, Luo Hao's later words instantly made his hands and feet cold again. Luo Hao shook the metal magazine in his hand at him. "Just more than an hour ago, an excellent instructor of the Dragon Hidden Unit died under the mines and pistols you planted. If I could, I would also like to tie up your hands and feet and still put them on a landmine, so that you can taste that taste of having your soul blown up by a landmine. But there's no need to be so troublesome now, because I have a better way." Luo Hao smiled icily at Barong, withdrawing 2 bullets from the metal magazine in his hand that was loaded with 7 rounds, throwing it to the side before stuffing the magazine back into the pistol and loading the bullets. "Instructor T died for us, so his revenge is also taken by the 5 of us." Luo Hao reversed the gun handle, looked at the 4 people around him, and asked, "Which one of you will go first?" "Me first." Zhou Bo was the first to take the pistol, and shot at Barang's left leg, striking cleanly and without the slightest delay. Barong, who had been shot in his left leg, went limp and instantly half-kneeled on the ground, but he bit his lip in death and did not say a word, looking at Zhou Bo with resentment in his eyes. However, Barong did not realize that his nightmare was actually just beginning. The second person to receive the pistol was Li Yifeng, whose right sleeve was still stained with Li Jigua's blood. Between the shell casings, Barang's right leg was also broken. He fell to his knees and hissed in agony. Red blood gushed out madly from the 2 bullet holes, and in a short while it dyed the soil under his knees red. The third one to shoot was Situ Kong, who aimed at Barang's left hand. The fourth one to receive the gun was Su Sudong, who, after breaking Barang's right hand as well, returned the Desert Eagle, which had only 1 bullet left, to Luo Hao. The 8-faced Buddha, whose limbs were ruined, had long since lost his former ferocity and arrogance. His face was pale, his breath weak, and he slowly wriggled himself on the ground, pleading to Luo Hao, "Kill me, please." Luo Hao ignored Barang's request. He turned the gun around his right index finger and pressed the gun against his abdomen. "It was the shot you took at Instructor T here that prevented him from following us out of the secret passage, and ultimately died on that damn PMA-3 anti-infantry mine you planted, and now I'm going to give you back the shot you took at him." R. The bullet penetrated Barang's abdomen at close range, and blood sprayed out from his mouth as he stared at Luo Hao angrily, saying breathlessly, You're so cruel. Learned from you." Tossing the bullet-empty Desert Eagle aside, he drew out the dragon tooth saber pinned to his tactical undershirt and placed it on Barang's neck, commanding, "When you go down there, remember to apologize properly to your instructor." With a soft snort, the sharp dragon tooth saber severed Barang's carotid artery and windpipe, and his eyes filled with resignation, completely cutting off his life. Barang is dead. In the Interpol wanted red list for more than 10 years, in Southeast Asia, the reigning drug lord, 8-faced Buddha Barang is dead. If not see with their own eyes, absolutely no one will believe. Kill this once let countless people talk about the ruthless man is not Interpol, nor a country's special forces, but 5 average age of only 21 years old young people. And Barang's death was extremely tragic, extremely wretched. A generation of the man of the hour, just like this, became the jungle beast's meal. When Luo Hao and the others returned to the campsite by the original route, the sky was already bright, the sky was very blue, and there were very few clouds. There was no doubt that it would be a rare good weather. The original strong smell of blood in the camp had dispersed quite a bit after a night of wind, but the ground full of corpses still made people feel bloody. The 5 stood at the entrance of the camp, and after taking one last look at the camp that was full of people and had left them hovering between life and death several times, they followed the map that Zhao Tianyu had left for them towards the outside of the jungle. "Wu Yun, Su Weicheng, it's time to settle the score between us." Luo Hao looked up at the azure sky and said in his heart. Chapter 132. The map left by Zhao Tianyu to Luo Hao was very detailed, and Luo Hao projected based on the route on the map, combined with their current advance speed, that it would take at most 1 day for them to get out of this jungle. However, they didn't rush out, but with the attitude of touring the mountains, slowly advancing. In Situ Kong's words, it was not easy to come here. How could they afford to themselves if they didn't have a good time? The primitive jungle is a huge treasure trove left by nature to mankind, containing countless precious resources. Some people say that the primitive jungle is full of crises, not only poisonous insects and beasts, but also drug dealers and poachers, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life in the deep forest. For ordinary people, this is indeed a problem, but for Luo Hao, these are not a problem at all. There are teeth, and then ferocious beasts can only obediently give way, even if they meet tigers and leopards and other large carnivores. Relying on the teeth can't deter them. Do you really think that Luo Hao is a vegetarian in their hands? Submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles composed of a combination of firepower, no matter how fierce beasts encountered, but also still hit you even your mother do not recognize. As for drug dealers and poachers, Luo Hao and the others could even exterminate the eight-faced Buddha. Would they still be afraid of a few small-time and unseasonable retailers? Between the 5 people walking, a hare poked its head out of the grass next to it, feverishly observing the situation around it, and when it realized that someone was approaching, the timid and cautious hare immediately scattered its legs and ran away. Tooth, who was originally lying on Luo Hao's shoulder with nothing to do, saw the fleeing hare and his eyes lit up, whooshing out from Luo Hao's shoulder and chasing after the fleeing hare. Tooth's current size was also similar to that of an ordinary young wolf, but the excellent bloodline it was born with was inherently destined to be different from ordinary wolves, and its speed running at full speed on the ground was so fast that it wasn't even inferior to that of an adult gray wolf. The first hare Tooth captured was scared to death by a roar he made in a fit of pique, not exactly a real hunt. But this time, the little fellow had caught that hare by real skill. Although the timid and cautious hare in the grass to escape extremely fast, but this time it is clear that it has met the opponent. No matter how it runs, cannot get rid of the teeth behind the chase, a rush, in front of the teeth to make it lateral drift toward the grass scurrying. Seeing that his prey was going to escape, Tooth had no more leisure to continue chasing after him, and leapt to the hare's heels, slapped his paw onto the hare's head, directly flipping the hare to the ground, then pressed the hare's body with his front foot, proudly looking at Luo Hao and the others who were following behind him. The group walked and stopped, and in the evening, they were still a third of the way from the jungle exit marked on the map, and since they weren't in a hurry to leave in the first place, a few of them decided to set up camp and make their way early the next morning. Tooth, who had been forced to eat raw meat by Luo Hao since the war with the Hydra and the eight-faced Buddha's people, finally ate a long-lost roasted rabbit on this night, which made the little guy jump up and down with joy. Luo Hao fetched water from a mountain stream and gave Tooth, whose fur had turned gray, a bath from head to tail. At night, several people sat around the campfire, and Su Sudong looked at Luo Hao and asked, "Haozi, what are you going to do with those 2 shameless things, Wu Yun and Su Weicheng? Don't they want to participate in the Dragon Hidden Unit selection? Then let them go." Luo Hao stroked the white fur on Tooth's body and threw a piece of firewood towards the fire. "Are you crazy? They put us in such a state that we almost even lost our lives, and you're actually letting them go to the selection?" Su Sudong exclaimed out with some incredulity. Luo Hao glanced at Su Sudong and said, "Let me ask you, does it hurt when you stand on the second floor and jump down, or when you stand on the roof and jump down?" "Nonsense, the second floor jump down at most broken bones, jump down from the roof, maybe even life is gone." Su Sudong's face showed an expression of "I see," then smiled cheaply at Luo Hao, "Or you are insidious. Got it?" Luo Hao looked at the constantly pulsating flames, the corner of his mouth hooked out an evil smile. There's a saying that the higher you climb, the more painful the fall. Although they are just some jumping clowns who can't get on the stage, since they want to play, I'll play with them for a while. Hearing Luo Hao's words, the remaining 4 people couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs, and they instantly felt how wise it was to choose to become friends with Luo Hao in the first place. After a night's fierce battle, plus the rush during the day, all 5 of them had a lot of physical exertion, and their raincloth tents had been left in the jungle long ago, so after having dinner, Luo Hao and the others just leaned against the tree trunks and slept with their clothes on. With Tooth, the little guy, around, the 5 people also saved themselves the trouble of arranging a night watch. At around 5 in the morning, the sky was already bluish, and Luo Hao, who was resting against a tree trunk, suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the woods at his 2 o'clock direction. As soon as Luo Hao moved, the other 4 people around him all opened their eyes as well. Already familiar with the law of survival in war, they all knew that no matter where they were, they had to maintain a certain level of alertness when sleeping. Tooth, who had been guarding for Luo Hao and the others for most of the night, also stood up from the ground at this moment, arching his body and staring at the woods where the strange movement came from. After making a gesture of "someone is approaching, quickly take cover" to the other 4, Luo Hao put his teeth on his shoulder and also hid in the bushes behind him. A few minutes later, a few silhouettes passed through the mist in the woods and appeared in Luo Hao's field of vision, and when he saw those people clearly, Luo Hao was instantly happy. Because they were no one else but Su Genoa, the 4 tigers, and that wise man of Su Weicheng, Lu Swan. "Lu San, are you going the right way or not? It's been 3 or 4 days of turning around here, not to mention the token, I haven't even seen the shadow of the token." Su Genoa couldn't help but complain to Lu San, who was holding a map in his hand and studying it carefully, his tone quite dissatisfied. "Can't be wrong, the location indicated on the map is right around here, but why can't we find it?" Lu Sun held the map in his hands and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his own nose with a puzzled expression. Just when I wanted to go to you guys couldn't wait to come to the door. Although Wu Yun and Su Weicheng are not among them, but there is Lu Sun, it is considered to be the first to collect Su Weicheng a little interest. With this in mind, Luo Hao didn't hesitate and directly stood up from the bushes, revealing a smile to Lu Sun and the others that he thought was sunny, but in the eyes of Lu Sun, Su Jinhu, and the four tigers, it could scare them out of their wits. Good morning, several people. Luo Hao, who was carrying two MP5Ks in his hands, stepped out of the jungle and greeted Lu San and the others. Luo Hao. Looking clearly at the person in front of him, Lu Sun, who was one of the people directly involved in designing Luo Hao's squad, was stunned. Chapter 133, Time to Pay Your Debts. Aren't you dead already? Seeing Luo Hao who suddenly appeared, Su Genoa's eyes widened and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Su Genoa, as Wu Yun's fighter, spokesman, and intimate lapdog in the school, Wu Yun seldom hid anything from him. That day, after discussing with Su Weicheng, Lu Sun, and others about designing Luo Hao in the jungle, Wu Yun, under the excitement, dragged Su Genoa and the four tigers out to have a barbecue, and when he drank too much wine, his tongue was so big that he spilled out all the secrets. Brainless idiot. Lu Sun blared fiercely at Su Genoa, secretly blaming him for his mouth. Luo Hao, on the other hand, didn't care at all about it, the corner of his mouth slightly upward. It was indeed supposed to be dead, but who knows, when I got to the gate of Yama's palace, Yama said that my life was too hard and my yang qi was too strong, which hindered the harmonious development of his Yama's palace, so he kicked me back again. Brothers, don't you think so? That's right. The lives of our brothers are so hard that the king of hell can't take them away. Four people, Su Sudong, Situ Kong, Zhou Bo, and Li Feng, yelled as they walked out from the grass and bushes. Seeing that none of the people who were originally supposed to die had died, Lu Sun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. And Luo Hao's continuous bull even made the corners of his mouth twitch. He naturally didn't believe those made-up reasons in Luo Hao's mouth. You can still come back after meeting the king of hell? Do you really think you are the Monkey King? Going to hell is like strolling in your own backyard. Come when you want to come, go when you want to go? Why are you guys here? After all, Lu Sun was not a student like Su Genoa and the four tigers who had yet to leave the ivory tower, and despite the fact that his heart had already set off a wave of shock, his face remained calm. We are here naturally to wait for you guys, otherwise you think that a few of us have eaten too much and come here for a walk early in the morning without sleeping? Luo Hao snorted and looked at Lu Sun contemptuously. Lu Sun, it's time for you guys to pay your debt. Listening to Luo Hao's cold-to-the-bone words, Lu Sun's heart trembled fiercely, but he still tried to act very naturally, pretending to be puzzled and asked, how come I can't understand what you guys are talking about? Are you Chinese or not? You don't even understand Chinese? You didn't sneak in from South Korea, did you? Seeing Lu Sun's poor acting skills, Su Sudong Su Dajo immediately became furious and sprayed Lu Sun furiously. You and Wu Yun, Su Weicheng, those two shameless things conspired to switch maps and also gave us a distress signal stick that can't even be pulled, your sister, and now that it's been exposed, you want to deny? There is no such easy thing under the sky. Lu Sun's face quickly changed and asked toward Luo Hao, so what do you guys want? I'll give you two choices, either hand over the token and map to me, or die. Luo Hao raised the MP5K miniature submachine gun in both hands and pointed it at Lu Sun and the other five, saying in an icy tone, anyway, I've killed enough people, I don't care to add a few more of you. We spent so much time to find the token with great difficulty, you say you want to take it away, how can it be that easy? Su Genoa carried a parang machete, took a step forward, and said to Luo Hao, don't think that you can scare me with a few electric dogs and gas dogs, I'm not scared. Ta-da-da-da-da. The two MP5K in Luo Hao's hand spit out the tongue of fire at the same time. A string of bullets fell at Su Genoa's feet, the fallen leaves and dirt on the ground crumpled and fluttered, and Su Genoa, who was still imposing the second before, was scared back again, and his face was cloudy and uncertain as he looked at the submachine gun in Luo Hao's hand, the real guy. Now do you still think this is an electric dog, an air dog? Luo Hao pointed the gun at Su Genoa and raised an eyebrow at him, or do you still want to use your own body to test the authenticity of the gun? Gulp! Su Genoa swallowed a mouthful of water with difficulty, and his face was a little stiff as he looked at Lu Sun. At this time, Lu Sun's face was rapidly changing. He was making a final choice in his mind. Finally his eyes flashed a hint of determination, drew out the distress signaling stick in the side pocket of Su Genoa's backpack behind him, pointing to the sky and pulling hard. Phew! A red flare rushed into the sky. When the dazzling red flare rose into the sky, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone outside the jungle. Wang Qi, who had gotten the news, immediately drilled out of the tent and greeted the members of the Lightning Commando team, who immediately boarded the plane in preparation for the rescue. Just as Wang Qi grabbed his own backpack and was also ready to board the plane, Zhao Shuai, who was following him, pulled him back. When you get up there, tell the pilot to take a ride up there for a while before going down. But Wang Qi looked at Zhao Shuai with some confusion. Why are you so unenlightened, kid? When will you be able to enter the Dragon Hidden Unit if you are that stupid? Zhao Shuai hated the iron and slapped Wang Qi hard on his head. Think about who else is currently staying in the jungle besides Luo Hao and the others. Lu San. Then why didn't he ask for help earlier or later, but waited for Luo Hao to ask for help when he was almost out of the forest? He met up with Luo Hao and was forced to do something. Wang Qi glanced at Su Weicheng's direction and suddenly realized. Cheng Ying said he'll give you a big gift. No matter if that's true or not, we have to sell Cheng Ying's face and give Luo Hao a little time to settle his personal grudges, so you guys will stroll around up there for 2 more laps before you go down again. Just leave behind enough oil to go back. Understood. Wang Qi gave a heavy nod and boarded the airplane. Su Weicheng, who came out of the tent, looked at the distant helicopter and secretly chanted in his heart, "Lu San, what happened to you guys?" Lu Sun threw away the disposable distress signal stick in his hand, shrugged towards Luo Hao, and said, "We won't give you the token of Soulgate even if we abstain from the game. I've already sent out a distress signal now, and soon there will be a rescue team coming towards our side. Your threat can't play much of an I don't know where the guns in your hands came from. I don't know where the guns in your hands came from, and I don't know exactly what you've been through, but don't forget, this is China's territory, and if you dare to shoot us all here, you can't escape death either." Listening to Lu Sun's words, Luo Hao frowned with some difficulty, then put the gun in his hand back to the holster, touched the back of his neck with his right hand, glanced at Lu Sun, and said to Jobo, "Allah, you see that it's just a lot of effort to deal with smart people. As long as you hand over the token of the Door of Soul to we can solve the problem by just handing over the token of the Soul Gate, but we have to make it so complicated. However, he has Zhang Liang's plan, and I have a ladder over the wall." Luo Hao patted Tooth, who was lying on his shoulder. "Little guy, I'm going to trouble you again, oh." Chapter 134 Playing with you to death. Tooth, who got Luo Hao's command, immediately scurried down from his shoulder, jumped to a section of tree trunk lying on the ground horizontally, the center of which was already completely rotted, and raised his own little head. Seeing Tooth's action, besides Lu Sun, Su Genoa, and the 4 tigers, Jobo and others on Luo Hao's side, who had once witnessed that spectacular scene with their own eyes, all knew what was going to happen next. Tooth was going to summon the wolves again. Ow! Ow! A wolf howl, which was not loud but had a strong penetrating power, was sent out from Tooth's body, and traveled through the woods into the distance. Although Lu Sun didn't know that Tooth, who was originally lying quietly on Luo Hao's shoulder, suddenly scurried to the ground and howled up to the sky, a very bad feeling began to spread in his heart, and as time passed, this ominous premonition became more and more intense. Soon the same wolf howl came out from the woods as a response to the teeth. Immediately after that, the scene that was familiar to Jobo and the others, but to Lu Sun and the 6 of them was probably the most terrifying scene they had ever seen in their lives appeared. They were surrounded by a pack consisting of dozens of wolves. Listening to the grinding teeth and low growls that were constantly coming from the wolves around him, Su Genoa couldn't help but shiver, and the piran machete in his hand couldn't help but fall to the ground with a bam. Luo Hao clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Lu Sun with a good look. "You're right, if I kill you guys with my gun, it will indeed cause me a lot of trouble, but relying on them won't have this problem at all. Although you have already called for help, but these dozens of wolves swarmed up, I believe that it won't take quite a lot of time to tear you guys into pieces. Even if a case will really be filed for investigation later on, it will only be able to find out that you were bitten to death by the beasts without a single trace of man-made traces. The identification result on your final cause of death certificate is that you were surrounded by wolves in the course of going out camping and died. And wolves belong to the national level protected animals, although your encounters are very sympathetic, but the relevant departments will definitely not organize armed forces into the mountains to kill wolves for the sake of a few of you. That is to say, even if you die, it will be a death in vain. Ruthless is really too ruthless. Such a Jedi plan will lose soon, their back road completely blocked, unless Luo Hao initiative to retreat, or they can only dry eyes." Lu Sun looked at Luo Hao with some scorn. Now he not only regretted for designing Luo Hao at the beginning, but also worried about Su Weicheng. The kid in front of him belongs to the type of playing with your life. However, although there is no way back, but Lu Sun did not intend to give up. He was waiting for the arrival of the rescue team. As long as the rescue team to bring them safely on the plane, out of the jungle, cannot get the soul of the Dord token of Luo Hao and others will lose the qualification to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Forces, which will also be for the Su Weicheng to clear up a major threat. This also clears a major threat for Su Weicheng. "Looks like you still don't die." Luo Hao looked at Lu Sun, whose eyes kept changing, and laughed softly. "Don't think that I don't know what you're playing in your heart. If you want to stall for time until the rescue team arrives, and take away the token along with you, so that we also lose the qualification to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Force, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Not to mention whether or not I need the token of the Soul Gate to participate in the selection. Even if I do need it, I will definitely make you hand over the token you have in your hands." Before Lu Sun could figure out the meaning of Luo Hao's words, Luo Hao had already raised 3 fingers at him. "I'll give you 3 seconds at last to consider whether to give or not to give, and when the time is up, and I haven't seen the token and the map yet, the 6 of you will become the breakfast of the pack of wolves. 3, 2. Wait." Just when Luo Hao was about to say the last one, Su Genoa suddenly stopped Luo Hao's countdown and took out a small cloth bag from the pocket of his camouflage pants and gave it to him. "The 5 tokens we found are here, and we don't know where the remaining one is." Lu Sun glanced coldly at Su Genoa and snorted coldly, as if he was dissatisfied with his timidity and cowardice, then reluctantly handed over the map in his hand to Luo Hao. Luo Hao took the map handed by Lu Sun and threw it to Jobo at the side. This time he didn't need to verify the authenticity of the map. Because not to mention whether Lu Xun still had a second fake map hidden on his body, even if he did have one, he didn't have the time and opportunity to drop it. Lu Xun and the others, who had handed over the token and map, turned around and were ready to leave. The feeling of being stared at by so many wolves was just too chilling. But before they could walk out far, they were called by Luohao again. "We've given you everything you need, what more do you want? You don't think we secretly hid the last token to leave, do you?" To tell you the truth, although that map was given to me by Wang Qi personally, there is something wrong with that map. The last token doesn't exist at all in the location marked on the map. Lu Xun looked at Luohao and said, some gloating in his tone that he couldn't hide. "I'll be able to tell if the map is real or not. Now leave all the food and water you have with you. Anyway, there will be a helicopter to take you away soon, so it's useless for you to keep them. It's better to leave them to those who are in need of them, so it's better to give them to those who are in need of them," Luohao said to Lu Xun in a very friendly way. "Luohao is the kind of person who you respect me and I respect you, and if you step on me, I'll absolutely exploit you until you're down to your underwear." Looking at the smile hanging on Luohao's face with a very obvious threatening meaning, Lu Xun's chest rose and fell violently. If he could, he really wanted to tear Luohao into pieces with his sharp eyes now. After Lu Xun left with the men, Su Sudong went up and opened the backpacks they had left behind, finding several packages of vacuum-packed food and some fresh wild fruits from inside and distributing them to everyone. While Su Sudong and the others were busy dividing up the loot, Zhou Bo was doing a careful study of the map in his hands. He found that the location of the last token marked on the map was undoubtedly in the location where these people of his own were located, but he searched back and forth for several times, and he did not find any shadow of the token at all. Zhou Bo handed the map to Luohao and asked, "Do you think Lu Xun's map is fake again?" Luohao took the map and scanned it briefly, then said with unusual certainty, "The map is real, it's just that you and Lu Xun both used the wrong method to look at the map." "Wrong way?" Zhou Bo looked at Luohao with some doubts. Just now when he was studying the map, he had seen it all, no matter horizontally, vertically, positively, or negatively, but he never saw any clues. Luohao put down the piece of roasted meat he was feeding to his teeth in his hand, and drew out the saber on his body to divide the map into 4 pieces evenly under everyone's astonished gaze. Chapter 135 Space Groupings. Under the astonished and puzzled gazes of the rest of the people, Luohao reassembled the 4 pieces of maps that had been evenly cut with a knife. After he exchanged the position of the left and right pieces of the map and spliced them together, and then exchanged the position of the top and bottom pieces of the map and spliced them together, he said, "This is the real map." Luohao looked at the 4 people who looked confused and explained, "In order to prevent the map on the body from being obtained by the enemy and using it to gain intelligence after the team members sacrificed their lives in the course of the operation, that's why the predecessors of the Dragon Hidden Unit came up with this kind of method to hide the map. Those who don't know how to read it, even if they get the map, they won't be able to get the information in the map. Of course, in actual combat, we don't cut and splice the map, but reorganize it directly in the brain. This is a skill that every Dragon Hidden Trooper must master. It is true that it is a bit difficult in the beginning, but it is not impossible to do so after systematic training, and this is the first training that you will be faced with after you join the Dragon Hidden Troop, the spatial grouping. Then what will happen as a result if you can't master the skill of reorganizing maps in the brain as you said, that is, spatial grouping? Su Sudong looked at Luohao and asked weakly. "Out." Luohao replied very directly, "How can a team member who can't even read a map successfully complete a mission? The selection of the Dragon Hidden Army takes place every 3 years, and every time, countless elites from all over the country come to participate, but in the end, very few of them can pass the selection, not because their physical ability is not up to par, or their military skills are not up to par, but because they can't master the skill of cutting maps abstractly and reorganizing them in their own brains. Nowadays, many of the troops are rural soldiers, although they train hard and have excellent military skills, but their relative level of education is low. Even if they are constantly trained to guide them, very few of them are able to successfully reorganize a pair of maps that have reversed directions, to complete the reorganization." Luohao tapped his head with his finger and said, "The Dragon Hidden Unit not only needs its members to have excellent military skills, it also needs its members to have brains. You've all met Wang Mo, who follows Li Ran. Although he seems to be a hot-tempered, courageous, and straightforward person, he's not stupid, and he's the 5th one to master space grouping among our batch of trainees." "Who are the first 4? Zhou Bo, who was determined to enter the Dragon Hidden Unit, took the map in his hands and studied it for a while, and after getting a first glimpse of the difficulties involved, he rubbed his somewhat swollen temples and couldn't help but sigh at the perversity of this skill. Li Ran, Jiang Wei, me, and the current head of Tactical A, Shi Fan. Actually, the true spatial group map consists of 2 parts. Li Yifeng, who had not spoken earlier, suddenly opened his mouth at this time and said, "The first part is what Mad Dragon said earlier, breaking up a map in reverse order in his mind and reorganizing it correctly, and the second part is to take the correct topographical map that was detected and draw the map down in reverse order." "You know?" Luohao asked as he looked at Li Yifeng with incomparable surprise. A hint of a smile surfaced on Li Yifeng's face that was too handsome to be true. "Aren't you all curious as to what the test that sniper instructor Persian Cat gave me when I first entered the Dragon Hidden Unit to undergo the test? The test I received at that time was the spatial group diagram. The Persian cat instructor told me that as a good sniper, good marksmanship is only the foundation, and sharpshooters are fed with bullets. Snipers also need to master other skills such as survey mapping and camouflage sneaking. Luo Hao agreed with this. An excellent sniper is necessarily also a qualified survey and drawing master. The sniper of Tactical Group A, Morong Fei, was a senior student of the Academy of Fine Arts before joining the Dragon Hidden Forces. Then how much time did it take you to pass the spatial group diagram test in total in the first place? Luo Hao was curious about how amazing Li Yifeng, who was called a genius by the Persian cat instructor, really was. Li Yifeng grinned and said, "Because I've never touched spatial grouping before, I spent 4 hours on the first stage of breaking up and reorganizing. As for the second stage of mapping, I spent 2 hours. Pervert, ah." Luo Hao raised his middle finger to Li Yifeng. At first, a person as evil as Li Ran completely mastered the spatial group diagram in 3 days, and he himself used almost a week. But this doesn't mean that Li Yifeng is more evil than Li Ran, only that Li Yifeng's spatial sense of things is better than normal people. After all, Li Ran can be called ghost talent by the Dragon Hidden instructor, and it's definitely not for nothing. Su Sudong took the 4 pieces of maps and spread them on the ground and looked at them upside down for a while, and finally shook his head helplessly and sighed, "This one is really too difficult, my brain is almost churned into a pulp by it." You think you're a demon like Fox and Demon Hitomi? Thinking of reaching heaven in one step? Luo Hao retrieved the map in front of Su Sudong, picked up a tree branch and drew a square in front of himself, saying, "When you first start training, use a square piece of white paper, and then draw 2 diagonal lines to divide the paper into 4 pieces, mark 4 numbers 3, 4, 1, and 2 on each piece respectively, and then look at the paper to rearrange these numbers in order in your mind. There's nothing difficult about this. This is not difficult, as long as a little spatial sense of people. Within 5 minutes can be completed. After doing this step, then divide the paper into 8 parts, write the numbers and repeat the previous steps, followed by 16, 32, 64, 128, and finally look at the map to reorganize." Luo Hao looked up at the sky and stood up from the ground. "It's almost time, let's go and find out the last token and get ready to go out." Instructor Kang Wolf set up this soul gate test, firstly to test teamwork, and secondly to see if there are any of us students who can see through the mysteries of the map, and to find some fresh blood for the Dragon Hidden unit. Since this map harbors such hidden mysteries, how did Su Weicheng find all the tokens? Could it be that he had received training in this area before? Su Sudong asked hypothetically. No way. Li Yifeng denied categorically. Such training wouldn't be available even in the Lightning Commandos, let alone the other combat units of the Snow Wolves, and I only found out about it when I entered the Dragon Hidden unit to undergo the test. Maybe it's his good luck. You know that Lu Xuan found the 5 tokens with the original map. Luo Hao pondered for a while, and said with a somewhat gloomy face, "It's also possible that Su Weicheng himself speculated the mystery in the map. If that's really the case, then this guy is a little bit uncomplicated. He pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger, and tricked everyone." Chapter 136, Out of the Forest. The AS-532 modified Cougar transport plane landed Su Su in the clearing outside the jungle. The hatch was open, and Lu Sun, who had a lost face, walked down from the plane. Seeing Lu San walk out of the cabin, Su Weicheng, who had been waiting outside the tent for a long time, immediately greeted him and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "It's Luo Hao." Not a single person from Luo Hao's and their squad died. Lu Sun's mouth couldn't hold back the bitterness, seeing that the victory in hand was just taken by Luo Hao openly and forcefully. This kind of ed-up suffocating feeling made Lu Sun really want to vomit 3 liters of blood. How can they be okay? In Su Weicheng's opinion, this plan of his was a dead end. There was no reason why Luo Hao and the others could get out of it peacefully. "I don't know." Lu Sun shook his head. The depression in his heart knew no bounds. They seemed to have had some special encounters in the jungle. Not only did none of them die, but each of them was equipped with a weapon, a real one with real bullets. Luo Hao and the others actually had guns. Su Weicheng couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air at the same time. A new doubt came to his mind, that is, where did their guns come from? First of all, certainly not beforehand they hid in the body to bring into the jungle. When so many people together into the jungle, they are carrying a guy as absolutely cannot hide so many pairs of eyes. The only explanation is that they are in the jungle to get a weapon, can take a weapon in the jungle to run only outside the drug traffickers and poachers. A few of them encountered this kind of ruthless actually alright. I have to say that their life is really quite hard. Su Weicheng patted Lu San's shoulder. "Go rest first, I'll see to this matter. I definitely won't let Luo Hao and the others participate in the Dragon Hidden Force selection so comfortably." With the help of Luo Hao, the old man of the Dragon Hidden Army, all the problems Zhou Bo and his team encountered while reading the map were solved. According to the reorganized map, Luo Hao led Zhou Bo and the others to the southeast direction for about 1 kilometer, and found the 6th Soul Gate token in a bird's nest in the treetop. The tokens of the Gate of Souls are in fact just small metal balls dyed in different colors and engraved with different numbers on the outer surface. Luo Hao shook the cloth bag containing 6 small metal balls and said to the 4 brothers following him, "Things are finally over here, we should go too." The 5 people were about to leave when the wolves that were originally called by Tooth to help the field in order to grab the map and the token from Lu Sun once again appeared, but this time it wasn't Tooth who sought them out, but the wolves appeared of their own accord. The head wolf leading the pack this time was likewise a grey wolf, with eyebrows that resembled the grey wolf that had been killed by Jiang Wei in order to save his teeth, and if what was expected was right, this new head wolf should be the heir of the dead grey wolf. Looking at the wolves gathering towards his people, Luo Hao didn't understand what was going on for a while, but when he noticed that the young grey wolf's eyes had been staring at Tooth, he instantly understood. Tooth was their future king, and now that Luo Hao wanted to take Tooth away, the wolves naturally had a problem with that. What do you think, little guy? Luo Hao patted Tooth, who was lying on his shoulder, and followed its opinion. If it wanted to follow Luo Hao and leave, Luo Hao would naturally take it with him, but if it wanted to stay in this jungle and be the wolf king, Luo Hao would respect its opinion just the same. The little guy first turned his head and blinked at Luo Hao for a few times, then leapt off his shoulder and jumped to the ground, communicating with the grey wolf in the way wolves communicate with wolves, and by the looks of it, he should want to follow Luo Hao out of the jungle. But the young grey wolf was obviously not as easy to communicate with as its father, regardless of the low howling retort against his teeth, and finally the little guy got angry, grinning angrily and staring at the grey wolf. Seeing the two sides with swords drawn, Luo Hao walked between them, lifted the tooth on the ground and put it on his own shoulder, and said to the grey wolf with an angry face, "I know it's very important to you guys, but if it's willing to come with me, I'll definitely take it away." Ow! The young grey wolf let out a piercing howl of rage at Luo Hao, and the surrounding wolves immediately surrounded him. Facing the grey wolf's warning, Luo Hao was unmoved, stroking the stupid tooth on his shoulder and promising the grey wolf, "Although I take the tooth away from you today, I can give you a promise that in the future, when it has its own children, I'll personally send one of them back here, so that its child can become your new king, little one, do you agree?" Tooth cocked his head and looked at Luo Hao for a while, then nodded. After getting Tooth's assurance, the grey wolf stopped being aggressive and ordered the wolves to make way for Luo Hao and the others. The five of them led Tooth towards the exit of the jungle, and the wolves followed them all the way, until Luo Hao and the others left the jungle completely. "They're coming out!" A lightning commando member who had been waiting outside the jungle for a long time yelled excitedly when he saw the five people coming out of the jungle. Hearing the movement of Zhao Shuai also hurriedly put down the hands of the tablet computer, jumped off the hood of the car, walked forward, has long been as anxious as the ants on the hot pot like Wang Qi, more anxious to rush out. If Zhao Shuai had not been stopped, he would have rushed into the jungle to find someone. Luo Hao walked to Zhao Shuai with four people, saluted at Zhao Shuai, and said aloud, "Report, Dragon. Luo Hao's squad has completed the Soul Gate test and is now officially returning to the team." Afterwards, he took out the cloth bag containing 6 small metal balls from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai took the cloth bag without even looking at it and threw it directly to Wang Qi. In fact, it didn't matter whether Luo Hao and the others got the metal ball or not, because Zhao Tianyu had already given them the promise that they could participate in the selection when he found them. But in front of so many students, Zhao Shuai couldn't directly announce their eligibility to participate in the selection, so he let Wang Qi do the inventory. Wang Qi poured 6 small metal balls into his own hand, casually swept his eyes, and nodded to Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai rushed at the 5 young men in front of him who had set a brilliant record in the jungle, grinned, and announced publicly, "Congratulations, you have passed the test of the Gate of Souls, and you will be granted the opportunity to participate in the Dragon Hidden Troops Fire Bathing Selection Qualification." Although they had long known that it was already a foregone conclusion that these people of theirs would participate in the selection, but now that they had heard Zhao Shuai announce it in public, a few of them still couldn't help but get excited. However, they hadn't been happy for long when an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out. Su Weicheng walked out of the team and said to Zhao Shuai, "Report, their Soul Gate token was snatched from Lu Sun's squad and came from the wrong source, so I don't think it can be counted as their true and valid score." "Then how do you think it should be determined?" Zhao Shuai narrowed his eyes at Su Weicheng and asked. "I think they should be disqualified from participating in the Dragon Hidden Unit selection." Chapter 137, Come and Fight with Your Face. "You guys think so too?" Zhao Shuai asked as he looked at Wu Jun and Wang Yang who were standing beside Su Weicheng. Wang Yang glared fiercely at Luo Hao and said, "Of course. Luo Hao and their means and deeds are despicable. Such people are not qualified to participate in the sacred selection competition of the Dragon Hidden Army." Looking at Wu Yun, Su Weicheng, and Wang Yang, who were all in the same boat, and listening to Wang Yang's ridiculous remarks of a thief shouting to catch a thief, if it wasn't for the people around him pulling, Su Sudong really wanted to go up and give that shameless guy a sea beating, and beat him up to the point where he didn't even recognize his own mother. Luo Hao glanced at the 3 people, the corner of his mouth crossed a trace of playful smile, really worried about how to collect some interest from them first. They are very cooperative to put their faces up to give you a beating. When people want to be, they really want to stop but can't. Luo Hao stepped forward and said at Wang Yang, "I remember that there doesn't seem to be a clear stipulation in the regulations that when collecting Soul Gate tokens, you can only collect them by yourself and can't snatch them from other people, and that the jungle is supposed to be a world of the weak and the strong, and it's a natural law that the weak give service to the strong. You're being forceful." Wang Yang roared in anger, looking at Zhao Shuai who had his hands clasped over his chest. "Sun Wolf, you have to make a decision for Lu Sun and the others. Luo Hao and the others are clearly playing tricks. Luo Hao made a wink towards Zhao Shuai, while Zhao Shuai nodded knowingly, rubbing his own nose and musing. This madness, Luo Hao students' words are right. Before we set off, I really didn't explain that we must obtain the token by our own efforts in the process of soul door test, of course. In the rule formulation I also have some responsibility, this I need to review. Zhao Shuai looked at the mutually unconvincing two sides in a serious manner and said with a straight face, although Luo Hao's method of speculation didn't violate the rules, it is against the fairness of the game, and I will punish him accordingly later on. What does it mean to be one of your own? Luo Hao gave Zhao Shuai a sneaky thumbs up from an angle that Su Weiqing's few people couldn't see. If everyone doesn't have any comments, then it's decided. Go back and get ready, report to the Dragon Hidden Unit in a week. Zhao Shuai was about to turn around and head back to his car to continue working on his game that he hadn't beaten yet when Wu Yun stepped forward again. He saluted Zhao Shuai and said, I'm sorry instructor, I'm afraid I can't agree with your disposition. Zhao Shuai frowned, obviously a little dissatisfied that Wu Yun was still dwelling on this issue, but he didn't snap on the spot, letting out a light O and turning his head to look at Wu Yun, waiting for his next words. When Wu Yun saw that Zhao Shuai was willing to continue listening to him, a hint of joy appeared on his face as he said, although there's no specified completion time for the Soul Gate test, Luo Hao and the others consumed a whole half a month inside the jungle, which greatly wasted the time of the students' study, and I think they should give everyone a statement. That's one thing. Ouch, I go, your sister cannot be a little more shameless? Lu San and the others have been wandering around in the jungle for half a month, why don't you talk about them and just talk about us? Su Sudong glared fiercely at Wu Yun, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go up and beat him up, but was dragged by Luo Hao. Luo Hao blocked in front of Su Sudong and asked towards Wu Yun, then what is the second of them in your mouth? Second. Wu Yun's face suddenly changed, his eyes staring at Luo Hao as he asked in a cold voice, when you entered the jungle there were 6 of you, but now there are only 5 of you. Les Yinshi, please tell us where Yinshi went. What qualification does a team like yours that abandons its members have to participate in the selection of the Dragon Hidden Force? Yinshi's reputation in East Sea University was definitely higher than the principal. Many people who had studied in the university for 4 years until they got their diploma might not know who the principal of East Sea University was, but no matter who it was, as long as they entered East Sea University for a week, they would inevitably know who Yinshi was. That's why Wu Yun's words behind him immediately resonated with the students around him. Looking at the students who were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring for Luo Hao to hand over Yinshi, not agreeing that Luo Hao and the others had passed the test without giving a statement, Zhao Shuai also shrugged his shoulders towards Luo Hao with some difficulty. Although he was clear about Yinshi's whereabouts, mercenaries, this kind of characters that often appeared in novels and movies, even if he said it, these students might not believe it, instead, they would still think that it was him helping Luo Hao to cheat himself together. Luo Hao, on the other hand, made a reassuring gesture to Zhao Shuai, walked up to Wu Yun, picked his nose in a very indecent manner, and then flexed his fingers at him, saying in a gangly manner, I can answer both of your questions together, but before that please answer me one question, in what capacity are you concerned about Yinshi's whereabouts? Wu Yun's face choked, then he stretched his neck and said with a very insufficient bottom, I'm her boyfriend, of course I'm qualified to care about her. Pfft, ha ha ha. Before Luo Hao said anything, the other 4 people behind him were already laughing into a ball, and Su Sudong, who was holding Situ Kong's shoulder, gasped and said towards Wu Yun, I say, do you have any face left at all? You're like singing a monologue, saying in all seriousness that Yinshi is your girlfriend, did she agree? Who can prove it to you? Even if she's really your girlfriend, then why didn't she team up with you, but ran off after us? Wu Yun was Su Sudong like a ball of fire. A question, the face of him raked in all the left, suddenly the face is difficult to see the extreme, teeth gritted rattling straight sound. Little one, this nasty guy didn't harass your mom much when he was at school. Luo Hao patted Tooth's little head and said softly. Tooth is very humane, so when he heard Wu Yun mention Yinshi's name and claim to be related to him, the little guy looked at Wu Yun with bad eyes. Now, when Luo Hao poured oil on the fire, the little guy's anger miso arose, scurried to Wu Yun's feet, and opened his mouth to his calf to take a bite. The Tooth was very smart, it didn't pester Wu Yun's calf to death, it just used its greatest strength to bite hard on his leg, and then it ran straight back to Luo Hao's side, arching its body and staring at Wu Yun angrily. Wu Yun, whose calf was suddenly bitten, let out a miserable scream, rolled up his own pants leg, looked at the bleeding teeth marks on his calf, and immediately became furious. Thinky Wu Yun Wu, big young man, in the East China Sea city is also a dignified character. When was someone so bullied? Being bullied is just a matter of course, now even the dog dares to ride on his head too and piss, how can this breath be swallowed? Immediately raised his foot to kick at the teeth, little, I killed you. Bang! Wu Yun's foot had only just lifted up when Luo Hao drew his pistol and fired a shot at the side of his foot, try moving it if you dare.